A boy, suffering from amnesia, tumbles out of a rift in time and space, with a one-eyed serpent entwined around his neck, my friends. Can anyone comprehend this? I was utterly astonished by the scene before me. The youth fell from the rift, bloodied and battered, clutching two peculiar blades tightly to his chest, curled up on the ground. Motionless after what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his eyes, revealing hollow, golden green orbs that resembled a stagnant pool of water. I was completely bewildered. Where could he have traversed from? Even more astonishing, a silver-scaled serpent emerged from the grass, one eye shut and the other nearly blind, slithering directly towards the boy and wrapping itself around his neck. Remarkably, the boy displayed no fear. Instead, he reached out to caress the serpent, murmuring, "Inemeru, do you know my name?" The serpent flicked its tongue, tasting the blood smeared across his face. Could this serpent be his other half? How utterly bizarre. The boy, unable to recall his identity, felt as though his mind had been reduced to mere fragments and decided to adopt a code name. "I am Mikann." With the serpent draped around him, he limped towards a dilapidated house, murmuring, "Something is calling to me, granting me a sense of belonging." How could he feel a sense of belonging when he has forgotten who he is? Upon reaching the base of an ancient, withered tree, that calling abruptly vanished. Mikann slumped, his body aching as if it might fall apart. He examined the blades he held. One, resembling a serpent, was razor-sharp but had a chip in its hilt. The other, a pink blade, was blunt and he disregarded it. Unbeknownst to him, the blade at his waist had developed a crack. At that moment, the serpent suddenly darted away, returning with a dusty blade, struggling to free it from its sheath. The weapon was breathtaking, yet its secrets remained concealed. A boy with amnesia, a one-eyed serpent, and three mysterious blades. This amalgamation harbors immense intrigue. My friends, who do you think this boy truly is? What hidden memories lie within him? How much does the serpent know? Take a guess in the comments. One blade, stained with blood, astonishingly transformed into a handsome youth. He cries out, pleading for love. How absurd is this turn of events? My friends, can anyone make sense of this? The blade Inemeru retrieved, stained with Mikann's blood, suddenly erupted with a resounding bang. A dashing youth appeared, golden-haired and crimson-eyed, declaring, "I am Kyamitsu, known as the child of the riverside. I seek someone who will cherish and adorn me." I was utterly taken aback. Has a sword truly come to life? Kyamitsu gazed at the unconscious Mikann, his eyes sparkling like stars. Am I finally needed? Yet his heart raced with uncertainty. This master appeared to be of ambiguous gender, leaving him in a quandary about whether to bathe her. After much deliberation, he fetched water and, using torn fabric from his own attire, gently wiped Mikann's face and tended to his wounds. With not even a clean cloth available, this wretched abode must have been forsaken for centuries. He gazed at the gradually transitioning pink and green hair of Mikann, which he had meticulously tended to for quite some time. His cheeks flushed. Such a beautiful visage. How could it belong to the Lord? I imagined, clearing. Why are you blushing so? Yet, within him, a sense of inferiority lingered. I am unlovable. Please, love me. Dear Shinigami, this cautious demeanor is truly heart-wrenching. Clearing ventured out in search of food, while Mikann abruptly awoke, seizing a blade and assuming a defensive stance, hanging Inemeru around her neck, and rushing outside barefoot. Outside, the air was thick with clashing swords and the sharp sounds of metal against metal. Mikann, however, remained expressionless, a being even more tattered than myself. Have I encountered other sword spirits again? Meanwhile, Clearing was still outside, troubled by his quest for nourishment, silently yearning. Even a modicum of hope would suffice. I long to be needed. One yearns for love with a sense of desperation, while the other has forgotten even their own identity. Can these two truly unite? Brothers, do you believe Clearing will receive the affection he seeks? Whom did Mikann collide with upon her exit? Take a guess in the comments. The young short sword pleads for blood to sustain him. The amnesiac beauty insists he use a vessel to collect fresh blood. This plot is heart-wrenching. Brothers, who understands? The moment Mikann dashed out of the room, she was confronted by a blue-haired child brandishing a blade. Though the child appeared diminutive, his gaze was alert, and blood streamed from his arm. It was none other than the young Yazakura. Mikann, expressionless, swung her blade like a whip, pondering. This short sword is undoubtedly agile, but how should I persuade him to stay? Suddenly, Mikann spoke calmly. You are about to shatter. Yazakura froze, abruptly looking up, his eyes misty as if he had glimpsed salvation. In the next moment, he plopped to his knees, laying the sword flat before him, his head nearly buried in the earth. I beg of you. I was utterly bewildered. He has been driven to the brink. Without hesitation, Mikann interjected. I do not forge blades. Yazakura grew frantic, pointing at the blood on her leg. spiritual power. Even if it is but a remnant, please, sell us some. It turned out they had been exiled, devoid of a Shinigami, and without spiritual power, they would shatter Mikann. However, looked utterly perplexed. I possess no spiritual power. Goodness. This beauty is unaware that her spiritual energy is leaking. Yazakura stared at her bleeding leg. Realizing the binding was not a bandage, but mere fabric, a sudden idea struck him. I can dress your wound. In truth, he sought to surreptitiously procure the bloodied cloth to prolong his life, yet Mikann pointed to where he had placed the fabric, bluntly stating, "You desire my blood." Yazakura froze in fear, believing he was about to be struck, but Mikann gently shook her head. You may use a vessel to collect fresh blood. The blood from her leg flowed like an unceasing faucet. Had she not been a sword spirit, she would have long since perished. On one side stand a humble boy wielding a short blade, and on the other, a beautiful spirit, the Shikigami, who, despite suffering from amnesia, exudes an aura of formidable strength. This combination is utterly heart-wrenching. Shinya gazes at the blood gushing from Mikann's leg. Utterly bewildered, Mikann ponders. Could the Shikigami faint from excessive blood loss? My friends, what could be the reason for Mikann's seemingly endless bleeding? Will Shinya survive after receiving the blood? Let's speculate in the comments. Kaimitsu is furious. Upon witnessing Haim faint, he drops all the wild fruits he had gathered, leaving them bruised and splattered on the ground. My friends, who truly understands? Kaimitsu rushed back, excitedly clutching the wild fruits, but upon entering, found Mikann collapsed on the floor, sending him into a panic. The fruits tumbled from his arms, some muddy, others crushed, their juices splattering everywhere. He rushed over to lift Mikann, his voice trembling. If only I hadn't left Haim alone. This tension reveals how dearly he cherishes Mikann. Seeing the unfamiliar bandages on Mikann's leg, Kaimitsu's expression instantly turned cold as he muttered, "Who dares to covet my Shikigami?" Yet he restrained his murderous intent, merely sitting at the entrance of the keep, guarding vigilantly until sunset that night. He knelt beside Mikann, gently touching her hand, which felt as cold as ice, sending a chill of fear through him as he checked for a breath. Reassured by the faint sign of life, Kaimitsu exhaled in relief. Removing his scarf and delicately wrapping it around Mikann's neck, even the serpent beside Haim has been cleaned. This detail-oriented soul is truly remarkable. He gazed at Mikann, softly whispering, "Haim, when will you awaken? When shall I have the honor of truly meeting you? Do you need me?" The humble plea of the child of the river pierces my heart. Suddenly, Kaimitsu tightened his grip on the scabbard, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Let the hyena lurking in the shadows face my wrath. He leaped onto the keep, slicing through the opponent's defenses, only to discover it was Shinya and the nearly shattered Izumi no Kamiyoshi. Izumi no Kamiyoshi coughed up blood, saying, "It was Lady Shikigami who invited us." Sensing Mikann's spiritual energy, Kaimitsu turned to leave, stating, "I have no authority to intervene. Proceed as you wish." Izumi no Kamiyoshi watched his retreating figure and said to Shinya, "Cough, cough, Shinya. This is where I part ways. I truly apologize for not fulfilling my promise to SC. Is this the end for the Shattered Blade? My tears are welling up." Kaimitsu returned to the keep, gripping the hilt tightly, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Even at a mere level 1, I shall protect Haim. Though he has only just taken form, he bears the weight of responsibility with such determination. It is so poignant. With Mikann still unconscious and Izumi no Kamiyoshi on the brink of shattering, Shinya clings to the last flicker of hope. Kaimitsu stands guard at the entrance, like a wolf protecting its young. My friends, do you believe Kaimitsu can safeguard his Haim? Did Izumi no Kami ultimately shatter his blade? Cast your guesses in the comments. The sword shattered into mere fragments, leaving not a trace behind. Konoha wept, clutching at emptiness, choking on his sorrow. My brothers, who comprehends this? Izumi no Kami Kanasada has vanished. Konoha reached out to grasp his attire, only to find himself clutching thin air. Izumi no Kami has shattered, leaving no shards. Reduced to mere dust, Konoha knelt upon the ground, tears streaming silently down his cheeks as he lifted the remnants of the blade, his hands left with nothing but ash. I was moved to tears in that moment. Is it truly so tragic for a forsaken sword to meet such a fate? Izumi no Kami murmured in regret. I am truly sorry for not fulfilling the promise made to Suza. Hearing those words twisted my heart in anguish. The following day, within the castle, Mikann sat in the principal seat, gazing at the sword cradled in Konoha's arms, bluntly stating, "What a repugnant aura." Konoha hastily concealed the sword. It was the last vestige of Izumi no Kami. Mikann shifted his tone. "Should you choose to remain, you may pay with your lives. Now is the time to reconsider." Kaimitsu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he quickly pledged his loyalty. It was the lady who awakened me. I, Kaimitsu, belong to you. Command me, as you will. This child of Kawahara is truly devoted to the core. Konoha unsheathed his sword, solemnly declaring, I am Konoha. Shin. My notoriety does not stem from elegance, but from a tale steeped in blood and vengeance. These transformative lines have not been uttered in decades, stirring deep emotions in the heart. Mikann lifted the serpent around his neck, saying, He is in Nemu. My other half aside from him, I recall nothing. Konoha thrust the sword forward. Lady, let us forge a contract. Only through spiritual connection can one truly possess a Mystura master with amnesia, a loyal sword, and a dagger burdened by hatred. Can this Hanmaru endure? Kaimitsu began recounting everything about the Hanmaru, his eyes brimming with anticipation, yet Mikann appeared utterly lost, having forgotten even his own identity. How could he grasp the concept of a contract? My brothers, do you think Mikann will enter into a contract with them? Can this dilapidated Hanmaru thrive under their stewardship? Cast your guesses in the comments. In a flash, Mikann cut his own arm to draw blood. Signing a contract with blood, how audacious. My brothers, who understands? Upon hearing Kaimitsu's suggestion to use spiritual energy for the contract, Mikann was taken aback. I possess no spiritual energy. Kaimitsu, thinking quickly, proposed, the lattice blood contains spiritual energy. Let Konoha drink it. Consequently, Mikann swiftly drew the knife, blood pouring from his arm as if it were inconsequential. Kaimitsu and Konoha turned pale, rushing forward to bandage him, but Mikann evaded them. Fixating intently on Konoha, Konoha gritted his teeth and leaned in to lick the blood. As soon as she swallowed the first bite, a shower of cherry blossoms descended, and the wounds on Shoya's body healed at a visibly rapid pace. She donned a new outfit and bowed her head to Mikann, saying, I shall serve you earnestly. I was utterly astonished. The effects of this contract are remarkably instantaneous. Kaimitsu gazed at Mikann's bleeding arm. His eyes filled with compassion. He mimicked Shoya's actions, gently kissing the wound and swallowing the blood. Yet within his heart, he murmured, Before I am completely consumed by darkness, grant me the chance to feel love, my lady. So, Kaimitsu is a manifestation of the dark abyss. He concealed it quite well. At that moment, the fortress suddenly began to tremble. The scent of decay dissipating, and the dilapidated keep was instantly revitalized. Both blades were taken aback. The fortress has recognized its master. Mikann, in her bewilderment, asked, Is this all it takes? Oblivious to the fact that she is a walking repository of spiritual energy, this beauty is exceedingly endearing. Previously, Mikann had demonstrated the breath of the serpent, second form. Narrow poisonous fang against Shoya, the sword darting towards her neck like a living serpent. Halting, just inches away, Mikann inquired, Is this spiritual energy? Shoya quickly shook her head. This is a power system I have never encountered. Where on earth does this mysterious figure originate from? Now, Mikann finally enjoyed her first meal, savoring the soft rice with delight. However, Kaimitsu was already contemplating the formation, for the fortress had just come to life and required resources. On one side stands Kaimitsu, at risk of succumbing to darkness. On the other, a mysterious master with amnesia. Alongside a vengeful Shoya, will their first expedition proceed smoothly? Brothers, what do you think they will encounter on their journey? Will Kaimitsu's descent into darkness intensify? Share your guesses in the comments. Especially for Mikann and California Kaimitsu, it was their first time eating, so they cherished this opportunity even more. California Kaimitsu took away the bowls and chopsticks used by Mikann. With a gentle smile, but the seriousness in his expression was evident. Master, I will work hard to improve my cooking skills. In fact, California Kaimitsu wanted to bring a cooking-capable Tsukumagami, as both he and Seo Wazamanji had only mediocre cooking skills. After California Kaimitsu left, Mikann touched the clothes he was wearing, his expression a bit dim. His original clothes, apart from the skirt, were almost unwearable, and the coat he was currently wearing belonged to California Kaimitsu, who had a similar build. The short sword Tsukumagami sensed the slight sadness of the master, and his long years of observing others helped him understand why the master was upset. Could it be for the same reason as for the of the Akutagawa school? Seo Wazamanji recalled a scene he had witnessed during his previous wandering, back when his brother SZ was still there. Seo Wazamanji wanted to transfer his spiritual power to heal SZ Wazamanji, but was rejected. The pink-haired Tsukumagami, though somewhat disheveled, still exuded an air of elegance in his demeanor. Seo, regardless of whether the other party is a wandering sword or master sword, do not casually approach them, understand? Seo Wazamanji didn't fully understand. but he knew that his brother would not harm him. Therefore, after SZ fell into unconsciousness, he hid in the bushes, daring only to quietly observe the group of master swords, which mostly belonged to the Akutagawa school, likely due to the events at Osaka Castle. Among them was the of the Akutagawa school. The highly evolved Tsukamagami, stroking his shiny hair, shook his hand to act cute towards his brother. Yagen, my shoes are dirty. Look, the lace is a bit damaged. The Tsukamagami, referred to as brother, gently stroked the hair of, when we get back, I'll buy you new clothes. Just hold on a little longer. Yagen is the best. Yagen is the best. Then would the master also like it? Clenching his fist, with memories flashing in an instant, Seo Wazamanji lifted his head and said seriously, Master, please let me go in a battle. Mikann was speechless. Going in a battle? Standing in front of the time-space compass under the leadership of Shai and Wazaman, Mikann felt an indescribable excitement. Mikann pursed her lips and confirmed again. As long as the coordinates are input, they can reach any place. Sayaka Yazakura nodded. Yes. In addition, Mikann also learned from Sayaka Yazakura's mouth about the rules of acquiring companions in this world. However, there is one point that needs to be noted. Mikann lifted his hand and paused, looking down at Shinya. There was a rare fluctuation in his. I only need a sword with practice level. Shinya understood. His master wanted a wandering Shikigami or a dark fallen Shikigami. Thinking of the latter, Shinya felt a moment of instability in his heart. But that was impossible. Even if he didn't speak, his master would eventually find out that darkness could be contagious. However, before that, he hoped to stay with his brother a little longer before he got infected. He would definitely handle his brother's existence well. Kagoshima Kayamitsu hurriedly arrived just as Mikann touched the time-space compass. He felt a bit flustered, but he sighed in relief when he saw that Mikann hadn't activated the compass. Kagoshima glanced at Shinya, his dissatisfaction evident and unmasked. During these 2 days of interaction, Shinya had figured out the temperament of this newly summoned sword. Adhering to the mindset of not stooping to the level of a new sword, Shinya naturally chose to ignore Kagoshima. Even wandering swords would vie for favor, but for now, it was better not to be too close to the master. Kagoshima Kayamitsu, my lord. The time-space compass needs to be used in conjunction with the battlefield coordinates and the time-space converter. Otherwise, it will lose direction and cannot return to the Hanmaru. Mikann instinctively withdrew her hand, her eyes inevitably filled with disappointment. California Kayamitsu hurriedly remedied the situation. But don't worry, I know the coordinates of Hakodate. Upon hearing California Kayamitsu say this, Mikann breathed a sigh of relief, but the nearby Shinya S-Jin wasn't thinking the same way. How does a newly summoned sword know the coordinates of Hakodate? California Kayamitsu isn't a sword from the Hakodate period, right? Before Shinya S-Jin could finish his thoughts, California Kayamitsu began to verbally teach Mikann how to use a compass and how to create a time-space converter. With each completed step, Mikann's expression softened a little more. These were things that California Kayamitsu judged from Mikann's. He didn't even know when he would be able to read the expressions of the Shinigami. Perhaps this was a special ability? California Kayamitsu chuckled softly, and at that moment, Mikann happened to glance back. Their different colored eyes met the red ones, and they saw their own reflections in each other's gaze. For a moment, both blades were stunned, but California Kayamitsu was the first to look away. He felt that there was nothing in the Shinigami's eyes. Although his own figure was mirrored there, it seemed like she was looking through him at someone else. This feeling of being a substitute was very painful for him. It made him feel awkward and miserable, making him realize that he was a sword that was not loved, and that it was the light of an unknown person, whom he envied, that had captured the Shinigami's attention. Mikann was a bit puzzled. Without receiving a response, he directly raised his hand and pressed it on the time-space compass. A flash of light passed, and Mikann's figure had disappeared from spot. Only Mikann's figure was gone. California Siku couldn't care less about the pain in his heart and hurriedly reached for the time-space compass. But without the authorization of the Shinigami, he was blocked by a layer of barrier. KO left manuscript was no exception. The two blades were very anxious, but they could only hope that Mikann remembered the usage process of the time-space converter and could return quickly. Mikann only felt a darkness before his eyes, and in the next second, he found himself in the woods. He wasn't sure if it was just his illusion, but he always felt like his clothes had torn a bit more. Mikann furrowed her brows and adjusted the coat draped over her shoulders. "Where is here, Ayane Maru?" Mikann murmured softly. Ayane Maru had already fallen into a deep sleep and couldn't respond to her, but talking to herself seemed to be her habit. Talking to oneself. Mikann concluded that Inamar was his other half, another version of himself, and they shared a single soul. The unfamiliar environment made Mikann very cautious. He dragged his weary body, carefully and cautiously making his way through the woods. The pain screaming from his body made him want to use the time-space converter to return to his original realm. But his sixth sense was reminding him that he could find the person he needed here. Mikann's stamina was gradually wearing out. He leaned against a tree for a brief rest, and it was at this moment that he sensed the presence of his colleague. Found them? Mikann saw a red-haired colleague through a narrow field of vision. Judging by their figure, it was likely a short blade. The red-haired Tsukamagami was holding a shovel and rhythmically shoveling sand, seemingly burying someone. A thick sense of sorrow surrounded him. Mikann's unreserved gaze quickly startled the short knife, which turned around and assumed a defensive stance with a shovel in hand. The short knife's youthful face was filled with sternness, and his golden eyes brimmed with killing intent, as if the next to be buried would be him the moment Mikann appeared. But this was just right for Mikann. Mikann walked out from behind the tree. At the moment he emerged, the Tsukamagami was briefly stunned, for the Shinigami before him was simply a product of spiritual energy. Such fragrant and pure spiritual energy was rarely seen. But this person could never be his master, otherwise, how could he have fallen to such a state? Despair spread in the eyes of the Tsukamagami as he put away the shovel and continued to tamp down the freshly buried soil. Mikann watched his movements, her eyes fixed without blinking, until they became dry and tears fell. Mikann saw the surprise and brief panic in the eyes of her colleague as they glanced back. Although these lively emotions were quickly replaced by indifference, she captured them vividly. Mikann, confused, touched her own face and hesitantly wiped away her tears. Clearly, it wasn't raining. Why was there water on her face? The short sword, which had been ignoring the Shinigami, could no longer endure the scorching gaze and turn around, its blood-stained white robe fluttering in the wind. The short sword asked, "What do you want to do?" Mikann finally blinked, and he felt that his eyes were no longer dry and uncomfortable. Hearing his colleague's question, Mikann replied honestly, "Come back to the Hamaru with me." The short sword was clearly taken aback, but soon his expression turned stern again. His killing intent was unabashed, yet it did not fully direct itself at Mikann. The short sword, obviously skeptical, coldly turned away and continued walking while carrying a shovel that was almost as tall as he was. Along the way, he would occasionally stop to bury a very extravagant and precious long sword. All the long swords he buried were severed. Mikann looked heartbroken. If these colleagues were still around, what a powerful force they would be. In the next 2 days, Mikann followed this short blade, who had not spoken to him since the first day, around the battlefield. They covered every inch. After 2 days, Mikann felt that this place was very dangerous, unlike what Kaimitsu from California had said. That was a place for honing combat skills. Did he input the coordinates incorrectly? Mikann was lost in thought and instinctively handed over the wild fruit again. As always, the red-haired spirit did not take it, but this time he was particularly harsh, even knocking the fruit out of Mikann's hand. Mikann looked at the broken fruit on the ground, and the words of affection for food spoken by the princess suddenly flashed in his mind. This time, he felt a bit angry. The red-haired Shikigami watched the figure of the Shinigami leave, feeling a subtle sense of loss in his heart. But soon it was replaced by indifference. His emotions seemed to be absorbed by something, becoming very thin. Yet even so, feelings of regret surged within him. He no longer wanted to bury his brothers with his own hands. But without him, the brothers could only lie alone on the battlefield, trampled by enemy blades. Chapter 06. Aizen Kaneto the Shikigami came from a stronghold that had been attacked. This stronghold was not warm like Hanamaru. On the contrary, it had been overrun by the time-traveling army due to the accumulation of excessive malevolent spiritual power, without any reinforcements. This was a stronghold that used sword boys as experimental materials. For example, Aizen Kaneto looked down at his hands, his thoughts slowly moving in rhythm with his heartbeat, gradually quickening. He was the first sword to be sent out, pushed into the encirclement of the time-traveling army by his brothers, meant to buy time for everyone to escape. He should have had no complaints, but only he survived. The protective charms that his brothers had gathered over who knows how long were quietly placed on him. It seemed that his survival was not just a decision made by his brothers. As the last transformed sword, he was the only unfinished product. He could still survive briefly on his own after leaving the Shinigami. They were different. Their lives were bound to the Shinigami, and even if they were shattered swords, they could not return to their original forms. Just a short sword that had been remade touched the only shovel he had brought out, and tears began to well in his eyes. His core had been stripped away. His emotions had become thin. but there was still something in his heart that made him very sad. "What's wrong with you?" Aizen Kanito forced back his tears, looking expressionlessly at the returning Shinigami, his fingers instinctively tightening around the shovel. Meeting the gaze of the short sword, Mikann tilted his head in confusion, and at that moment he dodged an incoming arrow. Aizen Kanito was taken aback, and in the next second he instinctively passed by the Shinigami, jamming his original sword tightly between the bones of the enemy's short sword. "Go!" Aizen Kanito caught a glimpse of Mikann out of the corner of his eye, but saw that this Shinigami not only showed no intention of leaving, but also picked up a very strange sword. Such a fragile appearance. Could it really be a martial Shinigami? Aizen Kanito was a wandering sword, and he was already in a lightly wounded state, facing so many time-traveling soldiers. Even with the help of a high combat power Shinigami, he found it very difficult to fight. He was a short sword, and his attack power was not comparable to other types of swords. Spitting out the blood that had lodged in his throat, Aizen Kanito grabbed Mikann's hand and pulled him back to escape. "They're coming for me. You need to leave." Mikann looked a bit dazed, her heterochromatic eyes devoid of any expression. Aizen K-Jun, after undergoing the blade experiment, felt a strong emotional fluctuation for the first time. He suddenly realized that his consciousness was somewhat blurred. He was confusedly searching for something, only to discover that it was because he was gravely injured. "Cough, let's go." Before Aizen K-Jun lost consciousness, what he saw was Mikann's face, which remained calm and undisturbed. Mikann picked up the suddenly fainted short knife, feeling a bit confused. The enemy knife moved quickly, rushing towards him with the blade in its mouth. Clearly, it had no legs. Mikann tilted her head slightly, the main knife in her hand resembling a soft whip as it lunged towards the enemy's blade. Breath of love, first form, the tremor of first love. Mikann didn't understand how to kill these strange beings, so he followed his instincts and shattered their heads. Ayane Maru seemed to be dying. Mikann touched the little white snake on his neck that had awakened at some point, looking somewhat confused. Ayane Maru licked Mikann's cheek, and after a moment, as if they were communicating telepathically, Mikann suddenly knew what to do. Although he didn't understand, he knew that he wouldn't harm himself. Mikann cut himself with a small knife, but this time it seemed he had learned his lesson and didn't make a large wound. Blood, filled with spiritual energy, flowed out in a steady stream. For a moment, he was at a loss about how to use it, and finally sat down on the ground, letting the small knife rest on his lap, a position that made it easier to feed the blood. The smell of blood spread in a small area of the forest with the wind, and soon after, it disappeared into the air. Recently, Mikann had lost quite a bit of blood and felt a bit dizzy in front of him. He leaned against a tree and raised his hand to look at the sky. A silvery snake was slithering over him, seemingly searching for something. Mikann suddenly grabbed the little white snake's tail, and with her other hand, she weakly pointed at the sky. "Ayane Maru, look, that looks really delicious." The little white snake followed Mikann's gaze, and it was a cloud. Ayane Maru froze for a moment, just hissing and flicking its tongue, expressing a human-like sense of helplessness. Mikann did not hold on for long. He was already heavily injured, and now he could still move, simply because of his slow reaction. Coming to this world had placed a tremendous burden on Mikann's body in various aspects. Inemaru crawled into the pocket of his coat and pulled out the time-space converter. After dropping it onto the fainted short blade, he bit down on the time-space converter, and after a flash of light, several blades vanished from sight. The two blades that had been guarding the time-space compass watched nervously as the compass was activated, until Mikann's figure appeared. California Kayamitsu and Seo S-Jin hurried to catch Mikann, completely oblivious to the other blade that had fallen heavily to the ground. Or rather, their attention was entirely focused on Mikann, and they did not notice the weakly present short blade. Bound by rules, when entering the Hanmaru, Aizen Kunitoshi automatically returned to his original blade form. California Kayamitsu hurriedly left with Mikann in his arms, while Seo S-Jin picked up Mikann's two blades and quickly followed in California Kayamitsu's footsteps. For a moment, only one lonely blade remained on the spot, along with a small white snake coiling around the blade. Inemaru flicked his tongue, his leaf-green eyes staring at the short blade again and again, puzzled as to why this blade had such a low presence. Inemaru rolled up the short blade and slowly crawled towards the keep where Mikann was located. Mikann was still in a daze, but he instinctively swallowed the food brought to his mouth. California Siku was nervously half-holding Mikann, while Shoya Kotetsu was kneeling on the other side, carefully feeding Mikann porridge. It was good news for them that Heimkuin could eat normally. Mikann's strong physical constitution didn't keep him unconscious for long. Feeling his forehead, he got up and walked out of the castle tower. He felt hot and wanted to take a bath. Following the guidance of his hazy consciousness, Mikann accidentally found the hot spring room. Under the nourishment of his spiritual power, this Hamaru had already restored its basic functions, like this hot water pool. Mikann stripped off his clothes and walked into the hot spring. But his already hazy consciousness caused him to fall asleep while soaking. The wounds on his body were still bleeding, and as Mikann sank to the bottom of the pool, strands of blood began to spread through the water. On the other side, California Kaimitsu and Shoyo SG, who had discovered that the SH gun was missing, were searching for the SH gun's figure in the Hanmaru. Faintly, Mikann sensed someone near him. Inemaru's consciousness was occasionally clear. He and Mikann were not one soul in two bodies, but due to the suppression of time and space, their souls had partially merged. He could sense Mikann's presence, so he easily found his other half. When he was still in his serpent form, Inemaru slid into the hot spring and stood up a moment later. His silver hair completely covered his body, and the wet hair draped over his cheeks, leaving only one leaf green eye clearly visible. Clumsily maneuvering his human form, Inemaru scooped Mikann up from the bottom of the pool and carried him to the shore. Can sword warriors also drown? Inemaru felt a bit helpless, sensing that time was running short, and he was about to fall asleep again. Pinching Mikann's cheek, Inemaru lowered his head and exchanged breaths with Mikann. Before Mikann showed any signs of waking, Inemaru found California Kaimitsu's coat and carefully put on Mikann. As for the skirt and stockings, Inemaru felt a bit troubled. When California Kaimitsu arrived, what he saw was a wet SH gun wearing relatively dry clothes, leaning against the wooden door with a flushed face. Still his own clothes. California Kaimitsu. Goodness, the SH gun has a high fever. Chapter 07. Small coins. We need to go to the shop to buy medicine for the princess. California Kaimitsu frowned and talked to Shoyo SG. Now we have 2 sword warriors. We just need to leave one to take care of the princess. Shoyo SG, holding his main sword, said, I'll go. My training is more advanced. California Kaimitsu was momentarily speechless. This was indeed the best arrangement. We need a lot of small coins, and we need them quickly. Do you want to go out together? Shoyo SG's expression suddenly darkened. Who would take care of the princess? California Kaimitsu pressed his lips together and said firmly, the Hanmaru barrier has already been opened. As long as we are fast enough, the princess won't be in danger. Wasn't last night dangerous? Shoyo SG raised his voice slightly, disagreeing with California Kaimitsu's decision. The 2 blades fell silent for a moment, and in the end, Shoyo SG compromised. Lock the door to the hot spring room. Shoyo SG conveyed Mikann's initial request to California Kaimitsu and saw the fleeting shadow in Kaimitsu's eyes. He and California Kaimitsu were not familiar, so he could only define this as Kaimitsu being overly protective of the SH gun, feeling jealousy towards the new sword. In fact, it was indeed the case. Coordinates, Hakadate, the time-space compass emitted a dazzling light. Mikann woke up, holding the still sleeping Inemaru, with a head full of questions. Inemaru, where's that short sword? Mikann shook his half-body, but without a response, he could only regretfully go look for it himself. Before getting up, it seemed like he bumped into something. Mikann was taken aback and found a short sword beside him. It was a short sword without a sheath, simply wrapped in a fabric of unknown material. Mikann picked up the short blade, and the next moment, the figure of a colleague appeared in his arms. Still the awakened Tsukumagami. Mikann blinked, feeling the connection between herself and her colleague in front of her. I am Aizen Kunimitsu, the 2nd generation from the Aizen family, commonly known as the short sword forged by Kunimitsu. The cold-faced short sword stood up, glancing at Mikann with a hint of guilt, thinking that these injuries were caused because of him. Mikann nodded and was about to speak when he uncontrollably started coughing, until he spat out the filthy blood that was lodged in his throat. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mikann said calmly, Are you hungry? AI Ran Kunijun looked at Mikann with an expression of disbelief. He hesitated a bit before finally shaking his head. Mikann nodded. Your physical condition is not good. This was what the connection between them told him. Aizen Kunitsugu looked at his own unscathed body, which was in good condition compared to before, and then at the Shinigami covered in bandages and now stained with blood, lost in thought. Aizen Kunitsugu redefined what it means to be in poor health. Seeing Aizen Kunitsugu remain silent, Mikann's expression turned cold, but it seemed he always had this expression. Mikann, don't you want to stay? Aizen Kunihiro hesitated. No. Then you want to stay, right? Mikann relaxed her expression and the extreme coldness that had just flashed away from her aura disappeared. Yes, after a brief observation, Aizen Kunihiro discovered that in this Hanmaru, at least for now, there were only himself and the Shinigami. A Shinigami with such pure and rich spiritual power has always been a key protected target, even though they are a combat Shinigami. After hesitating for a long time, Aizen Kunihiro still asked the question in his heart. Since he had decided to stay, it was extremely important to inquire about the living environment. Shinigami, do you not have other sword boys? The spirit with pink-green hair stopped in his tracks, turned around to look at the red-haired short sword. Yes. Aizen Kunihiro's heart skipped a beat, but this answer was also expected. Had they gone out to battle? Why leave the Shinigami alone in the Hanmaru? Especially a heavily injured Shinigami? However, no matter what, it indicated that the number of sword boys in this Hanmaru was scarce. Although he was not a rare sword, he was definitely a rare modified sword, so perhaps he could win a bit of favor. Mikann fell silent, and he probably sensed that the other two were indeed not in the Hanmaru. Well, besides you, we have two other colleagues. One is Itachi, and the other is a Tonto. Mikann pondered for a moment, but still couldn't recall the names of those two colleagues. So he said, "You'll recognize them when you meet." Yes. The training level of Seo SG was high, and because Kayamitsu Cash was about to fall into darkness, his combat power was also not low. Therefore, in this novice map of Hakodate, they were sweeping through it, and there was no need to worry about the appearance of the Kabishi. Although the drop rate was a bit low, this place was indeed a good spot for Seo SG and Kayamitsu Cash. After grinding through the battlefield a few more times, Kayamitsu Cash, holding a bountiful amount of small coins, rarely showed a relaxed smile. Let's go back. Seo SG smiled lightly. With the small coins, they could buy medicine for their lady, and he could also get a better box for Yuki. However, the number of small coins was limited, so they still needed to use them sparingly. Seo SG secretly made a resolution to go out more often to earn small coins to support the SH gun. Kayamitsu Cash and Seo SG returned to the Hanmaru, their joyful emotions still not faded, when they saw two figures nestled together under the eaves not far away. Kayamitsu Cash paused. His eyes turned slightly red for a moment, but only for an instant. He stuffed the golden small coins into Seo SG's arms, pressed his hand against his sword, suppressing the urge to draw it, and walked towards his lady. "Lady, we are back." Kayamitsu Cash clenched the fame in his palm, his eyes fixed on the Tonto resting on the SH gun's lap. Mikann looked up at California Saimai, tried her best to put on a smile. "You've worked hard. Welcome back." Mikann's words were soft, and he wasn't sure whether he should say them, so he could only test the waters gradually. But the result was good. He could clearly feel that his colleague's mood had improved. Because of the compliment, Kayamitsu's cheeks flushed with a faint crimson. He opened his hand and presented the honor to Mikann. "My lady, this is the honor I received." Mikann blinked. He didn't understand, but could feel that the honor made his colleague in front of him feel good. Taking the honor from his colleague's hand, Mikann softened his gaze and said seriously, "Thank you. I will cherish it." As Mikann's words fell, a dreamy rain of cherry blossoms began to fall, petals fluttering down, some landing on Mikann's face, while others landed on the red-haired Shikigami. The petals were a manifestation of overflowing spiritual power. Mikann pinched a petal and suddenly had this realization in his mind. He was very happy, and his fighting state at that moment was excellent. Mikann was momentarily dazed and resolved to take good care of each colleague's emotions, so that when facing Heimkuen's words, he would have more confidence. But what exactly does Heimkuen look like? What kind of disaster has Heimkuen encountered? Mikann was having a headache when Seo Wazaman came over with a bag of shiny small coins. "Lady Heim, I'm back," Seo Wazaman said, looking at Mikann with admiration, hoping to receive a gentle response from the cool Lady Heim, just like Kayamitsu. "Welcome back," Mikann said, opening her hands as Seo Wazaman placed the bag of coins into Mikann's hands. "These aren't your Akobi coins, are they? They're real gold?" Mikann felt lost once again and thought that as a newly born Shikigami, there was so much to learn. "Lady, this is our harvest from this outing." Fortunately, California Kayamitsu is relatively talkative compared to the other three swords, so we don't have to rely on brainwaves for communication. With this, we can improve our quality of life. California Kayamitsu knows how serious the knowledge gap of his master is, so he explains patiently. Although we still need to be frugal for now, soon Osaka Castle will open, and we won't have to worry about these external possessions anymore. Mikann nodded and said again, "Thank you for your hard work." Kayamitsu from California pursed his lips and looked at Mikann with in his red eyes. "Can you call me by my name, princess?" "Mikann, good question. What's the name of the colleague in front of us?" "Mikann." How would you like me to address you? California Kaimitsu's eyes lit up. My lady, can I call you Kaimitsu? Kaimitsu. Mikann obediently repeated California Kaimitsu's name, and at that moment, their connection deepened a little. Shoyo Tsumu had no intention of vying for favor, but for some reason, he envied California Kaimitsu at that moment. The first blade, a clean sword, had not undergone a century of washing. My lady, may I go to the shop to procure some supplies? There are too many things lacking in the Hanmaru. First of all, bandages, and then your bedding and casual clothes. Shoyo Tsuru's gaze also frequently fell on the short sword with red hair, but since the lady did not bring it up, their direct inquiry would be too rude. He could only endure the heat in his chest and the subtle jealousy. Mikann noticed the gaze of Seo Wazaman and California Kaimitsu, but it wasn't that he didn't want to introduce his red-haired colleague. He simply couldn't remember the colleague's name. After pondering for a long time, Mikann spoke. This is my colleague whom I brought back during my campaign. His health isn't very good right now, so I hope he can get along well in the future. Seo Wazaman and California Kaimitsu withdrew their gazes and knelt respectfully on one knee in front of Mikann. We await your orders. Mikann handed the small plate back to S.H. Wazaman and said, You can arrange it yourselves. After a moment, Mikann rummaged through the vague memories in her mind and added, I trust you. This was undoubtedly a great motivation. The two Tsukumagami in front of Mikann do not have a childish mindset, so they hide it well, but Sakura Fubuki exposed their emotions. Mikann gently rubbed two similar yet different petals between her fingertips, and the owner of the petals seemed to sense it, as she left, whether big or small. Her ears turned bright red. For a moment, she could even forget about the short red-haired dagger resting on the princess's lap. Chapter 08, Dark Fall. California Kaimitsu and Shoyo S-Jin brought back quite a few small items, so they successfully returned with the most basic bedding and medicine. However, the clothing for the SH gun was too expensive, so they only bought one set of casual yukata for her. By the way, the yukata was chosen by California Kaimitsu, while the casual wear was selected by Shoyo S-Jin. Their taste was excellent. Just by looking at them, one could tell the clothes suited Mikann very well. They returned to the main hall with a bountiful harvest, only to find the SH gun's figure missing, along with that of the short dagger. Shoyo S-Jin, where did the princess go again? Once more, Mikann, holding her two blades, followed Aizen Kunitoshi's footsteps as they weaved through the forest. Where are you going? Due to her injuries, Mikann struggled to keep up with the short dagger's pace. Aizen Kunitoshi slowed down his steps, making less noise. Sorry. The time-traveling army has a natural attraction to them. Mikann lowered her gaze at the short sword and gently shook her head. It's okay. Your body hasn't fully recovered, so don't rush into battle. Aizen Kuniakai pressed his lips together and silently nodded. He found it hard to adjust to the affection of the Shinigami. After all, whether it was his appearance, personality, or rarity of his faction, he didn't possess any particularly strong appeal. It seemed that among the ones they sent, he was the only one who couldn't stand out. Why was the Shinigami being so kind to him? Aizen Kuniakai clenched his fist. The pain from his nails digging into his flesh reminded him that this was not a dream. It seemed like there was a battle ahead, and Aizen Kuniakai cautiously reached for his original sword. But in the next moment, he was embraced by the Shinigami's princess. Mikann held the short sword Shikigami with red hair in one hand, while the other hand touched his blade that was already drawn halfway. As danger approached, he would eliminate it. Sensing the fighting spirit of his injured comrade still lingering in his embrace, Mikann frowned slightly and pinched the young Shikigami's delicate face. Sho! Azome Kunitsugu, who had never received such treatment before, was caught off guard. However, there wasn't too much time to be lost in thought. Danger was already close at hand. Azome Kunitsugu was ready to break free from the Shinigami's embrace and confront the threat, but just as he was about to spring into action, the Shinigami's cold voice echoed in his ears. Breath of the Serpent, first form, Serpent's Curve Slash. Mikann twisted her body counterclockwise in an extremely exaggerated manner. At the moment the spinning action ended, a curved flash of light burst in the air, and a dangerous aura vanished in an instant. Just as the rapid scene finished loading in his mind, a smell suddenly surged into Aizen Kunitoshi's nostrils, causing him to pause his breath. What is this smell? It's so nauseating that it makes him want to retch, more uncomfortable than a million blades. He wanted to eliminate it, to exterminate it. Aizen Kunitoshi's intense killing intent made Mikann instinctively become alert, but after determining the source of the killing intent, she forced herself to relax and poked Aizen Kunitoshi's face with her cool fingers. Calm down. Mikann, who was almost engulfed by a surge of murderous intent, tried to awaken the consciousness of Aizen Kuniakai, the Tsukumagami. I'm sorry. Aizen Kuniakai closed his eyes and buried himself in Mikann's arms, the scent of the Shinigami helping to dispel the foul stench that clouded his mind. This is Oni, Mikann instinctively explained, but the moment he uttered those words, he froze in place, wondering if he had returned to his own world. Before Aizen Kuniakai could fully process the information about this unclear being turned to black and gray, he felt a pull on his arm, and he passively followed the steps of the Shinigami. The aura of spiritual power grew increasingly dense, indicating that the Shinigami's wound was splitting open. Aizen Kuniakai tried to withdraw his hand, but the Shinigami's grip was surprisingly strong, even causing pain in his wrist. After spending an entire day, Mikann led Aizen Kuniakai into the city. Although it was called a city, it was actually a village under the control of a bureaucratic family. Mikann led Azome Kunihito into a tea house, inquiring about the information he wanted. Was the guest looking for the Ikki family? The proprietress enthusiastically served Mikann more tea, her smile broadening. Ikki family. Mikann repeated the name, but unfortunately he felt no resonance this time, no memory at all. Yes, was the guest trying to find someone from the main family? If you follow this street to the end, that mansion is the Ikki family. Looking at the grand gate in front of him, Mikann fell into a brief silence. His intention was to forcefully break in, but that would leave a bad impression on Haim if she were present. As a precaution, Mikann and the very passive Azome Kunihito climbed over the wall and entered the backyard of the Ikki family. Mikann anxiously touched the dagger at his waist, feeling that something was amiss in his heart. He vaguely remembered that the residence where Haim was located was very secretive. Someone was coming. Aizen Kunitsugu's detection skills were not low, so he noticed the two children carrying wooden swords approaching before Mikann did. At Aizen Kunitsugu's reminder, Mikann instinctively pressed down on Aizen Kunitsugu, and they both hid. Aizen Kunitsugu, let's have a duel, Yuki. If you win, I'll give up the position of heir. Mikann lay on a roof and took a few more glances at the two human children who seemed to resemble the short sword Shikigami beside him. Just as he was losing interest and retracting his head, he made eye contact with the child wearing the sun-shaped earrings. Mikann was indifferent and felt a bit disappointed. This place was very different from the scene in his memory. His princess was not here. With only vague memories, how was he supposed to find her? Noticing Mikann's silence, Aizen Kunito pinched the corner of Mikann's clothes and said softly, "Princess, we should go back. We stayed here a bit too long." Mikann pressed the time-space converter, and the expectations in her eyes gradually faded. Perhaps it was because his strength was not enough, so he temporarily did not have the qualification to meet with the mistress. After this interlude, they returned to the Hanmaru. As before, the familiar faces were still guarding the time-space compass. "Mistress, the food is ready. Please go to the large room to rest for a while." The tone of Kageyuki was calm and unruffled, but the knife-like gaze in his eyes was unmistakably piercing through Aizen Kunihira. As fellow abandoned wandering swords, why was he allowed to accompany the mistress? They were never just simple swords, nor were they merely pure souls. Even their consciousness was tainted after being defiled. Aizen Kunihira felt this intense gaze, but he was not afraid at all. When he sensed it, he met the gaze head-on, the two short swords-locking eyes, no longer concealing their possessiveness towards the mistress. Abandoned swords always needed more love to make up for their loss. "Mistress, welcome back." Kayamitsu smiled, and in Mikann's eyes, this expression seemed to become clearer. "Kayamitsu." Mikann took a step towards Kayamitsu, their mismatched eyes and the red eyes of the Tsukumagami intertwined. Kayamitsu's eyes seemed even more crimson, and with this newfound awareness, Mikann could more clearly sense the unpleasant aura emanating from his colleague. "Mistress?" But as long as Kayamitsu was still a companion, he could endure this unpleasant feeling. Mikann tugged at the corners of his mouth, his expression gentle. "I'm back." "Welcome back." A brief respite in the large hall had improved Mikann's condition considerably. Even though the base was too simple, it felt more comfortable than the atmosphere outside. Here, Mikann felt a strong sense of belonging. "The food today is delicious, thank you." Mikann put down his chopsticks, and the Tsukumagami dining with him stopped their actions in unison. Mikann was taken aback. Even his slow-witted brain understood something. Looking at the remaining rice in his bowl and catching a glimpse of the half-eaten dishes on the plates of Isage S-Jin and Aizen Kunitoshi, Mikann had an idea. He turned to California Kayamitsu and asked, "Can I have another bowl of rice?" "Of course." California Kayamitsu quickly took Mikann's empty bowl and hurried into the kitchen. California Kayamitsu's brief absence made Mikann's gaze linger on Shgen. He wanted to ask what had happened during his absence, but California Kayamitsu was too fast. Is this really just a sword? Remembering the clearly marked values on the sword account, Mikann frowned slightly. At this moment, he still didn't know the concept of Dark Fall, but he would soon find out. He would possess the first Dark Fallen swordman. Since returning from this expedition, California Kayamitsu had noticed the SH gun wandering in front of the time-space compass, inputting one wrong coordinate after another, only to leave in disappointment. Over the days, California Kayamitsu realized that aside from expeditions and the fixed meal once a day, he hardly saw his SH gun. Is my lady starting to disdain me? Although the treatment of other swordmen was the same as his, California Kayamitsu couldn't help but overthink. His sensitive nerves were subtly affecting his body, and the process of Dark Fall was accelerating. California Kayamitsu was not a newly summoned sword, or rather, his consciousness was not. When he became the initial sword of this base, during the first SH gun, it was before Mikann, when that SH gun input spiritual power, California Kayamitsu gained consciousness, only to be trapped in the body of a sword by a malicious SH gun. In fact, the main body sword that California Kayamitsu currently possessed didn't originally belong to him. He was a broken sword. The reason for the Dark Fall in this base was the broken sword, awakening the split spiritual sword Tsukumagami, and then throwing them, sharing the same body, into the forging furnace, under the protection of spiritual power, ensuring their consciousness would not perish until the last complete sword body remained. The purpose of this experiment was to gather the power of the split spirits. California Kayamitsu was the successful sword of that experiment, and thus, his resentment far exceeded that of other swords. He was a collection of countless California Kayamitsu, the most extreme California Kayamitsu. He wouldn't complain about being trapped in the body of a sword for 100 years without action, but he absolutely would not allow the SH gun who summoned him to give up on him. The sky of the base darkened, signaling the time for the SH gun to rest. California Kayamitsu avoided the two short sword's watchful eyes and stepped on the stairs to the second floor, walking lightly, making no sound until he set foot on the second floor. The moonlight was bright enough to cast California Kayamitsu's shadow and stretch it to the corner of the staircase, merging with the darkness. California Kayamitsu placed his main body sword down and quietly approached the door of the keep. The SH gun had not set any defenses. As long as he pushed open this door, he would see the sleeping lady. California Kayamitsu stood at the door, his crimson eyes appearing terrifying in the moonlight, like a malevolent spirit hiding in the darkness. There was no trace of positive light in those eyes, only thick malice. He stood there, waiting and contemplating. If he could conceal his lady, there would be no other swordmen sharing the love that belonged to him. With a swish, the paper door in front of him opened from the inside. California Kayamitsu was slightly stunned, meeting the gaze of the cold-faced SH gun. Mikann was not dressed. The yukata was too loose, and casual clothes were not suitable as pajamas. His previous battle outfit was severely damaged and had been sent to the repair shop. So now Mikann was completely naked. Kayamitsu was taken aback. Before his eyes could relay the scene to his brain, his body acted on its own, rushing into the Master S room and wrapping the Master in a quilt. At that moment, his brain processed the image of the Master wrapped in the quilt. Kayamitsu sighed in relief, momentarily forgetting his purpose for coming upstairs. The Master was too unpredictable. Kayamitsu watched as Mikann slowly approached the Tsukumagami, his ankle-length hair creating graceful arcs in the air with his movements, the thick locks covering the spring colors on his chest. A hand emerged from the bedding, and Mikann looked at Kayamitsu with concern. Is it time for night duty? Seeing the Master's pure face, Kayamitsu was almost certain that the young Master did not understand the meaning of night duty. He took the Master's hand, which was suspended in midair, and placed a kiss on Mikann's delicate knuckles. He always felt that his princess would look great in a gorgeous dress. Perhaps some Western clothing could be added to her wardrobe. At that moment, Kayamitsu had suppressed his inner brutality and only wanted more intimate contact with his princess. Mikann's eyelashes trembled, suppressing the itch, and he did not pull back the hand that had been kissed by California Kyakuzu. This was a sign of loyalty. Take a break. After this kiss ended, Mikann withdrew his hand and instinctively hid it behind his back, unconsciously curling his fingers, feeling that the spot where he had been kissed by his colleague was a bit hot. Can he really be a good leader? Mikann is feeling confused about this. Upon hearing Mikann's words, California Kayamitsu's eyes flickered. Is Heimkun trying to drive him away? After Mikann turned her back, California Kiyomitsu's gaze became even darker, no longer showing any signs of brilliance. Mikann turned her head, her voice filled with confusion. "Aren't you coming in?" Like a divine revelation, the gloom surrounding California Sigu disappeared, and he smiled charmingly, following Mikann's footsteps into the room. A Night Without Dreams. Chapter 09. California Sigu Request to the Captain. Mikann opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling of the castle. Beside him was California Kiyomitsu, who was sleeping in his clothes. He had been too relaxed these days. The sun and moon of the main hall were still in the same sky, and Mikann sat up, rustling as he began to get dressed. California Kiyomitsu, who woke up early, could only pretend to be asleep, considering the difference between himself and the master. Covered by the blanket, California Kiyomitsu felt conflicted. After all, it should be the responsibility of the close attendants to dress the master. "Good morning, Kiyomitsu." Mikann draped a loose bathrobe over himself and turned to face California Kiyomitsu. Mikann's body was currently in poor condition, and various senses were affected, but he was still aware of the situation with the blade beside him. California Kiyomitsu didn't look with his eyes, but could sense Mikann's actions through the flow of air. He was filled with inner turmoil, his fingers tightly gripping the bedding, covering his head firmly. However, after putting on the loose bathrobe, Mikann stopped moving, and the two blades were momentarily at a standstill. "My lady?" California Kiyomitsu prepared himself mentally, reminding himself to maintain his cute image no matter what he saw. Mikann looked down at California Kiyomitsu. His pale and flat chest appeared exceptionally white under the dim light, with noticeable scars that had not been bandaged. The night vision ability of the katana was not weak, and, coupled with the slight illumination, it was almost like bright daylight. Observing the Shinshi's injuries, California Kiyomitsu no longer cared about the Shinshi's gender. He sprang up from the bed, disregarding his messy hair, and stepped forward to grab the Shinshi's collar. California Kiyomitsu's expression was serious. He carefully inspected the injuries on the Shinshi's body, whispering, overstepping as he pulled the Shinshi's yukata down to the waist. "Your Excellency, please wait for me here. I will return soon." California Kiyomitsu helped Mikann sit down at the tea table, earnestly requesting, and before leaving, he turned on the small lamp in the room, the bright light illuminating the entire space. Still pondering why California Kiyomitsu had ignored him earlier, Mikann was bewilderedly pressed down to sit, his mind in a state of confusion. If given the chance, Mikann should consider changing his brain processor, as his external brain, Maru, had exhausted its power during the last battle and had fallen into a deep sleep again. Mikann obediently sat next to the tea table. After waiting for several seconds, unable to sit still, Mikann took out the sleeping Maru from the lamp and began to gently stroke it in her palm over and over again. California Kiyomitsu was quick, but it seemed he had startled his two colleagues awake. He went down with one blade and came up with three. The two short swords, though worried, did not forget their manners and knelt at the door, quietly inquiring about Mikann's condition. Only California Kiyomitsu, holding the medicine box, had a sullen expression and directly pulled open the paper door to walk in. Mikann's hand trembled as he touched the snake. For some reason, he felt a bit guilty and hid a Nemaru in the loose sleeve of his yukata. Looking at Kashu Kiyomitsu, Mikann said dryly, "You're back." The mood of dealing with Itachi took precedence, and Mikann momentarily did not respond to the greetings of the two short swords. However, upon hearing Mikann's voice, the two short swords kneeling at the door felt relieved. At least their princess had not fainted, so it shouldn't be a particularly big problem. Kashu Kiyomitsu approached Mikann and laid the medicine bottles on the table one by one. Since he didn't understand pharmacology well, Kashu Kiyomitsu could only identify the effects of the powders through written labels. Although it was a bit clumsy, it was still the fastest speed for Itachi. When Kashu Kiyomitsu's cool fingers touched Mikann's chest, Mikann instinctively recoiled, but he was somewhat accustomed to this feeling, probably because Inemaru was a cold-blooded creature by nature. Mikann thought to herself, feeling that something didn't quite match her memories, but there was no way to verify it. Her memories were more fragmented than powdered meat. Kiyomitsu Kashu dipped his fingers in the medicine and began to apply it to the wounds on Mikann's body, which seemed to have a pattern. His movements were gentle, but perhaps he was also angry that the SH gun didn't take care of her own body. How could a SH gun, who didn't even love herself, expect to cherish him? So it was fine for the task of loving the SH gun to fall on him. All his SH gun needed to do was to love him as she always had. Kiyomitsu Kashu's expression momentarily went blank, but in the next second, he was filled with a yearning love, finding excuses for himself. He knew that it was the other Kiyomitsu Kashu influencing him, but that didn't matter. After applying the medicine, He finally looked up to meet Mikann's bewildered gaze. Although this look was unexpected, didn't it just mean that the master wasn't in pain? Taking a deep breath, Kayamitsu Kashu dipped a cotton swab in the powder and began to apply a second layer of medicine to Mikann, who seemed to feel pain this time. Kayamitsu Kashu clearly sensed the SH gun's avoidance. Watching the SH gun suddenly pull a meter away from him, Kayamitsu Kashu's expression gradually grew colder. "Master," he called gently, but his voice was so cold that it made Mikann shiver. The newly born Tsukumagami felt a novel emotion and sincerely moved closer again, bringing with it a completely new feeling. Kayamitsu Kashu frowned, but his movements became more careful. Each time he applied the medicine to the SH gun's body, she would tremble. Just how severe were these injuries, and how long had the master endured them? The visible black spiritual energy swirled around Kayamitsu Kashu, but after a night spent sleeping side by side, Mikann had grown accustomed to it, even able to coexist harmoniously with this strange power. Layer upon layer of gauze was wrapped around Mikann's body, and at the end, Kayamitsu Kashu even tied it in a bow. Mikann felt a bit uncomfortable with the bandages that affected his movements, but whenever he looked into the crimson eyes of the Shikigami, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of excitement. So Mikann compromised. California Kayamitsu tied a sash around Mikann's waist, contemplating taking the time to buy a set of men's clothing for the Shikigami. Kayamitsu adjusted Mikann's slightly tight collar. Looking seriously at California Kayamitsu, "Let's go on an expedition." The sight of the Shikigami in this form made California Kayamitsu momentarily forget to change his address, as he stared at the Shikigami in front of him, unable to resist the urge to reach for the hand that the Shikigami extended. "Shikigami, let's prepare our bags." As the short swords dispersed, California Kayamitsu's hand froze in midair. He had forgotten about the presence of those two guys. This time, he couldn't have a world of two with the Shikigami. Mikann blinked and reached out to rub the adorable Tsukumagami, which was so cute that it emitted black spiritual power. The Tsukumagami's cheeks visibly reddened from the rubbing. However, before heading into battle, Kayamitsu Kashu regretted letting the injured Himejimai join the fight. Looking at the sword held by his Himejimai, Kayamitsu narrowed his eyes and proactively presented his own blade. "Himejimai, that sword has a rolled edge. Have you considered sharpening it before using it?" Reminded by Kayamitsu, Mikann was startled and instinctively checked the sword at her waist, only to find it empty. She only held a blade in her hand. This was her own blade. Mikann swung the sword like a whip, pondering while touching the blade near the hilt. Is there a place in the 10,000 houses to polish the blade for the sword spirit? Hearing Mikann's sincere question, the three blades present instinctively began to think, but the next moment they grasped the key point. The princess is a sword spirit, so there are sword ladies in this world. Unlike the surprised little short swords, Kayamitsu was pale. He didn't know that the Shinigami was a sword spirit. If that's the case, does it also mean that the wounds on the princess are worsening, and he is the culprit? Faced with the reserved gazes of the two short swords, Mikann chose to actively present the main body sword. Kagyuki was taken aback as he held Mikann's main body sword, but his happy emotions lasted only a moment, as his room still had his completely fallen brother asleep. Like the other two blades, Aizen Kunitoshi also had his own concerns. During his wandering, he also had a companion, a wild short sword, the eldest brother of the Sanjo family, Kinzu. The reason Mikann was alone when he met him was that Kinzu was about to fall into darkness. He originally had the idea of finding his former companion. After all, as long as the Shinigami had trained swords, the 99-level Kinzu would definitely be welcomed by the princess. But if the princess is a sword spirit, then this plan can be abandoned. No matter how much help Sanjo's Kinzu could provide him, that was his personal matter, and he absolutely would not involve his princess for his own selfish desires. If nothing unexpected happens, the sword spirit princess could accompany him for a long time. Lost in thought, Aizen Kunitoshi began to find Kagyuki increasingly displeasing. This colleague had a smell similar to Kinzu. Before Aizen Kunitoshi could ask for the sword from Kagyuki's hands, Kagyuki proactively presented the sword before him. Aizen Kunitoshi took the Shinigami's main body sword, his affectionate gaze resting on the curled blade edge. He needed to save more small coins to improve the princess's life. Mikann took back her original sword from Aizen Kunihiro. "Let's go out first. I need new companions." California Kayamitsu removed his sword bell and solemnly placed it in Mikann's hands. Princess California Kayamitsu still chose this title, even though soon Princess's gender would no longer be a secret. However, he thought that at least at this moment, this secret was known only to him. With a plan in mind, California Kaimitsu stepped forward and requested, "Please grant me the position of team leader." All right, Mikann readily agreed, casually tucking the sword bell that California Kaimitsu had given her into her sleeve. "Thank you for your hard work." There seemed to be a glimmer of tears in California Kaimitsu's eyes as he smiled and responded to the Shinki's words. Yes. As the team leader, California Kaimitsu input the coordinates, and with a flash of light, their figures disappeared from the Hanmaru. 2 short swords, 1 long sword, and the Shinki's unknown sword type. 4 Shinki were still not enough to fill the vacancy of the team, but in a low-level battlefield, this configuration was already sufficient. Following California Kaimitsu's lead, the few blades did not encounter any strong or troublesome opponents, especially from Kajit Shinamaru's perspective. California Kaimitsu seemed to be purposefully guiding them toward a certain direction. Even though he was not summoned, California Kaimitsu was still a sword that had undergone initial training. Although hundreds of years had passed, it was not enough to affect the memory of one of the most excellent initial swords, California Kaimitsu. After all, it was the shared memory of countless California Kaimitsu. Get ready for battle, princess. California Kaimitsu stopped walking, turned around, and smiled at Mikann with admiration. Mikann touched the original sword at her waist, swung her arm, and fully unsheathed the blade. "Don't get hurt. Compared to the enemy, you are the most important," Mikann advised. After the 3 blades nodded, Mikann slowly revealed a smile. This time, the enemy swords were stronger than expected. Although they were handling it with ease due to their near-full training, they still sustained some injuries due to the lack of sword equipment and the continuous onslaught of enemy swords, resulting in light wounds. Mikann initially fought effortlessly but soon became exhausted, as if something was wrong with his body. He couldn't even use the first form of his breathing technique. Just as the enemy blade brushed past Mikann's ear, a surge of black spiritual power erupted from his chest, causing California Kaimitsu to momentarily catch his breath. His suspicion was correct. The reason the Shinigami was like this was because of him. California Kaimitsu had already formed an idea before this suspicion was confirmed. But now the process of implementing that idea needed to be expedited. He actively tapped into the power of his dark descent. As long as he activated this power, the enemy blade in front of him would be no match, but if he did that, he would never be able to return to that Hanmaru again. It felt so regretful to leave so soon after taking form for just half a month. Himejimai. If he had a bit more strength and could properly take care of Himejimai, he wouldn't have come to this point. No. As long as he was a dark descent sword, he shouldn't have been by the Shinigami's side from the very beginning. At this moment, California Kaimitsu felt a bit of resentment towards Mikann's identity as a sword spirit, but more so, he resented the former Shinigami for transforming him into this state. This trash, California Kaimitsu's killing intent, made him appear less like a sword spirit and more like the enemy blade surrounding him. If it weren't for the fact that the enemy blades were still attacking him, it would be really hard to distinguish whether he was friend or foe. Surrounded by a dense mass of enemy blades, California Kaimitsu still had the mood to glance at his Himejimai, whose crimson eyes shone brightly, full of Mikann's figure. California Kaimitsu shielded the 2 short swords, urging them to take Himejimai away, at least out of his attack range. The 2 short swords grabbed Mikann's arms, one on each side, and quickly fled backward. As they increased the distance from California Kaimitsu, the enemy blades blocked all of his escape routes, purposefully focusing their fire on the red-eye blade. Chapter 10. To repair the Master-S core. Mikann was taken aback. He broke free from the grip of the short knife and rushed forward with the knife in hand. However, he couldn't use the breath of love technique, and his own breathing became chaotic. Without the support of the breathing technique, Mikann felt that the knife he swung became weak and ineffective, needing several attacks to defeat a single enemy blade. The pain in his chest became more pronounced, and Mikann coughed lightly, forcing out his last breath. Breath of love. First form, the tremor of first love. Mikann seemed to be moving through the air, swiftly darting around, leaving only the slowly disintegrating enemy blades in his wake. It was almost a suicidal attack. Mikann made no defense at all and entered the encirclement of enemy blades alone. Even with the fastest maneuvers of the 2 short swords, they were still just a hair's breadth away from brushing against the Shinigami's clothing. Just a little more. Kajitsumaru's eyes were reddened. He fiercely pierced through an enemy blade with his own, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Aizen Kunitoshi frowned slightly. His killing intent was not much less than Kajitsumaru's, but he did not have the aura of dark descent. It was concerning how many near-descent blades surrounded the lady. With that in mind, Aizen Kunitoshi tried to move further into the encirclement, intentionally letting some less powerful enemy short blades attack Kajitsunomaru, hoping to increase the distance between Kajitsunomaru and the Shinigami. It was important to know that Dark Descent was contagious. After the encirclement was broken, California Kaimitsu saw the Shinigami's dazed expression. This was not how he had imagined it. California Kaimitsu felt a panic that the situation was slipping out of control. He hurriedly reached out to catch the Shinigami, but due to the distance, he could only watch helplessly as an enemy short blade pierced through the Shinigami's body. Why did he volunteer to be the captain? Why did he bring the injured Shinigami to this place? If he had just left quietly, the Lady Wunti had been hurt. My lord. The shadows in California Kaimitsu's eyes covered his entire pupil, extreme malice and the aura of dark descent enveloping him. After Mikann had killed the majority of the time-traveling army, Aizen Kunitoshi reached out toward Mikann, just an arm's length away, and his face was splattered with the Shinigami's blood. The scalding blood brought a strong burning sensation to the core of Aizen Kunitoshi. Lady, California Kaimitsu, felt he was either not regretting or was on the path of regret. His original intention was to bring the Shinigami to the core, where the time-traveling army was not strong, even if he was of low level. As long as he completely descended into darkness, killing enemy blades would be easy. The core's function could assist the physically weakened Shinigami to recover. As his lord was a sword spirit, unclaimed sword spirits find it very difficult to heal themselves. Only by repolishing and repairing the core could his lord recover. He couldn't guarantee how much his lord would recover, but at least it wouldn't be on the verge of breaking. Aizen Kunitoshi killed an enemy short blade and, while holding Mikann's waist to retreat, glanced at the fully descended sword spirit with his peripheral vision. They could barely be considered former companions. But if he dared to attack the lady, even if it meant breaking his sword, he would exterminate the evil spirit. With this thought, Aizen Kunitoshi was momentarily stunned. In his memory, there seemed to be a friend turned evil spirit, but the battlefield did not allow for distraction. Aizen Kunitoshi, holding Mikann, dodged an attack from a blade and took refuge within Kajitsunomaru's protective circle. The white battle attire was particularly suitable for bandaging at this moment. Aizen Kunitoshi decisively cut off a clean part of the white fabric and skillfully wrapped it around Mikann's shoulder. The bandaging was rough. Theoretically, sword spirits could return to the base to slowly recover from injuries, but the Shinigami had no master to tend to him, which greatly increased the risk of excessive blood loss and further bodily collapse. Kajitsunomaru easily dealt with all the enemy blades before him, and the battle was nearing its end. Kajitsunomaru looked from a distance at California Kaimitsu, who stood in the center of the sea of shattered blades, his blue eyes filled with indifference. At that moment, the tip of his sword was aimed at this self-destructive comrade. California Kaimitsu smiled, the black of his sclera and the crimson of his pupils exuding an ominous aura. Blood staining the external skeleton that had grown on some part of his body, but it was hard to tell whose blood it was. Sorry, things have gotten a bit out of control. California Kaimitsu's gentle gaze fell on Mikann. He grinned and lamented, I haven't let the lady see my cute side yet. Fainting is also quite good. At least it won't let the lady see me like this, right? California Kaimitsu rubbed his rough nails. Exhaling softly, the time-space converter is still in my hands. You won't be leaving. The two short swords, which had originally held little hostility, now displayed 100 vigilance. The bones growing behind California Kaimitsu were still expanding, and his face was pale, clearly indicating that the feeling of dark descent was not good. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, California Kaimitsu smiled. Don't be so wary. I have no intention of doing anything to the lady. No one responded to California Kaimitsu's words. Would you believe what a natural enemy says, especially when they're not familiar? California Kaimitsu concealed his disappointment well. Even he did not notice how sad he was. Centuries of pain slowly oozed from his body at this moment, and California Kaimitsu suddenly laughed, mixed with a few coughs. Kajitsunomaru tightened his grip on his sword. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of his brother, still sleeping in the room. Noticing Kajitsunomaru's distraction, California Kaimitsu narrowed his eyes in displeasure. If he remembered correctly, this short sword also harbored a similar calamity. Playing with his own sword, California Kaimitsu said softly, I hope you have some sense, Kajitsunomaru. Aizen Kunitoshi frowned. He briefly focused his attention on Kajitsunomaru, but his gaze quickly returned to California Kaimitsu. He had to guard against dark-descended swords. California Kaimitsu's satisfied gaze fell on Aizen Kunitoshi, although this sword had taken away most of the lady's attention upon arrival. It didn't matter. At least he was the blade that had the closest contact with the lady up to this point, only he. And after his sword broke, it was only to care about that anymore. California Kaimitsu took out the time-space converter, tossing it into the air repeatedly and then holding it in his palm. As he keenly sensed that the short sword comrades were intent on fighting to the death, California Kaimitsu kissed the edge of the time-space converter, his eyes full of mockery. Whether you believe it or not, I will not harm the lady. The lady has given me freedom, and I am very grateful to her. I came here for the lady, though there is also a part of it for myself. I love the lady. After a brief exchange with Aizen Kunitoshi, Kajitsumuru decided to trust California Kaimitsu this once. One reason was that the lady's injury could not be delayed any longer, and the second was that without the time-space converter, they might never return to the base because the lady would not use spiritual power. If you harm the lady, I will send you to hell, Kajitsumuru warned, then sheathed his sword, closely guarding the Shinigami and Aizen Kunitoshi. California Kaimitsu tilted his head back, glancing at Kajitsumuru with his peripheral vision, if he was still their comrade. Perhaps he could change his view of Kajitsumuru now. Who knows, Kajitsumuru might give up that blade. Yukike's Kajitsumuru was it? California Kaimitsu deliberately walked on flat ground, worried that the small short sword might trip over his lord due to poor visibility. If the lord were not a sword spirit, he might have been able to stay a little longer. Mikann didn't faint for too long, perhaps because being in the embrace of the short knife was truly uncomfortable. He woke up much earlier than Jian had anticipated. Seeing Mikann awake, California Kaimitsu's pupils contracted, and he instinctively tried to cover himself. But the skeleton had already exceeded his range of concealment. Covering his face was merely a futile act of blocking his ears while the bell was ringing. After much inner turmoil, California Kaimitsu ultimately lowered his hand, as it was indeed inconvenient to dig with just one hand. Once awake, Mikann was momentarily confused. He looked at the short knife holding him, and for the first time, Jian felt a sense of embarrassment. After coming down from Aizen Kuniakai's embrace, Mikann coughed a couple of times and awkwardly glanced at California Kaimitsu. If it weren't for the spiritual power maintaining their connection, he might have had trouble recognizing the greatly changed Tsukumagami in front of him. Kaimitsu. Mikann took a step forward, but his line of sight was obstructed by the blue-haired Tsukumagami, and he saw the red-eyed Tsukumagami retreating. Mikann was momentarily speechless. He lowered his hand and gently rubbed the head of Shuya Wazumono. You've worked hard. Shuya Wazumono felt his cheeks flush slightly under Mikann's hand, as he sensed a strong flow of spiritual power pouring into his body from the Shinigami's hand. His injuries were being healed, and the entire blade felt warm and comfortable. He completely ignored Aizen Kunahiro's sharp gaze. It was just a pat on the head, yet he looked so pampered, which was truly enviable. Kaimitsu Kashu had an unfriendly expression, but he clearly knew that he currently had no right to approach his master. Kaimitsu Kashu turned around and continued searching through the layers of broken blades for something. According to the memories of other Kaimitsu Kashu, this was definitely the right place. Mikann frowned and took a step forward. In his view, the black spiritual energy cautiously tried to touch him, but every time it was about to make contact, it was forcefully pulled back as if by California's clear light. After a few back-and-forth attempts, Mikann inexplicably felt that the black spiritual energy was very aggrieved. Mikann was confused and felt wronged. Seeing the short-haired figure beside her looking dispirited and trying to block her, Mikann bent down and directly picked up the short blade, which instantly froze in her arms. Completely unable to move, Aizen Kuniakai, who instinctively stepped forward to intervene, took a step back when he saw Mikann attempting to make another move. It was a joke. The Shinigami had an injured shoulder. With no one to stop her, Mikann quietly approached California Kaimitsu. In his arms, KYS Jin went from being tense to conflicted and then to resigned in just a few steps. If this was Heim's plan, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She hoped that the brother of Iki in the room would encounter the next KYS Jin. Even if he couldn't meet anyone else, meeting SZ would be fine too. KYS Jin grasped the loose collar of Mikann's clothing, his blue eyes wide open and unblinking. Mikann stopped behind Xingguang in California. The Shikigami with disheveled hair did not pause in its movements. Unsure if it genuinely did not notice the Shikigami's approach, or if it was simply pretending not to. However, Mikann guessed that he was aware of her presence. He saw droplets of water on the blade of the broken sword stained with mud, and although the sky was overcast, it showed no signs of rain. This apocalyptic feeling was indeed familiar. Mikann's lips curled as she called out the name of the Shinigami, Kaimitsu. He returned. California Kaimitsu's movements froze, and Mikann even felt that his form was somewhat unsteady. Looking at her colleague's skeletal wings, Mikann blinked her eyes, filled with curiosity, and reached out to touch. California Kaimitsu shuddered suddenly and quickly distanced himself from Mikann after obtaining something. He couldn't go back. Returning would affect such a gentle master. He also couldn't let the master touch him again. That warm yet painful feeling, he would truly become attached to it and couldn't bear to die. My lord, California Kaimitsu forced a smile, but the enough-to-fight face made his smile look beautiful as well. Do you not want me to go? You are so indifferent every day, never showing me a smile. Mikann was momentarily dazed. It's hard to part with. The clear light is very strong. Although she didn't understand why the clear light had taken this form. It should be like her, possessing two blades, which means two forms. Mikann's gaze lingered briefly on the sword at the waist of California Kaimitsu. Perhaps it was a dual-form blade. Mikann, who found California Kaimitsu fascinating, felt an unprecedented desire to possess a blade. The desire for swords is quite terrifying, especially for a newly born sword like Mikann, who lacks a sense of right and wrong. Holding the shikigami tightly in his arms, Mikann revealed a true smile. His previous smile had been so faint it was almost non-existent, but not anymore. At this moment, Mikann's smile was like that of an extremely obsessive existence. The craving for California Kaimitsu was clearly written on his face. California Kaimitsu unconsciously took a step toward Mikann, and the invisible black spiritual energy surrounding him seemed to envelop the world. Mikann reached out her hand, her expression returning to its usual blank state. Kaimitsu, let's go home. A voice in her mind told her that if she left Kaimitsu behind, she could open the door to a new world and more easily gain powerful allies. Mikann will not lose big for small gains. From the very beginning, Mikann's goal has only been to gather combat power. Conflicts and dangers are not within Mikann's considerations. Not to mention that he can now balance the sword spirits of his colleagues through spiritual power. As long as he can rewrite Heim's future. Even if the sword is shattered, so what? Subconsciously squeezing the hand of Shoyo Tokitsuke's, Mikann's eyes, seemingly devoid of brilliance, actually revealed shrewdness and calculation. The squeezed Shoyo Tokitsuke's, looking at the other two blades being caressed by the shokin, California Kaimitsu's desire to return with the shokin surged explosively, and he found a reason for himself. The troubles in the Tokitsuke's room had not been resolved. Since he was going to hell, why not achieve something before going down? For the Heim he served, California Kaimitsu actively approached Mikann, kneeling on one knee and placing a golden core in Mikann's hand. The wind just happened to lift a strand of the shokin's hair, and the sword spirit held the hair, planting a devout kiss at the tip. I, California Kaimitsu, am called the child of the river downstream, the child of the riverbank, not easily manipulated but of top-notch performance. I vow to serve a Heim's side unto death. Chapter 11. Easing dark fall. Since California Kaimitsu returned to the Hanmaru with Mikann, the punishment that was due would not be lacking. No rules, no standards. While holding California Kaimitsu's hand, Mikann could clearly feel California Kaimitsu's spiritual power surging into his body at an aggressive speed, a sensation that made him frown. Let's take a break. Gather in the large hall. Yes. The two short swords left hesitantly, while California Kaimitsu was pulled by Mikann into the Tenshikaku. California Kaimitsu could feel that his master was very angry. Mikann silently stared at the face of California Kaimitsu for a while, raising her hand to touch his face. Feeling the movements of the Shinigami, California Kaimitsu instinctively tried to dodge, thinking that he must look very ugly right now. But this action seemed to further irritate his master. Don't move. Mikann frowned, gripping California Kaimitsu's face, while her other hand applied a bit of force, easily restraining him, who was not resisting out of concern for being hurt. Princess, my lady. Mikann looked at California Kaimitsu expressionlessly, tilting her head slightly as smooth strands of hair fell from her shoulders. Do you still recognize me? California Kaimitsu shuddered unconsciously, unable to meet Mikann's gaze. You are the sword spirit I awakened, Mikann stated plainly. You call me princess and lord. I am feeding you with my blood. Mikann leaned close to California Kaimitsu, pinching his face to force him to make eye contact. So, should you listen to me? California Kaimitsu met Mikann's mismatched eyes and felt his entire body tremble, his core spiritual power merging with the princess's spiritual power. Why was this intimate interaction happening under such circumstances? California Kaimitsu lowered his head in embarrassment, his voice barely a whisper. Yes. Mikann released her hold on California Kaimitsu, awkwardly adjusting her collar. Take off your clothes and come with me. California Kaimitsu initially feeling a bit disappointed by Mikann's movement, suddenly trembled. All of it, princess? Mikann looked at him indifferently. Yes. After taking off his clothes, California Seiko was clearly uncomfortable, his pale skin barely showing a hint of redness. And this color was only there because California Seiko nearly fainted from the heat. Mikann came out of the bathroom and directly pulled the hesitant California Kayamitsu into the bathroom. Since it was her first time taking care of someone, Mikann's methods were not gentle. California Kayamitsu, pulled into the bath, accidentally choked on a few mouthfuls of water. Apologizing, Mikann lifted the wet California Kayamitsu, carefully avoiding the skeletal parts, and said, "Let's talk about your situation." The short swords seemed to view this state of California Kayamitsu as an enemy, so he was curious about what this form really was. Shrinking in the bathtub, California Kayamitsu thought about what Mikann had said earlier and slowly began to explain the knowledge about dark descent to the completely blank Shinigami. After listening to California Kayamitsu's explanation, Mikann went out to find a towel and came back to carefully dry the black-haired Shinigami's hair. "It's just dark descent," Mikann said. "Is it better now?" California Kayamitsu instinctively denied it, but suddenly realized he could control the overflowing dark descent energy, and the discomfort brought by these negative energies had also diminished a lot. Stuck for a moment, California Kayamitsu slowly said under Mikann's gaze, "Yes, it's much better. Well, come to me every night from now on. Don't affect the other comrades." Yes. Chapter 12. Going out to capture new companions. Due to the infectious nature of dark descent, Mikann, considering various factors, temporarily isolated California Kayamitsu and the two short swords. Daily life cannot revolve around one thing. There are more important tasks waiting for Mikann to tackle. They need new companions. Mikann has been living a simple and harmonious life for nearly a month, and he can no longer waste time. His princess is still waiting for him. "Before I return, do not go to the castle to approach Kayamitsu." Mikann issued a command with his spirit power. Without his permission, California Kayamitsu cannot leave the castle. This is Mikann's first time exercising the authority of a Shikigami. Yes, Aizen Kunitoshi, who was left behind, nodded seriously and also advised to please take care of the princess's health. Mikann accepted her colleague's concern with a smile. "I understand." The time-space compass lit up, and the figures of the Shinigami and the blue-haired short sword vanished from the spot. "May your military fortunes prosper. Ko, don't be too anxious." Mikann took a persimmon from her bag and handed it to Ko Tsukaguchi, patting his head after wiping her hands. Ko Tsukaguchi cradled the persimmon in his hands, his blue eyes sparkling, but he just couldn't bring himself to take a bite. Mikann gently rubbed the little short knife's head and slowed down to follow the direction indicated by the dice. It is said that this dice can respond to the wishes of the Shinigami. Mikann pinched the dice and lightly tossed it into the air. It spun around, leaving a direction before disappearing. This was the last point. Besides finding quite a few small tokens and food, they had not encountered any fellow blades or enemy blades. Anticipating a response, Mikann and Konio left the words feeling a familiar aura from the dark descent. As Mikann intentionally moved towards that direction, Konio left the words uneasily tugged at Mikann's sleeve. Mikann stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him, raising her hand to grasp Ko's hand. "Don't worry." Ko could feel Mikann's cool palm, and his thoughts became a bit chaotic. He wasn't worried about being affected by darkness himself, but rather about his princess being influenced. So far, it seemed that even close contact with California Kayamitsu was fine for her. But what if? What if his self-defense had certain limits? Ko, sensing the delicate thoughts of the Tsukamagami, Mikann crouched down to meet Ko's gaze. "We will be fine." Mikann does not understand the ways of the world, but he is not a fool, especially when it comes to the newly awakened Shikigami with intelligence. Their learning ability is terrifying. Koyoi Zamanji tightened his grip on Mikann's hand, his gaze becoming determined. He should unconditionally trust his master. The dual blades did not intentionally conceal their footsteps, one to express friendliness. And the strong smell of blood in the air told Mikann that this dark fallen Shikigami would not go far, so he was completely unconcerned about making a fruitless effort. Clearing away the meaningless dead branches, Mikann and Koyoi Zamanji, looking neat and tidy, were out of place in front of the scene that could be described as a purgatory on Earth. It was extremely quiet here. If it weren't for their keen senses indicating that there was still a presence of breath, Koyoi Zamanji would truly feel an illusion that no blades had survived here. Reluctant to let go of Mikann's hand, Koyoi Zamanji took the initiative to request, "My lord, please allow me to check ahead." Mikann looked into the eyes of the short sword Shikigami and nodded in agreement. Safety first. It was okay to take a little time to provide reassurance to his companion. Everything was for the sake of building a good relationship and for his own purpose. Heim. Chapter 13. Tsukitachi Kyotada. Jin was searching among countless broken blades, feeling the presence of a dark fallen Shikigami nearby. But he couldn't find the blade no matter how hard he tried. There was nothing around to provide cover. So that dark fallen Shikigami could only be hiding beneath the tens of millions of shattered blades. After searching for a while, Jin began to feel irritated. Not because of the aura of the dark fallen Shikigami, but because it was too slow and would only waste Heim's time. The fleeting negative emotions in his eyes prompted Jin to draw his main blade and subjectively unleash a fatal strike. It would be best if he found it. If he accidentally killed it, that would be fine too. The lethal sword energy kicked up a large amount of broken blades, leaving the Shikigami hidden beneath the shallow shards with nowhere to hide. Before the broken blades fell, Jin maximized his mobility and pulled the battered Shikigami out of the falling debris range. The Shikigami before him was barely left with a layer of skin. If he didn't pull it out, Jin felt that more broken blades would appear in front of him. He didn't want Heim to feel sad for making an unnecessary trip. He roughly brought the Shikigami, whose face was almost unrecognizable, to Heim's side, taking a protective stance beside her. His blade was not fully sheathed, and he was ready to strike down any danger at any moment. Mikann did not stop Seo's vigilance, and for him, this was exactly what he wanted. Vigilance could ensure they wouldn't easily die on the battlefield. It was evident that the fallen Tsukamagami still had awareness, but their injuries were too severe to respond. Otherwise, judging by the Tachi's form, it certainly didn't seem like it could be easily handled by a short blade. Mikann crouched down, not caring about the dirt on the Tsukamagami. After all, it was not much different from how he was at the beginning. Mikann began to check the injuries of the Tsukamagami, and the wounds were much more severe than he had expected. However, there was hope for healing if the main hall had some restorative food. Kagyuki saw through Mikann's thoughts and wanted to stop him. The dark fallen Tsukamagami, with only a layer of blood skin left, could just wait for the shattered blade. How could he let the princess exert herself to save him? At that moment, Kagyuki regretted saving the Tsukamagami in front of him. Due to the dirt on his hands, Mikann did not reach out to comfort Kagyuki. Holding the severely injured Tsukamagami and feeling the slight struggle in his embrace, Mikann whispered, "Don't move. I'm afraid if you fall again, you'll shatter." The adult form Tsukamagami was held by the young-bodied Shinigami. Mikann's words seemed to have an effect, and the Shikigami, driven by the will to survive, immediately fell silent. Seo left text, let out a soft hum, and pressed the time-space converter under Mikann's gentle gaze. A beam of light enveloped them, and in an instant, Mikann returned to the Hanmaru with a bountiful harvest. Aizen Kinitsuna, who had been waiting early in front of the time-space compass, changed his expression and wanted to take the dirty sword from the Shinken's arms. Since they had returned to Mikann's Hanmaru, the Shikigami was forcibly recalled to its original form. Mikann shook his head, rejecting Ayakane Kanito's offer of help. His body was covered in blood, and he needed to take a bath. He took 2 bowls to the hot spring pool. Mikann turned and walked towards the room, and after a few steps, he turned back to remind Shizuku to rest first. Yes, the blue-haired Tsukamagami was staring intently at the sword in the Shinigami's hand. His eyes seemed to burn with fire. Ayakane Kanito quietly asked Shizuka T. Gain, "Where did you find that Tachi, Kitch?" Shizuka T. Gain replied coldly, "In the..." Chapter 14. Methods of care. Mikann casually threw the dirty sword into another hot spring pool, then took off her clothes and soaked in the hotter spring water. Mikann was curled up in the pool, letting out a long sigh. After a moment, he heard the sound of the paper door being pulled open. It was Aizen Kunitomo who came in with the things Mikann needed. Mikann got up directly without any hesitation. The gradient-colored hair that reached her ankles was wet and clung to her body. Aizen Kunihito had been keeping his head down since he entered, his ears reddening to the point of looking like they were bleeding. After Mikann made Aizen put down the bowl, she walked directly to the shallow hot spring to retrieve the sword she had thrown in to soak. The sudden movement startled the short knife, and in the blink of an eye, only Mikann's figure remained in the hot spring. Huh? Mikann tilted her head in confusion, her heavy hair falling with gravity, revealing her chest covered in intricate patterns, with marks resembling broken blades that looked painful to see. Mikann fished for a while, but his height didn't allow him to reach what he wanted. After pondering for a few seconds, Mikann took a step forward and stepped into the hot spring pool. Cherry blossoms fell, turning the hot spring into a cherry blossom bath. His foot was pierced, and Mikann's face turned pale from the pain. but he still maintained his expression and casually pushed away the sudden appearance of a figure. Is it now fashionable to have tattered sheaths? It is for him, it is for Azome, and it is for the Shikigami in front of him as well. Mikann glanced at the hot spring pool with floating red blood streaks, then simply sat on the edge of the hot spring, propping her arms and observing the newly appeared Tsukumagami. After sitting down for a while, Mikann didn't plan to open another wound for herself. She always felt she was not far from breaking down. After finally recovering most of her injuries thanks to Tokugawa Kaimitsu, she was about to add new wounds to the old ones. The Tsukumagami that was pointed out was surprisingly obedient, closing its eyes and facing the Shinsho. Mikann observed for a while, waiting for the pain in her feet to subside. After a moment, she leaned closer to the Tsukumagami, soaking in the pond, and reached out to touch its eyes. This area was sunken, lacking the filling of eyeballs. "Let me take a look at your original blade," Mikann said, waiting for the Tsukumagami's response. Fortunately, the Tsukumagami was perceptive and handed its original blade to Mikann, though the direction of the blade's tip subtly suggested something. Mikann remained silent, as he still needed to assess the situation and hold back his blade to avoid the scenario of losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. The blade of the sword was covered in countless scratches, clearly showing that it had endured many hardships. The body being scarred in such a way was no less painful than being sliced 1,000 times. Mikann touched the vibrating knife, gently pressing her fingertip against the blade's tip. As a drop of crimson blood oozed out, Mikann clearly heard a muffled groan from the Shikigami in front of her. "Should I keep soaking it, or drink a little?" Mikann asked the Shikigami, her tone laced with mild confusion. The Shikigami let out a soft murmur, raised his hand, and accurately pinched the hand that the Shikigami had pierced. He leaned forward, lowered his head, and took the Shikigami's fingertip into his mouth. Mikann showed no reaction, merely glancing at the two wooden bowls placed at the edge with her peripheral vision. The spiritual power in the Shinshi's blood was intense, but it resembled a mischievous and unruly child, rampaging through the body of the Tsukumagami. The darkened Tsukumagami felt this more acutely. The tall Tsukumagami tightly embraced the Shinshu, his cheeks flushing and his breath slightly chaotic. Tsukidachi Kayatachi, the Tsukumagami, breathed softly to ease the pleasure brought by the spiritual power coursing through his body, swallowing down the comfortable sigh in his throat. With a hoarse voice, he laughed and said, "If you don't mind, my lord Shinshu, just call me Kayatachi." Chapter 15. Compulsory handling in the large meeting hall. Lady Heim, even if we confirm that Tsukidachi Kayatachi is harmless, keeping him in the same room without a contract is too dangerous. Please retract your command. The usually taciturn Seo K.R.'s voice of opposition was quite loud, surprising all the Tsukumagami, including Mikann herself. Mikann looked at her fingertips being pinched by the candle holder, who could not see with his blind eyes. And after a long while, she dismissed the voice of Ko Zamanji. "I have made my decision, and it cannot be changed." Mikann's expression was indifferent, and the cold emotions in her mismatched eyes made Ko Zamanji feel as if all his anger had been completely extinguished under her gaze. This made him feel that Heim would abandon him. Fear and unease swept over Ko Zamanji almost instantly, but within a few seconds he compromised, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks as he lowered his head and murmured, "As you command." Mikann hesitated and said, "Don't worry." He could sense the terrible emotions of the Shikigami, but couldn't understand or empathize with them. It seemed he was inherently shackled in this regard. Shoyo left a lot of thoughts unspoken, wondering if the Shinigami had ulterior motives. The meeting in the large hall ended on an unhappy note. Except for the benefit of the blade, Tsukitachi Mitsuda, Aizen Kuniakai routinely brought food to California Kaimitsu, and, after pushing the food into the room, he was only a paper door away from California Kaimitsu, narrating the events that had happened outside the castle. Did Himegami bring back a disabled Tsukitachi Mitsuda? California Kaimitsu suddenly gripped the edge of the paper door, forcibly resisting the command of the words, and pulled the door open, revealing a Shikigami that had fallen deeply into darkness, even hiding the traits of its corruption. Aizen Kuniakai looked at California Kaimitsu's face, which had returned to its original state, with some surprise, but he was not afraid of California Kaimitsu. Yes. The paper door was torn by California Kaimitsu's nails, and the signs of corruption reappeared on his face, a result of the accumulation of negative emotions. However, California Kaimitsu quickly managed his emotions. The madness was now well suppressed in his heart. "Why couldn't you stop Himegami?" Aizen Kuniakai was momentarily a loss for words and could only say, "I'm sorry." California Kaimitsu's eyes carried a murderous intent. He was not targeting Aizen Kuniakai, as he was a companion recognized by his master. If Tsukitachi Mitsuda harms Himegami in the slightest, I will shatter him along with his main body and imprison his soul. California Kaimitsu spoke with a serious expression. He seemed genuinely capable of imprisoning the split soul. In fact, even if no blade knew, California Kaimitsu was a perfect work of the successful split soul imprisonment experiment. Aizen Kuniakai's expression was cold as he left without looking back, leaving behind a remark as he reached the corner of the stairs. I will convey the message. With no blade's attention, California Kaimitsu closed the paper door, and the negative spiritual energy almost instantly filled the entire room. His Himegami, his master, what would they think of him and cherish him more? Mikann placed the candlestick light in a position not far from the castle tower, as he needed to travel back and forth while considering the range of his spiritual power to pacify the ever-volatile California Kaimitsu. The level of dark corruption in California Kaimitsu is not inferior to the Shikigami before him, but for now, one is a companion, and the other is just a reserve. Mikann's eyes flickered slightly, and she tightened her grip on the candlestick as she pressed it against Chikage Mitsunari's cheek. Don't you dare spit it out, Mikann threatened. If you do, I'll force-feed you a whole bowl. Chikage Mitsunari's cheeks turned red, but he obediently complied, his beautiful lip line pressed straight. The absence of a contract for healing was truly painful and addictive for him. Chapter 16. The Blade's Waterloo. What it feels like to have spiritual power enter the body can only be understood through personal experience. It's a sensation that cannot be described in words, as if one is completely opened up. Under Mikann's almost forceful approach to healing, Chikage Mitsunari's wounds healed quickly. But once he reached a critical state, no spiritual power could enter the Shikigami's body. Mikann tried many methods and finally found that the only way to continue the treatment was through physical contact, but the efficiency of the treatment was very low. To be honest, Mikann was very confused. If physical contact could heal, it would explain the symptoms alleviated by California's clear light and darkfall. However, during the treatment with California's clear light, the physical contact was very effective. Why was it not the same with chandelier cutting light loyal? Was it because there was no pact? Or was it due to the different types of swords? Or perhaps the area of skin contact? Thinking this way, Mikann sat up and ran out of the room in the middle of the night. He didn't try to muffle his footsteps. So when he stopped in front of Chandelier Cutting Light Loyal store, the paper door was open from the inside. The spirit, which could not see, had lost the sense of black and white day. If Mikann hadn't forcefully confined him to this room, the spirit might not have obediently laid down to rest. Good evening, Master Shinigami. Chandelier Cutting Light Loyal smiled, his handsome face radiating peace and tranquility. Are we going to proceed with today's treatment? Mikann gently hummed and pushed the candle holder, Chikaguchi, into the room. It wasn't until she pressed him down onto the bed that she turned around to close the door. Do you know how to undress? She asked, examining the face of the Tsukumagami. Chikaguchi was taken aback and instinctively grabbed his collar, replying, I do. Seeing his somewhat sluggish movements, Mikann furrowed her brow and decided to take matters into her own hands. Since the clothing was part of the Tsukumagami's embodiment, Chikaguchi's attire returned to its original splendor. Mikann remarked that it would be even better if the Tsukumagami could be treated as easily as his clothes. Mikann's technique had gradually become proficient. He had tried it several times on Kagura from California, whose companion had even more buttons on his clothes. Looking at the large expanse of bare chest in front of him, Mikann remained unfazed and even subconsciously thought of Inemaru. Mikann reached out to touch Inemaru's neck, but found nothing there. Mikann's fingers were stiff, and her emotions fluctuated violently as she realized she had forgotten to bring Inemaru when she went out. Fortunately, the room was not very far away, and Mikann could briefly leave Inemaru alone, who was still peacefully asleep. With a serious expression, Mikann directly pushed the candle holder Kichu Take Torai down onto the tatami mat and leaned closer. Form a contract with me. Mikann stared at Kichu Takatori's face, her hand touching his, feeling the thick calluses, which were very hard. This was the wear and tear of a Tsukumagami, not an inherent trait, and it represented that Kichu Take Torai often wielded a blade, cutting down something, whether it be companions or enemies. Kichu Take Torai chuckled softly and asked, can the princess truly command someone who has fought through countless enemies? Mikann pinned Tsukitachi Mitsuda's hand to the tatami mat and calmly replied, yes. Then let us form a contract, princess. Tsukitachi Mitsuda suddenly opened his eyes, and the hollow eye sockets were somewhat eerie. Would it be frightening? Mikann placed her other hand over the eyes of Takitsugatachi, whispering, "It shouldn't affect you anymore. Go ahead." "Yeah, I've gotten used to it," Takitsugatachi replied, closing his eyes again. His long eyelashes brushed against Mikann's palm, bringing a fine ticklish sensation. "I am Takitsugatachi, the one who's been worn down, so I don't remember those political lines anymore. Lady Heim won't blame me, right?" Mikann smiled. "No problem, when you want to listen. I will have the other blades teach you." Sukadate Kyotada has been teetering on the brink of collapse for hundreds of years, and for the first time, the blade encountered a Waterloo. The princess before him seemed unlike anyone he had ever met. Chapter 17. The Journey to the Manjiro. Under Mikann's firm attitude, the Hamaru welcomed a new companion, Sukadate Kyotada, on the third day after tasting the food prepared by the small short swords, which was also the day they officially contracted to become Mikann's Tsukumagami. Sukadate Kyotada could no longer endure the torment on his taste buds. Cooking with his eyes closed was better than the plain porridge prepared by these two small short swords. Well, although there wasn't much difference between opening and closing his eyes now, his cooking was still as delicious as ever. Mikann didn't understand. But looking at the expressions of the short knife and Kyomitsu, the new companion seemed to be really good at cooking. "Then I'll trouble you with the kitchen duty, Kyotada." Sukakage Kyotada skillfully pinched Mikann's fingertips and smiled. "You didn't call me wrong. Please be more confident, princess." Kyomitsu, who had just been released today, glanced coolly at Sukakage Kyotada. He admitted that he felt a little pleased to hear this spiritless address towards the master, as only he knew what the true princess looked like. "Is there any ingredient you need? I'm planning to go shopping." Kyomitsu was a bit surprised. "Princess, are you going to the manya? May I have Aizen Kunitoshi accompany you?" Kyomitsu wanted to accompany her himself, but he was worried that he would be detected by the barrier of manya in his current state. So he specifically named Aizen Kunitoshi because he was the only sword without any dark aura. Although Aizen Kunitoshi looked a bit special and didn't resemble a typical Aizen Kunitoshi at all, it was enough for him to take good care of the master. Kyomitsu didn't care about anything else. Mikann nodded, indicating that it was okay. "Aizen, is it convenient to travel together?" Aizen Kokujun withdrew his gaze from the California Kyomitsu and smiled slightly at Mikann. "It's convenient. I'm honored to travel with you, princess." Mikann was taken aback, feeling an impulse to raise his hand and rub the small short knife's head. His fingers only trembled slightly, and the candle holder, Kichu, sitting beside him, naturally squeezed his hand and placed it on the small short knife's head. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, but Mikann was quite satisfied as he touched the small short knife's head. It wasn't a very soft texture, but it was fluffy and felt completely different from Ine Maru's hand, making it quite pleasant to touch. Mikann's expression remained unchanged, but all the blades could sense that she was in a good mood. Aizen Kunitsuna looked at Mikann's appearance, his ears slightly flushed. Could he understand this as Heim-sama liking him? Before leaving, Mikann arranged the daily tasks. No battles today, with the cooking duty fixed to Mitsuda, and she entrusted the farming duties to Seo and Kyomitsu. "Yes, Heim-sama." The light of the time-space compass flickered as Mikann, with a full pouch of money, held Aizen Kunitsuna's hand and arrived at a street in the Wanya. They were at a random teleportation point on the street, a very remote location, desolate behind them and bustling in front. "Is this Wanya?" It was Mikann's first time here, and she couldn't help but feel curious. Aizen Kunitsuna tightly grasped Mikann's hand, afraid that Heim-sama might mistake another blade in this bustling street and leave him. However, Mikann was completely uninterested in the blades that had owners. She only glanced at fully leveled and transformed swords a few more times. "Aizen, what is that place?" Mikann turned sideways to point to the position behind him, as if he had seen the unclaimed swords and blades moving in that direction. Chapter 18. Kasen Kanesada is a temporary refuge for wandering swords. It is a place where abandoned swords can temporarily stay. If they are not adopted by a new master within the time limit, they will be expelled from this space by the Manu barrier and sent to wander across various battlefields. Mikann looked in that direction for a while and casually picked up Azome Kunamitsu. "I want to take a look, hold on tight." This was the first time Azome Kunamitsu had been held like this by Mikann. Although he had previously enjoyed the luxurious benefit of a knee pillow, this was different. It was a privilege exclusive to the short sword. Thinking of the great long sword from his faction, Azome Kunamitsu slightly pursed his lips and tightened his grip on Mikann's clothing. Mikann walked for a while and found that most of the swords and blades here would avoid him, with only a few low-level short knives observing them discreetly. It was strange. Mikann was somewhat puzzled, so he asked the short knife in his arms if the swords that came here did not wish to have a master. "No." Aizen Kuniakai shook his head, They are abandoned swords, and it's not easy for them to trust a Shinsure. Mikann nodded to show understanding. If he were to be abandoned by his master, it would be better to end it all with a broken blade. Having the courage to live on was already a significant feat, and it was normal not to trust the next master. However, Mikann still wanted to explore more, as he cared more about finding strong companions than about emotional matters. After wandering a bit longer, he would go buy groceries. Mikann said softly, resembling a short blade seeking the approval of a guardian. Aizen Kuniakai felt a bit like laughing. His master was truly adorable. All right, comfortably sitting in his master's embrace and enjoying the affection, Aizen Kuniakai was also selecting swords for Mikann, first eliminating the short blades. Although he was more than willing to help his master fulfill her wishes, he didn't want companions who were too eager to compete for affection, especially the blades from the Deguchi school, which he absolutely wanted to avoid unless necessary. As they turned a corner, Mikann was taken aback. Why was there such a strong smell of blood here? Mikann instinctively followed the scent, and Aizen Kuniakai, holding her in his arms, glanced at his princess's expression without stopping her. When Mikann came to a halt, Aizen Kuniakai also saw the source of the bloody smell, a tattered Kaisen Kanesada. His light purple hair was matted with blood, his clothes barely covering him, and he looked utterly disheveled, completely losing the elegance he once had as one of the 5 original swords. Mikann and Aizen Kuniakai did not move. Mikann was assessing the proficiency of this sword, while Aizen Kuniakai was thinking that if he could take this Kaisen Kanesada back, then Seo Wazaman wouldn't compete for his affection anymore. However, this sword was too damaged. Do you want to come with me? Lady, let's go. The overlapping voices finally stirred the broken Tsukumagami. It lifted its head, looking at the 2 blades with dark, weary eyes. But who would want to stay here if there was a chance to leave? The days of being heavily injured were too hard to endure. Are you really willing to take me with you? Kaisen Kanesada spoke, his voice hoarse, and Mikann even saw blood coming out as he spoke. Mikann patted Aizen Kuniakai's back and whispered, "Don't rush." Aizen Kuniakai frowned, feeling that he was a step too late. Mikann calmly looked at Kaisen Kanesada and asked, "Can you get up?" "Cough, of course I can." Kaisen Kanesada used his main body sword to support himself, and the dried blood was pulled out, causing a lot of fresh blood to flow again due to his movements. Mikann frowned. "Return to your original form." Kaisen Kanesada stubbornly stared at Mikann. Given his situation, once he returned, he would be unable to take human form again. If the Shinigami before him was merely joking, then he would lose the possibility of being chosen, although he had already received this opportunity from a true deity. "Shinigami, please allow me to contract with you now." All right. Chapter 19. Wandering Sword Zero Purchase. I am Kaisen Kanesada, the finest work of the 2nd generation of swordsmiths from the Kanesada lineage. My name is derived from the 36 poet immortals. Quite elegant, isn't it? However, if everyone knew the reason was that my former master killed 36 people, they would surely show expressions of confusion. With the contract established, Mikann also gained the right to use the words of power. Rest well in your original form. Yes. With the freshly forged sword comrades hanging at his waist, Mikann gently caressed the hilt of Kaisen Kanesada, feeling a bit touched. He also wanted a handle of this color for decoration. It had been a long time since he had been adorned. Aizen Kunitoshi, who felt Mikann's reluctance to let go, sensed that his mistress seemed unhappy. "Mistress, are we going shopping now?" Aizen Kunitoshi awkwardly shifted the topic, trying to distract Mikann's attention. Mikann gently hummed and suddenly asked, "Wanya, you have everything needed for a sword god, right?" Aizen Kunitsuna replied, "Theoretically, yes." "That's good," Mikann murmured, her mood lifting again. Aizen Kunitsuna didn't understand, but he accepted it calmly. Perhaps female sword gods were also emotionally rich? Speaking of which, Sintheim is a sword lady. Does she also have kin? Aizen Kunitsuna was worried today about his Heim being alone with no similar kin. Would she feel lonely? "Aizen, what is that?" Mikann stopped in her tracks, her expression somewhat dazed. Aizen Kunitsuna snapped back to attention, his expression blank for a moment. Is it the Naginata stuck in the door, perhaps? He's so tall. Mikann felt a bit envious and liked it. Hearing Heim express her liking so straightforwardly for the first time, Aizen Kunitsuna felt a deep sense of crisis. His gaze shifted from indifference to subtle hostility. He was not a pure sword. He had no such bottom lines in his heart. All he knew was that a blade was threatening his position. "I want him, Aizen." Mikann blinked, her golden-green, heterochromatic eyes filled with excitement. Aizen Kunitsuna's struggle lasted only a few seconds. He seemed to be a wandering sword god. Heim, satisfied with the answer. Mikann slowly moved to the sword she had her eye on. Are you still awake? Almost the moment the sword god in front of her moved, Aizen Kunitsuna sprang out from Mikann's embrace, pressing his original blade against the vital point of the naginata, the most critical position of the sword. Mikann showed no reaction. Only her hair fluttered in the wind created by the movement of the short knife. The naginata with shark teeth was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "What a tiny little Shinigami." Mikann tilted her head slightly. Aizen Kunitoshi was on the verge of losing his sanity, plunging his main sword into the core of the naginata. Mikann said seriously, "I will grow up if I have a chance, although the hope is slim. Will you come back to the main hall with me?" Naginata scratched her head and apologized. "Sorry, I'm about to fall into darkness, so I can't go back with you." Mikann was nonchalant. "It doesn't matter, I just want you to come back with me." You seem to be a bit difficult to deal with," this shark-toothed naginata said with distress. "I like you," Mikann said sincerely, with a rare glimmer in her eyes. "Wow, this is really a bit hard to handle." Chapter 20. Iwanori, are you really going to take me back? Looking at Mikann preparing to form contract, the naginata felt a bit flustered. He wasn't ready to accept a new master. The reasons for his wandering and even falling into darkness were absurd yet common. His previous master had left him duped to old age, and he found it hard to accept this fact, so he ran away. It wasn't that he had deep feelings for his previous master. It was mainly that each generation of masters could not accompany him for long, and he had had enough of farewells. In order to refuse Mikann, the naginata poured out his troubles all at once, his face showing a bitter expression, completely devoid of the cheerful demeanor from before. Mikann blinked and honestly said, "I am a Tsukumagami, and I can accompany you for a long time. Because I am not a split spirit, I might even be able to send you away. Worn down by time." Ah, what a truly tempting bargaining chip. The naginata randomly ruffled his hair and leaned closer to Mikann, completely unconcerned about the short blade tip resting against his vital point. He knew that the power was in the hands of the small Shikigami in front of him. In fact, the naginata had just lied. His reason for falling into darkness had nothing to do with the theory of lifespan. He simply was a rather unique sword spirit, seemingly unaffected by the political brainwashing and more influenced by the bloody aspects of history. The naginata was delaying his fall into darkness simply because the resources in this area were quite good, and he didn't want to go out and grind day and night for the time being. "If the little Shikigami is willing to adopt me, I would be extremely grateful." The naginata squatted down, looking up at Mikann, showing an attitude of recognizing a master. "I wonder if the little Shikigami can withstand his overwhelming love." The Mandarin Orange is not to be underestimated, with the blood from the wound caused during the contract signing dripping down. The rich spiritual power fell onto the core of the naginata, establishing a connection in the blink of an eye. "Ha ha ha, I am a Wayuki. I have hunted 999 blades alongside Musashibo Benkei. An ordinary human cannot wield me. Master, can you let me truly enjoy the thrill of battle?" According to the setting, reciting the lines, the naginata named Iwayuki did not show any semblance of the tone, compared to his previous sunny and cheerful demeanor. He now seemed like an entirely different blade. Mikann looked at Iwaki with a calm gaze. "I'm glad you're not hurt. He doesn't have to bleed anymore as a sacrificial healer." Iwaki was somewhat surprised, but he accepted it well. "That's really great, master." The situation had become a foregone conclusion, and Aizen Kunitsun retrieved his main sword and threw Iwaki's main sword over. Mikann instinctively wanted to hug Aizen Kuniakai, who was beside her, but her body suddenly felt light and was suspended in midair. Mikann swayed his feet in wooden clogs in a bit of confusion. In the next moment, he felt his perspective stabilize as he sat on Naginata's shoulder. He liked it. Ai Omitani snorted coldly, keeping a stern face as he followed behind Iwari. "Master, what are we going to do now?" Iwari casually took down the door sign he had broken to prevent hurting the seemingly small and fragile Shokanju. Mikann raised her hand and pointed in one direction. "The street, we need to go shopping." "Haha, okay." Iwaru took a few steps, turned around, and bent down to pick up the small dagger with a serious face. "Too slow. Don't hold us back, huh?" Azome Kunamitsu snorted coldly, but fortunately, the two sides didn't continue to have conflicts. Chapter 21. Shopping at the Manpoka shop. Sitting on Iwaru's shoulder, Mikann easily weaved through a crowd of sword spirits and the Shinigami. Is this the joy of being tall? Mikann pinched her almost muscleless arms in confusion. Although her innate conditions followed her master and her combat power was evidently not lacking, she still appeared so weak. At that moment, Mikann hadn't realized that muscle definition requires exertion. When they arrived at the commercial street, the command fell into the hands of Aizen Kunitoshi. As Mikann had never been here before, and Owari, being a newly arrived Tsukumagami, wasn't very familiar with the manya either. Generally speaking, considering the size of the Naginata and the great sword, the Shikigami usually wouldn't allow them to go out for shopping. Lady, would you like to try some celery? While Aizen Kanetoshi was bargaining with the vendor, Owari picked up a celery stalk from the stall to show Mikann. His bright eyes and radiant smile made it hard to refuse. Mikann tilted her head slightly and refused, saying, "No, it's too expensive." Yenron was taken aback and honestly put down the thick stalk of celery. It seemed he had followed a very poor master. But that didn't matter. He could still look even if he didn't buy anything. Yenron perked up again, supporting Mikann's back with one hand, and began to stroll past different stalls. As he ran happily, a tuft of his bangs swayed in the air, very eye-catching. Mikann felt an impulse to tug at them. "Sister, I want this one." Stopping in front of a stall, Yenron held a golden bracelet reluctantly, looking somewhat nostalgic. Mikann hung her head and looked at him for a moment, then turned to the vendor and asked, "How much is this?" The vendor held up a number with his fingers. Mikann calculated the small coins in her pocket and nodded to buy it. "Please wrap it up." After getting the item she desired, Iweo became much quieter. He held the small paper bag and occasionally glanced down at it. Mikann didn't understand, but he knew that such words seemed to maintain morale. Aizen Kokujun turned around after paying, and what he saw was the quiet and seemingly background-like Shinigami and the new companions. Aizen Kokujun felt something had happened, but for a moment he couldn't see any changes. The food for the next week had already been purchased. Should they go back now? Heimkoen? Aizen Kokujun tilted his head back, his beautiful eyes fixed on Mikann, as if the figure of Iwanari was non-existent in his gaze. Iwanari had naturally noticed this different Aizen Kokujun early on, but if there weren't some little interludes in the blade life, it would be quite boring, wouldn't it? With a smirk, Iwanari casually flicked the golden bracelet on his wrist, and his hand naturally rested on Mikann's leg. This was a provocation. Aizen Kokujun's eyes narrowed, but he quickly suppressed it. He knew Heimkoen didn't want to see conflicts arise among these companions. Iwanari raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a small Tsukumagami could have such composure. Truly not ordinary. This Shinigami and the base of his subordinates. "Mikann, let's go buy some essentials." Aizen Kanitsugu was taken aback. "Is there anything else we need to buy?" "Heimchan." Aizen Kanitsugu hurriedly silenced himself. He actually didn't think of buying some fun things for Heimchan. "What color do you like for the scabbard?" Upon hearing this, Aizen Kanitsugu felt that his brain was somewhat inadequate. Is Heimchan really asking him? Watching the interaction between the two, Iwanari couldn't help but marvel. This Shinigami is truly remarkable. Feeling the cool bracelet on his wrist, Iwanari chuckled softly. Even he felt a little moved by such an interesting Shinigami. Chapter 22. Shopping finished under Aizen Kanitsugu's guidance. Mikann headed straight for the corner of the street where items related to swords were sold, including even proportionate sword merchandise. "This is my first time here, and I'm not sure where the shops are." Aizen Kanitsugu looked a bit apologetic, his brows furrowed. Mikann jumped down from Iwafune's shoulder and reached out to rub Azome Kunahiro's head. "It's still early. Take your time." Azome Kunahiro walked in front, while Iwafune walked at the back, and they tacitly protected Mikann in the middle. Although Wanya was said to be the safest place, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be other dangers, so all the swords accompanying the Shinki were dressed for battle, ready to fight to protect their master at any time. To their surprise, there was indeed a place selling sword sheaths here. Azome Kunahiro's cold little face showed some astonishment. But then he thought that many martial Shinki also used swords, and he felt relieved, straightening his face again. Everything in Wanya was for the service of a Shinki. They, as sword gods, were merely basking in the glory of their master. Azome Kunahiro cautiously glanced at Mikann with his peripheral vision, and when he realized that Mikann was also looking at him, he felt as if he had been burned by that gaze, his ears and cheeks becoming uncomfortably hot. "Let's go." Mikann quickly took a few steps forward and held Azome Kunahiro's hand. The two of them felt more like family than master and servant. Iwafune murmured softly, "They really are a pampered sword." Upon entering the shop, Mikann was somewhat surprised to see the strangely patterned talking fox in front of her, and her hand that wanted to draw a sword stirred restlessly. Sensing the immense malice, Kazuna the fox immediately got defensive, looking around and finding only the 3 blades in front of it. With a head full of question marks, Kazuna lowered its guard and jumped onto the counter, its tail puffed up from being on edge. The little fox's mouth opened and closed, and a sharp voice came from it, even though there were no visible mouth movements. "I am the deputy store owner, Kazuna number 2557. You may call me whatever you wish as per the Shinki's preferences. Hearing Kizuna's self-introduction, Mikann regretfully touched the sword at her waist, perked up, and asked Kizuna if there was a sheath that Azome Kunihiro could use. Kizuna no. 2557 skillfully jumped down from the table to lead the way, introducing the shop's goods as they walked. This is our spare sword sheath, collected from history, and the sword gentlemen can completely use them as their own body sheaths. Kizuna number 2557 proudly showed Mikann its merchandise, tilting its head and displaying a human-like expression of pride. Mikann squatted down and asked, "Can I touch you?" Huzusuk number 2557 swayed its tail and replied in its unique voice, "Of course, it's truly an honor to be touched by such a beautiful princess." Mikann happily stroked the fox and urged the small dagger beside him with his eyes to select a desired scabbard. Azome Kunitsugu hesitated for a moment and chose a standard scabbard, identical to the one his original body had, but with a few decorative golden patterns. The customer has good taste. Fox helper number 2557 stood up in Mikann's hand, wagging its tail and jumping to the ground. "Does the customer need anything else?" Azome Kunitsugu interrupted. "How much is this?" Fox helper number 2557 squinted, a smile in its voice. "Don't worry, customer. The money you bring is enough." Hearing this, not only Azome Kunitsugu, but also Mikann breathed a sigh of relief. "Please bring me a rope in this color." Mikann pointed at the hilt of Kaisen Kanesada, his tone carrying a barely perceptible excitement. Fox helper was a bit surprised, but still happily bounced to fetch the desired rope for Mikann. "Thank you for your visit." Watching the powerful and awe-inspiring Shinigami leave, Fox helper licked the fur on its paws, feeling a bit worried. That lady bought that color rope for her sword. The other sword boys might get jealous. A moment of silence for Lord Kaisen Kanesada's future daily lessons. Chapter 23. Take good care of yourself. This is the new companion. Iwanari, please choose your residence on your own. We will gather in the large hall later. After saying this, Mikann passed through the greetings of the Tsukumagami and walked straight towards the castle tower where he lived, still holding onto Kaisen Kanesada. Okay. Kayamitsu Matsuke's replied blankly, and after a 2-second pause, took the items from Azome Kunitsugu's hand. "Could you please take this to the kitchen? It's a bit inconvenient for me." "Azome Dano, go rest. You worked hard." Azome Kunitsugu nodded and left in another direction. Feeling as if he had become something to be treated with care, Chitachika Mitsuda shrugged. Feeling somewhat helpless. "Ahaha, it's not particularly inconvenient." Iwanari raised the pile of items he was holding a bit higher and shook his head at Konoha Seo. This kind of thing could just be left to the big guy. Watching his colleagues leave, Konoha Seo was momentarily unsure of what to do. "Forget it. I'll go back to my room and wipe down the brother of Isuk." Just like with Chitachika Mitsuda, this time Mikann went directly back to the castle tower without going to the hot spring. Mikann turned on the faucet in the bathtub and leaned against the sink, stroking the hilt of Keikei Kanesada's sword. He liked this knot. The way it was intertwined was beautiful. In his memories, Himejimai seemed to take good care of himself, but now he looked a bit less beautiful. He needed to dress up properly. Mikann threw the sword Kaisen Kanesada into the water-filled bath and turned to find his original sword. As he traced the broken patterns on his original sword, Mikann felt a slight pain in the core, and the restless feeling made him habitually touch the little white snake on his neck. The Ayane Maru hanging around his neck was still asleep. After thinking for a moment, Mikann took off the little white snake and gently placed it on the soft cushion, next to his original sword. Because he didn't have enough money, he only bought a scabbard for Aizen Kunitoshi and would have to wait some time to get one for Ayane Maru as well. Turning back to the washroom, Mikann drew Kaisen Kanesada from its scabbard and rested his hand on the edge of the bath. This sword was heavily injured and required a lot of blood. Mikann's always vacant gaze turned sharp for just a moment, but as the blade pierced through her entire palm, her heterochromatic eyes became just as hollow again. Bright red blood spread in the warm pool water, and in the blink of an eye, the water had already turned a light shade of red. The wound soaked in the water began to turn pale, the body's protective mechanism starting to heal it, but Kaisen Kanesada showed no signs of transforming. The blood was still insufficient. Mikann frowned, pulling out Kaisen Kanesada horizontally, causing a second wave of damage as blood gushed out again. The cherry blossom rain was light. Before it could reach Mikann, it scattered completely in the air. The mood of the Tsukumagami didn't seem pleasant, and Mikann felt it might be due to insufficient spiritual power. Is the blood not enough? Mikann remembers that these petals are a manifestation of spiritual power. Kaisen Kanesada's skin is pale, but his cheeks and the joints of his body are tinged with an ambiguous red. Mikann only glanced at the hand being held by Keisin Kanesada with the corner of his eye. His focus was elsewhere. Using his dominant hand, he touched Keisin Kanesada's face, and Mikann's eyelashes fluttered as if he were worried. "How did your face get hurt?" As he looked at Keisin Kanesada's face, Mikann pressed his lips together, and for a moment, it seemed he heard a clear female voice whispering in his ear. "You must take good care of yourself. You must take good care of the Nicaran blade." Due to the fluctuation of emotions, Mikann's spiritual power surged to a certain extent, a very calm surge, flowing into Keisin Kanesada's body from every inch of his skin. A sense of pleasure and a tingling itch swept over him. It truly felt terrible. Keisin Kanesada let out a muffled groan, using his last bit of strength to pull the seemingly dazed master into his embrace. This was the only way to feel better. It was an instinctive drive. Chapter 24. The arrangement of the retainers the moment Mikann and the unfamiliar swords stepped into the spacious hall. All the swords' gazes inadvertently passed over Mikann and landed on Keisin Kanesada. The scent belonging to the princess was almost overwhelming. The pressure from the swords was intense, but past experiences made Keisin Kanesada unafraid. However, this base was indeed a bit frightening. Keisin Kanesada's blue-green eyes slightly closed, avoiding the gaze that was about to meet with his peers, but a smile lingered on his lips. He was demonstrating a vulnerable posture, which was really frustrating for the blades. In the bright, spacious hall, a faint, bloody, killing intent lingered for a moment. Mikann's eyes trembled slightly as her casual gaze fell upon him. He was Keisin Kanesada, her new companion. They needed to get along well. Because of Mikann, the swords appeared harmless and friendly. If it weren't for the seemingly foul, spiritual energy emanating from their noses, it would be hard to distinguish that there were fallen swords among this group. Keisin Kanesada raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose, not having to worry about being seen by Mikann, so he showed no restraint in his disdain. Among the Tsukamagami, there existed an unspoken hierarchy of contempt, though it perhaps only manifested among the unfortunate swords. Mikann sat down in the main seat. According to the rules, the two newly arrived sword boys took their places on Mikann's left and right sides, respectively. Following the order of seating, the left side was taken first, which also symbolized the status of the vassals in a certain way, and the sword boys proudly regarded themselves as vassals. Iwaki glanced at Keisin Kanesada with a half-smile, then got up and sat to the right of Mikann. If it weren't for Keisin Kanesada, he would have been the one sitting on the left. However, the spiritual power of the sword was so thin that it was less than air, like a transparent sheet of paper, with a presence that was almost zero. This was also the reason he subconsciously overlooked it at first, even though he had been following this princess all along. It could be considered a stroke of luck for him. Due to the thin spiritual power, the bond formed with the master was deeper. Mikann broadly explained the rules of the main hall, and then picked up the porcelain bowl beside her, which contained sake. According to the candlestick, Kiri Mitsuda said that a little drink is pleasing to the spirit. Mikann doesn't understand the ways of the world and has completely handed over the arrangements. Was a close attendant. He learned a new term from the mouth of Tsukitachi Mitsunaga, and unable to grasp its meaning, he decisively chose to ask. Newly born swords are always eager to learn. The swords looked thoughtfully at California Kaimitsu, who explained through Tsukitachi Mitsunaga. It refers to the presence that serves by the princess's side every day. Ideally, they should change daily to facilitate emotional exchanges between the princess and her retainers. Emotional exchanges. Mikann caught onto the key point. How should this be arranged? California Kaimitsu naturally continued, showing no signs of guilt for monopolizing the princess for a long time. Princess, why not arrange it according to the order of the new attendants? Keisin Kanesada was somewhat surprised. This California Kaimitsu, who carried a hint of dark corruption, at least had not been polluted by the dark spiritual energy in his mind. Although other sword boys still had grievances, the number of blades was few, and they could quickly rotate, which somewhat quelled their anger. However, swords are very pure beings. If they're unhappy, they can just fight it out. I remember that day's training ground. The bright lights shone all night. The close attendant was ultimately decided to be Iwamitsu. Iwamitsu smiled as he watched Keisin Kanesada and the other blades leave, feeling like he had gained a small victory, and his usually suppressed mood lifted a bit. Princess. Seeing Mikann pick up a bottle of wine, Iwamitsu frowned and tried to stop her. Mikann had already drunk too much tonight. A small drink is pleasant, but a large drink is harmful to health. Mikann opened her watery eyes, looking somewhat aggrieved. I missed June chapter 25, Daily Lessons, good day. With the arrangement of her attendant, Mikann's clothing was no longer so casual and simple. She wore the standard hunting attire of a Shinigami, and against this attire, there seemed to be a noticeable divinity on Mikann's indifferent face. Today there was a daily lesson scheduled. Mikann slowly spoke, unfolding a piece of rice paper she had been holding. This was the list for deployment. Mikann looked at the open hand in front of her and instinctively handed over the rice paper. The attendant was still a worry. Yesterday's attendant had been Kyomitsu, and the night was merely a shift change between the two. The warrior's expression was somewhat serious. For sword warriors, this was an extremely solemn occasion. Mikann was absent-mindedly stroking the little white snake wrapped around his wrist, wondering when he would also be able to listen to the commands of the princess like this. Mikann is still looking forward to meeting the princess she wishes to serve for a lifetime. At this moment, she does not yet know that she is merely an outcast rejected by the world, and it is forever impossible for her to serve at the side of her princess. Sayaka, Aizen Kunitoshi, and California Kyomitsu. When Iwaki saw Mikann's name, he was a bit stunned. This princess is actually going to battle? The captain is set as Aizen Kunitoshi. Farming duties, Iwaki. Cooking duties, Tsukitachi Mitsuda. Clothing duties, Kaisen Kanasada. Horse duties cancelled, that's all. Tsukitachi Mitsuda slightly nodded and requested, Princess, could you grant access to the castle tower? I would like to clean the princess's room with Kaisen Dano later. Kaisen Kanasada glanced in surprise at Tsukitachi Mitsuda, whose eyes were covered by black satin, and did not refute. The princess's room indeed needed cleaning. Not only was there her scent, but the overpowering scent of the dark-fallen California Kyomitsu was too strong. One could hardly tell how long he had stayed in the princess's room. Mikann nodded in agreement. Without involving any bottom line, he unconditionally agreed to the requests or demands of the Shinigami. He set out. Mikann jumped down from the wooden corridor and stopped in front of the time-space compass. Let's go. The other blades, unable to follow due to orders, could only watch. Wishing you great success in battle. Accompanied by 3 fully leveled sword boys, Mikann hardly had a chance to draw his sword, and he didn't even need to carry items like small tokens. Mikann stared at her empty hands in contemplation. Would she not be needed in the next battle? Himegami, Azome Kunamitsu, stepped forward with a rare sword in hand and asked for Mikann's opinion. Although the sword had no training level, it could quickly improve its level when used alongside other sword boys. Mikann was puzzled. What is a rare sword? Azome Kunahiro stiffened, glancing at California Saimai, who was responsible for educating the Lord on common knowledge. California Saimai smiled, his malice unmasked. He simply didn't want those rare swords to vie for attention, even though the Lord didn't care about appearances. Azome Kunahiro withdrew his gaze and explained gently, the stats of rare swords are all excellent. With just a bit of training over time, they can become very strong fighters. Is it a pure white sword spirit? Mikann tilted her head slightly, her eyes lingering on the tachi held by Azome Kunahiro. If it's him, the Lord might as well make an exception this time, California Saimai said with a smile. Mikann reached out to take the pure white sword, weighing it in her hand, and after a long while, she shook her head. No exceptions. Then let's not. California Kyomitsu took the sword from Mikann's hand and casually tossed it into a nearby bush, the white sword splashing in the mud, creating a unique charm. Chapter 26. Kaisen Kenomitsu, a team of sword spirits returned unscathed, and the candle holder, Kichiji Mitsuda, prepared a welcome dinner for them. It was, in fact, a somewhat lavish dinner, with some detailed help from Kaisen Kenomitsu, both of whom were skilled in the kitchen. Because the harvest was plentiful, the meal was enjoyed quite happily. Lady, after Kaisen Kenomitsu collected everyone's used bowls and chopsticks, Kichiji Mitsuda called out to Mikann, who was getting ready to stand up. What's wrong? While cleaning the room of the left text, I found a sword that exudes a dark, fallen aura. The petite Seo left text, holding a persimmon, froze entirely. Her gradually shrinking blue pupils fixated tightly on Kichiji Mitsuda. Brother Jusetsu. Seo left text, feeling nervous and weak, dropped the bright persimmon directly onto the ground. But because she was sitting, the persimmon did not get damaged. Mikann's gaze returned from the candlestick to Kitch, who got up and walked towards Ko's left text, picking up the fallen persimmon from the ground. I understand. Mikann wiped the persimmon on the wide sleeves and placed it back in Ko's left text hand. Since Ko's left text wasn't exerting any strength, Mikann held Ko's hand, forcing him to take the persimmon. Where's that blade? Kitch tilted his head and laughed. It's still in the left text room. I haven't touched it. Okay, confirming that Ko was holding the persimmon. Mikann loosely took hold of the short sword's hand and stood up. You've worked hard, Kitch. I'm glad you still remember my name. Kitch chuckled softly. Do you need my company? No need, go rest. Mikann took KO's hand and stepped out of the great hall. Sensing the departure of the master and the short sword, Kitch also stood up and went to the kitchen to help. Kitch, just leave this to me, said Kaisen Kanesada, who continued washing dishes. Feeling that Kitch was merely standing at the door, he brought up another topic. Aren't you afraid of provoking that kid from the left text family with such directness? It's actually you, Kase, who just stabilized but can't help but take care of the short sword. Is this a substitute that Kase found? I thought we would pretend not to know each other. Kase's movements halted, and he turned to look at Kitch with a cold expression. The two blades did not meet each other's gaze, but the air was filled with a dangerous scent. Kitch shrugged and simply said, I have acknowledged my master. The tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant, and Kase rearranged his sleeves and got busy again. We are all thinking of the Lord. It's just that our directions are different. This blade, is he your brother? Mikann was slightly taken aback. A scene flashed in his mind. It seemed he also had brothers. KO's left text lowered his head, but his tense emotions had eased. Does he have any training? Brother Yasasada is fully trained. KO's left text raised his head to look at Mikann. His eyes had become determined, but Brother Yasasada is a dark fallen sword. This was his previous concern, worried that the dark fallen brother would harm the Shikigami princess. But the existence of Kagawa Kayamitsu confirmed that the dark fallen would not affect his princess. So, summoning him should be fine, after all. Brother Yasasada's training is what the princess needs, even if he is not favored. Mikann tilted her head slightly. Qingwang too, don't worry. Yes, my name is Jiang Shuezwa Wenzi. I was named after the sword of bamboo gang Jiang Shui. It's best not to use the sword. Before drawing it, one should strive not to swing it and to live in harmony. Isn't that very important? The dark fallen Tsukamagami had a cold expression, and after facing the Shinigami, added, those are just set lines. I am very good at fighting. Just because he cannot take human form doesn't mean he lacks consciousness. Chapter 27. Unhappy and malicious, your dark fallen state is very serious. The spiritual energy surrounding Jiang Shuezwa Wenzi smells rotten, as foul as a corpse soaked in a puddle for hundreds of days. Yes, the light-haired sword gentleman had a cold expression, exuding a strong sense of oppression. So, are you going to expel me? It should be so. Mikann's expression remained unchanged, only stating a fact. Spiritual power cannot truly be sensed. It only brings a feeling to Mikann. Doesn't Lord Shin's have a solution? Jiang Shuezwa Wenzi said calmly, clearly showing that even though he was trapped in his original form, Jiang Shuezwa Wenzi's brother had not forgotten to communicate with him. Xiaoyizwa Wenzi frowned slightly, looking displeased at his elder brother. The sword spirits have a complete sense of belonging to their master. Once they truly recognize their master, they are fully willing to draw their blades against former comrades, including their own brothers. After all, they are merely lower deities formed from accumulated bloodlust, living by slaughter and plunder, with their master's commands as their purpose. Receiving Xiaoyizwa Wenzi's gaze, Jiang Shuezwa Wenzi pursed his lips and, after a moment of hesitation, bowed and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, I was rude. Mikann shook her head. No problem. You're right. I don't need swords that can't go to battle. Mikann emphasized again, as if the reflection of Kagyuki left in her unfocused gaze. Kagyuki calmly drew his main body sword, the killing intent around him growing stronger. It's just a sword. It was born for killing. Seo quietly watched her older brother, but her hand instinctively pressed against her main body sword. There was not a single good person in this Hamaru, so even during rest periods, they would carry their main body swords. Kagyuki didn't mind his younger brother's vigilance. To him, being able to draw his sword at any moment made Seo the true fruit of growth, and he felt gratified. This is the most important role of a short sword, to protect its master. Are you going to stay in Hanmaru? Mikann looked up, meeting the calm and unperturbed gaze of the Tsukamagami. Yes, the rules of the Hanmaru. Seo has informed me of everything. Kagyuki habitually twisted his fingers, but the string of prayer beads on his wrist had long since disappeared. I have no objections. Mikann nodded and raised his tightly bandaged hand. However, Jiang Shuezwa Wenzi gently shook his head and looked at his younger brother. Xiaoyi, please go outside for a while. Xiaoyizwa Wenzi frowned, disagreeing with his brother's suggestion. Xiaoyi, go sit in the corridor. Mikann reached out and rubbed Xiaoyizwa Wenzi's head, revealing a faint smile. Just looking at his expression, it was really hard not to suspect that Mikann was the blade of the Zwa Wenzi sword faction. Xiaoyizwa Wenzi obediently nodded, but after looking at Mikann's main body sword, he thought for a moment and left his own main body sword behind. The sword of Ji-jun is too long, making it inconvenient to fight indoors. Although Jiang Shui brother is the same. Please begin, Master Shenseer. Jiang Shui's Wenzi shifted his gaze away from the tightly closed door, presented his swords with both hands in front of the Shenseer, then sat down properly and began to remove his armor. Mikann watched as the Tsukumagami undressed, momentarily falling into silence. The centuries of experience accumulated by the Tsukumagami left Jiang Shui's Wenzi unfazed, and he even found himself wanting to laugh at the hesitant Sh-nin. His previous master had looked just like that, yet in the end, he could harm one after another of his own kind. Chapter 28. Zhuo Wenzi's Sword Style. That's enough. Seeing the Tsukumagami's white, shining chest, Mikann spoke up to stop him. Not because Jiang Shui's Wenzi had done anything wrong, but because he didn't want to take off too many clothes. His body, marked with countless scars from his original blade, was quite unsightly. Jiang Shui's Wenzi closed his eyes, his hands neatly resting on his knees, and, after a while, he heard the sound of clothing hitting the floor. How do you know how to alleviate the dark descent? Mikann is very certain that the mouths of those two dark fallen swords are very strict, and during his healing, there will not be a third blade on the field. Jiang Shui left a message. Although my time of dark fall has not been 100 years, it is not short either. During this time, tormented by the suffering of dark fall, I have sought many methods. Dense spiritual power is the only way to alleviate dark fall. However, it is obviously not feasible to open up the source of spiritual power and bleed for treatment. The Shinigami's spiritual power is so abundant that it overflows. So there's a second path to take, skin-to-skin contact. Let's form a contract first. Mikann unwinds the bandages wrapped around his palm. Layer by layer, the white bandage is peeled off, and it gradually gets stained with color. As a Tsukumagami, Mikann heals quickly from injuries like this, as it didn't severely damage the bones. The flesh on Mikann's hand has already partially healed. Mikann roughly tore open the bandage and the flesh that had grown together. And in the next moment, the smell of blood filled the nostrils. Mikann blinked vacantly and threw the blood-stained bandage onto the ground. Without a container, she had to make do. Before Mikann could get closer to Yasuki Zomoto, whose darkened consciousness was drawn out by spiritual power, directly pounced on the Shinigami. However, he stopped his movements. The original blade, left by Ko Zomoto, was still of use. Mikann calmly pressed the blade of Ko's original sword against the chest of Yuki's original sword, the tip already embedded in the core area of Yuki. Because the core was threatened, the darkened Tsukumagami instinctively froze in its actions. Kayo, Komin. Before Mikann's voice had finished, Ko had already broken through the door, his short sword's eyes glowing red, filled with murderous intent, as if he were the darkened sword himself. Mikann grasped the neck of Jinxno Wenzi with one hand and pulled out the body of the knife belonging to Shia Wenzi. He did not intend to shatter this blade. Just by his unconsciousness, he could bind himself in this way. Jinxno Wenzi had to be kept. He pressed him down. Mikann spoke softly, his current injury causing him discomfort, and his voice naturally wavered. Based on Mikann's expression and the bloody scent in the room, Shia Wenzi's killing intent was almost tangible. The blades that had wandered for 100 years were all madmen. With his battle spirit aroused, Mikann unconsciously swallowed. But the urgent matter was still to form a contract with Jinxno Wenzi to protect him. Obey. Yes. Struggling to control himself, Jinxno Wenzi frowned tightly, exposing his core, with blood flowing profusely, staining his clothes red. Mikann and Sayaka worked together to pin the adult-sized Tsukumagami to the ground, their actions having nothing to do with compassion. Mikann covered Jiang Shui's mouth with her bleeding hand, forcefully wedging her fingers between the teeth of the Shikigami, creating a gap for the blood to flow in. Just a second before the other Shikigami arrived, the contract was successfully established. Mikann maintained her position, straddling on top of Kagyuki's body, turning her head to glance at the menacing entrance. The tips of the Shinigami's light green hair were soaked in crimson blood, damply draping over the shallow-breathing Kagyuki. The scene, filled with bloodshed and brutality, was almost a visual feast if the protagonists weren't their masters. Bound by the constraints of spiritual power, comrades could not kill, which was one of the reasons Mikann was anxious to form a contract. Kagyuki wiped the blood off his hands, looking at his comrade with indifference. He knew that the days for the Wazaman sword faction would not be easy for a while. Chapter 29. Kidnapping instead of purchase. After coming down from the training ground, Kagyuki always wore that cold expression, and the joking remark about his unhappiness might actually be quite fitting. Mikann has temporarily withdrawn from the formation, as healing alone is too taxing on his energy. Alternative methods must be sought. California Kayamitsu frowned and discussed with the surrounding Shikigami. Though it's called a discussion, it was mainly him speaking while this group of cold-blooded companions listened. After California Kayamitsu finished speaking, all the blades turned their gazes toward the position of Zhuowenzi. It seems that places for emotional exchange are not limited to the training ground. Skin-to-skin contact? No. California Kayamitsu immediately rejected this healing proposal, his expression somewhat grim. Jiang Shuezwa, Wenzi fiddled with the bead string containing the blood of the Shikigami, speaking in a calm and unperturbed tone. If you want lady to continue bleeding. California Kayamitsu's expression gradually became serious. Compared to repeatedly harming the master's body, the intimacy between other blades and the master had to be accepted. Today's attendant, Tsukitachi Mitsuda, conveyed the new treatment plan to Mikann, kneeling at the entrance of the castle tower, waiting for the Shikigami's response. Aloud, Mikann opened the paper door, his loosely worn yukata appearing casual, and even without seeing it, Tsukitachi Mitsuda could sense that the Shikigami's attire was a bit off. If possible, please allow me to assist lady with her change of clothes. Tsukitachi Mitsuda smiled slightly, the satin around his eyes concealing much of his expression. Mikann coughed softly and stepped aside. Gomein, although the candlestick, Mitsukiyo, could not see, he far surpassed Mikann in terms of tidying up his attire, deserving of being a sword spirit that served great figures like Date Massimian. Regarding Heim's body, we hope that Heim can acquire a Yagen Tushiru, a short sword from the Awataguchi school. Mikann has been supplementing a lot of knowledge during this time, including all the sword schools and some historical origins. Yes, Yagen Tushiru is a very good doctor. Mikann vetoed. I don't want a sword spirit without any training. Anticipating this, Tsukitachi Mitsuda smiled and said, "This is the rule of the Hanmaru. I haven't forgotten." Regarding Yagen Toshiro, Tsukitachi Mitsuda reached for Mikann's hand and led her outside, where we found a Hanmaru coordinate. The implication was that we were going to forcibly marry the sword. Mikann, already accustomed to the secretive language of the retainers, had a fleeting glimmer in her eyes. Faintly excited, as she seemed to have never done something so thrilling before. However, she asked the princess to reject it in the Hanmaru. Mikann directly interrupted, showing no signs of compromise from start. Tsukitachi Mitsuda, who exactly has corrupted this princess? With the plan confirmed, the meeting in the large hall commenced. Since attacking another Hanmaru would expose the coordinates of our Hanmaru would not keep any swords on guard. All the blades considered the Hanmaru extremely important, but Mikann seemed to be an exception. What an extremely unconventional princess. Tsukitachi Mitsuda couldn't help but exclaim, but he also agreed with the proposal. Their blades were few and could not afford any losses, making this a long-awaited battle. Since coming to this Hanmaru, Tsukitachi Mitsuda had not truly engaged in any activities beyond sparring with his colleagues at the training ground for a long time. One must know that a good sword needs to be nourished with blood, except for the princess's blood. They couldn't bear for their master to be injured. All members went into battle. All the swordmen were ready, led by the short sword, as the light of the time-space compass enveloped the entire open space. Chapter 30. Tsurumaru Kuninaga. Mikann lightly placed her hand on the transparent barrier, and with just a little force, the barrier shattered like fragile paper. The figure of a short sword vanished at the entrance of the barrier, and immediately the hole at the entrance began to expand, like cotton ignited in flames. Unlike the emptiness seen outside the barrier, this Hanmaru was even more dilapidated than Mikann's original Hanmaru. There was no need to draw her main sword. Mikann was protected in the center, her expression calm as she watched the sword spirits preparing for battle. Master Shinken, we meet again. A sword spirit in white smiled at Mikann, casually toying with a completely snow-white sword in hand. Mikann was somewhat puzzled. He didn't remember where he had seen the Shikigami in front of him. The Shikigami, dressed in white and out of place, gently drew its original blade, creating a beautiful arc in the air. I am Tsurumaru Kuninaga. This was the same expression I had when the master Shikigami got me dirty. This statement was indeed ambiguous. It was clearly a sword I discarded. Kayamitsu Kashu stepped sideways to block Tsurumaru Kuninaga's line of sight, a mocking smile on his lips. So that pure white blade belongs to Tsurumaru. It really suits the mud pit. Is he trying to provoke the princess? What an immature move, Mr. Tsurumaru. Takit TD smiled, the cold glint of his blade lifted, the reflective surface even able to mirror Tsurumaru Kuninaga's shadow. This sword had been well nurtured on the battlefield. I don't want to fight at all, Tsurumaru Kuninaga said, manipulating his original blade, and with a beautiful motion, the sword was sheathed. You have no say in this, Mr. Tsurumaru. Ahaha. Little Kiyomitsu's strength is too formidable. There's no way to fight at all. Starting a battle in the Hanmaru with a group of fallen swords is really too wicked, Master Shikigami. Tsurumaru Kuninaga reacted quickly, but was still pressed down by TD's blade, forced into a passive defense. What are you all here for? Judging by the attitude of this Master Shikigami, he seems to not remember my rudeness. The purpose was unclear, yet he achieved his own goal. Kiyomitsu Kashu appeared behind Tsurumaru Kuninaga at some point, the tip of his original sword piercing into Tsurumaru's throat, blood gushing out, instantly staining his white garments. This reunion was merely an accident. We were just missing a Yagen Tushuru. With his throat damaged, Tsurumaru Kuninaga's face turned pale, unable to continue speaking. If he had the will to resist, such a scene would not have occurred. However, in today's Hanmaru, there was no need for guardianship at all. Tsurumaru Kuninaga had resigned to his fate, or rather, he perhaps never had the desire to survive from the beginning. After all, he might have had that desire at first. Who knows? Taking one last look at the Master Shikigami surrounded in the center, Tsurumaru Kuninaga curled his lips. Although he couldn't voice it, his lip movements were unaffected. Crush this Hanmaru. From the very beginning, Tsurumaru Kuninaga's intention in provoking Mikann was to reveal the coordinates of his own Hanmaru. No thousand-year sword is free from a tainted heart. Even the long-buried, rarely touched white crane is not. Kiyomitsu Kashu drew his sword and took Tsurumaru Kuninaga's original blade, delivering it to Mikann's hands. The plan of the thousand-year swords was indeed meticulous and terrifying. But to pull his own lord into the fray, using himself as bait, really underestimated these vassals. Kiyomitsu Kashu pressed his lips together, his wrist slightly moving as he intended to turn the blade's body. The act of piercing Tsurumaru's throat was Kiyomitsu Kashu's personal desire. Such frivolous words need not reach the Lord's ears. Kiyomitsu. Mikann prevented California Kiyomitsu from acting in a way reminiscent of abuse. Chapter 31. Transforming Swords. You really are like bandits, you all. The sword boy with yellowish hair stood in front of the house, holding a beautiful sword, though the blade was somewhat dull, as if it hadn't been cared for in a long time. Even the sword boy himself had a somewhat dusty appearance. Is Kuramaru really unreliable? Omaru whispered. Daikuhei is right. A traitorous sword cannot be given a second chance. We need a Yagen Tushuru. That's easy to understand, right? Tsukitachi Kyotada stepped forward, his demeanor gentle. Let the Tachi handle this, Heim. There was no need to waste words on the brainwashed sword spirits. After all, this base would eventually be surrounded by the blades of the investigation department. Although past experiences were not pleasant, Mikann's swords were not particularly malicious. If they hadn't been attacked by the swords of this particular base during their sorties, they wouldn't have jumped into the pit dug by Kuramaru Kuniyuki. There weren't many swords in this base, and most of those facing them were rare swords. Wow, this is quite exaggerated. Iwataru held his main sword in front of Mikann, his expression gradually growing serious. From a main sword's perspective, one could barely determine that the sword in front of them was the head of the Akutagawa family, Ichigo Hito Fury. This Ichigo Hito Fury was completely unrecognizable. With disheveled, dark blue long hair, looking quite disheveled, and his posture with the main sword was somewhat odd, not even comparable to the sword-holding posture of the time-traveling army. So, this Komaru Kunyuki, Kaisen Kanesada, looked at the white sword in California Kiyomitsu's hand, his expression serious. Do we need to break it? Mikann shook his head gently. No need, he's fine. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the swords narrowed slightly, and their gaze towards the white sword became more amiable. The sound of cold weapons clashing echoed in their ears, yet the group of blades felt no tension at all, even having the leisure to chat. Without the presence of dark corruption, the figure of Shanakiri appeared like a ghost, casually dropping several swords to the ground as if placing ordinary goods. This base was filled with modified swords. California Kiyomitsu poked at the sword on the ground with a body sword of Kurama Kuniyashi, and was taken aback when he saw the blade pattern. Is this Naginata a sword from the Suwa school? Does the Suwa school have Naginatas? California Kiyomitsu casually sought confirmation. No, Kaisen Kanesada replied, crouching down to examine the other swords. This one is Kinkei. Speaking of which, there's a saying that Kinkei is a great sword. Iwato's movements paused imperceptibly, and a sharp tooth he bit down on creaked, a sound that was painful to the ears. The playful time was coming to an end. Iwato flatly delivered the preset line, his expression so indifferent it seemed like he wasn't Iwato. One sword, or rather, a pseudo-best sword. Iwato sent this flawed great sword flying. ruthlessly crushing the core of the sword. The wailing of the great sword was sharp and mournful, piercing the eardrums painfully. "Can you show me the great Kinke?" Iwado earnestly looked at Mikann, his expression moving. Mikann nodded gently, and seeing the master nod, the sword gentleman, who had no reason to stop them, directly made way for Iwado. "What about that 1,000-year sword?" California Kayamitsu kindly inquired, looking at the wounded Tsukita Kitsun Mitsuda. "You came a bit late, Tsukita Kitsun. Are you referring to Rimuru?" Tsukita Kitsun Mitsuda smiled, casually wiping away the blood still oozing from his cheek. The satin in front of him had already torn, but this was the satin the master had tied for him, and he was reluctant to discard it. It was for finding this satin that he had arrived late. It was shattered. Half-trained swords and fully trained swords are incomparable. This is a rule of this world. It is also the insurmountable gap that rare swords cannot cross. Chapter 32. Demon Slaying, do you really like this sword? Mikann asked, somewhat puzzled, as he seemed to see nostalgia in Iwado's eyes. But the records indicated that the Naginata Iwado appeared to only favor smaller sword spirits. "This is my elder brother," Iwado said, stroking the blade of the great Kinke, revealing a toothy grin. Although they had not met many times, the resonance of their souls could not be ignored. Mikann nodded thoughtfully, looking at the sword in Iwafune's hand. "That's not important, Jikoin. Aren't we looking for Yagen Tushuru?" Iwafune hesitated, putting down the Okina sword and slinging the main sword over his shoulder, laughing heartily. He indeed missed his older brother from back then, but he also knew the pressure each treatment placed on the Shinigami, especially since his Jikoin was a sword spirit, not to mention this was a large katana. Depending on the type of sword, the amount of spiritual power consumed varied greatly. "Take it with you," Mikann casually said, noticing the surprise in Iwafune's eyes. Mikann was puzzled. Could he be a blade that is indifferent to emotions? They've arrived at the castle tower so quickly. Keisin Kanesada casually slashed a short blade that had been modified and brainwashed, completely lacking the gentle demeanor he usually shows towards the short blades. The traces of life were quite apparent. This Hanmaru shouldn't only have these swords. On the way, they defeated a few scattered swords. And without the captured Tomoru, Kuninaga, and Okakurumi, there were about 20 blades in total. Right, all the other swords brought by KOSJ have been completely crushed. And aside from Okakurumi, they were all flawed swords that would soon become new time-warping troops. It seems they really didn't find the blade ledger. Kagawa Kayamitsu looked a bit troubled. He nodded to Aizen Kunitoshi, thanking him for his hard work. He had thought he was killed after being away for so long. There's no need for you to worry. It's still too early for shattered blades. Not understanding what the two swords were communicating with their affectionate gazes, Mikann simply walked toward the castle tower. The traces of life were indeed very evident. At the very least, before they arrived, this Hanmaru still had a Shikigami. Mikann twitched her nose, catching a familiar scent. This feeling, is it the evil spirit? The sword was drawn, and Mikann swung her body to break through the wall. The wooden wall shattered with a sound, revealing a door. From the moment she entered, she had noticed that the space of this keep was rather small. Mikann went straight to push the door, but was preempted by Sheo Kotetsu. "Lady Heim, please allow me to take the lead," Sheo Kotetsu said seriously. After receiving permission, he drew his main body sword and walked ahead. This was a room similar to a secret chamber, likely leading to the underground outside. When another door was pushed open, a bloody smell rushed out. The scent of devoured humans and Tsukumagami came, and most of the smell seemed to be the blood and flesh of sword Tsukumagami. Is the flesh of sword Tsukumagami delicious? Just by looking, everyone saw dozens of dead sword Tsukumagami that still maintained human forms. So, this was the purpose of transforming sword Tsukumagami in this castle. "I thought it was going to attack us. This is quite something." Keisin Kanesada calmly shielded Mikann, and the sword, radiating a cold light, was drawn in an instant. Mikann blinked and rushed out from the protective circle of swords. Breath of love, first form. Initial love's tremor. At the moment the swinging blade light stopped and the breathing technique concluded, the shattered demon turned to ashes, and the pouring blood fell like a rain of blood. Iwat wanted to use his Kasaya to shield the master, but he found that the blood falling on the master burned away like flames, even though they were all sword spirits. Himegami, and they did not purely belong to the same clan. They were not part of the same system. Chapter 33. Team building at the hot springs. Unfortunately, they arrived late. They couldn't bring back the Yagen Tushur mentioned in the intel, but instead returned with two extremely competitive swords. As soon as they returned to the Hanmaru, the swords went to the hot spring to cleanse themselves, The spiritual energy of the hot spring could dispel the mottled spiritual energy they had picked up elsewhere. The two untransformed swords were casually tossed into a wooden tub to soak, while what occasionally glanced at the great sword Omi Kanemitsu. He was worried about his older brother, who was also a broken sword and unable to transform. Omi Kanemitsu was the most complete among the modified swords, so it was impossible to determine if it was a defective sword. He could only discern it by the master infusing spiritual energy. The not-so-thrilling battle barely alleviated their long-suppressed desire for combat, allowing this group of spirited sword spirits to temporarily coexist harmoniously. The wooden door of the hot spring was pulled open, and the swords instinctively looked over, but then suddenly realized that all the swords in the Hanmaru were present. So the visitor could only be their Himegami. Himegami? Keisin Kanesada's mouth twitched as he hurriedly got out of the hot spring. His Himegami wouldn't have already changed clothes. Would she? As the distance closed, the swirling white mist was not enough to obscure their view. The sword spirits saw their Himegami, similarly wrapped in a towel around her waist. CHJKT was out of the loop, somewhat confused about what was happening. But would it be inconvenient if Himegami came over? Although they were all swords belonging to Himegami, and she was also a sword spirit, there was still the matter of gender. While CHJKT was in turmoil, California Kayamitsu, not far from him, had already stood up to greet her. Master, what brings you here all of a sudden? California Kayamitsu's change of address was very natural, so natural that the majority of the swords turned their murderous gazes toward him. Mikann pinched her hair, which had become heavy from the water, and looked enviously at Kasumi Yukizawa. Her hair was too heavy. Mikann shoved her long hair into Kasumi's hands, her voice as flat and calm as ever, but Kasumi felt that the Shinsher seemed to be quite aggrieved. Kasumi gently softened his expression and began to comb through the Shinshi's hair, but the strands were cold to the touch, indicating that the Shinsher must have been in the water for a while. I apologize. Kasumi touched Mikann's arm and felt the icy sensation under his hand. He couldn't concern himself with the other sword boys and pulled Mikann into the hot spring. The warm water enveloped her body, and Mikann comfortably squinted her eyes. However, the hair that had just been combed spread out again with the water flow. In another hot spring, Kasumi Yukizawa and Kagyuki Yashitsugu stood up, and with their individual strength, they isolated all the sword brothers, actively gathering together. Leave it to me. It seemed that only Kasumi Yukizawa had the authority to style hair while soaking in a hot spring. Iwanamori looked at the big kinkin soaking in the tub with a silent pout. His older brother also had beautiful long hair, and if his brother transformed, he wouldn't need to rely on the head of the Yashitsugu family. Kasumi's unkind gaze swept over Kasumi Yukizawa, and when he saw the tips of the pale-haired Shinshi's ears turning pink, he chuckled softly and stepped aside. Then I'll leave it to you, Your Excellency Yukizawa. Kajisen Kanesada had already returned to the hot spring, but this time he intentionally moved closer to Tsuchigumo Kyotada and casually pulled in the crimson-haired Aizen Kunitoshi, who matched his hair color. Tsuchigumo Kyotada whispered, "Why did you change to my lord?" "Is it what I think it is?" Kajisen Kanesada sighed, "Yeah. It feels like I've missed so many opportunities to win favor, all because I was concerned about gender taboos." No wonder that Kasumi Yukizawa so easily gave up the position of close attendant. It turned out he had already had a one-sided little secret with his lord. It's really making the blades jealous. "Aizen, are you okay?" Kajisen Kanesada fished out the little short sword that was about to sink into the water. With a somewhat doubtful expression, Aizen Kunitoshi glanced at him coldly and said softly, "I'm fine." He was just a bit happy about the lady's affection for him, but seeing the lady's body for the first time still made him a little shy. Not just him. Even the seemingly composed mature swords had, more or less, an undeniable blush. Chapter 34. White Crane. I am Tsurumaru Kuninaga. I was forged during the Heian period, the 812th century, and have served many masters until now. Well, that means I'm quite popular. However, because those who wanted to obtain me dug up graves and even stole me from shrines, it's truly unacceptable. The White Crane feels somewhat out of place in the Hanmaru. He looks pure and noble, with no trace of the mundane world. Tsurumaru Kuninaga does not engage in deceit. His encounters are merely coincidental. At the very least, he is indeed a pure sword spirit, so clean that he almost doesn't seem like a crane. This is the first impression all the sword boys have of the crane, but it does not include Mikann, who has only learned about Tsurumaru Kuninaga from some texts and has no personal imagination or understanding of him. "I am Mikann. You can choose to speak freely in the room." Tsurumaru Kuninaga looked at Mikann with his beautiful golden eyes and nodded with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He did not continue to speak. Was it because his throat still hurt? Mikann tilted her head and raised her hand to touch the crane's neck, which showed no visible wounds. The white crane flinched slightly, exposing its vulnerable neck to the hands of the Shinigami. Feeling the tremor in her palm, Mikann paused for a moment and lowered her hand. This new companion seemed quite uneasy. The information indicated that the Shinigami's presence could provide the Tsukumagami with a sense of security and alleviate the psychological issues of the sword boys, excluding those who have fallen into evil. After some thought, Mikann spoke. For the time being, Karamaru Kuniashi will serve as my attendant, and there will be no changes in the near future. Karamaru Kuniashi kept his eyes lowered, maintaining a very submissive posture, seemingly unaware of the strange atmosphere. Ever since the Shinigami developed a basic ability to read the room, the threats from his swords had become less overt, but they still had more subtle means. This was something Yasukuni left text deeply understood. Mikann pulled Tsuru Kuninaga to sit beside her, her gaze falling on the remaining sword blade. The Okim sword. If it cannot be awakened today, that would mean breaking this great sword. Mikann tried again, stroking the blade of the great sword, but soon furrowed his brows. The blood applied by the Shinigami was completely absorbed, and he could feel the integrity of the sword and the existence of the spirit within it. But why was the spirit of the sword not responding? Iwanari was a bit anxious. One reason was the concern that his long-lost elder brother might be broken. And the other reason was, of course, worrying about the Shinigami's body. Even though they were essentially low-ranking deities of Takamagara, having human forms meant they shared some limitations with humans, which served to restrain the divine power of low-ranking deities and prevent them from overstepping the higher-ranking gods. The sword spirits were born to annihilate everything, and the divine rank, which includes everything, was something the bloodthirsty sword warriors did not care about. For them, acting in accordance with orders was the most comfortable posture. Master Kayamitsu from California wanted to intervene. These guys, barely worthy of being called companions, had no idea how to cherish their master. There was no need to keep this great sword if it wasn't essential. Mikann looked up at him, noticing that he, who seemed a bit anemic, appeared quite unwell. Mikann responded gloomily, I'll go back and rest for a bit. My lord. California Kayamitsu was about to step forward to support Mikann, but was preempted by Tsuru Kuninaga, who sat beside Mikann. I will escort my lord back. Tsuru Kuninaga spoke slowly, and it was clear that his throat, which had been pierced, was still uncomfortable. He picked Mikann up horizontally, the SH gun, who had been carried before, closed his eyes for a brief rest. Treating Tsuru Kuninaga and attempting to awaken Kanehira had drained too much of his energy. Chapter 35. Kanehira late at night. Cherry blossom rain suddenly bloomed in the Sanjo room. Cherry blossom petals, condensed from spiritual energy, floated in the air until the figures of the sword warriors became clear. The tall and imposing Tsukumagami had a strong presence, with long hair tied back, and his blade appeared both capable and handsome. In terms of looks, it seemed that none of the Tsukumagami under the banner of political affairs were unattractive. The Tsukumagami's magnetic and somewhat hoarse voice echoed in the room. A cold yet heart-stirring tone. I am Kanehira, originally dedicated to Karama Mountain by Sanjo Munakata for the purpose of praying to the gods and Buddhas. The name was given by the monks at the time. Iwamyun, who was sleeping in his clothes, grasped his original blade and froze for a moment. Brother. Kanehira's emotionless gaze fell on Iwamyun. Upon recognizing his brother, Kanehira's stern face softened. Iwamyun. There was no dramatic reunion between brothers who had been apart for a long time. Iwamyun sniffed, confirming the connection between the Kanehira before him and their lord, and then he lowered his original blade, relaxing his guard. Iwamyun couldn't help but reproach, Brother, you woke up too late. Kanehira. Iwamyun. Our lord is already rested. Kanehira fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Should I return to my original form first? Iwamyun, as expected of my brother's way of thinking. You're completely different in character and thought from the younger brother. No need, brother. You should rest first. Tomorrow I will take you to see our lord. Kanehira felt a slight, almost imperceptible disappointment, even though he had become a great sword again. He had once been a short sword meant to protect his lord, though the memories of his time as a short sword had been erased. As the spiritual cherry rain dissipated, the Sanjo room returned to its original silence, and the long-separated brothers, two blades, did not catch up on old times, but slept in their clothes. The next morning, after being dressed in a complex hunting outfit by the white-clad sword warriors, Mikann had just gotten up to move when he sensed two auras approaching from afar. The white crane sword warrior narrowed his eyes, rubbing his fingertips, suppressing his instinct not to draw his sword. He felt a familiar aura from a sword warrior outside, familiar enough to make him feel nauseous. Mikann crossed over to Karamaru Kuninaga and with a swift pull, opened the sliding door. The two sword gentlemen who had just arrived in front of the door were momentarily taken aback. The castle tower has a shielding function, so unless the sword gentlemen focus on sensing in front of the door, they would not notice the movements of the deity within the castle tower. Mikann nodded at Iwamitsu, her eyes looking at the unfamiliar swordman. But the connection of spiritual power does not lie. There can only be one answer, and that is the great sword from yesterday. Noticing Mikann looking up at him, Okita kneels in the manner of a retainer and speaks his transformation lines. I am Okita, originally dedicated to Mount Karama by Sanjo Munakika, used for prayers to the gods and Buddha. My name was given by the monks in the temple at that time. Mikann's eyes were bright, and he was very fond of the newly arrived Mikann, whose height of at least 190 centimeters made Mikann extremely excited. I am Mikann, the sword that slays evil spirits. Minkann's gaze was gentle. He was not surprised to suddenly learn of the SH gun's identity as a sword spirit. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a millennium-old blade. I am the eldest of the Sanj sword faction, and I am very good at taking care of my brothers. Minkann's gaze lingered on Mikann's loosely combed long hair. His rose-red eyes reflected only the figure of the SH gun's blade. He was the main controlling sword. If possible, please let me tie up your hair, my lord. Sumaru Kuninaga did not stop him. He admitted that his hair-combing skills were somewhat lacking. Sumaru Kuninaga took the initiative to speak, avoiding the SH gun's confusion. Then I will trouble you, Mikann. Chapter 36. Leveling up for now. There is no need for more companions. The number of sword in the Hanmaru that are not fully leveled is somewhat excessive. From Mikann's understanding, there are currently only about 600 SH gun, who lead a handful to over 100 sword spirits in a battle against tens of millions of time-traveling armies. Moreover, as the number of dark fallen Hanmaris increases, the moment these fallen swords completely lose their divinity also signifies an increase in enemies. In such a situation, leveling up is undoubtedly a very difficult task. The protective measures of the current administration only safeguard the battlefields where low-level swords can survive. But this means that the experience gained by the sword warriors on such battlefields is scarce. They need millions of experience to break through themselves, while the dozens of experience points from small battlefields are merely a drop in the bucket. For some SH gun with ample time, quantity can make up for these gaps, and they are not in a hurry, able to grind small battlefields hundreds or thousands of times. But this path does not work for Mikann. He is too anxious, even though he does not know what he is anxious about. However, Mikann clearly knows one thing. He needs more combat power. The battle in the Hanmaru can only be initiated against the fallen Hanmaris, but the sword warriors from those Hanmaris are difficult to instruct. Mikann is able to calmly face this group of swords with their own thoughts solely because he values their strength and the fact that they are constrained by him, along with their desire to survive. Both he and the sword warriors before him coexist peacefully only because they each have something to gain. This is Mikann's understanding. As all the sword warriors focused intently on him, Mikann continued, Next, you all need to go to battlefields with higher danger levels to gain experience. If you can obtain more experience, please persevere. But before sustaining serious injuries, be sure to return to the Hanmaru. Mikann's words also indicate that he will no longer follow the battlefield. The blade, which has not been fully repaired, pulls at his wounds every day. Whether considering resources or the injured sword boys who need to level up, Mikann should step back and play a supportive role. The sword boys responded in unison, their spirits high. Mikann looked at the familiar faces in front of him, feeling a slight change in his heart. The first team was the short-range team, led by Shinya Kageyama, with Aizen Kunitoshi, Kaisen Kanesada, and California Kiyomitsu continuing to improve their skills. Mikann stood on the wooden corridor where they gathered, reading the note in his hand. The scorching sunlight fell on him, making the light-colored Mikann appear somewhat transparent. Since the battlefield was a night battle, he hoped everyone would be careful. The second team consisted of all the other sword boys, led by Iwato, heading to the Warring States battlefield where there might be pressure. Mikann looked at Sumaru Kuninaga, Isuk S. Jin, and Ootachi Ken. These three sword boys were all above half training, roughly at level 80. No problem, as long as we have Kiyomitsu, right? Sumaru Kuninaga said with a smile. The peaceful days had restored some of his former personality, although compared to the other Sumaru Kuninaga, he still seemed a bit repressed. However, it was already much better than the other sword boys in the base. The S-Jin family was so quiet that they didn't speak a word all day, and Ootachi Ken also had a taciturn personality, while only Iwato chattered away. However, more often than not, the two brothers were quietly tidying up the chores in the base. Keisun Kanesada and Chj Kimitsuda could chat a bit, but only during cooking. As for Aizen Kunitoshi and California Kaimitsu, the former had a drastic change in temperament due to the heavy forging, while the latter was only willing to say a few words to other sword boys when a master was present. The second team had two fully trained swords, and the battlefield level was also one rank lower than the night battle. Although the average level was not as high as the first team, the danger level should be relatively lower. Please rest well, master. Leave the chores in the base to us, Tachi-ken said, his rose-colored eyes reflecting the figure of the master with gentle warmth. All right, we're off, California Kaimitsu said, trying to divert the master's attention, smiling beautifully. Even if he wasn't a beauty fan, Mikann couldn't help but be attracted to the cutest California Kaimitsu in the world. Mikann was a bit uneasy, but he had no other choice. I wish you great success in your martial endeavors. The golden light enveloped him, but in just a moment, the vast main keep was left with only Mikann. Chapter 37, Twin Blades in One Body. As Mikann continued to frantically study the relationships between the sword-wielding gentlemen, the barrier of the Hanmaru suddenly became faint and elusive. The usually invisible barrier was now shrouded in a layer of crimson, as if covered by misty clouds. Putting down the pen that she had been so focused on, Mikann looked up at the gap in the barrier. Someone had launched a Hanmaru battle against her. Indeed, having taken in so many Dark-Fallen swords, even if it went unnoticed by the officials, the attraction among peers could not be prevented. Mikann touched the snake hanging around her neck and stood up to walk towards the castle keep. The white snake that Mikann caressed seemed to sense something, its beastly eyes, which had not opened for a long time, suddenly locking onto a gap in the barrier. Inemaru, at the castle keep, faced the thin book of blade accounts, picking up the sword that belonged to the white snake, saying, I leave this to you. The white snake was gently placed by Mikann onto the blade account, along with the winding sword. It had been a long time since he had stretched his limbs. After Mikann's figure left, the white snake transformed into a human form. Inemaru, with a sluggish mind, clumsily picked up his original sword. Upon waking up, it seemed that Mikann had truly become a half of him, with a third of his divine essence as a swordman fused with hers. No wonder they could move through each other's bodies. As his slow-moving mind began to turn, Inemaru, who did not suffer from memory loss as severely as Mikann, discovered a new fact. He and Mikann had become a single sword, sharing honor and suffering together. Inemaru, unaccustomed, licked his pale lips with his tongue, tucked the blade account into his bosom, and opened the door of the castle keep. At the moment, their divine essences fused. The two independent Tsukumagami had already become the closest existence to each other, so there was no need to fight separately. Only when they both drew their swords simultaneously could they unleash the special techniques of the swords. Inemaru forcefully stirred the blade account in his bosom, feeling somewhat agitated. He had to find him. Excuse me, Inemaru murmured softly, his cool voice sounding especially familiar. Turning around, he sensed the killing intent in the air and gradually quickened his pace. His silver hair lifted with his movements, and without the blocking strands. The snake's scales, faintly visible on his face, became particularly striking. The pair of cold, indifferent beast eyes subtly tinged with excitement, awakening the innate ferocity of the swordman. They never cared about their own lives, especially Inemaru and Mikann, the completely reborn swordman. Mikann seemed to sense something, spinning the blade to break through the terrifying encirclement, creating a small opening. The blood spilled by the enemy swords stained the lawn of the main keep red, and as they were about to completely succumb to darkness and become mindless monsters, the blood of this group of enemy swords seemed to carry a foul stench. Mikann frowned slightly and turned back to the battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Every strike brought forth new liquid, with necks snapping and blood spraying. The sky seemed to be raining in color, staining Mikann's hair red. Mikann's movements did not stop. The Demon Slayer's blade emphasizes a single, fatal strike because if one is even slightly delayed, it is hard to say who will end up dead. Observing Mikann's fierce fighting, Inemaru adjusted his breathing. Inemaru's other form is a snake, and the sword in his hand is his true body. If Mikann can unleash 100% of his power with the sword that represents Inemaru's true body, then in Inemaru's hands, the sword can be wielded with 120% of its power. This is the benefit of their synergy. Snake breathing. First form, serpent's curve slash. The dazzling blade light slashed forward. Even if it was not enough to kill the sentient sword, it could force it back to a safe distance. especially with this cold light resembling a giant snake opening its mouth to devour, carrying a chilling and fierce killing intent. Chapter 38. Ine Maru. The attacking swords were all instinctive strikes, devoid of subjective consciousness. It seemed that drawing Mikann's main body was merely an accident. Kill me. Mikann crouched in front of a completely black swordman, somewhat surprised that this swordman still had consciousness. Mikann raised her hand to brush aside the disheveled hair of the unfamiliar Shikigami, but was stopped by Inemaru, who gripped her wrist. Receiving the possessiveness radiating from him with her peripheral vision, Mikann lowered her hand and used the tip of her scabbard to lift the unfamiliar Shikigami's chin. It was a familiar face. Mikann murmured softly, her fingers curling around the clover-shaped hilt, the sword slightly unsheathing. Inemaru released his grip on Mikann's wrist and took a step back, standing outside the range of the sword's light. Mikann gently waved the sword, quietly looking at the shattered blade on the ground, and wondered, will those children become such beings? Just fate. Inemaru comfortingly hugged Mikann from behind, allowing Mikann's blood to stain his snow-white clothes. The main hall had become chaotic. Mikann glanced around the bloodied yard, feeling somewhat at a loss. Cleaning it up would be a hassle. After pondering for a moment, Inemaru pinched Mikann's fingers and brought them to his mouth, his fangs piercing the seemingly tender skin, drawing out warm, crimson droplets of blood. Inemaru turned Mikann's wound towards the ground, applying slight pressure around the wound, and, as he squeezed, the formation of blood droplets accelerated significantly. In that instant when the blood fell to the ground, the rich spiritual power contained within was quickly absorbed by the main hall, causing everything to become lively, rapidly devouring the blood belonging to the Tsukumagami, regaining vitality. The broken sword did not linger for long. A sword not loved does not deserve to leave a mark. Soon, nourished by the spiritual power, the main hall was rejuvenated. How magical! Mikann gasped, unlocking a new way to use blood. Don't waste too much blood. Inemaru licked the blood droplet lingering on Mikann's fingertips, and in the next moment the droplet was drawn away. The wound also disappeared without a trace. Mikann turned Inemaru's hand over to check, and indeed found the wound in the same spot, but it had already begun to heal, unlike his own wound that could not heal quickly. The special ability of the twin swords, return damage. Inemaru simply explained, taking Mikann's hand and walking towards the hot spring pool to freshen up. As soon as the sword spirits returned from battle and set foot on the grounds of the Hanmaru, they saw their master. However, the master was nestled against a strange sword spirit, looking relaxed. The sleeping master was clutching the sleeve of the unfamiliar sword, and the two blades appeared particularly intimate. The sword spirit they had never seen before might be a new equipped sword. The master should not have unequipped swords. They had no news of new companions, so the possibility of an equipped sword could be ruled out. The aura was very familiar, almost completely filled with their master's scent. His bond with the master was deep, far surpassing theirs. The master was not accompanied by that rarely parting snake pet. Could it be a monster? It was a sword spirit, another sword spirit beside the master. They should have thought of this sooner. How could the master bring two unrelated swords? An existence that could not be trusted. Inemaru broke the brief silence, slowly raising his gaze, his emerald snake eyes coldly watching the group of sword spirits. Don't say that, Inemaru. Mikann seemed to have been awakened, murmuring as she wrapped her arms around Inemaru's waist. After gently rumpling half of her clothes, Mikann sat up, leaning against Inemaru while facing her colleagues. Welcome back. In that moment, in the eyes of the Tsukumagami, the two figures strangely overlapped. Mikann counted the number of sword boys, and her gaze gradually settled on the pure, white Tsukumagami. Tsurumaru, will your counterpart be black? The named white sword shivered and walked forward with a smile, replying, yes. Master, could you tell Tsurumaru what you encountered? Mikann stared at the face of Tsurumaru Kuninaga for a while. The fallen Tsurumaru Kuninaga, a blade that fell into the mire, yet still struggled towards the sun. Tsurumaru Kuninaga. In the eyes of that Tsurumaru Kuninaga, he saw a blazing fire, something that the Tsurumaru Kuninaga before him did not possess. Chapter 39. Kempei Ishi. They returned so quickly. With keen hearing, Kaimitsu Kashu looked up towards the door, somewhat puzzled by the speed at which the second team returned to the main hall. The blades accompanying the second team for this mission were a Wanatake and Shigetsu Kaiyotada, both fully leveled swords, so they shouldn't have come back so fast. As the light of the time-space compass faded, and after all the sword boys landed, a strong smell of blood followed the flow of the air, rushing straight into the library where Mikann was. Mikann put down the scroll in her hands, suddenly stood up, and quickly walked towards the location of the time-space compass. Seeing her master leave the seat, California Kaimitsu shrugged, also stood up, and followed closely behind Mikann, as he was also quite curious about what was happening. Oh dear, it was much more tragic than he had imagined. The Shikigami with crimson eyes curled his lips, unabashedly looking at his colleagues in the courtyard with malice. California Kaimitsu was a step slower than Mikann, so he was completely unconcerned that his wicked smile would be seen by his beloved master. The captains Tsukitachi Kaimitsu and Iwanika were supporting the blood-soaked Okage, who also had wounds on his body to varying degrees. Mikann briefly glanced over all the swords in the second team and found that, except for Iwari, everyone else was injured, though the severity varied. Only Mikann was seriously injured, while Chudai Kiri Mitsuda was moderately injured, and Karama Kuniyashi and Izetsu S. Jin had minor injuries. Mikann pressed her lips together, leaped barefoot off the wooden corridor, and stopped in front of Ajin's sword, placing her hand directly on its chest. Feeling the damaged core of the great sword, Mikann asked, "What did you encounter?" Tsukitachi Kyotada coughed softly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It was evident he wanted to explain to his lord, but it seemed he had injured his vocal cords. Mikann raised her hand to touch the neck of Chiya Mitsumyun on the candlestick, and found that although the Tsukamagami was injured, the area where the neck connected to the collarbone had been pierced, and even a sizable chunk of flesh had been gouged out. An unnamed anger surged within her, and Mikann turned to look at the closest Jiangsu as Wenzi, her voice still calm, but like the calm before a storm. What happened? Jiangsu as Wenzi had injured one eye, and as he looked down at Mikann, bright red blood flowed down his beautiful face. The Kempe Weishur cough. We encountered a large group of Kempe Weishur. They seemed to be lying in wait for something, and we were unexpectedly caught up in this conflict. Do those guys from Kempe Weishur even have the ability to think? California Kyotaka furrowed his brows and murmured, his gaze toward his colleagues losing the initial malice. He wasn't worried that these colleagues would break on the battlefield one day, but was concerned that his lord would suffer a great loss of vitality from treating them. I understand. Mikann lowered her eyes and thought, her brain processing the new concept. After a moment, having digested the new knowledge, Mikann reached out to touch Okakurumi again, intending to return to her original form to rest. Okakurumi was somewhat moved, but he held back his pain, fearing that he might not wake up next time. Due to Okakurumi's intense emotional fluctuations, even the faint connection made Mikann feel Okakurumi's strong unease. Mikann frowned slightly, reassuringly saying, "I will wake you up." Daijin Kin's lips moved slightly, obediently returning to his original form. The young Shinto priest picked up the nearly 2-meter-long great sword, and in the next second, he was lifted by another blade, which was Iwanari. Sitting on Iwanari's shoulder, Mikann felt a bit confused. Iwanari's usual ease was gone. He wore a serious expression, barely managing to smile. "I will take the princess back to the Handen room. Please do not walk outside without shoes." Even though they knew Mikann was the spirit of a sword, they couldn't help but feel sorry for their lord. "Thank you. Mikann, Mitsuda, keep up. The rest of you, tidy things up first. I'll be over shortly." For Mikann, it's time to fulfill the duties of a Shinto priest. Chapter 40, Sword Equipment. To reduce Mikann's burden, Inemaru brought over a glass container and poured a lot of water into it. Only a few drops of blood are needed. This will be very effective for treating minor injuries. Inemaru pushed the container towards Mikann, his eyes, the same color as Mikann's hair tips, filled with hope. Mikann let out a soft sigh and reached out to push open his own body knife, but Inemaru, just like last time, grabbed his hand and brought Mikann's fingers to his mouth. After squeezing out a few drops of blood, Inemaru didn't take the blood droplets from Mikann's fingertip as before. He simply got up and took away the 2 cups filled with a nearly transparent red liquid. Mikann did not hesitate, but considering that the sword boys might feel down due to hurting their lord, which could affect their combat effectiveness, Mikann silently withdrew her hand that was gripping the large sword and used her actual body to cut a gash. The awakened, sucked candle-cutting Mitsuda opened his mouth but still said nothing. There was no choice. This was currently the only means to heal them. Mikann coated the blade of Okikiri with blood soaked in spiritual power. The cold white blade stained crimson with the blood of the Shinshur. Not a single drop of blood was wasted. Okikiri completely absorbed Mikann's blood. Once again sensing the core of Okikiri, Mikann gently exhaled. Although it was a bit slow, it was a sign of repair. Only time was left for the restoration of Okikiri, so Mikann's gaze shifted to the figure of Chigetsu Kyotada. Healing the human form of a Tsukamagami was much easier than healing their original forms. The blood applied to the swords needed to seep in slowly to gradually repair their core, while the human form sword warriors only needed to drink the Shinshi's blood. The spiritual power penetrated into the blood vessels of the sword Tsukumagami, and the circulation of blood would quickly transport the thick spiritual power to the core of the Tsukumagami. Mikann removed the armor of the candelabrum-cutting Mitsuda, which was completely unable to fasten the buttons due to being shattered. He gently placed his blood-stained hand over the wound on Mitsuda's body. Just pressing down could heal it, but after spending some time together, Mikann understood a lot. It would hurt, and naturally, they would feel it too. Moreover, it seemed that there was still something within the gaping wound. Mikann inserted her finger into the mouth of Tsukitachi Kichimyan and said earnestly, "If it hurts, you can bite me." Tsukitachi Kichimyan's body stiffened slightly, feeling a subtle sense of being caught between a rock and a hard place. But with things being what they were, he could only mumble a vague mm. Mikann probed her finger into the wound of the candlestick cut, pulling out something that resembled shatter blades. In just 3 to 5 seconds, this thing dissipated into the air, devoured almost entirely by the spiritual energy in the environment of the main house. The pain stimulated the brain, and candlestick-cut Mitsuda let out a muffled groan, unconsciously biting Mikann's finger. However, he still maintained his precarious sanity, trying not to hurt Mikann. Mikann didn't understand, but she gently reassured, "It's okay. Even if you don't bite through, it still needs to be cut open." Chikage Kyotake, before leaving the hand-in room. Chikage Kyotake felt a bit guilty and bandaged the wounds of the master, which was a bite mark that was still oozing blood. Although the injury was somewhat serious, fortunately, there was no broken blade. Mikann looked at the swords of the second team and felt a slight discomfort in her heart, a sadness brought on by an emotion she had never experienced before. Mikann caressed the knife gear in her hand and looked again at the group of beautiful and charming Tsukumagami. Except for Jiang Shui, everyone was already at full proficiency. "Yes, I'll lead the next sortie, and the Tsukumagami with high survival rates will come with me." Kurama Kuniyashi volunteered, but Mikann directly refused him. "You just reached full proficiency. Consolidate your skills in the Hanmaru. Aizen, I'll trouble you to go to the shop and buy some knife gear later." Knife gear was a new term that Mikann had learned, something that could effectively protect the Tsukumagami. Considering that there were still many things she didn't know, Mikann added, "If there's something useful, just buy it directly." Aizen Kuniyashi nodded, understood. To be honest, it seemed like he hadn't heard the term knife gear in hundreds of years. Over time, without any blades suggesting to their master to purchase knife gear, it was only when their lord mentioned knife gear that these distorted Tsukumagami belatedly remembered, "Oh, there's such a thing." Chapter 41. Current Political Activities Master. This is the flyer I got from the shop. SHS Jin held a simple flyer, waiting for Mikann's orders. Mikann, who had taken a brief rest, lifted her eyelids, her heterochromatic eyes swirling around before finally locking onto SHS Jin's figure. This gaze was hollow and somewhat eerie, but in the eyes of the Tsukumagami, who had developed a strong filter for Mikann, it was also remarkably beautiful. Inemaru supported Mikann to sit up, taking it upon himself to be her cushion. He loosely wrapped around her, as if his serpentine body was still coiling around her. He was familiar with every inch of Mikann's skin, which was a benefit of being a silver snake. Does it roughly mean martial arts matchmaking? Mikann blinked in confusion, instinctively asking Inemaru for his thoughts. The silver snake-like Tsukumagami shook his head and lightly tapped Mikann's forehead with his finger, which was so white it seemed out of place in the world. "Don't misuse vocabulary." Mikann pinched Inemaru's fingertip and continued reading the content on the flyer. Soon, Mikann was attracted by the bolded phrase "rare sword" with full proficiency. Mikann doesn't care about rare swords, but the phrase "fully leveled" particularly attracts him. Just like how dried persimmons attract Shuya Kotetsu. This might be difficult. Mikann's eyes droop a bit with disappointment. Brother Jisetsu is fully leveled, and when he returned from battle today, Shuya Kotetsu looked at Mikann with bright, sparkling eyes and said seriously, "With Brother Jisetsu, it's no problem. Besides the highly polarized high-level sword warriors, they can basically handle anything. After all, compared to other counterparts and similar beings, Mikann sword warriors have hundreds of years of killing experience as manifested spirits. Please gather everyone, Shuya." Understood. As a short sword spirit, Shuya Kotetsu's movements are incredibly fast. Ever since Mikann got Inamar, he no longer needs to wear the close attendant's outfit. However, just as he finished changing clothes and stood up, he heard the pleasant sound of sword bells ringing from afar. The main hall is very large, and even Mikann can't reach the gathering point in such a short time. Should it be said that he is indeed a short sword? Mikann quickened his pace, and soon he saw the figures waiting for him. KKISJ was reading the content of the flyer according to his instructions. However, the childlike short sword had a very cold voice. The short sword recited the words on the flyer one by one with a strong sense of indifference, the voice not very loud, but just enough for all the colleagues to hear. The ranking Shikigami can receive one or more fully trained unnamed swords. That's all. Does anyone have any opinions? KKISJ folded the flyer and consciously followed behind Mikann, playing the role of a supporter. The sword boys did not speak. But body language is a form of communication too, and everyone was looking forward to sparring with their peers. Wait a moment. Mikann's words attracted the attention of the Tsukumagami. He had a new consideration. This matter was worth a try, but not worth the risk. Those named were prohibited from participating. After hearing Mikann's words, all the sword boys who knew their special status couldn't help but stiffen a bit. They were the aberrant swords of their type, so Kayamitsu, Ichikamanji Aizen, Isuk, and Mitsutada, you are prohibited from going into battle. The named sword boys felt unwilling, but they naturally understood the reason for the Shikigami's actions. After all, whether they were darkened swords or modified swords, aside from Aizen Kunishige, whose appearance merely changed, they would definitely cause trouble for their lord if they appeared in public. Moreover, darkened swords entering such places would be immediately identified by the barrier as attackers, which would inevitably implicate the Shikigami. So, even if they harbored resentment for not being able to help their lord, they had no other choice. Yes, Chapter 42 Martial Arts Recruitment. What a beautiful princess. Her sword boys felt so special. They seemed even more charming. Don't say that. Aren't you afraid your sword boys will get jealous? Oh, wait, Ichi. Let me explain. So many humans. This was the first time Mikann saw so many humans, all sorts of them, looking quite young. The sword boys following these princesses didn't have very high training levels, with only one or two handsome sword boys with decent training levels occasionally accompanying some ladies. And those with considerable strength, as Shikigami generally wouldn't lack rare swords by their sides. It didn't seem very stressful. Kase Kanesada smiled and held Mikann's hand, his jade-like eyes only reflecting Mikann's figure, as if his gaze was warm jade washed by extreme cold, clear yet inherently gentle. Mikann's gaze lingered a bit longer on Kase Kanesada's eyes, but soon shifted elsewhere. Mikann softly responded to Kase Kanesada's words, a faint sorrow in his brows. At least he could bring back a sword. I will win first place for the lord later. The refined and elegant Tsukumagami, like the moon in the sky, slightly leaned to the side, reappearing in the Shikigami's view. Please believe us, my lord. Mikann looked at him somewhat sluggishly, and was drawn in by the swords that shared his thoughts. Whether it was a short sword, a naginata, or a tachi, they all came with the belief that they would win. The Tsukumagami have a fierce spirit. They pursue victory because they are products of the battlefield, and they are gods of bloodshed. The swords that have wandered for 100 years are even more so. They're like beasts returning to their ancestral bloodline, possessing even greater lethality. I believe in you all. The trust from my beloved master is like rain falling on parched land. Respected Shikigami, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate in this event. The owner of the voice was a swordman known as Narukami T. Schur. The youthful-looking swordman exuded a mature demeanor, which was different from the information Mikann had gathered. Mikann was lost in confusion, wondering if her information was already outdated. Dear Shinki, please choose your close attendants wisely and put away the other sword boys, as the main party's time-space compass has a limited capacity. Everyone should go back. When Mikann was next to Ayane Maru, her words halted abruptly upon seeing Tsu Kunanaga's eyes. Did she remember incorrectly? She clearly remembered Tsurumaru's eyes being golden. Mikann looked closely again and found that Tsurumaru Kunanaga still had his brilliant golden eyes. An illusion? Mikann pondered her choice and spoke again. Ayane Maru, let's return to your original form. The Shikigami, resembling a white snake, said nothing more and obediently transformed into a quiet Nichiren sword resting at Mikann's waist. Tsurumaru, could I ask you to be my close attendant? The white crane, gleaming under the sunlight, tilted its eyes, and its white eyelashes trembled with the upward curve of its lips. It would be my honor. The sword warriors who were not chosen did not argue. They would never let their taciturn master feel troubled, as this was the person who would accompany them for life, deserving of care. However, just before dissipating into spirit particles, their warning gazes still attempted to pierce through the white crane. With Tsurumaru Kunanaga carrying a basket of swords, Mikann took the lead into the area shrouded by the compass. That's all. Wishing you great success in battle. Tishru bowed elegantly, and Mikann noticed that this sword warrior's smile never changed, his eyes reflecting a terrifying fatigue. Watching all the participating masters enter the time-space compass, Tishru turned to the political staff beside him, his interest waning after his smile faded. Even the military examination is just average. Please remain calm, Your Highness Neo. After assisting Tishru in returning to his original form, the political staff also stepped into the compass's shroud. To whom will this weary Neo fall? Chapter 43. Event rules. All the masters were transported to a vast shrine, surrounded by an endless expanse of sea. The ocean was clear and blue, presenting a deadly allure to all human masters. Mikann touched the Anemru, which had unknowingly transformed into a white snake wrapped around her wrist. Her eyes filled with an unclear expression, not a good one, yet it made Mikann feel much angrier. Looking at the human rulers leaning over the red railing to look down, Mikann slowly shifted her gaze to the sea that seemed to be solidified with spiritual power. In the distance, there was a gigantic torii gate, half of which was submerged underwater, while the other half was bathed in sunlight, emanating a dazzling red light. The tip of Mikann's nose twitched slightly as he detected a component in the pure spiritual energy that did not belong to it, seemingly a technological product, as mentioned in current affairs. Mikann turned her head, her locking onto that figure, a fox assistant. A sharp voice came from the fox's open mouth, drawing everyone's attention. Welcome, dear ladies, to the shrine of the judgment of the gods. I am the gatekeeper fox of this shrine. You can simply call me Fox Assistant. As Fox Assistant spoke, it shook its head and said, I will announce the rules, so please listen carefully, ladies. For those powerful and more concentrated spirit energy of the fully leveled Shikigami lords. The fox's paw touched the bell hanging around its neck, and a moment later, a projection like a screen appeared in the air, displaying the illustrations of the swords that could be obtained this time. These Shikigami lords are the first batch of rare sword polarizations, and they possess a stronger resolve compared to the current gods. Mikann's eyes lingered on the screen, and she felt a stir in her heart. She wanted the rare sword of the original polarization, as those stats were simply the double data of her previous form. The Shikigami. After the fox displayed a series of rewards, it began to explain the event rules. This time, the rules were more about testing the abilities of the princesses compared to the sword boys. Lacking spiritual power would make it very difficult to control these adults. Compared to other fox assistants, this fox spoke much more bluntly, almost trampling on the pride of the weak-spirited Shikigami. The rules were not very complicated, but there were too many words, and I was a bit reluctant to read, so let us just assume the rules are about competing in spiritual power. The fox assistant jumped and flipped in place, and the next moment, it seemed to enter somewhere, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was hard to say for humans. But as a Shikigami, Mikann saw that the fox assistant dove into the bell. The one truly capable of disappearing was that political creation. Why did the fox assistant only say half of what it wanted to say? It hadn't even mentioned what was coming next. What was going on? Soon, among this group, mostly composed of ordinary girls, some Shikigami began to complain, creating a chain reaction. Although they didn't know each other, they subconsciously started chatting. However, Mikann's aura made the girls hesitant to approach. So in the end, apart from Mikann and a few older ladies, everyone was whispering softly. I think I understand. One lady suddenly spoke up. Her voice was not loud, but the Shikigami carried spiritual pressure, causing all the girls to stop their conversations and look over. This lady was gazing into the distance, specifically at that torii gate. No wonder it was marked as having certain dangers. This princess mocked, clarifying for everyone that if we do not support the barrier around the shrine, then I think we will all perish at the hands of the enemy's swords. With this lady's reminder, more and more princesses began to see the dangers lurking beneath the calm sea surface, which were densely packed enemy swords. Fortunately, after experiencing numerous battlefields, these young girls had strong hearts. They tacitly supported the barrier of spiritual power. They naturally had something to rely on. The political entity would not abandon any Shikigami with spiritual power. Chapter 44. Test. At the beginning, all the Shikigami appeared completely unpressured, but as the enemy swords crashed into the protective shield like a swarm of locusts, and with the passage of time, those with shallower spiritual power began to feel the strain. Mikann couldn't be of any help. Watching the efforts of the children of humanity, Mikann fell into a whirlpool of confusion and misunderstanding. If she could leave directly, why endure the struggle? After a long time, finally the first person began to give up. But at that moment, the weary princess exclaimed, clutching the compass in her palm. Unable to exit. Why? The girl's voice was sharp enough to penetrate everyone's eardrums. like the first drop of water thrown into hot oil, causing a boil, followed by more water entering the scalding pot. The group of girls panicked. They all tried to request to exit the activity, and without exception, the compasses in their hands did not respond. In their panic, more and more children found it difficult to remain rational. Coupled with the depletion of spiritual power, more and more Shikigami curled up, shrinking in fear. Still, some noticed Mikann's indifference, and the Shikigami who had been hesitant to speak turned their attention to the Tsukumagami who had just stepped into the social circle. Mikann anxiously stroked the white snake wrapped around her wrist, her gaze growing colder, like a frozen stone at the bottom of the sea. Just the contact of her eyes could chill one to the bone. Everyone fell silent, but the protective barrier was clearly on the verge of collapse. Mikann discovered that the number of enemies hadn't increased. It was just that the initial base was very large, densely packed, creating a visual impact that gave the illusion of an ever-increasing quantity. Mikann touched her waist, and beneath the hunting clothes, her original blade was still there. The protective shield formed by the supply of spiritual power would eventually be broken, and now, apart from a few older Shikigami, almost all the Shikigami had become exhausted after several hours of spiritual power output. Mikann walked up to the red railing and reached out to touch the now invisible protective barrier. To her surprise, she was able to pass through it. Mikann's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she jumped onto the red wooden railing. "Your Highness, please don't do anything foolish." A slightly weary-looking lady spoke up to stop her. "You can safely stay within the protective barrier and wait for rescue with everyone else." Thinking that the seemingly young princess was affected by the earlier small conflict, the lady patiently reassured her. When it comes to children, they all tend to show a friendly side. Mikann gently shook her head, raising her arm to fling out her main knife, a long soft blade gleaming with cold light. "Exuding a mur de rouora." The lady who was still trying to persuade her was taken aback and took a step back after bowing. "I'm sorry, it was Aki's arrogance." Aki is the code name of this princess. Mikann didn't respond. He was focused on preparing himself for the impending life and death battle. The moment he completely left the protective shield, the countless enemy blades crashing against the shield seemed like a chaotic stream of data, noticeably lagging for a moment. Mikann suddenly became even more puzzled because the enemies in front of him were strangely weak. He didn't even need to use his breathing techniques. It felt as if the Hashira-level demon slayer was cleansing the newly transformed demons. It seemed like the memory had changed. Hashira, the one he was attached to, was Ahishra. The swords danced, and Mikann moved like a dancer weaving through a sky full of enemy blades, his movements crisp and smooth, as if he were performing a dance elegant to the core, even though with each connection of his movements, countless enemy blades turned to ash. Mikann's movements were quick, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. But perhaps beauty is a product of distance, as everyone was captivated by Mikann's figure. Truly, she was a powerful princess. After this simulated dungeon, someone was observing this group of humans qualified to be divine judges through a blue screen. Chapter 45, Shinkienzu. It was relatively easy. All the level 1 swords were annihilated by Mikann. At this moment, Mikann's status in the eyes of all the divine judges rose slightly, as she became the backbone. Even though she was just a child who understood nothing, this group of divine judges was incredibly pure, due to the fall of the previous generation's base. Increasingly powerful, time-traveling armies emerged, and the current political situation had already taken another 100 years, leading to the emergence of a new, pure-minded divine judge. Living under such a divine judge, the sword spirits were well taken care of, and the dark fallen base had not increased to this day. However, this also meant that it would be difficult for this kind-hearted group of princesses to quickly become mature rulers. But that's fine. Not increasing the burden seemed to align with the original purpose. The first round of assessments concluded, and the esteemed divine judges could choose 2 sword gentlemen from their accompanying swords to assist them in completing the trial. A massive projection of the fox's assistants was cast above the red torii gate, and after its voice fell, this group of divine judges, typically quick to forget pain after healing, began to ponder which sword gentleman would be the best companion. However, some divine judges withdrew. A few of the younger divine judges were genuinely frightened. The number of divine judges in the shrine visibly decreased. Since this was the first plan implemented in 100 years, most of these children, as the new generation of initial divine judges, were overly young. Mikann was not concerned about this. He looked at the screen spread out before him and unhesitatingly chose the katana and dagger. Like a first summon, Kagyuki and Kanasada walked out from the cherry blossom rain, elegant and noble, embodying any beautiful words that could be used to describe these two sword gentlemen. Such a beautiful aura. The first to strike up a conversation with Mikann was the gun with the codename in, who stepped a few paces closer, maintaining a reasonable distance that was neither too intimate to make Mikann uncomfortable nor too distant to discourage him from talking. This princess was very adept at gauging social distance and could adjust it for everyone. Kanasada and Kagyuki stood quietly around Mikann, making no moves. But the two sword gentlemen beside and narrowed their eyes slightly, clearly noticing that the sword gentlemen next to Mikann, though seemingly harmless, were definitely not to be underestimated. The one was Yamato no Kami Yasasada, and the child's name was Higuruma. Catching the unfamiliarity in Mikann's eyes, and smiled knowingly and took the initiative to introduce herself. She really hadn't considered that this child was a new generation gun. If possible, would the princess be willing to exchange the base number with me? You should still be unfamiliar with extreme transformation, right? Mikann was inevitably drawn to the polarization mentioned by An, and her inquisitive gaze silently rejected the attempts of the sword boys to stop her. Kagyuki Kanasada sighed lightly, thinking it was all right. The master must have her own reasons for doing this. Compared to Kagyuki Kanasada, who deliberately exuded an air of harmlessness, Seo Yamato, standing beside Mikann with a serious expression, was genuinely harmless. Unlike Kagyuki Kanasada, who seemed to hide a blade behind a smile, he was a very pure child. Under Anne's gentle guidance, as she shared some knowledge about polarization, Mikann ended up exchanging her base number. "Thank you. You're too polite, Himejimai," and replied with a warm smile. Her gaze slowly shifting towards the distant Konoha as the second round was about to begin. Mikann was momentarily stunned, and in the blink of an eye, was enveloped by blue light. The figure of Akane also became blurry, but the air was filled with the words, "Wishing you great success in your martial endeavors." Would the second round also be a test? Mikann felt a sense of unfamiliarity with everything, so he could only keep trying and making mistakes. "Please, we will protect our lord well. I will secure the top spot for my master." Chapter 46. First place congratulations to all the esteemed Shinigami for passing the initial test. Next, the real challenge begins. There is no need for battle. All the ladies only need to bring back the swords to the finish line. This time, the test is the compatibility between the ladies and the sword boys. If the intimacy index is high, the ladies can completely transmit spiritual power while letting their sword boys race across the spirit pond. By the way, the spirit pond is very cold, and if you fall in, you will definitely get sick. Spiritual disease. Well, aside from being uncomfortable, it doesn't have any severe effects. The first Shinigami to reach the finish line can obtain the most beautiful blade in the world, Mikazuki Munikika, which is the star of our time government. Now it's preparation time. Please, esteemed Shinigami, carefully explore what I mean by compatibility. Good luck. Mikann stood dazed in place, showing no signs of negative emotions. Rather, he seemed somewhat excited, but his excitement rendered his expression even more blank. With no concept of beauty, Mikann's mind was filled with a simple formula. His princess was both beautiful and strong. So beauty equated to strength, and therefore he must obtain the world's most beautiful blade, Mikazuki Munikika. After a brief brainstorming session in his mind, Mikann's eyes sparkled as he turned to his two sword gentlemen and said earnestly, "I want Mikazuki Munikika." No one noticed, not even the staff of the government. The moment Mikann uttered, "I want Mikazuki Munikika," the splendid sword placed at the finish line emitted a brief hum. The white sword existing in the resting place seemed to sense something and vibrated in response, but returned to calm in an instant. He hoped that his lord would choose him to go into battle next time. Mikann and Shio S. Manji were quietly discussing. The reason for consulting Shio S. Manji was that he was a short sword, much faster than other types of swords. However, just a moment ago, Mikann had already given up on the idea of Shio S. Manji taking him to the finish line, not to mention that he had no concept of compatibility. He had just learned from a nearby princess that the basis of compatibility was intimacy. Just on this point, he was completely disheartened. He and his colleagues were merely respectful partners. There was no so-called intimacy, and his entry into compatibility was directly blocked, since the rule required him to reach the finish line with one of his sword boys, without any unnecessary detours. Mikann decisively activated in Land B, deciding to carry Shio S. Manji himself to the finish line, not considering Keisin Kanasada, because Shio S. Manji was more cost-effective. After seeing Shio S. Manji nod with an unnatural expression, Mikann sighed deeply and comfortingly patted the dejected short sword. At this moment, Lambi was also a last resort, and Mikann was glad that besides himself, almost no one chose short swords for the battle, and those who did had already left in the previous round. He really couldn't outrun the short sword. As the lengthy half-hour preparation phase ended, Mikann saw various swords holding their respective masters, ready to go. And he noticed that one princess with only great swords beside her seemed to be on the verge of tears. Why? Shio, are you ready? Shio Manji, held in Mikann's arms, had a blank expression and silently tightened his grip on his master's clothing. Yes. At the moment, the divine bell rang. All the sword boys along with their masters, and Mikann, with his sword boy, instantly dashed out, the distance visibly widening. It was probably Mikann, the Wakizashi type, Tsukumagami, the Tachi type, Tsukumagami, and the great sword in Odachi type's ranking order. Mikann glanced at the sword behind her with her peripheral vision, noticing that it was a military-clad, long-haired, youthful-looking Shiraseiya. My lord, yes, about to surpass us, Kageyasu, Sayamon whispered, his eyes fixed on the Shiraseiya through Mikann's hair. A blade that poses a threat to the lord must be dealt with according to the rules. Interference with other groups is not allowed. Kageyasu Sayamon took out the beads he obtained from his brother and, pressing his fingers against the beads, prepared to throw them. He aimed to eliminate all unstable factors, with the first being his lord. Kageyasu, the tangerine whispered, and Shinya's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. The bead he threw with his writing changed direction and missed the sidekick, who was in a daze. Feeling a bit anxious, Shinya left the text, worried that his actions had been noticed. His mood sank, wondering if his master would abandon him because of this. Mikann put down Shinazuki Yoshimitsu, gently touching the head of the short sword and revealing a faint smile. He looked at the magnificent swords placed on the luxurious sword rack and said slowly, "We are number one." Yes. Chapter 47. Mikazuki Munakika. It is not necessarily the case that the first to arrive can obtain the sword they desire. The Shikigami must also gain the sword recognition. Aside from the second place, who was an unfamiliar princess, the third place was an who had previously chatted with Mikann. She stepped down from the embrace of a silver-haired dagger and waved cheerfully at Mikann. Huh? Mikann felt a bit confused. Was she greeting him? This was truly his first encounter with a human, and Mikann felt somewhat nervous. He was worried that he might not get it right and leave a bad impression during future meetings with the princess. And who was greeting him tilted her head slightly, covering her smile with her wide sleeves. She was indeed a lovely child. Shinazuki Yoshimitsu timely tugged at Mikann's clothing, reminding his master that it was time to use spiritual power to awaken the sword boys. Mikann whispered, "I'm sorry." Seo Wazaman nodded slightly, her gaze turning to Mikazuki Munakika, one of the 5 great swords of the world. This sword, born during the Heian period, is undoubtedly the most beautiful blade in the world. It's strong, excelling in various aspects like winning favor. Seo Wazaman's eyes darkened, and her look toward the most beautiful blade grew fierce. Mikann's hand froze at the motion, and with so many gazes upon him, could he still perform blood summoning? He remembered a phrase he read in a book. Those who are not of my kind will have different hearts. If he was different from the other princesses, would he be seen as an outcast? Mikann's entanglement didn't last long. His concern for other humans was nothing compared to whether his beloved's hair had grown longer. The white snake on his wrist came into play, allowing Mikann to avoid drawing blood in public, although he completely disregarded others' opinions. The droplets of blood quickly merged into the blade of the most beautiful sword, and a rain of cherry blossoms immediately blossomed, so fast that it seemed this sword gentleman could hardly wait to transform. My name is Mikazuki Munakika. Well, as one of the 5 great swords of the world, I am said to be the most beautiful, born in the late 11th century. Finally, we meet, my lord. The elegantly dressed Tsukumagami appeared from the rain of cherry blossoms, his crescent moon eyes filled with Mikann's figure. Not far away, the regretful Akane, who had no sword to choose from, slightly leaned forward, somewhat puzzled by Mikazuki Munakika's lines. They seemed a bit different from her grandfather's phrases. Kagyuki's gen's drawing speed increased, and Mikann nearly missed noticing Mikazuki Munakika taking a step back. He didn't speak and prioritized calming Kagyuki's gen. "I'm sorry. I don't really like hugs," Mikann explained awkwardly. Mikazuki Munakika slowly adjusted the tassels on his attire and smiled gently. "Is that so? I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me, my lord. It's fine." Feeling the strong core energy radiating from Mikazuki Munakika, Mikann's lips curled up and his mood improved. "Then, please let me take you back," Mikazuki Munakika said with a smile, his crescent moon eyes causing Mikann to momentarily lose his focus. "Just consider it accepted." Mikazuki Munakika teased as he glanced at Kagyuki's gen. This time, he successfully approached Mikann and embraced his longed-for master. Mikann, who was picked up with one hand, was momentarily confused until he saw Mikazuki Munakika lift Kagyuki's gen, bringing him back to reality with a hint of puzzlement. If you fall, unless my lord jumps into the spirit pond to fetch you, Tsukamagami can't get back up. Mikann suddenly realized. So there are hidden rules like this. So please don't struggle, Prince Shea. Upon receiving Mikann's signal, Shea Takitsugu maintained a serious expression, quietly being lifted by Mikazuki Munakika. There's a question. How can a newly awakened swordman achieve compatibility with his lord? Is this the power of a fully leveled rare sword? Moreover, it feels strangely familiar. This Mikazuki Munakika. Noticing Shea Takitsugu's gaze, Mikazuki Munakika silently said, "Stay quiet." Mikann gazed at the mirror-like spirit pond, where scattered cherry blossom petals floated, watching as her reflection rippled with the fallen petals, feeling an indescribable calmness. In fact, it wasn't that Tsukikage Munanaga and Mikann had met the compatibility requirements, but the blown-away cherry rain was paving the way for the most beautiful blade. The cherry blossoms, rich in spiritual energy, could solidify completely and be used to make sakuramachi. There was a hidden secret among the Tsukamagami. If the cherry blossom petals solidified by the sword boys were eaten by their master, it would not only enhance mood and intimacy, but also strengthen the connection of spiritual energy, making them stronger. For them, this act felt as if they had entered their master's body. Chapter 48. Riddleblade first. Let's congratulate the princesses who have acquired the swords. The fox's sharp voice rang out again. And next, please choose 2 sword boys to battle. With no other options left, Mikann naturally chose Iwano Tsurugi and Tsurumu Kuninaga. But just as she had awakened Tsurumu Kuninaga, the fox continued, panting, "Please note that princesses who have acquired new sword boys can only choose 1 sword boy to battle." Mikann's hand trembled, and for a moment, he let go of the sword held in the void where swords were stored. But the instant his fingertips left the hilt, a warm hand intertwined with his fingers connecting them. Feeling the warmth from the hand, Mikann paused, and at that moment, Tsurumu Kuninaga actively left the subspace where the swords were kept and embraced his master. "Master, do you not want to see the crane?" Tsurumu Kuninaga looked down at Mikann, his snow-white eyelashes fluttering slightly, carrying a sense of fragmented beauty. "No," Mikann replied softly, completely devoid of the earlier sense of unease about wanting a tall sword. Tsurumu Kuninaga continued to cling to Mikann, a bit overly affectionate. "Tsurumu, this seems a bit inappropriate," Kaisen Kanesada said with a smile, grabbing Tsurumu Kuninaga's hood, his eyes skillfully concealing emotions directed at Mikann. "I remember Tsurumu and Mikazuki are old acquaintances. There must be many things you want to say. It has indeed been a long time." "So," Mikazuki Munakika said cheerfully. Reluctantly separating from Mikann, Tsurumu Kuninaga raised an eyebrow at Konio Saito, who had taken the opportunity to step on his foot. Forget it. He wasn't the type to bully children. "Well, Mikazuki, it's been a while. Shall we have a word?" "Sure." Watching the 2 old swords from Heian-kyo walk a little further away, Kaisen Kanesada's eyes gradually deepened, feeling that something was amiss. Kaisen, hearing his master's call, the elegant sword warrior turned back and smiled. "What can I do for you, master?" "I am hungry." Mikann's face was a bit pale. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of dizziness from hunger. Kaisen Kanesada froze. He forgot that his master did not have the supplies from Shinto priest. Konio Saito, who carried snacks, quickly came to the rescue. "I have dried persimmons and fresh persimmons. Master, please eat some." Kaisen Kanesada affectionately patted the short sword's head, then fell into a brainstorming session. Wait, persimmons probably couldn't be his staple food. Although the master was a sword spirit, unbound sword spirits still needed to refer to humans. Where could they find food? It was our oversight. Please allow the Shinto priest to rest well. The 3rd match will begin in 2 days. With the sound of Kitsu no Suk's voice, all Shinto priests and sword spirits returned to the manya. While eating persimmons, Mikann was suddenly picked up and placed on a shoulder by a tall sword spirit. Used to it, Mikann felt no discomfort. While waiting, it seemed he heard his master say he was hungry, and he remembered a ramen shop that was really delicious. Iwado's thoughts were truly meticulous. He was indeed the sword spirit best at taking care of short swords from the Sanjo family. "Let's go." Mikann looked at Iwado, who wanted to help him but didn't know where to grab him, and obediently placed his hand on top. The Shinto priest's hand and the Naginata spirit's hand together looked really delicate and exquisite. "Ha, let's go." Konio Saito and Kaisen Kanesada did not fall behind. While Mikazuki Munakika and Kaoru Kuninaga walked leisurely behind, creating a considerable distance, but the Shinto priest was still within their line of sight. Iwato is still as detail-oriented as before. Mikazuki Munakika smiled, his stunningly beautiful face seemingly radiating special effects, but the white crane beside him was not bad either. I never expected that Mikazuki would remember completely. No, I only remember part of it, then deduced a lot more. Mikazuki Munakika smiled, casually supporting a short sword, Konosuke. Oh, brother, please be careful. Ah, it's Mikazuki. Unfortunately, I have to hurry to buy things and can't catch up. Thank you, Mikazuki. The little Tengu looked a bit anxious, hurriedly thanking Mikazuki Munakika before leaving. The short sword's older brother was still as fiery as ever. Watching the little Tengu's back, Sumeru Kuninaga murmured, "The big sword of the Sanjo faction is not like that." I know. Chapter 49. The Gathering of Sanjo and Crane, long time no see, brother. Facing Oiken, Mikazuki Munakika seemed to deliberately restrain his brilliance, resembling a child admiring his elder brother, holding Oiken in high regard. Mikazuki. The milk-white, long-haired big sword sat opposite the world's most beautiful blade. This reunion of brothers who had been apart for 1,000 years was indeed moving for the blade. If these blades had feelings, perhaps they would only be for their master. With Tsurumura here, can the two brothers borrow a moment to talk with me? Mikazuki Munakika smiled at his two brothers, the golden tassels on his head entwining with the strands of hair as he moved, the deep blue and gold on him appearing exceptionally beautiful, indescribable in words. The other blades, seemingly ignored at this meaningless welcome gathering, felt nothing. Rather than exchanging a few words with the Sanjo faction swords, they preferred to deepen their bond with their master. Master, this is Sakura Machi. It would taste great with tea. Tsuruo Kuninaga placed the only Sakura Machi on a plate beside Mikann's hand, and the anticipation on his cheek, now uncovered by silk, could be seen. Even without the aid of eyes, this big sword could leave a place for itself beside the Shinto priest. Under the big sword's expectant gaze, Mikann rolled up his sleeves and raised his hand to pick up a piece of beautifully fragrant Sakura Machi. Looking at the exquisite Sakura Machi in his hand, Mikann felt that the princess in his memory seemed to also like a certain kind of dessert, but he couldn't recall it. The taste of Sakura Machi spread in his mouth. Though it was his first time tasting it, Mikann felt a sense of familiarity. While the lords and subjects here were enjoying themselves, the swords of the Sanjo faction, along with the domesticated crane, left together after exchanging greetings, likely heading to the Sanjo room. Led by Mikazuki Munakika, Oiken, Iwato, and Tsuruo Kuninaga took their seats in turn. Everyone should feel more or less the affection for our master, Mikazuki Munakika said with a smile, dropping a remark that could stir up a storm. But the other blades seemed to have little reaction. All present were old swords, having been influenced by humans for a millennium. Even the pure white crane was not a clean sword spirit. I can feel that there's a kind of barrier-like connection between our master and us. Iwato patted his core position on his chest, lazily smiling, with a sharp tooth clearly visible in his smile. Mikazuki Munakika glanced at the only Naginata brother from the Sanjo faction, his crescent moon-like eyes gradually losing warmth. Then let's speak openly. The brothers should not enjoy speaking haiku like Tsurumaru. This referred to the two ancient swords playing a riddle. Oiken gently shook his head, his hair that Iwato had styled now completely undone, the milk-white strands hanging on his shoulders, adding a hint of softness to the beautiful blade. It's been a long time since I've spoken haiku. I miss the life in Heian Kyo. Mikazuki can share more haiku with me. Mikazuki Munakika's lips curled slightly. He indeed recited many haiku that were passed down among the nobles during the Heian Kyo period. But towards the end, it became a riddle, as requested by Oiken. He had to comply with his brother's command. Although it seems somewhat absurd, none of us would easily believe a stranger Shinto priest based on our experiences. This point was agreed upon by the blades, facing Mikann. They seemed to have a natural sense of closeness, making Mikazuki Munakika's statement not impossible. Then let's wait for verification. Mikazuki Munakika said, his smile fading, but the moon would never lose its brilliance. His crimson lips parted, and with a cold voice reminiscent of the aristocrats of Heian Kyo, he spoke. The next colleague is Gokotai. Tsuruo Kuninaga, who had been silently supporting Mikazuki Munakika, suddenly chimed in. They shared some of the same memories, so, compared to the skeptical Okita Tsuji and Iwatoshi, they were more inclined to believe each other's words, even though they were actually trusting their own memories. Let's see if we have all returned to the current stage. Or, If only a few sword warriors who should have deeper connections with our Lord have come back here. Mikazuki Munakika continued to smile, as he was the blade closest to Mikann based on the amount of shared memories, excluding that serpent. Chapter 50. The sword warriors come to stick together in the battle activity. Aside from the most beautiful blade, Mikazuki Munakika, the other blades remained the same. This unexpected event was a test of the master's understanding of their associated swords. Mikann scored a perfect score without any suspense, but was given a black card by Konosuke, indicating that the sword could not be selected. All masters entered a break and went to a small room divided by barriers. Konosuke prioritized visiting Mikann. After all, this was the first place. Without waiting for Mikann to ask, Konosuke quickly provided the reason. Lady Heim's answers were completely correct. They indeed described Mikazuki Munakika, Kuninaga, Sayaka as Jin, and Kaisen Kanesada. However, the sword warriors described by Lady Heim do not belong to the associated sword warriors. Konosuke said, unafraid as he met the gaze of the most beautiful blade. The fox's eyes were filled with complex emotions, but they resembled data garbled. Mikann pressed her lips together, unable to refute the words of Kashinokami. The sword boys he described were indeed not her sword boys, but rather the data compiled on the official website. Do we need to provide data comparison for Heim? Under the pressure from these somewhat strange sword boys, Kashinokami, even with the tip of his tail tense, did not forget to ask Mikann's thoughts. Unfortunately, Mikann declined Kashinokami's suggestion, as she sensed the unease belonging to her own sword boys. Mikann did not understand the source of this emotion, but she chose to respect the sword boys. Since they felt uneasy, it indicated that they had secrets they did not want her to know. Thus, Mikann said, "No need, I have no objections to this decision." They were merely colleagues temporarily gathered together, so having secrets was normal, and Mikann did not want to need to know those secrets. Mikazuki Munakika's gaze fell on the fox, thoughtful, as if looking at unprocessed ingredients. The means of political maneuvering were more than they had imagined. The Shikigami, with eyes containing a brilliant crescent moon, pressed her lips together, her expression subtly changing. With every frown and smile, the myriad of scenery seemed to blur and fade because of her stunning beauty. Her exquisitely crafted hands, as if they were works of art, grasped Mikann's hand, naturally intertwining their fingers. The most beautiful blade bowed slightly, and a highly recognizable voice resonated in Mikann's ear. "My lord, would you like to taste the flavor of the wild?" Mikazuki Munakika glanced at the hands intertwined with Mikann's, thoughts swirling in her mind. At this moment, her lord still did not know the word refuse, and could gradually push Heim's bottom line back, making the benefits not just open to the snake. Mikazuki Munakika did not speak softly on purpose. There was even a feeling of intentionality about it, because when she said this, her crescent eyes were focused on the fox, and that crescent moon exuded the pressure of a superior, a far purer sense of oppression than most Mikazuki Munakika. Kashinokami, as a tool existing in emotional scarcity, felt a bone-deep fear facing Mikazuki Munakika at this moment. This Mikazuki Munakika was not right. It needed to be reported. Mikazuki Munakika suddenly leaned closer to Mikann. The snake coiled around Mikann's neck dangerously raised its body, blocking between the two blades. His Highness Inigamura remained as always. Mikazuki Munakika still smiled, her incredibly beautiful face even making Mikann feel a bit dazed. The most beautiful blade avoided the silver snake and slowly created distance from Mikann, ultimately maintaining an appropriate social range. However, the silver snake was no longer in a light sleep. Even when Mikann held and caressed it, its eyes were fixed directly on Mikazuki Munakika. Mikann stared straight at Mikazuki Munakika's snake head, feeling a bit jealous, but this was something Ayanimaru wanted to do, so he couldn't interfere. The feeling of jealousy was quickly cast aside by Mikann as he looked towards Konosuke again. The fox had returned to its usual state, but Tomoru Kuninaga had somehow appeared behind the fox. "Is there anything else, Konosuke?" Mikann felt a bit awkward with the honorifics. He hadn't learned many of the terms needed for different occasions, and he didn't even know the gender of this Konosuke. "If the princess has no further business, we'll take our leave." The fox wagged its tail and, after Mikann gave his consent, slipped into the bell. Mikann turned around and looked at her sword boys, clearly sensing that they were hiding something, but there was no need to ask. "You've worked hard, please take a good rest." Suddenly embraced by Hakuro, Mikann's voice quickly faded. "Ayanimaru, stop." The transformed Ayanimaru set down his unsheathed sword and walked aside, sulking quietly, though his snake-like eyes occasionally cast a cold glance at Hakuro. Being close to our master is the best way for us to rest. Kuramitsu Kuniyashi completely ignored Ayanimaru's presence and began to verify some things that Mikazuki Munakika said to them last night, such as the idea that coming into contact with the Shikigami could recharge them, which was truly a wonderful benefit. Everyone was aware of this, except for Mikann. Watching Hakuro relax, the jade-like youth Shikigami quietly grasped the other hand of the Shikigami master. Mikann did not refuse, only silently complained in her heart. Such a strange posture. Sayaka left the text. How did they resolve the Millennium Sword in history? He suddenly felt a bit curious. Chapter 51. The Secret Meeting of Sanju and Tsuruheim 2. Ootachi? Ootachi raised his gaze towards Mikazuki Munakika, whose unique rose-red eyes were filled with misty confusion. Oh, really? Mikazuki Munakika gently nodded, his every movement surrounded by a peaceful aura, like the white moon on a tranquil autumn night, noble and profound, exuding a natural elegance. Unlike Ootachi, Iwanori's attention was focused on the table, or more precisely, on the rice paper on the table. The white rice paper was dotted with black ink stains, the handwriting flowing beautifully like a clear spring in the mountains. Graceful and picturesque, Mikazuki truly deserved to be the revered god sword well cared for in a noble family. Iwanori tilted his head slightly, gaining a new understanding of his younger brother. Despite wearing clothes in complete disarray, almost identical to his elder brother, he could write characters so beautiful that they were unforgettable. Tsuruheim turned the rice paper towards Iwanori, allowing him and Ootachi to see the characters on it clearly. There are quite a few colleagues, Iwanori sighed, but after a 2-second pause, he counted the number of blades again. Carefully looking at the names, was one name missing? Which one? Let me see. Tsuruheim took the rice paper back and lightly read through the names of the blades. Ah, it seems like there is no mention of Kayamitsu. Kayamitsu? Mikazuki Munakika stroked his chin, innocently stating, speaking of which, I just saw him at the welcome party. He must have forgotten to write it down. As one gets older, one's memory tends to fade a bit. Is Mikazuki implying that his elder brothers have poor memories? The Shikigami with milk-white, long hair met the crescent moon eyes, the deep rose-colored pupils flashing with a faint cold light. An invisible pressure spread from the large sword, gradually filling the entire Sanju room. Oh my, this is quite something. Tsuruheim played with the tassels on his battle outfit, adopting a detached demeanor. The confrontation between the two Millennium Swords of the Sanju faction seemed to have no effect on him, but the Iwanori across from him was not bad either. What a harmonious scene. Tsuruheim sighed inwardly, brushing aside his silver hair. With those eyes that seemed to see through everything, he watched the farce before him with disinterest. It was just a minor oversight, brother. Mikazuki Munakika chose to yield, smiling as he praised the elder brother of the great sword, who truly was the pinnacle creation of Sanju. Ootachi gently nodded, apologizing to the youngest brother. I didn't mean to. I know what you mean, brother. Mikazuki Munakika still smiled, the arc of his smile growing larger, hiding the bright moon in his eyes. After all, the elder brother among us is the true pure sword, successfully transformed back to its original form, perfectly eliminating the characteristics of the second-generation sword, a clean and powerful swordman. Coupled with the master-protecting characteristic from the short sword period, it is inevitable that they would instinctively protect their lord. They are merely colleagues with us, while with the elder brother, they are true companions. Iwanori glanced at his unflappable elder brother, shifting his gaze from Mikazuki Munakika to Tsuruheim, feeling a bit itchy in his blade hand. If he guessed correctly, this white crane, even if not as knowledgeable as Mikazuki, had probably understood most of it through deduction. If they truly came back to the present to change history and pay the price, then what would our reasons be? We will wait for the arrival of the next companion. At that time, we will decide our stance. That would be just perfect, brother. The terrifying aura had completely dissipated, and the atmosphere of the room returned to harmony, filled with warmth that made the white crane uncomfortable. Tsuruheim blinked his brilliant golden eyes with an innocent smile, provocatively asking, is it over? Would Mikazuki Dano like to come to Tsuruheim's room to hide for a night? No need, we are brothers. The most beautiful blade retracted his smile, but his calm expression was still a treasure of the world, like a sea of cherry blossoms blooming in spring, brilliant and stunning. Ofthe 52. Fankian Sumila. Gifts of thanks and daily updates. Until the event was completely over, the only sword Mikann received was the most beautiful blade in the world. Mikazuki Munakika. Compared to the Shikigami who brought back 2 or 3 fully leveled swords, Mikann felt a little disappointed. to avoid hurting the feelings of the new blade. The somewhat lacking Mikann tried hard to gesture, just a little bit. With memories of spending time with Mikann in the future, Mikazuki Munekika, who could be called the one who understood Mikann the most, chose to silently smile. Aha! My lord still doesn't he understand the gold content of the most beautiful blade. Ever since being scolded by his elder brother, he no longer referred to himself as old man Mikazuki Dano. The soft and lazy Tsuruheim held a half-open pillow in grass green and soft pink, looking somewhat resentfully at Mikazuki Munekika. Tsuruheim has been crazily seeking presence in front of the Shikigami lately, causing Kayamitsu to feel a bit displeased. But he now wanted to know more about why the figures of the two heads of the Sanja family had also become more frequent. Regarding this, Kayamitsu was quite frantic, his whole blade obviously becoming darker. Are you rare swords grouping up to seek presence? After the event, the Hamaru returned to its daily routine of going out on missions. Aside from the rare swords crazily showing their faces, the only change seemed to be that Mikann picked up her terminal more often. To learn more about the swordmen, Mikann often chatted with the Shikigami designated as in from dawn until dusk, significantly reducing the welfare time for the swordmen. However, the welfare time for some dark swords showed no signs of reduction. They needed the Shikigami's strong spiritual power to alleviate their pain and strengthen their abilities. In response, Tsuruheim began to test the edges of corruption madly, but was often sent back to his original form by a light-hearted remark from the most beautiful blade, becoming a despondent yet quickly lively Tsuruheim. This was probably also the reason why Tsuruheim lingered in the Sanju room, staring at Mikazuki Munekika with an almost tangible resentful gaze. Running quickly on the soft grass, the short sword's naturally high detection stats allowed the red-haired Shikigami to see his lord from a distance. The wind whistled past his ears, and the flowers of the Manu cherry blossoms danced with the wind, creating a poetic and picturesque rain of cherry blossoms, adorning the Shikigami beneath the tree in a magnificent way. Cherry blossoms and the lord were a perfect match, but the situation was urgent. My lord, the returning mission team has come back, and 3 swordmen are seriously injured, one of whom is the newly brought blade. Aizen Kuniakai, interrupted Mikann, who was reading under the Manu cherry tree, his expression somewhat anxious, a rare display of emotion since he became a transformed sword. Let us go. Mikann's expression, tone, and actions exuded a calmness that was neither hurried nor slow. But the meticulously organized books were left behind as the SH gun quickly made her way towards the wide hall, employing a breathing technique. A wave of bloodiness assaulted her senses, and everywhere she looked was a shocking crimson. The severely injured sword warrior was Iwanori, whose breath was fading away. And for a moment, Mikann even felt a disconnection in her spiritual power. The other wounded blade was Mikazuki Munekika. When Mikann arrived, Mikazuki raised his hand to gather the fabric of his clothing over the horrifying wound on his chest, swallowing the metallic sweetness that surged in his throat. Mikazuki curled the corners of his lips, his battle-worn beauty particularly captivating, but the sword spirits focused on something else, such as the undeniable aura of killing intent that perhaps had not yet receded from the battlefield. My lord, Iwanori and I has entrusted you with this. Iwanori held on until Mikann arrived, perhaps thinking it would be their last meeting. The moment he saw the SH gun, he relaxed the string, and his entire form fell into unconsciousness, his transformed figure bearing wounds that were hard to behold. The sword spirit on the verge of breaking could not return to its original form autonomously. This left them with the opportunity to convey their final words, as determined by the settings established by the spirit of the time. A warm, yet cruel setting. Mikann gritted her teeth and suppressed the anger that was rising again. This was the second time her emotions had clouded her mind. Using the borrowed short knife, Mikann twisted her wrist, and the blade not only pierced through her palm, but also embedded itself into the core position of Mikazuki Munekika. The exchange of bodily fluids would deepen their connection, which also meant that the healing of the injuries would accelerate. Mikann didn't use this method before because he didn't know it would resonate. Cough. Delaying will worsen the injury. Don't pass out. The immediate pain made Mikann gasp, but he held onto the knife handle tightly without letting go. Mikazuki Munekika nodded, looking at his lord with pity in his crescent-shaped eyes. In the future, such quick treatments will only increase, not decrease. Chapter 53. Gokudadachi. The method provided by Mikazuki Munekika was very effective, aside from feeling the pain that seemed to shatter the knife. Mikann could clearly see the flesh and blood of the Tsukumagami healing in just a few seconds, leaving no trace except for the bloodstains. All right. Mikann wiped the short knife clean on the hem of his hunting clothes and casually tossed it back to Kageyoshi, pressing down on his palm, which had stopped bleeding. Mikann stared blankly at the exposed flesh, his mind filled with a delayed realization of the feeling of that short knife. The feel wasn't quite right. It didn't seem like Kageyoshi. Before Mikann could focus his eyes to see the severely injured Iwamyun clearly, the short knife, having absorbed excess blood, emitted a faint glow, a gentle light, like candlelight reflecting on silk. Clusters of cherry blossoms bloomed, and a faint fragrance seemed to cover the smell of blood. In the familiar cherry blossom rain, accompanied by the soft pink petals, a small figure appeared from the center of the light. With milk-white hair and golden eyes that were completely different from Tomoru Kuninaga, the small-bodied Tsukamagami was surrounded by a kind of dead air that seemed to condense the atmosphere. His eyes had no light, as if he could fall at any moment and turn into a handful of meaningless spiritual particles. I am Gokudadachi, once a gift to Lord Kenshin. Though my name contains the character for tiger, there is no tiger, nothing at all. The dim gaze of a short knife fell on Mikann, and its trembling eyes seemed to be touched by something. He blankly looked at his palms, biting his lip as he examined the sword boys in the room until he met Mikazuki Munakika's silent gesture to be quiet. The short knife fell silent, as if it had never appeared, shrinking into a corner of the room. I am Mikann. Mikann's face turned pale, and he uncontrollably swayed his body, nearly falling onto Iwamyun. In an instant, the transformed white snake affectionately wrapped around the pale-faced SH gun, warning Mikazuki Munakika with its eyes not to approach. Return damage. The dual sword characteristic was activated, and Mikann instantly felt much lighter, no longer so fatigued. The characteristic of return damage seemed to have strengthened, now capable of alleviating mental pain. Ayanimaru. Mikann barely managed to catch Ayanimaru, who had transformed back into a small white snake. The silver snake was inherently weak, and its core was not as resilient as Mikann's. This time, it had taken away all of Mikann's negative states at once, pushing Ayanimaru's core tolerance to the critical limit. The white snake flicked its scarlet tongue, slowly coiling around Mikann's wrist, finally biting its own tail, closing its eyes, and entering a state of dormancy. Mikann gently stroked the white snake, feeling heartbroken. During this time, he only showed extra emotional expression when facing Ayanimaru. Mikazuki Munakika let out a soft sigh, feeling reluctant to watch the newly born SH gun skillfully draw blood. However, he had a goal he needed to achieve, so he couldn't speak up to stop all of the SH gun's actions, merely observing quietly as a bystander in the situation. Awori's blood had already dried up, and being on the verge of breaking his blade, he couldn't endure another strike like Mikazuki Munakika could in a core position. Considering various factors, Mikann had no choice but to actively drink the blood belonging to Awori. When Mikann was about to operate on Awanori, she hesitated, her gaze unconsciously lingering on the most beautiful blade. Just moments ago, when she exchanged blood with Mikazuki Munakika, Mikann felt an overwhelming sensation that nearly consumed her. However, due to Inawaru's intervention, it was just a fleeting feeling that Mikann disliked. Unable to define all the new emotions, Mikann could only reluctantly label the uncomfortable feeling as dislike. Watching Mikann drink Iwanori's blood, Mikazuki Munakika's expression turned intriguing, but suddenly he shifted his attention to Gokotai. Gokotai Dano. May I have a word with you? Noticing the gazes of several blades on him, Gokotai silently nodded. His milk-white hair bounced with his nod, yet it remained dull and lifeless, just like its master. Retrieving the last of his attention from Mikann, Gokotai followed Mikazuki Munakika's lead into the courtyard, now shrouded in darkness. This quick treatment had a side effect that Mikazuki Munakika did not detail on paper, but rather brushed over lightly. Besides him, probably only the newly joined Gokotai was aware of it. The core blood of a sword warrior would corrode the shinki, which was something that would typically be discovered months later, possibly even crossing into the new year. However, Mikazuki Munakika intentionally accelerated some of the processes. After all, due to the closeness engraved in the origin, the Lord's speed in reclaiming sword warriors had increased significantly. The newly born shinki was pure and transparent, making it easier to be stained by the core blood of the sword warriors, and at this time, the shinki would not reject it, suffering less in the process. At the current stage, it was probably just a matter of personally observing the most genuine sword warriors. This was one of Mikazuki Munakika's reasons for concealing this side effect. Another reason for his concealment was his selfish desire to prevent Mikann from seeing the most authentic version of himself. which was layered in concealment. Although there would be double precautions after Inawara woke up, it was fine. That period of emotional experience would last long enough for Jinhebe to sleep, and before that, he would obtain the genuine affection expressed by the Lord. Stopping by a pond in the detached residence, Mikazuki Munakika and Go Kotai stood a few steps apart, neither breaking the silence under the moonlight. However, compared to the lifelessness during his transformation, Go Kotai now seemed drawn to something, his golden eyes fixed intently on Mikazuki Munakika. The short sword-esque gaze was deep, seemingly caught in a moment of brainstorming. Fortunately, Go Kotai reached a conclusion. If it were Mikazuki Dano, he would not harm the master. Who would have thought that this currently frail, small, milk-white-haired Shinki would one day be able to stand on equal footing with all the swords of the Sanju faction? However, for Go Kotai, this wisdom was earned at the cost of many brothers. Go Kotai suddenly chuckled lightly, masking the bleakness in his eyes. He broke the silence, proactively ending the topic that had yet to begin. I will keep it a secret, before the master finds out. Then let us cooperate happily. The two blades said nothing, yet their exchanged meanings seemed to convey everything. Chapter 54 Dream. After finishing Iwanori's treatment, Mikann was utterly exhausted. The newly born, faithless sword Shinki had too many restrictions, especially since he lacked the support of master, and the light of the fall sun was insufficient to allow his core power to circulate. The power of Mikann is to use a little less at a time. Even now, the spiritual power that flows in his blood is so rich that it seems as if it could solidify. However, energy that is not supplied in sufficient quantity will eventually be exhausted, unless Mikann can learn to change the energy system and become a sword spirit in the realm of current affairs. This is the only solution. The close attendant, Mitsuki Munanaga, stood outside the castle tower, bathed in moonlight, quietly listening to the gradually disordered breathing of the Shinigami. Mitsuki Munanaga wore a serious expression, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, his eyes darkening. A faint rustling sound was heard, and although Mitsuki Munanaga made no movement, he knew who was coming. Hokuto, just call Mitui is enough. The pale-haired spirit gently shook his head, interrupting Mitsuki Munanaga's distant honorific. Regardless of historical experiences or the settings given to us by current affairs, Lord Mitsuki should not use honorifics for the weakest sword spirit of the T-Shur family. The weakest? Mitsuki Munanaga chuckled. Tue really knows how to make jokes. Seeing Mitsuki Munanaga change his address, the short sword did not speak again, but quietly sat down beside him, holding his original blade. It was time. Mitsuki Munanaga sighed, stood up, and said, I'll leave this to you, Tue. I need to hurry to Brother Iwaru. This counted as the completion of the handover of the close attendant. Just a bit earlier than planned, Mikann entered a place that felt like a dream, and in a state of awareness, this was the first dream he had since his birth. The environment of the dream was endless and desolate, so real it was almost unbelievable, resembling memories that Mikann once had. However, Mikann was clear in his cognition. He had never set foot in such a place. Not even the initial Hanmaru was as barren as the current location. Mikann curiously looked around, and in the distance, he saw the familiar thing, the manyo cherry blossom. Mikann made no movements, yet in the next second appeared under the cherry tree where Manyo stood. Believing this to be a dream, Mikann felt nothing, only surprised to see a familiar blade here. Due to their connection, Mikann was certain that the blood-soaked awari before him, with no wounds on its body, was indeed the one from his own base. Mikann looked confused, with question marks floating around her, quietly observing Iwanari. The reason she didn't speak up to ask the real Iwanari was that she had just stepped on him, or rather, overlapped with him without interfering with each other. So Mikann guessed that she and her surroundings might not be on the same plane. Her current state felt a bit like what it said, a spiritual body. It was as if she had returned to the past, becoming a person's earthbound spirit, silently watching over someone's life. So it's not a dream, Mikann thought with a slight sense of disappointment, instinctively rubbing the white snake on her wrist, only to find nothing there. Ayane Maru isn't here after all. Without Ayane Maru diverting her attention, Mikann's gaze fell entirely on the blade of Iwanari. Unlike the harmless and carefree Iwanari she knew, the Naginata before her was in a state she had never seen. The skin around the Shikigami's eyes was filled with blood vessels, and the exposed muscles of his arms were taut, even in a resting state, poised to strike. Moreover, the Naginata Shikigami was surrounded by a thick sense of exhaustion, as if he had been fighting endlessly for a long time, and the enemy felt formidable, at least giving Mikann the impression that he was difficult to deal with, not someone she could easily defeat with a single strike. Suddenly, Iwanari opened his eyes and looked in Mikann's direction. Just when Mikann thought he had noticed her, the Naginata Shikigami lifted his main body sword and fiercely swung it forward, the blade's wind slicing through the air, carrying a chilling, killing intent as it rushed toward Mikann. Mikann remained still, calmly watching as Iwanari passed through her, striking a familiar face with a blade. It was a blade of Mikazuki Munakika, but not the one that belonged to Mikann. The Naginata and the katana clashed. The sounds of their blades colliding echoed endlessly, but the cold glint flashed continuously, with deadly moves everywhere. At that moment, Mikann made a new discovery. The environment around her was slowly reviving. She looked at the grass underneath her feet, flattened by her weight, and fell into confusion. Could it be that only the sword-wielding gentlemen were unaffected by her influence? Chapter 55. Naginata Cycle. After a very long time, Mikann realized that she was passively following Iwanari's movements, wondering if it was due to the connection between the master and servant or something else. Mikann looked at the dilapidated and desolate Hanmaru, which had now returned to life, vibrant with greenery. However, whether it was the tender green grass, the bright flowers, or the sky that was blue to the point of transparency, everything was blinding. The newly born Tsukamagami saw such a beautiful yet glaring scene for the first time, and he had a vague feeling that this was not the landscape he was meant to see. His mind was slow to process, but Mikann was not stupid. He boldly speculated that this was a memory belonging to a warrior, as seen from a warrior's perspective. As the Hanmaru revived, more and more sword warriors appeared. In terms of appearance, they were no different from the sword warriors Mikann had encountered before. However, they seemed to be possessed, abandoning all defense and solely intent on killing a warrior. Mikann floated beside a warrior, watching him skillfully deflect all attacks, then numbly shatter his companions and brothers. Mikazuki, Kinkin, and the previously unseen Ishikarimaru and Kawakamaru, all of them were shattered by a warrior, turning into particles that merged into the air. Mikann has seen their relationship in the materials issued by the Political Affairs Department. They are brothers, despite being besieged by dozens of blades. Yenrong surprisingly maintains the upper hand, skillfully navigating the situation. However, the overwhelming fatigue pouring down on him has nowhere to be released, and there is a suffocating emotion spreading that nearly chokes Mikann. Mikann covered her chest with her hands, tears continuously overflowing from her eyes, quietly dissipating before they could hit the ground. Watching Iwaki lying back in the position where she first saw him, Mikann stood quietly beside him, expressionless as tears fell. She thought she understood now. These were not her own emotions, but feelings belonging to the Naginata Iwaki of the Sanj T faction. In this Hanmaru, rapidly descending into decay and desolation, Iwaki closed his eyes, taking a brief rest as he had at the beginning. Mikann thought she was about to wake up, but the situation did not come to an end. In an instant, Mikann felt herself swallowed by a chasm-like emotion, her entire being frozen in place, unable to move, yet her body trembled as if sensing a bone-chilling cold. Mikann's face gradually turned pale, and her eyes slowly lost their sparkle, as if all hope and strength had been drained away. She could only let her hands droop helplessly, accepting that she had become a lifeless shell. It was as if she was meant to fade away in the darkness, disappearing into endless despair. Whether it was betraying her master, killing her comrades, or exterminating her brothers, each of these acts was a fatal blow for a sword spirit, akin to breathing without oxygen, walking without legs, or experiencing daylight without light. Emotions receded like the tide, and Mikann, like a stranded fish that had found water, instinctively curled her body and gasped anxiously. Mikann finally managed to recover from the despair, hazily looking at Iwanari, only to see the surrounding environment beginning to revive once again. After just a brief rest, Iwanari picked up his main sword and steadily swung it down. Upon seeing the face of another sword-wielding man, Mikann was frozen in place. It was Mikazuki Munakika, the very first blade. This realization was not something Mikann deduced or sensed on his own. It was Iwanari unconsciously conveying it to him. In this dreamlike place, their consciousnesses were merging. After another round of one-sided crushing ended, Mikann was once again overwhelmed by that emotion. Despite being prepared, he was still suffocated by the despair that extinguished hope. Twice, time continued to cycle. From being unable to suppress despair at the beginning to now, being able to hide his emotions beneath a vacant expression, Mikann did not know how long had passed. Now, he could even discern every movement of each sword-wielding man, including the frequency of their blinking and breathing. Mikann pondered with a dull mind. no longer viewing things from the perspective she initially had when facing a Wanari, and completely changed her thoughts. If this was a Wanari's past, then how did he break through this predicament and appear on the wandering streets of Manya? Mikann blinked her eyes, watching Yao Rong indifferently as he entered a new round of slaughter. If he didn't resist, could he break through? It seemed to respond to Mikann's thoughts. Surrounded, Yao Rong suddenly dropped his main sword, allowing his body to be pierced by various kinds of blades, becoming tattered. This was the wrong approach, as the main hall began to fall into ruin again, marking the start of a new cycle. So the blood on Yao Rong came from this belonging to him. From the initial resistance to the current numbness, Mikann had been in a state of empathy with Yao Rong. However, unlike Yao Rong, Mikann still held onto his own hopes and obsessions. He could not fall here. For his princess, over hundreds of cycles, Mikann had grasped the entire structure of the main hall and found the outermost ground line, but he had no ideas and could not communicate with Yao Rong. Unaffected by the emotional resonance of hundreds of cycles, Mikann, in his active search yet feeling helpless, sensed a profound sadness and helplessness. Mikann suddenly realized that he couldn't be of any help regarding this matter. Chapter 56. Position. When Mikann came out of that cycle, there was still a sense of unreality. She got up and opened the paper door, nodding to her attendant, "Go Katai." Mikann casually sat by the eaves, basking in the sunlight that she hadn't seen for a night but felt was long awaited. That place had no color of the sun at all. Maybe that's why Awami liked to sunbathe. Her differently colored eyes attempted several times to meet the sun, but her body's limits prevented her from looking directly at it. Mikann helplessly lowered her gaze and softly instructed, "Notify everyone to gather. I want to rearrange everyone's daily lessons." Gokutai showed a timid and obedient smile, fidgeting with the hem of his military uniform, quietly responding, and then disappearing around the corner of the eaves in the next moment. Mikann did not pay attention to the actions or reactions of Five Tiger Retreat. He was still immersed in that cycle, unable to break free. The cycle was not broken by Mikann or Iwanari himself, but rather by the person behind the scenes who grew tired of the situation and took the initiative to shatter the loop. Because Iwanari's memory held the shadow of that person, Mikann also saw him, the person behind the scenes, the previous Shinigami. Clearly human, yet exuding an aura similar to that of a malevolent spirit, an eerie sense of immortality. After several failed attempts to eradicate him, Mikann inexplicably broke free from the cycle, with the aftermath unknown, as if he had watched a play without an ending, feeling a sense of loss. Within the cycle, Mikann did not leave empty-handed, at least emotionally. He had become richer. He empathized with Iwanari, imitating the innate emotions of all living beings, unconsciously viewing the Naginata Tsukumagami as his only companion aside from Inemaru. Through this empathy, Mikann could say he thoroughly understood what kind of existence this Naginata Iwanari, belonging to his own Sanj Tea school, truly was. Not purely good, but not entirely malevolent either. Due to a mistake in the division of spirits by the government, he belonged to the part of the original spirit that faced humanity's evil. Lacking a balanced good side, his negative emotions were infinitely magnified, leading him to hate humanity and even despise all living beings, yet he wished to live on. He had done nothing wrong and had no reason to voluntarily confess and be destroyed. Thus, day after day, Iwanari wore a hypocritical mask, diligently playing the role of the Iwanari set by the government. Just wanted to settle down and yearning for a life filled with love. However, the balance was disrupted by the Shinigami assigned to him by the government, who was one of the second-generation Shinigami, part of a group that had not been screened for humanity. At first, this Shinigami had not committed any dereliction of duty until Iwanari returned from a mission unscathed, bringing back all his heavily injured teammates. The stable life he had seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. From that point on, the excessively strong Naginata was closely monitored by the Shinigami, and finally, one day, the Shinigami, whose spiritual perception abilities had broken through a level, saw through Iwanari's core, a pure soul, devoid of any goodness. A crazy experiment began to unfold around Iwanari. It was only when that Shinigami died under the government's purge that Iwanari regained his freedom and escaped to a corner of the Manya. This was the true reason for his escape. So even when faced with events that could drive him to collapse due to the government's mistakes, Iwanari's attitude towards the government remained lukewarm, without extreme hatred. Perhaps there were more hidden truths, but Iwanari did not want his master to see more of his unbearable self. Just the emotional resonance was enough. "Iwanari, how do you feel?" Mikazuki Munakika asked, standing by Iwanari's bedside, with Okita Tsuji beside him sipping tea. Iwanari shook his muddled head, slowly turned to look at Mikazuki Munakika, and sighed. Not good at all. It feels like I had a long-lost nightmare. Mikazuki Munakika helped Iwanari up and took the teacup from Okita Tsuji's hands, saying, "Drink some tea to relax, brother." Okita Tsuji stared at his empty palms in silence for a moment, reached out for another cup, but was intercepted by his younger brother. Forget it. Maybe today isn't a good day for tea. After a cup of hot tea, Iwanari felt his mind gradually calm down. He looked tired, but nodded gently towards Mikazuki Munakika. "I will support you, but on the condition that it doesn't harm our master." Of course, Mikazuki Munakika was pleased to have another strong ally in his plan, but he wondered if repeatedly bringing back heavily injured teammates would raise their master's suspicions. But time waits for no one. The paper window was knocked on, and Okita Tsuji got up to open it, stepping aside to let the short-haired, milk-white-haired sword jump in. "You can come in through the door." Five Tiger Retreat silently glanced at the somewhat oblivious Okita Tsuji and spoke to Mikazuki Munakika. "The master has summoned." "Ahaha. Thank you for running around, Retreat-kun." Chapter 57. IB Cabannery. Surprisingly, the expedition team arrived at the world where Mikann belonged through an unstable spatial rift, but Mikann was not among the expedition members. This time, the second unit was dispatched, and only a few blades were sent, Kawachi Kayamitsu and Osifune Yasasada, since it was a new coordinate issued by the government. It was almost impossible to avoid the chaotic time-space turbulence while exploring, but overall, the results seemed to be fine, as the second unit still reached a new battlefield. Snake breathing, first form, serpent's curve slash. Without any warning, a silver-white, curved blade of light rushed towards them at high speed. Kawachi Kayamitsu was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, stepping back just enough to evade the attack's range. Sword warriors are inherently sensitive to the distance of blade-type attacks, even if this cold light held powers from other systems. Regarding powers from other systems, Kawachi Kayamitsu remained indifferent. After all, as a divine being, they naturally possessed a cutting ability akin to dimensional suppression. Their original spirit could even cut through high-ranking gods. It was merely a difference in energy systems. As long as they broke through the level or polarization, they could easily shatter it. If it were another blade, they might not think so, but Kawachi Kayamitsu was the closest to his original spirit. A collection of countless Kawachi Kayamitsus, equivalent to a small fraction of the entire original spirit. But that seemed not to be the point. Kawachi Kayamitsu looked at the young man who had just revealed himself and raised an eyebrow. He recognized this power system, or rather, he was very familiar with it. Wasn't it precisely the power his master used? Moreover, no matter the eyes, the swordsmanship, or the snake, this man seemed to have countless connections with his master. "Why did you suddenly attack us?" Osifune Yasasa stepped forward, his hands clasped, his expression neither happy nor sad, exuding a strange sense of compassion. Dressed in a robe that made him resemble a monk similar to Higanbana. IB Cabannery paused and chose to sheath his sword. "Sorry, it was my mistake. I attacked because I sensed the aura of a malevolent spirit, but I didn't expect it to be just a lingering scent. However, that blue-haired man gave him a somewhat off feeling. But the priority was to eliminate the malevolent spirit. He couldn't afford to pause because of two suspicious individuals, as that would cost more lives." IB Cabannery looked at the two with his unique colored eyes, still turned sideways, every movement indicating he had something very important to do. If compensation is needed, you can find a household by following the wisteria and inform them of the situation. Upon meeting IB Cabannery's eyes, which were almost identical to his own master's, Osifune Yasasada hesitated and spoke again. "Sorry, could you please tell me your name?" Noticing the young man's urgency, Osifune Yasasada did not stop him. "IB Cabannery." The black-haired youth left the sentence and hurried away. "It's the snake breathing used by our master." Osifune Yasasada sighed and turned to Kawachi Kayamitsu. Kawachi Kayamitsu shrugged casually, twirling his sword. "That's correct, but that malevolent spirit seemed to be coming for us. Really noisy." Jiang Shui's Wenzi drew his main body sword, and in an instant, he charged at them frantically. The monster muttering rare blood was cleaved in two by Jiang Shui's Wenzi, blood pouring down like a waterfall. Yet not a single drop fell on the handsome young man in the cassock. As for California Kayamitsu, he had already stepped back a distance when the evil spirit rushed in to prevent being accidentally harmed by Jiang Shui's Wenzi. After all, their previous treatment of him was not friendly. Not being under the Lord's gaze, suddenly losing a sword in battle could be easily explained. California Kayamitsu had considered the idea of resolving Jiang Shui's Wenzi, but after some thought, he realized it was not feasible. First, his lord was clearly gathering capable sword warriors. Second, Jiang Shue's Wenzi was a rare sword, and he had no significant advantage in the same rank. Since it was an active attack, he couldn't be blamed, right? Jiang Shue's Wenzi retracted his main body sword, his expression still cold and indifferent, carrying an eerie sense of compassion. Iblak Shobane, who was closely pursuing, glanced at the demon split in two on the ground but still alive, his gaze lingering briefly on the unhealed wound of the evil spirit, but only for a moment. After delivering the finishing blow, Iblak Shobane flicked the yet-to-completely dry blood off his Nicaran blade, surveying the two before him from bottom to top. What attracted Iblak Shobane was not the two's beauty that resembled high-level evil spirits, but rather the swords carried by California Kaimitsu and Jiang Shue's Wenzi. Are you samurai? California Kaimitsu had been observing Iblak Shobane's sword since earlier. It was exactly the same as the main body of a Nemaru. Yet there are no signs of a Shikigami being born. Could it be that this person is the master of their lord? With doubt in mind, California Kaimitsu answered Iblak Shobane's question. No, just an ordinary traveler. Time travel, that's all. Although it was inconvenient to fabricate an identity, they, as deities, never looked down on lying. They were better at utilizing information gaps to let others fill in the blanks. Not feeling any displeasure from the cold demeanor of the black-haired youth, Iblak Shobane still maintained a strong interest in the two, as they seemed to have no connection to words like ordinary or normal in terms of temperament, attire, and the power shown in that earlier strike against the evil spirit. However, as long as they were not evil spirits, they were not enemies. As Iblak Shobane was about to recruit the two, a crow flew in, flapping its wings and speaking human language, clearly filled with anxiety. Iblak Shobane's expression changed, extending his arm to let the crow land. Yuanin, I understand, set off immediately. Seeing Iblak Shobane show signs of leaving, California Kaimitsu and Jiang Shue's Wenzi exchanged glances, deciding to follow in shadows. After all, this person, no matter how you looked at it, had a connection to their lord, and they had yet to discover another sword belonging to him aside from an Nemaru. The main body, sword belonging to Mikann. Who would want to meet their lord before his birth? They certainly did. Chapter 58. The time-traveling army strikes back following Iblak Shobane from a distance. The two blades couldn't help but marvel at the speed of human footsteps. Or perhaps it was the enhancement brought by this world's energy system, breathing method. With a hint of sadness, Jiang Shue's Wenzi murmured as he looked in one direction, but he did not express his thoughts, continuing to closely follow California Kaimitsu. The smell of blood in the air was faint. More prominent was the chill brought by the ice and snow. The faint scent of blood carried from afar was so subtle that had they not been sword Shikigami, they might not have noticed it at all. Is Jiang Shue's Wenzi trying to help those humans? California Kaimitsu leaped lightly on the branches that were growing wildly, his movements graceful, not even shaking off a single snowflake. He did not look back at his colleague, seemingly unconcerned that Jiang Shue's Wenzi would fall behind due to a sudden surge of kindness. There was only one captain, which meant there was only one time-traveling device, and the captain of this expedition happened to be California Kaimitsu. In simple terms, if Jiang Shue's Wenzi fell behind and California Kaimitsu selfishly left, then there was a high chance Jiang Shue's Wenzi would be abandoned in this world, until Mikann found him amidst the vast coordinates through a faint connection. Hearing California Kaimitsu's retort, Jiang Shue's Wenzi fell into a brief silence, but it was merely a fleeting moment. The Lord could not empathize and had urgent matters to attend to. How could he waste energy searching for a katana that needed to hide its existence under the political eyes? That Lord completely did not care that he was the hard-earned Jiang Shue's Wenzi. Not at all. Jiang Shue's Wenzi retracted his gaze and, in just a few breaths, surpassed California Kaimitsu, moving ahead. Iblak Shobane's aura was fading fast. Please hurry, California Dano. Beneath the falling snow, aside from the snowflakes startled by the passage of predecessors, there were no traces left by the two Shikigami, as Iblak Shobane found himself surrounded in battle. The two blades observed from afar. They hung atop the steel tower, watching the warm blood spill with indifferent eyes that seemed to merge with the icy landscape, showing no intention of helping. They had no intention of protecting history, but they also had no desire to disrupt it. Some events were inevitable. No one wanted to miss their encounter with the Lord due to their interference, even if it might just be a subworld among the 3,000 worlds. This human is strong. Surrounded by dozens of formidable evil spirits, he could still fight back with an injured body while protecting the crow with a frostbitten wing. playing with his neatly braided hair. California Kaimitsu paced back and forth, tapping lightly in his little heels, praising but appearing somewhat uninterested. Jiang Shuezwa 1Z. He does not have a lord's main body sword. This precisely was the reason California Kaimitsu's interest waned. Let's go visit the Wisteria family. It would be perfect to bring back a souvenir for the lord. California Kaimitsu suggested, then turned and leaped, standing atop the tower's peak, gazing into the distance. In those dazzlingly red emerald eyes, clusters of light purple flowers were reflected, only a blur of color, but the vast clusters of off-season flowers were indeed somewhat shocking. This shock was no less than the moment California Kaimitsu felt hope reignite in his chest upon seeing the resurrected Manyo cherry. Right? I also need to record the coordinates. California Kaimitsu took out the time travel device, pressed a few buttons, and, after confirming the coordinates were successfully recorded, he put the device back into his bosom. Let's go. From the top of the tower, California Kaimitsu jumped down, disappearing in an instant. From the beginning, he was not asking Jiang Shuezwa 1Z's opinion. Jiang Shuezwa 1Z paused for a moment, looking far in the direction where the wind spoke of blood, contemplating the snowy scene. Humans are truly pitiful. After determining the range of his perception of California Kaimitsu, Jiang Shuezwa 1Z still followed the bloody scent. As he moved, fine and cold snow began to fall from the sky, the snowflakes landing on the blue-haired spirit strands, creating a sense of cold beauty. Jiang Shuezwa 1Z saw the source of the bloody scent in his heart, but before the dazzling blood red entered his sight, it was the time-traveling army that ignored Jiang Shuezwa 1Z. Jiang Shuezwa 1Z could accept his lord's indifference and the minor quarrels among colleagues. But he could not accept this group of inhuman monsters treating him as one of their kind. Anger surged up from his heart, but Jiang Shuezwa 1Z fell into self-doubt as he silently watched the injured woman fend off the attacks of the time-traveling army with an axe. Feeling that everything he had upheld was nothing but a joke, he was no different from those monsters. The woman's anxious gaze swept over Jiang Shuezwa 1Z. She wanted the suddenly appearing young man to leave, but feared that speaking would disturb the terrifying monsters. Are you an idiot? Exterminating the time-traveling army is our job. California Kaimitsu descended from the sky and took the initiative to attack, his blade effortlessly slicing through one enemy blade after another. They treat us as companions. But I can't consider such brainless guys as companions. Not cute at all. Jiang Shuezwa 1Z watched as California Kaimitsu swiftly drew away a large group of time-traveling soldiers, drawing his sword to protect the injured woman. Take the children back inside. The injured young woman responded repeatedly, pulling the pink-eyed girl beside her and hurriedly running towards the house. Through the gap of the open door, Jiang Shuezwa 1Z also saw other children. Chapter 59. The Kamadu family, even in a one-to-many situation, California Kaimitsu and Jiang Shuezwa 1Z handled it very easily. More accurately, either of their blades could easily deal with the dozens of time-traveling soldiers in front of them. The falling snow brushed off their blades as California Kaimitsu sheathed his sword and turned to look at the house, which could be considered riddled with holes. In this situation, it's impossible to live in, right? California Kaimitsu scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled, but soon he thought of a solution. Jiang Shui, let's take these children to the Wisteria house. Hearing California Kaimitsu's words, Jiang Shuezwa 1Z felt a bit confused. Was this blade really the petty sword warrior who had given him a hard time from the beginning? Had the time-traveling soldiers restored California's conscience? California Kaimitsu coldly glanced back. If you keep thinking of something rude, I'll leave you here to fend for yourself. Jiang Shuezwa 1Z replied, I understand. It is indeed California. He hasn't been replaced by anything strange. Walking through the snow towards a dilapidated house, Jiang Shuezwa 1Z knocked on the barely intact door at California Kaimitsu's gesture. But with just a light tap, the wooden door showed cracks. California Kaimitsu chuckled. This has nothing to do with me. Jiang Shuezwa 1Z, please come in. Not sensing any danger from the two samurai, Kamadu Kosher briefly considered and classified them as kind-hearted individuals. Moreover, the two samurai had just saved her life. If they intended to harm her, she would have long been a cold corpse. The woman who had just been saved opened the door and did not pursue the matter, which relieved Jiang Shuezwa 1Z. The lady smiled gently, completely devoid of the previous resolve and panic. She was indeed a very strong woman, and so was the girl. Jiang Shuezwa 1Z's gaze lingered on Kamadu Kosher's arm, which had been simply bandaged. Before he could speak, he saw California Kaimitsu step forward and strike up a conversation with the pink-eyed girl. Do you have any bandages at home? Cloth strips are fine. That lady's arm will get infected if it's wrapped like that. The pink-eyed girl was initially a bit nervous, but upon hearing the boy say this, she hurriedly led the others inside to find something to bandage. We only have white cloth strips left. Would clean bedsheets work? Yes, that's fine. Watching California Kaimitsu and a group of children enter the inner room, Jiang Shui's Wenzi fell into silence for a moment. Although both were darkened spirits, emotions could fade due to the degree of corruption, but California seemed less heartless than he had imagined. This expedition unexpectedly overturned his impression of this initial summon blade. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you both for your help. I am Kamadu Kosher, and this child is Kamadu Nezuko. The other children had followed their daughter into the inner room, so Kamadu Kosher could only introduce the youngest one still by her side. Remembering California Kayamitsu's words, Jiang Shui's Wenzi raised his eyes to look at Kamadu Kosher, his voice very flat, but indicating a change in his recognition. It's my duty. He is not a monster. He is just no longer a conventional sword spirit. Indeed, it's my duty. California Kayamitsu approached with supplies, and after asking Kamadu Kosher for her thoughts, he began to bandage her arm more carefully, surrounded by a group of small children. California Kayamitsu, for your safety, please follow us to the Wisteria house to take shelter. I hope the location given by He Cabanery is reliable, but my eldest son is still down the mountain. I'm a bit worried about that child. Kamadu Kosher looked at her children, quickly making a decision, but she couldn't leave just like that. Her eldest son Tanjiro had not returned. Please rest assured, tell us the child's characteristics, and after we take you there, we will quickly return to find him. California Kayamitsu finished tying a bow on the bandage, then put his main sword into his embrace, saying, children can't touch this. Sho, don't touch anything. The older boy hugged his little brother, looking apologetic. Sorry, Sho didn't mean it. California Kayamitsu patted Kamadu Sho's head and reassured him, it's fine. I'm just worried this child might hurt himself. Jiang Shui's Wenzi. This isn't the first time I've doubted whether California Kayamitsu has been possessed. In any case, please make a decision quickly. The enemy may attack again at any time. This statement was naturally a lie, but who could say for sure? Yes, please take us with you. Under Kamadu Kosher and Kamadu Nezuko's invitation, the children organized their belongings in an orderly manner and quickly prepared their things. Only the eldest daughter and the second son had a small bundle of items. This family was truly not very wealthy, or rather, valuable items had been destroyed in the recent battle. This weather isn't convenient for traveling. Looking at the increasing snowfall, California Kayamitsu muttered. With excellent hearing, Kamadu Kosher heard California Kayamitsu's words and felt worried. Then let us wait until the snow stops. The house probably can't hold up. Jiang Shui's Wenzi indicated to the Kamadu family to look at their house, and continued in the children's despondent expressions. We can only leave tonight. But big brother, didn't you say it's not convenient for traveling? And we have so many children, because they're young. Our pace will be slow and will definitely hold everyone back. Kamadu Takeo looked a bit disappointed, the little children's eyes shimmering as if filled with water mist. Kamadu Nezuko gently stroked her little brother's head. Her pleading gaze turned to her mother. California Kayamitsu raised an eyebrow. Not convenient for traveling doesn't mean we can't travel. The final plan involves Jiang Shui's Wenzi taking Zaemin Zhuxiong, Zaemin Kueiji, and Zaemin Luzi, while California Qingguang brings Zaemin and Idozi and Zaemin Huazi. In the absence of the eldest son, this arrangement does not affect their journey. Is her husband not here? Yes, he went out to seek medical treatment and will probably return next month. I see. Chapter 60. The house of Wisteria family crest. Upon arriving at the Wisteria family crest house and knocking on the large door beneath the off-season flower cluster, Jiang Shui's Wenzi encountered a blade that could not be considered unfamiliar, though it looked sickly and in poor condition. Please come in. A small yet imposing child opened the door and stepped aside, clearly having been there for a while. Upon meeting those glowing green eyes, reminiscent of fireflies, Jiang Shui's Wenzi felt an emotion of longing, though he wasn't sure if it was just his illusion. Ingwan, he recalled the name of this blade. The only child-sized sword among the great swordsmen, though it was said that its small stature was due to an injury. Historical records stated that the great sword Ingwan was no less tall than the Jiro's sword, but since he had never seen it in person, Jiang Shui's Wenzi could not be certain. The Zaemin family, carrying their belongings, entered somewhat awkwardly. As soon as they stepped into the entrance, an elderly woman with gray hair had prepared clean clothes for them. Please use them. The old woman knelt beside them, giving off a feeling of a servant from a noble family. Jiang Shuezo, when Zi recalled similar encounters from his historical experiences. Due to Lady Xiaomen's injured arm, the old woman intended to take her away separately, but the children seemed particularly anxious. The old woman was very accommodating, coaxing the children to wash up and change clothes, while informing Lady Xiaomen where she could be bandaged. The authority of the eldest daughter was evident at this moment, even though she was just a half-grown child. "May I have a word?" After the Xiaomen family gradually left, a childlike Tsukamagami appeared at the door, looking weary yet mustering the energy to speak. "I still have matters to attend to. Please speak to Jiang Shuedian." After saying this, California Qing Guang swiftly dashed into the night snow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ingwan's gaze dimmed for a moment, then turned to Jiang Shuezuo Wenzi. His only goal was to find the Shinigami, so he could talk to anyone. How envious. What a body full of spiritual power. Ingwan Dian, our time here is almost up. Jian Suzu Wenzi impied, believing that the childlike Tsukamagami would understand perfectly. Ingwan paused, gripping the corner of his bathrobe tightly, finding it difficult to speak. "I want to go back with you." Such an impudent request had a 100% chance of being rejected, but this was the first time Ingwan had encountered someone like him in years. He wanted to go back. His remaining spiritual power was insufficient to maintain his human form. If he missed this opportunity, he would never have another chance to return. "All right." Jiang Shuezuo Wenzi agreed after simply assessing Ingwan's proficiency. After all, the captain had entrusted him with this task, hadn't he? When California Qing Guang returned with a boy's scar on the head, it was already early the next day. The child still bore a face of terror, as if he had not yet recovered from some upheaval. "Now that we've found the person, we should head back." Jiang Shuezuo Wenzi glanced at the human boy, who was constantly thanking his family upon their reunion, suddenly feeling a bit nostalgic for his younger brother. Shaoye. Since there was no S, Suk Zhuo Wenzi, or the Zhuo Wenzi belonging to Jiang Shuezuo Wenzi, had already been shattered. The brother Jiang Shuezuo Wenzi was thinking of was only Xiao Yi Wenzi. "Have you discussed it?" "Yes." Ingwan forced himself to look at California Qing Guang, but the next second, he fainted. Fortunately, before California Qing Guang returned, they had already discussed matters with the elderly woman from the Wisteria family crest house. The specialty was wisteria seeds and some hagi cakes. Chapter 61. Ingwan, the treasured sword that once existed in Osaka Shrine, somehow appeared here now. Ingwan reporting in. Because of the legend that fireflies gathered to repair it when it broke, it was called Ingwan. The Tsukamagami, radiating layers of loneliness, looked incredulously at his palm, seemingly surprised that he had truly awakened. "So, do I have a master again?" Ingwan nearly cried, his eyes and expression filled with traces of fragility. Among the Tsukamagami, Aizen Kunitoshi, who belonged to the same sword faction as Ingwan, was somewhat moved. However, what he cared about more was whether this Ingwan would be of help to his master. The identity of a modified sword had indeed erased too many of Aizen Kunitoshi's feelings and memories. Although memories of the past were very clear, he could no longer bring any emotions into them. Only the sense of belonging to his master was an emotion that could not be erased by reforging. Standing beside Mikann, Aizen Kunitoshi examined Ingwan as if he were a stranger, scrutinizing this Ingwan who had never looked like this in his memories. Timid, lonely, fragile. Not like Ingwan, but more like Gotoku under the current regime. Aizen Kunitoshi was not targeting the Gotoku of the Hanmaru, but this setting seemed to be one only Gotoku would have. Gotoku looked on coldly, but his gaze towards Ingwan was indeed reminiscent of how he once viewed himself. Not pleased, Gotoku averted his gaze, gently shaking his head towards Mikazuki Munakika. He did not wish for Ingwan to become the next target for Mikazuki Munakika to lure in. Mikazuki Munakika understood, but did not respond immediately. For this unique four-flower blade among the great swords, he maintained a watchful state, just waiting to see if Ingwan would act spoiled to gain affection, allowing his master to feel a sense of belonging to the Hanmaru. All actions were aimed at avoiding a future conclusion. That kind of sad ending could indeed be called a B ending. Meeting the gaze of Iwae, who was watching him interact with Gotoku, Mikazuki Munakika covered his mouth with his sleeve to hide his smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Ingwan met Mikazuki Munakika's expectations perfectly. When the cherry blossoms fell and disappeared, this small Tsukamagami suddenly pounced towards the Shinigami, hugging his waist and becoming the first child to receive sweets. "Oh my, this is quite something." Mikazuki Munakika suppressed the smile at the corner of his lips, realizing he and Gotoku had misjudged. This Ingwan did not seem to have taken the original Gotoku script. Hiding the madness in his eyes, Ingwan rubbed against Mikann's waist, raising his delicate little face and looking at Mikann with watery eyes. Master, you will always be with me, right? Mikann slightly trembled her eyelashes and gently nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to send all these colleagues away. That's great. Akari smiled softly, looking very cute, and even Mikann felt a bit flustered and fresh facing such a cuddly colleague. Other blades, even the most boisterous one, Shirakawa, had never been this close to him. Mikann thought that his colleagues didn't want to get close to him, but that wasn't the case. Firstly, their experiences and personalities made them less likely to express affection too openly, and secondly, it was because of the vigilant by she who had been eyeing them from the very beginning. It wasn't that they didn't want to. They simply couldn't compete with the pure sword warrior, Ayane Maru, for the time being. However, now that Ayane Maru was trapped in a deep sleep and unable to awaken on his own, it turned out that the newly arrived Dachi had found a gap to exploit. With this thought, Mitsuki Munenori looked at Gokaku with disappointment. While the other two short swords were temporarily not considered as partners and were not part of his strategy, Gokaku, let your brother, who is particularly good at acting spoiled but has too much pride, handle it. Chapter 62. Fragmented Sword. Upon noticing the familiar energy fluctuations from the items brought back by California Kaimitsu and Isuke S. Jin, Mikann couldn't suppress his excitement. Gently fiddling with the seeds of the wisteria, Mikann calmed his racing heart and summoned the two sword warriors who had gone on the expedition. The good news was that California Kaimitsu had recorded the coordinates. The bad news was that the recorded coordinates were the ones issued by the political authorities. Therefore, it was highly likely that the 2nd Division had arrived in that world by accident, and it was very likely the world where Mikann was born. At the very least, it was a parallel world, and if Mikann went there, he would surely be able to meet his princess, even if it were just for a brief moment. Having roughly understood this rather chaotic situation, the three blades stayed silent in the attendance room, exchanging glances. California Kaimitsu observed Mikann's expression and noticed that the usually expressionless and emotionally stable master looked like he was about to cry. For the first time, California Kaimitsu, who truly had a master, felt somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to comfort his master. His master was truly heart-wrenching. With long-forgotten, beautifully painted red nails sinking into his palm, California Kaimitsu quietly made a decision. If he used that method, he could surely fulfill his master's wish. Master. For the first time, California Kaimitsu crossed a line. He stood up and reached across the table to touch Mikann's cheek. The fair complexion of his master made his red-painted nails look particularly beautiful. With trembling eyelashes, Mikann looked at California Kaimitsu, and the misty tears in his eyes finally solidified and slowly overflowed. His master was so beautiful that it was heart-wrenching. California Kaimitsu leaned in closer, and before Isuke S. Jin's true blade could be unsheathed, he stopped his movements and smiled carefreely at Mikann. I seem to have a way to reach that time and space again, but you have to let me paint your nails first. Mikann was momentarily stunned, but quickly replied without hesitation. Okay. Jiang Shue's Wenzi was driven away by the dominant California Kaimitsu and could only sit pitifully on the roof, gazing at the moon in contemplation. California Dano is indeed a remarkable sword gentleman. It seems that those who can become initial swords must possess some special talent. Almost all blades feel that initial 5 blades sword gentlemen are fortunate. At least they have the opportunity to immediately have a master. Among them, the rare swords that are harder to obtain have a bit of small grievance. Why does the government set those kids to be initial swords? Is it just because they can't wash clothes, cook, or take care of the master? Even Mikazuki Munakika, who can't even wear battle attire properly, felt that he was being targeted, and his spirit had been sulking with the government for 3 years. California Kaimitsu admired the nail polish that the master had painted for him in the moonlight. It was translucent, with a bit of glittery dust. He bought it as a reward for himself with the pocket money given by his master, but today was the first time he used it. He liked the color of the nail polish, liked the moonlight tonight, but most importantly, he really liked his master. Is this okay? After twisting the cap of the nail polish, Mikann hesitantly held one of California Kaimitsu's hands, lowering his eyes, gently blowing on the still-drying nail polish. He hoped that doing this would allow him to find a way to see his master more quickly. It's okay, master really has talent. Next time, can I paint your nails, master? Okay. Mikann actually wanted to say that he didn't like this, but facing California Kaimitsu's expectant gem-like eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. When the nail polish was completely dry, California Kaimitsu held Mikann's hand like a child and led him to the time-space compass. As they stopped in front of the time-space compass, California Kaimitsu began to chatter. Having a master is a very happy thing. His ambiguous words seemed to express his feelings. He looked at Mikann, then over Mikann at the Tachi, swords of the Sanj faction that had appeared not far away, and the small Akutagawa short sword. Why is Jiang Shuedano still here? Suddenly called out, Jiang Shuezwo Wenzi replied. Is that not allowed? Not allowed. Why don't you leave? I just won't leave. After this small interlude, California Kaimitsu turned around and inserted his inseparable body sword into the core of the time-space compass. I should be loved, right? A dazzling light enveloped California Kaimitsu, and in just a moment, his figure had vanished from the spot, leaving only scattered remnants of blades. Because he did not disappear, it was possible to identify that it was California Kaimitsu. What happened? Mikann picked up the shattered blade of California Kaimitsu in a daze, feeling helpless like a child. Just a moment ago, they were laughing together, and not long before that, they had made plans to paint their nails together. Why did it happen so suddenly? Mikazuki Munekika slowly approached the Shinigami, breaking the silent tension. California Dano should have shattered long ago, and it was the existence of the master that allowed him to remain. How could there be a starting blade in a long-abandoned Hanmaru? It was merely an illusion, a fleeting dream left by Manuzakura to preserve Mikann, the only one who could save him. The blades that knew the truth remained silent, but perhaps the one who reacted the most was Iwaizumi. He thought he should understand why there was no name for California Kaimitsu on that piece of. Because in the memories inherited by Mikazuki Munekika, there had never been the existence of the starting blade California Kaimitsu from the very beginning. Therefore, as long as he chose to disappear, Manuzakura would open a passage to the master's time and space, and while using his original power to guide the master, recreate a blade of California Kaimitsu. Perhaps this was the reason why this California Kaimitsu could become a small fragment of spirit. It was all just a means of self-rescue by Manuzakura. Mikann slightly closed her palms, clearly seeing, but after hearing Mikazuki Munekika's words, she couldn't perceive the shattered blade in her palms. The power of the origin was calling to her, just like the feeling when she first came to this world. Mikann did not walk towards Manu Cherry Blossom. He recalled the memory of a Nemaru in his shared vision, heading toward the room in the main building. A beautiful yet dusty sword lay quietly there, as if it had been silent for 100 years. Chapter 63, Jealousy. Mikann did not wake up Kashu Kaimitsu again. Perhaps in his heart, even if he were to wake him, it would not be the same as before, or perhaps, compared to his beloved lord, Kashu Kaimitsu was simply not worth mentioning. The master was not heartless. On the contrary, because his feelings were too pure, it was even harder to face changes, especially when Ine Maru was still asleep and unable to help him untangle his emotional knots. I wonder who the next colleague on Shien paper was? Mikazuki Munekika smiled, surrounding the rarely solitary Higuruma Maru with his two brothers. Otachi. If I remember correctly, it was recorded as Higuruma Maru at that time. The spirit of the great sword, Otachi, puffed up his cheeks and behaved like a child. What are you going to do? Are you jealous that I took all the master's affection? The blade's present. You know that, huh? Mikazuki Munekika smiled, and at some point he had a soft feather fan in his hand, waving it. The ambiguous smile under the shadow of the fan made Mikazuki Munekika's beautiful face appear even more eerie. Higuruma Maru, who was casually pulled out by 3 blades and stared at by sword boys of equal strength, could not maintain his composure any longer, and simply put away his innocent and uneasy expression, putting on a gloomy face instead. Mikazuki Dano, ISNT your goal to make the master develop feelings for Hanmaru? Why suddenly block me with blades? Higuruma Maru's eyes drooped slightly, and a black aura, reminiscent of a reverse march army, gradually enveloped him, making his expressionless beautiful face somewhat grim. Oh dear, I haven't said anything yet, Higuruma Maru. Huh, monopolizing the master's affection. You should have anticipated such a scene from the very beginning, right? Iwanori gently ground his teeth, his sharp teeth somewhat eye-catching, as if they would tear apart the great sword's throat in the next second, sending chills down one's spine. Otachi remained silent, but his gaze was somewhat resentful. Higuruma Maru, who possessed all memories from the future, could guess with his feet that this peerless masterpiece of the Sanjo Sword School was once again writing a little essay in his heart. There was no escaping. Surrounded by 4 fully trained sword boys, even if he had extraordinary abilities, he could not get out. However, there shouldn't have been any scenes with Jusetsu SG earlier. Looking at the nth time that sword was pretending to pass by, Higuruma Maru's emotions, which had just been gathered, were dispersed, turning into anger. Jusetsu Dano, What are you doing here to stir up trouble? Jusetsu SG gently twisted the prayer beads, seemingly steady as a mountain, but actually pondering excuses. Just passing by. Yes, that was the only excuse he could think of. Higuruma Maru. Is this Jusetsu SG, the one whose brain was purified by the master because he was too deeply infected by the dark fall in advance? Seeing Higuruma Maru look over, Mikazuki Munakika innocently shook his head, indicating that this seemingly foolish Jusetsu SG had nothing to do with them. If there had to be a problem, it was probably that Kashu's existence had changed too many trajectories. Higuruma Maru. When Kashu was here, why didn't he make you all lose your wits as well? Higuruma Maru sighed, choosing to ignore the Jusetsu SG that made him unable to stay in character. This blade didn't seem as reliable as his little brother. Higuruma Maru. So, what exactly is your purpose for looking for me this time? Otachi, with a serious face, said earnestly, you did well. What my brother means is, can you stop monopolizing the master all day? If it weren't for that crazy crane bouncing on the edge of a dark fall, the master would have probably forgotten about a Sanjo sword school. Iwanori dutifully acted as his brother's mouthpiece, conveniently bringing up a blade's emotions. Otachi, Iwanori, give your brother some face. Higuruma Maru, still nestled in the castle tower, enjoying the soft lap of the master, the crane. Achoo. Tsurumaru, Kuninaga. Wait, can sword boys catch colds too? Did the political settings add this? After sneezing several times in a row and starting to feel cold on his back, Tsurumaru Kuninaga spat. Damn, political. Do you have cat cakes or something? Chapter 64. Yagen Tusher Master. The crane has brought back prey. Knocking on the castle tower door, Tsurumaru Kuninaga peeked in, holding a short sword and swaying at the door. After waiting for a while without any response, Tsurumaru Kuninaga's expression changed after sensing carefully, and he directly pulled open the paper door of the castle tower. Fortunately, his master had not set any restrictions, allowing the sword boys of Hanmaru to enter and exit freely. The short sword in his hand had already been discarded beside him before the paper door was opened. And Tsurumaru Kuninaga stumbled as he entered the castle tower. His expression changed repeatedly, but Tsurumaru Kuninaga still picked up that Yagen Tushuru, threatening through gritted teeth. I'll wake you up later. You'd better not make any small moves. The spiritual power in Mikann's blood can awaken the sword warriors. And to form a contract, the Shinigami must have the will to do so. This was initially used by the government as a means to prevent the forced contracts of fallen Shinigami. Ahem, Kuramindano. The strength of that kick you just delivered was quite impressive. He almost got sent away by that kick, because a formal contract has not been established. The transformed Yagen Tushuru still resembles his state when his spiritual power was on the verge of collapsing. He can barely be considered clean, but his entire body is dusty due to the lack of spiritual nourishment. Kuramian Kuniyashi was taken aback and innocently said, it was unexpected. Yagen Tushuru replied, you better be. Don't crowd around the general. Let me have a look. Under Kuramian Kuniyashi's resentful gaze, Yagen Tushuru finally touched his long search for Lord. Looking at Mikann's pale face, the short sword Shinigami couldn't help but feel a sting in his eyes. Reluctantly shrinking into the corner, Kuramian Kuniyashi unhappily said, even if you have memories of the future, you're still in a state without a contract right now. This is my lord, not yours. The latter part of his words was particularly heavy, making Kuramian look less like a crane and more like a loyal little dog. Yagen Tushuru chose to ignore the unflattering words from the gray crane and disdainfully said, Kuramian Dano, tone down your fallen aura. You will affect the general. Kuramian Kuniyashi silently moved closer to the door, his expression still extremely resentful, as if Yagen Tushuru was about to do something to wrong him. Do you often get injured? After a simple check, Yagen Tushuru asked. Not that often. Kuramian Kuniyashi's voice suddenly stopped, as he just remembered that today, the Lord had treated Gokotai, and the two had exchanged core blood. Seeing Kuramian Kuniyashi's hesitation, Yagen Tushuru probably guessed something and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wishing he could scold the planner of this scheme, but since he had also contributed to this plan, he refrained from doing so. The Lord is not in serious condition, but he is a bit anemic. Let's have Tsukikage Dano prepare some more blood-replenishing food. Kuramian Kuniyashi nodded. You go. I want to stay with the Lord. Yagen Tushuru replied, no. Without the Lord's contract, I will be attacked by unaware blades. If I get touched again in my current state, I will fall asleep. Kuramian Dano should understand this, right? Kuramian Kuniyashi felt a bit wronged. Can I not understand? No, Kuramian Dano. In the end, both blades went together, and Yearns Tushuru quietly clicked his tongue at the failure to achieve the plan in the Mikann and two-blade world. Mikann woke up in the middle of the night, feeling disoriented and unclear. "Commander, can we make a contract first? A contract that's different from the others." While no blades were nearby, Yearns Tushuru gently coaxed Mikann. "What kind of contract?" Mikann looked at Yearns Tushuru with a dazed expression, appearing innocent and easy to deceive. "How about a marriage contract?" "Just kidding, Inemaru." Dodging the sharp glint of the blade, Yearns Tushuru looked at the forcibly transformed Inemaru with a teasing smile, not hiding his malice. Under the thread of the silver serpent-like Tsukamagami, Yearns Tushuru reluctantly made a regular contract with Mikann, suppressing the scripted lines. Yearns Tushuru looked at the white serpent whose pupils were starting to fade and introduced himself in an ambiguous tone. "Call me Yearns Tushuru. I don't understand elegant things, so leave the commander's words to me." The original line was clearly "leave the battlefield to me," before being consumed by Mikazuki's memories once again. Inemaru regretted not eliminating Yearns Tushuru earlier. Chapter 65. Tant Gokotai, I am Gokotai, a gift for Lord Kenshin. At that time, I fabricated some impressive stories, claiming that I had driven away many tigers, but it was all a lie. I am just an ordinary short blade. If it weren't for the memories from the future, I might still be a burden to the Akutagawa family. Due to the exchange of core blood, just like entering a Wanari's past, Mikann saw Gokotai amidst endless sorrow. The Gokotai that was initially born and then honed. Unlike the Gokotai Mikann met, the earlier Gokotai was surprisingly timid, heavily reliant on his elder brother. But rather than cowardice, this feeling was more about insecurity. Mikann pressed her hand against her heart, feeling a different kind of numb despair than that of Iwafian. It was filled with overwhelming anxiety and fear, making it hard for her to breathe. So the emotions of the sword and blade gods were this rich, after all. Mikann does not have the concept of shedding tears lightly, and he has suppressed too much anxiety. Therefore, the emotional connection with Hikit becomes a breakthrough, allowing Mikann to briefly vent his emotions. Emotional connection is bidirectional. Thus, Mikann can see Hikit, and naturally, Hikit can see Mikann as well. However, he is trapped in memories of the past and cannot act as freely as Mikann. Hikit's luck is not very good. From the moment he transformed, he has been on the edge of a potential dark fall, having been born in an abandoned base. Without the protection of a master, and due to his accidental transformation, there was no blade in the base, except for his brothers, to welcome him. After all, an abandoned base means a scarcity of spiritual power, and as a newly summoned sword, he not only cannot be of any help, but also consumes pure spiritual energy. However, at that time, because he had his brothers around, he did not need to care about the opinions of other blades regarding him. Since he has already fallen into darkness, there must be a reason for it. Mikann rubbed his reddened eyes, nervously clutching the hem of his clothes as he followed Wataru. This was Wataru's influence on him. Unease, anxiety, fear. Almost all the negative emotions stemming from a lack of security surged within Mikann, constantly stimulating his senses. Although Wataru wasn't looking at Mikann, he could sense the confusion and vulnerability deep within the heart of the self-reflecting Shinigami, a kind of unspeakable heartache. But that was fine, for the richness of emotions was there. Please rely on us even more after waking up. The timidity and dependence of Wataru would eventually come in handy one day. When Mikann saw Wataru holding 2 little tigers, with 3 more crawling at his feet, he realized that Wataru indeed had 5 little tigers. However, he hadn't seen any tiger by Wataru's side, not even one. After that, things seemed to progress naturally. Because of his low rank and pure spiritual power, Wataru was taken away by an unknown Shinigami, becoming a part of the shackled Sada family. Wataru had cried and fussed as he watched his brothers being humiliated because of him, while he enjoyed the best resources in this dark, fallen main hall. That Shinigami seemed to kindly fulfill his wish, but only asked for a new scarf in return. At first, Wataru naively thought that if he made a scarf for this Shinigami, he could spare his brothers. Later, that Shinigami counted the blades in the Sada room and said to Wataru, "1 little tiger for 1 brother. Have you decided who to trade?" The scalpel and the timid yet vibrant little tigers were at his side, but no matter how he chose, it was too cruel for a pure Wataru. Catching a glimpse of the utterly helpless master, Wataru felt powerless, dragged by his past self, and made his initial choice. He traded his little tigers for his 5 brothers. Only those 5 brothers. Chapter 66. The choice of the sword Mitsuki. All in. The effects of the 2 rounds of memory shock were quite evident. Mikann had visibly become clingy in the eyes of the other blades. The most obvious was the Shinigami, who always seemed vacant, as his eyes glistened with tears upon seeing Iwamyun and Wataru. It wasn't a crying look, but a sense of dependence. This was the first step towards achieving some of the old sword's goals. At least 2 had been completed in the overall plan, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Today, the scent of Sakuramachi is particularly enticing, don't you think, Kajisada? Chikage Tsurugi had recently become obsessed with making Sakuramachi, and each time the taste seemed to improve with richer spiritual energy contained within. However, that is understandable, as the petals were sourced from Iwamyun's Sakura Snow. Sanjo Naginata now spent all day with the master, and under the rare childishness of the master, the close attendance hadn't been replaced for a week, which made the blades feel a bit jealous, just a little bit. Kajisada, don't entertain any inappropriate thoughts. This was Kajisada Kanasada's warning to Chikage Tsurugi. Did Kajisada not have such thoughts? Chikage Tsurugi teased, completely unimpeded by the red-black spiritual energy swirling around, which faintly showed signs of corroding Kajisada Kanasada. Coldly watching the tainted spiritual energy of the long sword manifesting almost physically over its shell, Kajisada Kanasada plunged the kitchen knife into the thick cutting board, producing a noise expressive of the long sword's mood. How fierce, Kajisada! Chikage Tsurugi complained pitifully, rubbing his sensitive ears in distress. At that moment, the intense tainted spiritual energy surrounding Chikage Tsurugi vanished like the tide receding from the sea, as if nothing had happened. Kajisada Kanasada resumed his gentle demeanor, picked up the knife, and continued chopping vegetables. However, when he lifted the knife, the thick, annual ring cutting board cracked in 2. Chikage Tsurugi heard it clearly, but he didn't want to touch his colleague's bad luck. What if he ended up giving this pitiful, blind longsword a hard time? When Chikage Tsurugi left the kitchen with the Sakuramachi, Kajisada Kanasada's expression changed as he dropped the knife, untied the ropes binding his sleeves, and checked his body. The infection from the tainted longsword was becoming stronger. Rubbing his already numb shoulder, Kajisada Kanasada's expression gradually turned cold. He could no longer let Chikage Tsurugi act as he pleased. Given the master's current state, it was impossible to tell how serious this longsword's heart was. Without hesitation, he used his main body sword to slice a horrifying wound on his shoulder, coldly watching as black blood gushed out. Even though the pain made his face pale, his expression remained calm and mixed with delicate tenderness. Kajisada Kanasada was a sword gentleman who carved gentleness into his very bones. Regardless of the situation, Mitsuki, I've thought it over. Please explain the plan as process to me in detail. Kajisada Kanasada stepped out of the kitchen, his grandmotherly jade-colored eyes tightly fixed on the leisurely tea-drinking, most beautiful blade. Oh, it's so good that Kajisada can think it through. Mitsuki slowly set down his teacup, his eyes narrowing. After Kanasada sat down, the most beautiful blade actively poured tea, pushing a cup of high-quality tea. Recognizable by its color alone, in front of the longsword, it was precious tea leaves bought with long-saved small coins, and the taste was exquisite. Kajisada should give it a try. The 2 sipped their tea calmly until the bloody scent gradually faded. The blood flowing from Kajisada Kanasada's shoulder was no longer black. Only then did Mitsuki slowly speak. Kajisada, please take care of your wound first. The main hall is a place the master often visits. The implication was not to let the master discover his injury, causing him trouble in treating Kajisada. The color in Kajisada Kanasada's eyes darkened as he frowned. He naturally understood without being told, and there was clearly more meaning behind those words. Mitsuki was telling himself that he cherished the master and couldn't bear to see him suffer. Iwamyun, the master has gone to the courtyard again. Kinger, yes. Just like before, unable to cross that space. This is indeed unfair to the master. Iwamyun, mind your words. He too worried for his master. But how long would this peaceful life last? May the martial arts prosper. Watching the figures of the sword gentlemen disappear, when Iwamyun and Wataru faded from his sight, Mikann felt a lump in his throat, and he became a little restless. Master, would you like some tea? Mizuki Munanaga is the only sword left behind, while everyone else has been intentionally or unintentionally arranged to be outside. He originally only wanted to send away a few unaware swords, but unexpectedly, he was quite pleased with the pleasant surprise, as it meant the old man wouldn't have to think too hard and wouldn't have to worry about how to send away all the swords around Mikann. Emotional communication is bidirectional. Originally, Mizuki Munanaga drank Mikann's blood. Although the plan was to let Iamaru take the disaster for the Lord, Mizuki Munanaga couldn't avoid the emotional connection with Mikann. Just as Mikann relies on Owari and Gakudo, Mizuki Munanaga's dependence on Mikann is also gradually accumulating. If they remain apart for too long, he might do something irreversible. Moreover, compared to Mikann's reliance on swords of the same rank, the sword's dependence on their master grows exponentially. Therefore, finding some excuses to recharge is inevitable. And it is only natural for the Lord to inadvertently carry the scent of the most beautiful sword. Not noticing Mikann turning around clumsily, she just happened to bump into Mizuki Munanaga's embrace, which was clearly a deliberate act by the Taiko sword. Holding the bumping Mikann, Mizuki Munanaga smiled and said, "This is what it feels like to have skin touch, right?" Mikann was stunned for a few seconds, dazedly raising her hand to touch the face of the most beautiful blade. The touch felt cool under her hand. The katana's spirit had clearly just returned from outside, likely having been blown by the cold wind for a long time. The castle had entered winter. The touch of the mandarin is very gentle. So gentle that if it weren't for the sensitivity of the Tsukumogami's senses, one might not even notice this seemingly incidental poke that seems to exist only from a certain angle. Mikazuki Munakika unintentionally tilted his head, pressing his cheek against the palm of the mandarin. After a brief moment of the master's stunned silence, he smiled gently and murmured to himself, "Yes, this is what it means to have skin contact." Mikann withdrew her hand, but the most beautiful blade seemed relentless. Mikazuki Munakika took Mikann's hand, drawing closer while not forgetting to flash a smile with his handsome face. This smile left a stunning impression in Mikann's eyes. Mikazuki Munakika truly deserved the title of the most beautiful blade. "My lord, they are rarely not here, so please accompany this lonely old man." He coughed, me. Remembering the scene where he was scolded by his brother earlier, Mikazuki Munakika quickly corrected himself, but still ended up saying the term old man, feeling fortunate that his brother was not around. Otherwise, the wind might carry his voice and bring his brother's teachings along. "How about some tea?" Mikann tentatively suggested, her eyes blinking, seemingly confused about whether her statement was appropriate, as she had just rejected the invitation. "It will be better to obey." Mikazuki Munakika smiled brightly, and in front of Mikann, he seemed to have never lost his enchanting or elegant demeanor, or the pure smile like the bright moon in the sky. Mikazuki Munakika brought Mikann to his own room, rather than the place where he usually drank tea. The current Hanmaru was in a winter scene. Although it was difficult for the Lord, also at Tsukumogami, to catch a cold, Mikazuki Munakika did not want to take that one chance. Matters that are not 100% certain must be considered deeply, and one must think through all possible unexpected outcomes before proceeding. Taking out his most treasured tea leaves to brew tea, every movement of Mikazuki Munakika captured the essence of the century-old noble etiquette in Kyoto, beautiful beyond measure. "Please enjoy," he said as he placed the tea beside Mikann. Mikazuki Munakika then clasped his hands and smiled at Mikann, his smile subtly mixed with anticipation. Without hesitation, Mikann picked up the slightly hot tea and took a sip, and since she was not very skilled at drinking tea, she accidentally burned herself. However, the clueless Shinsher merely frowned, swallowing the slightly bitter tea. Mikazuki Munakika's smile froze on his face, and the joy of serving tea to his lord instantly cooled down, as if he had been doused with cold water. How could the 1,000-year-old fox fail to grasp subtle expressions? The reason behind Mikann's frown was almost instantly noticed by the ancient blade. "I apologize." For the first time in front of Mikann, Mikazuki Munakika suppressed his smile. When he approached Mikann, he sensed her barely perceptible tension. Although a bit disappointed, it was only natural. His lord had never regarded him as a companion to share life and death from the very beginning, but there was still time. He would make his lord rely on them wholeheartedly. The most beautiful blade, taking advantage of his height, overshadowed the relatively small Shinsher, and in the next moment, he removed his gloves and gently pinched the Shinshi's androgynous face, applying slight pressure, yet the Shinsher still did not open her mouth. Mikazuki Munakika paused, suddenly realizing that this was not the same lord he remembered deep in his memories, and could only say, "My lord, could you please open your mouth?" Mikann remained silent, but obediently tilted her head back and opened her mouth. The hot, reddened interior of her mouth was closely observed by Mikazuki Munakika, who was relieved that the tea wasn't at its hottest. Ordinary tea wouldn't harm them, but within the space governed by political affairs, everything contained spiritual energy, and it was the spiritual components in the tea that had hurt Mikann. The spiritual energy mixed within the items made their lives almost indistinguishable from ordinary people in the present world. If one had to point out a difference, it would probably be that life in the Hanmaru was more luxurious and traditional. It wasn't a serious issue, but it seemed she would be uncomfortable for a few hours. Mikazuki Munakika gently squeezed Mikann's cheeks, his expression slightly melancholic. Mikann didn't listen to what Mikazuki Munakika was saying. He was just pondering why he ended up in this situation, being flattened and rolled by the most beautiful blade. We're back. The spiritual power of each sword spirit belonging to the same master flows in unison, but their auras are slightly different, allowing colleagues to coordinate in battle without needing to see each other, such as during dual wielding. Iwanaga picked up Mikann in a big embrace and spun around. This had become a habit over the past few days, and it was also because Iwanaga had no other blades to lift high besides Mikann. Welcome back. Iwanaga steadied Mikann on his shoulder, a curious gaze resting on the smallest tangible sword among the Sanj school. In response, Mikazuki Munakika gave a gentle smile. Not like the most beautiful blade, but more like a camellia blooming in the forest. Unlike the calm Iwanaga, who is also from the Sanj school, the other sword spirits from different schools almost simultaneously turned to look at Mikazuki Munakika, their gazes overflowing with kindness towards this 1,000-year-old heartblade. Tsukitachi Kaimitsu had no thoughts or concerns. He only knew that if Mr. Tsuru stopped him from drawing his sword, he would cook with Tsuru too. Kuramaru Kuninaga whispered, "Calm down, Kei." How could he calm down when the master had already been pickled by the fox, Mr. K? Tsukitachi Kaimitsu gritted his teeth. Losing his sight and relying on his senses was already overwhelming, and to return for battle only to sense Mikazuki Munakika, who had a connection with two blades, was enough to make him feel murderous. To prevent this half-crazed dark blade from causing a scene, a reliable Kuramaru Kuninaga and 180 unwilling Kijizan Kanasada forcibly took Tsukitachi Kaimitsu away. Seo S.J. tried to speak, but Seo S.J., with his reaction speed pushed to the limit, jumped up and stuffed his brother a fruit, something he had collected during their expedition, which was very sweet, holding a sour fruit that made him question his blade's existence. Seo S.J. silently held the fruit and kept quiet. Seo wouldn't let him speak. There must be a good reason for that. Seo S.J. It's not that I don't let Brother J. Suk speak. It's just that Brother J. Suk really doesn't know how to read the atmosphere. The S.J. school temporarily didn't want to accept a second round of special treatment. Aizen Kunitoshi really didn't want to pull Higuruma as a short blade. He couldn't possibly pull a big sword with endless strength, even if Higuruma had a childlike physique. Don't draw your sword in front of the master. Aizen Kunitoshi quietly reminded, barely bringing the enraged Higuruma back to the edge of reason. Ah, that's right. Higuruma smiled brightly, his pearly white teeth showing, looking anything but innocent. But he couldn't concern himself with what happened next. Aizen Kunitoshi, observing the changing faces of his fellow sword spirits, took advantage of his size to easily pass through the standoff of sword spirits and nodded to Mikann before heading towards the hot spring. This time he was the captain, but the swords he brought back were too dirty. They needed a thorough cleaning before being presented to the master. Give me a hug. Jimian looked at Iwanaga with a resentful gaze. His expressionless face was clearly conveying those words. Iwanaga's mouth twitched, looking at his resentful brother and then at the youngest who had attracted all the hate from the other Sanj blades. He felt like he was the one being left out. Chapter 67, Akashi Konohira. Mikazuki Munakika didn't appear before Mikann for at least 2 whole days, aside from being blocked every time and some blades greeting him with their faces. The most beautiful blade had some burdens to bear. After healing his surface wounds, Mikazuki Munakika continued to float around Mikann with a smile, but unfortunately, the spiritual energy he left on the master had dissipated significantly after 2 days. He didn't know when he could replenish it. Ahaha. After all, the most beautiful blade and the master have always matched well, right? Speaking of which, why hadn't he seen Yagen yet? A puzzled Mikazuki Munakika turned to look for his brother, perfectly missing the unpleasant surprise prepared for him by Yagen and Tsuru. Mikazuki Munakika. Ahaha, this sounds like the best surprise. Hello, sorry to interrupt. I'm Akashi Konohira. Please take care of me. With a bit of a lack of motivation, but still serious about battlefield matters, he introduced himself, looking a bit like a lazy sword spirit that had just walked out of Flower Street, with lines that seemed modified, indicating he had been through quite a lot. Being a blade taught by a team of swords, Akashi Konohira smiled and said, "Thank you. Mikann, welcome." Amakusa Konohira was taken aback by the reaction of this girl like Shinki, forcing a smile and a self-deprecating laugh. As expected, he wouldn't be valued anywhere, and even if he tried to muster some motivation, it was useless. Just as he was struggling to find the right words, Mikann, he seems to be quite dissatisfied with himself. The two blades exchanged glances for a few seconds and spoke simultaneously. Does the Shinki Lord not welcome me? Are you unwilling to accept me as your Shinki? Directly addressing each other's worries. Both blades were momentarily stunned. Mikann felt indifferent, but Amakusa Kunihira suddenly felt a bit of pressure under the gaze of several prominent figures. Lazily raising a hand, Kunihira's speech speed and tone surprisingly returned to normal. No, I should like you very much. Wow, the gaze became fiercer. Doesn't the Shinki Lord care at all? Mikann, feeling oblivious, nodded slightly and revealed a faint but beautiful smile. Then I will like you too. Does Akashi Kunihira want to stay in the room? No, never mind. I'm used to being alone. He is quite an impressive Shinigami, just by appearance. Completely different from those humans. The way he expresses like is truly touching. Just call me Akashi, my Lord Shinigami. At this moment, Akashi Kunihira still doesn't know that the process of being tricked back with a weigh-in is not unrelated, but rather identical. After him, there will be quite a few foolish ones lured back by the Shinigami's innocent face. That essay story for later. My name is Mikann, and this is an Emaru. Mikann touched the little snake wrapped around her neck, and her expression visibly softened a bit. Mikann pronounced this name, and although it wasn't the real name, she sensed that the Shinigami in front of her had intricate connections with this name. Today's close attendant is 2A. If Akashi has any questions, he can ask him. Mikann's voice is gentle, and it's also an androgynous voice. This voice, which can be described as soft and glutinous, makes Akashi Kunihira, who is still unclear about what he has experienced, feel a bit moved. I understand now. The sword spirit of the Tachi lazily nodded, turned around, and followed the short sword with milky white hair out. Looking at the tiny Watanabe no Tsuna, Akashi Kunihira couldn't help but click his tongue. He hadn't forgotten the gaze Watanabe no Tsuna had just cast at him, a gaze that seemed to merge with his tiger, a beast-like gaze. TSK. This base really is scary, but if I could see Mikann every day, it wouldn't be so bad to stay here. Akashi Kunihira had not undergone the baptism of evil descent, nor did he have any overly tragic experiences. He merely followed his previous master, the Shinigami, to the present world and experienced some hardships in life. His former master was a stunning courtesan, said to have taken Akashi Kunihira with her when her term was about to end because this sword resembled her deceased child. She wanted to spend her old age with her child and meet her beloved. When the aging courtesan found the official, she learned that the young man she once adored had fallen in battle long ago. This disappointment drove her to madness, and she would often ramble on to the newly formed Akashi Kunihira about how impressive her young man had been, lamenting that heaven had taken her star back to the sky. During that time, Akashi Kunihira, as the only sword spirit beside the Shinigami, bore all the heavy burdens, especially as he had to carefully avoid all historical figures to prevent the butterfly effect from disrupting the course of history. Life continued in this impoverished manner. With Akashi Kunihira's efforts to seek medical help, the courtesan gradually regained her sanity. But she forgot her identity as a Shinigami and stubbornly insisted on taking her child back to the Flower District. The courtesan had aged and lost her beauty, but she had saved a considerable fortune in her youth. When Akashi Kunihira saw the substantial amount of money she produced, he felt that his years of hardship were in vain. The courtesan opened a shop and began to look for unfortunate young girls, and within a year, she became a brothel owner in a prime location in the Flower District. However, she became obsessed with hiding Akashi Kunihira. As time passed, nearly the entire Flower District came to know of the former courtesan, now brothel owner, having a beautiful daughter named Akira, though they only heard her name. More and more people sought to meet the daughter hidden by the brothel owner, including high-ranking officials who pressured her, curious about Akira's appearance. Finally, under pressure, Akashi Kunihira, who had been content to be a lazy fish, was pulled out by his mother and dressed up as an unconventional courtesan. Looking back, Akashi Kunihira still wished he could hit the samurai who spread rumors about him having a daughter. However, he accepted the description of being exceptionally beautiful as being a sword spirit. Even if he were considered ugly among his kind, he would still stand out among humans. Thus, he became a mere ornament for 3 to 5 years, watching as the flower house grew from a small establishment into the first building of the Flower District. And after sending off the aged courtesan, Akashi Kunihira, tired of human gazes, decisively quit after 3 years of mourning for the brothel owner. Then, decades later, Akashi Kunihira encountered a group of unorthodox troops mixed with fallen swords. They were supposed to be just strangers, but due to his exhausted spiritual energy, he couldn't escape in time and was forced back into his original form right in front of those blades, falling into a muddy pit. Before losing consciousness, Akashi Kunihiro earnestly prayed, hoping that the seemingly unorthodox Aizen Kunitoshi would lend him a hand out of consideration for their shared sword lineage, which led him to his current new master, a master whose beauty was not inferior to the most beautiful blades. Along the way, Akashi Kunihiro's consciousness was forcibly activated by the modeled spiritual energy, and he didn't know how long he had been infused with knowledge. He twitched his mouth but thought it wasn't bad. Mikann, surely, will be a very good master. Akashi Kunihiro's previous master was named Kan no Mi, because that courtesan loved the candied fruits brought to her by the young man she adored in her youth, hence the codename. What? I just arrived, and I have to work already? Akashi Kunihiro, holding a bowl, felt a bit listless about the handover of Watanabe no Tsuna's attendance. Watanabe no Tsuna coldly stared at Akashi Kunihiro, a desire to draw his sword stirring within him. He despised sword spirits who took advantage of situations and acted coy. Seeing the short sword's killing intent gradually solidify, with a kind of effortless elegance, Akashi Kunihiro decisively put down the bowl and smiled, filled with a strong desire to survive. I meant I would be very willing. What a joke, at level 87, facing a fully leveled short sword at night. What other path could he take besides death? He was just a bit lazy, not reckless. Watanabe no Tsuna coldly sheathed his sword and turned to leave, leaving Akashi Kunihiro, who had never interacted with colleagues in politics, confused again. Akashi Kunihiro. Do all the sword from the Daiguchi have such personalities? That night, upon learning that he would serve the Shinigami at bedtime, Akashi Kunihiro fell into contemplation. The rules set by politics did not mention anything about accompanying sleep, did they? Looking blankly at the Tachi spirit taking off his glasses, Mikann tilted his head in confusion, his long silky hair sliding off his shoulder with the movement. A beauty like a painting. Aren't we supposed to sleep, my lord? Akashi Kunihiro lazily smiled and shamelessly burrowed into Mikann's bed. Mikann pondered for a few seconds, but couldn't find the source of the problem. After responding lightly, she got up to turn off the lights and then lay down in the dark on the other side of Akashi Kunihiro, very close to the Tachi sword spirit. Akashi Kunihiro, with his eyes closed, couldn't help but sigh, realizing it was really just bedtime. The next day, when Mikann went to the Great Hall for a meal with the attendants, she emanated the scent belonging to Akashi Kunihiro both inside and out. The sword warriors waiting in the Great Hall let out sharp, explosive sounds. Akashi Kunihiro, feeling the pressure from the gazes of his comrades, began to understand what earth-shattering thing he had done. 3 years as a courtesan, kidding, was not for nothing. He pretended to be calm while eating, but only he knew how joyfully cold sweat was flowing down. During the meal, very few people spoke, but Akashi Kunihiro felt that if he didn't become the exception, he would be discovered broken in some corner tomorrow. He actively picked up a piece of pork chop and said with an overly bright smile, my lord, can I stay with you all day today? The Tachi sword spirit emphasized the word all. Mikann, whose eyes brightened at the sight of the pork chop, completely missed the undertone in the sword spirit's words, but it didn't stop him from nodding in agreement and returning 2 pieces of fried shrimp to Akashi Kunihiro. As a result, after the 2 pieces of fried shrimp landed in the bowl, Akashi Kunihiro felt his hand shaking while holding the chopsticks. Fried shrimp were just fried shrimp. He considered it a meal before execution. After coming to this realization, Akashi Kunihiro became even bolder, provocatively feeding Mikann directly with his own chopsticks. Mikann is really naive, thinking that the new colleague is being friendly and accepting everything wholeheartedly while reciprocating accordingly. However, this behavior also protected Akashi Kuniyuki, making the other blades think that Mikann particularly likes this Tachi. Aizen Kunitoshi, don't ask, just know that I regret it. He should have picked a normal Akashi that fits the current political situation, instead of this Tachi with maxed out ability to gain favor and stir up hatred. Aizen Kunitoshi, I don't care who you are, get off Akashi. Since they promised to spend the whole day together, Mikann also dragged Akashi Kuniyuki to the hot spring. Although the Tachi was initially unwilling to soak together, after some friendly persuasion from the other colleagues, he eventually joined the hot spring and settled beside Mikann. Is the water temperature not suitable? Seeing Akashi Kuniyuki's slightly pale face, Mikann asked with some concern, his differently colored eyes filled with tenderness in the midst of the hot spring. This is his battle strength. It can't have any problems before it is truly put to use, so he must be taken care of. The water temperature is just right. You haven't noticed the killing intent filling the room at all, my lord. Are you worried about not getting along with everyone? Mikann, for once, was surprisingly perceptive. Akashi Kunyuki pressed his pale lips together, giving his beautiful lips a hint of a misty, rosy hue. No, I'm already not getting along. I'm completely unconcerned about that. Right now, I'm just worried about whether I can survive. Oh, Mikann, who originally thought he could be clever even without a name Maru by his side, felt a little disappointed. Mikann rarely shows emotional outbursts, and when she does, it's almost always negative. Almost immediately after Mikann closes her mouth, Akashi Kai feels an even more suffocating signal of friendliness. Akashi Kai, enough, don't love too much. When handing over to the next retainer, Akashi Kai genuinely wants to turn around and leave. He doesn't sense any dark aura from Mikazuki Munakika, but he has an inexplicable feeling that this sword is a bit more terrifying than the others, something akin to facing court strategists. However, his ominous premonition isn't as strong when dealing with those officials. Those people are just humans, and he can still handle them. Upholding the idea that he cannot lose momentum, Akashi Kai raises his lips, pretending not to notice the pairs of eyes hiding in the shadows. So tomorrow's retainer is actually Lord Mikazuki? Mikazuki Munakika smiles warmly, exuding friendly signals all over. But it crazily triggers Akashi Kai's danger radar. No, the next retainer is my elder brother. Oh, Akashi Kai doesn't care which elder brother of Mikazuki Munakika will be the next retainer. Nor does he care why the blade he's handing over is Mikazuki Munakika instead of tomorrow's retainer. He just wants to escape this place of troubles and return to his room to live a lazy life. Naturally ignoring Akashi Kai's signal of I want to leave, Mikazuki Munakika leisurely opens the food box he's carrying and sits cross-legged. Lord Akashi, shall we discuss the blade's life? Discuss what? Discuss my brief blade life. But under Mikazuki Munakika's kind gaze and the friendly signals from the sword spirits in the shadows, Akashi Kai can only resign himself to sitting down, taking it one step at a time. Chapter 68. Namikawa T. sure is a new sword. After taking the Naginata brought back by Akashi Kai from battle, Mikazuki Munakika seriously contemplates this unfamiliar sword for a moment, until he sees the blade pattern and remembers which colleague it belongs to. The blade pattern, as vivid as a catfish swimming, is indeed him, presenting the clean Naginata in front of Mikann. The two present quietly watch the scene of the SH gun summoning the sword. The SH gun, as beautiful as spring cherry blossoms and evening rain, opens the Naginata's scabbard, caressing every inch of the blade. Finally, he pierces his finger with the sharp tip of the blade, smearing the rich spiritual blood onto the catfish blade pattern. A familiar light envelopes the Naginata, and in an instant, cherry blossoms rain down like a storm, revealing a tall figure with long black hair who gasps as he emerges from the storm of cherry blossoms, awkwardly bending one knee and falling right into the SH gun's embrace. Aha, what an unexpected scene. Compared to Mikazuki Munakika's warm smile and elegance, Akashi Kai's eyes light up, feeling that good days are beckoning him. Although the spiritual contract leads Akashi Kai to have an obsession with the SH gun, it is far less than that of the swords before him, especially with sword gentlemen like Mikazuki Munakika, who have extra memories. Namikawa T. sure doesn't seem well. His cheeks are flushed, and his crow feather-colored eyes are filled with intoxication. Mikann, confused, supported him, and her pleading gaze passed over the shrugging Akashi Kunyuki to look at Mikazuki Munakika. Without Mikann needing to ask, Mikazuki Munakika, who had already noticed the symptoms of the Naginata's spirit, said with concern, "You have smeared blood on the blade's pattern. That position is of extraordinary importance to the sword spirits." Suddenly, the most beautiful blade smiled brightly and said, "It's just like being drunk. This sword spirit is merely drunken on spiritual power due to an excess of spiritual energy." Mikann felt that she understood, so she nodded and adjusted her posture for the Naginata Tsukumagami, who seemed to be immersed in a comfortable environment. However, when Mikann was about to help him up and let him lie down beside her, this unfamiliar Tsukumagami tightly wrapped his arms around Mikann's waist, suppressing his gasps as he rubbed his face against her abdomen. A few low moans filled the air, making the atmosphere even more lively, but the other two Tsukumagami frowned. At that moment, Akashi Kaigun realized how much he had overstepped when he first arrived, even feeling that his colleagues' methods were a bit too gentle. The means he had seen in the human world far exceeded mere physical pain. As he walked closer to Mikann, In front of Mikazuki Munakika, Akashi Kaigun reached out and playfully pulled away the drunken Naginata, Tsukumagami, saying cheerfully, "I'll take him to rest. You can continue talking to Lord Mikazuki." Watching Akashi Kaigun carry away the Naginata, who was half a head taller than him, Mikann helplessly dropped her hands, her gaze landing on Mikazuki Munakika. I still don't know his name. Mikazuki Munakika dutifully clarified for the SH gun. His name is Naritsuki T-Shur. Just like his blade pattern, he is a Tsukumagami resembling a catfish. Reminiscing about that beautiful blade pattern, Mikann nodded heavily and straightforwardly praised, "His blade pattern is very beautiful." Hearing Mikann's compliment, Mikazuki Munakika was slightly taken aback, his lips twitching as he felt that his blade pattern might be a bit plain. Mikann, who never favored one over the other and had an innate ability to flatter, smiled gently at Mikazuki Munakika. Mikazuki's blade pattern is also very beautiful. It complements the new moon's eyes. At that moment, Mikann's words were like stars adorning the night sky, their light faint, yet no longer leaving the new moon feeling lonely. Thrust into a winter pond, the Naginata Tsukumagami's mind slowly cleared. Upon seeing the goldfish trying to peck at him, the young man with long black hair grabbed the red and white goldfish, sitting up. The pond water only reached his waist, but since his entire blade had fallen into the water, Naritsuki T-Shur was soaked from head to toe, casually tossing the fish back into the pond. Naritsuki T-Shur picked up his original blade, and with a flick of the tip, he effortlessly stood up, dragging his still heavy and intoxicated body. Measuring about 1.9 meters tall, the Naginata Tsukumagami swung his original blade with one hand, smiling as he looked at the dawdling Tachi Tsukumagami resting his chin on his hand. "It's Lord Akashi. Thank you for helping me sober up." With his training maxed out on the highest battlefield, Akashi Kaigun felt no fear, even retorting back to the Naginata, "If you really want to thank me, then put that Naginata about to freeze back into its sheath. Polishing takes a considerable amount of time. Tsukumagami do not freeze. They are not limited by environmental temperatures, so Akashi Kaigun's words were merely mocking the Naginata Tsukumagami, as a Naginata with a mere level of 76 could never match him. This was the only sword in the Hanmaru he could easily deal with, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Akashi," Naritsuki T-Shur said without anger. He had memories of the future and naturally understood that the most important thing at the moment was to improve his training, rather than waste words with Itachi who would eventually lose favor. It would be even better if Lord Hashiguma were here. The training could be improved faster. Akashi Kaigun found it a bit boring and always felt that these strange blades were hiding something from him, especially since some of them were hard to get along with. After Naritsuki T-Shur slowly walked back to the room, Akashi Kaigun kept mumbling, deciding to go back and ask H-Zuki. He guessed that among their group, the only one who knew the secrets of the Hanmaru was the particularly childish H-Zuki, having easily found Yearns T-Shur. Naritsuki T-Shur waved with a smile at the small short sword Tsukumagami. "Yearns, I'm back." Adjusting his glasses, Yearns T-Shur chuckled. "I've been waiting for you and TT for a long time." "Oh wow, TT is here too?" Once inside, Naritsuki T-Shur began to undress, soon removing all his wet clothes and tying on the bath towel his brother had thrown him. "Yes, TT came back earlier than us. So far, all the blades in the Akatsuki group have complete memories." "Huh, are there blades with incomplete memories?" As he rummaged through a closet for a blanket, Naritsuki T-Shur spread it out while waiting for Yearns T-Shur to share information. "That set of bedding belongs to TT. Change to another set." "Okay," Yearns T-Shur replied. "In the sand room, only Mikazuki Munakika has memories. Based on observations, he seems to only remember events before a certain incident. Otherwise, his progress wouldn't be so slow." "Wow, but Lord Mikazuki should be able to deduce it himself, right?" "About that. But as a conservative, I think he is too cautious." "Ha," Yearns continued. "What about other groups? Like the Keika group? Did you have a conflict with the Keika group?" "Yeah, no one wants to be doused with cold water when their drunken spirit is about to peak, right? Not to mention that I was directly thrown into the pond, which is a viewing pond, and the fish bullied me." Naritsuki T-Shur looked furious, appearing much more childish than Yearns T-Shur, despite his adult appearance. "H-Zuki? No, it was Akashi Kaigun. Yearns is so smart, stop being so talkative." Throwing a towel at Naritsuki T-Shur again, Yearns T-Shur said with a dark face, "My blanket is getting wet." "Oops, my bad." After changing into the yukata his brother had prepared for him, Naritsuki T-Shur obediently squatted to the side to dry his hair. his obsidian-like eyes blinking to signal his brother to continue. Yearns sure rubbed his forehead, but still resignedly began to speak. The blades in our Akatsuki group come back very slowly, so we need to unite against outside forces. The Keika group is Zuki, who is quite theatrical, so pay attention to him during the competition for favor. However, the internal discord in the Keika group is not to be feared. Okay, Yearns sure continued. The Wazaman group. You don't need to worry until Egan Wazaman arrives. Why do you say that? Whether it's J. Setsu Wazaman or Sei Wazaman, they are very strong opponents. Naritsuki T. sure was referring to the past, the previous future, where the Wazaman group was the closest to the SH gun, who was often mistaken for a newly forged sword of the Wazaman group. Yearns sure explained. This J. Setsu Wazaman is far too dull compared to the J. Setsu I remember. Sei Wazaman cannot carry him. Surprised by his brother's words, Naritsuki T. sure replied, Huh? He is clearly the same personality as the SH gun, but it's particularly hateable when placed on J. Setsu. Naritsuki T. sure now understood. The blades had suppressed J. Setsu Wazaman in advance, preventing the SH gun from easily getting along with J. Setsu Wazaman. In this cycle, California Kayamitsu was hiding his talents. As for the date group, only Tsuru had a very small part of his memory, but he chose to trust Mikazuki and recently showed signs of trying to win over CHKG. Nikonoi T. sure thought for a moment and then gave up on thinking. Even if he wasn't broken and turned into a wakizashi, he didn't really like to think too much. Indeed, some instinctual things cannot be changed. What are you thinking about? Were you listening carefully? Of course. The words of the other blades do not pose a threat. Let's properly protect our lord this time. Nikonoi T. sure laughed heartily, his bright and beautiful face making him truly dazzling, and the Naginata Shikigami were all exceptional beings. I won't let that kind of tragedy happen again. In the evening, there was a small party to welcome the new sword, and it just so happened that Iwaki was passing on the close attendant duties to the new sword. Wow, how exciting. Everyone is willing to support it. Nikonoi T. sure drank a lot of alcohol tonight, and the redness on his face was obvious, making it clear that he was drunk at a glance. Fueled by the alcohol, Nikonoi T. sure suddenly lunged towards Mikann, but a large katana narrowly brushed past his cheek, forcing him to stop his movement. Out of the corner of his eye, Nikonoi T. sure's cold gaze looked anything but drunk. Brother, you're too careless. Mikazuki Munakika slowly set down his chopsticks and gently reprimanded his elder brother, but his tone was soft, making it impossible to detect any reproach. Cane Sword quietly apologized for the rudeness, took the main sword back from another brother, placed it aside, and bowed to the seated Mikann, saying, I sincerely apologize for not hitting the target just now. That was a blatant declaration of war. Mikann choked slightly before the Naginata Tsukamagami could push the blade. He raised his hand to grab the Tsukamagami's hand, forcibly making the blade sit back beside him. Looking at the pouting Naginata, Mikann helplessly glanced at Oken, unsure of what to do for a moment. Yearns Tushuru timely suggested, How about punishing Oken to take care of the fields for 3 days, my lord? Mikann's eyes lit up as she met the crimson gaze of the great sword. Does Jinkin have any objections? The great Jinkin's eyes curved slightly, always gentle when looking at the master. No objections. In that case, the punishment is settled. Please, everyone, do not let the main body sword slip from your hands during meals. After being gently warned by Mikann, the blades realized that the seemingly soft and gentle master also had a strong side. This appearance of the master was rare in anyone's memories, even never seen before. The location for tomorrow's expedition is set as the Wisteria battlefield. The Wisteria battlefield is where Mikann has always wanted to go, but has never been able to enter. It is the world she was born into. All the sword warriors straightened up at Mikann's voice, when all the blades put away their playful hearts. The atmosphere in the large hall was truly breathtaking. This time, I will dispatch multiple sword warriors for the expedition, so please return without injuries. Mikann cast her gaze down, her hopeful eyes lingering on each sword warrior. Her silent demeanor seemed to convey an important commission rather than a command. We will surely complete our lord's order. Naoichi Toshiro helped him grind ink, while Mikann lit a lamp, pondering for half the night about who to send into battle. Naoichi, my lord, I am here. The Naginata spirit respectfully knelt, her expression serious as if she had transformed into another blade. However, it should be said that as long as it involves Mikann's original world, none of the sword spirits would treat this as an ordinary expedition. They would exert a spirit that surpasses conventional battlefields by 100-fold to fulfill Mikann's order. I would like to ask you to be the captain for this mission. It is my honor. Naoichi Toshiro lowered her head, adopting the posture most commonly used by samurai in her era to accept the Lord's task, perfectly embodying the Naginata spirit's coolness and loyalty. If you encounter a girl who resembles me, could you please hand this over to her? Mikann hesitated as she took out a package, her gaze affectionate, a tenderness that Naoichi Toshiro had never seen before. This appearance of Mikann gave Naoichi Toshiro a sense of helplessness, feeling that if this continued, the scene of losing their lord would replay, and he seemed to somewhat understand the reason behind Mikazuki's strategy. Understood. Naoichi Toshiro glanced at the package placed on the table by Mikann, then lowered her gaze to the name on the rice paper. I will bring them back safely. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 69. 7 Stars, Sword Hizamaru. Enemy attack Yagen Toshiro, who was responsible for tonight's night watch, sensed a strange presence infiltrating the Hanmaru. After searching fruitlessly under the night sky, he decisively rang the sword bell. Almost the moment the rope of the sword bell was pulled, the originally quiet and peaceful Hanmaru was instantly enveloped in a strange atmosphere like dust and fog. At this time, this luxurious Hanmaru, built with high-quality bricks and jade stones, was as if it had been transformed into a place of demons by the ringing of the castle gate. The barrier was tightly locked, and the sword warriors appeared silently throughout the Hanmaru, confident in their own strength. Except for the short sword spirits occupying the battlefield advantage, no blade concealed its presence. The thick murderous intent and the huge gap in power forced the intruder to reveal themselves. It didn't take long. Despite the vastness of the Hanmaru, they successfully caught the intruder. Kantu, please stop. When Kantu Kyotada swung his main body sword without hesitation, the Naginata spirit urgently drew her sword to intercept the blow from the Tachi spirit. The clash of blades created dazzling sparks in the night. The power of the Dark Fallen spirit was formidable. Even with the advantage of being a Naginata type, Naoichi Toshiro could clearly feel her hand numb from the blow just now. Why won't you let me crush the intruder? Kantu Kyotada asked Naoichi Toshiro in a daze, his expression lacking the usual elegance, and his hollow eye sockets stared directly at the Naginata spirit. This almost imperceptible gaze made Naoichi Toshiro's teeth ache. Is this really a true sword spirit? It seemed to have fallen more into the realm of monsters. Naoichi Toshiro's eyes hardened, but she knew well what it meant to face a dark fallen Tachi that was not restricted by night battles. She couldn't bear to have her lord bleed to heal her. She retracted her main body sword, her voice carrying a smile, wanting to express that she meant no harm. This intruder is an old acquaintance of mine. Could you perhaps put down your sword for now? You are merely a newly arrived sword warrior. Even if you have secrets, it doesn't justify stopping my master-protecting actions. Kantu Kyotada refused to listen, crushing the step Naoichi Toshiro had offered without a hint of mercy. Oh dear, that makes things a bit difficult. Are you going to betray your lord? Noticing the Naginata spirit's action of drawing her sword again, Kantu Kyotada's face darkened, and murderous intent, along with black and red, decaying spiritual energy, instantly filled the air, creating a separate existence. I don't mean that, but the 7 Stars Hall must be preserved. The atmosphere between the two blades became increasingly tense, and in this anxious atmosphere, the sword spirit that Kantu Kyotada could have sent away with just one strike finally awakened from instinct, coming back to consciousness amid the crisis. As soon as he awakened, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the disheveled 7 Stars sword hurriedly clutched his throat, trying to stop the endless metallic sweetness from spilling out. 7 Stars sword. Don't force yourself. Blocking in front of the 7 Star sword, Naoichi Toshiro slowed her breathing, her eyes keenly capturing the silhouette of the dark fallen Tachi in the dark environment. The cold light of the blade stood out exceptionally in the night. The moment the clash ended, the scent of blood in the air became even more intense. The main body swords of both sides collided instantly. Naoichi Toshiro, lacking mobility, was grazed by Kantu Kyotada, cutting off a tuft of long hair and nearly being truly pierced through the neck. However, Kantu Kyotada also suffered due to the length of his sword. His unarmored shoulder was brutally penetrated by the Naginata, just a little more, and he would have said goodbye to his shoulder. The fighting desires of both sides were ignited. Escalating further. Breath of Love, first form, first love's tremor. The radiant pink energy emitted by the attack illuminated the surrounding area almost instantly, and the two sword spirits, poised to strike, were forced apart due to external interference, especially with the appearance of their master, Mikann. Without Mikann needing to remind them, the two blades that had just fought among themselves consciously sheathed their main body swords and obediently stood on either side. Mikann's gaze swept over the barely breathing, unfamiliar Tsukumagami. Feeling a bit anxious in her heart, casually biting the tip of her finger, Mikann took a few steps to stand in front of Namzo Tudru. She bent down and, pulling the Naginata Tsumagami, who was a whole head taller than her, forced the blood bead from her fingertip into the swordman's mouth. The rich spiritual power entered, and before Namzo could fully grasp the fleeting pleasure, he found himself refreshed, feeling a slight sense of loss for no apparent reason. But as expected of his mistress, the spiritual power was pure and impeccable. Namazuo, go back and rest. Namazuo Tudru pursed his lips, unwillingly glaring at the obedient Tsukumagami, Chigetsu Kuturu, who had been acting like a little dog since earlier. Hypocritical. Yes, I must obey the master's orders. Then, Mikann checked on Chigetsu Kuturu's condition and, feeling a bit troubled, said, Kuturu, come back with me later. Yes. Chigetsu Kuturu pursed his lips, not saying much, but with his eyes closed, he looked like a Taida Tsukumagami, standing in punishment, appearing quite aggrieved. Mikann felt a bit moved, but Maru said that disobedient children must be punished. Ignoring the candle holder, she looked at the sword with a nearly non-existent aura, her eyes trembling with hesitation. The intruder. As her fingertip touched the icy 7-star sword, Mikann recalled its characteristics. Thinking of the buff that increased team experience, Mikann's resolve to keep the 7-star sword solidified in an instant. However, the sword's aura grew weaker, making Mikann increasingly anxious. When Maru was not around, her emotions always became particularly unstable, no matter how hard she tried. The blood from her fingertip could not be fed to the 7-star sword, and the sword, enduring the pain, was tightly clenched. Mikann, unable to bear the grinding on his molars, started to apply pressure without holding back. However, reason told him not to mistreat the blade he wanted to tame, especially a sword gentleman who needed to be in a good mood to effectively enhance his abilities. Although it would be fine to strike at the core position, looking at the state of the 7-star sword, another strike would likely shatter it right in Mikann's arms. After some thought, Mikann chose to feed it blood. Since he couldn't make things difficult for the 7-star sword, he would just increase the output instead. Mikann pressed directly against the blade of the 7-star sword, which was on the verge of breaking. As expected, the Tsukumagami was sharp enough even in its dying moments. With just a slight pressure, blood flowed out like it had been set free. Mikann pressed her hand against the wound of the 7-star sword, using the most wasteful way to suspend its life. Because the spiritual energy could not flow into the core position, or the 7-star sword did not actively agree to the contract was not yet established. But Mikann's purpose had already been achieved. Picking up the sword that was returning to its original form, Mikann turned to Zukantai Kyotada and said, let's go. Zukantai Kyotada nodded and walked over to directly pick up Mikann. My lord, why aren't you wearing shoes? Being held by the foot by the sword spirit, Mikann instinctively shrank back, not quite adapting to the unfamiliar sensation. I came out in a hurry. Please wear shoes next time. There's no rush for these things. After a moment of silence, Mikann lowered her eyes and murmured, you are very important to me. I don't want you to get hurt. The recovery time after treatment would delay the accumulation of combat experience and slow down progress. There won't be a next time. Please rest assured, the sword spirit thought, deciding to hold back in future actions so as not to alert his lord to any issues. Maru drove the remaining fragments of reason in the sword spirit into the ground with a single stroke and turned around to ask, does anyone know him? Due to Maru being considered half their lord, akin to a noble retainer, even though almost all the blades were dissatisfied with a blade that could monopolize Mikann, some still stepped forward to clarify for Maru. Keisin Kanesada, it's the demon-slaying sword Izamu. Maru paused, a hint of astonishment in his emerald eyes. The demon-slaying sword. Has it already turned into a demon itself? As consciousness returned, Izamu was mocked. He chose to play dead. Since you're awake, don't just lie there. Come with me. Pulling out his original sword, Maru casually shook off the blood on the blade and walked at a leisurely pace towards Mikann's location. As for the other sword spirits who seemed to be watching the show, Maru, with his eyes only on Mikann, didn't care. Following silently behind Maru, Izamu touched the bony protrusion growing from his shoulder blade, and with sheer wrist strength, he broke the white bone. Izamu's face turned pale, but this pain did not affect his actions at all, indicating that this was not the first time he had done so. Until Maru brought Izamu to the hot spring, he did not say a word. He opened the wooden door of the hot spring, quickly shed the complicated bathrobe, and stepped into the bathroom. The silver-haired sword spirit affectionately, even ambiguously, coiled around Mikann's body, lowering his posture to nuzzle against her cheek, his emerald eyes filled with tenderness. This gaze of soft water fully opened only for Mikann. "You've worked hard," Enimaru whispered, his pale lips brushing against Mikann's ear, and their actions seemed to be flirting. But only they knew that Enimaru was soothing the increasingly intense distortion and madness within Mikann's heart. Transforming back into a white snake, he coiled around Mikann's neck, ignoring all the blades, and began to nap while holding his tail. Mikann cherished his half-body, unable to help but lighten his movements. Although everything he did wouldn't affect his half-body's rest, as long as their skin touched, they could achieve the best satisfaction. The treatment for ofthe had just begun. Hearing the enticing sounds from the hot spring, Hizameru, who had been outside the door, fell into contemplation. He felt that he had come at the wrong time. However, he hadn't seen his lord in a long time and didn't want to wait any longer. Biting his inner cheek, Hizameru, who had transformed into a demon-slaying sword with strength far beyond that of an ordinary dark-turned sword, felt shy like a child, worried that he would leave a bad first impression on Mikann. He must look very ugly, covered in terrifying patterns on his half-body, upholding the contract until the end arrives. "I am a sword of the Big Dipper, engraved with death. What is your wish for the starry sky? Once a treasured possession of the Genji, my name is Hizameru. When testing sinners for beheading, I was named for severing both knees in one strike." Looking at the two beautifully stat-ed sword boys, Mikann revealed the brightest smile he had since coming to this world, filled with the joy of Hizameru waking from slumber. "Welcome. The seven-star sword has set up residence next to the Azurita room, usually idle and going out to gain experience. Even though Nariyoshi T sure has already maxed out his level after several tireless sorties, he still enjoys going out with the seven-star sword to hunt for blades. Perhaps this is because the feeling of experience flowing in is very comfortable, akin to the sensation of a master caressing. The seven-star sword side is very harmonious, as it is a divine sword from another realm, receiving exceptional respect from the sword boys even in this home base, except for Sage Intaisai Mitsumian. However, the Tachi Shikigami does not exhibit any disrespectful behavior. As for Hizameru, due to his deep dark transformation and shared memories with Hizameru revealing a tendency for self-destruction, Mikann watches him closely like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Thanks to Hizameru, nearly all blades have temporarily reconciled, united against the dark-turned demon-slaying swords. Once again, it was dusk, the time of the night parade of 100 demons, when the demon-slaying swords always became restless, uncontrollably biting the flesh of the master. Almost beheaded several times by the forcibly transformed white snake sword. However, after a few days, Mikann became somewhat accustomed to it. He did not have a masochistic tendency. But when the demon-slaying sword tore open wounds and began to drink blood, saliva, or something else, that substance mixed with the blood flowing through the wounds brought a strangely comfortable feeling, a subtle sensation that made Mikann a bit addicted. However, the priority was still to alleviate the dark transformation of the Shikigami. Controlling the dark transformation, well, was a buff, but if not controlled properly, it became a debuff, wasting most of the resources. Once again bound in the embrace of the Tachi Shikigami and watching the demon-slaying sword sleep, Mikann stared at the ceiling in thought, wondering if he should collect the initial summoned swords now that he had the seven-star sword. Perhaps due to a change in Mikann's heartbeat, the demon-slaying sword, which usually slept soundly until dawn, unexpectedly woke up in a daze, pulling at the master's loose bathrobe in a disorganized manner, like a slightly larger dog, only able to nuzzle to show its dependence and affection. Patting Hizameru's back, Mikann gradually felt sleepy. The downside of the sword boy's physical transformation under the jurisdiction of current affairs is that, aside from being sturdier and stronger, their physiological needs are no different from those of humans. The anxious little dog was calmed down, and Mikann turned his head to meet the blank eyes of the small white snake, devoid of any emotion, yet revealing a sense of grievance. Mikann was lost in thought, feeling that there were quite a few aggrieved swordsmiths lately. Perhaps it was a problem with his eyes. Blinking, Mikann averted his gaze and continued to stare blankly at the ceiling until he fell into a deep sleep. Feeling somewhat neglected, Enimaru curled up into a ball, sulking, and did not sleep next to Mikann that night. But in the middle of the night, he still went to cuddle up. Chapter 70. Butterfly Kanahu, Alala, is the suddenly appearing presence a Hashira or an ignorant human. It's really rude to interrupt someone during their meal. Under the bright moon, a young man with pure white hair resembling white oak, with a compassionate expression as if he were a deity sent to the mortal world, sat gracefully on a flower pedestal carved from ice. Even from a distance, the false interest in his rainbow-colored eyes was particularly striking against the gaze of the Shikigami. On the ground beneath this man, a girl with a barely perceivable breath lay prostrate, despite being on the brink of death. The girl, adorned with butterfly hairpins, struggled to rise, using a knife with only the hilt left to support her body. Her voice was too hoarse and low to be heard, but in the silent night, the sound drifted into the ears of the squad members along with the gentle evening breeze. Run away. Even as she approached death, the girl urged them to leave. The swordsmiths were not supposed to interfere with the historical events caused by the time-traveling army, but if it was for self-preservation, it was a different matter. Moreover, it was just a branch of the 3,000 worlds. The deity of fate would not care about the specific direction of the crow feather world. Blood demon art. Lotus leaf ice. Under the bright moon, the young man, observing the girl's struggles, seemed to grow bored. He rested his chin on his hand and casually waved his folding fan, conjuring lotus-shaped ice crystals from thin air. If it weren't for the cold, murderous intent radiating from the ice flowers, they would indeed make for a lovely decoration. Under the desperate gaze of the butterfly girl, several figures gradually appeared among the trees, frozen to death by the vast ice. The ice crystals shattered into smaller ice flowers upon contact with the trees, and exquisite lotus flowers continued to float toward the Shikigami. Compared to the lotus, I indeed prefer peonies. With misty purple hair, the young man, like a nobleman enjoying flowers and tea in a garden, wielded a striking katana in stark contrast. Under the blade's light, the ice crystals were completely dispersed, leaving no trace. Noticing that the ice crystals had been thoroughly eliminated, Tomioka narrowed his eyes but did not take it too seriously. After all, he had guessed from the start that the ice crystals wouldn't pose much threat to these people. Oh dear, my lovely ice lotus has been rejected. It didn't cause any damage at all, which is a bit surprising. What beautiful eyes! I wonder which is prettier compared to Mikazuki's. With milk-white long hair, another young man, who also resembled a refined noble, stepped forward, his eyes like clouds and the rising sun devoid of light, merely staring blankly at Tomioka. Others might not say, but Tomioka felt a sense of fear from this person, not an emotion he generated himself, but rather as if the blood within him was expressing fear. It was the gene of Muzan Kibutsuji that was afraid. This is truly remarkable. If Lord Muzan found out, it would surely cause a stir. Covering his face with his fan, Tomioka nonchalantly observed the few people in front of him. Their attire was familiar, although their styles varied. This samurai outfit felt like something he had seen somewhere. May I ask for your names, everyone? The teasing or perhaps provocative words that were on the tip of Tomioka's tongue were swallowed back, replaced by a straightforward attitude of seeking information. Demon, do you need to know our names? The attention of the seven-star sword fell on Tomioka, who suddenly found a girl in his arms without realizing when she had appeared. Feeling a chill in his heart, Tomioka was momentarily surprised. In a situation where the power dynamics were clear, he did not have the high aspirations of Kokoshibo and secretly wanted to retreat before Muzan Kibutsuji discovered the situation here. He didn't want to do something thankless, especially with a boss as disdainful as that. Although he no longer changed appearances like the stars, the accumulation over 1,000 years still had its weight. Placing the weakening girl on the ground, the seven-star sword sighed, "I can't detoxify her, I'm sorry." Butterfly Kanahu struggled to breathe. Even though her lungs were corroded by toxins to half, the pain continued to erode her brain, but she burned with the will to live. Unable to speak, the girl gently shook her head, expressing her gratitude with her eyes. She was dying. A cold and indifferent statement from Izetsu conveyed a sad fact. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Kanahu showed no reaction. She was a healer herself. How could she not understand her situation? She just wanted to survive for a moment longer. She still had words to say to Shinobu. Thinking of her younger sister, who was lively to the point of being a bit troublesome, Butterfly Kanahu's gaze softened. But that brief moment of relaxation caused her injuries to worsen rapidly. Please be sure to keep breathing. Sengo, Muramasa frowned and approached, reminding Butterfly Kanahu not to let her breathing techniques go awry. With complete memories from the future, Sengo naturally knew that the girl in front of him was still alive thanks to her breathing techniques. One could say that if the breathing techniques became chaotic, they would have saved a dead person for nothing. Since they had decided to save her, it was better to save a living person. To untie the bell, one must ask the bell ringer. Let us ask the instigator. The seven-star sword stood up slowly, brushing off the dust from his dark robe. The scabbard buzzed as the sword of the Big Dipper, embedded with 7-star nails, responded and was drawn. The familiar yet strange sound of an instrument suddenly rang out, like the clear sound of bamboo tubes filled with water colliding against stones in a courtyard. In a frame-by-frame manner, the young man with eyes like glazed gems vanished without a trace, but the ice lotus still floated in the air. The cold wind rustled. The ice-covered leaves began to flutter in the wind, and under the illumination of the condensed moonlight, the frozen leaves and frost-like moonlight reflected each other, creating a terrifying and eerie environment that was softened by the presence of the Shikigami. After a moment, aside from the sound of the wind, there was no other noise. The seven-star sword, who had just drawn his blade, curled his lips into a smile, and with a clang, sheathed his sword. The Big Dipper sword once again returned to calm without shedding blood. A slight sense of regret. Stroking his own blade, the seven-star sword lowered his gaze slightly, feeling a bit regretful. Due to his special abilities as a sword, the other swordsmiths instinctively formed a protective circle around him. But as long as they were swordsmith Shikigami, they all craved the blood to nourish their blades, who didn't desire battle. Perhaps the former Jisuk would be an exception. Noticing the seven-star sword's disappointment, the considerate team leader Sengo Muramasa cheerfully presented 3 colored dumplings to him, holding them out with a bright, somewhat silly smile. Seven-star Hall, would you like some snacks? Initially intending to refuse, the seven-star sword hesitated upon seeing the somewhat peculiar 3-colored dumplings. The words of refusal turned around in his mouth and were swallowed back. These dumplings were made by our Lord. There are only 3 skewers. The smile of the Naginata Tsukamagami collapsed at the end of this sentence. Narita T. Sure, who could see the team's status, clearly noticed that all the blades except for himself and the seven-star sword had turned red-faced. Wait, it seemed like there was one blade that hadn't caused trouble. Tachi T. Suk really is an angel. Looking at his still healthy and cheerful comrades, Narita T. Sure felt a bit teary-eyed. Tachi T. Suk turned his head, his cold golden eyes mixed with a hint of helplessness. Narita, we need to get this lady to the clinic in town quickly. Okay, but in this situation, can we move around? Ignoring the red-faced status of his teammates, Narita T. Sure put away all the supplies except for the 3-colored dumplings for the seven-star sword back into his bag. Wouldn't Omamori be useful for this? If it's caused by a demon rather than human poison, it might help. It's worth a try. Kaisen Kanesada took out his Omamori and placed it on the butterfly Kanai's body, whose pupils had started to dilate. The Omamori began to emit a faint glow upon contact with butterfly Kanai, a subtle light different from that which fell on the sword warriors. Was it weakened because of the interspatial effect? Kaisen Kanesada felt a brief moment of doubt, but it was a good thing if the Omamori was effective. Miss, we can take you to your companions, but could you leave something as a reward? Narita T. Sure spoke with a smile. There was no helping it. The blades present were all of a quiet disposition, except for him. Feeling the refreshing sensation of pain relief, Butterfly Kanai tried to speak, successfully producing a sound. Excuse me, what would you like as a reward? Still affected by the blood demon technique, it was difficult for Butterfly Kanai to speak, but fortunately, her meaning was relatively clear. I haven't thought about that yet. Narita T. Sure tugged at his long hair in frustration, turning to seek advice from his fellow teammates. Does anyone have any ideas? How about accessories? Aizen Kunitsuna's suggestion instantly attracted the attention of all the blades. Narita T. Sure, being a good boy, raised his hand. Hi, Aizen Dano. May I ask why accessories? Aizen Kunitsuna scanned the faces of all the blades present with his deep golden eyes, and upon realizing they truly had no idea, his mood improved a bit. When I first met the Lord, his clothes were very similar to what this lady is wearing. Narita T. Sure, wow. I suddenly remembered that the Lord seemed to have given me a package that had clothes in it. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to open and look. Facing the disdainful gaze of the currently smallest brother in the sword faction, Narita T. Sure could only awkwardly hold his bundle tighter. The seven-star sword concluded. Then let us go with accessories. The Lord's hair color would suit a similar hair ornament for this lady. With Aizen Kunitsuna's assistance, Butterfly Kanai sat up, her expression somewhat surprised. I made this accessory myself. If you don't mind, I can customize one for your Lord. Then we'll trouble you, miss. Kaisen Kanesada smiled gently, taking Aizen Kunitsuna's place to carry Butterfly Kanai, saying, by the way, we still don't know your name. Sorry, my name is Butterfly Kanai. When Butterfly Shinobu received the news that her sister was fighting Upper Moon too, she rushed to the battlefield with all the healing potions she could carry, not daring to delay for a moment. But when she saw the vast areas of destroyed forest, the shattered blade of her sister's Nicaran sword and the butterfly hairpin that was half ruined and soaked in blood, she felt her whole body go limp, collapsing straight onto the ground. She was too late. She didn't even get to see her sister one last time, nor did she see the hideous face of the demon that killed her sister. Butterfly Shinobu held the remaining half of Butterfly Kanai's hairpin in her palm, pressing this only relic to her chest, breaking down into tears. Demon, demon, demon. I will definitely avenge my sister. When she managed to compose herself and return to the butterfly mansion, the sun was already bright. Butterfly Shinobu dragged her exhausted body, almost forgetting how to breathe, feeling numb, her whole being twisted in anger. Hey, was there an injured person brought in? Why is everyone outside? Please make way. Butterfly Shinobu forced herself to muster the energy to squeeze into the crowd. Her job was to save people, and even if she was disheartened, she couldn't forget this. Miss Shinobu is back. Everyone make way. Make way. When Butterfly Shinobu finally entered the butterfly mansion and saw the several elegantly dressed young men and boys, she couldn't help but freeze in place. It wasn't because of their stunning beauty that left her in a daze, but because she saw her sister surrounded in the middle. Tears burst forth again, a mix of grievance, joy, bitterness, and sorrow. Butterfly Shinobu weakly knelt and leaned into her sister's embrace, crying out loud. Little Shinobu, don't cry, your sister is back. Butterfly Kanai gently lowered her gaze to comfort her sister, and after a moment, remembered to look up and give an apologetic glance. The seven-star sword gently shook his head, a smile on his lips, despite being a stunning youth. He always made Butterfly Kanai feel an unconscious respect as if facing a great power of the era. It's all right. We'll be resting in town for a while. So please take good care of your injuries, Miss Kanai. The 6 youths, each differing in age and style, but all possessing exceptional grace, left. And the butterfly mansion quickly returned to calm after they departed. 5 rooms, please. Because he was particularly wealthy, Narita sure chose the most expensive and comfortable private room. Anyway, with them around, they could definitely afford to pamper their lord, so spending this small amount of money was worth it. After paying and returning to the room to rest, Narita sure, ignoring Tachi Suk's protests, forcibly picked up the little short sword and shamelessly pressed against Tachi Suk. Oh, Tachi, it's not like you don't have memories. Why haven't you gotten used to your brother's way of expressing affection yet? Tachi Suk pushed his brother's face away in disgust, his small face stern, coldly saying, Then Narita, give me of the 3-colored dumplings the Lord made. This, of course, is not possible. Chapter 71. 3 Hearts. If you're looking for someone, you can tell us her appearance features. Maybe we know her. Still in the recovery period. But thanks to the omamori that had completely dimmed in luster, Butterfly Kanai's injuries healed very quickly. In just 2 days, she was already able to get out of bed and move around like a normal person. However, she ultimately still injured her foundation and had to resign from her position as a Hashira. She is a very beautiful princess, about 167 centimeters tall, with long hair and a very beautiful hair color, resembling a gradient of green cherry blossom. Narita sure recited according to the data of Mikann, but their lord said he resembled that princess, so it should be about the same. A girl with a green cherry blossom gradient hair color? I think I have some impression. The tips of her hair are a very beautiful light green, right? As she recalled a girl matching that description from her memory. Butterfly Kanai's eyes lit up with anticipation as she looked at the Naginata Tsukumagami. Narita sure was also delighted. Although he couldn't personally deliver the package to that princess due to time constraints, asking Miss Kanai to pass it on should be fine. Yes. Placing the package on the table, Narita sure said seriously, if we can find that princess, could we trouble Miss Kanai to help us deliver this to her? The butterfly Kanai was a bit troubled. It's true that this person is her savior, but that doesn't mean she can completely disregard their potential danger. If her judgment based on her biases ends up hurting that young lady, what should she do? Nao Tushuru, who has been on the battlefield for many years, could naturally see Kanai's concerns. Rather, she was also very much looking forward to the clothes that her lord was going to give to that young lady. So let's take a look. Mikann stepped over the threshold and entered the room, his tall figure immediately blocking out a lot of light. The vision of the 2 people sitting at the table dimmed slightly as the large sword approached. Nao Tushuru smiled and said, I second that. If you're worried about any danger, you can let me open the package. Kanai gently shook her head, her gentle gaze lightly watching the 2 tall young men in front of her, who were always considerate and did not impose physical pressure on her. I trust my savior. I just want to consider this for that girl. We all understand, so please don't worry, Miss Kanai. Under Nao Tushuru's urging gaze, Kanai helplessly opened the package, which contained a Demon Slayer core jacket and a letter. A jacket? Kanai inquired with her eyes, and after receiving permission, unfolded the jacket. If it belonged to someone from the team, it would have their name embroidered on it. She looked for it and found it. Kanai felt that when she said found it, the gazes of the two young men in front of her seemed to become more intense. I'll read it? Okiya Mikann said. Please. Kanai exclaimed in surprise. Kanroji Mitsuri. If I'm not mistaken, that seems to be the name of the current flame Hashira's adopted child. It's not her lord's name. But if she brings back the name of that princess for her lord, it would surely make her often gloomy and unhappy lord happy. Thank you, Miss Kanai. Okiya Mikann said slowly, his tone somewhat cold. But Kanai could indeed hear the joy hidden within. No, I didn't do anything. Kanai felt a bit awkward, facing these noble young men from a prominent family, and sometimes felt shy. Neo, Toshiro smiled, and shifted his gaze to the box that Kanai had brought, which contained a hair accessory specially customized for Mitsuri. Then we'll take this. Okay. Kanai stood up to see them off. If Miss Kanroji wants to contact you, how should I convey her contact information? Oh, this really is a huge problem, Naginata Tsukumagami said mysteriously after pondering for a moment. It's a special situation now. So for the time being, we'll have to contact Miss Kanroji ourselves. We'll visit you again, Miss Kanai. All right. Sakura Hanamori could hardly contain her excitement. Is something good happening? Brother Neo? She caught a cool cherry blossom petal and asked curiously. Neo Toshiro put his finger to his lips, blinking his beautiful black eyes playfully. It's a secret for now, little T. Oh, hey, little T, don't be so indifferent. Come here and give your brother a hug. I really want to hug my lord like this too. Resigned to being cuddled by his older brother, Wakatake felt he had the right to complain about Neo Toshiro. Now, I can hug you. T, tell me more. Now, it seems like Mikazuki's plan should be progressing. In the main hall, indeed. Mikazuki Minakika leisurely lowered his head to drink tea, not wanting to meet his brother's probing gaze. Unable to resist his younger brother, Iwanari furrowed his brows and directly confiscated Mikazuki's teacup, and in the younger brother's incredulous gaze, drank all the tea in the cup. Not good. What did you do again? Mikazuki, or rather, what have you experienced? You're quite perceptive, brother. Mikazuki Minakika secretly hid his teapot, and under Iwanari's helpless gaze, he pocketed his hands and began to explain. That's all in the past. This time, in order to meet my lord ahead of time, I didn't encounter anything particularly unpleasant, although the memories still exist. When facing a divine being that resembles a distant moon in the sky, what is your first feeling, and what do you want to do with them? Mikazuki Minakika was supposed to meet that shaman before Mitsuri, choosing to pull the moon down from the sky. He wanted to see the moon shatter on the ground and only illuminate for him. It was an unbearable past, with strength far exceeding that of ordinary Tsukumagami. Mikazuki Minakika was initially treated like a deity after being brought back by that shaman. But over time, the shaman, who did not receive the moon's warm response, became a twisted monster, screaming as he locked the divine being in a small room. It was only after that Mikazuki Minakika discovered that it was not devotion, but rather the use of forbidden drugs to destroy his core, weakening his power to the point that it was less than that of a short sword strike value. However, it was only temporary. Otherwise, how could his current lord possibly see him after the subsequent encirclement? In that space, Mikazuki Minakika found it difficult to express what he had experienced. But he could tell Iwanari that he had an extreme dependency syndrome. He couldn't bear to let his lord see such an unbearable self, nor could he bear to let his lord become that way. So he had to gamble on another option, to bet that Inimaru would empathize with Mitsuri and himself. He was right, so he became so happy that he couldn't contain his feelings from that moment on, thus having to avoid drawing attention to himself to prevent his dear lord from noticing something odd. Thinking of that conclusion, Mikazuki Minakika couldn't help but smile, feeling that in front of his brother, he didn't need to hide his pathological and twisted madness. It wasn't his fault. So, if my lord uncontrollably wants other blades to touch him, I would be jealous to the point of madness, brother. Facing Mikazuki Minakika, who seemed about to break down, Iwanari felt a choking sensation stuck in his throat. Seeing Iwanari's appearance, Mikazuki Minakika gently wiped away the tears that had come to the corners of his eyes from smiling, restoring his elegant demeanor like a bright moon. However, because he was never a low-level sword from the start, he held it in. Even though at times he wanted to tear apart his chest and crush the non-existent heart, he hadn't been sullied by anyone. The first time he met his lord, he happened to appear when he needed hope the most, and he killed that mad human. That's about it. Mikazuki Minakika slightly bent his gaze and reached out for his teacup. Brother, Can you return the teacup to me this time? The tea is getting cold. Iwanari's feelings were complicated as he set down the teacup and silently sat across from Mikazuki Munakika. As soon as the first cup of tea went down, as if a countdown had reached 0, the silver-haired Tsukamagami shattered the door. His original blade brushed against the face of the most beautiful blade and nailed it into the wall, stopping the Naginata brother who was trying to lose himself in the room. Mikazuki Munakika magically pulled out a new teacup and slowly brewed tea. In Emeru, it seems that drinking tea can calm people down. Emeru's eyes slightly narrowed and then slowly returned to their usual state, the white of reason gaining the upper hand. He moved slowly and took a seat in front of Mikazuki Munakika. He occupied what had a cold glance at Emeru, then sat down beside Mikazuki. Speak. Emeru's voice was hoarse, as if he was trying to suppress something. I guess that Emeru can't return to his snake form for the time being. No more nonsense. Mikazuki Munakika smiled. You're really fierce, Emeru. It's just a simple ailment. It will only expand your desires infinitely. Watching Emeru's trembling pupils, Mikazuki's gaze darkened as he picked up his cup, covering the corner of his lips with his sleeve. I hope he didn't do anything too rude. Staring at Mikazuki's increasingly somber face, the white snake, who had never changed expression in front of them, let out a sneer. Though it was unclear whether he was mocking Mikazuki or himself. Mikann and I are marriage swords. You are not. The white snake dropped this line and got up to leave, coming and going inexplicably, leaving the poor sandroom's door for them to fix themselves. Watching the white snake hurriedly depart, Mikazuki leisurely poured tea for his brother. This cup isn't good. Brother, you handle it. What? Okay. Don't overthink it. The one I just gave Emeru was the worst. What? Bitter tea clears the mind. Don't worry, brother. My only goal is to be together with our Lord forever. Mikazuki hummed his own attended song and left the room cheerfully. What stayed in the room for a long time, finally understanding what his younger brother meant. He was leaving all the work of fixing the room to him. However, asking Mikazuki for help would probably just complicate things. The flow of time is different. In the Hanmaru, the expedition team that had only been in another world for 3 to 5 days had actually been gone for a month. And a month had changed many things. I'm back. Did you miss me, my lord? As the Naginata's spirit pounced towards him, Mikann instinctively released his fingers intertwined with Emeru's and tightly embraced the pouncing Namizuki T. Sure. Emeru felt wronged, but he didn't say anything. The Naginata spirit was enormous. And Mikann, who was slightly slender to begin with, appeared even smaller next to Namizuki T. Sure, feeling a bit jealous. Emeru's size was not much different from Mikann's. And perhaps due to his Master S reflection, he seemed somewhat weak. He couldn't completely wrap Mikann in his embrace like larger sword spirits could. Mikazuki is already preparing the welcome feast. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Mikann looked around, relieved that none of the blades were missing from this outing. That was the best news. Welcome back. We're back. If they continued to follow Mikazuki's plan, the Hanmaru would really become their home, right? Thinking of the information Gokuden had shared with them, the returning sword spirits were all filled with compassion. Humans only live for 100 years. Why can't their lord accompany them for a long time instead of becoming a burial offering and disappearing into the dust? Since they had accepted them, they should be ready to be together forever. Mikazuki Munakika's progress had advanced significantly. All the blades present had reached a cooperation agreement, except for the incoming Tachi and SG. As for JKT, the crane from the date group had been specially left in the Hanmaru. The welcome feast was a grand gathering, with every blade having a toast, each time just a small sip. But JKT prepared strong liquor. And Mikann's tolerance wasn't very good. I'll send the Lord back to rest. The movement of Yasukuni SG rising attracted several kind gazes, but he did not feel the warm feelings of his comrades and coldly added, I'm tomorrow's attendant. In fact, Mikazuki Munakika had come specifically to hand over duties to Yasukuni SG, timely saving the situation. Ahaha, I leave it to you, Yasukuni SG, with a cold expression, quickly picked up the flushed SH gun, but accidentally dropped a drunken white snake. Gokuden, who picked up the little snake, thought of his little tiger. So he held the small white snake, a bit worried. Can snakes drink alcohol? JKT. Essentially, Emeru is still a sword spirit. And since this isn't Realgar wine, it should be fine. Gokuden squinted. Should be? Mikazuki Munakika once again acted as a mediator. Haha, don't worry. If Emeru couldn't drink, the Lord would have stopped it long ago. After all, the Lord knows his half much better than he knows himself. Chapter 72. The Heart of the Awataguchi. Mikann has recently noticed that her half-body rarely appears in snake form, although she feels a bit regretful not to experience the cool, smooth touch of the white snake. The soft half-body seems quite nice as well. Gently, she is embraced, and Maru skillfully adjusts her complex hunting attire. In just a moment, he has helped Mikann tidy up her clothing while she is still in a drowsy state. To maintain the sense of security required by the Tsukumagami, Mikann is deeply wary of these temporary companions, but she generally indulges them when there is no danger, and over time, she has somewhat gotten used to it. Supporting her slightly heavy body, Mikann feels a bit confused. Has her wariness towards them lowered to this extent? Watching the somewhat dazed Shokahu, who seems to have just woken up, Maru feels a softness in his heart. His master is so cute. If only his brother had arrived a bit earlier, they could have shared in the joy together. Seeing Maru slightly lower his head, Mikann, thinking that the sword Tsukumagami might want to be patted on the head like the short sword, tentatively raises her hand. Since he didn't T-dodge, does that mean he wants to be patted? Without thinking too long, feeling that patting someone's head is just a very light action, Mikann decisively touches Maru's face. Realizing the sensation is off, Mikann is taken aback, and under the gaze of Maru's wide, cat-like eyes, she silently raises her hand and rubs his head twice. He has been patted. Maru blinks in astonishment, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his lips, as if his mouth has its own thoughts. Seeing Maru, who always appears troubled, smile, Mikann can't help but smile back, her gentle expression delivering a critical hit to the sword Tsukumagami. Cherry blossoms suddenly fill the entire room, bathed in the rain of cherry blossoms. Mikann wears a faint smile and instinctively reaches to hook her fingers with the sword Tsukumagami, a habit formed because of Maru. However, the sensation of touching nothing makes Mikann freeze again. Something is wrong. Overwhelmed by a great fear of her insufficient strength, Mikann suddenly feels a loss of energy, as if her entire blade has become hollow, bringing a suffocating fear. Yes, Maru, go find Maru. He must know what is wrong with me. Watching the Shokahu suddenly stand up and stagger, Maru instinctively supports Mikann and begins to calculate the time since they met. Calculating the time, it was about a week after he arrived at Hanmaru that the Shokahu seemed to be diagnosed with a certain illness. Maru can't recall the exact time and feels a bit frustrated with himself for stubbornly not getting close to the world's best master. But looking at his master now, the initial signs of the illness must be happening right now. Sensing Mikann's movement, Maru furrows his brow and directly lifts Mikann by the waist. Please don't worry. I will take you to find Maru. Instantly feeling a sense of security when embraced, Mikann doesn't understand, but temporarily forgets her unwillingness to rely on others. Being carried by Maru through the courtyard, Mikann looks at the thick snow accumulated in the yard and can't help but shake her feet, which are only clad in tabi. Want to curl up as she feels a bit cold. Why isn't winter passed yet? Mikann cannot control her spiritual power on her own, but the scenery of the Hanmaru does not follow the seasons. It is manipulated by the many-cherry tree. Ever since California Kaimitsu self-destructed to open a path home for Mikann, many-cherry has felt a chill in its heart. After struggling to survive, she now faces the terrifying scene of the source of life wanting to return home, which has left her in a constant state of gloom, especially since the blade she recognizes has yet to comfort her, which makes her feel even more wronged. As everyone knows, the scenery of the Hanmaru can be controlled by emotions. Hisamu paused, his friendly gaze sweeping over the pure white snow, looking towards the direction of the many-cherry tree. He comes from the future and has accompanied the SH gun for quite some time, being one of the blades that walked with the Lord to the end. So he naturally understands what the winter scenery of the Hanmaru is like at this time. The Lord has already begun to fear the cold. It is time for an enjoyable conversation with an old friend. Alone on the snowy mountaintop, Many-cherry shook slightly, feeling even sadder as she looked at the untouched snow. The year is unspecified, the month and day are unspecified, and the weather in the Hanmaru is heavy snow. Bringing Mikann, Hisamu knocked on the door of the Karadaguchi room. When the door was opened by the white-coated Yagen T-Shur, Hisamu led Mikann inside. Like Hisamu, Yagen T-Shur also has memories but is uncertain about the exact day when the SH gun's illness first appeared, so he's been preparing just in case. For example, he always keeps his room warm and is always ready to kidnap Maru. Ha, we brought Maru. The cheerful voice of Nico T sure rang out, and at the same time, he saw the figure he had been looking for. Mikann tugged at Kizumaru's collar, wanting to leave the embrace of the sword spirit. But the usually perceptive Kizumaru seemed oblivious at that moment, completely ignoring Mikann's actions. Before Mikann could slowly express her confusion, Maru stepped past Hoku retreat and naturally wrapped Mikann in his arms. As Mikann stepped onto the tatami mat, she felt a moment of disorientation, sensing something was off. The sensation was strange. Without saying a word, Maru pressed Mikann onto the small stool that Yearns Tushuru had brought, then gazed at the short sword spirit with his bright green, snake-like eyes. Yearns Tushuru. Under Yearns Tushuru's examination, the symptoms were quickly summarized. Due to the initial stage of the illness being subtle, nothing was detected, so Yearns Tushuru concluded the symptoms he derived himself. It was spiritual power disorder, which only required a supplement of the power system with his master. The informed blades present knew the solution, so they naturally understood that this issue couldn't be resolved. But they had prepared some means of suppression after so long. Receiving the gaze from Kizumaru and his brothers, Yearns Tushuru blinked lightly. There really is. Seeing Yearns Tushuru hesitate, Maru couldn't help but urge, "What do you need?" Yearns Tushuru, with a complex mood, glanced at the obedient and adorably cute general looking at him, then at the clearly anxious Maru, and smiled brightly. "Just need to interact more with the sword boys to disperse the spiritual power." Although it could only disperse the disturbed spiritual power, it would temporarily suppress the worsening symptoms. Maru. He felt that this short sword had a part of himself in it, but there was no evidence. Concerned and distracted, Maru failed to grasp the fleeting truth in his mind. However, Maru was somewhat conflicted. Do I really have to interact with that group? Yearns Tushuru gently shook his head, and sure enough, he saw Maru's typically vacant eyes brighten. Interacting with me is fine too. By the way, Maru probably wouldn't work, because he didn't need a supply of spiritual power at all. Since he didn't need a supply of spiritual power, and unlike Mikann, he didn't consume the spiritual power in his blood. He was completely fine. Thanks to Yearns Tushuru's words, Maru's anxious heart finally settled. With a deadpan stare at all the sword spirits in the room, Maru felt a bit annoyed. After intertwining his fingers with Mikann's, he let her out. "Kizumaru, please wait a moment, Maru." Maru didn't want to pay attention to the sword spirit, but the Naginata blocked his way. The main hall needed Mikann's support, so he couldn't break through the wall and leave. That would only make things harder for his Mikann. Stopping in his tracks, Maru coldly turned back. "What is it?" "The main hall is too cold, and the Master's constitution can't warm himself up." Kizumaru looked at their intertwined hands, casually adding, "If it's Maru during winter, his body temperature will drop too," knowing that the slashing sword was bullying the white snake. The Naginata again cooperated to strike a blow. After all, it is a snake. Maru. Due to the influence of a snake body, Maru, aside from not hibernating, would indeed be colder in winter. Mikann's low body temperature was also affected by him, as part of his soul merged with hers. Gripping Mikann's hand tightly, then loosening it, Maru pondered for a moment, but ultimately released Mikann's hand. Reluctantly, his first consideration would still be Mikann. "Mikann, I'm counting on you." Watching the white snake almost blend into the snowy scenery disappear, Mikann, having lost the emotional stabilizer that was in Maru, began to feel anxious and wanted to catch up with his pace. Receiving his brother-esque gaze, Hoku Retreat timely intervened. "Master, little retreat is very warm." The small short sword brightly asked for a hug, and Mikann, who had shared emotional bonds with Hoku Retreat, softened and picked him up. Indeed, he was warm, like a little heater. Held in Mikann's embrace, Hoku Retreat squinted his eyes comfortably and gently returned the hug. Animals have high body temperatures. How could merged with the little tiger boys not be a cute little tiger? Although the process of dying was a bit painful, his little tiger had not left him. They had merely merged into one, never to be seen again. The other three blades, who were in on the plan, continuously exchanged glances. None of the blades present had come for nothing. "Kizumaru, Jizai Kiri should have prepared the breakfast. Is the master going over now?" Unintentionally brushing through the soft hair of the small short sword, feeling reassured by holding the warm little short sword, Mikann confirmed that half of her was just finding a place to nest and sleep before agreeing to the katana suggestion. "All right, master. Today's vegetable patch duty was done by Little Retreat. Can we praise Little Retreat?" All day, Hoku Retreat had been inseparable from the master, but unexpectedly, no blade disturbed them, mainly because they were terrified. Although they knew that Hoku Retreat was initially a well-behaved, strong little short sword, who easily blushed and could act cute. From the moment they met, this version of Hoku Retreat gave them a feeling of indifference, toughness, and disinterest in the master. Thank you, Hoku Retreat, for refreshing our worldview. However, the surprise was only momentary. Every blade present had two faces, and it was just that the Akutagawa had other blades to obstruct them. For instance, the white crane, who hadn't brushed his presence in front of the master for a long time, made a trap in the snow. Tomoru Kuninaga never thought that the one who had been punished for his pranks all year round would die before achieving his goal. Narukami, I seem to have accidentally dug into a void. Could I trouble you to lend a hand? Tomoru Kuninaga, having fallen into another hole after digging a pit, lit up when he saw Narukami Tushuru. But with years of pranking and staying underground as a burial companion, how could he distinguish between a blade worker's hole and a natural cave? After going up, he had already thought of how to prank the culprit. Worrying that the white crane might jump up, Narukami Tushuru, who had specifically set aside time to dig for several days, smiled and shook his head, bringing over a bucket of water and slowly pouring it down from the edge. The main hall was below zero. The ice would form quickly. Believing that with the help of the ice, plus the fact that he wouldn't bring his main body sword while working, Mr. Tomoru could have a good day of play. Staring at Narukami Tushuru's series of actions with a stiff face, Tsurumaru Kuninaga almost laughed in anger. He had actually sought help from the culprit. Under Narukami Tushuru's firm resolve to trap him, Tsurumaru Kuninaga could only begrudgingly accept the outdoor bed made of blade worker's earth. When it snows, once the snow fills part of the pit, he should be able to get out. As the snow grew heavier, the white crane, who finally stepped out onto the snow, didn't he want to go out and prank again for a while? But that was all for later. The current white crane was still pondering over his past against the backdrop of the white snow. When I met that person, it seemed to be during a heavy snowfall too, and then there was the small large sword wanting to replace the small short sword. Unintentionally sitting next to Higuruma, who was muttering something softly, Yagen Tushuru rested his chin on his hand, staring blankly out at the snowy scene. I really envy Higuruma. Higuruma, why? Yagen Tushuru smiled, because Higuruma's size is similar to little retreats. It must be very convenient for the general to hold. My height is considered tall among short swords, so it's not convenient for the general to embrace me. Encouraged by Yagen Tushuru's words, Higuruma became even more eager to try. As Higuruma was about to leave, Yagen Tushuru casually remarked, "It's just that the general's physical condition isn't quite suited for the weight of a great sword. Otherwise, Higuruma would surely be very welcome by the general." Higuruma replied, "My lord, I'm the attendant tomorrow." Narukawa Tushuru smiled brightly as he embraced Mikann. Although he already knew that Mikann wouldn't push him away when he hugged him, he was truly holding his soft and small lord. No wonder Iwamian likes to hug Konosuke. That short sword Konosuke, looking at the Naginata Shikigami, which was standing at the door like a dog seeking refuge while hugging a pillow, Mikann turned sideways to give the Shikigami a space to enter the room. It wasn't the first time sleeping with such a large Naginata, and he liked it. The bedding was cool, so my lord, lean into my arms a bit, I might be a little cold too. Don't worry, my embrace is super warm. And I'm really big, so I can warm my lord's whole body well. Inside the bedding, Narukawa Tushuru stretched his legs to touch Mikann's icy feet, winking at Mikann in the dim night as if to show off. Right? Yeah. The white snake, coiled up and sleeping beside the tangerine, was so angry that it turned itself into a bow. Chapter 73. Yashiori left text every day. I can see the tangerine cuddling with other swords. Inemaru. Sudden death. Inemaru, who probably holds grudges like its master, secretly pokes at the little swords that are hugging half of its body. Inemaru, so angry it becomes a pufferfish, strike through, snake puffer. Really, there was no need to come back so quickly, it's so rushed. Seeing the return of the 3 teams from the expedition, Keisen Kanesada expressed a bit of regret. Well, the supplies brought back are plentiful, and with these, the conditions for unlocking the hand-making room can be met. From now on, minor injuries won't trouble the Lord, which is great. Receiving the record of supplies on rice paper from Captain Tsukikage Mitsuda, the current attendant Keisen Kanesada began to seriously check the supplies, smiling brightly without a hint of frown. With empty hands and no welcome from the SH gun, Tsukikage Mitsuda could guess what his dear attendant had done. Upon noticing the attendant's unusually good mood, Tsukikage Mitsuda smiled gracefully and gently rebuked the sword spirit. "Is there something troubling you, Keisen Dano, with such a hypocritical smile?" "Yes, for example, Tsukikage Dano has returned completely, which is truly regrettable." The elegant gentleman Keisen Kanesada retorted without holding back. Having known Tsukikage Mitsuda for so long, it would be strange to indulge this sword. If you can't see it, don't casually comment on other smiles, Tsukikage Dano. Keisen Kanesada even boldly criticized the flaws of the sword spirit. Tsukikage Mitsuda chuckled. There are gains and losses. Although I can't see Keisendano's hypocritical smile, you have already been marinated in hypocrisy, Keisendano. How could you understand me so well? Tsukikage Dano must be secretly in love with me. Keisen Kanesada smiled brilliantly. Since Tsukikage Mitsuda couldn't see it, this beautiful and elegant smile bore a hint of mockery when facing the sword spirit. But Tsukikage Mitsuda also smiled. A handsome smile that radiated the charm of a mature adult. I'm blind but not truly blind, Keisendano. In this clash, neither blade gained an advantage. But it's worth mentioning that while arguing with Tsukikage Mitsuda, Keisen Kanesada smoothly completed his work, perhaps thanks to Tsukikage Mitsuda's clear accounts. These two could argue 800 times in a day. Hizamoru couldn't help but comment. But thinking of this being one of the few lively scenes in the main hall, he felt it was worth cherishing. Yagen Tushiru casually chimed in. You won't see it often in the future, so enjoy it while you can. Hizamoru, I'll go inform the Lord about the encirclement. I'll take my leave first, Yagendano. Oh, and please take this to the general. What is that medicine bag you made on the way? Yes, it's for calming and aiding sleep. Yagen Tushiru glanced at Hizamoru with suspicion and explained, the general's sleep quality hasn't been good lately. So I need to go back and work on a new formula, so I asked you to take this along. Ah, okay. Thank you for your hard work. As long as I can help the general, it's worth it. Encirclement? Yes. Hizamoru sat up straight and seriously explained to the Tangerine that it was a task assigned by the government, requiring 3 to 5 qualified Shikigami to participate in the encirclement of the Dark Fallen main hall. Because the resources that can be obtained are abundant, I specifically came to ask for your opinion. Sure, the Tangerine nodded, absent-mindedly touching the still pouting little white snake. When does it start? Trying to calm down his emotions. Hizamoru couldn't help but smile with his eyes slightly squinted, completely displaying his good mood. In 4 days. That's good. There is plenty of preparation time. The Tangerine nodded and smiled brightly at Hizamoru, grateful for his message. Hizamoru's cheeks flushed, and he became excited. He would get to see his brother. According to the original plan, the Tangerine would obtain 3 rare swords in this encirclement. Mikazuki, Munikika, Kei Gitsunomaru, and Anakaga. Although it was unclear how Mikazuki Munikika arrived in this main hall ahead of time, it didn't seem like a bad thing. My lord, this is a package that Yagendano asked me to deliver to you. Just before leaving, Hizamoru remembered the medicine bag and hurriedly called to the Tangerine, who was accompanied by the white snake, to hand the exquisitely made medicine bag to the Shikigami. Thank you, the Tangerine took the medicine bag, feeling a bit puzzled, but looking at the little white snake wrapped around her wrist, whose eyes clearly said, if you take it, I'll be angry, she felt more helpless. Hizamoru was used to the image of a Nemaru, standing beside the Tangerine like a flower protector, and could still calmly ignore the white snake that wanted to bite him while explaining the medicine bag's purpose to the Shikigami. My lord has not been resting well lately. Hizamoru's gaze swept over the Tangerine's eyes, and the pity in his own eyes was almost overflowing. Even as a lowly deity, as long as they exist in this world, their limitations are far too many. If the Lord's body continues without the care of the mistress, it will eventually break down. When he caught the cold gaze of the white snake, he withdrew his gaze and smiled kindly, revealing his small tiger teeth, which particularly attracted the Tangerine's attention. Hizamoru, inside are the herbs that Yagendano collected during this expedition, meant to calm and aid sleep. The obedient baby Hizamoru, even if darkened, had no heart. Not only did he not take credit for others' accomplishments, but also inadvertently boosted the presence of the short sword spirit that had been hidden in merit. The white snake was filled with anger, flicking its cold tongue and crawling on the Tangerine, as if searching for a suitable place to hide itself. He wasn't jealous of other blades. He was angry at himself for not being able to help the Tangerine, for having a weak body despite being a bloodthirsty sword spirit. If his body were a bit better, he could use his traits more often to transfer the Tangerine's pain onto himself, so that his half would not have to suffer so much. Feeling the snake's tongue tickling her ear, the Tangerine couldn't help but pull the white snake out from her collar, wrapping it around her wrist. Inemaru, half of me doesn't love him anymore. Please convey my thanks to Yagen, and if there is any wish, I will do my best to fulfill it. As will Hizamoru. I'll go with the attendant to the shop. Is there anything you need me bring? Hizamoru, feeling like he was being rewarded for no reason, blushed at the tips of his ears and stammered, if possible, could you select an inner uniform for me? Not the generic one recommended by the government, but one that belongs to Shikigami Tangerine's sword gentleman Hizamoru. Sure. In terms of material, The tangerine would never treat her sword gentleman poorly. Thank you. The Lord, like a path of redemption, always manages to save his nearly exhausted heart time and again. Perhaps all the luck in this life was used to meet the Lord. Otherwise, why would he, a mere fragment of many, encounter so much suffering? Please be careful. When they stepped out of the transfer array from the shop, Kajisada Kane noticed that Mikann was about to trip due to a miscalculation by her brain. He quickly wrapped his arm around her, pulling the small Shinigami into his embrace. This not only made his master feel secure, but also gave him a chance to tease the hissing white snake, prompting Kajisada Kane to exclaim, "Lucky." "Thank you." Frowning, Mikann stepped back from Kajisada's embrace, hesitantly touching her sword, feeling uneasy and anxious. The white snake could clearly sense her emotional feedback, but being outside, he couldn't reveal his human form in front of everyone, as that would bring many unpredictable troubles for Mikann. "You don't seem to be in a good mood." Not wanting to directly poke at Mikann's wounds, Kajisada chose to save the situation indirectly, chatting with her to shift her attention while casually intertwining his fingers with hers. As long as he could touch her, he wouldn't let his master stumble again. "How about some candied strawberries? I know you like them." As a member of the kitchen staff, Kajisada was aware of Mikann's preferences, so he could somewhat gauge her mood. Fortunately, there was plenty of time today. The unexpectedly sweet-toothed Mikann was successfully distracted. Congratulations to Mikann for not fully succumbing to her bad mood, which was effectively stifled by Kajisada in its cradle. The two strikingly beautiful individuals walking together caught a lot of attention, and as more gazes gathered, Kajisada struggled to maintain his composure. He needed to present his master with a covering. "Kajisada, could you stop for a moment?" Upon hearing his name, Kajisada instinctively paused, but realizing there were many others around, he didn't turn back until he felt someone approaching him. When he turned, he almost couldn't suppress the instinct to draw his sword, feeling a layer of sweat forming on his forehead. He found the person wrapped in a white cloak, making it hard to discern that he was a swordman. If Kajisada weren't so familiar with those eyes, he might not even recognize the blade before him. "Kajisada, what's wrong?" Because they were holding hands. Mikann also stopped when Kajisada did, glancing reluctantly at the strawberry candy a few steps away before turning her gaze back. "Looks like we ran into an acquaintance." Kajisada squeezed Mikann's hand, watching the pink-haired youth warily. He now recognized the saying circulating on the forum, "Never provoke a naturally pink-haired person or a blade." He hoped Yoshimitsu Zowamoto wouldn't go crazy right now. This feeling of being scrutinized by a blade was truly uncomfortable. Tachi Yoshimitsu. Most blades that escaped that place chose to sacrifice, including him and Tsukitachi Kyotada. Speaking of which, Tsukitachi had a grudge against this guy, as those beautiful golden eyes in the date group had been gouged out by the very person standing before him. "I no longer care about such things. It's just the responsibility of the strong." Yoshimitsu Zawamoto glanced at Kajisada Kane dismissively. "Now that you're on par with me, why are you still acting this way? But you really have some decent luck." Kajisada finally realized that Yoshimitsu's intention wasn't to seek revenge on him, but rather on his master. Blocking Mikann behind him, Kajisada's expression darkened, matching the aura of Yoshimitsu. "What do you want? This is a public street. You wouldn't want to cause a disturbance, would you?" Yoshimitsu's tone was lazy, his mismatched eyes unwilling to move away from Mikann. "Let us not go to a secluded place. How about that cake shop? The main hall really likes sweets, if I remember correctly." Yoshimitsu spoke slowly, his tone and rhythm strange, even mixed with light coughs. Kajisada hesitated, glancing at Mikann, but in that moment he met the clear, pure gaze of the Shinigami. Though both had heterochromia, his master's eyes were indeed more beautiful, along with her hair color. "Mikann, Kajizan wants to chat with someone familiar, right? I'm fine with that. But it has to be 2 skewers of strawberry candy." "Tachi, no, I really don't want to chat." "No way, just 1 skewer." Kajizan Kanesada frowned. But seeing Mikann's disappointed expression, he couldn't bear it and said, "If we go to the dessert shop, I can let you have an extra piece of cake. On the way back, I'll also buy you strawberries, okay?" When Kajizan Kanesada was having a normal conversation with Eigen Zowamono, but couldn't he understand because he wasn't using his brain enough, Mikann slammed the external brain Ayanimaru on the table and obediently ate various small cakes nearby. "So cute." Eigen Zowamono gazed at Mikann obsessively, completely ignoring Kajizan Kanesada's murderous intent. But to avoid being disturbed by the guards while appreciating his lord's face, it was better to remind him. "Kajizan, please restrain yourself, and don't disturb the lord while he is eating cake. This is my lord." Kajizan Kanesada secretly warned, thinking that the matter would end there, but The Tachi Tsukamagami bypassed his obstruction and took his lord's hand. My lord, I am Eigen Zuamono, very skilled at field work. And I'm a fully leveled sword. Making a contract with me is beneficial and harmless. Is this to coax his lord? Heh, he really hit the nail on the head. The moment Mikann's heart fluttered, the contract was already established, and Kijisen Kanesada couldn't stop in time. It's all those rough sword boys that made the lord's hand end up like this. After successfully contracting, Eigen Zuamono no longer touched the blood on Mikann's bandage, but instead called over the waiter, asking for bandages and related medicines to start rewrapping Mikann's hand. Kijisen Kanesada felt frustrated, realizing that Mikann's hand must have accidentally torn the wound when he suddenly stopped. After taking care of Mikann's fingers, Eigen Zuamono held Mikann's hand and used it to remove his hood, as if Mikann had taken off his kakushin, the white ceremonial hat. I am Eigen Zuamono, a free bird not confined by a golden cage. Looking forward to you leaving your mark on me. In the kitchen, S.Z. Zuamono was almost laughing in anger, feeling that this Zuamono should not have appeared in this era, like a past self-reflecting on himself. If it weren't for that child eating the cake looking so much like the similar-looking Shinya, he would have exchanged all the candy for salt. Kijisen Kanesada thought the two biggest mistakes he made in his life were getting to know Eigen Zuamono and not letting Mikann find S.Z. Zuamono to contract earlier. Chapter 74, Little Kurama. Master Shinki, please follow me. The staff responsible for screening Shinki qualifications paused when they looked up at Mikann. When did such a pure and strong Shinki appear? He had no memory of it. The two sword boys froze a bit upon seeing Eigen Zuamono. But since the Master Shinki was so powerful, the internal matters of the Hanmaru were not something they should interfere with. And besides, the sword boys themselves weren't saying anything. Eigen Zuamono chuckled softly. The beauty of the Zuamono family exuded an enchanting charm from the bones. Such a visual feast brought a shock that even the beautiful men who had worked under the staff for decades couldn't resist. I should be able to go in with my lord, right? Sorry, according to the rules, you cannot. Hearing this, Eigen Zuamono reined in his smile and somewhat impatiently interrupted the man. Since that is the case, we won't take this commission. Looking at the man's blank expression, Eigen Zuamono chuckled softly, and the broken look while lowering his eyes struck a chord. I'm just too worried about my lord. Since you've already seen my lord, you must understand, right? The staff felt complicated. He naturally knew the importance and rarity of that Shinki, and it was perfectly normal for the Tsukamagami to treasure him tightly. If Lord Chta and S.Z. could come in to discuss with this Shinki, could we reconsider taking the commission? A person stepped out from behind the screen, dressed as a shrine maiden, with a gentle and pleasant appearance. Excuse me, I am Kikyo, the head of the department. Hello. Looking at Kikyo in shrine maiden attire, Mikann suddenly recalled a name, Tianine, not knowing who it was, but it seemed the lady respected this person very much. Why did this person come to mind? Is it related to the shrine maiden? Kikyo looked at Mikann and gently inquired about the Shinki's thoughts. Master Shinki, could you reconsider taking the commission? We will prepare a small kurama as a thank you. No need. Mikann's firm refusal left Kikyo feeling somewhat powerless, and she could only try to struggle again. Kurama is a 5-flower tachi and fully leveled. Can you really not reconsider? Eigen Zuamono stepped forward, wrapping around Mikann protectively, holding her in his embrace. Since the shrine maiden offered such a reward, it must mean the commission is difficult. In that case, can we ask for more rewards? Kikyo looked at Eigen Zuamono, unsure whether to breathe a sigh of relief or feel nervous. What kind of reward does Eigen want? Before discussing these, could we move to the tea room? Sure. Taking Mikann's hand, like leading a child, Eigen Zuamono walked with Mikann towards the tea room, not forgetting to lazily urge the Tachi Tsukamagami. Kijisen, aren't you coming? Kijisen Kanesada, silently following in Eigen Zuamono's footsteps. Kijisen Kanesada focused all his attention on Kikyo, pondering why the shrine maiden would know that this Zuamono is Eigen and not Z. Eigen Zuamono and S.Z. Zuamono, if just looking at their faces, were quite similar. We will first pay you a part of the reward, Kurama, and regarding the agreed resources and another sword. We will deliver them to you via email after the commission ends. What do you think? Kikyo confirmed the terms of the contract repeatedly, and after the three deities before her had no objections, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This deity from another world seems to have significant issues with their body, but since it's the end of the month, let us wait for another opportunity to discuss this matter. No problem, my lord can sign now. Eigen Zuamono's smile always carried a captivating sickness, making Kikyo, who had been a shrine maiden for 100 years, feel her heart tremble. wondering if this was the impact of the original spirit. Mikann instinctively sought help from Maru, and while the little white snake shook its head around the tip of the pen, Mikann obediently signed. The contract is now in effect. We will prepare to set off 3 days later. Please wait a moment. Kikyo left for a moment and returned with a sword box, the kind that can hold many swords. Mikann. Noticing Mikann's confusion, GK smiled enigmatically and said, "This is a back-carry sheath for your sword. You'll use it sooner or later." Thank you. Mikann didn't like to think, so she chose to abandon her thoughts. Inemaru, who never said no, was not a problem. She trusted Inemaru. Inemaru raised his snake head and rubbed against Mikann, and when he accidentally met the gaze of Yajin Zoamono, he fell into a moment of contemplation. He had just woken up. Who could tell him why there was another sword by Mikann's side? Yajin Zoamono waved his paw. "Hey, little snake." Inemaru, TSK, Kaisen Kanesada, adhering to their agreement, took Mikann to the fruit area to buy strawberries, while Yajin Zoamono leisurely followed behind Mikann, carrying a sheath containing a small karamaru. Since she had asked the shrine maiden for a mask before leaving, Mikann was no longer as eye-catching as at first. There were fewer people curious about whether Mikann was a new sword from the Zawamono school, making travel much easier. Kaisen Kanesada, TSK, doesn't his lord look like Kanesada's sword? Holding strawberries and a fully leveled small karamaru, Mikann returned to the Hanmaru with 2 sword gentlemen in tow. "Welcome back, my lord Yajin." Kiyuki's Shonite Zawamono was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Is that really Yajin behind my lord?" "I'm back, Shonite." Yajin Zoamono crouched down, gazing softly at his long-lost younger brother, and at the nearby frozen brother, Kiyuki. He caught the little Shonite Zoamono, who rushed over like a small cannonball and gently patted the back of the short sword, comforting his crying younger brother. He was the only blade in the Zawamono school with future memories. He knew what Shonite Zawamono had gone through earlier, so he cherished his younger brother. If he were a Munin S. Suk Zawamono instead of Yajin Zawamono, Shonite would have had a hard time accepting him. It was so good not to have been polished by that person. Mikann took the blade box and quietly left with Kageyoshi Kanesada, leaving enough space for the S-Men brothers. "Is this the little Kumamaro that the Lord brought back?" Hizameru was taken aback, seemingly shocked, and remained silent for a long time. Mikann looked up in confusion, tilting her head to meet the round, cat-like eyes of the Tachi Shikigami. "Is there a problem?" Hizameru replied, "No. According to the normal course of events, the master will acquire a small Kuranisuk during the encirclement, and that small Kuranisuk will later shatter due to being infected by a certain dark-turn blade. Then, when distributing the remnants of an old Kuranisuk, they will receive another small Kuranisuk. Which one will this be? The first or the second?" Hizameru thought confidently. After all, in the millions of possible outcomes they had calculated, there was absolutely no way a third small Kuranisuk could appear. "I am called Kuranisuk. Fighting against external enemies is my destiny. Even after 1,000 years, this destiny has not changed." "Long time no see, master," Mikann pondered, beginning to recall where she had seen this sword-wielding gentleman before. The sword-wielding gentleman, resembling a young raven, chuckled softly and sat down beside Mikann. "We were supposed to meet in the future, but fate altered the original course, so we met early. Moreover, this time there won't be any estrangement with the master because of the previous little Amakaru. I really have to thank you, child of the crescent moon, little Amakaru." Kizumaru's expression was complicated. He had realized when little Amakaru spoke that this was the second little Amakaru, as the first one could not make sound, just like the most beautiful blade in the beginning. So, the only blade that cannot make a sound must be the elder brother. He must protect his elder brother well. He did not want to lose him again. The gaze of the demon-slaying blade suddenly turned shadowy. Darkened spiritual energy surged around him, swirling restlessly around the sword spirit, while bony horns broke through flesh, growing violently with blood. In just a moment, Kizumaru returned to the appearance Mikann first saw him in, a blade of corrupted beauty. The demon-slaying blade. "Kizumaru, have you completely fallen into a demon? Do you wish to be beheaded?" Little Amakaru slowly spoke, tightly holding on to Mikann. According to the timeline, Mikann should be in the early stages of her illness now. As long as the use of breathing techniques was restricted, her master would definitely not deteriorate to that extent upon meeting that princess, and then die alongside the white serpent. One reason little Amakaru held Mikann so tightly was this, and another reason was that, in the previous course, the first blade of little Amakaru was beheaded by the Shinigami after completely falling into a demon. As they share the same body in one Hanmaru, he could inherit memories. So he clearly remembered the form his master used at that time, and the subsequent sharp decline in Mikann's physical condition. Kizumaru found his self-awareness in little Amakaru's voice. He looked dazedly at his arm, trembling as he touched the bony horns that had pierced through his skin and grown out. "I am not, my lord. Please do not look at me like that." Mikann looked at Hizaemaru with empty eyes. But precisely because of that, Hizaemaru became even more afraid. Even if there was disgust, it was better than having his qualifications to be seen by his lord erased completely. Mikann, a bit impatient, tugged at little Amaru's hand that was covering his mouth, almost biting the hand that held the katana, forcing the crow child to let go. Little Amaru released his grip, but didn't give up on holding Mikann's waist, fearing that Mikann would directly behead the demon-slaying sword. The corrupted demon-slaying sword was a significant asset, and if it shattered now, it would hinder their lord's progress against Muzan Kibutsuji. Mikann said softly, "Kizumaru, come here." Little Amaru tilted her head, her suspicious gaze landing on the demon slayer sword. Although they weren't familiar, the demon slayer sword shouldn't just come over to meet its demise, right? Little Amaru, watching the demon slayer sword approach with a somewhat aggrieved expression, little Amaru felt deep confusion. When the first Amaru arrived, Mikann had frequently used breathing techniques during the siege, injuring her fundamental state and losing the ability to significantly weaken the process of dark corruption. She could only barely alleviate the pain of the dark corruption sword through prolonged contact. Therefore, even though the second Amaru had received all the memories of the first, she had no idea that Mikann could resolve the issue of dark corruption. After all, in the understanding of all blades, dark corruption was irreversible. How could Mikann play with it like an attribute enhancement? Noticing that Mikann had no intention to attack, little Amaru cautiously relaxed her grip. "It seems I made a blunder on my father's behalf." Mikann shook her head to comfort. "No, if you hadn't awakened Hizaemaru just now. If Hizaemaru had truly fallen completely, I would have." The rest of Mikann's words were left unsaid, but those present understood very well. Hizaemaru wanted to bury his head in the Shinigami's embrace, but when he thought of the bone horns on his head while moving, he froze in place, looking pitiful, with mist swirling in his round, cat-like eyes, as if he would cry at any moment. "Little Kurama, this child is indeed the most pathetic dark fallen sword I have ever seen." No one knew how Hizaemaru had developed this personality. It was definitely not because Hachikayo had frightened him when Hizaemaru was still a baby. No need to break it. Mikann held Hizaemaru's hand that was touching his own bone horn, adjusting her position so that the Tachi's spirit rested on her lap. "Let's sleep for a while. Little Kurama. Does the Lord intend to slay Hizaemaru while he is asleep?" "What a gentle Lord. I'm sorry. Today's close attendant is Hizaemaru. He's not feeling well. Can you let someone else show you around the base?" Little Kurama was already very familiar with the base's rules, so he didn't mind this process. As long as it was not a sword without memory showing him around, he could directly return to his room or discuss the next strategy with that child. He just felt a bit regretful that he couldn't get closer to the long-lost lord for a while longer. Upon seeing that the blade called by Mikann was Akashi Kunihira, little Kurama frowned, deciding to go find Mikazuki Munakika directly after finishing his tour of the base. "Little Kurama can go find Mikazuki now. I have no desire to tour the base with a blade more familiar with it than I am." Akashi Kunihira walked lazily, yawning every few steps. Little Kurama paused, somewhat confused as to why Akashi Kunihira knew this. Akashi Kunihira smiled lazily, his relaxed demeanor evident. "Unlike other sword factions, our faction is simple and united. The entire Asakura faction is part of their plan, while the Sanjo faction, led by Mikazuki, wants to plot against all blades, including the Lord, and they are currently implementing it. The Wazaman faction doesn't need to worry at all before Suk Wazaman arrives. Kogetsu Wazaman can't handle his older brother. The date group has that troublesome Kuratsu, while only their faction quietly serves as a backdrop. Now the only one good at vying for favor, Akane, has also been violently sanctioned by the Asakura short swords. TSK. Their faction is simply the purest little angels." "I see. The little ancestor is indeed the little ancestor. You understand immediately." Chapter 75. Hachikayo wishing you great success in battle. Led by Mikann, the blades deployed were little Kurama, Mikazuki Munakika, Yagen Tushru, Akane, the Wat, and Tsumaru Kuninaga. With a mix of short swords, Tachi, Odachi, and Naginata, the team configuration was capable of handling most types of battlefields, except for night battles. However, for regular night battles, Mikann and Yagen Tushru were also sufficient. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Mikann saw two other Shinigami besides herself. One was a red-haired boy Shinigami carrying a sword sheath, and the other was whom Mikann recognized. Miss Mikann, long time no see, and was wearing the standard deployment uniform for Shinigami, indicating that she was a military Shinigami rather than a literary one. Not caring much about the address, Mikann nodded, also dressed in a deployment uniform. But it was the female version. The deployment uniform sent to Mikann was the female version due to a misunderstanding from the Sword Boys during a previous event. Missin, long time no see. At Anne's invitation, Mikann obediently walked to her side. Hello, my codename is Flamecode, and I am Anne's partner. The red-haired boy took the initiative to greet Mikann, showing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. I am Mikann. Mikann briefly shook hands with Flamecode, but when she tried to retract her hand, he held on tightly, ignoring Mikann's resistance. Flamecode excitedly said, "This is my first time talking to a girl other than Anne. You're so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? You don't seem to have one, right?" Flamecode asked eagerly, his starry eyes unable to hide his excitement. Anne's expression darkened as she sharply struck Flamecode's hand with the folding fan she was holding. Flamecode, don't go overboard. The boy, hurt from the hit, awkwardly withdrew his hand, as if just realizing Mikann's displeasure, hurriedly clasped his hands together in apology. I'm sorry, I got too excited. Can you forgive my rudeness? Mikann remained silent, thinking that she had annoyed Enma, who walked dejectedly to the other side of Akira, creating a distance between herself and Mikann. Akira helplessly defended Enma, saying, "You're not a bad kid. Please don't be angry because of this." "I'm not angry." Mikann lowered her head and placed the sheathed sword on the ground, opening it. The 6 blades, still buzzing, emanated a chilling, killing intent, and in the next moment, they transformed and drew their swords. Unforgivable. Yearns Tushiru gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent hadn't gone too far, he would have already stabbed them along with the hilt. Enma shook 3 times and walked out from behind Akira, looking dejected and sincere. Sorry, Yearns. Mikann pressed Yearns' hand down and shook her head at Enma, saying it's okay. Don't worry about it. Thank you. Akira stepped forward gracefully, bowing to Mikann and the swords behind her. Thank you all for your understanding. With the small incident over, all the blades began to prepare for battle, except for Mikazuki Munakika, who felt that Enma was a bit off. Currently, there are 56 swords in this Hanmaru, with varying degrees of corruption. A few rare swords need to rescue Mikandano. Can we go to the side hall and the keep? The room and the back mountain will be left to me and Akira. Mikann nodded without objection and was about to leave. Please wait a moment. This is for you. A special protective charm issued by the government of time to ensure our safety. Enma handed a golden charm to Mikann. Thank you for forgiving my earlier rudeness. One apology is enough. I ask that this esteemed Shinigami not stand so close to my general. Yearns Tushiru frowned and stood in front of Enma. As for the charm, we have prepared one for the general. Actually, they hadn't. However, during this encirclement, Mikann would be attacked because of a top-quality charm. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be this one, so it couldn't be accepted. Enma dejectedly retracted the charm and entered the sealed Hanmaru behind it. It was cold. Mikann's first impression upon stepping into this Hanmaru was that the surrounding air seemed frozen, with each step feeling like it encountered resistance. The local blade, Mikazuki Munakika, quietly followed Mikann, guarding against any potential danger. Let me lead the team. My lord, Kajitsumaru appeared with a gentle smile in Mikann's view, his bright battle attire seeming to dispel the coldness that the Hanmaru brought. Okay. Mikann had no objections. After all, the reason for this encirclement was that Kajitsumaru and another sword were too tempting. Under Kajitsumaru's arrangement, Yearns Tushiru and Sumaru Kuninaga formed a team responsible for launching a surprise attack, while he and Mikazuki Munakika guarded Mikann's sides. As for the 2 swordsmen with a wide attack range, but relatively slower speed, they moved within a certain range to ensure they could return in a short time if the Shinigami was ambushed. Exchanging glances with Mikazuki Munakika, they reached a consensus, and Kajitsumaru led the way to the room they remembered. That room was located underground, and under normal circumstances, it was indeed difficult to find because it was not within the Hanmaru's building area, but beneath the roots of the manyo cherry tree. This Hanmaru's manyo cherry had never bloomed. Even the leaves had fallen off when the encirclement ended because the roots had been hollowed out, and this ancient tree was on the brink of death. A tree just like the Hanmaru? Mikann puzzled as she touched the trunk of this tree. Upon reaching the ancient tree's trunk, Mikann seemed to hear a sound of lamentation. It was in pain, or rather, it wasn't the tree that was in pain. It was merely conveying the signal of lamentation for someone. The ancient tree had been exhausted. It could no longer nurture additional strength to maintain consciousness. It was instinctively calling for help, wanting to summon a being to save the person drenched in suffering. It was crying. Mikann said blankly, but influenced by the ancient tree. She too silently shed tears. Mikann's emotional feedback is very slow. He only knows discomfort and cannot understand the true meaning of this feeling. Mikazuki Munekika wiped away the tears lingering on the face of the Shinigami and actively drew his true form, aiming the blade at the cherry blossom that once saved him. At that time, it was also the cherry blossom that used its last bit of strength to call forth his current lord, allowing him to escape from that dark place. However, this time they came seeking it on their own. The cherry blossom still had a breath left, but there were only two ways to enter that place. One was through the words of power from the Shinigami, who set the formation, and the other was to break open the cherry blossom's body and enter through the internal passage. For the latter, this ancient tree must die. So I'm sorry. The leaves on the cherry blossom's branches fluttered down, and the surrounding environment was eerily quiet, with only the warm breath exhaled and whispers reminding them that all of this was not an illusion. They had ultimately returned to this place. Even though the blade experiencing this place was not his own, the current Kajutsumu, possessing nearly all of the memories of that blade, felt a chill run down his spine. The father of swords, resembling a crow, couldn't help but cast a worried glance at the crescent blade. Mikazuki Munekika smiled gently, as if completely unaffected by that nightmarish experience. In truth, he had indeed moved on, for that event happened too long ago, and he had been well cared for by his lord. The lord, who wouldn't express himself, stubbornly buried his past pain with happy days. So now he only felt fortunate because he had met Mikann. Even in the final moments, we still did not know the lord's name. Mikann rubbed her cool hands and quietly pulled the white snake, which was like a piece of ice that wouldn't melt, out of her collar. The environment was so comfortable that Maru almost followed the snake's instinct to hibernate. Mikann looked down on him, following the steps made of soil and grass roots. They walked down until they could barely see the exit, and finally arrived. Little Maru led the way and opened a door. Inside was a silent little Ku, the first little Amaru that originally belonged to Mikann. Little Amaru walked forward silently. In the moment he touched the counterpart, Little Amaru, gradually turned into spirit energy particles like powdered flesh, quietly dissipating into the air. He had long since died, only waiting for someone to see him one last time. In that moment, little Amaru understood the previous Amaru's sense of relief. He would ultimately die, regardless of whether he arrived or not. He just couldn't let go of the person who had redeemed him and didn't want to let down Mini Sakura, who would save them with her life. Because this time, Mini Sakura did not follow the previous path. Little Amaru embraced death openly, which was a release. Little Amaru? Mikann grabbed little Amaru's sleeve, his voice mixed with vague worries. Not wanting to put pressure on little Amaru, he tried to hide his worries about his own emotional dullness. Yet he could always sense their emotions in time. I'm fine. He was so lucky to be assigned to the Lord. Are you tired, my lord? Little Amaru asked back, trying to divert Mikann's attention. Not tired. After a moment's pause, Mikann replied. Since little Amaru didn't want to talk, he naturally wouldn't stubbornly ask. Such matters could easily reopen wounds, and he wasn't that foolish. In this dark corridor, there were many similar rooms. Mikann led the way, pushing open each door. Some were empty, some contained broken swords, and others had complete swords that were just empty shells. This is the last one. Mikann felt a bit wilted. He didn't show it obviously, and one couldn't tell just by looking at his expression, but at this moment, he was accompanied by 3 sword gentlemen who knew him extremely well. The door to the room opened, and the last magical seal was broken. The spirit techniques that suppressed the Tsukumagami's activities within this base had completely failed. The air was no longer cold, and breathing was no longer obstructed. Seeing the Tsukumagami still gasping while being suspended by chains, Mikann let out a sigh of relief. After little Uru shattered the chains that had lost their magical properties and turned into ordinary iron, Mikann caught the Tsukumagami. Suddenly, Mikann's expression changed, and he forcibly suppressed his instinctive counterattack to avoid throwing the sword gentleman he was holding away. Are you okay? Mikazuki Munekika quickly pulled away the former comrade and pressed a cloth against the wound that the Tachi had bitten into Mikann. Those teeth are so sharp. Mikann frowned, looking towards the exit in Mikazuki Munekika's disapproving gaze. Something had happened. Did my lord think there's a problem with that flame code? I don't know. The Wari and Higurumi are injured. In close proximity, the Shiki can sense the state of the Tsukumagami. Mikazuki Munekika was startled. Brother, hurry up. Little Amaru spoke, but he had been staring at the Tachi that had bitten Mikann. A contract has been formed. To think that the desire for revenge to survive could unilaterally form a contract Hijikayo truly harbored a hatred for that person like a demon. But regarding the fact that the Lord was gnawing at others, could he take Hijikayo to the ineffective sword dissolution pool for a bath when they returned? Although the sword dissolution pool in the base couldn't dissolve sword gentlemen, the pain it brought was still real. However, the sword dissolution pool that belonged to the mental torment was discovered when the previous little Amaru committed suicide. My lord, Igrami coughed out a mouthful of blood, and upon seeing Mikann, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the main body sword. The desire to kill surged. He couldn't let the lord use breathing techniques. Apart from Mikann himself, the accompanying sword gentlemen were all there to prevent Mikann from using breathing techniques. Mikann, holding the main body knife, wanted to help, but was intercepted by Kuramaru's movement. The gaze of the crow child was contradictory, gentle yet cold. It's just a few shikigami. If we can't even deal with this, why do we have to be used by our lord? Looking at the dozens of shikigami, Mikann fell into deep thought. Sorry for being late. Sumeru, Kuninaga, and Yagen Tushru easily cleared a path, but they looked more disheveled than the injured Hotarumaru. I went to deal with the instigator. Yagen Tushru waved and greeted, but his reverse knife action seemed a bit hardcore. Without Mikann's intervention, the speed advantage of the Tachi and Tanto made it easy to resolve the dozens of low attack speed, high damage puppets. Sumeru, Kuninaga, ran up to Mikann and gestured. We encountered that princess in the Tenshu area. When we met her, she was already seriously injured and only had one blade, the nearly broken Yamabajiri Kunihiro, left by her side. Based on her injuries, we judged that the Shikibito we encountered outside the Hanmaru was not the Shikibito. Yagen Tushuru said, Mikazuki Dano asked me to pay attention when he sensed something was off with Henko. I followed and unexpectedly discovered he is the Shikibito of this Hanmaru. Fortunately, that person belongs to the literary faction, and aside from these Shikigami, there were no sword boys around, so it was quite easy to deal with. Yagen Tushuru said it lightly, but judging by his disheveled state, the ease in his words was not very convincing. If I'm not mistaken, that Shikigami must be fighting by copying the stats of the sword boys. Mikazuki Munakika pondered, as he hadn't seen these Shikigami before. It seemed that it was their battle that caused the lord to fall into a tough fight, ultimately leading to serious injuries. Sumeru Kuninaga. Yes, at that time, they copied our stats, but it's fine as long as we exchange hits. The tasks were all completed. Let's go back. The little ancestor waved the Onakiri knife in his hand and obediently asked, Can this Hijikairai be discarded? The Haika clan was irreconcilable. At first, he couldn't stop his lord from making a contract with this blade because his mind went blank. TSK. Chapter 76. Kajitsumaru, if it weren't for the certainty that his older brother was not involved in their plan, Hizameru would have suspected that Hijikairai was playing him. His brother's possessiveness over the head of the family had already caused dissatisfaction among most blades. Mute, light-sensitive, only trusting the Shikibito he had contracted with. This version of Hijikairai carried a strong sense of fragmentation, as if any other blade would cause him to return his spirit upon contact. Unable to deal with this version of Hijikairai, most blades turned their gazes towards the Onakiri knife's brother, Hizameru, especially regarding this. The Black Crow that beheaded that scummy Shikibito Henku, risking backlash, held a deep grudge. Because of Hijikairai's uniqueness, his room was directly designated by Mikann as the close attendant room next to the Tenshu. Although the debuffs stacked up could rival the height of the Okakurumi, Hijikairai was indeed strong. The nearly dark-fallen Onakiri knife's reckless fighting style had an output capable of matching a whole team with a single blade. So far, the only drawback of the close-fallen Onakiri knife was that his combat required Mikann to be present. But this small flaw was negligible for Mikann, who occupied the majority of his leisure time. Stroking the soft, dark hair of the Black Crow, Mikann's attention was focused on the letters on the table. The general content of the letter was that Kikyo hoped he would go to the Shikigami office for a comprehensive physical examination. But wasn't that place not specifically for treating sword boys? Although he did not conceal his identity as a sword spirit, it was the first time he had been recognized despite multiple activities under the watchful eyes of political staff. He hoped that the fact that a non-human could serve as a Shikibito would not cause too much trouble. Mikann was contemplating the worst outcome, but soon her attention was drawn to the black crane lying in her arms. Lord Kirinuma Kuninaga was calling out to Mikann with a sticky voice. Playing with her long hair, his crimson eyes filled with disinterest. The expedition team has returned, so they might as well have them move the resources sent by mail to the warehouse, right? Mikann was taken aback, as the close attendant, Sumeru Kuninaga, had only given him this letter. So he didn't know that the rewards for the encirclement had already arrived until he finished reading the lengthy letter. Had the resources already arrived? Besides, when he was slightly injured, he rarely needed resources. His lord wouldn't he blame Suru for being slow, right? No, in matters not involving the mistress. Mikann's indulgence towards the swords was boundless, yet the swords, who were actually sensitive and fragile in their thoughts, only dared to test Mikann's limits from the starting line. Reluctantly leaving Mikann's embrace, Suru Kuninaga glanced at the captain of the 3rd expedition team with a hint of dissatisfaction while stifling yawn. The captain of the first team, Mikann, brought back unfamiliar ingredients from remote areas along with a large box of small coins. The swords of Hokuto smiled softly, and after reporting the formation records, did not leave, but, with Mikann's permission, began to style Mikann's hair. Mikan's movements were skilled and methodical, likely intending to style Mikann's hair to match his own. The second team, Suza Saito, brought back new intelligence about how to break through the constraints of space, but instead of stating it directly, he handed Mikann a piece of paper with the information written on it. The tall, slender sword spirit, with a sickly smile, playfully tucked a plum blossom behind the Shinigami's ear before leaving, humming a light and soothing tune, seemingly in a good mood. Apologies. All items collected during the expedition were lost due to temporal disturbances. The third team, Isuke Saito, reported the formation record slowly, his expression still cold and compassionate, as if burdened by unshakable sorrow. However, the spiritual connection feedback and intuition told Mikann that returning with a bountiful harvest, but losing all items and still sustaining slight injuries. The sword before him, who generally showed little expression, was not only sad but also felt particularly wronged. The spiritual connection line to the sword spirit urged Mikann frantically to embrace this nearly shattered Isuke Saito, causing Mikann a bit of a headache. The spiritual lines reflected the emotions of the swords, but no matter how much Mikann pondered, he couldn't understand why the lines of this usually quiet sword spirit were dancing wildly in his mind while the others were silent as if dead. Squeezing Nanae's-ken's hand to stop him from styling his hair, Mikann stood up under Nanae's-ken's heartbroken gaze, letting his long hair fall freely. However, being able to extend the time spent by his lord's side indeed came with gains and losses. Embracing the clear-eyed Isuke Saito, Mikann gently stroked the sword spirit's long hair, allowing the sword spirit to unintentionally intertwine the strands of hair. Watching the blades come and go, the short-haired Suru Kuninaga almost laughed in frustration, thinking that having long hair was quite something. When Nanae's-ken was satisfied with Mikann's hairstyle and left, Suru Kuninaga pouted and burrowed back into Mikann's embrace, resembling a playful cat rather than a crane, interrupting Mikann as he read the letter. Pressing down on the cat like Suru's hand, Mikann helplessly said, "Be good. I'll play with you later." The black crane snorted and lay on the Shinigami's lap, closing its eyes to rest. As consciousness floated in and out, the black crane gradually lost the colors tainted by spiritual energy like faded fabric. Under the cleansing power of the Mikann, Suru Kuninaga found himself stuck at the boundary between black and white, like a dye that changed color according to his mood. The white resembled a crane. Suru Kuninaga, who transformed back and forth like a chameleon, was seriously addressed by Mikann, who was dazzled by the reflected Suru Kuninaga. As expected, after the words of the Shinigami fell, Suru Kuninaga unhesitatingly transformed into a black crane. Was that a pretty good scare? Blinking his eyes, Suru Kuninaga obediently returned to his white crane form, as his master liked white cranes, while the black crane remained firmly locked in his core. After finally finishing the letter, Mikann suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. Since the helper was a fox, it was called Kofox. It was also to express gratitude to the deity, and it was referred to as Kotanji. The forging fox was also a little fox. However, the body was definitely not small. With pure white hair, a young man with fox ears appeared right in front of Mikann, very close. This was the other sword promised by Kikyo, an unnamed Kofox with full proficiency. "Master, I look forward to your guidance in the future." The tall figure didn't quite resemble Itachi, with official information stating a height of 189 centimeters. Looking at Mikann's sparkling eyes, Kofox turned his gaze around and smiled, opening his arms to Mikann. "Do you want a princess hug from Kofox? The view is quite broad." You know, Mikann felt a little flutter in his heart, but what excited him more was the vision that ofthe provided him. Noticing the subtle disappointment in the eyes of the Shinigami, Kawakama tilted his head in confusion, the tips of his fox-like ears trembling with his movement, creating a bit of a contrast that was quite charming. Should I touch it? Kawakama's fur is really nice, after all. Yes, I want to touch it. Having always been accompanied by the cool and smooth touch of the white snake, Mikann was somewhat curious about the fuzzy texture, which is why he enjoyed stroking the hair of the sword boys. However, it was still a bit lacking in feeling. Kawakama sat cross-legged in front of Mikann, obediently offering his head to the Shinigami's palm, like a small animal. The soft texture seemed to invite Mikann to open the door to a new world. Master, has the newcomer arrived? Higuruma rushed in energetically. Despite being a great sword, his speed made it hard not to doubt his mobility stats. Oh, you're Higuruma from ASU Shrine, right? Kawakama greeted first, his friendly demeanor surprising Higuruma, who hadn't seen such a normal sword boy in a long time. Yes. You're Kawakama from the Sanjo school, right? Yes, though we haven't met, you recognized me, so the rumors about the fox helping with the hammering really made me famous. Higuruma quickly walked over to the Shinigami, holding their hand and shaking it playfully. Actually, the main reason is that there are only you and Ishikarimaru left from the Sanjo school. Kawakama looked at Mikann in shock, then smiled broadly, revealing his sharp and beautiful canine teeth. Master is quite charming. Charming? The familiar, yet strange word made Mikann think for a moment. He had seen this term on the Shinigami forum, but had never understood its meaning. Yes, sword from the Sanjo school aren't common, especially little foxes like me. The Rikitachi, ISNT, just a name. Although some terms were hard to understand, Mikann had learned about related memes on the forum, so he quickly grasped what Kawakama meant. In any case, welcome to this Hanmaru. Today's close attendant is absent. Could you take Kawakama around the Hanmaru, Higuruma? Higuruma gave a cute military salute. I can do that. How about you, Kawakama? Kawakama replied, though I'm reluctant to part from my master. I need to blend in with the Hanmaru quickly. Almost swayed by Kawakama's acting, Mikann almost thought he was a newly summoned sword. Higuruma leisurely followed Kawakama's pace, the cute and enthusiastic smile on his face fading in front of Mikann. Ahaha, as long as we follow the plan. Even if there are small changes, it won't affect the overall direction. Kawakama subtly reminded Higuruma, but the great sword shook his head, looking confused. Ahead is the Sanjo room. I think Mikann is in there. Goodbye. Higuruma waved and quickly left, his speed as a great sword leaving Kawakama a bit stunned. Is Higuruma sure he didn't fill out the wrong sword type? Muttering to himself, Kawakama nervously opened the paper door of the room. The clean and tidy interior felt a bit empty, with only a new sword rack on the table, pressing down on a note. Welcome home. This handwriting must be from Mikazuki. Kawakama felt a tickle in his heart and couldn't help but murmur, I'm back. Wait, if he remembered correctly, his elder brother is a great sword. So the only short sword in the Sanjo room is gone? He wondered if he could find a short sword Ishikarimaru in this world, to let the little short swords play a bit. Oh, I thought it was Tsurumaru causing trouble again, but it's you. Iwafian put down his main sword, placing one hand on his hip and smiling brightly. Kawakama, welcome back. I don't know why, but I can't get emotional with you. Kawakama was silent for a moment. Maybe it's because you fought with me for Mikann when we were kids, later for the short swords, and now you're fighting for the master. Iwafian pointed to himself, puzzled. So, should I leave? Goodbye. As of now, the main forces of the Sanjo school are gathered. The leftwards family has been enjoying themselves these days, and the days of S-Suk leftwards causing trouble should be a little later. The new group has just sorted everything out. They don't know what they are planning now, but they have reached a cooperation with the Sanjo school. The only two from the date group are also united with the Sanjo school, and the Akutagawa room is collaborating with the Genji's treasured demon-slaying sword. But there are too few blades, so the current plan is stalled. With the Genji's blade present, even if the 7-star sword and Akutagawa unite, they can't pull in Kawakama, so even if Kawakama currently hasn't chosen a side, there's no need to worry. As for the new Shinsengumi sword, Mikann hasn't awakened yet. Calculating this way, the ones coming later will basically be swords from Akutagawa. So what is the next step, Mikazuki? Kawakama rested his chin on his hand, looking at the first seat, Mikazuki Munanaga, in a posture of I will obey the organization's arrangements. The next step is to quickly find materials to break the barrier restrictions. This matter should not be told to the master first. Regarding this matter, the master will find it hard to remain rational. Collecting breakthrough materials is difficult. This time we must not let the master get hurt. The Tsukiyomi no Mi-S Tsukumagami pointed to the drawing on the rice paper, stopping when he reached the small figure marked with the master's name. I will find an opportunity to take everyone out under the pretense of an expedition. Don't worry about time issues. Kawakama stretched out his arms, lamenting, the The good days that Kawakama looks forward to will take a long time to come. Mikazuki Munanaga chuckled softly. At least now we have hope and don't have to fumble around like before, never knowing whether the next step is into the void or on a solid ground. The best way is still for everyone to unite and walk a single path. Our split spirits have limited power, and being constrained as the main spirit for the master is truly a significant problem, Kawakama said with a sigh. But the gap between them won't be easily eliminated in the short term. Just the Jinpei clan is enough to drink a pot. Not to mention the love-hate relationships involving Case and Kanesada, CHJKT, and S-Suk leftwards. Just thinking about it gives him a headache. This shouldn't be a concern, Mikazuki Munanaga said with a smile. Kawakama. S-Suk leftwards. More accurately, his name should be Yoshimoto leftwards. Unlike us, he is a genuine spirit that came directly from the river of history. Kawakama gasped, realizing he didn't know about this. Did he miss something when participating in the plan? In any case, the current task is to find materials and eliminate the rift, not to mention anything else. Are you sure the enmity between Kaisen Kanesada and S-Suk leftwards can be resolved? It can be. His brother S-words made him feel quite unconfident. Chapter 77. The Great Harvest of the Mistaken Incident in Nemaru. Please persuade our master who wants to lead the team into battle. Early in the morning, he found the white snake resting on a tree. As the white snake slowly coiled its silver hair, 5 Tiger retreat as eyes darkened as if they had changed color. This attitude is a bit too neglectful of the master, even if it's just the master as half-spirit. Why? Inemaru brushed his long hair, which had fallen over his chest, back behind his neck, casually tidying the messy bandages before putting on the jacket thrown over by the short blade. Even though he had become your SH gun, Mikann was still a blade that required blood to sustain itself. Why were they stopping him? Pickett frowned, searching his memory for information about the condition of the white snake's body. However, aside from sleeping for an extended period, this white snake seemed to show no signs of discomfort at all. TSK. It turns out the Lord's discomfort doesn't affect the white snake. It wasn't that he had any issues with Inemaru. It was just that they had very little communication with this blade, and he always monopolized the Lord. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb my sleep. Allowing the complicated bandages to hang loosely on his body, Inemaru yawned softly, his eyes half closed and a look of weariness on his face. If the general continued to go into battle or kept using breathing techniques, his body would rapidly deteriorate. Then one day, he would quietly become a shattered blade. Yagen Tushuru approached through the snow, his violet eyes slightly closed, reflecting a translucent quality. Those clear, bright eyes, which mirrored the morning's snowy colors, were fixed intently on the Tsukamagami that almost blended into the snow. Inemaru gathered his sleeves, turned to face the short blade, Tsukamagami, and his beast-like eyes glinted with a chilling light and an unending, subtle killing intent. What are you saying? Whispering as if casting a curse. Yagen Tushur met Inemaru's cold gaze and spoke softly. The general's body is being assimilated by the rules of this world. He is a masterless blade. However, the energy the general consumes is not the spiritual power he carries but another form of strength. Without any replenishment, the general's body can only conserve energy in unnecessary areas to offset the expenditure of strength. It's manageable in the early stages, but over time, Inemaru should be able to figure it out. I understand. Without asking more questions, Inemaru turned to leave, his bare feet stepping through the snow, his footprints disappearing beneath the fresh layer. The snow that fell on him wouldn't even melt, would it, Yagen? Pickett withdrew his gaze from the white snake and tiredly met Yagen Tushuru's eyes. Perhaps it was because snakes are cold-blooded animals. Yagen Tushuru reached out to catch a snowflake, watching it turn to water in an instant and sighed. Let's go back. The suppressive agent isn't finished yet. Although called a suppressive agent, it was actually meant to make the Lord sluggish due to the side effects of the drug. Pickett silently followed the footprints left by Yagen Tushuru, his golden eyes inadvertently looking towards the area obscured by accumulated snow below the edge. No matter how much time had passed, he still couldn't help but miss them. However, they must be very resentful of him. Cough, cough after sending the attendants away in the deepest part of the castle tower's bathroom. Curled up and occupying a corner of the bathtub, only then did Mikann dare to release the breath he had been holding. He couldn't, and didn't dare, to let that group of watchful blades discover his weakness. At the very least, even if he had to tear himself apart, it had to be after saving the Lord and the princess. Mikann, who was both emotionally dull and sensitive, often misinterpreted the meaning of emotions, attributing their intents. conflicting feelings to resentment towards himself. It was as if he had restricted their freedom. That kind of emotion, which Mikann couldn't comprehend, was the natural possessiveness the swordmen had towards their gun. Sensing someone approaching, Mikann quickly covered his mouth, not allowing a single sound to escape his throat. The breath grew closer and more familiar. It was a Nemiru. When the bathroom door was pulled open, Mikann stumbled out of the bathtub, like a small beast severely lacking in security, whimpering as he rushed into a Nemiru's cool embrace. Nemiru, I feel so uncomfortable. There's not enough time. We need to hurry. Faster. To our lord and the princess. Mikann tightly grabbed Nemiru's collar, and when she looked up, her mismatched eyes were filled with panic and stubbornness. Stroking Mikann's long hair that reached the ground, Nemiru picked up the anxious Mikann and brought her to the bed indoors. The floor was very cold. The two sword boys, who couldn't warm each other even when they were close together, couldn't be together forever. Nemiru always felt that when he saw his lord and fulfilled his role, it was the time for him to separate from Mikann. He didn't intend to slow down the progress. He just wasn't reassured about leaving Mikann alone among those guys. Let's go into battle. Our purpose for existence lies here. We've enjoyed it for too long, so it doesn't matter even if we die. The two lonely sword boys drifting in another world embraced each other and only began to prepare their outfits for battle after a long time. The coat was already changed back. Mikann changed her clothes and fell silent for a while when she picked up the black Haori. Wasn't this outfit very similar to the Lord's clothing? Nemiru recalled carefully, looking at Mikann's attire, and nodded. Very similar. Mikann didn't remember the appearance of that Lady Lord, but he remembered how that cute Lady Lord, like cherry blossoms, looked in the eyes of his lord. Let's go. The sound of swords ringing for battle echoed throughout the Hanmaru. After all the blades gathered, today's attendant, with a dark face, dropped a thunderbolt. The Lord went into battle alone. Is there a way to determine the battlefield coordinates? Mikazuki Munakika immediately calmed down and began to think of ways to find Mikann. The battle record book is in the Lord's room. At this point, should we still care about that bit of Lord Retainer etiquette? As long as we find the Lord, I will bear the consequences of rudeness and rebellion myself. Mikazuki Munakika said calmly, but anyone could see the madness on the verge of collapse in his crescent eyes. It's not that serious. After all, the era we were born in is different. Rudeness is unavoidable, but the crime of rebellion doesn't exist yet. The soft tone in the ears of the blades was quite novel, coming from Hijikayo, who had been seriously withdrawn and had never spoken to anyone other than the Lord since coming to the Hanmaru, including his Amaru. It's already out. Hijikayo pinched a thin piece of washi paper and handed it to his Amaru. Brother, hurry up and read it. I don't have much time to stay rational. Leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed, Hijikayo forced himself to tense up the nerves that had gone wild due to the absence of the Sanawa, urging his Amaru to read the contents of the paper aloud for the other blades to hear. Yes, the coordinates have been determined, but what is the Lord's message expressing? Higurashi frowned, exuding a strong sense of incongruity from the inside out. The Lord doesn't want us to look for him, but I guess this is a note left by Nemiru for the Lord. Nane's-kin looked at the content on the washi paper and smiled meaningfully. Since the Lord doesn't want us to seek him, then let's not. What does Nanes-dano mean? Let's go raid. We have enough blades now to eliminate some that should have been dealt with long ago, right? Nanes-dano means letting those unbound blades actively seek the Lord. Even if everyone has gone through the future's trajectory, most of the blades still didn't quite agree. The risk was too great. However, some things can only be understood by trying. In the end, Nanes-kin's proposal was unanimously approved. We found Miss Kikyo. The two blades that originally planned to go into battle accidentally arrived at the Manya due to a miscalculation of coordinates, since they had already arrived at the Manya. And considering Mikann's physical discomfort, Nemiru decided to take Mikann to find Kikyo, who had written a letter last time. He remembered that the letter mentioned a place called Kinshinsher. Lady Mikann. The on-duty Kikyo raised her eyes and was startled to see Mikann standing alone at the department's door. Who let this clueless deity out alone? Sorry for the intrusion. Nemiru slowly followed and reached out to grab the seemingly bewildered Mikann, sensing her discomfort when their eyes met. It was overly unfriendly for a sword boy to be unable to judge the distance, even though it was very clear. We would like to ask Miss Kikyo to recommend us to Kinshinsher in hope that you can keep it a secret. That's certainly no problem. Would you like some tea, my lord? No. We need to return to the Hanmaru as soon as possible after the checkup. If Mikann is not here, anything could happen with those blades. Thank you for your hard work. With Kikyo's help, Nemiru and Mikann, who had been out for most of the day, successfully bypassed multiple screenings to enter Kinshasa for a checkup. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. Apart from some noticeable symptoms, the doctors from the Political Affairs Department could not determine Mikann's condition at all. However, there were still some relevant suggestions. Lady Mikann's symptoms are somewhat similar to those of spiritual power disturbance. If the spiritual power is too dense, you could try to interact more with your sword boys to dissipate the excess spiritual power. Ayani Maru. Similar advice to that short sword from the Akutagawa TSK. Thank you. And if you find out the cause, please contact us. Mikann filled out the Hanmara number, dazedly watching Kikyo put away her information file and seal it. Kikyo, you may experience symptoms of fever later. If it persists for more than a week, please contact me again. With the enthusiasm of the people at Kinshasa, Mikann returned with quite a few snacks and treats in her arms. Why is the Hanmaru empty? Rubbing Mikann's head, Ayanimaru began to count the blades in the Hanmaru. 21 swords. The time-space converter could only send a maximum of 24 swords out of the Hanmaru, so it was likely that they all went into battle. Ayanimaru. Did they escape? Mikann frowned, and her hands loosened, causing everything in her arms to fall to the ground. Calm down. They just went into battle. Stepping over the items on the ground, Ayanimaru pulled Mikann into his arms, comforting the restless half of himself. This was probably all he could do, a stabilizer for emotions. They're all back, my lord. The time-space compass lit up brightly, and Mikann and Ayanimaru maintained their embrace as they looked back at the figure emerging from the golden light. The expressions of the two blades were identical, at this moment resembling twin siblings. But it wasn't entirely in vain, was it? The voice of Tsumaru Kuninaga was filled with laughter. He had been a white crane before Mikann left, and now he looked like he did when he returned from the encirclement mission. Releasing Ayanimaru, Mikann furrowed her brow and slightly raised her hand. Having lost her sense of distance, she could only wait for the black crane to walk towards her on its own. The white one is prettier. As Mikann's words fell, the black crane dove into the Shinsuma's embrace under everyone's gaze, holding Mikann tightly, as if wanting to merge him into his very bones. Life does not need so many scares. This does not align with Tsumaru Kuninaga's lines. Yet it reflects a desire for peace after emotional turmoil. No one was hurt. Mikann looked around and accurately found the sword gentleman who had been forced into isolation, Hijkairi. Come back to the castle with me. The Tachi, looking confused, stepped out from the group of blades, dazedly grasping Mikann's raised hand. Since it was just a false alarm, let's go back and rest. Nanahoshi Ken smiled. Although he was far from Mikann, the instinct of the sword still made Mikann sense the lingering, killing intent. So it was really just a deployment, huh? Aha! My lord really makes this old man worry. Mitsuki is still young. Don't call yourself an old man in front of your brother. Iwamyun smiled and patted Mitsuki Munanaga's shoulder, kindly shielding his younger brother from the affectionate gazes of their older brothers. I'm so tired. Let's go back and rest. Aoi Aizen, do you want to come together? Akashi, you just move around a bit, and you're already tired. Together. Is KO still worried about the Lord? No. Just coming back is enough. The general's operation is really worrying. It almost turned into an incident, Yagen. Just a misunderstanding. Don't be too nervous, Kodo. Naginata picked up his younger brother, and only when Yagen pulled him away did his gaze from Shinsama reluctantly shift. How uncouth. Go prepare some food. The Lord should be hungry. Apart from Hijkairi and Tsumaru Kuninaga, who were called away by Shinsama, it was unknown whether the other swords were resting in their rooms or continuing the meeting. However, the seeds of unease had already been sown among the swords. They looked at each other, unwilling to let the other disappear from their sight. We haven't T contracted yet. How do we return to the Hanmaru? Didn't T. Kaisen say that he would contact us once he had news from the Lord? True. I can't wait to see Kayamitsu. I'm also looking forward to meeting my younger brothers. Aoi is not in the Hanmaru, and there are still 2 empty spots in the team. I understand. Mr. Jizumura wants to bring back a Mr. Aoi, right? Is that okay? Rejected. Little uncle. What's wrong? The fox is missing. Let's look for it together. Chapter 78. The smiling Idoi kidnapping case fox. Oh dear. I am a sword forged by Fujiwara Kuniyashi of the Kinetake Sword School. My name is Narukitsun. My characteristic is that my name is engraved on the surface of the sword. Pleased to meet you, my lord. I am Ichigo Hito Fury, the only Tachi work of Kinetake Yoshimitsu. Yoshimitsu is a master of Tanto, so most of my younger brothers are Tanto. I appreciate your guidance. I am one of the 5 great swords of the world. My name is Juzumaru Kinetsuna. During the long time when the values of the world changed several times, I have been searching for the essence of Buddhism. A tool for killing to protect the Buddhist path. Does my lord think I am wrong? I am Yamato no Kami Yasasada, one of the swords loved by Okita Tsuji. Although not easy to use, it performs well. Please take care of me. I am the smiling Aoi. Wait, that is not right. I was perfectly fine on my expedition. Why did I suddenly get kidnapped? Brother Jizumaru. As several blades suddenly appeared from the teleportation array, Mikann slowly emerged with a head full of question marks. He did not recognize these blades. But why had he contracted with all of them except for the bound wakizashi? Oh, Mine. Jizumaru Kinetsuna grabbed the long hair of smiling Aoi, squatting beside the wakizashi with an expressionless muttering. Smiling Aoi attempted to struggle. Brother, is there a possibility that I am not the smiling Aoi of this Hanmaru? I know, because I brought you here. Smiling Aoi. How was he supposed to respond to that? He felt he couldn't communicate with this brother at all. Inemaru looked at the noisy crowd of blades, his gaze circling around the new blades, finally locking onto the only blade among them that could be considered an old blade of the Hanmaru. Lord Isaac, could you explain? Being stared at by the snake-like Tsukamagami felt unpleasant, as if falling into a winter pond, freezing to the bone. Gathering his robe around him, Isaac left the key points of what his brothers had taught him. Only under contract could they obtain the materials to break the barrier. And I sincerely apologize for acting without permission, my lord. In order to find Mikann and allow him to return to the princess as soon as possible to replenish the system's energy. The swords that participated in the barrier breaking in the first round set out that night to search for materials. Hence the scene Mikann is witnessing now. They did not want any other blades to successfully return and share their lord's affection, but there were some things they simply could not obtain on their own. It could be said that if they did not clean up the Hanmaru where these blades are, breaking the barrier would be impossible. They were forced into a mutually beneficial relationship. My lord, we are fully leveled up. Ichigo Hito Fury smiled gently, and his gaze towards Mikann was as tender as an ordinary Ichigo Hito Fury looking at his younger brother. Itachi took Mikann's hand, pressing the Shinsoma's cool hand against his own chest. The Lord's words could be felt through this method, receiving much information from the core, leveling up being one of them. Indeed, fully leveled up, and the values are the polarized values that I mentioned. What about the other blades? If my lord is worried, you can touch them all. Jizumaru Kinetsuna stood up and slowly walked to Mikann's side core. Smiling Aoi, wow, brother is quite skilled. Until he got closer. Jizumaru Kinetsuna could only then have a concept of the small Shinsama and began to wonder why the first round version of himself had such a distant relationship with the Shinsama. Jizumaru Kinetsuna's memories are incomplete. If they were whole, he might understand why he didn't approach the Shinsama. Because the petite Shinsama reflected in his eyes was the shadow of the smiling Aoi he had lost, despite having no similarities except for their height. Mikann explored one by one and was pleasantly surprised to find that all the new blades were polarized data and nearly fully leveled, which was great. Most importantly, they mentioned a way to break through the barrier that obstructed his search for the master. With such news that could make Mikann forget everything in joy. It was relatively insignificant how the unfamiliar blades learned about the situation in the headquarters. There was no substantial harm. Even if there was a leak, what did it matter? His Mikann had never trusted that group of heart blades. Seeing Mikann showing signs of cherry blossom snow, Ayane Maru silently added a probably in his heart. Perhaps after spending a long time together, being assimilated was inevitable. Under the urging of Mikann, Inazuma glanced warningly at the unfamiliar faces, while Kageyuki quickly rang the blade bell. In just a moment, all the blades present in the Hanmaru had gathered together as the new arrivals were still fiddling with the items they brought. Oh my, how did the crane bring the swordsmith out? Kumaru Kuninaga waved the most beautiful blade while holding the swordsmith's hand, because it's very cute. Moreover, a Hanmaru that didn't have a forging room suddenly unlocked one. Doesn't Mikazuki think something interesting is happening? Ah, this can only mean that this Hanmaru has officially been recorded by the temporal government. The existence of the master has ultimately been discovered by the government. The sword spirits from another world. I believe that in a few hundred years, the temporal government will begin to fish for swords in those crumbling small worlds. Standing in front of the temporal compass, Mikann looked at S-Suk with a mix of anxiety and anticipation as the materials to break the barrier were submitted by him, although the materials were in the hands of the new blades. After receiving special from Ichigo Hito Fury, S-Suk held Mikann's hand. The master needs to use spiritual power to draw the lines. Seeing the luster in Mikann's eyes dim, S-Suk hurriedly added the rest of the sentence. But since the master cannot actively use spiritual power, could you please let out a little blood? Just a little. Please only make a small cut on the fingertip. Inazuma with a dark expression, confiscated Mikann's main sword. Although even then, he couldn't receive a glance from Half-Body, who was now wholly focused on breaking the barrier. Under the watchful eyes of various gazes, Suk held Mikann's hand and drew the relevant runes on the... But just before the talisman was about to be completed, Suk stopped his movements. "Is there a problem?" Mikann asked, the fragile and sensitive emotions in her eyes making Suk, who was gazing back at her, feel heartache. "No, it's just that before breaking this barrier, please have the master first edit the team that will accompany us in a battle." Mikann frowned, editing the lineup without haggling. Looking at the lineup Mikann had prepared, Suza Zoamitsu became happy and quickly placed the talismans onto the barrier of the space-time compass while protecting Mikann. A bright light shone, and Suza Zoamitsu flew up with Mikann to the edge of the cliff. Not just him, but the sword warriors who had memories from the first loop returned under the eaves as well. A few sword warriors without memories and yet to draw their blades stood in place, getting drenched in the rain. The sudden downpour gave the few bewildered sword warriors a refreshing natural bath. Forgotten in place by Jizumaru Kuninaga, the smiling Egawa. "Isn't anyone going to care about my well-being?" Jizumaru Kuninaga looked at the rain and silently braved it to retrieve his brother, who was forced to stand in place. "Suza Zawamitsu, this is temporary, just a one-time notice. I see itchy, but don't worry, we have the materials and methods to create that special paper. So, completely breaking the barrier is just around the corner." However, their actions were simply to prevent Mikann from remaining in that world for too long. Chapter 01, Mount Spider. Honestly, after preparing so nervously for so long, I forgot to put shoes on the master. The beautiful figure with pink hair and heterochromia held the Shikigami in one arm, while tightly pressing the shoeless Shikigami against him with the other. The white socks would be hard to clean if they got dirty on such muddy ground. Kaisen Kanesada held down the Shikigami's flailing legs, his smile elegant yet a silent threat. "The master won't blame me for this, right?" Mikann, with the instinct of a small animal, obediently nodded and silently tightened her grip on Suza Zomitsu's clothing. After calming Mikann down, Suza Zomitsu looked at the dark, eerie mountain. "All right, let's get over this mountain first. If we can encounter someone who uses breathing techniques like the master, they should know how to find the master as princess. Suza, let me carry the sword box. I thought you would ask me for the master. Not to mention your choice of words. Even if I were to ask for it, you wouldn't hand over the master to me, would you?" "Well, that's true." As they reached the entrance of the mountain, the sharp senses of the Tsukumagami allowed Suza Zawamitsu to catch a clear whiff of blood. "Looks like we arrived at the right place. Master, please stay calm." Comfortingly patting Mikann, who seemed restless from sensing the aura of evil spirits. Suza Zomitsu frowned slightly at the dark forest. "This trivial matter, please leave it to us, master. Please believe in us." "Okay." Pulling the white snake that was coiled around her neck and wrapping it around her wrist, Mikann blinked her eyes filled with hatred, looking forward to encountering demon hunters in the mountains. In Emaru, the three-blade foot speed was not slow as they entered the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, they encountered nothing, yet the aura of evil spirits filled the entire mountain, and their exact location remained uncertain. "Oh, someone else has entered the mountain. So many spider webs, how unrefined." Kaisen Kanesada took out a blade, Jiz Kitchen, from the sword box and waved it in the air, quickly clearing a conspicuous mass of spiderwebs. "Sure, I think I heard a quarrel." The sound was too faint, as if it was coming from the side of the mountain. Mikann listened carefully for a moment. Although she couldn't hear the content, she could judge the direction. "This way." "Then let's follow the direction the master pointed. As the captain this time is the master." Suza Zomitsu chuckled lightly, raising his gaze towards Kaisen Kanesada. "Kaisen, let's go." "Yeah. Jiz Kitchen is really good for clearing paths. It's no wonder it's a sword that can easily cut through even candelabras." "Are you really complimenting him? What do you think?" "Suza, Kaisen, be careful." A strange sound came through the air. "Ah, I heard it. A sound like threads being tightened." "Oh dear, why does Kaisen know so much?" "Perhaps because as a refined gentleman, one must also be proficient in weaving." Following the strange sounds and footsteps, Mikann and the others bumped into a beautiful boy with unusual hair color. "Nezuko, where are you? Where did you guys go?" "Woo QAQ." The boy with beautiful, unusual hair wiped his tears, crying out, "It was my fault." Humans are really contradictory. If they're scared, why would they enter this mountain? Did you do something wrong? And that's why you were abandoned by your companions? Suza Zomitsu said quietly. For some reason, Kaisen Kanesada felt that this sentence was directed at him. "Ah." Zenitsu Agatsuma jumped up suddenly, colliding with the boar-headed Tanjiro who had come looking for him. causing the small sparrow to be knocked away, flapping its wings in protest. After realizing it was two boys accompanied by a super beautiful girl, Zenitsu fell into deep thought. Why does the world have to have such beautiful boys? Can it leave some breathing room for ordinary people? Woo, I'm not envious. Forget it. That girl is very beautiful, extremely beautiful, but she isn't even 1/10 as cute as Nezuko. So I'm not moved, woo-woo. Tanjiro, Nezuko, where are you? With swords. Are you also demon hunters? What S with this rich aura that S hitting me in the face? How could they be demon hunters? Strange kids. We are demon hunters. May I ask your name? Case and Kanesada confirmed their identity, and, sure enough, saw Mikann's bright eyes. His master was so cute. My name is Zenitsu Agatsuma. Since we've met, can we walk together? You're also going to cross this mountain, right? Right? Let's go together. Case and Kanesada. I am Case and Kanesada. This derivative world doesn't have these swords, nor does it have a specific historical direction. It should be fine. Meeting the pleading gaze of Case and Kanesada, Suza Zomitsu narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly, the curve of his lips holding interest. I am Suza Zomitsu, and this is our master, Mikann. Case and Kanesada. Mikann, hello. You hello. Your voice is so nice. So cute, woo-woo-woo. The silent exchange of glances, confirming that something is following us, doesn't include Mikann. It seems something is coming. I wanted to separate, but I thought it was a bit too early to part ways after just a short time together, Kajisaki Kanesada reminded. My wife, Zenitsu, nervously looked around, tears welling in his eyes again. Where? Don't scare me. Be careful. With keen eyes, he noticed a strange-looking little spider crawling onto his Haori. Mikann quickly drew out a short knife that she had kept close and threw it, the blade slicing through the spider and splitting it in two, finally stopping as it embedded into the tree trunk. My wife Zenitsu, not scared by the spider but frightened by this lady, feeling as if his soul was about to leave him. However, that spider seemed to be poisonous. Thank you. You're welcome. Chapter 02, My Wife Zenitsu. So many little spiders, huh? What's that? The grass rustled, releasing a very unpleasant odor. Kajisaki Kanesada threw Tachi Kirasaki back into its scabbard and muttered, a tachi is indeed not as useful as a katana. Soma Zomanji, retrieving the short knife, glanced back. I forgot that Soma is now a Egan Tachi. I'll go take a look. You take care of her, Lord. I can do that without you telling me. Soma Zomanji said, looking at the scabbard that Kajisaki Kanesada had left behind, his eyes filled with boredom. Soma, there's grass over there that can be woven into sandals. Pulling on Soma Zomanji's clothes, Mikann eagerly pointed in one direction. This kind of grass can be woven into sandals, as Inamaru told him. All right, let's go take a look. Soma Zomanji started to walk with Mikann, but was stopped by my wife Zenitsu. The young man, with moist eyes, shouted loudly without any decorum. You want to leave me behind, right? You really want to leave me behind, thinking I can't help at all, and I'm just noisy. No. Patiently listening to my wife Zenitsu, Mikann spoke softly as Zenitsu sobbed, I don't have shoes. I want to weave a pair of grass sandals to wear. If you're worried, we can leave the scabbard behind. The swords inside are quite valuable. We 1T abandon them. Soma Zomanji set down the scabbard with a thud, his faint smile making my wife Zenitsu shiver, barely holding back his tears. Just call me Zenitsu. I understand. You all come back early, okay? Although I didn't see the grass that could be woven into sandals, it should be nearby, right? If I shout, can you come back quickly? You can, right? Mikann nodded and promised, if we hear your call, we will definitely rush back as quickly as possible. Be careful on your way. Ouch, it hurts. It's like I've been pricked by something. What on earth is going on? I'm so angry. Miss Mikann and the others still haven't returned. Our situation is too terrible. Damn it. Why is Chutaro also missing? Sitting on Zenitsu's head, the little bird chirped. Chirp? What? So you're here, Chutaro. I really want to reach out and pet Chutaro. But breathing in the foul air, Zenitsu raised his hand and ultimately pinched his nose. It stinks so much, I want to cry. Chirp. The rustling sound made by the spider is disgusting, and being alone is so annoying. When will Miss Mikann and the others come back? It's been a long time, right? At least 10 minutes. The rustling sound suddenly became very obvious. Zenitsu shivered and couldn't help but jump up and yell. Seriously, it's so noisy. Stay still, spider. Is there really such a thing in this world? No. Zosan, did you hear any sounds? Mikann leaned against Zosan's shoulder and looked in the direction they had come from, her different-colored eyes filled with confusion. It might be the sound of a spider. Listening closely, aside from the sound of the spider moving, Zosan didn't hear anything else. He patted Mikann's back, indicating her to look ahead. They found grass that could be used to weave shoes. With her attention diverted, Mikann excitedly shook her legs, wanting to personally pick those grass leaves. Please don't move around. The task of weaving the grass shoes should be left to me. Suddenly remembering that she didn't know how to weave grass shoes, Mikann quieted down and obediently stayed in the embrace of the katana, helping to gather materials. Wait, I think I forgot Miss Mikann's sword sheath. Should I go back to get it? Do I really have to go back? Whoa, I must go back. I can't let the girl down. I have to be a reliable man. Damn it. Running halfway, I actually turned back. What is this person doing? Isn't he scared? He's already crying. Watching Zenitsu turn back to pick up the sword sheath and start crying and running again. Even the spider, who had no thoughts, fell into contemplation. I don't know how long I ran or how far. Facing the bright, full moon, under the moonlight that spread across the ground, Zenitsu saw houses suspended in the air, faintly visible lines, and demon hunters hanging in the air, their lives unclear. There are voices, they're still alive. Wait, humans turned into spiders, with eyes wide open. Zenitsu felt a bit disbelieving. Perhaps he was dreaming. It stinks. The smell is so pungent. This isn't a dream. How could there be such a disgusting smell in a dream? Oh, if Tanjiro, with his keen sense of smell, came here, he would definitely die. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the smell seems to be making my throat hurt so much and my eyes are hurting. I'm about to cry. The suspended house made a strange sound, startling Zenitsu, causing the sword sheath on his back to slip from his shoulder and make a loud noise when it hit the ground. EW. Watching a giant spider with a human head come out of the wooden house, Zenitsu was so scared that he turned pale. No more nonsense. This time, Zenitsu didn't forget the sword sheath and started sprinting. The grass shoes are very beautiful. Thank you, Zosan. Finally stepping on the ground, Mikann bounced around happily, unable to contain her joy. Is she this happy even before meeting that princess? What if she abandons us again when she sees her? Zosan's eyes drooped, his emotions complex as he shifted his gaze from Mikann to his palm. Mikann, let's go back. Zenitsu has probably been waiting for a long time. Mikann, who had taken Zosan's hand, smiled brightly and purely. The current situation seems quite good. The Lord's hand is very warm. When they returned to the original spot, aside from a spider with a human head and the small spiders that were hard to notice, there was no sign of Zenitsu, nor the sword sheath or the presence of Kageyama Kanesada. The sword sheath must have been taken by Zenitsu. It's likely that this child was scared. Zosan glanced at the spider who showed no signs of aggression and led Mikann forward toward the path, seemingly able to hear sound. Zosan, let's hurry. What if Zenitsu is in danger? Mikann quickened her pace, pulling Zosan through the woods toward the source of the sound. Each time they got closer, Mikann felt that the source of the sound was Zenitsu. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Sixfold, the bright full moon adorned the thunder. The night sky was a clean canvas. In the blink of an eye, that young boy, who poured out his utmost effort, appeared at the center of the full moon. That was the sound left in the air when he sheathed his sword. Ignoring the spider demon that Zenitsu decapitated, who seemed to be the leader of the spider people, Mikann quickly jumped up, stepping on the silk threads, and in the blink of an eye, reached the wooden house. Just need to jump a bit more. Got you, Zenitsu. With her long hair fluttering in the wind, Mikann lightly landed on the wooden house while holding Zenitsu, and the sword that belonged to its master was firmly held in her hand. Chapter 03. Inosuke Hashibara. It seems I accidentally ran too far. Kageyama Kanesada looked toward the moon, briefly troubled about whether to go back or deal with the monsters. How can I hesitate on such matters? Kageyama murmured, gently applying force to draw his main blade from its sheath. He had to deal with the danger first. Lightly stepping over the riverbank, Kageyama clearly saw the flying figure. It was a boy. Don't die. Is that monster very strong? Kageyama felt a bit confused, and in an instant, he landed, also seeing the battle situation. One uncouth scene. Yearns, do you have a way to detoxify? Wiping away the blood from Zenitsu's nose, Mikann hesitated to move the severely injured boy, her pleading gaze landing only on the short-sword spirit that had just awakened. General, this level of injury is still manageable. Using the herbs he brought, Yearns Toshiro prepared the antidote, quietly watching the liquid float and settle. The equipment was inadequate. This seemed to be the limit. General, if it only hurts, it should be fine, right? Looking at Zenitsu's eyes filled with the desire to live, Mikann caught the wind carrying a save me. Her hesitation turned into certainty. No problem. Inject it. The antidote was very effective. After one injection, the toxin visibly retreated. Seeing Mikann's pale face due to the disordered power, Yearns Toshiro poked his head out to look at Zosan, who was staring wide-eyed at the spider, sighed helplessly, and requested to return to his main body. Calm time flowed slowly, and the consciousness-dazed Zenitsu gradually regained his sanity. Mikann, it seems the problem isn't very big now. Putting down the blood-stained handkerchief, Mikann smiled gently at my wife, Zenitsu. Heaven, an angel. The wind brought a sound like the fluttering of butterfly wings. Mikann turned to look at the sky, meeting a pair of violet eyes, resembling the color of wisteria. A girl as beautiful as a butterfly rested in a corner of the wooden house, smiling softly at Mikann and Zenitsu. Are you both all right? The poison has been well suppressed. Truly remarkable. They managed to escape, even when facing an injured child. Watching the boy in the wild boar mask follow without any guard, Keisin Kanesada rubbed his forehead, murmuring helplessly, I think I can understand how Lord Mitsuki feels about the youth. Lightly leaping between the towering branches, Keisin Kanesada chose a spot not too far away to observe the pig-headed boy battling the spider-headed demon. Shedding skin, this has become too enormous. This is bad news. I've never felt such overwhelming pressure from an enemy. It feels like it's going to crush me. No, I can't lose. I must survive until Hachiro comes back. Absolutely cannot lose. I am Inosuke Hashibara of the Demon Slayer Corps. Bring it on, you bastard. The fact that he still has the energy to provoke indicates he is quite strong. The demon and Inosuke Hashibara became entangled, or rather, it was a one-sided crushing of the young boy by the demon. The tremendous impact sent Inosuke flying, crashing into 3 or 5 trees before finally stopping. The metallic taste of blood was uncontrollable, and his bones felt like they were breaking. But I can't lose. As the demon's fist was about to smash into his face, Inosuke used the power of his legs to perform a backflip off the trunk behind him, successfully dodging the punch that shattered a thick tree. Adjusting his breath as he fell, Inosuke's eyes fixed tightly on the demon's neck. Now's the time if I attack here. There's bound to be the turn of events. Beast breathing third Fang. Fang's tear. The blade actually broke? Keisin Kanesada fell into thought, nervously touching his own body. After all, a broken blade looks painful. Distracted by the broken blade, Inosuke, unable to adjust his posture in midair, was struck by the demon's punch and crashed hard against a tree. His body was immobilized by the intense pain, and Inosuke gritted his teeth, his gaze behind the mask becoming somewhat vacant. He didn't have time to use his breathing to assume a fighting stance. He was going to die. Don't come near my family. As the demon grabbed Inosuke's head and lifted him up, Keisin Kanesada leaped down from the treetops, drawing his sword, and in an instant, slashed several times, prioritizing severing the demon's arm. The actions of its Tsukumagami were fluid and elegant. The footsteps abruptly stopped. Keisin Kanesada turned his head and, upon seeing the slightly surprised face of the young man, couldn't help but sigh internally that he had arrived too early. Looking at the coughing Inosuke, and then at the black-haired young man with a patchwork haori, Keisin Kanesada sheathed his sword, smiling as he waved. The demon was still howling. Before Jutomioka could step forward to deal with the still struggling demon, as it moved within a few steps of Keisin Kanesada, its massive body suddenly shattered cleanly and slowly turned to ash and dissipated. Oh dear, my apologies. Keisin Kanesada, almost reciting a line from a play, smiled awkwardly yet politely. Quickly, this way, everyone has been let down. Suke Jin looked at the uniformly dressed people and scoffed indifferently, taking a few steps forward to call out to Mikann, My lord, please come down. We need to find Lord Keisin. Initially, upon seeing Suke Jin's beauty that was almost enchanting, he thought he was a demon's disguise, but upon seeing the inquisitive and non-aggressive Shinobu Koke, he breathed a sigh of relief. These members should all have been dropped by this person, and their injuries have been simply treated. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, the members of the Insect Corps began to methodically inject antidotes into the survivors. Due to the limited medicinal materials brought from the headquarters, T-Shirt Yagen only administered the antidote to Zenitsu and a few of the most severely injured. The others could hold on a little longer. I really have to thank you all. Before Mikann descended, Shinobu smiled gently. No need to thank us. And Zenitsu, see you next time. After bidding farewell to Zenitsu, Mikann leaped down from the wooden house, but the pink-haired Tsukumagami seemed intent on catching her. Reluctantly, Mikann adjusted her posture in midair and landed steadily in the embrace of the long sword Tsukumagami. Farewell. Chapter 04. Tanjiro Kamadu, another broken sword. After parting with the demon slayer, named Jutomioka, I randomly ran in a direction, drawn by the sounds of movement, and nearly got cut by a blade that flew past Keisin Kanesada's nose. Truly unpredictable, I almost got hurt in the face. stepping out from behind a tree. Keisin Kanesada looked at the scene before him and softly exclaimed, "Oh, perhaps his scouting value isn't low, although it was an accidental hit. Is it your comrade?" He glanced indifferently at Keisin Kanesada, then turned his gaze to Tanjiro Kamado and asked in a low voice. Tanjiro Kamado, whose thoughts were interrupted, replied, "Ah, no. But this scent, it seems familiar. No, run away. He is a demon." Tanjiro Kamado shouted, unable to spare any attention to Keisin Kanesada, as this demon was too strong. "What's wrong? Are you not planning to take back what you just said?" Ignoring the seemingly weak and delicately dressed youth, the demon, Rue, changed his mind. "I understand. In that case, let me tear you apart." Rue controlled the webs stuck to his 5 fingers and smashed them toward Tanjiro Kamado. The dense web layered over each other, leaving the young demon hunter with no chance of escape. Preoccupied and completely unable to dodge the demon's attack, Tanjiro Kamado's mind went blank for a moment. Keisin Kanesada did not draw his sword, and it wasn't a dire situation yet. The strange scent from that box piqued his curiosity. Smiling gracefully, he waved at the demon girl on the other side, leaning against the tree, and earnestly became an observer. The swiftly changing girl stood in front of the demon hunter boy, blocking the attack from the white-haired demon with her flesh and blood. The scent became clearer. It turned out she was also a demon. Nezuko. Tanjiro Kamado rushed to the seriously injured Nezuko, running behind a nearby tree. He leaned Nezuko against the tree, his eyes filled with fear. "You actually protected me, your older brother. I'm sorry. Are they siblings of different species?" Keisin Kanesada was taken aback, his thoughts slightly deviating. "Cough. I almost forgot that demons seem to be transformed from humans. Are you siblings?" Keisin Kanesada exclaimed. "Oh my. There's a demon even more shocked than him." Pressing Nezuko's nearly severed left arm, Tanjiro Kamado shouted angrily, "So what if we are?" Keisin Kanesada peeked out his head, and upon seeing the girl's injuries, couldn't help but pause, thinking that he perhaps should have helped a little earlier. "I'm the older sister. Don't abandon your sister." "Shut up." The song fairy Kanesada peeked out again, but faced with the split demon girl and the collapsing tree, Kanesada silently pulled back his head. Kanesada, the bond between this brother and sister seems a bit untrustworthy. Seeing the girl holding her head about to complete the task assigned by life, Kanesada glanced back at the Zeo men's siblings and without hesitation disappeared into the woods, leaping in front of the demon girl's path. Over there, he could sense Kanesada's presence. Because Souza left his grip stubbornly unyielding, Mikann had no choice but to nestle in the embrace of the sword spirit, acting as an intelligent navigator. In no time, Souza and Mikann, jumping between the treetops, saw the bamboo tube girl hanging under the moonlight, still bleeding profusely. Mikann stared intently at Nezuko, who was suspended in midair after being knocked down. It was the aura of a demon, not a newly born one, but it lacked the scent of having consumed human flesh. "Suk, as you command, my lord." Suk Kanemitsu still remembered the girl demon who had triumphed over sunlight. "Let go of me." Nezuko, with a blade no longer than a palm in his hand, Tanjiro Kamado, driven by anger, charged straight at Rue. His mindless rush was interrupted by the threads, causing Tanjiro to fall heavily to the ground. As the young demon slayer was kicked away, Mikann quickly jumped and created distance from Rue, placing Tanjiro in a safe position. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tanjiro struggled to focus his hazy gaze on Mikann, his chaotic mind immediately thinking of his sister. Nezuko. Nezuko has already been saved. A blood-soaked girl landed beside Mikann, and Suk Kanemitsu's battle attire was already stained with large patches of blood. Forcing his eyes open, Tanjiro swallowed the blood in his mouth and looked hopefully at Nezuko in Suk's arms. "Thank you. In your current state, you won't be able to cut off a demon's neck." Mikann pulled out an amulet from his pocket and placed it on Tanjiro, blinking his eyes as he waited for the amulet to take effect. "This will alleviate and heal your injuries. Don't part with it. I bought this amulet from the shop. Yagen said that the amulets he makes are more effective, but he hasn't learned how to make them yet." Just moments ago, striking the demon's neck felt like hitting steel. And coupled with Mikann's calm, yet blunt words, Tanjiro's gaze dimmed for a moment. "No, he hurt Nezuko." "Oh, so you want revenge, right?" Suk Kanemitsu released Nezuko, who was slowly recovering, and turned to Tanjiro with a sickly smile. "My lord, why not let him try?" Suk took out a handkerchief to wipe his blood-stained hands and pulled out 2 talismans from his sleeve. They were cleansing talismans bought from the shop, very cheap, just 100 mon each. After confirming that Mikann was not dirty, Suk smiled and leaned against Mikann under the soft yet deadly gaze of the white snake. That child should be considered a junior of my lord, right? Isn't it good to give a junior some space to grow? Mikann remained silent, but tacitly accepted the proposal of Suk's aunt. They were just serving as a backup here. Blood Demon Art. Thread Prison. Red threads enveloped the young demon slayer. And when Mikann couldn't help but make a move, Suk's aunt, who knew how everything was unfolding, tightly grasped Mikann's hand. My lord, calm down. That child's aura has changed. The breathing technique has changed. The red, like the flames of a rainbow dragon, was slashed by the boy's self-broken blade, and the surging flames continued to swell. The threads filled with blood, which had previously been unbreakable, were completely severed by Tanjiro. Dance of the Fire God. Round Dance. It was a form that had never been heard of before, but each leap tightly captured Mikann's gaze, the flames dancing like a flying fire dragon. Dazzling and brilliant. It was hope-burning bright. Chapter 05. Nezuko, that child seemed to be pushing too hard. Mikann lowered his eyes, the dazzling light of the breathing technique casting a shadow on his cheek. Nezuko, who had recovered from her injuries, raised her gaze towards her brother, who was entangled with the demon, her pink pupils suddenly constricting. She suddenly jumped up and rushed forward, her form stumbling slightly from the abrupt movement. Blood Demon Art. Exploding blood. The blood on the ground that had not been fully absorbed by the earth ignited into a strange crimson flame, just separating the young demon slayer from the child demon. The flames ignited by the blood demon art set the spider silk ablaze, but did not harm the boy who charged out from the flames in the slightest. Mikann's eyes trembled as the head of the child demon flew up, and the serpentine blade silently unsheathed. The child fainted. My lord, it's tough for you to take care of him now. The use of breathing techniques by my lord must be stopped. Suk Samanji momentarily halted his actions, seemingly inadvertently pressing Mikann's blade, which belonged to the white serpent, back into its sheath. Having severed the demon's neck, his body, devoid of will, became stiff and powerless. Tanjiro could only crawl towards the direction of his sister. Upon seeing Mikann pick up Nezuko, the young brother's eyes softened unconsciously. Even the pain on his body was momentarily forgotten. As a sword spirit, Suk Samanji couldn't sever a demon's neck like the Sunblade and expect the demon to die. But as a deity, the effect of striking evil is similar no matter where it lands, as long as it is a fatal wound. A deity's suppression of evil can lead to the complete death of a demon. Even a lesser deity can achieve this effect. Before the blood-red threads that were about to close in could fall, Suk Samanji leaped into the air and shattered all the threads, the fine, drifting red threads resembling the stamens of some flower. Total concentration, water breathing, 11th form, Nagi, a sense of calmness. Mikann held Nezuko in her arms and turned to look at the seemingly calm boy, who appeared to be standing above a pond, her gaze swaying over the red line like falling snow. Ah, the demon's head has already fallen off. She placed Nezuko next to Tanjiro, and in the hunter's eyes, Mikann saw gratitude and unshed tears. Thank you for holding your exhausted body while embracing your sister. Tanjiro couldn't help but shed tears, saying, I'm sorry, Nezuko. I'm sorry. I'll let you get hurt again. Soma Mon sheathed his sword and took out a clean talisman from his sleeve, slapping it onto Mikann's back. The headless child demon staggered and eventually collapsed beside Mikann, falling next to the pair of siblings. The scent of sorrow was conveyed through the air, and Tanjiro gently twitched his nose, his eyes unwittingly carrying other emotions. He placed his hand on the back of the childlike demon, feeling that this was the greatest comfort he could provide. I'm sorry, please forgive me. That hand was truly warm. In the last moment before fading away, the child seemed to see their family, real and untainted by any false bonds. Do not pity the man-eating demon. Even if it has the appearance of a child, it doesn't matter. It's just an ugly monster that has lived for decades. Are demons empty beings, Inazumi? Stroking the little white snake's jaw, Mikann's eyes filled with confusion. The white snake flicked its tongue, its emerald eyes also reflecting bewilderment. A snake with gentle emotions was rare and seemed a bit cute. I'm sorry, I have troubled you. Tapping the snake's head, Mikann placed Inazumi back on her shoulder, letting the white snake coil around her neck. Soma, let's leave after we find Kaseki. We need to hurry over the mountains. After asking the demon hunters if they had seen any women resembling her and receiving disappointing replies, Mikann thought about quickly moving to the next location, such as the Wisteria family crest house that Kaimitsu had informed her about. All right, my lord. Please, wait a moment. Crouching on the ground, Tanjiro shouted as Mikann prepared to leave, his intense movement causing him to cough up blood. Tomioka-ju, stepping aside to ensure his junior brother could see the two unfamiliar people clearly. Tomioka-ju inadvertently glanced at Mikann and Soma-Esmon. Is there something wrong? Soma-Esmon lightly stepped aside, slightly shielding Mikann in a protective stance, blocking some of the demon hunter's line of sight. Kanroji, upon seeing Mikann's face. Tomioka-ju was taken aback and couldn't help but ponder whether the love Hashira had mentioned having a sister. Tanjiro, excuse me, what are your names? One day, I will properly thank both of you. Mikann tilted her head, puzzled about what help she had provided, but still reported her current name. Mikann. Suk S. Manji was disinterested. Suk S. Manji. I am Tanjiro Kamadu, and she is my sister Nezuko. Once again, thank you all. Supporting his somewhat recovered body, Tanjiro Kamadu stood up, holding the awakened Nezuko, and bowed to the departing figures of Mikann and Suk S. Manji. After thinking for a moment, Tomioka, who noticed the extremely similar writing and pronunciation of the two names, nodded and confidently guessed that they were sisters. But just as he pondered this, the two had disappeared. Should he tell Kanroji? Her sister or older sister had also become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Following their aura, in a situation where both sides were rushing towards each other, Mikann quickly met with Kajisaki Kanesada. Smelling the lingering battle aura on Kajisaki Kanesada, Mikann grabbed the hem of his sleeve and, after a quick glance, asked, "Are you injured?" Some minor scrapes that weren't considered serious injuries couldn't be detected. And to maintain optimal combat strength, Mikann couldn't tolerate her weapons being harmed, even if it was just a scrape. "I'm not injured, not even scraped." Kajisaki Kanesada helplessly turned in circles in front of Mikann, and after turning 2 or 3 times, Mikann finally believed he wasn't injured. "Let's go. We need to leave quickly. The crows are already out looking for food." Looking at the sky, Kajisaki Kanesada was a bit puzzled. It was almost dawn. So why were the crows just now coming out to forage? The target is the Wisteria house, right, my lord? Holding the suddenly unconscious lord, Kajisaki Kanesada exchanged a glance with Suk S. Manji, took out the time-space converter from his sword sheath, and pressed it. "Let us go back. The effect time of the talisman should have ended. Then it's completely meaningless to take them with us." Kajisaki Kanesada looked at the sword sheath and gently shook it after shouldering it. "If you don't want to enter the maintenance room when we return, please stop, Kajisaki." Oh. Chapter 06. Time-traveling expedition. How is the Lord doing? Why are only you two back? Where are the other blades? As soon as Suk S. Manji appeared in front of the time-space compass, he felt empty in his arms, just returning to have the Lord snatched away from him. Aside from his older brother and Ko, this group of blades was as annoying as ever. The Lord is fine. The excess spiritual energy suppressed another part of the energy system, causing a temporary fainting spell. Suk S. Manji explained in a low voice, his face dark, as he was squeezed to the periphery by the blades. If looks could shatter swords, he would forge drums out of these blades to beat every day. The other blades were scattered by the chaotic time-space flow and had no choice but to remain in that space, so they simply let them go on an expedition. Kajisaki Kanesada set down the empty sword sheath and casually patted the entrance barrier of that time-space. "Kajisaki-dano, please do not move recklessly. The barrier will resist." Ichigo Ichino's intercepted, his eyes seemingly harboring the stormy seas before a tempest, calm and gentle, yet capable of swallowing all traces. "Sorry." Looking at the rainwater still dripping from the corner of the shed, Kajisaki Kanesada asked in confusion, "Did it just stop raining? How long were we gone?" "That tree has changed its scenery to the rainy season since the Lord left. It has been raining for 3 days since you all returned. The vegetables in the field. That damned Mini Zakura dares to touch the vegetables planted by the Lord himself. Aizen Kunitoshi, it didn't rain over there by the vegetable field. But when the vegetables are thirsty, the rain will come by." Sighing in relief, Kajisaki Kanesada felt his emotions fluctuate greatly today. He was no longer a young blade and needed rest. When will the Lord wake up? Akihiro Mikazuki poked Mikann's face from the side and casually grabbed an old blade to ask. "Aha, I don't know either. Why not ask Esikdano?" The forgetful old blade, Mitsuhide Muninori, quickly changed his words under the kind gazes of his older brothers. But changing his words was actually just a little trick of the 1,000-year-old blade to tease his brothers. Suddenly focused on, Suk S. Manji. Suk S. Manji scoffed and pointed at Kajisaki Kanesada. It said that the Lord's spiritual energy storage is too large. Can't you just get seriously injured to disperse that portion of the energy? Kajisaki Kanesada. This statement is both reasonable and unreasonable. Thinking negatively, one could get seriously injured. Pain would bring immense suffering. Thinking positively, there could be benefits, allowing him to stick closely to the Lord with justification. Do we need blades that are seriously injured? Lightly injured ones are fine too, right? J.Z.S. Manji said softly. The three brothers of S. Manji all shared one tone aside from S. Suk S. Manji's 8 variations. Already pondering how to quickly get seriously injured, Kajisaki Kanesada questioned again. Who intercepted his benefits? No, who was injured? While the Lord and you were on expedition, the Hanmaru was attacked. J.Z. Maru said it so lightly. Wasn't he the attack on the Hanmaru because you tied that blade, smiling Mikann? The soft tone was particularly hated, and this voice was very recognizable. It was Hijkairi, who was rarely clear-headed and possessed future memories. The older brother hurriedly stepped forward to support the injured Hijkairi, and while relying on his older brother for support, Kizumuru nearly cried out of gratitude. All right, cry Maru. Don't cry anymore. You're not allowed to refute, or I'll ignore you. Kizumuru, woo-woo, older brother. How was the battle situation? Leaning over from the second floor, Iwano shouted. Little Fox Maru and Kimisuk have already returned the Lord to the castle. They were robbed. Hijkairi scoffed. What else could happen? Aside from me getting a big cut from a division because my body hasn't recovered, all the other blades are unharmed. I'm not very concerned about that. I'm more interested in how the other side S. Hanmaru is doing. Suk S. Manji said softly. Even the younger brother pulling at his sleeve couldn't stop his seemingly provocative words from spilling out. The entire battle line collapsed. If there were no shatter blades, the swords would now have to face political suppression. The 7-star sword, under the unreliable portrayal of everyone, became the only reliable blade. I understand, older brother, Ko. Let us return to the room. And Ichigudano, Yamato, no Kami, please prepare the talismans again. The Lord will set out again once he wakes up, and until then, we'll wait for Yagen T-Shur and the others to return from their expedition. Ah, Tsukatachi Dano, are you all right? Thanks to the agility of the short sword, Yagen T-Shur adjusted his posture just before landing. In theory, the quick-wittedness of the Tachi sword spirit shouldn't be too bad, but it couldn't be helped that this blade was blind. Mifine. Supporting his main body sword, Tsukatachi K.T. held his broken silk in pain. Although he wasn't crying, Yagen T-Shur felt he was about to shed tears. Looking quite wronged. The silk that the Lord gave you broke, cough. Don't be too sad. The Lord brought you a spare. Since it wasn't a part of the main body, Mikann prepared a dozen silks for Tsukatachi K.T., just in case the silk broke during battle. Thank you. Touching the soft and delicate fabric in his palm, Tsukatachi K.T. smiled. We still have 2 teammates. But why Haven T? We heard their voices. They're a bit far from us. It seems we can still see a little shadow. Then let us go find them. I'm not very convenient. So could you lead the way, Yagen Dano? It's my duty. You're next in line for the captain position, and the current captain happens to be Yagen Tushru. They will be here soon. So let's start dealing with the matters at hand. Lord Higuruma. It's just interacting with people. Isn't Lord Narumi not very good at it? Probably not as good as Lord Higuruma. After being forced to revert to a Naginata, he might have developed a psychological barrier towards humans. I understand that it wasn't intentional to dig into a colleague's wounds, and Higuruma awkwardly turned his head away. Sorry, we didn't mean to disturb you. Facing the slender youth watching the snow, Higuruma politely bowed, while Narumi Tushu stood stiffly beside him, unable to communicate with humans and remaining silent. It's fine, it's still snowing. Please come inside for a while. The youth in the orange and black checkered Haori smiled and raised his hand to pat the spot beside him. The 2 behind me are also your companions, right? It's very cold, so come in and have some hot tea. Thank you very much. Excuse my rudeness. I have some knowledge of medicine. May I offer you a diagnosis? Faced with such a gentle family, Yagen Tushru genuinely wanted to do something for them, even though his feelings towards humans were almost negative. Chapter 07. Healing the Sick and Saving Lives. Then I will trouble you. Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his almost withered wrists, Kamadu Tanjiro remained gentle, not showing any unusual attitude just because Yagen Tushru was a child. Frowning as he pressed against Kamadu Tanjiro's wrist, just the pulse check made Yagen Tushru gasp. Initially watching with the mindset of entertaining a child, Kamadu Nezuko felt nervous as she noticed Yagen Tushiru's increasingly serious expression. All the organs in his body have failed, and it's truly remarkable that he has held on this long. Kamadu Nezuko, seeing the fading appearance of the lady and the little ones, Yagen Tushiru realized his words might have been too direct. I'm sorry. Kamadu Tanjiro shook his head dismissively. It's fine. I've already prepared myself. I just worry about these children and my wife. Mr. Kamadu Nezuko gently rocked the sick child in her arms, her eyes filled with sadness. Don't be too sad. Although all the organs are problematic, the pulse is strong. If he maintains this, he should have no problem living another 10 to 20 years. Not only Kamadu Nezuko and the little ones, but even Kamadu Tanjiro, who usually has a dull demeanor due to his frail health, was surprised. His own body was already at its limit. Could it be that he might see the children grow up, provided he takes his medicine properly? Yearns Tushru lightly added this remark, but when he reached for the box, he found that the blade case seemed to have been taken back by the master. What's wrong? Kamadu Nezuko asked. Though she was just a child, she still held hope. If her husband could live a little longer to see Tanjiro and the others grow up, how wonderful and happy that would be. The medicine case has been accidentally lost. Yearns Tushru apologized, but he didn't receive disappointed looks. This family felt so warm. However, considering tonight's hot tea, please wait a few days. We will return in a few days to deliver the medicine to the lady. Why are you acting this way? Aha! If you can't see, then maybe you shouldn't ask. Lord Tsujikuni, does Lord Narumi have an opinion about me? Not really. I just feel that asking Lord Tsujikuni seems pointless. Don't bully the disabled. That's too much. Higuruma scolded. Tsujikuni Michikatsu. Thank you, but I don't feel protected. This speed is still a bit forced. It will take at least 3 days for a round trip, Yearns Tushru murmured. And after a moment, he interrupted his teammates' bickering. Narumi, you and Higuruma find a hotel to stay. I will go with Tsujikuni to gather herbs. Being slow makes my brother dislike me QAQ. Greatsword Higuruma. I got it. Let's go Narumi. Do you have a small plate? I have a bag. Acknowledging that his size as a Naginata was dragging down mobility, Narumi Tushru could only admit defeat. It was just being abandoned by his brother, and he would get used to it. The Kamadu family gathered goodbye. Moving at high speed, the Naginata and Greatsword suddenly stopped moving and immediately disappeared from the short sword's sight. The sword couldn't see them. After encountering an orange-red owl in need of rescue, Yearns Tushru and Tsujikuni Michikatsu reached the familiar dwelling without any stops. Only Yearns Tushru was familiar. It was the butterfly mansion of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hello, we need some medicinal herbs. Not wearing a uniform, just a child. Butterfly Canal ran out, and upon seeing a child of similar age, her movements paused involuntarily. Non-Demon Slayer Corps members actually have very few opportunities to use the butterfly mansion. Probably because all the nearby residents are members of the Demon Slayer Corps. After helping the Butterfly Mansion with several patients who were deemed terminally ill, as the sun began to set, Yearns Tushru saw a small owl running towards him in a stumbling manner. Wow, a bit familiar. Please save my mother. The small owl knelt down. Its face suitable for smiling was covered in tears. Tsujikuni Michikatsu tilted his head and directly picked up the small owl. Also capturing a small owl, 2 warm children hugging each other. An owl? Hearing the young doctor, who could treat terminal illnesses, refer to him as such, Rengoku Kyujuru touched his cheek and wiped away the tears on his face with his sleeve. No, please save my mother. I understand. I'll go take a look. After patting the heads of the 2 owls, Yearns Tushru turned to Butterfly Canal and said, Little girl, we are leaving now. I should be older than you. Under the guidance of the little owl, Yearns Tushru and Tsujikuni Michikatsu smoothly arrived at the owl's house. Someone was crying. Following the sound of crying, Yearns Tushru saw a large owl weeping in the hands of a lady. Wow, indeed. Although he knew the Rengoku family's genes were strong, he didn't expect them to be this strong. Tsujikuni Michikatsu. What are you looking at while carrying me? Before leaving, Yearns Tushru worriedly reminded, Mr. Rengoku, your wife needs to rest. Please do not let any irritating smells appear in the house. Take the medicine on time, and do not lose the prescription. Also, let your wife get some sun. Yes. Rengoku Kyujuru, who had been severely reprimanded under his wife's gaze, felt a sense of redemption. A joy for the imminent return of an important person. Just a bit more, and it would really be too late. The wind is picking up. Please hurry and close the door. The lady cannot be exposed to the wind in her current condition. Yes. If the spiritual herbs planted in the castle had better effects, given the situation, it wouldn't be long before they would be on the brink of death again. But I wonder when I will meet them next time. Is Lord Yearns really so kind-hearted? Tsujikuni, if you keep talking like that, I will leave you behind and go back myself. What exactly did I say? There is a feeling of gloom, as if everything is about to shatter at any moment, which is quite disheartening for Ren. Is there? Sorry? There is no sincerity. Please apologize again. Sorry. The short sword ISNT really a child. Why does he have the comfort kids? That is more like it. In the first arc, Tsuchigomo Kyotada will actively shatter after his Master S sword breaks, being the first to follow the Master S departure, thus not participating in their plan and missing out on the memories of that arc. What an idiot. Clearly there S still a chance to salvage things, and yet the mental resilience of the Tachi S spirit is really poor. Chapter 08. Infinite Train, welcome back. But we may have to go out again. Facing the returning Yearns and others, Mikann revealed a bright smile, one that was more vibrant and filled with delicate emotions. Yearns Tushuru was taken aback, his eyes momentarily feeling a pang of bitterness. His master was starting to regain memories, wishing the master great fortune in battle. As he brushed past Mikann, in a moment of daze, Yearns seemed to see his master at that time, using his traits and showing a radiant smile like the blazing sun. The chest without a heart suddenly throbbed painfully, and Yearns reached out to grab Mikann. But in the turn view, only the softly dissipating golden light remained. Master, I must get the Master S name faster. Just let me carry the sword box. No, please leave this small matter to me. Master, Ikkyu, it's fine. This time, accompanying Mikann into battle are the other two from the Susei family. Regardless of tone or attire, at a glance, the three swords look remarkably like brothers of the same lineage, although their hair colors differ. But the Susei brothers' hair colors are originally different. Mikann's outfit today is entirely managed by the close servant, Tsuji Esma Left Letter. The robe she wears is custom-made from the manya, featuring the blade pattern of Mikann's sword. The blade in the scabbard continuously hums. But the harmonious atmosphere outside is tactfully ignored by the three blades. Humming blade, why not let one with memories come out to lead the way? Infinite Train. Jiang Shui S.G. softly reads the name of the train and enters a state of confusion, as this is something he has never seen before, looking slightly peculiar. It is currently carrying people and needs to operate on tracks, so it should be a mode of transportation from this era. Jiang Shui Brothers Bento. The Lord observes for a moment, tugging at Jiang Shui S.G.'s robe. Shoya S.G. looks eagerly at the girl selling bentos and softly states the reason for his actions. Understanding his younger brother's intention, Jiang Shui S.G. begins to rummage through his bag. Let's buy two. Shoya must want to eat too. Shoya S.G. is taken aback and then reveals a faint smile. Although it's hard to tell, he is genuinely happy. 3. I want 3 bentos. Xiao Ban brought plenty. Jiang Shui must not forget himself. He pats the little short sword's head, and as the little short sword hugs its head with a flushed face, Mikann also remembers to give Jiang Shui a pat on the head, even though she has to tiptoe because of her height. The Lord is cute. Both SG think at the same time. Hello, please give me 3 bentos. Approaching the girl and the old lady, Jiang Shui SG softly says, customer. This bento seems. Startled by Jiang Shui SG, the girl blushes and is somewhat flustered, almost letting the bento slip from the tray. Be sure to hold it well. Don't let such delicious bento fall to the ground. Like an energetic owl, Rengoku Kyujuru makes a shining entrance, steadily helping the girl support the tilted bento. Misunderstanding that the girl didn't want to sell the bento to him, Jiang Shui SG blinks gently, slightly disappointed as he turns to leave. He would let the Lord and Shoya down. Young man, wait. A loud voice draws the attention of many, but not Jiang Shui SG, who is still immersed in the disappointment of not buying the bento. Unable to call him back, Rengoku Kyujuru thanks her and quickly catches up with Jiang Shui SG, thrusting a pile of bentos towards the cold blade's face. If you don't mind, please use. Each word from this young man exuberates his passion, but it's not unpleasant. Thank you. Jiang Shui SG pulls out money and places it into the other stack of bento bags that Rengoku Kyujuru is holding, then, under the owl's fiery gaze, buys 3 boxes of bento with a large sum of money. But neither party knows about this. One doesn't know how much to give, and the other doesn't know how much has been given. Watching Jiang Shui SG show no emotional expression, the spirited owl sound, proudly carrying the bentos onto the train, or else they would miss it, waiting for Jiang Shui SG. Mikann and Shoya SG turn to look at him in unison upon hearing footsteps, very synchronously noticing that the mood of the longsword spirit is quite good, just short of publicly blowing cherry blossoms. Bento. As he distributes the bentos one by one, Jiang Shui SG starts to uncontrollably sprout small flowers, but just a little. After the 3 blades finish the bento, the train hums, and the infinite train is about to start. Aren't you going to ride the train, Lord? Tugging at Mikann's sleeve, Shoya SG's eyes appear somewhat confused. Mikann nodded, but when she looked up, she found that the train had only left her with a shadow of its tail. without the concept of purchasing a ticket and not seeing any other trains. Mikann pondered for a moment and left a light-hearted remark for the wind to carry to the Shikigami's ears. Let's catch up later. I want to eat ramen. The same lack of common sense was shared by the swordsman, SZ, who nodded. The big and the small stood in a row with Mikann, heading towards the ramen shop. The sight of the three blades walking together was particularly pleasing, a beautiful scene in the monotone station. Welcome to our shop. What would you like, guests? The boss seemed to lack enthusiasm for greeting customers, his eyes never leaving the newspaper. 3 bowls of signature ramen, please. Oh, find a place to sit. The boss, who had habitually looked up, paused, feeling as if his eyes had been dazzled by something. These 3 brothers are too good-looking, aren't they? The boy with the pink hair looks a bit like a young girl. A monk? The ramen chef was quick, and in no time, 3 bowls of fragrant and visually appealing signature ramen were presented before the 3 blades. The trio stared blankly at the ramen, their expressions somewhat making the boss doubt whether they were dissatisfied but didn't want to ruin the beautifully scenic image like a painting. I'm starting. The sounds were synchronized, the movements were synchronized, and the postures were synchronized. That's right. They really like my ramen. Thank goodness, I was worried for nothing. The ramen is delicious. Next time, if there's a chance, I should bring SZ to try it as well. Let's eat it again when we go back. The 3 blades exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. They looked towards the direction the train had left, where not a trace could be seen. Let's go, said Yukikage SZ, tightening the strap of his sheath and speaking softly. My lord, do you need a hug? KYSZ looked at Mikann expectantly, but unfortunately, Mikann declined the short sword's idea. The short sword's mobility was quick, but to avoid falling behind the long sword, Mikann's movement was temporarily not an issue. Let's go. Chapter 09. Forward, just follow the railway. Looking at the seemingly endless tracks, which disappeared like a tailless dragon into the lush fields. Mikann brushed her hair behind her ear and glanced sideways at Yukikage SZ. Is it okay to pick up the speed a bit? No problem. The longsword's mobility wasn't slow, especially since Yukikage SZ's stats had been maxed out after his darkening, reaching values that were closer to the original spirit than to a mere transformation. What about KY? Is he feeling pressured? Although there's no transformation, it's fine. The speed of the 3 blades was fast. Even the fleeting shadows were hard to catch with the naked eye. Confirming that the swordsmen beside her could increase their speed by another level, Mikann decisively disappeared from her spot, leaving the 2 Shikigami who hadn't had time to speed up behind her. In the blink of an eye, those 2 figures returned to her side. They were unwilling to be left behind by their lord and would not allow their lord to abandon them. The SZ clan just wasn't good at expressing feelings. It didn't mean they lacked them. The night sky gradually sank into silence, and under the high-speed movement, only the whistling wind remained in Mikann's ears. She didn't hear the murmurs from the SZ brothers as they called out her name. Unfortunately, it wasn't her real name. The call of the gods had no effect. Time passed, lingering in the moonlight, and the Shikigami saw a train car overflowing with flames. The night wind brought the scent of the breathing technique, like a warm breeze that had been roasted, brushing against Mikann's cheek, different from the cold, fierce wind. This wind was warm and gentle. It seems something has happened. Do we need to scout? Thank you for your hard work, KY. If this is what you want, I'll take care of the enemies ahead. Then who should I kill? KYSZ's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a clear thought that reached Mikann's ears. At the front. The disgusting smell is at the front. The short sword stats were merely for reference. They could easily shred enemies with a single blow, capable of killing enemies beyond their rank. After all, stats were just an estimation. Even the time government couldn't accurately locate deities. Mikann landed on the roof of the car, and as soon as she touched down, she was attacked. The metal roof was damaged, creating a large hole. During her brief leap to evade, Mikann caught sight of an owl? No, someone who looked very much like Kanroji. With the flame Hashira's strike, it must be a masterpiece. Skylight entered the train's interior. Mikann ignored the bizarre fleshy lumps inside the train and stared unblinkingly at the large owl. Lady Kanroji, she looks very much like me, right? That's right. Even the weapons are quite similar. After confirming that the fleshy lumps in the carriage wouldn't grow back in a short time, Rengoku Kaijuro carefully scrutinized Mikann. To be precise, it's exactly the same. Is that so? Despite Mikann's cold expression that seemed to say keep your distance, anyone with a left-handed sword present would see that he was so happy he could burst into cherry blossoms. But unfortunately, he lacked that ability. Something disgusting has grown back. Mikann pushed the scabbard aside from under her haori, and a snake-like sword appeared before Rengoku Kaijuro's eyes. Breath of the snake, first form, serpent's writhing slash. This kid has the strength of a Hashira. 2 swords, if I'm not mistaken. This sword looks exactly like Iguro's Nicaran blade. Could this child be Kanroji and Iguro's child? The age seems a bit off. In a sense, Mikann, born from the combination of snake and love genes, could indeed be considered their child. An emerald transformed earlier than Mikann, so perhaps he is the older brother. Rengoku Kaijuro. Is he the child of Taketu? It's all very clean. I'll take care of this here. You go to the front. Twisting his wrist, Mikann lowered her gaze at Rengoku Kaijuro. Meeting her eyes, Rengoku Kaijuro, who had just doubted that Mikann could be their child due to the age discrepancy, began to reconsider that Mikann might indeed be their child. He didn't dare to bet that this boy, who resembled Kanroji and Iguro, could protect all the passengers in the carriage 100. Koyuki, you're in charge of the front. Understood. Holding the sword, a suddenly appearing male voice made Rengoku Kaijuro stiffen for a moment. He hadn't even noticed someone was there. It's already arranged. Mikann looked at Rengoku Kaijuro and raised her finger towards the front of the train, where the source of the foul smell was located. Seeing that Mikann indeed had the strength to protect everyone in the carriage, Rengoku Kaijuro still couldn't take a step forward. He wasn't a suspicious person, but, Mikann, I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'll leave this to you. I'll cut off the demon's neck at the fastest speed. Suddenly trusting myself. The owl is truly a magical species. Since I trust myself, I cannot let that trust down. Snake breathing, 5th form, serpent's coil, with a strike like a python coiling. Mikann swiftly unleashes a slashing attack, and in just a breath, several flesh lumps in the train car are cleared by Mikann. The advantage of snake breathing is its ability to flexibly avoid all obstacles and then deliver precise strikes. Here, Mikann sees humans as obstacles. Found it, from a distance. Seeing the densely packed eyes with words engraved in the pupils, Seichike Manji momentarily freezes, thinking that the initial abandonment of his own base seems to have a hypnotic method. Almost instinctively, Seichike Manji closes his eyes. He still cannot forget the image of that human hypnotizing the 3 sword clans and carving them into works. The first generation of SZ was also unable to achieve dark descent because half of his body was carved, turning to ash directly. Relying on perception, Seichike Manji leaps into that bowl-like place, grabbing the human inside and tossing him directly into the air. He doesn't care about this human's life or death, especially since someone will catch him. Jumping onto the first car of the train with Tanjiro, Inosuke hits Tanjiro hard on the head and starts cursing because his hand hurts too much. This is not a dream. It's reality. Don't fall into traps, or you'll just die in a ridiculously funny way. Looking at Inosuke wearing a wild boar mask, Tanjiro suddenly realizes that the reason Inosuke won't fall for traps is that demons cannot determine where his gaze is. A kid, looking down, seeing Seichike Manji's output, Tanjiro is directly shocked. The demon's eyes have been cut off. So strong. Chapter 10. Kaijuro Rengoku, the only ordinary human present. Seichike Manji opens his eyes with a cold expression, immediately seeing a human charging at him with a weapon resembling a piercing tool. The nervous reminder from the boy still echoes in his ears. Seichike Manji glances sideways, decisively sending a palm strike to meet the old lady. Seeing Seichike Manji act so decisively and ruthlessly, Tanjiro stiffens. Is he dead? I heard a sound like bones breaking. Seichike Manji. Not dead, just asleep. How can he sleep at a time like this? Is this person an idiot? No, Inosuke, don't believe everything. He clearly fainted. Relaxing, Tanjiro drags the palm strike to a relatively safe place. If we don't cut off the demon's neck soon, everyone will hold on no longer. Inosuke, impatient, chops at the flesh lumps holding his sword, angrily shouting at Tanjiro. Just ignore that kind of person. I know, let's hurry up. After checking the breath and physical condition of the palm strike, Tanjiro turns around, tightly gripping his Nicaran blade. This is the place. Feeling the strange, spiritual energy fluctuations, Seichike Manji reverses his grip on his main blade, and the azure spiritual energy envelopes the blade like burning flames in an instant. The shadow of the sword flies, and the burning azure flames cling to the edges of his severed flesh, preventing the demon's injuries from healing. The wounds cut by Seichike Manji cannot heal. The demon, Yum, does not hesitate for long and simply discards that part of his body, confirming Yum's conjecture. Without the attachment of the azure flames, the injuries heal in an instant. There's no way to continue. The disadvantage of the short blade is that its strikes are insufficient to sever the vertebrae protecting the demon's core, but if the bones were smaller, it would be fine. The short blade's armor-piercing capability is strong. Moreover, due to a misjudgment, the spiritual energy accumulated over time has been used up, leaving only enough spiritual energy to maintain the ordinary short blade's form. The suppression of spiritual energy in this world is too strong, and consumption is amplified. Sh Manji sheathes his main blade and turns to the two demon hunters with tense expressions. I will cover you. Huh, yes, what a fierce child. Suddenly, countless hands formed like meat paste rush toward them. As Tanjiro and Inosuke prepare to face the incoming attack, all the tentacles are cut in midair. Don't be dazed. That child's figure is out of sight, but his voice clearly echoes in their ears. There's no time to waste. Inosuke, coordinate your breathing well. We need to cut off the demon's neck. The outer attacks are all blocked by Shik Manji. Although there is significantly less obstruction, Tanjiro and Inosuke still feel immense pressure. They sense that this demon is becoming stronger, and the flesh that has expanded is healing faster. Could it be eating people? No. With Rengoku-san here, if there are Hashira around, the people will be fine. Jill, Kamadu boy, I'm here to help. A vigorous voice rings in their ears, and despite being a very reassuring sound, Tanjiro feels a chill run down his spine. If Rengoku-san is here, who is protecting the passengers in the train car? No, Hashira wouldn't be so reckless. It must be a new Hashira arriving, right? It must be. Rengoku-san, I told you not to daze around. Shik Manji yells angrily, his fierce eyes fixed on Tanjiro Kamadu, as if being stared at by some terrifying presence. Tanjiro has a moment where he feels nailed to the spot. It's coming. The time-traveling army that shouldn't appear in this era. Gripping his sword, Kaijiro Rengoku's expression darkens. He turns his back, like a guardian, shielding Tanjiro and Inosuke behind him. Leave the new enemy to us. Kamadu boy and pig-headed boy. The demon is up to you. Kaijiro Rengoku entrusts the demon to the two boys because he clearly senses that the reinforcements coming are quite formidable. At least not something two low-ranking swordsmen can handle. The small boy beside him exudes a heavy murderous aura, looking to be around the same age as Senjuro, or even younger. Could he be a genius swordsman like Michiro? Looking at the boy who seems to resemble the Kanroji and Iguro, he must be a companion. Worthy of trust. Flame breathing. First form. Unknowing fire. Like cotton catching fire, Rengoku Kyujuru's figure vanished in an instant, carrying the twisting flames that extinguished several kunai in a moment. Koioi Zomanji glanced at the particularly dazzling owl shrouded in flames and joined the team, attacking the time-traveling army in the next moment. Coordinating with them, Koioi Zomanji felt that although this person's speed did not compare to the advantages of short blades, it was still strong, especially when using certain specific breathing techniques. With a speed comparable to the peak of a standard short blade, a human comparable to a god, the time-traveling army consisted entirely of spiders and kunai, a relatively rare team among enemy blades, but their damage was not high, and even in poor condition, Koioi Zomanji could easily slay them. However, the speed was too fast, and the sheer number made it impossible to achieve a flawless exit. When a spider scratched his cheek, Koioi Zomanji's sanity momentarily shattered. Almost all sword-wielding gentlemen have an extreme mindset. They cannot be unbeautiful. This was a thought imposed by the time government, which learned lessons from the millions of fallen sword spirits in the previous generation. But this also served as a buff, allowing them to trigger true blades and frequent critical hits directly. In the case of high-speed critical hits, Koioi Zomanji's single-target kill count was not less than Rengoku Kyujuru's, and even his injuries were lighter, with only a scratch on his face and no other wounds. Rengoku Kyujuru, on the other hand, had a few more bruises. After all, the time-traveling army would not prioritize attacking sword spirits, as they considered sword spirits to be colleagues with opposing ideals. Flame breathing, fourth form, burning vortex. Red and orange colors intertwined fiercely. The flames on the blade swaying like a blooming lotus. The silent roar taking away the last group of kunai, retrieving his main blade into its sheath. Koioi Zomanji looked at Rengoku Kyujuru's profile, feeling more and more that he resembled the owl he saw during the expedition. The enemy's short blades and side blades were not very strong, but being able to annihilate dozens of enemy blades with mere scratches without any signs of fatigue indicated that this person was strong. The fleeting praise of a human comparable to a god was not flattery. Chapter 11, Upper Moon 3. Following the meat pillar, Inosuke adjusted his posture rapidly as he descended, instantly triggering his form. Beast breathing, fourth fong, shattering slash. As he approached the demon, Inosuke shattered the layer of flesh protecting the bones. Using the reaction force of his form to clear a bright red target for Tanjiro, a guaranteed hit. The heat was like the sun clinging to the blade, and Tanjiro prepared to slash, fearlessly charging toward the demon's hardest neck bone. The blazing and vibrant form outlined a dazzling red ring in the night sky, the flames twisting and casting brilliance upon the darkness. Fire God Kagura, Hibiki no 10. Suddenly, the train became unstable, and Kusetsu Zomonji's first reaction was to protect Mitsuba. But the master's command must not be disobeyed. The Lord also had enough strength to protect himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a blue figure darting past, and Kusetsu Zomonji changed his action in an instant, swiftly clearing away the suddenly growing tumors. Not pleased, after piling everyone in the carriage together for protection, Kusetsu Zomonji coldly shielded them from even the size of a fingernail's worth of glass shards. Though it was uncomfortable, none of those protected by Kusetsu were injured. Lord, rushing to Mitsuba's side at top speed, Koyoi Zomonji just managed to catch a little girl who was flying. Thank you, Koyoi. Mitsuba did not turn around, the breathing technique's initiation resonating around him. Third form, Nest Strangle. Snake breathing, fifth form, Serpent's Coil. After finishing his movements, Mitsuba stopped in the last carriage, his steps toward Koyoi Zomonji unaffected by the train's vibrations. Thank you for your hard work. It must feel terrible to have exhausted your spiritual power. I'm sorry I couldn't replenish it for you in time. Rubbing Koyoi Zomonji's head, Mitsuba's lowered eyes were filled with tenderness and apology. Different from the usual lord. Enjoying Mitsuba's head pat, Koyoi felt his cheeks flush, the continuous nourishment of spiritual power making him feel very comfortable, and he liked the way his lord patted him even more than persimmons. Dream. Near death. That person. The rescue sent by that person is utterly useless in the hands of the Hashira. Clearly, just one could slaughter an entire village. Why did they die so easily in the hands of the Hashira? Muzan-sama, that man. Untrustworthy. Untrustworthy. Why didn't I listen to that man and devour those humans in one go? Are we going to lose? Are we going to die? What a tragic nightmare. At the moment of annihilation, even for an instant, Dream never regretted becoming a demon, nor did he repent for his actions. Lord, are you okay? Kusetsu Zomonji hurriedly arrived at Mitsuba's side, only to see Mitsuba tending to a girl's arm injury, while Koyoi guarded nearby. A very gentle lord, but somewhat unfamiliar. I'm Fine. Thank you for your hard work, Kusetsu. Watching Mitsuba reach out to him, Kusetsu Zomonji hesitated and stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Mitsuba. The warm touch made Kusetsu Zomonji involuntarily flinch, but he suppressed his instinctive resistance, cherishing the warmth coming from Mitsuba's palm. As commanded by my lord. You look very happy, my lord. Waiting patiently for his brother and lord to finish their affectionate moment, Koyoi Zomonji obediently stepped forward, unexpectedly being caught in Mitsuba's embrace. Quietly grabbing Mitsuba's clothing, Koyoi Zomonji looked at the corner of the Kasaya, unable to help but murmur, as expected of Brother S. Sook. The current lord looks just like the blade of the Zomonji style. I remembered a little something. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two sword spirits, one large and one small, from the Zomonji style, Mitsuba smiled with his eyes bent. Koyoi is so cute, and Kusetsu is so cute too. His smile was as bright as the sun. No matter what, the Lord is now theirs, the Zomonji's. An ominous scent. The originally harmonious atmosphere was interrupted by a strange aura that was becoming more intense. The three blades looked in unison in one direction, wordlessly coordinating their actions. Because of their incredible speed, it was as if they had suddenly vanished. What are these? The scent was similar to that of the unidentified creatures they had just fought alongside Rengoku, but felt even more dangerous. His legs were immobile, his body frozen in place. Nezuko. Could Nezuko have also encountered these peculiar demons? Kaio Hachiru. Don't just stand there. Get out of the way. Seeing the tall monster about to swing its weapon to pierce through Tanjiro's body, Inosuke disregarded his own dangerous situation, forcefully breaking through to grab Tanjiro and run. Ha ha ha. Are you stupid? As the boss, I can run. Being carried by Inosuke, Tanjiro, feeling particularly uncomfortable with his stomach pressed against Inosuke, regained his senses and said, "Thank you. Inosuke, I'm the king of the mountains. It's my duty to protect my little brother." Inosuke felt as light as a feather, as if he could float away, with no solid ground beneath his feet. He had stepped into thin air. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Using the balanced nature of water breathing, Tanjiro successfully catches Inosuke and lands safely. However, They are unfortunately surrounded. This is what so-called battles are like. Take my blade. With Mitsuri present, the attention-seeking Love Hashira brothers trigger critical hits one after another, cleanly rescuing the two surrounded demon hunters. Love breathing. First form, the shudder of first love. Mikann swung out her whip-like blade, using a slicing speed that was undetectable to the naked eye to shred a nearby enemy. Just as her foot touched the ground, another enemy's gunshot came from behind her. You've angered me. Koyashiro's fierce gaze seemed capable of tearing everything apart, and indeed, he demonstrated mobility, surpassing the enemy's gun in an unpolarized state. The enemy's gun was brutally pinned to the car roof by the short blade before being reduced to ashes. Deserved. Coldly sheathing his blade, Koyashiro quietly glanced at Mikann's back before turning to continue leaping through the dangerous encirclement. So strong. Are these three Hashira? No. Only one is using the breathing technique, and the other two have somewhat familiar scents. Especially the one with blue hair. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. No. I need to hurry and help the injured. And Nezuko, Zenitsu, I don't know how they are. They better not be hurt. There are words in my eyes. Hey, Tanjiro. That guy's Upper Moon 3, right? Upper Moon 3? From a distance, looking towards Rengoku Kyujuru's direction, Tanjiro saw the dancing flames and the pink-haired demon. Chapter 12. Akaza without the obstruction of smoke and dust, the tattooed pink-haired demon appeared in everyone's view. He wore a smile and seemed quite excited as he watched Rengoku Kyujuru. It's a demon. The familiar scent made Mikann pause, especially that even more powerful scent. But with that person around, it should be fine, right? What is the name? Never mind, it's not important. First, help the people on the train take refuge. Under the orders of Mikann, Seiya S-Jin and K. Setsu S-Jin leaped into the overturned train, efficiently bringing out passengers one by one, leaving Tanjiro astonished at their speed. While everyone here was working together, the battle between the Flame Hashira and the Upper Moon 3 had reached a fever pitch. At this moment, as a human with clear limitations, Kyujuro Rengoku was engaged in a contest of will against a demon that showed no signs of fatigue. The frequent use of breathing techniques and the accumulating wounds had brought his body to the brink of human limits. My lord, everyone has been brought out. Seiya S-Jin confirmed 3 times before reporting back to Mikann. Rubbing Seiya S-Jin's head, Mikann smiled gently and said, You've worked hard. The little short sword blushed, his affection for the Shinigami evident. The injured have also been taken care of. With his head lowered, Kate Setsu S-Jin looked at Mikann, wanting to receive a head pat too, but his nature prevented him from voicing the request. Keisetsu, you must protect these humans in the southwest. Just as Mikann was about to praise the sword spirit, she sensed a new killing intent. The Shinigami's perception of the time-traveling army was much stronger than that of the swordmen, a perception targeted at each Shinigami by the current administration. A flash of crimson crossed Keisetsu S-Jin's eyes, and his disdain for the time-traveling army nearly shattered the normal image Mikann had maintained for him with her spiritual energy for so long. I will obey your orders. It wasn't that they had no intention of helping Kyujuro Rengoku, but the enemy blades they were facing were holding them back. Boy! Before returning to the train to retrieve the sword box, Mikann called out to Tanjiro, who was hurriedly trying to help. Turning back, her gaze was gentle as the moon. Leave this to us, you go help that owl. Yes. Tanjiro hurriedly turned and grabbed Inosuke, sprinting towards Kyujuro Rengoku's direction, but after a few steps, he suddenly froze. Did he just hear owl? Following the connection of spiritual energy, he found a sword box left in a corner of the train. Mikann jumped into the open space, opened both sides of the sword box, and directly cut her palm with her main sword, letting her blood spill onto the waiting swords. In an instant, the blood was absorbed cleanly, and a rain accompanied by cherry blossoms began to swirl around, visually resembling a light pink tornado, gently and silently showcasing its harmlessness and beauty. Ola ola, break the evil and reveal the truth. The name of Yoshimitsu was not just for show. In the moment the swords transformed into their true forms, the overwhelming killing intent even startled the demons and Hashira, who were engaged in a life-and-death struggle from a considerable distance. In addition to protecting humans, there was also the intention of not wanting the time-traveling army to delay the Hashira from hunting down the Upper Moon demon. But Mikann noticed that these time-traveling soldiers had no intention of interfering in the battle. After a brief moment of confusion, Mikann swung her main sword, coordinating with her subordinates, and struck the time-traveling army down to the point where even the ashes couldn't disperse slowly. They were just a bunch of low-level shurikens and spiders, with hardly any enemy firearms having any feel. The increasingly irritated Yamato, no Kami Yasasada, took down a little kid with one strike. Each blow, a sure kill. The sword demon was terrifying indeed. Who was going to intercept the Lord using breathing techniques? These enemy blades didn't require the Lord and so many blades to take action. Feeling the soft sensation as if cutting tofu, Ichigo Ichi frowned, beginning to worry about Mikann, who was frequently using her breathing techniques. I'll go over there with the Lord. He remembered that during the final battle, the Lord seemed to regret not saving that flame Hashira. Jabe Maru, Suk retracted his main sword and, without waiting for his colleagues to respond, turned and rushed towards Mikann, pressing down on her hand at the end of the first form of love breathing. My lord, there's no problem here. Just leave it to them. Mikann did not hesitate and quickly followed the suggestion of Shinjiro Rengoku, heading towards the arena where Kaijiro Rengoku and the Upper Moon Demon were battling. From the perception of their aura, it seemed that the human side was about to collapse. With inadequate defenses, Rengoku was hit by Akaza's long-range attacks and clearly realized how severe his injuries were. However, his almost terrifying willpower forced him to swallow the metallic sweetness in his mouth repeatedly, gripping his Nichiren blade and facing the Upper Moon Demon head-on. Behind him were the fresh blood of the Demon Slayer Corps, 200 ordinary people. He could not back down. Not even death could allow the demon to cross his line of defense. His vision blurred again and again. The demon's speed was extremely fast. Time and again, Rengoku could not catch a glimpse of Akaza's figure, but his high-quality body instinctively reacted, allowing him to survive deadly situations again and again. His palms were numb from the impact, and he had no time to use his breathing techniques. Was this really Upper Moon 3? But he would not give up so easily. Flame breathing, fourth form, burning vortex. Taking several punches head-on, Rengoku began to understand Akaza's attacking methods. With his brain racing, he found a countermeasure. A barrier of flames stood before him, severing the airflow created by the punches. A brief moment of respite was enough for him to adjust as a Hashira. Focus on me. Akaza liked Kaijiro Rengoku as a fellow martial artist. He admired the flame Hashira and did not want him to die so quickly. At least he wanted to play with him a little longer. Subtly letting up, Akaza watched Rengoku for a while, feeling rather bored, wondering why Kaijiro had not activated his markings yet. Suddenly struck, Akaza became excited. Although he had been holding back, Rengoku was indeed strong in physical combat. Not bad at all. Seeing the unharmed Akaza appear in his line of sight, Rengoku was shocked. But the surprise did not affect his reaction. Gritting his teeth, he narrowly dodged Akaza's attack, kicked out of the woods, and crashing directly into the wreckage of a train. Rengoku supported his heavy head with his Nichiren blade, struggling to breathe. He could not show even the slightest weakness in front of the demon. He could not let down those he was protecting. Become a demon, Kaijiro. Emerging from the smoke was the severed-armed Akaza, but the next second, he was still the unharmed Upper Moon 3. Chapter 12. Burning Spirit I Refuse. I say it again, I hate you. Regaining his composure, Rengoku swung his sword and rose, his bright eyes fixed on Akaza's figure, every word resonating powerfully. I will not become a demon. Flame breathing, third form, flame of the heavens. Jumping into the air, he slashed down with his flaming Nichiren blade, cutting into Akaza's chest. The crimson blood that flowed with the blade's flames was burned away, leaving only the stale smell of rust in the air. Truly outstanding, beautifully done. Destruction, killing, empty form. Akaza easily knocked Rengoku away, becoming increasingly excited. He was more and more satisfied with Kaijiro Rengoku. The gap in strength was too great. Tanjiro and Inosuke, who had originally come to help, were forced to watch from the sidelines, anxiously observing the suffocatingly intense battle, unable to do anything. Even with their focus, they could not capture the movements of Upper Moon 3 and the Hashira. Inosuke was drenched in cold sweat, but his eyes refused to blink, unwilling to give in. The sensitivity of beast breathing made Inosuke acutely aware that he could not help at all. It no longer mattered whether he could intervene. With his current strength, entering their attack range would mean certain death. Joining the fight would only be a burden. He could hardly move. Continuing to attack would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Akaza was somewhat irritated. He appreciated Kaijiro Rengoku as a fellow martial artist, not as a stubborn fool who could not adapt and was fighting a losing battle. Kaijiro Rengoku completely ignored Akaza, or rather, he could not speak as easily as Akaza in this situation. He knew, of course he knew, he was undoubtedly facing certain death against the Upper Moon Demon. He had known that from the moment he encountered Akaza, but he had no choice Behind him were 200 or even more people, hundreds of families. He could not just watch those people die at the hands of demons, people who should be living happily in this world, completely unaware of the danger. Even if he could not slay the demon, he would fight with his life. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he would drag the demon into the dawn. In this tug of war, it was no longer a contest of martial arts. It was a struggle between humans and demons, between races. The battle between humans and demons was destined to be unfair from the start. But as long as they were demon hunters, as long as they were human, they had no reason to take a step back. Flame breathing. First form. Unknowable fire. Kaijiro Rengoku feigned to strike from the right, but Akaza's reaction was too swift. Other than wounding the demon's arms, the attack was completely ineffective. Demons have regenerative abilities, especially the upper moon demons who recover even faster. Rengoku's horizontal slash amounted to nothing. But for humans, this was not in vain. Every second counted, and Kaijiro Rengoku was just trying to delay the time against Akaza. Flame breathing was known for its fierce attacks, but against Akaza, Rengoku could only passively defend. The gap in strength was as wide as a chasm, blatantly laid out before their eyes. A punch landed in Rengoku's abdomen, and Akaza continued to persuade. Become a demon. Kaijiro, we can grow stronger together. You don't have to be trapped in this weak body. His ribs broke. Flame breathing. Second form. Rising flame sky. The form could not be executed fully. The broken ribs disrupted the strongest operation of his breathing technique. The cost of this missed attack and failed defense was one of Rengoku's eyes. As the eyeball shattered, Rengoku's steps began to falter, but even with his vision suddenly obstructed and his steps becoming erratic, he did not stop attacking. Third form. Flame to the heavens. Fourth form. Burning vortex. After a missed attack, Rengoku quickly switched forms, using a barrier of flames to repel Akaza. Destruction killing. Fifth form. Flame tiger. Chaotic style. The form unleashed rapid strikes towards Akaza, severing the blood demon art, but the destructive force of the aftershock was not to be underestimated. The fifth form was his all-or-nothing gamble, but he was knocked back by a punch. The gap in strength was too great. Kaijiro, seemingly sensing something, Akaza jumped back, not delivering a follow-up attack, only watching Kaijiro Rengoku from a distance. If he had not been hit by his own empty form, causing his internal organs to rupture, Rengoku might have been able to keep him company a little longer. The strong bow has reached its end. Looking in another direction with a silent aura, Akaza guessed that those demons who walked a different path with him had probably all been dealt with. Let us continue the fight. Don't die, Kaijiro. Suddenly, Akaza was a bit stunned, for in his eyes, Kaijiro Rengoku seemed to be enveloped in battle aura. He was much stronger now than he had been before. I will fulfill my duty. I won't let anyone here die. Breath of flames, the ultimate technique. If someone must remain in the darkness before dawn, then that person can only be me. Destruction killing, annihilation style. Kaijiro Rengoku ignited the darkness before dawn with his own life. But he never considered the possibility of welcoming the dawn himself. At the moment his lungs were pierced, Kaijiro Rengoku was still desperately trying to drive the Nichiren blade into Akaza's neck. If the blade was off, then turn it around and slash from below. The towering flames were more shocking than a tornado. Kaijiro Rengoku's fuel for the flames was his spirit. Late? It only took a moment to get here. As Mitsuri brushed past Tanjiro, she whispered, as if it wasn't too late. The roar in his throat was stuck. Tanjiro wanted to ask Mitsuri what her words meant. But when he raised his hand, he couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. You will die. Rengoku, become a demon. Hurry and say you want to become a demon. His body had fully healed, but Akaza felt a chill in his heart. Kaijiro Rengoku was going to die. A rare encounter with a 1-in-a-million strong warrior. As Mikann approached, she realized that the owl was trying to regain the fleeting vitality of the moment when the light returned. Yearns said that if that were the case, humanity would undoubtedly perish. The snake's breath, the first form, the serpent's curved slash. Instead of striking at Akaza's neck, Mikann's primary goal was to save a life. The swirling light of the thin green blade severed Akaza's arm, interrupting the memories of Kaijiro Rengoku, who should have been entering the hellish realm of the lantern. Aside from Mikann, both the human and the demon were momentarily taken aback. In that moment, the sudden appearance of Mikann rang the alarm in Akaza's mind. As his arm broke, he quickly distanced himself. When Mikann sheathed his sword, Akaza still wanted to duel with him, but before he could speak, he caught a glimpse of the rising sun. It was about to get bright. With a cold glance at Akaza, Mikann supported Rengoku Kyujuru and signaled the nearby Tsujikuni Yorichi to open the sword box. The extreme, Guardian charm had its spiritual power suppressed. Under such injuries, a regular charm would be ineffective. This charm was a high-quality one that Yagan Tusharu and others had pooled their money to buy from the shop, specifically for this moment. The charm that had treated Tanjiro earlier was an ordinary one, and even if it was suppressed, it could still mitigate non-fatal injuries, providing a dimensional advantage in this world. Chapter 13. The dawn connects as Akaza fled to avoid the sun. A pitch-black Nichiren blade, fueled by the young demon hunter's immense rage, pierced through the demon's body. Don't speak, don't move. Mikann supported Rengoku Kyujuru, placing the extreme guardian charm in his palm against the ruined eye of Rengoku Kyujuru. The charm could temporarily deceive the human body, and time was of the essence for treatment. As long as the body didn't realize it was dying, the person could hold on for a while longer. You're not allowed to speak. For some reason, Mikann suddenly felt a surge of irritation and hastily shoved the herbs handed over by Tsujikuni Yorichi into Rengoku Kyujuru's mouth. Mr. Owl really couldn't speak now. Rengoku Kyujuru, chewing tastes good. Chewing. Rengoku Kyujuru, on the brink of death, felt his anger push Tanjiro to disregard his injuries in attempt to intercept Akaza fleeing from the daylight, but unfortunately his strength was lacking. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this situation. As dawn broke, the golden silk dispelled the night. In that moment, the world was wrapped in warmth, and those who had suffered through endless calamities welcomed tranquility and peace. The morning light was serene, bringing hope. The clouds were enveloped in soft golden light, and a beautiful arc was sketched across the horizon. The sun rose, and its radiance enveloped the demon hunters who had battled through the night. Rengoku Kyujuru looked at Mikann with his uninjured eye, the mist in his gaze swirling. The orange-red sunlight that kissed Rengoku Kyujuru's face gently caressed his cheek, its soft light carrying hope, trying to dispel the deathly aura surrounding those who ignited hope. Rengoku Kyujuru was the flame that burned through the entire night. No one wished for him to vanish at dawn. That intense, yet gentle hue was cherished by everyone. With Mikann tugging at his cheek to prevent him from chewing, Rengoku Kyujuru's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Tanjiro Kamado crying towards the forest, chewing absently on the pleasantly tasting herbs. Rengoku Kyujuru's gaze softened, reflecting a color as brilliant as sunlight, like a treasure of hope. No chewing. Mikann was a bit flustered, even with his face deformed from injury. This human stubbornly refused to give up on eating his herbs. Rengoku Kyujuru nodded. Don't move, you fool. Mikann cursed for the first time since transforming. Kaijiro Rengoku, obedient, stopped moving, and then started a new round of munching, forgetting to close his mouth and reminding Mikann that there was no more left. Mikann, if it weren't for the fact that the spirit grass can relieve pain and assist the talisman in deceiving the human body, he would never feed the owl the herbs he had painstakingly cultivated. Juzumuru Mitsunaga obediently handed over the items, finding the flustered lord quite cute, and thought that an emotionally expressive lord could be better bound by them. Tanjiro stumbled towards Rengoku Kyujuru, tears in his eyes like an unstoppered floodgate, continuously spilling over in a mist. As he got closer, Tanjiro truly saw Mikann's face, recognizing him as the swordsman who had helped him at Mount Natagomo. Right? With that talisman. Could that talisman heal Mr. Rengoku? In a hurry, he took out the talisman he had strung on a red cord around his neck, holding it tightly as he looked at Mikann with hope. Under such a fervent gaze, Mikann tilted his head, pondering for a moment, as if he had seen this boy before. Looking at the talisman Tanjiro held out to him, Mikann suddenly realized something and then shook his head under Tanjiro's hopeful gaze. It's useless. A normal talisman lacks the spiritual power to deceive the body into ignoring such severe injuries. Moreover, it has already been used, its power significantly diminished. Seeing his junior's expression turn gray and desperate from Mikann's blow, Rengoku Kyujuru tried to explain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Mikann, thinking he was asking for herbs, stuffed a mouthful of grass into it. Rengoku Kyujuru, choo-choo-choo. This boy, choo-choo-choo should, choo-choo-choo explain. Right, choo-choo-choo. The injury is too severe. Mikann pressed the talisman against Rengoku Kyujuru's cheek, his calm eyes constantly watching Tanjiro. I'm sorry. I need to take him away. With this kind of injury, there is only the option of death in this world. Rengoku Kyujuru. Kamado boy, choo-choo-choo. I can still save, choo-choo-choo him a little. Stuffing the talisman into Rengoku Kyujuru's hand, Mikann decisively stripped off Rengoku Kyujuru's Haori under the confused gaze of the owl and tossed the blood-stained, dirty Haori to Tanjiro. Huh. Holding the flame Hashira's Haori, in confusion. Tanjiro looked at Mikann in bewilderment, his tears seeming to pause in his eyes due to confusion, not falling. Picking up Rengoku Kyujuru, Mikann decided to return to the base first. This person was entrusted to him by Yagen, so bringing him back should be fine. Remembering the countless reminders from the short sword Tsukumagami before he set out, Mikann felt a bit dizzy. There was too much to remember, and he couldn't recall everything. But it seemed there was something about if you don't save him, the Lord will cry. Startled awake from a dying illness, Mikann jolted. He absolutely could not allow this person's death to make the Lord cry. He must hurry back to the base. Wait, where are you taking Mr. Rengoku? Before this sentence was finished, they had seemingly vanished, and Tanjiro once again felt the despair brought by the gap in strength. The last thing he saw was Mr. Rengoku's closed eyes. Although the herbs were delicious, he couldn't leave any last words. If there's a next life, he would apologize to Shinjiro and his father. Tanjiro, Inosuke, are you okay? After Inosuke took care of the injured, Zenitsu, carrying Nezuko, rushed over without a moment's pause, but seemed to be too late. Hey, Tanjiro, are you alright? Crouching in front of Tanjiro, Zenitsu cautiously asked, his eyes trembling. How could he not know what had happened with his keen hearing? Rengoku, Mr. Rengoku was just taken away by Miss Mikann. It doesn't necessarily mean that he yes. Tanjiro, pull yourself together. I don't want to give up. Gripping Rengoku Kyujuru's Haori tightly, Tanjiro's tears burst forth again. He cried because of his own weakness. Zenitsu, since brother Rengoku isn't dead, why are you crying? Is there sand in your eyes? Besides, aren't you crying too? Tears are flowing out from your hood. I'm not crying. In a fit of anger, Inosuke tried to headbutt Zenitsu, but Zenitsu crouched down, hugging his head just in time to dodge. Wiping his tears, Zenitsu choked out. Miss Mikann, she definitely won't do anything to Mr. Rengoku's body. Under the dawn light, the three boys cried heart-wrenchingly beside the battle-scarred battlefield. Cry, all of you cry. Chapter 14. Yoshiwara Waikaku, where is this? Mikann felt a bit confused. The new battlefield looked unfamiliar. Aha, this is Yoshiwara Waikaku. A city of night mixed with human vanity, desire, and love-hate. But since the Lord is still young, just take a look. Mikazuki Munakika smiled as he blocked Mikann's view, his squinted eyes opening at that moment to meet Mikann's gaze. Whether it was a new moon or a waning moon, his beautiful eyes and the exquisite, radiant face that couldn't be described with words. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Mikazuki Munakika's lips, his gaze on Mikann, seeming to play a captivating melody. All the geishas here are quite good, but in terms of beauty, there shouldn't be anyone who can compare to me. Strangely, Mikann nodded, after seeing Mikazuki's face. Looking at those beautifully dressed women seemed to lose the initial shock. Mikazuki, why are we here? Okitetsu frowned, suppressing the urge to educate his younger brother. Though the crimson eyes still showed a trace of lost divinity, filled with confusion and unnamed desire. Brother, you can't blame me. Mikazuki Munakika hid behind Mikann. Joking with Okitetsu, perhaps this was the pressure of bloodline. He completely had no way to deal with his older brother. Aha. It was the time-space compass that brought us here, wasn't it? Mikann, in one swift motion, grabbed the sleeve of the great sword of Jean with her body faster than her brain could react. You can't dismantle the time-space compass. Mikann's sudden movement caused both of the old swords and Heian Kyo to pause, and then a gentle emotion enveloped their core. Their lord was indeed straightforward and adorable. Rest assured, my brother wouldn't do something so childish. Oh, Otachi, that's right. It won't be dismantled, so please don't worry. Lowering his gaze to look at Mikann. Oh, Otachi's face appeared particularly cute under the dim light. He raised his hand and, on tiptoe, patted Otachi's head. Mikann tilted her head and smiled brightly, looking at Otachi with her mismatched yet gentle eyes. I misunderstood, Otachi. I'm sorry. Huh? Mikann tilted her head slightly, feeling a bit lost by Otachi's silence. Mikazuki Munakika took Mikann's hand and directly pulled the small Shikigami into his embrace. My brother is just shy. My lord, shall we go have tea? Sure. Having developed a concept of beauty, Mikann began to immerse herself in Mikazuki Munakika's charm. Although she wouldn't be swayed by his stunning appearance, she was more accommodating towards him than before. Mikazuki, there are so many people over there. Pulled by Mikann's sleeve, the most beautiful blade in a good mood, followed Mikann's gaze. However, before he could see anything clearly, the strength in his sleeve suddenly loosened, causing him to look back. Brother, what are you doing? Watching the big sword brother who was supporting Mikann on his shoulder, Mikazuki Munakika felt his smile stiffen a bit. With that, my lord will be able to see it. See the woman hugging the quilt? Ha ha ha. That's not a quilt. It's the attire of the koi natsu courtesan. The part being hugged is the bow on the clothing, used to distinguish ordinary women. A kind passerby enthusiastically clarified for Mikann, their gaze towards her particularly fervent. Madam, why are you looking at my lord like that? Mikazuki Munakika smiled and stepped forward to shield Mikann, his beautiful face leaving the owner of Kayagakuya, Mitsu, momentarily stunned. I just saw a few extraordinary individuals and wanted to invite you all to Kayagakuya for a sit. What do you think, esteemed guests? That courtesan from Kayagakuya. Is she from Kayagakuya? Mikann placed her hand on Mikazuki Munakika's shoulder, her head drooping, her eyes shining as she looked at Mitsu. Mitsu gasped. The sight of two stunning beauties up close was too shocking. Although the koi natsu courtesan isn't from our Kayagakuya, we have a Waraheim courtesan who is equally as beautiful. Forcing her rationality to return, Mitsu hadn't forgotten she was here to attract customers. These three guests, whether in temperament or attire, are definitely big clients. Aren't courtesans' outfits all pretty similar? Mikann asked. Mitsu nodded and shook her head. While these outfits are somewhat similar, our Waraheim's attire is definitely more gorgeous than the koi natsu courtesans. Why do you say that? Otachi wrapped his arm around Mikann's waist, helping her sit properly on his shoulder while looking down at Mitsu. Under the dim light, her beautiful face was like a picturesque painting, her long hair flowing like silk, and her rose-red eyes seemed to hold the scenery of dusk. What a beautiful existence. Mitsu experienced her third beauty shock of the day. That's naturally because the guests of Waraheim are more esteemed, and they tend to be more generous than those of the koi natsu courtesan. Mikann doesn't care about this. He just wants to know if the outfits of the courtesans are all very similar. He is very interested in the shoes that the courtesans wear, feeling they must be much taller. Mitsuki, can we go to Kigokuya? Of course. Mitsuki Munanaka, who roughly guessed what Mikann wanted to do, completely did not object, leaving only Okawaki feeling tangled and frustrated. They booked the best room at Kigokuya, and Mitsuki Munanaka planned to stay there directly. According to his memory, the demon wouldn't reveal itself for a few more days. Oh, it's only the first day at Kigokuya, and the landlady is already going to perform a Shinjutsu opening performance. Shinjutsu? Mikann, who had just come in from outside, heard the unfamiliar term and, confused by the arrival of the Oiran, didn't forget to show his eager-to-learn spirit. Okawaki, human blood. If the Oiran falls from that height to the ground, it will splatter a large area of blood. Mikann pondered. This auspicious start is a bit taxing. Influenced by the divine nature's lack of desire, Mikann's protective instinct towards humans isn't very strong unless it involves her lady. Even the demon hunting is merely a fixation of Mikann based on the thought that demons might harm her lady. Mitsu Tsukasa's mother was still in shock, sitting woodenly on the tatami, completely motionless. By chance, Mikann caught Mitsu Tsukasa's mother who had fallen from above, and Mikazuki Munakika smiled without any intention of looking up. But even if he did, the culprit would have long vanished, probably a demon. Such a race that her lord cares for so much is indeed terrifying. Mitsu Tsukasa's mother, please take care of our daily needs during this time, Mikazuki Munakika said, clearly treating this place as a lodging. I understand. With a pale face, Mitsu Tsukasa's mother maintained her precarious sanity and accepted Mikazuki Munakika's request. After bowing to the three esteemed guests, she left the room in a daze. Mitsu Tsukasa's mother seems like a nice person. Chapter 15 tonight. Oh dear, what happened to cause such a commotion? Mikazuki Munakika appeared silently, startling everyone. See customer. The owner of Kayagakuya thought of no reasonable excuse for the current scene and could only helplessly block Mikazuki Munakika's way, praying that Warajiheim wouldn't make any more big moves. Warajiheim slowly turned her head, her bright face adorned with a gentle smile. I was too strict with a newly arrived child. Please take good care of her wounds. Owner, please rise. I should be the one apologizing. There have been too many unfortunate events lately. The courtesan Warajiheim glanced at Mikazuki Munakika, a fleeting moment of astonishment crossing her eyes. She was certain that even after living for hundreds of years in this world, she had never seen such a beautiful human. Apologies, customer, excuse me for a moment. After gracefully bowing to Mikazuki Munakika, the courtesan Warajiheim elegantly returned to her room. It was quite a spectacle to witness. Mikazuki Munakika smiled, having already identified who was lurking in the Yoshiwara brothel. However, it wasn't a loss to see the beauty of Warajiheim. Hearing Mikazuki Munakika's cheerful words, the owner of Kayagakuya felt a cold sweat soaking his back. He sensed that there was more to the guest's words. Mitsu must have allowed them to stay for some reason. initially thinking that Mitsu had made an exception for a big client. Perhaps such an extraordinary figure could handle Warajiheim. Watching Mikazuki Munakika's departing figure, the owner stumbled to his feet and bowed, hurriedly calling for someone to clean Warajiheim's room. Quickly, get someone to clean this up. Don't provoke Warajiheim again. As he stepped up the stairs toward the room, Mikazuki Munakika paused at the door, contemplating the ornate paper door. He wondered whether to temporarily hide this from his lord or keep it a secret indefinitely. Ah, just kidding. There is no way to keep it hidden forever. The paper door was suddenly pulled open, and the most beautiful blade walked gracefully into the dim light of the room, each step as elegant as the courtesan's splendor. Mikazuki, Shil. Okita Tsuji stood by Mikann's side, signaling Mikazuki Munakika to be quiet as he turned back. Oh dear, the lord hasn't woken up yet. Sitting beside Okita Tsuji, Mikazuki Munakika looked down at Mikann. The Shikigami was sleeping deeply, but her brows were furrowed as if caught in a nightmare. This appearance of the lord truly makes one want to wake her up. Mikazuki Munakika reached out to touch Mikann's brow, but just before making contact, he was intercepted by his older brother. Whether it's a nightmare or not, the lord needs more time to sleep, because sleep in this world allows the lord to gradually restore energy for breathing techniques. His brother is really foolish. With his hands tucked away, Mikazuki Munakika moved to the other side of Mikann and pinched her cheek when Okita Tsuji wasn't paying attention. Mikazuki Munakika, my lord, please wake up and sleep again. Mikann, ahaha, good evening, my lord. Watching Mikann slowly wake up, Mikazuki Munakika smiled, glancing at the expression of the great sword in the corner of his eye. As expected, he was angry. Good evening, Mikazuki. Rubbing her eyes, Mikann felt tired despite having slept for a long time. The shop is about to open. Do you need to order some snacks, my lord? Actually, I'm not very hungry. What about Miketsukami and Mikazuki? Is there anything you want to eat? Miketsukami gently shook his head, his earlier dissatisfaction with Mikazuki Munakika now subtly reined in. No. Mikazuki Munakika, unable to contain his joy, leaned forward, holding a piece of rice paper with dishes written on it. In that case, I want tea hold back. Calling over a servant girl, Mikazuki Munakika ordered tea and some common yet pricey snacks, looking quite content, which made Miketsukami feel a bit frustrated. Miketsukami, feeling annoyed. Oh dear, I lost track of time. It seems like it's gone? Holding the teacup upright, Mikazuki Munakika suddenly remembered the main matter, but it seemed too late. It's probably tonight, right? No need to rush. After pondering for a moment with no results, the forgetful old blade chose to give up thinking. Anyway, the general direction was right. The difference was just whether it would result in fewer human deaths or not. The sky became a beautiful gradient of blue and purple, but the dangers hidden under the night made the demon hunters rather troubled. The sun is about to set. What a beautiful view. Leaning on the window and feeling the gentle breeze, Mikann looked at the distant lights flickering on, marveling at the beauty adorned by the clouds. My lord, let us go for a walk. After preparing her battle attire, Miketsukami came to Mikann's side, raising his hand to retrieve the sleepy white snake that had clung to his wrist. Thank you, Inemaru, for taking care of it. Gently stroking the cool body of the little white snake, Mikann smiled softly, reflecting the evening glow outside the window. In a reflection of this beautiful scene, Miketsukami felt dazed, thinking that perhaps keeping the lord by his side was the best choice. Why should he return the lord to that unknown princess? Even if doing so would be unfair to him? Let us go, my lord, brother. Mikazuki Munakika sensed Miketsukami's emotional response, so his mood could be said to be excellent because, with this, his brother could stay. No need to return to his original body and sleep like Lord California. Water breathing, fourth form, tidal wave, chaos. The blue-white splashes of water, with a hint of glowing fluorescence, were quite eye-catching from the rooftop, especially under the gaze of the Tsukumagami. The green-black checkered boy had only seen Tanjiro Kamado a few days ago, so Mikann's impression of someone unrelated was rare. The flowing water technique resembling a spiraling dragon and the satin sashes swirling around created a scene that, if one overlooked the killing intent, could be called a rare beauty in the world. Jumping across the rooftops, Mikann hurried towards Tanjiro and the demon as fast as possible. Seeing depended on the Tsukumagami's eyes, and there was still a considerable distance between them. Although the boy fought skillfully in the air, it seemed less like a confrontation and more like hesitance due to concerns. Finally, he launched a decent attack. Why'd he cut that piece of satin? Mikann was lost in thought, but then he gave up on it. He wasn't the type to excel at thinking. and some things would become clear once they reached the battlefield, so there was no need to spend time pondering. Mikann stopped her movements and stood at the corner of the rooftop, while below, a round of martial combat had already concluded. The beautiful courtesan, Warabaheim, Chapter 16, Emotional Possession. Noticed that the demon was treating the battle against Tanjiro Kamado as mere play, and Mikann found herself in a dilemma about whether to lend a hand. My lord, the juniors need space to grow. Mitsuki Munenori smiled as he landed beside Mikann, while the large sword, Ootachi, was still nowhere to be seen. The Yoshiwara Pleasure District was supposed to belong to night battles, but unfortunately, when night fell, Yoshiwara would become a daytime in the night. So the Shinto gods of the katana and great katana were completely unaffected in this environment. Moreover, for this battle, everyone who participated had properly sought advice from Lord Tsuchigumo. Because he was invisible, Tsuchigumo Mitsuda was the only katana in the main estate completely unaffected by night battles. Mikann hesitated and nodded, feeling that Mikazuki Munekika's words sounded inexplicably familiar. Mikann, I feel like they're trying to fool me with a set of rhetoric, but there's no evidence. After just advising Mikann, Mikazuki Munekika realized he had misspoken. He shouldn't have stopped Mikann from using the breathing technique. In this world, the two forces within Mikann's body are balanced, and the lineage of the breathing technique is still recovering. He should encourage the master to participate in battle and exhaust the power of the breathing technique early on, so that in the world where the master was born, there is no need to worry about the master facing a broken blade due to power imbalance. Mikazuki Munekika wanted to curl up somewhere and be angry, but it wasn't the right time yet. Looking back at the large sword that had just landed a few steps away, he silently stared at the great sword that looked even more divine under the moonlight and asked a sole question. Brother, where is the sword sheath? Badachi and Mikazuki Munekika exchanged glances and fell into a tacit silence. I'll go back to get it. No, I'll go back instead. Brother, take care of the master. The mobility of the great sword is not commendable, and he hopes that his enlightened brother can give him a surprise when he returns. For example, persuading the master to join the battle early. A sash drifting from afar caught Mikann's attention, but before Mikann's breathing technique could activate, those sashes quickly lunged into the body of the sixth upper moon, moving so fast that it seemed like they were going to pierce through the sixth upper moon directly. Mikann lowered her head to look at the somewhat dazed upper six, and her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the wooden clogs that the ghost had stepped on. They could make her taller. The young demon hunter did not miss the brief moment of silence from Kurosaki, seizing the opportunity to rush towards upper six at the fastest speed. However, the moment the sun-wheel blade touched upper six clothing, producing a sound of steel clashing, the ghost figure had already vanished from sight. Mikann, guided by intuition, seamlessly found the figure of Daki and watched the entire scene of the courtesan's ghost, Shohakuto. No, one cannot judge a ghost's age by its appearance. After staring at Daki for a while, Mikann nodded seriously and turned to look at Mikann under the moonlight. The large katana against the moonlight seemed to be draped in a layer of silver gauze, beautiful yet ethereal. Noticing Mikann's focused gaze, Mikann felt a bit puzzled. But being watched by the beloved lord, the cold blade revealed a gentle smile. This smile seemed as if a deity from Takamagara had come to the human world just for one person. However, Mikann did not suppress his divinity because of human presence. What he was gazing at was his own divine master. Oh my, is Big Brother exchanging glances with the Lord? Minkann's face darkened, feeling as if a beautiful dream had been shattered by a physical blow, and his younger brother was the hammer that broke his dream. Looking at Mikazuki Munekika, who was holding the sword box with an expression of I'm innocent, I did it on purpose, Mikann adjusted his mood, trying hard not to discipline his younger brother in front of the Lord. It was fine to admit that the Lord was indeed not just his divine being, nor merely his salvation. What is wrong, big brother? You look so fierce. Mikazuki Munekika handed the sword box to Mikann, casually glancing at the cat and mouse that were entangled with each other. Nothing. Not being good at speaking had been a lifelong pain for Mikann. Get ready. It's time to save someone. Placing the sword box on the rooftop, Mikann activated the mechanism on the box, revealing all the dormant swords. This time, Mikann did not draw blood, because Yagen Tushuru had prepared a porcelain bottle filled with diluted blood for him. He only needed to pour it over the swords. From the very beginning, what the swords needed was not Mikann's blood, but the spiritual power contained within it. The density of Mikann's spiritual power is terrifying. Once she learns to harness it, her strength will increase by at least tenfold. The gods in this world have always been engaging in a dimension-reducing assault, which is why the world drives Mikann and Ayanomaru away, and when it cannot do so, it exerts all its effort to suppress the role of spiritual power in this world. It is my responsibility to protect my juniors. The voice trigger for the replacement formation sounds like a possessed crow drawing its sword from its sheath, with a relaxed expression in its eyes. Now that I'm here. Understood. Leave it to me, as you command. The small short sword with milky white hair rushed down from the eaves at the moment it manifested, taking the man who had just emerged from the house while cursing away from the spot in an instant, also cutting through the demon's clothing. The house was sliced, but the action of the possessed sword was even faster, mostly blocking the attacks that would have caused the house to collapse, resulting in no casualties so far. And even the air was free from the stale smell of dust and blood. Who is it? Daki stood on the eaves, her initially raised smile disappearing in an instant, her beautiful face filled with jealousy. Why are you stopping me from killing those ugly things that are chattering away? That child still has fighting strength. Let us first evacuate the people living here. Glancing at the veins bulging on the demon hunter's forehead, Mikann paused for a moment. No one is dead or injured. Why is she still so angry? The man who was initially cursing and was referred to as Mr. Hirobai the Gaseous was loudly gathering the terrified people under the suggestion of Wu-Hu-Te. At such times, the sense of security brought by a familiar person far exceeds that of a stranger. The house collapsed with a loud bang, and Mikann turned around somewhat sluggishly, the smell of blood at the tip of his nose causing his breath to catch sharply. That demon attacked again. It was the cut clothing, feeling the surging emotions. Mikann activated his breathing technique and shattered the clothing into pieces. Love breathing, fifth form, unstable love, chaotic claws. My lord, the people have been rescued, but they're just slightly injured. The voice of Yamato, no Kami Yasetsuna, rang in his ears, and Mikann stiffly looked at him, startled by the bloodied boy. Don't sacrifice yourself to save others. The words that flashed through his mind got stuck in his throat as he watched the geisha thank him and leave. Mikann felt a bit annoyed, but he didn't know why. My lord, shut up. A slap landed on the face of the sword that was merely slightly scratched on the forehead under the pure spiritual power, sending the possessed sword into a floating state. Aha! Yamato, no Kamiyasetsuna, polarized yet unpolarized. Chapter 17, Jigiro Taro. What do you take life for? Under the moonlight, the young demon hunter with vacant and unfocused eyes countered the attack from the upper moon demon, moving so fast that only after images remained. Blood demon art. 8-layer ribbon slash. The silk ribbons that extended from Daki's lower back intertwined to form a deadly net, enveloping the young demon hunter as if a spider was about to catch a butterfly in its web. Under the cross slash, besides facing the attack head-on, Tanjiro Kamado had no other choice. If he had faced this attack earlier, he would have undoubtedly died. Without looking at the incoming silk, Tanjiro's eyes remained fixed on Daki like a lone wolf fixating on its prey. With his hands crossed holding the Nichiren blade, the silent young demon hunter utilized his form to easily shatter the silk as hard as steel. Dance of the Fire God, Scorching Bones, and Burning Sunday. The emotionless words were spat out by Tanjiro, who stared at the sixth upper moon with a calm expression, like the last pity offered before the Fire God's divine punishment. The flesh and blood-made ribbons were cut apart, causing Daki to furrow her brows in pain, biting her teeth to suppress any sounds of pain. The severed area felt like it was burning, the wound unable to heal, forcing Daki to take a serious stance against the little demon she had just looked down upon. If it weren't for that woman with the weird hair color blocking her, this little demon would have long been unable to move due to severe injuries. How could he attack like this now? It hurts so much. I must eat that pink-haired woman. Facing Tanjiro, who seemed to handle her attacks effortlessly, Daki occasionally froze in her movements due to the tremors in her heart. It was the blood and emotions of Muzan-sama feedbacking into her brain. As Tanjiro's speed increased, Daki began to feel the pressure. She jumped back to create distance, but when she turned around, she saw the demon hunter charging towards her like a meteor, trailing flames behind him. The attack was blocked, and the distance closed. For the first time in 100 years, Daki felt challenged, clearly not a Hashira, her neck nearly severed. But as an upper moon demon, Daki had other means. She transformed her neck into ribbons, the added flexibility preventing the demon hunter from cutting off her head. Fool! Mikann was hot on her heels, slapping Tanjiro after decapitating Daki. Breathe. Seeing Tanjiro maintaining his previous posture with unfocused eyes, Mikann frowned and switched hands to slap him again. Do you want to die? Momentarily dazed by Mikann's eyes, Tanjiro recalled the serpent Hashira, and at that moment, his breathing was restored. After holding his breath for a long time, Tanjiro suddenly gasped for air, collapsing in place and coughing violently. The rapid breathing caused pain in his lungs, and he instinctively dropped the Nichiren blade, covering his mouth to ease the pain. Nezuko, who had just emerged from the wooden box, followed closely behind. What? With her sword drawn and looking around in confusion, what was she supposed to do? Ducky, whose head had inexplicably fallen off, stared blankly for a few seconds until she realized she had been beheaded when her head landed on the ground. Picking up her beautiful head, Daki helplessly cradled it in her arms, feeling wronged. I was actually beheaded by that little demon? No, it's impossible. It was that woman. That woman with the weird hair color. Clearly so beautiful. Why so ruthless? How could you cut off my head when my face is so beautiful? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. After rambling for a long time with no one paying attention, Daki felt more and more wronged, tears welling up in her eyes. Woo, but I'm the sixth upper moon. Why are you ignoring me? Go die, go die. Woo, brother. They are bullying me. Sensing another powerful force, Mikann glanced back at Daki while patting Tanjiro's back. From Daki's back, a vaguely human-like figure was slowly crawling out. This demon is so abstract. In a daze, Mikann pointed at the head of the little white snake and jumped off the roof, unleashing her main body sword. Breath of Love. First form, the shudder of first love. Mikann's attack missed, and the ghost that had just appeared hugged Daki, pulling her out of the range of his attack. Don't cry. Just put your head back on if it falls off. Jutaro gently patted Daki's head, putting on a caring older brother facade. But he was particularly wary of Mikann, so his comforting of his sister was slightly perfunctory. Even if your head is a bit off, you should know to avoid harm. Seeing that Mikann showed no signs of attacking again, Jutaro turned his head without hesitation, wiping Daki's tears while soothing her emotions. Such a beautiful face shouldn't be used for crying. Her eyes were all red. Just as he managed to calm Daki down, Jutaro took out his weapon and turned around. It's quite rude to casually sever someone's head. How nice it is that you are so beautiful, with such good skin. No blemishes, no marks, no scars. Although your body is a bit too flat for a woman, it's still better than me not being able to gain weight. How nice. The mandarin orange tilts its head, and its soft body hangs limply on the ground, seemingly expressing confusion. I am male. Mikann's appearance is so deceptive that, aside from Tanjiro Kamado, no one has been able to tell his gender at first glance. Even Tanjiro only realized that Mikann, despite being overly beautiful, is male due to his sense of smell. Jutaro fell silent and turned to look at Daki. Under his sister's blank expression, he slowly looked back at Mikann and said, I don't believe it. Mikann, are you crazy? You ghost. Brother, I want him. Even if it's a male, I want such a beautiful face. Not just him, but also a man with crescent patterns in his eyes. I want both of them. Kibutsuji Taro swung his wrist, showcasing the strange weapons at various angles in front of Mikann. My lovely sister was desperately trying to remember with her not-so-bright head, since she asked for it. How could I, as her brother, not fulfill her wishes? I will kill everyone who bullies her, and I will get everything she wants. This is the responsibility of a brother. Kibutsuji Taro threw one weapon and then approached Mikann at lightning speed, swinging the weapon down heavily. Snake breathing. First form, serpent's bite. Suddenly, a sickly young man, whose body was loosely wrapped in countless bandages, blocked Kibutsuji Taro's attack, while Kibutsuji Taro's other weapon was knocked to the ground by the recently arrived Sound Hashira. My sisters are crying. So cute. Chapter 18. Assemble, Nezuko. What are you doing here? Turning around and seeing his sister lying on a wooden beam looking at him, Tanjiro was directly shocked. Nezuko tilted her head, squinted her eyes, and made two sounds, giggling foolishly, completely unconcerned about whether her brother could communicate with her. Tanjiro smiled gently, jumped down from the roof, and patted Nezuko's head. You sensed that your brother was in danger, so you came to help, right? Thank you, Nezuko. MMM. Little Nezuko rubbed Tanjiro's palm happily and jumped into her brother's arms. She was confused about everything, but she knew that as long as her brother was not hurt, everything was fine. Wow. There are actually two upper moons, and one of them is too weak, right? Daki, huh? My brother is not weak. Sound Ashira. I'm talking about you, idiot. Daki. Brother. Kill that man who bullied me. What? He actually said I'm weak. How annoying. The situation was dire. Kibutsuji Taro withdrew to Daki's side and slapped her head like a watermelon, making a loud sound. That man is right, sister. Daki felt wronged. I don't care. I just want this man with bad taste to die. Huh? My taste is bad? Are you blind? Yuzui Tenjin refused to let others, especially a demon, evaluate his taste. He was the god of festivals, the most stylish person. Scratching his skin, Kibutsuji Taro subtly guarded Daki's front while pondering strategies. I didn't expect 3 Hashira to come. This is a bit tricky. 3 Hashira? What nonsense are you talking about? There's only me as a Hashira, right? Inosuke, you got here so quickly? Is that Kenroji? Looking at Mikann and Inemiru's figures and the swords in their hands. Although he didn't know when Iguro Abanai dyed his hair silver. He should have recognized them, right? Huh? Is that a Hashira? Inosuke made a flashy entrance, followed by the sleeping Zenitsu, who logged in with his main account. Hashira? You recognize the wrong person. Inemiru turned around, revealing a refined face similar, yet different from Iguro Abanai to the sound Hashira's eyes. Ah, sorry. Yuzui Tenjin scratched his head in confusion, then looked at Mikann. Since you're not Kenroji, you must be the one who took Rengoku's body. Where did you take him? Noticing the tense atmosphere between Yuzui Tenjin and the unfamiliar blade, Inosuke was puzzled. Huh? Shouldn't we be fighting the demons now? They're going to escape. Daki angrily retorted. Who's trying to escape? Inosuke bounced. You are. I'm not escaping. Right, brother? Kibutsuji Taroite. It's time to call for support. A dense aura of demonic energy suddenly appeared, and distant screams of terror could be heard. Mikann and Inemiru paused their movements, both blades attacking Upper Moon 6. We need to quickly deal with these 2 demons, and then save the people. Unlike the principled Upper Moon 3. This pair of siblings from Upper Moon 6 had little compassion for humans. To them, humans were merely tools to delay demon slayers and food to fill their stomachs. Unable to face or block Mikann and Inemiru's attacks, the siblings of Upper Moon 6 cleverly dodged, making Mikann and Inemiru's critical damage misses. Huh. Only idiots would directly take your attacks. We don't have to win against you. As that great person who collaborates with Muzan said, strategy is above strength. Don't let your brain be a decoration. So even with a brother around, she would still think carefully. The yellow-haired, kimono-clad boy, referred to as Sleepy Maru by Inosuke, drew his sword and in an instant lifted Daki into the air, removing her from the ground battle. You guys go take down that mantis. The worm girl will be taken care of by me and Sleepy Maru. Inosuke jumped and dashed across the rooftop, heading straight for Zenitsu and Daki. At that moment, go apologize to that child whose ear you pulled. That child is not your personal possession. Daki frowned, glaring fiercely at Zenitsu, her tone filled with anger and a strange smile. The women on this street are not regarded as human. They are merely commodities. Their owners can buy, sell, destroy, and discard them like trash, doing as they please. Ugly people don't even have the right to eat. Those who could do nothing are not seen as human. Daki coldly stated, referring to that girl, speaking of the corruption beneath the prosperity of the Yoshiwara Red Light District, and also talking about herself and her brother during their human years. Do not impose on others what you do not desire. Zenitsu frowned. He could not deny Daki's worldview, but also could not understand her words. That doesn't sound right. Watching Kibutsuji Taro suddenly increase his momentum and inexplicably begin a topic, Yuzui Tenjin carefully stepped on the weapon that Kibutsuji Taro had knocked away, but the next second, that weapon, like it had grown legs, broke free from him and flew back to Kibutsuji Taro's hand, being forced into something one does not desire, something painfully torturous. It should be an eye for an eye, revenge and retribution. The misfortune one experiences can only be compensated by seeking happiness from those who have it. Because this is our way of life. Kibutsuji Taro sneered, raising his weapon, which was as ugly as the spots on his body. Anyone who dares to trouble us. We will kill them all. You will be the same. Just wait to have your throat slit. Such a strong killing intent. Zenitsu steadied himself, fingers gripping the side of his sheath, preparing to unleash thunder-breathing techniques in case of an emergency. This demon was stronger. Even though Daki had been taken away a considerable distance, the Silk was still able to participate in the battle here. Hey kid, take your sister and stay away. With a single slash, he cut through the Silk, attacking Tanjiro from behind. Yuzui Tenjin carefully observed his surroundings. Now he was wary not only of the Upper Moon demon, but also of the strange monster that had appeared from nowhere, which smelled completely different from the demons. Not strong, but there were far too many of them. I hope that those 2 unidentified beings, tentatively called Kanroji and Iguro, can help a bit. Mikann quickly jumped in front of the enemy's blades, and with the help of Maru, cleared a space in no time, also cutting through quite a bit of silk. Leave this to us. You and Tanjiro, just report your names. I'm Kamadu Tanjiro. You and Tanjiro deal with that demon. Oh, it's up to you. Breath of sound. Fifth form, echoing harmony. Like dazzling fireworks exploding, the somewhat noisy technique pushed back Jotaro by several meters, just enough to escape the maximum distance the silk could assist. Chapter 19. True Strength Under the Night Sky. The brilliant and colorful light created by the breathing techniques dazzled the eyes. On the other side, the vast Yoshiwara Pleasure District fell silent under the call of 3 ninjas, transforming from a sleepless city of revelry into a dead silence. The range of attack for Upper Moon 6 was broken, and the brother and sister duo, ignoring the relentless pursuit of the Hashira and the unending attacks from the lower-ranked demon slayers, seemed to be in a trance as they drew closer to each other. That adult said, they absolutely must not be separated, as their strength would greatly diminish if they did, especially for Daki, who would definitely lose her head due to carelessness. Although that person's words were not pleasant, it was a fact that was not without reason. It would be best for one of them to hide, so that if they did not meet the beheading conditions, they would definitely not die. Jotaro looked at the relentless Yuzui Tenjin and began to doubt whether the poison on his blade had truly expired after 100 years. But seeing the human's already purple arm, it was impossible that the poison had not taken effect. Does he not feel pain? Am I the demon, or is he? Gritting his teeth to block Jotaro's attack, Yuzui Tenjin felt his dignity as the god of festivals was trampled upon by Jotaro's strange expression of looking at something rare. The veins on his forehead bulged, and for a moment, Yuzui Tenjin truly forgot the pain in his body, only wanting to slap this ugly thing. What kind of look is that? Huh? Can the god of festivals be looked at in such a way? Ungrateful. Breath of sound. Fourth form, sound / without interval. Swiftly swinging his weapon, Yuzui Tenjin quickly blocked Jotaro's blood demon art, while also kicking the helpless Tanjiro to a safe place. After a round of attacks, Yuzui Tenjin could not find Jotaro's shadow anywhere. This was not the worst part. The worst part was that they had entered the attack range of the female demon of Upper Moon 6. Countless silks surged toward him, and Yuzui Tenjin's expression changed, trying to locate the other 2 Hashira. Hey, could it really be this unlucky to be wiped out? While dodging the attacks and turning his head to the side, Yuzui Tenjin's pupils suddenly constricted, as the person on the roof was one of his wives, Hinetsu, and behind her was the recently disappeared Jotaro. The words of rage could not be spoken, and his emotions soared and then plummeted like a roller coaster. Looking at his saved wife, Yuzui Tenjin gasped for breath, momentarily feeling weak. So passionate, I should take this seriously too. Wearing a golden feathered headdress and dressed in garments of dusk. Looking so extravagant as if stepping out of a musical, the katana, Sugimori, marked with moon scars, said so. Excuse me. Supporting the waist of the woman beside him, Mitsugetsuki lightly jumped, bringing the still unscathed Yuzui Hinetsuru to Yuzui Tenjin's side. Grabbing his wife, whose complexion was extremely poor, Yuzui Tenjin felt a wave of fear. After thanking Mitsugetsuki, he quietly instructed his wife to take care of herself. Yuzui Tenjin's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The murderous intent seemed to solidify, and Jotaro, cradling his newly restored arm, reluctantly shifted his confused and hateful gaze away from Mitsugetsuki, giving the sound Hashira some attention. The oddly made-up Hashira was already being restrained by Daki, leaving only useless killing intent directed at him. Although Daki was weak, she could still deal with a Hashira. How foolish of a human to be distracted when facing an Upper Moon demon. Slowly turning towards Mitsugetsuki, Jotaro scratched his face in jealousy. One eye glaring fiercely at the katana, Sugimori. Really impressive, another person with strength not inferior to a Hashira. Mitsugetsuki, unfazed, tucked his hands into his pockets, his moon-marked eyes curving slightly. Aha! That can't be considered a compliment. There are a total of 4 Hashira. I have to take this seriously. Completely immersed in his own world, Jotaro paid no attention to Mitsugetsuki's reaction, hanging his head like a puppet, then his momentum steadily rising. As Mitsugetsuki and Jotaro faced off under the moonlight, Tanjiro, with a newfound understanding of the breathing techniques, was already able to assist the sound Hashira through the combination of fire god Kagura and water breathing, and in an instant, severed Daki's neck. Meanwhile, Mikann, Maru, and the other swords were nearing the end of their cleanup of the time reversal army. After cutting Daki's neck, Zenitsu suddenly sprang out, and Yuzui Tenjin tossed the demon's head to Zenitsu, urging him to run as far away as possible. The intention was to take the demon's head away. Zenitsu activated the breathing technique and headed straight for the horizon. He absolutely could not let this demon reattach its head. Although unable to help, Inosuke, clearly remembering that Daki could still attack with just her head, quickly followed Zenitsu. Although he couldn't keep up with the speed of Thunderbreath, He could help Zenitsu cut through most of the silks that were pursuing them from behind. The cooperation between the two was quite tacit. To prevent the lower demon from causing problems, blocking the demon's body should be fine, right? Tanjiro gripped his sword, responding with full energy due to his not-so-serious injuries. Yes, no problem. The demon lacks visibility on him, and with Nezuko still around, intercepting is completely fine. This is up to you. I'm going to cut off that ugly demon's head. That ugly demon actually dared to touch Hinetsuru, charging towards Jutaro with his dual blades. While Jutaro was trying to reclaim his sister's head, Yuzui Tenjin desperately rushed toward the demon's vital point, forcing Jutaro to break his own neck to evade this perilous blow. If it weren't for those humans with strange sense getting in the way, Amir Hashira would have long been in his and his sister's belly. How infuriating! Blood demon art, circular slash, flying blood scythe. The strength was completely incomparable to before. Unable to dodge the attack in time, facing certain death. Yuzui Tenjin's heart jumped into his throat. Am I going to die? Oh no! How can I kill someone in front of the old man? Lightly lifting the back of Yuzui Tenjin's collar while standing outside the attack range of the blood demon art. Although Jitaro's figure had disappeared, it did not prevent Mitsugetsuki from adding a light-hearted accusation. Yuzui Tenjin was momentarily dazed, his brain overloaded as he couldn't process what had just happened. Was he just about to be taken away and then suddenly pulled back? This person is so strong. Glancing at Mitsugetsuki, Yuzui Tenjin calmed his racing heart and disappeared from where he stood, chasing after Jitaro, who was rushing towards Daki. Ahaha! Young people really have a lot of energy. Chapter 20. A desperate situation. Thank you for saving Lord Tenjin. The young crane peeked out from a safe place and sincerely thanked Mikazuki Munakika. Even though she had the strength, she wondered why he wasn't fighting the demons but leisurely enjoying the scenery. Although she couldn't help but think this way, she knew she had no right to ask the person who saved her husband's life to do anything. So besides her sincere gratitude, she didn't say anything else. Mikazuki Munakika tilted his head in confusion, barely recognizing the direction of Hinetsuru's voice. He turned slightly and smiled brightly. Ahaha, no need to thank me. Hinetsuru's pupils shook as she noticed this small action. She realized that this powerful savior was actually blind. She had been so rude. For a moment, she had even wanted to demand this man to help Lord Tenjin. It was only because this area was far from the entertainment district, and the lanterns had been destroyed by Daki, leaving it dark, along with the world's deliberate difficulties, that Mikazuki Munakika was confused and unable to see anything. Serpent breathing. First form, serpent's curve slash. Love breathing. Third form, love cat's rain. Mikann prevented Jitaro from approaching Zenitsu and Inosuke, while Inemaru coordinated with a soft blade to slice off Jitaro's weapon-holding arm, thus disrupting his attack. The two blades worked together flawlessly, buying time for Zenitsu and Inosuke to create some distance. Mikann and Inemaru could definitely team up to take a shot at Jitaro, directly severing his neck without intercepting his attacks. Unlike the sword gods that disperse evil spirits by allowing demons to get dangerously close to humans before they die, their true forms are the Nichiren swords. Therefore, as long as they decapitate the demon, they can kill it. However, their current priority is to protect their juniors. Given the physical condition of these two children, if they exert all their strength and get serious, they could easily take down Jitaro, who is capable of killing Hashira in mere moments. Yamato no Kami Yasasada arrives a bit late. He is very far from Jitaro, but his sword is not affected by night battles. Moreover, through his perception of aura, he can confidently determine that this demon is stronger than the previous round and is definitely related to those inexplicably appearing time-traveling soldiers. Although he really wants to assist his lord, the priority of his orders is to help the Tachi sword gods who are blinded in the night battle. Well, with Ninakawa and Kimitsu taking care of the situation, there's no need to worry. After all, short swords get a boost in night battles. Blood demon art, blood explosion. The sky was instantly enveloped in ribbons of flame, and Daki, who was carried away by Zenitsu, let out a heart-wrenching scream, which made Inosuke want to slash her again with his sword. However, Zenitsu dared not stop. The brother of the Upper Moon demon was still eyeing them, and he was willing to bet that as soon as there was an opportunity, that demon would risk everything to reclaim the head it had lost, even if it meant getting injured. Nezuko. As Tanjiro watched helplessly as his sister was pierced by dozens of silks from Daki, his voice trembled, and his hand gripping the sword shook. Nezuko bit through the bamboo tube, and horns sprouted from her forehead with cracked floral patterns. Unconsciously, She tore apart all the ribbons, piercing her body. Her pupils constricted to tiny dots, and the liberated Nezuko showed a crazed smile, stomping Daki's body into a pulp again and again. Stimulated by his sister's heart-wrenching screams, Jutaro fell into a state of rational breakdown. Instead of going berserk or properly utilizing his true strength, he completely abandoned attacking and rushed toward Daki recklessly. He used almost all his conscious will to suppress his own formidable power. He just needed to reach his sister quickly and help her end her suffering. He had to save Nezuko. Caught off guard by Jutaro's actions, Mikann and Maru's attacks missed, and they watched helplessly as Jutaro lunged toward his sister's body, directly kicking Nezuko into the ruins. Jutaro embraced Daki's body, just as he had once crazily and despairingly held that charred human form. Why is it that we, who have crawled up from hell, do not deserve happiness? Actively controlling Daki's body, Jutaro broke through his self-imposed limits and successfully infused his own poison into his sister's silk for the first time. Ribbons extended from Daki's body, completely eliminating the distance limitations initially set by Daki herself. If it weren't for Maru throwing his main sword to deflect the trajectory of the silk attack, Zenitsu would not have merely grazed his heel, but would have had his legs severed. Because the blade had been heavily struck, the already damaged Maru suffered a serious injury, spat out a mouthful of blood, and suddenly transformed into a white snake, which Mikann hurriedly caught. If it weren't for the main sword being on the verge of breaking, it should have been himself to stop Jutaro's blade. Mikann held the bloodied little white snake in her arms, retrieved in Nemuru's main sword after cutting through the endless silk. Breath of love, second form, frustrating, circling love. The silk wrapping around Daki's head was shattered by Mikann, and the Tsukumagami, glowing faintly under the night sky, felt a surge of anger. In a dangerous maneuver, Yuzui Tenjin saved Tanjiro, but even with the intention to save Nezuko, he couldn't. Tanjiro could only witness his transformed sister being severely injured once again. Blood gushed from Nezuko's body, which was nearly severed at the waist, leaving Tanjiro with a strong metallic smell of blood in his nostrils. His heart aching as if it would kill him. The sound Hashira landed Tanjiro in a safe spot, but due to his reckless actions, he was left with one useless arm. Although it wasn't completely severed, his thumb and index finger were cut off, severely diminishing his combat ability. Idiot kid. Hurry up and breathe. Yuzui Tenjin could only give Tanjiro a light kick with his foot, as he needed his intact hand to bandage his injured one. This kick barely awoke the dazed Tanjiro. TCH, how is upper 6 so strong? Which do you think is stronger, this demon or upper 3 whom you encountered before? Upper 6 is stronger now. Yuzui Tenjin, using his teeth to help secure the bandage, froze upon hearing Tanjiro's response. Hey, don't joke around. Are you saying that Rengoku was killed by upper 3 who was let off easy? It was as if he had gone mad. Pulling the katana, Tsukumagami, and carrying Yuzui Tengin's wife, Yamato no Kami Yasutsuna watched as a powerful air slash collapsed the wall. Aren't we supposed to be outside the battlefield? If we can fight, we call it time reversal army. If we can't, we increase our strength with buffs. Is there really a way for humans to kill demons? Hearing the boy's complaints, Hinatsuru's gaze dimmed for a moment as she looked toward the distant battlefield, which was completely invisible to the naked eye, silently praying that their Tengen-sama wouldn't perish. Not to mention anything else, Jutaro is truly a good brother. Chapter 21. Value Certification. Tanjiro's eyes gradually regained clarity, shocked by the sudden change, and feeling guilty for his weakness. If he weren't so weak, he wouldn't have held everyone back, and no one would have been injured to such an extent. Hey kid, what are you thinking about? Bandage your wounds, Yuzui Tenjin said, moving his uninjured hand to grip the blade, ready to return to battle. But before leaving, he looked down at Tanjiro with extreme disdain, saying, You better hurry and control your sister. Although there are no ordinary people around, if she hurts anyone, I won't show you any mercy. Awakening from Yuzui Tengin's words, Tanjiro hurriedly expressed his thanks, and, while Jutaro was distracted by the sudden attack from the sound of Shira, he took Nezuko, who hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, away from the ruins. Facing Jutaro directly, Yuzui Tenjin adapted to his numbed arm due to the toxins while focusing intently on finding a weakness in Jutaro. He had to find a breakthrough. Otherwise, he and the kids could very likely be worn down by these 2 upper moons before the snake Ashira arrived. This was just the lowest rank of upper moons. Controlling Nezuko, who had nearly completely lost her human reason due to her demon transformation, left Tanjiro, who was still just a child, feeling a bit sour in his eyes. If it weren't for Muzan Kabutsuji, His sister would never have turned into a demon. He promised his father he must find a way to restore Nezuko to her human form. Singing the lullaby his mother often sang, Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, who was gradually calming down, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chirping, it sounds terrible. Jotaro looked at Tanjiro as a silk thread swiftly flew over, grazing Tanjiro's cheek as it passed. This thread should be able to pierce this kid's head. Jotaro, feeling slightly puzzled, turned around, and at that moment, Tanjiro saw Yuzui Tenjin lying in a pool of blood. Without time to analyze the change, Tanjiro quickly embraced Nezuko, forcibly activating the breathing technique to dodge the red blade that was coming for him using the momentum of a backflip. A horizontal sweep knocked the flying blade away, easily dismantling the demon's attack. Tanjiro quickly ran with Nezuko towards a safe area, leaving only a trace of attention to observe the tall young man who seemed like a radiant deity descending, defending against the attack by instinct. Okutetsu looked at the shadowy figure before him and began to think about why Fiva Hokai had thrown him over here. It seemed to follow the planned process. However, fighting in the completely dark night didn't seem suitable for the large katana. Sensing Okutetsu's formidable presence, Jotaro felt a shock deep inside and frowned, saying, "Don't the Hashira have anything else to do? 5 Hashira? Aren't you being overly cautious?" Yuzui Tenjin, who was lying down, replied, "I told you I'm the only Hashira here." Jotaro, "Then you're too weak. It's easy to beat you." Yuzui Tenjin's veins bulged, but the enhanced poison spread too quickly, leaving him completely unable to move. This poison had at least reduced his strength by 30%. Even in his prime, facing the current upper six would be a tough battle, but it certainly wouldn't be in such a dire predicament. Suddenly poked awake, Yuzui Tenjin tiredly opened his eyes and found Tanjiro's little sister, who had turned into a demon, and felt confused. What are you doing here? Your brother can't even keep an eye on you. How useless can he be?" Tanjiro, who was inexplicably scolded, "If it weren't for Nezuko using her blood demon art to help me dispel the poison earlier, I wouldn't have let my sister take risks under Jotaro's nose to save anyone." Wow. The sound Hashira, feeling rejuvenated after being burned, moved his wrist, surprised, and then raised his hand to pat little Nezuko's head. "I didn't expect you to have this use." "Not bad, thanks." Nezuko, who understood that she was being praised, squinted her eyes cutely, emitting little flowers. Tanjiro smiled gently, and, after placing his sister into a small wooden box, picked up the sun blade to face off against Jotaro again. Having learned from the previous battle, and with Nezuko as the antidote, he was able to keep up with the demon's movements. Facing Jotaro's frenzied attacks, the now defensive Okitsugu was still deep in thought, contemplating how to reasonably complete the task assigned to him by Mikazuki. He recalled the card drawing before the battle, where the swords were lined up in the main hall. Okitsugu felt distressed. He was supposed to randomly draw a sword to excite their lord, but he found himself in a rather awkward position among the team. Without complete memories, he lacked the future memories mentioned by his younger brother. In summary, Okitsugu, honored to be the only option, could only sigh helplessly in this situation. He hoped that Mikazuki had not made a wrong move. He reluctantly recited the lines for the true sword, swinging his blade down and ignoring the silken attacks, nearly bisecting Jotaro. As a divine sword dedicated to serve, Okitsugu came with a buff to weaken demons, but with no defense and only offense, he would still suffer severe damage from the penetrating attacks of dozens of ribbons. Even as a high-damage, high-defense greatsword, Jotaro, who was nearly cut in half, blinked and healed his wounds, but in that instant, he realized that his power was being restrained by an inexplicable force. Jotaro, could it be that besides the Sunblade and the sun, humans have found a third method to slay demons? Just as he was about to relay this news to the progenitor demon, Jotaro grimly discovered that he had lost connection. Entering single-player mode, unable even to sense Daki beside him. Losing the connection with his sister, Jotaro disregarded killing Okitsugu and, after dodging the sound pillar and Tanjiro's troublesome attacks, headed straight for his sister's head. Okitsugu, still with a breath left, pondered 3 times as the ribbons were pulled out. Could this demon not finish the current task before dealing with other matters? The sound pillar turned to chase Jotaro, while Tanjiro went to bring his sister to Okitsugu's side. The ribbons that had pierced Okitsugu were poisonous. "Are you all right?" Tanjiro asked nervously. Nezuko responded with a couple of hums and ignited her blood demon art. Although the flames of the blood demon art were not very hot, Okitsugu, feeling like he had been reformed, wanted to say he was not well. Shaking his head gently, Okitsugu seemed completely oblivious to his wounds and ran towards where Mikann was. Nezuko, confused without the praise, tilted her head but returned to the wooden box, adorned with little flowers after receiving a head pat from her brother. In the night, nothing could be seen. He could only sense the presence of his lord, as if his world had been reduced to just the figure of his lord. This feeling was wonderful. Okitsugu's desire to keep Mikann close surged like never before. Though he had not obstructed the plans of the other blades, he had also never supported them. However, after spending a few days alone with Mikann in the Yoshiwara brothel, his thoughts had changed. His lord, their lord, should be forever kept by their side. Chapter 22. The dust settles completely, ignoring Jotaro, who had arrived behind him. Mikann slowly stood up, holding Daki's head, the blade of a sun blade mere inches from Daki's face. If he were to completely crush her head, it would take a considerable amount of time to recover. Take him to a safe place. Zenitsu, now significantly more powerful, was poisoned by Jotaro's ribbon. And although Mikann managed to suppress the spread of the toxin in time, Zenitsu fell into a coma due to the rapid spread of the poison. Oh! Inosuke hoisted Zenitsu and ran, not caring whether the person he was carrying was unconscious or not. Inosuke was combative, but he was not reckless. He knew that insisting on staying to help at this moment would only become a burden, so he turned and left while carrying Zenitsu. Growing up in the dangerous mountains, he understood the terrifying nature of the gap in strength better than anyone. Restricted by Mikann, Jotaro made no move, fixating intently on her, his eyes burning with rage as though they could pierce through Mikann. "Brother, save me," Daki cried, for the first time in 100 years feeling such humiliation. Being decapitated would only hurt momentarily, but if her head were to be smashed, what would that make her? A demon or a human? She had never thought about torturing humans in her hundreds of years as a demon. So why was this human tormenting a demon, especially in such a twisted and cruel manner? Let go of Daki. Jotaro's face darkened. His power was inexplicably restrained, and he could not gamble on whether Mikann was faster than him. As a human, he had failed to protect his sister, now that he had become a demon. He did not want her to suffer any more pain. Let go. Why? Mikann tilted her head and used her main body sword to smack Daki's head like a watermelon. Is this child your other half? Seeing his sister treated this way, Jotaro frowned, his tone growing more irritable. What other half? She is my sister. Oh, since she is not your other half, then I can't fully repay the injuries Inemaru suffered. Mikann felt a bit disappointed and also blamed herself for not being able to protect Inemaru. What are you dawdling for? Kenroji's double body. Just as she arrived, she saw Jotaro's blade charging towards Mikann's face. While Mikann made no move, Yuzui Tenjin was in a killing mood. This person was somewhat reminiscent of the mist pillar. It was wrong to be indifferent to everything. At least that child would symbolically care about their own life. With the formation complete, Yuzui Tenjin found it somewhat easier to break Jotaro's attacks, especially after the poison was cleared. He felt in excellent condition. The blade rushed towards Jotaro's neck, finally catching the opportunity to take revenge for Jotaro, scaring his wife. Yuzui Tenjin was now excited to the point of madness. Jotaro gritted his teeth. Sometimes he didn't know whether he was a demon or if these seemingly immortal humans were the real demons. He felt much more normal compared to them. One after another, they charged recklessly. Was he eating their family scraps? Blood demon art. As he instinctively dodged, Jotaro felt the change in his vision and realized that the person who should have been dead had severed his shoulder. Mei's going to fall to the ground. Blood's slashing attacks surrounded him for defense. Jotaro, while discarding Daki's body, used his arms as a cost to evade the encirclement of the great sword and the sound pillar. Blood demon art. Circle/return. Flying blood scythe. With a swift execution of blood demon art, Jotaro successfully dealt a heavy blow to Tenjin Yuzui, taking advantage of the limits of human reaction time. Meanwhile, the sound Hashira was swept away by Mitsuri's main body, avoiding a fatal outcome. Tenjin was momentarily stunned, doubting whether this was an illusion, but the warmth of the blood splattering from Jotaro's body onto his face felt especially real. Despite his severe injuries, Tenjin did not hold back. He swung his long blade in a desperate move, slicing through Jotaro's body while simultaneously dispersing the remaining blood he had gathered. Without using breath techniques, Mitsuri threw Daki's severed head into the air as a distraction, jumping up just as Jotaro instinctively rushed to save his screaming sister. Jotaro relinquished control of Daki's body, and she began to attack Mitsuri frantically. The ominous aura of demons surged once more, causing the previously idle sword wielders outside the battlefield to change their expressions. They could not allow these creatures to disrupt their plans or disturb their lord. The completely dark Naginata, and katana were left to protect the humans, with a short sword as the main attacker and Itachi filling in the gaps. The duo's coordination directly intercepted the vast majority of the time-traveling army. These newly arrived time-traveling soldiers paid little heed to the humans and the sword-wielders. They were headed straight for Jotaro, dispatched to rescue him. The injured and the princess were entrusted to the two for protection, and the old man needed to stretch his shoulders. Mitsuki, unexpectedly finding himself in such a situation, still wore a cheerful smile. He and the Naginata-wielding Nameless held their respective positions, utilizing the buffs from the Dark Descent to ensure not a single enemy sword escaped their guard. Tanjiro's hand trembled as he gripped his sword. These inexplicable demons were not as strong as the upper moons, but their power was not weaker than the lower moons he had encountered. Currently, he lacked the confidence to slay a lower moon with a single strike. Inosuke was eager to jump in, but Tanjiro called out to him. Inosuke, we just need to fill in the gaps, but first, we need to take care of the injured. Inosuke grunted a couple of times, obediently calming his restless heart. Refocusing his attention, Mitsuri utilized the ribbons for jumping and engaged in a cooperative battle with Tengen. Tengen easily restrained Daki's attacks, providing Mitsuri with an undisturbed environment to deal with Jotaro. However, to be honest, he was a bit skeptical because the sword held by this Mitsuri-esque clone was covered in cracks. Was this sword truly capable of killing demons? Would not shatter first? It couldn't possibly be a discarded sword that Mitsuri picked up, could it? Mikann frowned. When the blade was pressed against Kyogai's neck, he realized that with the current state of his main body-esque sword, he couldn't cut through Kyogai's neck. It wasn't hard enough. The large sword couldn't see Mikann's situation, but he had seen the crack patterns on Mikann's main body sword, so this strike couldn't be made by the master. The beautifully shaped blade was raised, and despite the risk of his body being crushed by the world, the large sword first made a slight cut on the demon's neck. With the blade that had pierced through flesh, Mikann, aided by the breathing technique, managed to shave off the demon's bones, but it was too late. Daki's head was tossed back to her body by Kyogai. Are you treating me as a decoration? The Sound Hashira was amused by these two demons. He was unable to reach his peak state to cut off Kyogai's head due to being weakened by poison, but he had no problem with severing Daki's head. Right in front of him, they were connecting. Dream on. Gripping the tip of the blade, Yuzui Tengen's attack range suddenly extended, and with terrifying grip strength, he chopped off Daki's head along with her arm. Mikann glanced back, her eyes full of apology. He had too much confidence in his and in Nemuru's strength. And because he did not behead the demon immediately, it led to the current situation. Chapter 23. The love sword and the battle with Upper Moon 6 was too intense, and the conclusion was too bland. It was not until the visuals seemed to slow down infinitely and the wounds no longer hurt that Yuzui Tengen snapped back to reality while watching Mikann and Okita Tsuji's oblivious figures. The black-red blood was the premise of Jotaro's blood demon art. Yuzui Tengen saw faint traces wrapping around Jotaro's already decapitated body, and his brain buzzed with the realization of danger. Upper Moon 6 had held back. He had released his blood demon art at the last moment before his head was severed. They were too close. Run! Yuzui Tengen screamed. Blood from his forehead flowed into his eyes, and his vision was suddenly a sea of red. Jotaro's final strike before embracing death was terrifying. He even broke through his own limits once more, shaking off the shackles Okita Tsuji had placed on him. Blood mist roared and surged, like a formation of countless knife scars, chaotic yet filled with the threat of slaughter. Jotaro's attack almost instantly consumed the person and the two blades within reach, and then, in an unstoppable manner, it destroyed everything in the Yoshiwara Pleasure District like a giant whale swallowing the sky. Houses were flattened in the blink of an eye. The ground was directly upheaved, yet the blood demon art, like countless scythe blades converging, continued to surge and roll without any resistance. This is a terrible turn of events. Mitsuki Munenori smiled, with the crescent moon in his slightly curved eyes gradually changing to a waning moon. Without polarized power and being suppressed, the only way to exit unscathed was to utilize the power of the Dark Descent. The ground trembled, causing everyone to lose their footing. Tanjiro immediately shouted to Inosuke to wake up Zenitsu, who was temporarily unable to move due to his injuries, urging everyone to evade the danger. He grabbed his sister's hand, wanting to escape from the shadow of death with everyone. The ground suddenly cracked open, and everyone was caught off guard, either falling or being forced off the ground by inertia, turning the scene into one of universal peril. Beautiful purple-red flames rolled. In almost an instant, the flames surged and danced like countless fluttering fire butterflies. The restless fire butterflies traced the marks of Upper Moon's 6 blood demon art, depicting a magnificent scene against the vast night sky. Under the restraint of the blood demon art, a catastrophic crisis was resolved. The embers of the fire butterflies illuminated the night, reflecting the splendid scenery in Mitsuki Munenori's eyes, where the brilliant crescent moon was once again high in his gaze. Originally struggling at the crucial moment, Okita Tsuji seized the opportunity to act. This was the second time in his memory that he embraced Mikann. Regardless of the outcome, once he was moved by this plan, there was no turning back. When the blood demon art devoured him, Okita Tsuji wondered if his lord, with incomplete memories, would forget him as time passed. The sky is so beautiful. The purple clouds and rose-red flames ignited a spectrum of light in the sky, and at that moment, Okita Tsuji saw Mikann's face, confused and helpless, yet without reluctance or regret. It was sufficient for the plan. The destruction lines were triggered, and Okita Tsuji stammered, wanting to leave behind a personal last word, but the destruction came too quickly, and he couldn't make a sound in time. The final scene of the swordmen breaking was actually quite beautiful, as they were vessels of artistic objects, embodiments of the most beautiful sights. The world suddenly became very quiet as the swordmen gathered around Mikann, silently focusing their gazes on the palm of her hand. That was the red string from Okita Tsuji's scabbard. The unloved swordmen had no qualification to leave traces in the world. Mitsuki Munenori quietly watched the red string in Mikann's palm. The night was devoid of light, and at this distance, he could only barely distinguish that there was something in Mikann's hand. That was something left by his elder brother. "My lord, let us return to the Hanmaru." Yamato, no Kami Yasasada, broke the silence, and when he spoke, he saw the momentary shock on Mikann's face. Let us go back." Mikann nodded, casually grabbed Mitsuki Munenori's hand, and placed the red string in the palm of the most beautiful blade. Mitsuki Munenori pressed the time-space converter, and a gentle and faint glow enveloped them as they were taken away. The team for this deployment had Okita Tsuji as the captain, but since all the blades knew the course of the night, Okita Tsuji had handed the button for the time-space converter to Mitsuki Munenori 2 days prior. The time-space converter would not disappear because of the captain's broken blade. Okita Tsuji handed it to his younger brother to express his stance. He was willing to cooperate with this action. The group that had escaped danger hurriedly ran this way. Particularly anxious was the lady who had been poisoned and had not looked well. Everyone searched through the ruins, but including a few swordsmen who had arrived here a step ahead, there was no one in this open area. Hinetsuru's face was incredibly bad, but she did not express any other emotions. She kept searching through the ruins, calling out Yuzui, Tengen's name. The night was quiet, and everyone who could move was helping to look for people. Nezuko found 2 dissipating upper moon demons with only half a face left beside a collapsed roof, but there were no other traces of anyone else. Gradually, people dressed in Demon Slayer Corps uniforms arrived, and after receiving news, they also began searching for the Hashira in the vast ruins of the Pleasure District. "He can't be dead, right?" A late-arriving Iguro Abanai stood at the spot where the demons were said to have dispersed, his heterochromatic eyes fixed tightly on a mark on the ground. Although the final kill was intense, with half of the Pleasure District's houses destroyed and the ground suffering varying degrees of damage, some small corners were often preserved intact. Whip marks. Iguro Abanai was a bit confused. Could it be that Yuzui guy switched to using a whip? "Hey, you just got here, right?" Iguro Abanai slowly turned around, his gaze as indifferent as ever. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily. But why couldn't so many people find you?" "Forget it. Not really interested in knowing." Yuzui Tenjin, who had no chance to speak, pressed down the throbbing veins on his forehead and followed Iguro Abanai towards the crowd. He was anxious to comfort his wives and didn't want to stoop to this unrequited love guy's level. While blocking an attack with a score, he accidentally fell into a hole, which should have been made by the demon using silk. "It was a fortunate accident that saved my life." "So what?" Iguro Abanai said coldly, glancing back with eyes that mirrored the arrows coiled around his neck, cold as a snake's gaze. "What do you mean, so what? Why did you show up now? Mind your own business." He couldn't just say he had fainted from an unfortunate landing. He would definitely be laughed at by this guy. Chapter 24, The Swordsmith Village. "Are you still adapting, Rengoku-san?" On the way to the battlefield, Rengoku Kyujuru was having tea with Mikazuki Munakika when Tsurumu Kuninaga stealthily took a piece of tea cake from Mikazuki and popped it into his mouth, casually greeting the guest of the main hall. This tastes great." Rengoku Kyujuru smiled energetically, which made Tsurumu Kuninaga a bit astonished. This person had many organs partially removed and was in such a weak state that he was even weaker than a child. Yet he still had so much vitality. Surumaru, we're going to be late for the mission, and please give up on coveting my last piece of cake, Mikazuki Munakika said with a smile, unceremoniously swatting away the white crane's sneaky hand. Rubbing his hand that had been slapped, Surumaru Kuninaga pouted, I'm going to tell Kagyuki that you bullied me. Mikazuki Munakika treated Surumaru's words as if they were just passing wind, leisurely putting the last piece of pastry into his mouth. Surumaru Kuninaga stormed off in anger. Sipping his tea, Rengoku Kyujuru still wore a smile. Mr. Surumaru is still so full of energy. Ahaha, being young is great. Hizakiri, are you okay? Mikann asked, frowning slightly as he touched the pale face of the katana that showed no sign of blood. Hizakiri smiled faintly. A wan smile printed on his cat-like harmless face. Master, I'm fine. If you're not feeling well, you can return to the scabbard to rest. Gripping Mikann's finger, Hizakiri smiled. His beautiful cat-like eyes curving in a soft dark. I want to stay with you, and my body is really fine. Don't push yourself. Hizakiri, whose mental state was concerning, was the only swordman that Mikann would actively care about. Their master-servant bond was a closeness that other blades did not share. Accompanying them, Surumaru Kuninaga said, I can't smile. This time, the battlefield location was inexplicably in the mountains. The neglected white crane began to vent his frustration on the grass and trees by the roadside, snapping a branch and waving it as he walked behind. This is an important place. The master's sword can be repaired here. Hizakiri scoffed softly, his smile still soft. But this gentle tone carried a hint of mockery in Surumaru's ears. Surumaru Kuninaga replied, It's annoying to be unloved. Rubbing against Mikann's other side, Surumaru Kuninaga quietly encouraged himself and gently touched Mikann's fingertips. Mikann, boasting about being able to balance a bowl of water, cleverly hooked his finger with Surumaru Kuninaga's. However, it seemed inconvenient for walking like this. Before Hikuru could feel delighted, Mikann simultaneously let go of both blades' hands. Surumaru Kuninaga, Hizakiri. Mikann was happy because he felt it was fair. Walking behind Mikann, the two swords began to communicate freely without barriers. Hizamaru, you happy now, you cold-hearted bird? Surumaru Kuninaga, it's a crane. Are you some two-faced cat demon? Haha, if Lord Greybird's eyes weren't broken, you should be able to see that I'm a demon-slaying sword meant to exterminate evil spirits. How could I be a monster? Can a demon-slaying sword in poor condition really slay demons? It's great to have drawn a ticket for accompanying the formation. Seeing the buildings, Mikann looked down from the edge of the cliff. The houses reflecting the sunlight were orderly, and the architectural style looked particularly grand. The environment was also great. There were natural hot springs all along the way. Surumaru Kuninaga moved his shoulders and showed Mikann a sparkling smile, wishing he could soak in the hot springs with his lord. But there wasn't that much time. Hizamaru said softly, We need to find a swordsmith who can repair swords. This statement clearly dampened Surumaru's spirits, but Mikann, who was straightforward, didn't pick up on that. He just wanted to find a swordsmith who could repair swords and fix the main sword of Inajirai, gently touching the wilting little white snake. Mikann lowered his gaze in sympathy. Hizamaru and Surumaru exchanged glances, their cool gazes almost synchronously landing on the little white snake. The little white snake raised its head, its green eyes glinting coldly. It wasn't Mikann. As Mikann's external brain, it wasn't that foolish. It could tell at a glance that these two swords had bad intentions. They were coming after it. It seemed like a fight broke out over there. Hizamaru's soft voice rang in Mikann's ears, and when Mikann looked up, he indeed saw the flashing sword lights in the dense forest. Shall we go take a look? Hizamaru cooed softly, bending slightly, unintentionally engaging in what could be considered intimate physical contact with Mikann. Surumaru Kuninaga, even with his eyes dazzled, couldn't see where Hizamaru said a fight was happening. In fact, he didn't detect anything, but Hizamaru, who had a memory of being awake, slowly smiled and provocatively taunted the white crane where Mikann couldn't see. Surumaru Kuninaga, all right, those with memories are one rank above. Not wanting to continue along the winding mountain path, Mikann took Hizamaru's left hand and Surumaru Kuninaga's right hand, and with a push off his toes, leaped off the cliff. Wow, what a nice surprise. Does this count as the crane flying? Hizamaru said lightly, It counts. The ground crane is about to crash. Surumaru Kuninaga. The memoryless Surumaru Kuninaga couldn't understand why Hizamaru targeted him. Surumaru Kuninaga, I think he's sick. The feathered coat fluttered in response to the splendid evening glow, and Surumaru Kuninaga truly looked like a white crane spreading its wings. Hizamaru kept watching the white crane. Even while leaning by Mikann's ear, he gazed at the white-haired, golden-eyed crane, resembling a pale, innocent child, completely oblivious to the pouting Tsuru Kuninaga. This version of the crane appeared particularly mindless, and Hizamoru slowly withdrew his gaze, starting to doubt if the Tsuru Kuninaga who saved him back then was really the mindless sword before him, using the numerous lush treetops to cushion their landing. Mikann and the two sword gentlemen landed safely. Releasing the two swords, Mikann's face turned slightly dark. He only now realized that standing between them, his already short stature made him appear even smaller. Confused by his lord's almost pouting action of shaking off his hand, the two swords, out of sorts, exchanged a glance and simultaneously formed a question mark. However, soon, the demon-slaying sword, which understood Mikann better, guessed the reason. His master had a cute hobby, particularly liked tall sword spirits and wished he could grow taller. Even though his main sword was that long, he was still just this small, really adorable, my lord. Noticing Mikann's little mood, the little white snake coiled around Mikann's neck slowly lifted its head, rubbing against the corner of Mikann's lips, instinctively flicking its tongue gently across Mikann's face. It was a cute yet somewhat sharp scene. Mikann Chapter 25, Sword Repair in Progress. It's you. Locking eyes with the doll that seemed to be training Tanjiro Kamado, Mikann glanced sideways, staring at the five-armed doll for a few seconds. The doll trembled as if glitched, but the next second, it swung the stick it was holding to deliver a vigorous blow to Tanjiro's head. Perhaps the training was effective. Even though his eyes began to squint while looking at Mikann, Tanjiro easily dodged the attack from the first form of the origin. Mr. Mikann. Facing the face so similar to Sister Kanroji's, Tanjiro found it hard to say Mr. with a frown, organizing his questions in his mind, such as where Rengoku had been taken and why Mr. Mikann was here. The result of his distraction was that Tanjiro Kamado successfully fell into a baby-like sleep. After defeating Tanjiro, the doll would stop moving. It was a program specially adjusted by KT for Tanjiro. When KT hurriedly arrived with high-end snacks and saw the three extra people, he paused, but upon seeing Tanjiro lying on the ground, soul spitting, he promptly raised the tray in his hand and cheerfully asked, "Would you like some snacks?" KT wouldn't be nice to outsiders for no reason. He simply mistook Mikann for the love Hashira who came to the swordsmith village for adjustments. That beautiful Hashira really was as brilliant and gentle as cherry blossoms. Mikann gently shook his head and directly expressed his intention to Kotetsu, because before the expedition team set off, Mitsuki had told him to find someone to repair the sword. A person wearing a strange mask, that's what he said at that time. "Thank you, but I need to repair the Nichiren blade." Kotetsu suddenly realized, "You mean to find a village chief, right? Mr. Kotetsuka, could you please take Lord Hashira to find a village chief?" Kotetsuka Hikari, who had been secretly observing Tanjiro, let out a light snort and reluctantly stepped out from behind the tree, facing Mikann with a few strides, casually blocking the way between Kotetsu and Tanjiro. The eyes behind the mask were intensely fixed on Mikann. Kotetsu had only briefly met that Hashira, which was why he made the mistake of recognizing the wrong person. And although he was obsessed with swords, he was not a foolish person. An outsider, someone with an unclear identity, could only ask the village chief, even though it had nothing to do with him. "Follow me." After thanking, followed the footsteps of, and the group quietly departed. Watching the several departing figures, felt a bit confused, but it seemed that the current task was to wake for a meal. He looked like he was about to chat with his father at any moment. After learning from that a person would die if they went 3 days without water, only brought water to. Ahaha, as long as he doesn't die, it's fine, I believe in. Twitched as if coming back to life. Lifting his weary face toward, "Water, give me water. Let us rest here for a bit. Someone will come and take care of you soon." Led the 3 unknown individuals, including to a place to stay and left without a care. Strange people. Poked his head in and gave a fair assessment, right, my lord? Stared its fluffy white back of the head and, instead of poking or slapping him, chose to act cute towards. "Master, should we take off our swords first? Wearing swords is too dangerous for the blacksmiths here." Mikann did not think too much and immediately agreed to Hijikayo's proposal. Soon, someone brought in refreshments, and upon seeing the neatly arranged 4 swords on the rack, she was not overly surprised, just took note of it before leaving. Before long, the person who served tea returned with a short old man into the room, treating Mikann and the 3 blades as hosts. During their friendly exchange, Tetsahara Tetsuzan, the village chief of the sword-forging village, readily agreed to Mikann's request, but the sword that resembled the snake pillar, Ikehiko Shobane's Nichiren blade, would require some arrangements before it could begin repairs. Just leave your sword to me, Tetsuzan said with a hearty laugh, but I have one request as well. Please speak. Hachikayo said seriously. It was perfectly normal for him, as a retainer, to speak on behalf of his master in certain situations, especially since Mikann was not good at communicating with others. It's not a difficult request. I just hope that one day in the future, you can lend a hand when the sword-forging village is in trouble. No problem, Mikann replied slowly, gazing at Tetsuzan with a sense of unexplainable familiarity. The trade agreement was reached. Before the sword repairs are completed, please enjoy the hot springs and delicious food in the village. Aside from repairing the sword and negotiating terms, Tetsuzan did not ask Mikann any questions, nor did he pursue the fact that Mikann arrived at the sword-forging village without a letter of introduction. He looked at the knife in Mikann's hand. As Kanroji Mitsuri's exclusive swordsmith, he immediately recognized that the knife was crafted by him. For some unknown reason, he felt a deep connection with this child who resembled the love Hashira, as if this child was something he had created himself. The bond between a swordsmith and the swords they forge is inherently special. Even the manifested spirit of a sword cannot escape the ties given by its creator. The next time he saw Tanjiro was when Mikann was leisurely hanging out with Karamaru Kuninaga. Hachikairi had entered a shut-down state due to physical discomfort and returned to his original form, which Mikann carried with him as a substitute for the original blade. It's so lively. Are they talking about something interesting? A white crane, reflecting in the sunlight, poked its head out, its bright golden eyes wandering over the group. After a moment of loading in his brain, Koteir recalled who Karamaru Kuninaga was and turned to shake off the topic they were just discussing. We were talking about the 180 reasons why Mr. Tetsuzuka can't find a wife. Tanjiro was taken aback. Wow, there are that many? The fully revived Tetsuzuka, Akira, was momentarily at a loss for whom to grab first. But grabbing the little brat who threw a stone at him was the right choice. Koteir, being pulled up by the collar, exclaimed, "It's so uncomfortable, I'm going to die." Tetsuzuka, KZ panicked. "Tickle his armpits. Kamadu boy. Hurry." Karamaru Kuninaga was excited. "This seems really fun." Having witnessed the entire process of Tetsuzuka Akira's power outage, Karamaru Kuninaga found it fascinating and squatted beside Tetsuzuka Akira after finding a small stick, poking him repeatedly. Meanwhile, Mikann, who had momentarily lost sight of the crane, fell in a deep thought, but believed he could find the blade through their contract connection. Pushing aside the somewhat messy branches and leaves, Mikann walked over. Puzzled by the disheveled Tanjiro and the three individuals wearing similar masks gathered in this place. But what confused him even more was the crane that was busy tickling someone else's armpits. Mikann, is it his walking posture that's off? The scene in front of me seems a bit strange. Chapter 26, The White Crane's Cleverness. The sword will probably be sharpened the day after tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Eating a crispy biscuit, Tanjiro spoke to himself, his eyes filled with kindness towards Mikann. However, Mr. Kinatetsuka's method of sharpening knives seems particularly strict. I really want to see it, but he told me that I absolutely must not peek. Mikann silently listened, occasionally sipping tea and feeding the white crane, and the atmosphere between her and Tanjiro wasn't too awkward. What does Jinya think? How about sneaking a glance? Jinya, who was called out, exploded. How would I know? Get out of here. And why did you bring your friend to my room? Are we that close? Don't pretend to be my friend and keep nagging. Tanjiro was stunned. Are we friends? Jinya was almost amused by this naive sweetness. Of course not. You broke my arm. Don't tell me you forgot. Pointed at by Jinya, Tanjiro recalled the scene from the final exam and smiled brightly. That was because you hit a girl. It's all your fault. You can't blame me. Tanjiro activated his passive skill, Eldest Brother Field. Jinya froze. Don't call me by my name. Tanjiro directly ignored the unproductive remark and excitedly shared the snack he just ate. This crispy cookie is so delicious. Try it. Jinya really wanted to slap the cookie out of Tanjiro's hand, but the sudden noise from Mikann startled him. It was just the sound of the cookie being bitten, yet his instinctive sense felt terrified. Tanjiro joyfully turned around. Right? Mr. Mikann also thinks it's tasty, doesn't he? Mikann nodded, casually breaking a piece of cookie to feed the lazy white crane. So delicious was a threat. It must be a threat. With his hand raised high, then gently lowered, Jinya took the cookie Tanjiro offered, reluctantly saying, "Thanks." Tanjiro continued to emit eldest brother vibes. I'm glad you like it. Jinya, who said I liked it? You jerk. For a moment, the room was filled only with the crisp sound of cookies being bitten. Jinya, when can they leave already? I'm taking the master back to rest. Kuramitsu Kuninaga suddenly stood up, taking off his wide-hooded haori and draping it over Mikann. The small Shinigami was completely covered by the white crane's haori. Hey, good night. Tanjiro was stunned. He missed the chance to ask Mikann something while alone. Oh well. There's always tomorrow. Mr. Kuramitsu, please rest early too. I got it. Gently picking up Mikann, Kuramitsu Kuninaga quietly returned to the room arranged for them by the village chief. It was a large room, spacious enough for the three of them. Though Higazuki slept with his sword propped up. Master, are you okay? Placing Mikann on the bedding, Kuramitsu Kuninaga lifted the hood, looking at Mikann's flushed face. Feeling a bit at a loss. How could such a master not make a blade drool? He reached out, stroking down Mikann's back. And even when his wrist hurt from the added ornament, Kuramitsu Kuninaga remained unfazed. The master and the white snake could sometimes sense each other, looking at the white snake. The culprit was indeed him. The village chief was old. He shouldn't be restless at night, right? He retracted that thought, lifting his wrist to his eyes. Kuramitsu Kuninaga shook the little white snake that almost blended with his skin tone, maliciously grabbing the tip of the white snake's tail. Master got completely soaked because of you. Even if you're not fully conscious, you should know that resting like this is uncomfortable for the master, right? The little white snake's eyes showed a moment of clarity. But in the next second, it returned to chaos. In no time, perhaps having listened to the white crane's advice, the white snake slumped onto the tatami, curling up uncomfortably. Kuramitsu Kuninaga didn't bully the little white snake. He knew that it was tough for a newly born Tsukumagami to accept repair. It was actually rare for a master like Mikann and Ayane Maru to endure so quietly. The first repair often lacked spiritual nourishment, only bringing the burning pain from the flames, making it hard to endure once they gained human consciousness. But he couldn't help in any way. Touching the Shinigami's flushed cheek, Kuramitsu Kuninaga momentarily envisioned his own burnt self. His former master especially liked Kuramitsu Kuninaga and enjoyed watching the white crane struggle in the flames. Because the more stained with blood, the more like a crane. Lowering his gaze to undress Mikann from the sweat-soaked yukata, Kuramitsu Kuninaga thought, if only he hadn't inherited the memories of the others. Being maliciously damaged to severe injury, then taking on a human form with the body of a sword, trapped under the command of words. Merging into molten iron in the mundane fire. Because suffering is cyclical and tedious, in countless shared memories, he gradually gained the ability to control dark corruption, even less than the control of the crescent blade. But why, like being abandoned, do I have no more memories of the master? Embracing Mikann, holding a clean towel to wipe her body, Kuramitsu Kuninaga's movements were slow. His golden eyes mixed with other colors seemed vacant and lost. The door to the room suddenly opened, and Kuramitsu Kuninaga instinctively tightened his embrace around Mikann, shielding her completely from the newcomer's view. His expressionless yet translucent scarlet eyes turned fierce, like a blood-weeping crane, cold and fierce. Like a beast on the verge of death, still fighting for its life. Soda. The village chief sent me, because it's my first time handling the snake pillar's other blade, and I couldn't leave. Mikann trembled a little by He's embrace, but was held tighter by the now rational by He. The village chief wanted to ask you, does that vibrating knife have a spirit? Mikann's body trembled. Her eyes became clear, but before she could respond, Fumaru Kuninaga made an answer. Yes. All right. Thank you for your cooperation. There are no residents nearby, and there won't be anyone to disturb you afterward, so please rest assured. The people of the sword-making village come and go in a flurry, which is quite strange. Fumaru Kuninaga suddenly remembered Mikann, whom he had held in his arms. Her cheeks flushed with an unnatural red, and he slightly distanced himself from her. However, Mikann did not give him a glance. It seemed that in the heart of this lord, they were insignificant beings, and the only one who could touch the lord's heartstrings, besides the half-body Inajimaru, was the princess he had never met. Finding Inajimaru curled up, Mikann endured the intense pain all over her body and could not control the strength of her fingers as they touched the tip of the little snake's tail. But instinctively, the little white snake darted into a corner, as if trying to escape from Mikann. Seeing Mikann's dazed and disheartened appearance, Fumaru Kuninaga suppressed the smile at the corner of his lips and embraced the frail body of the Shinsher from behind. Chapter 27. Uninvited guests Bayako felt that the past 2 days were the hardest days for his blade's existence. How is Mikann doing now? Thank you for your concern. The master has fully recovered. Hijikari smiled, but the smile was slightly strained, and his expression inexplicably felt gloomy. After sending away the village chief's messenger, Hijikari pulled the paper door shut, turned around, and cast a light glance at Tsurumaru Kuninaga, who was half embracing the master. Tsurumaru Kuninaga felt confused. He saw resentment in Hijikari's eyes and fell into deep thought. Was he blaming him for stealing a kiss? But he hadn't done anything. The Lord was burning with heat. While the body of the sword spirit was cool, Hijikari was not unaware of this reasoning. However, he had never been favored. If it weren't for Hijikari's unfortunate physical condition leading him to return to his original form to recuperate, an ordinary Byako like him would never have been noticed by the Lord. Every time he saw Tsurumaru Kuninaga's dejected expression, Hijikari wanted to throw this proud and pure sword into a muddy pit and ask him if he was completely oblivious to himself. The arrogant brat, relying on his favor. The two blades, both feeling inferior due to their experiences under the previous master, would never understand each other. They stubbornly flaunted their personalities without ever considering that the root of their troubles lay deep within themselves. They were so proud of their own essence that they never realized they were ill. The heat on their bodies gradually warmed the originally cold Tsurumaru Kuninaga, and when the temperature balance was reached, Mikann lifted her eyelids and pushed at Byako. Wow, is this something to be used and discarded? How sad, my lord. Tsurumaru Kuninaga joked, gently pulling away once he confirmed that Mikann could support herself. Mikann still felt very hot, his consciousness a bit hazy, but he did not forget the rules he set for himself. He must first calm down the sword boys who were temporarily accompanying him before meeting the High Master. Even though Mikann's voice was hoarse and Hijikari immediately brought warm water to his lips, he still held Hijikari's hand down and looked seriously at Tsurumaru Kuninaga. But it was just too hot. It's not something to be used and discarded, Mikann said seriously, and due to the high fever, his consciousness was somewhat unclear. At this moment, he looked as if his eyes only held Kurama Kuniyashi, as if Kurama Kuniyashi was his entire world. Although he was a sword spirit and did not have a human-like body structure, he felt a rumble in his chest. Seeing Kurama Kuniyashi's dazed expression, Hijikari let out a low laugh, pinched Mikann's face, and poured water into his mouth. Master, drink some water. Passively accepting the pouring service from the Tachi sword spirit, Mikann sipped the tea carefully, looking innocent and obedient, contrasting with his appearance as a bad blade. After finishing a cup of water, Hijikari sighed and wiped the water stains from the corner of Mikann's lips with his fingertip. What a tender master. Kurama Kuniyashi stealthily circled behind Hijikari and covered the eyes of the demon-slaying sword, killing the ambiguous atmosphere in its cradle, completely eliminating it. Hijikari, Kurama Kuniyashi, since you know the master is still young, don't bully him. You're a 1,000-year-old blade. Do you have no shame? Hijikari was almost amused by the anger, tightly grasping Kurama Kuniyashi's hand and pulling the white crane's claws down. Lord Kurama, what on earth is in your head? Kurama Kuniyashi sneered. We're both 1,000-year-old swords. Don't think just because I've been in the ground for a long time that I'm really stupid. The atmosphere between the two blades gradually became tense, as if they were about to fight in the next second. Stop it. Mikann supported his head, his condition rapidly deteriorating, his mismatched but beautiful eyes no longer focused, like the dilated pupils of a dying person. Hijikari and Kurama Kuniyashi's expressions changed, and the two blades moved closer to Mikann, not forgetting to dig out the little white snake that was influencing their master from the corner of the room. The sword spirits, bonded as soulmates, were muddled, but at the moment they touched each other, their reason was clear. Just like the illusion Mikann had just given Kurama Kuniyashi at this moment, Mikann and Ayane Maru were truly each other's entire world. How enviable. Holding on for 2 days until now, Mikann finally fainted completely, and negative emotions settled in Hijikari's beautiful eyes. This emotion might be jealousy or hatred, very complex yet pure. Placing the little white snake in a snack box lined with a towel, Kurama Kuniyashi frowned. Feeling that Hijikari's state was off, there is already a fallen demon-slaying sword in the main house. We don't need two. Hijikari deftly arranged the blanket for Mikann, wrung out a towel dampened with cold water, and placed it on Mikann's forehead. Only after doing all this did he casually lift his head and meet Kurama Kuniyashi's multicolored eyes. The demon-slaying sword smiled, revealing small canines that weren't sharp, invoking an urge to touch. Are you talking about my brother? It's rare for a fallen demon-slaying sword, but Kizumaru hasn't completely become a demon. After all, he.s. just a coward hiding behind a demon-esque exterior to escape persecution. Compared to me, he.s. more like a demon-slaying sword. Stunned by Hijikari's sharp retort, Kurama Kuniyashi's frown relaxed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips, fitting the stereotype of Kurama Kuniyashi. Haha, swords of brothers are indeed all the same. You can't even remember their names, yet you don't allow any blade other than yourself to say anything bad about your brother. Kurama Kuniyashi's attitude was so open-minded that Hijikari began to doubt whether this reserve crane was just his illusion, or perhaps playing Kurama Kuniyashi had become a habit for this version of Kurama Kuniyashi, and this habit was gradually evolving into instinct, not fully redeemed by the master's memories. He couldn't let go of himself, not knowing if this crane would make the same foolish choice as in the first loop. The time for the demon's visit was approaching. Without further verbal exchanges with Kurama Kuniyashi, the two naturally golden-touched sword gentlemen quietly took care of their master in this room, along with the little white snake that was about to become a steamed snake if it heated up any further. What else in the dream? In a daze, Mikann saw many disjointed images. There was a half view of a courtyard paved with pebbles, countless clusters of wisteria flowers surrounded by fences, identical white-haired twins, and the heartbeat when a strange demon had its head severed. Don't be moved by the form of the master. What else is there? Why can't I see the master's face? It's been a long time since I was born. Master, please let me see you one last time. Please allow your face to appear in my memories. I miss you so much, master. Chapter 28. The way of hospitality night fell, and although the lights in every household were still bright, the sword-forging village was already prepared for rest. The demon has come. As a demon-slaying sword, Hijikari's perception of evil is much stronger than that of other sword spirits. Let us prepare to set off. Kurama Kuniyashi put on his Haori, and the moment he was wrapped in rich spiritual power, his fingertips trembled slightly. He was addicted to this feeling. Because Mikann had worn this battle outfit that had existed since his manifestation a few days ago, even after being cleaned and left for 2 days. Kurama Kuniyashi felt the strong spiritual power when he put it on. The scent of the master, spiritual power. As the battle outfit that accompanied his manifestation, how could this clothing not be considered a part of him? Just like a scabbard is one with a sword. With a slight dizziness from being so intimately connected with the master, Kurama felt a bit dizzy. Someone needs to stay behind to protect the master. Hijikari's voice lost its usual softness. He faced one direction, fiddling with his clothes, feeling uneasy. Actually, this time's expedition was not a conventional card draw to decide who would accompany the master, but rather they discovered that the barrier only allowed Kurama Kuniyashi and Hijikari to pass, just like the pairing in the first loop. Speaking of which, even the other blades accompanying the master in the expedition were the main force from the first loop. I can't remember if Lord Seven Stars has reached any conclusions about this. Kurama Kuniyashi fell silent for many reasons. Firstly, as Tachi, they were restricted in their night expeditions. Secondly, Mikann truly could not have anyone around him. I'll go. You stay to take care of the master. And this steamed snake cake. Did you bury him with snack crumbs? Not seeing the white snake, Hijikari fell into thought about the extra snack box. But he acquiesced to Kurama Kuniyashi's suggestion. He was a bit unsteady about the sword-forging village. His condition had been declining, and if the master checked the sword ledger, he would definitely see that he was in a red-faced state. Before Kurama Kuniyashi left, Hijikari reminded, your priority is first, then the humans. Kurama Kuniyashi's pace did not pause at all. The white Haori, under the warm light, also took on a hint of softness. Just like the time he spread his wings toward the warm, sunlit wilderness. I know. Wishing you great success in battle. After sending off Kurama Kuniyashi, Hijikari picked up his main body sword from the rack, remaining silent for a long time. The expedition is indeed surprising. The blacksmith, who wanted to touch the roadside jar, was directly split in two by Tsunru Kuninaga. The beautifully patterned pot shattered, and the seemingly non-existent water appeared and disappeared as the pot broke. Incredibly bizarre. The rescued blacksmith was momentarily stunned. He naturally sensed the oddity. But before he could say thank you, he was directly interrupted by Tsunru Kuninaga. Could you please call the others? Don't go outside. It's best to gather together. As if reflecting the spirit of mutual help and cooperation among humans, Tsunru Kuninaga paused his movement to add hurriedly, don't come out to help. Rescuing people is troublesome. Although the words were harsh, the blacksmith, feeling helpless, angrily went to knock on doors, deciding to scold anyone who asked what had happened to him. Abandoning the assistance of his sight, Tsunru Kuninaga leaped and moved through the night, quickly discovering the scent of humans again. Landing in front of the blacksmith's tile shop, Tsunru Kuninaga comfortably held his main blade and looked into the house at a human boy, although he could hardly see anything clearly. What else with humans? Do they have any peculiar habits? Not sleeping in the middle of the night. And those demons, don't they know that eating at night is hard to digest? If it were up to him, They should be drinking some flower tea under the midday sun. Wisteria flower tea should be a local specialty here. Who? It was tea until he heard footsteps that he realized someone was approaching, causing Mikann Suji to break out in a cold sweat. Who was didn't tea matter? At least it wasn't a demon. Sumeru Kuninaga smiled at Mikann Suji, his golden and red eyes faintly emitting an eerie glow in the moonlight. Don't stay outside. There's a demon attacking the village. You're a demon slayer, right? Why is your perception so dull? Affected by negative spiritual energy. Sumeru Kuninaga's personality had worsened a bit, each word dripping with sarcasm. Mikann Suji felt nothing at all. Perhaps after making a friend who refused to return what he had brought to the door, he had come to terms with things, and his mindset had improved. Oh, I'll go help. Sumeru Kuninaga blinked, confused by the demon slayer's reaction, but it didn't seem to concern him much. He needed to hurry and protect the humans who weren't demon slayers. Their encounter was brief, both sides feeling perplexed by each other. Originally planning to patrol the forest, Sumeru Kuninaga suddenly felt a chill, reminiscent of being force-fed deep-sea raw fish, slippery and ugly creatures. Over there, just as he stepped out, he turned back, smiling. Wanted to share a cup of wisteria flower tea with the source of this chill and eat some gorilla scarlet ore, which shouldn't be a problem for non-human, right? The direction the boy had just left also carried the scent of demons, but it was different from the source of the chill. The priority was still to save people. The white crane spread its wings and landed directly in front of the slippery creatures obediently lining up to descend the mountain. Hi. Sumeru Kuninaga smiled at the blacksmith ringing the bell. Please go to the gathering place and protect yourself. Leave this to me. The black crane wanted to scold the lone human outside, but considering the information gap, he decided against it. What if they were just an innocent passerby? Nevertheless, the blacksmith, who was still startled by Sumeru Kuninaga, replied yes. Good child, you know to walk carefully, Sumeru Kuninaga praised, casually swinging his blade, taking out one small creature after another. His spiritual energy strikes capable of sending a whole batch of little ones back to town with a single blow. Perhaps having listened to the initial notice from the blacksmith, there wasn't a single person on the road, and these little creatures were only coming from one direction. Blocking this way would be fine. When Sumeru Kuninaga felt bored slicing pots, he looked toward the direction the little fish were coming from and smiled with his eyes narrowed. The main body. It should be over there, right? He absolutely had to treat it to tea, although it was nearly impossible to see anything in the night of this world. The moon was so bright that when it was close enough, he could still make things out. After several close encounters, Sumeru Kuninaga already knew what he had been killing. Those little, painfully ugly creatures were just too hideous for him. He wanted to see just how tasteless the demon that produced these things was. All right, the time to show off has begun. The crane versus the little fish. All the little fish were on the crane's menu. Those ugly things had no right to enter little Hikari's kitchen, speaking cheerfully and occasionally launching attack lines. Sumeru Kuninaga became increasingly swift in destroying the fish and shattering the jars after being disgusted by these ugly creatures. Chapter 29. Kanroji Mitsuri. The annoying fish monsters were dwindling in number, and while Sumeru Kuninaga grumbled about going to find a mastermind for tea, a presence that infinitely overlapped with his lord's descended from the sky. Sumeru Kuninaga was astonished, his brain immediately processing this person's identity. The Lord's princess. Although he had never seen her before, Sumeru Kuninaga could be sure that this princess was the one his lord had been searching for and longing to meet. Kanroji Mitsuri resolved the remaining fish monsters and, upon finding no injured people around and no scent of blood, breathed a sigh of relief while patting her chest. The light was poor. Even at this distance, she could only see a bit, but she could clearly see the eye color and hair color. The eyes were completely different from her lord's, but resembled those of the white snake. However, the gaze was very clear, and being looked at like this brought a certain joy. Joy! Sumeru Kuninaga was not confused. He knew this feeling was feedback from his lord, a deep obsession that had been completely inherited through spiritual energy. As he sheathed his blade, he noticed that Kanroji Mitsuri was blushing while looking at him. The fair-skinned beauty, looking like a crane, despite her identity being unclear, appeared to have protected everyone. Wow, how heart-fluttering. The way she kept staring at him was also adorable. But her eyes seemed a bit misty and unfocused. Did she have an eye condition? But even a flawed beauty was wonderful. Thank you for protecting everyone in the swordsmith village. It seemed there were no casualties. That was truly great. With her cheeks burning red, to be honest. Kanroji Mitsuri didn't even know what she was saying. She just felt that after working for so long, Finally seeing a boy as handsome as Michiro again made her a bit too excited. But they needed to deal with the demons quickly. Over there, okay? Huh? Kanroji Mitsuri was taken aback. She didn't expect the beautiful boy in front of her to suddenly say this. The demon is over there. Sumaru Kuninaga pointed in the direction of another demon and explained, I can't see with these annoying night battles. Unable to go to the front lines. But dealing with these little fish and shrimp was still no problem. Please leave the village to me. Looking at Sumaru Kuninaga's clean and beautiful smile, Kanroji Mitsuri felt her heart racing. The beautiful boy was simply the best gift the world could give to a beauty lover. All things considered, he didn't seem like a suspicious person, and he really helped everyone. Before she arrived, it was this child who had been working hard. How wonderful and cute. She must be able to trust this child. Before the sun rises, no one will be hurt. Please rest assured. Sumaru Kuninaga smiled, his demeanor surprisingly gentle. Perhaps because the princess before him was the Lord's princess, and he respected her from the bottom of his heart. Then I'm counting on you. Hajikari was somewhat angry as he held Mikann tightly in his arms, his attitude very firm, like an angry cat protecting its cub, exuding a terrifying aura. Mikann mumbled Hajikari's name, still not fully aware, but he sensed the power of the origin. Someone was calling for him. Someone needed him. Master, have you forgotten the trap of Manyo Sakura? Hajikari's face darkened as he held Mikann's hand, unable to control himself, gripping it tightly. It seemed that by doing so, he could prevent the course of the first loop. I remember, Mikann said slowly, trying to pull his hand back from Hajikari's palm, but although the grip loosened, there was no intention of letting go. Let go. Mikann was unhappy, her furrowed brows looking somewhat piercing in Hijeka's eyes. It would be fine if the head of the family didn't intervene, right? Hijeka grasped Mikann's shoulders, his eyes showing a hint of breakdown. Can't you just stay here and not go anywhere? Startled by Hijeka's shout, Mikann's slow brain struggled to turn a few times. Why? Hijeka remained silent. Realizing his own loss of composure, he pressed his lips together, his gaze dimming. He always knew that the head of the family wouldn't compromise on such matters for their sake. Rubbing his temples, Mikann broke free from Hijeka's embrace and walked to the table. Digging the little white snake out of the snack crumbs, Mikann couldn't help but chuckle. Ayanomaru, you must be getting used to it. The little white snake lazily lifted its eyelids, brushed the tip of its tail against Mikann's clothes, and then continued to play dead, clearly still in a very uncomfortable state. Hijeka, I've always known that everyone is hiding something from me. Actually, Mikann didn't know. She just had some memories restored and realized she couldn't be so passively naive towards her kind anymore. We are mutually beneficial. I will do my best to meet any of your needs, but please don't interfere too much in my matters. Mikann's words were soft, her voice somewhat hoarse and weak from the high fever, making her speech sound gentle. But Hajikari only felt a chill in his heart. His master was truly gentle yet cruel, just like that man from history, his former master. He was a bit uncertain whether the plan of the Crescent Blade would succeed. I see. It was my loss of composure, my lord's punishment. Hearing Hajikari return to his usual state, softly requesting punishment, Mikann fell silent for a moment before reluctantly turning away. I know you're concerned for me, but I want to help, even if it's just patrolling. The sound of the paper door being firmly shut felt somewhat cold. Moments after Mikann left, Hajikari adjusted his state. At this moment, he was simply that sword. The demon-slaying blade held by Minamoto no Uramitsu, cutting down all injustices. Whether there was affection between him and his master was no longer important. He just wanted to understand why his master, who should be immobilized, had regained the ability to act. He speculated that something might have happened to the village chief, slowing or interrupting the progress of the sword repair, which allowed his master to move. How rude of me to disrupt someone else's plans. Hajikari traversed through the night, quickly finding the village chief's location along a familiar route, only to be surprised that he was not alone. A princess shrouded in moonlight had also arrived. Hajikari was taken aback, not expecting to meet this princess in such a manner. But since they were here, it would be nice to push the plan's progress a bit. The princess's presence here meant she had encountered Sumaru Kuninaga, as she must have had guidance to arrive early. Breath of love, first form, the shudder of first love. In an instant, the fish-like demon that had yet to reach the village chief was torn apart. The scene gentle and dreamlike, like a mixed tapestry of heartbeats and palpitations. Chapter 30, Jade Pot. Village chief, are you all right? Hajikari asked with a smile, bringing Tetsuzan Takahara to a spot untouched by dust, feigning a friendly greeting. The young, handsome man, embraced by the old man he had saved, felt inexplicably defeated, unwilling to accept his loss. Hajikari, oh? So, The creator of my lord has this kind of personality? Fortunately, my lord is only influenced by that princess. If he were unwilling to be embraced by a handsome man, it would be quite troubling. This should be the last demon in this area. Hijikari smiled as he landed with the pouting Tetsuzan Takahara, his golden eyes reflecting the moonlight as he gently gazed at Kanroji Mitsuri. Kanroji Mitsuri covered her mouth, once again shaken by the beauty of the sword-wielding man. He is as cute as an orange cat. Princess, please leave the injured to me. Hijikari smiled, and upon seeing Tetsuzan Takahara knock the head of the swordsmith saved by Kanroji Mitsuri, his eyes curved into crescent moons, and his smile became even brighter. When he smiled, his little fangs were visible, so wonderful. I wonder if Mr. Aheiji, who is as troublesome as a snake, has sharp fangs when he smiles. Just thinking about it is so cute. I want to touch them. Watching Kanroji Mitsuri's conflicted yet excited expression, Hijikari felt all the frustration he had received from his master dissipate. It wasn't he merely a replacement for a meal, but the aura of this princess was exactly like that of his master, making it hard for him to suppress his thoughts. Princess? Hijikari called out again, his smile fading as his eyes fixed on Kanroji Mitsuri's flushed cheeks. Is the princess referring to me? Kanroji Mitsuri looked left and right, not noticing any other women besides herself. Hijikari smiled, of course. Please leave the injured and the aftermath to me. And I asked the princess to head to the front lines. Her serious demeanor was so cute. Indeed, compared to the orange cat, she resembled a calico cat more. A great beauty. Feeling more motivated to fight after being visually charged, Kanroji Mitsuri glanced at Hijikari's sword and was surprised to find it wasn't a Nichiren blade. But before she could say anything, the village chief vouched for Hijikari. There's absolutely no problem leaving it to this child. Please, Hashira-sama, help us eliminate the evil demons. Lord Tetsuzan. Kanroji Mitsuri felt a bit conflicted, but she didn't ponder for too long. She trusted Lord Tetsuzan's judgment. Watching Kanroji Mitsuri leave in the direction he had indicated, Hijikari smiled faintly, certain that his master would never meet this princess. You're really a naughty child. However, since Hagi and that child are willing to keep you around, it means you're somewhat of a good child, Tetsuzan Takahara said, coming to Hijikari's side, sighing like an elder. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled his ears, and a surge of spiritual power rushed into his body, repairing the corruption deep within his core. Hijikari steadied himself, unable to believe what he had just heard. What did you just say? Under Hijikari's intense gaze, Tetsuzan Takahara showed no signs of nervousness and walked slowly with his hands behind his back. I said you are also a good child. Let's go, help move the injured. Hijikari silently followed, his mind replaying the phrase he had just heard, unable to confirm what two characters made up his master's name. The connection deepened. However, he could not repeat the name, unable to speak the name of the original god. Swallowing the blood that surged in his throat, Hijikari, under the village chief's command, helped the severely injured with other able villagers. Nice to meet you. I am Jade Pot. Can we chat a bit before the fight starts? Tonight, I hope the three esteemed guests will appreciate my work. Breath of the Snake, first form, the serpent's curve slash. Not giving Jade Pot a chance to finish speaking, Mikann swiftly dashed out to slash at Jade Pot's neck. But since his main blade was not a hand, both his strength and form were constrained. His current weapons were two randomly found Nichiren blades. They weren't even wrapped with a blade cord, and the feel was subpar. If it were the breath of love, Mikann would have been confident in slicing off Jade Pot's head just now. But the breath of the snake was still a bit slow, and with his current weapons, he couldn't utilize his original form. The breath of the snake was also somewhat weakened due to the incomplete adaptation of the Nichiren blade. Takatu Mwitru's eyes brightened with delight. He recognized this person. It was the one who saved his brother. He finally saw him again. Two infant hands plopped down on the ground, and Jade Pot froze, disappearing from the spot before the mist Ashira could strike. But he didn't forget to display his work, leaving it at the position he had just occupied. How rude to interrupt someone else. But I'm still quite willing to let the fourth esteemed guest appreciate my work. Jade Pot's sneering voice echoed from a tree as he changed his landing spot. However, compared to his previous disdain, he was now on high alert, thinking of what that adult had said about villains dying from too much talking. It seemed not entirely unfounded. No, he wasn't a villain. He was a great artist. Watching the darkened faces of everyone below the tree, Jade Pot couldn't help but chuckle. But unfortunately, I can't show you the exquisite details of this work. But you can try it yourself. Just gently turn the knife handle. Seeing the sun blade flying towards him, The jade pot quickly switched to another jar upon sensing danger, and sure enough, the jar he had just occupied was shattered the next second. To think he had destroyed his own artwork twice. That pink-haired human was truly detestable. Standing in front of the artwork created by humans, the jade pot fell into a brief silence, the luster in his eyes flickering before returning to calm. By the way, this piece is titled The Last Moments of the Swordsmith. Isn't it wonderful? The jade pot couldn't help but be a bit sarcastic. Lord Kong Ji, Mr. Taiwei, Mr. Deity, Unsla Guang. Mikann drew the remaining Nichiren blade and slowly faced Tama. Can they return to their original forms? What? Tama, who was interrupted while trying to introduce his work, paused and then burst into laughter, asking why they should return to such an unappetizing appearance. I have granted them the qualification to become artworks. They should be grateful to me. After all, not everyone can dedicate themselves to art. So what does that mean? What do you mean? Tama twisted and turned, cheerfully responding, because he felt this person would surely be filled with despair and anger upon seeing his work. Just like that masked little demon who broke down in tears. Can your words restore them to their original forms? Mikann patiently repeated, continuously flipping the unwieldy Nichiren blade in his hand. Chapter 31. Takeda Witcher Mikann's attitude made Yuhu feel belittled, but soon, the anger that had yet to rise in his heart turned into pleasure. He provocatively said, "No, they have completely merged with my great art. Disgusting things." Mikann lowered her gaze, an intense disdain surged in her. The breath of the serpent, the form of 3, nest strangulation. Mikann has freed himself from the constraints of the smiths trapped in the jar, but this doesn't count as a rescue. They are already beyond saving. In fact, Mikann would have performed better using the breath of love, but the current weapon restricts him from using it. The main reason is that he clearly feels his body has entered a rhythm of repair. His body is at its weakest point, so the forms he displays have completely lost their initial sharpness. But this level is still enough to destroy some annoying jars. The jade jar, infuriated by being attacked 3 times, twisted in a dark manner, but the next moment, Takeda Mwichiru swung his sword towards its neck. Distracted by Mikann, Takeda's strike hit the entity. He narrowly avoided having his head severed due to a momentary lapse in attention. The jade jar protected its head with its small hands and crawled out from the jar on the eaves. That was close. It almost had its head chopped off by an artless brute. The jade jar was still being cheeky, but this time it was seriously assessing this pillar. Who could be considered a human cub? If there's nothing that can be done to save them, hurry up and say what you need to say. Mikann, holding his sword, looked down at the 2 smiths who were lying on the ground, crying from facing the demon's vile nature. Little Yearns sniffled, his words of thanks unclear due to his emotional turmoil, while the older Tetsuhana Mori was somewhat more accepting of the current situation. You don't look too well. Are you really okay? Mikann felt a bit reluctant to speak due to her increasingly burning body discomfort. So, Ine Maru slid down her arm, hissing as it flicked its tongue, interrupting Tetsuan Mori with a fierce demeanor. Tetsuan Mori was startled and fell silent. Protect yourself. Mikann, in a moment of confusion, dropped a sentence and turned to leap onto the eaves of the house, wanting to see if there was anywhere she could help. Joining the battle would be a challenge. Her current state would only trouble the demon slayers. Sunban Shinj, fish kill. Tamako playfully conjured up jars and activated her blood demon art to summon 2 bright red goldfish, which, despite their silly appearance, exuded a murderous intent. Countless poison needles shot towards Takedo Michiro, and Mikann, unfortunately, got caught up in it while on the eaves, but it was an easy matter to dodge such an extent. Tamako's first wave of attack missed, but the 2 silly-looking goldfish did not disappear. The goldfish's eyes rotated wisely a few times, and instead of attacking the resistant Hashira and Tsukamagami, they turned and charged straight at the 2 swordsmiths. Tetsuan Mori instinctively protected Koitetsu, urgency in his voice. Koitetsu, watch out. However, faster than Tetsuan Mori, Mikann forcibly activated her love breathing, reaching the swordsmiths before the goldfish's attack. But she was a step slower than Takedo Michiro, so she could block in front of everyone. The sound of needles piercing flesh was clear, and Takedo Michiro, once again shielded by this figure, widened his eyes, the brilliance in his gaze trembling. Takedo Michiro wanted to check Mikann's injuries, but there was no time. The goldfish's 3rd wave of attack followed closely. Swiftly swinging his blade to block all the needles, Takedo Michiro frowned and spoke without mercy. You're in the way. Hide quickly. Takedo Michiro was deeply influenced by the eloquence of his older brother. Koitetsu wanted to apologize, but Mikann was quick. Grabbing both swordsmiths, and turning to disappear into the forest behind them. After running a considerable distance and confirming that there was no dangerous presence around, Mikann finally set the two swordsmiths down. Hide. When being carried by Mikann, Koitetsu felt something hot touch him and worriedly looked back, only to find Mikann's figure had already vanished. When Mikann turned back, Taketo Mwichiru had already been bound in a water prison resembling a water jug. The demon slayer trapped inside the jug had a somewhat vacant look in his eyes. Humans cannot breathe underwater, and not breathing would lead to death. Mikann attempted to break the water jar to release Taketo Mwichiru, but the cut from the Nichiren blade merely grazed the jar, which seemed to have an elastic quality and didn't care at all. Caressing the white snake on her shoulder, Mikann closed her eyes and whispered, "Inemiru, what should I do?" He no longer has the strength to continue using the breathing techniques. The little white snake hissed, flicking its tongue, and slid down from Mikann's shoulder to the bottom of the jar. Testing if it could pass through the jar with its tail, and finding no obstruction, the little white snake suddenly lunged and poked its head into the jar. Taketo Mwichiru, staring eye to eye with the little white snake, fell into deep thought. But seeing the little snake bubbling, he could only open his mouth to take in a breath of oxygen. Although he gulped down a large mouthful of water, Taketo Mwichiru regained the ability to activate his breathing technique. Breath of Mist, second form, eightfold mist. Several beams of light from his blade flew by, accompanied by a mist-like presence. The water jar left by Tamayo was shattered from the inside by Taketo Mwichiru. At the moment of breaking through the jar, Taketo Mwichiru felt weak from lack of oxygen, and just before he was about to fall, Mikann supported him. Inemiru also took the opportunity to quickly escape. He didn't want to be squished into a snake pancake. Smelling the sweet scent in Mikann's embrace, Taketo Mwichiru recalled the scene when Mikann first saved him. But in an instant, he was brought back to reality by the harsh words of his older brother in his memories. He couldn't let it end like this. If he returned empty-handed without taking down the demon's head, he would be mocked by his older brother, who was also a Hashira of Mist. He needed to earn his brother's respect. He had to take him back to meet his brother. Cloud-like patterns appeared on Taketo Mwichiru's cheeks, and Mikann could clearly feel his rapidly increasing strength. "Leave it to me. You should rest well." Taketo Mwichiru gently held Mikann's wrist, and in the next second, he disappeared from his spot, as silent and elusive as a wisp of white mist. Mikann was silent. After bending down to pick up Inemiru, who was playing with his tail around her calf, she hurried to the battlefield where Taketo Mwichiru was located. "That kid is strong. Did he just go to watch?" Inemiru, who had returned to Mikann's shoulder, rubbed his cheek against hers, and Mikann felt he suddenly became very clingy. Inemiru swayed his head, using his tail to form a heart shape and waved it in front of Mikann. But she was completely focused on searching for Taketo Mwichiru's location and paid no attention to him. The little white snake, feeling ignored, became a bit downcast, but quickly cheered himself up and continued to stick to Mikann. He felt cool and comfortable. Chapter 32. Zumpation. Oh dear, the situation is dire. But there was no sight of the Lord. Safe and sound, Fumaru Kuninaga stood on the eaves, gazing out dramatically. Not sensing Mikann's presence made him bounce happily in place, resembling a true pure white crane. "Don't just stand there." That kid was swallowed by the wood dragon. With the aid of memory, Hijikari focused on sensing and couldn't help but frown. Surumaru Kuninaga, surprised. "That's a big deal. Why only say it now?" Watching Toru Kuninaga rush headlong towards the source of danger without looking back, Hijikari wanted to grab the white crane's wings and scold him. Why dive into danger? If he doesn't break, who will? Though he thought this, Hijikari didn't slow down Surumaru Kuninaga's pace at all. The two blades moved through the woods, so fast that even their afterimages couldn't be captured. Under the crescent moon, the figure of that princess resembled a deity coming to save the world. By the moonlight, the Tsukamagami moving through the forest saw that the princess their lord desired was truly beautiful, the only bright color beneath this night. They had to perform well. They had to make this princess willing to entrust their lord to them, before the love Hashira could return to the battlefield to save anyone. Hijikari and Tsurumaru Kuninaga had already rescued Nezuko and Taketo Mwichiru. With one blade each, they presented the two adorable little ones, who hadn't even reacted yet, to Kanroji Mitsuri. Initially filled with fighting spirit, Kanroji Mitsuri blushed slightly in front of Tanjiro, feeling a bit embarrassed. But they were so cool. They swooped in and saved Nezuko and Taketo so quickly that she had no time to react. So strong, so cute. Tsurumaru Kuninaga and Hijikari looked obedient and wanted to leave a better impression in front of their Lord Guardian. Without much hesitation, under Kanroji Mitsuri's enthusiastic lead, Hijikari and Tsurumaru Kuninaga provided support from the left and right. Although it was their first time fighting together, the three of them coordinated exceptionally well. Unlike their lord, who carried a cold and murderous aura, Miss Kanroji's presence was sweet and gentle, just like her. In the blink of an eye, the fourth upper moon, Sekiro, was shattered by Kanroji Mitsuri, unable to regenerate. This prank was too much, Kanroji Mitsuri said angrily, staring at the face of the fourth upper moon. Feeling confused since he seemed to be around her brother's age. Shut up, you shrew. Zunpation looked down on everyone from above. His eyes marked with the number 4 brimming with arrogance and disdain. Only that one has the right to command me. Before Zunpation's words could finish, almost everyone's attention was suddenly shrouded in darkness, drawn to the fearsome Tsurumaru Kuninaga. Is this an insult to the princess? Hijikari remained silent, launching an attack in sync with the moment the black crane suddenly disappeared. The power of the demon-slaying blade should not be underestimated. And he was getting a bit angry now. Breath of Love, third form, Love Cat Shower. Moved by the genuine anger of the two beautiful boys, Kanroji Mitsuri, as the protagonist, refused to be outdone, wielding her dance whip like a descending deity, elegant and powerful. This strike directly shattered the thunder Zunpation unleashed, while also giving the black crane an opportunity to get close. With just one strike, the black crane, like a specter, sliced off half of Zunpation's head. Sorry, I missed. It wasn't a miss. Zunpation's reaction was just too quick, dodging that nearly fatal blow. However, even if his head was severed, he could return unscathed. His true body was not him. Since the moment the black crane was discovered, Hijikari retreated to the back, always on guard against this crane's reckless charges, not wanting to repeat the same mistakes. Blood Demon Art, Infinite U-Tree. Countless Sekiro descended, forcing Kanroji Mitsuri to retreat to safety due to the dense attacks. But the black crane remained at Zunpation's sides. Haha, is this a scare? With crazed excitement in his scarlet eyes, Tsurumaru Kuninaga swung his blade down, actually beheading Zunpation. The wooden dragon on the field paused for a moment before quickly countering, launching a near-devour master attack towards the black crane. We must find a true body. Badly injured, Tanjiro rushed towards the treacherous battlefield with his sword, while Hijikari, watching from the sidelines, allowed a confused sound. This kid's nose seems quite sensitive. Drawing out his true blade, Hijikari once again focused on Tsurumaru Kuninaga before following Tanjiro's steps. Don't die, Tsurumaru Kuninaga. The numerous Sekiro's counterattack did not succeed. The Love Hashira's form emerged like a whirlwind of love, trapping all the swirling Sekiro within the storm of affection. Kanroji Mitsuri, extremely fast, seized a moment the wooden dragon stalled, and in the blink of an eye, stood before Zunpation, who had just started to regrow half his head. Ignoring Tsurumaru Kuninaga, Zunpation leisurely opened his mouth towards Kanroji Mitsuri, and the golden waves began to spread. In that instant, Tsurumaru Kuninaga's eyes suddenly narrowed. Overwhelming pressure wave. A booming wave directly struck Kanroji Mitsuri, unavoidable. In the nick of time, Tsurumaru Kuninaga positioned himself in front of Kanroji Mitsuri. Although kicking the princess away was quite rude, at least this way, he could minimize the damage. Receiving Zunpation's attack head-on, Tsurumaru Kuninaga felt like his whole body was about to shatter, but he was exhilarated. He absolutely had to kill this fourth upper moon. He was slammed straight into the ground, but relying on his non-human body's toughness. He launched an attack the moment the smoke cleared. I'll handle this side. You all go and eliminate the true body. When Tsurumaru Kuninaga heard this, he silently unfolded his Haori and leaped into the air. In a reverse angle, he keenly caught Hijikari's gaze. They couldn't see each other clearly, but the bond forged by their lord would connect them, ignoring distance. I want to die. The wooden dragon attacking Tanjiro and the others was sliced by Hijikari. The cat-like sword Tsukamagami flicked its true blade, looking relaxed. Tsurumaru Kuninaga could repeatedly get close to Zunpation, who could only catch glimpses of the Love Hashira. Especially since the Love Hashira had activated his patterns, the pressure sword. Can you stop dodging and escape to the trees? Let me show you my true form. Takatu Mwichiru read aloud. Sure. Can you hurry up? Don't waste time. You are the third person to witness my true form. There are indeed quite a few. Takatu Mwichiru said naturally, his eyes lighting up when he saw Mikann's figure. He added to Tamakushi, saying that now 5 people had seen your true form. Turning to look at Mikann and that hissing little white snake, Tamakushi, unable to attack due to distance, angrily shouted at Takatu Mwichiru, shut up. Once I show my true abilities, everyone will die. Takedo Michiro continued to read aloud. That's impressive. Tamayo, I feel like I'm going to be driven crazy by this little brat. Chapter 33. Dawn's welcome breath of mist, 7th form, obscure. At a certain moment, everything returned to calm, and the ethereal clouds appeared silently, as if they were meant to exist, yet had never appeared. Mikann stood like an outsider, leaning against a tree branch, quietly watching as Michiru cut off the head of the Tamari. It was peaceful, like euthanasia, and Tamari was still making noise, showing no signs of pain at all. It was too harmonious, so harmonious that it made one feel that something terrible would happen in the next moment. Without giving Tamari the chance to continue insulting life, Michiru shattered the remaining words of the demon into finer pieces than dust, and the upper moon demon immediately turned to ashes and vanished. After sheathing his sword, Michiru looked at Mikann, his eyes involuntarily shimmering with a watery glow. Can we talk? The tangerine leapt down from the treetop, quietly agreeing to the young hero's request. The limitations of the stone dragon of the Amber Pillar extend to a distance of 66 feet, with Tsujikuni Yorichi and Kanroji Mitsuri strongly blocking the near and middle segments relative to the Amber Pillar. Therefore, on the side closer to Tanjiro, no matter how wide the attack range is, Hijikari can easily intercept everything. Foolish child. Blocking in front of Tanjiro, he kicked the attacker away, just like Tsujikuni Yorichi did earlier, using his body to block the sound wave-like blood demon art. It felt terrible. If it weren't for not having internal organs like a human, he would have already coughed up blood. To protect its main body, this attack from the Amber Pillar used full firepower, and even as its Tsukumagami, Hijikari's ears buzzed from the shock. The kick Tanjiro hurriedly thanked him and adjusted his posture in mid-air, rushing towards the body of the upper moon 4. Upon sensing the familiar demonic aura, Hijikari's expression changed slightly. The worst scenario had arrived. Time reverse army. In nighttime combat, the katana does not hold an advantage, and this familiar aura that made the blade want to vomit belonged to Kunisaki and the spider demons, which have varying degrees of enhancement in night battles. Tsujikuni Yorichi and Kanroji Mitsuri also sensed the unsettling aura. Distracted, Mitsuri nearly got caught in the aftermath of the stone dragon's attack. Leave the reinforcements of the evil demons to us. As for this little demon, Kanroji Mitsuri hurriedly replied, I understand. Leave it to me. Tsujikuni Yorichi couldn't help but smile, flipping in midair and diving towards the ground. Finally spotting the black crane, the Amber Pillar turned to strike Tsujikuni Yorichi, but the striped love pillar was impossible to ignore. So far, the battle was going well, with the advantage on the Demon Slayer's side. However, with only a few hours until dawn, Kanroji Mitsuri, as a human, would also reach her physical limits. Hijikari and Tsujikuni Yorichi met in the center of the battlefield, coordinating to launch a combined attack, barely compensating for the combat power loss in night battles, but it only brought them back to their normal combat level, unable to utilize the enhancements of their katana. The enemy's kunai had just the right length to pierce the body of the sword Tsukumagami. After his chest was pierced, Hijikari kicked Tsujikuni Yorichi, who was in the midst of their combined attack, sending the spider that was coming straight at him past his eyes. Caught off guard by the fierce battle, Tsujikuni Yorichi unexpectedly flew up, his crimson eyes wide with disbelief. Hijikari chuckled. I wanted to do this for a long time. Just didn't expect the time reverse army to intervene. Leave this to me. The situation over there doesn't look good. Tsujikuni Yorichi briefly glanced at Kanroji Mitsuri before turning and leaving without hesitation. Don't break in front of our Lord's Lady. I know. With Hijikari's assurance, Tsujikuni Yorichi left calmly. Just for that statement, even if he shattered, Hijikari would definitely shatter before the Lord's eyes, not in front of that lady. The half-tengu, having grown larger, tightly gripped Tanjiro's head with a fierce expression while lamenting its own pitiable weakness. Yuzui Tenjin rushed towards Tanjiro, but a suddenly appearing kunai pinned him directly to a tree. While struggling against the kunai, Yuzui searched for Nezuko, hoping she could save the nearly dying Tanjiro. However, when he spotted Nezuko, his pupils suddenly constricted. Several spiders and kunai surrounded Nezuko, their rapid slashes severing her hands and feet, ignoring the burning effects of the blood demon art. This group of monsters, resembling nothing but skeletons, began to gnaw at Nezuko's flesh. The three of them were too preoccupied to help each other. Haha, what a surprise. The katana's blade light slashed through, creating white feather-like blade marks, and a magnificent strike severed the half-tengu's hand, successfully rescuing Tanjiro. Following, there were several fierce blade shadows, rescuing Nezuko and Yuzui. The remaining kunai and spiders ignored the katana Tsukumagami, fully attacking the three demon slayers. Sujikuni Yorichi felt somewhat powerless. His speed was not fast enough to intercept all of these time reverse army that disregarded him. With an arm severed, the half Tengu activated its Joy Demon technique against Tanjiro, and Sujikuni Yorichi, with a second wind, firmly blocked in front of Tanjiro. Go chase. I'll handle this with your sister. After breaking through and causing an explosion of blood that obliterated several kunai, Nezuko indicated towards Tanjiro and then kicked a par spider. Just now they were caught off guard. But now it shouldn't be a problem. Yuzui assessed Sujikuni Yorichi's injuries and chose to stay. But before that, he tossed the barely usable gun to Tanjiro. Just aim for that guy's head and pull the trigger. It's simple. Hurry up. Don't let him escape. If that guy's too fast, you can break his legs. Catching the gun, Tanjiro activated the thunder breathing technique he learned from his master, Zenitsu, a rare moment where he didn't thank anyone. Even as Hijikari used his body to block the attacks from the time reverse army targeting Kanroji Mitsuri, he killed all those that obstructed him. But he had no way to deal with the time reverse army that redirected their firepower to chase Sujikuni Yorichi. His uniform had turned blood-soaked from the initial color, and the suddenly amplified strength of the Amber Pillar made it increasingly difficult for Kanroji Mitsuri to evade death. If this didn't end soon, he would likely die alongside his lord's lady. However, all enemy blades have been dealt with, and dawn was approaching. It should be fine, right? I'm going to die. Once again sent flying by the Amber Pillar's attack, the violent impact caused Kanroji Mitsuri to lose consciousness for a moment. But even in that brief moment, she saw the wooden dragon charging toward her, only a few meters away. There was no time to use her breathing technique, and her body couldn't move due to serious injuries. Chapter 34, The Dawnlight. Tanjiro, take this. As Tanjiro chased after the half-Tengu empty-handed, the Tangerine and Tanjiro arrived urgently, throwing the not yet fully polished but definitely sharp Nichiren blade, which landed steadily at Tanjiro's feet. Tanjiro used that sword. The Iron Graveyard's Kaijiro was viciously gripping Tsutomu Michiro's neck, and the obstruction from Tetsuzan's son was completely ineffective. Mikann furrowed her brows and silently lifted the sun blade without its sheath for a few seconds. Upon noticing Mikann's actions, Tetsuhira's son jumped in shock. And Mikann-sama, please, don't move the blade. I didn't mean to threaten him. Mikann defended herself, but the cold gleam reflected from the sun blade made her argument seem a bit weak. Tetsuzan Hika, huh? The injury wasn't particularly severe. At least it wasn't enough to knock out a swordsmith with some martial arts skills. So Takeda Mwichiru simply knocked out Tetsuzan Hika. For the first time, Tetsuhira-san silently dragged Tetsuzan Hika to an empty space at the back, realizing that this seemed to be more effective than tickling him. It's almost dawn. Tanjiro, don't let the demon escape. Thanks to Taketu Mwichiru's reminder, Tanjiro suddenly remembered the situation, drew his sword, and rushed towards Han Tengu, completely ignoring the torturous pain in his body at that moment. Taketu Mwichiru didn't hold back too much, so Tetsuzan Hika, relying on a strong physique, was only briefly knocked out, which made him furious. Damn brat. Taketu Mwichiru's body swayed and seemed like he was about to fall. But before he tumbled off the cliff, Mikann tightly caught him. Little Kote nervously shouted, Taketu-senpai is going to be scolded to death by Mr. Tetsuzan. Tokito-sama? Tetsuhira-san's eyes were filled with tears from anxiety. Tetsuzan Hika, what? I didn't do anything. Besides, humans don't die just for being scolded, right? Probably. Little Kote yelled, You're feeling guilty. No, I'm not. Mikann touched Shido's cheek, which was a bit cooler than her own body temperature. But it seemed that humans shouldn't have such a high temperature. Tetsuho breathed a sigh of relief after checking, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Mikann's hand. Shita-sama must have fainted from a high fever. Mikann-sama, you need to cool down. And Emeru, who was close to Mikann, hissed. It should be him that needs to cool down. He smelled the aroma of roasted snake meat. Tetsuho almost fainted from shock. Supporting Kanroji Mitsuri to rest by a tree, Hijikari smiled, as he didn't let Miss Kanroji fall just like that. The demon, Tamayo, had become much stronger compared to the last loop. Someone must be manipulating this, and that person must be related to the time-walking army. The first ray of sunlight enveloped Hijikari's figure, and Kanroji Mitsuri, in a daze, raised her eyes. Upon seeing Hijikari's face, her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Mr. Hijikari, I'm fine. Hijikari smiled nonchalantly. Despite half of his face being ruined, this smile remained gentle and soft, and his small canine teeth were very, very cute. Please, don't use honorifics with me. Hijikari said with a smile, lowering his head to try to treat Kanroji Mitsuri's wounds simply, but his clothes were tattered, and the intact parts were stained with blood, making it impossible to use. I'm sorry. It's okay, and cough cough, it'll be here soon, so, Mr. Hijikari, please don't move around. Due to a moment of excitement, Kanroji Mitsuri gasped in pain. This was her first time being so seriously injured, feeling as if all her bones were shattered, and her internal organs were definitely in trouble. Hijikari gently shook his head, walking toward the direction of the rising sun under Kanroji Mitsuri's worried gaze, his steps steady, showing no signs of being heavily injured. Tanjiro couldn't choose between his sister and hunting demons. If he could, he would choose his sister, who had joined the Demon Slayer Corps just to find a way to restore her to a human. After being kicked away for the third time in one night, Tanjiro's eyes reddened. The moment the transparent world opened, Tanjiro saw Han Tengu hiding in the heart of the sixth demon. He would slay the demon in the last second before the sun reached its zenith. Hinakami Kagura was just as fierce as the blazing sun, burning the evil demon beneath the blade. Tanjiro, the immortal Kaneo, rushed out, almost falling off a small cliff because he was too reckless. But the reliable and trustworthy Kurama Kuniakai appeared just in time to catch him. Most of the time walking army was dealt with by him. Because the number of kunai and spiders no longer increased, Kurama Kuniakai's desperate battle was nearing its end, allowing Nezuko to come to Tanjiro's side with Kurama Kuniakai's permission. Nezuko's presence forced Tanjiro to make a passive choice. Now everything was over. The Haori was mostly stained red, but there was no sign of distress, as Kurama Kuniakai, enveloped in sunlight, was overjoyed to see Mikann. The bloodstained black crane dispelled the power of dark descent and leaped down the cliff towards Mikann. In just a moment, the white crane suddenly jumped, as if dodging something, leaving behind a shattered pure white sheath in its original spot. You don't even have a sheath. Hijikari looked meaningfully at Kurama Kuniakai, his eyes clearly showing that Kurama Kuniakai was shameless. Kurama Kuniakai. He glanced at Hijikari's condition and retorted without hesitation. You're not in a good spot either. Their lively argument attracted many people to look over and smile knowingly, except for their lord, Mikann. The heat of their bodies affected their perception, but as the distance closed, this influence became negligible. Mikann felt surprised and puzzled by this. He couldn't understand what had happened to cause such a level of battle damage. A mutual rush would make the meeting and the outcome come faster. Mikann stepped onto the vibrant green grass and stopped a few steps away from the Tachi Futsishin. The two sword-wielding gentlemen paused their playful banter and knelt neatly in front of Mikann, their postures dignified, resembling victorious generals returning from battle, or loyal vassals seeking their lord's reward. They did not fail in their duty. The harmony of their duet was melodious, and such a solemn scene drew the attention of those who had just experienced great ups and downs, with one or two peeking curiously over. Mikann silently approached them, and when she was just one step away, the two triumphant vassals still kept their heads lowered, fully displaying their loyalty. Mikann gently caressed their cheeks, meeting two pairs of eyes that shimmered like gemstones. However, one of Hizakiri's eyes had been ruined, so he only had 3 golden gems. But why was it that the spiritual power was not being drawn as before? Kunitoshi Kunru affectionately rubbed Mikann's palm, and like Hizakiri, who softly pressed his cheek against Mikann's hand, he revealed a beautiful smile. It's troubling. This outfit stained in bright red doesn't look like a crane at all. It's no longer the era of Genji, so it's only natural for me to be like this. The figures of Hizakiri and Kunitoshi Kurumu vanished like particles of light before everyone's eyes, leaving only Hizakiri's Tsuba in Mikann's palm. Kunitoshi Kuramaru left nothing behind. Perhaps because Mikann didn't love him enough yet. A sword that is not loved has no right to leave a mark. Mikann tightly clutched Hizakiri's relic, her expression calm. The rule was, a sword that dares not be loved is not qualified to leave a mark. Chapter 35 Extra. The Past of the Black Crane. With white hair and golden eyes, Kurama Kuninaga had seen the world's splendor, but could not linger in the mortal realm. He was an unrestrained, yet lonely sword gentleman. A renowned sword that was rarely stained with blood, either enshrined or buried as a valuable item. Before meeting Mikann, Kurama Kuninaga had a master with a rather unpleasant temperament. But that master probably did not belong to him. He was the master of the first-generation Kurama Kuninaga. In his memories, all the happy recollections were inherited from the first-generation Kurama Kuninaga, while the other Kurama Kuninagas only had varying degrees of painful memories. He seemed to be the 7th White Crane. That Shikigami was very young, having just come of age when taking office. Leading the newly emerged sword spirits into the world was truly challenging, especially since he himself suffered from mental-related issues. Time passed long ago, yet it still felt like yesterday. Kurama Kuninaga remembered that Shikigami's codename, but was reluctant to dwell on it. Inherited memories from the original body revealed that the Shikigami had faced unfair treatment in the present world, not just a terrible experience, but also a difficult upbringing. For over a decade, he had grown up in pain. Unfortunately, he was not a resilient little grass capable of smiling through all hardships until he saw the sunlight and redemption. Nevertheless, at least when he first visited the Hanmaru, he was a ray of sunlight falling into darkness, very faint, like a candy without sweetness. The pressures of the present world did not dissipate just because he left that realm. He still could not control his inner turmoil. Even in the memories of the first Kurama Kuninaga, he would lose his temper uncontrollably and feel regret and pain when he lost all strength. Perhaps this simple recollection could be considered a revolving lantern. Who would have thought that sword spirits would have death memoirs? It truly surprised him. Yet, compared to recalling past tragedies, he indeed wanted to see his current master once more. That Shikigami was very talented, but perhaps due to some experiences in the present world, his spiritual power could not be freely wielded, as if someone had corked his bottle of talent. The initial and subsequent summoned swords were normal. He was truly lucky, like a chosen one. In the world where initial summoned swords were the default, that Shikigami's first sword was Kurama Kuninaga, and he did not need an initial sword, partially due to the tense battlefield situation at that time, which the authorities overlooked. However, afterward, he found himself unable to summon swords forged by blacksmiths. He went to the authorities' hospital for an examination and discovered that his spiritual core had collapsed, leading to spiritual power chaos. For those who did not rely on spiritual power, chaos was an imaginary concept, but the role of a Shikigami was entirely dependent on spiritual power. Oh dear, am I being a bit too verbose? Speaking of which, this memory is somewhat dull. Even though it's from the same body, it doesn't truly belong to me. In his memories, suffering for survival began from the moment of transformation. Due to the difficulty in acquiring new swords and finally having companionship, the Shikigami particularly cherished Kurama Kuninaga, who resembled a white crane, always bringing him surprises and a longing for life. Thus, the first Kurama Kuninaga was highly favored. After a severe injury during a mission, the Shikigami could not bear to have Kurama Kuninaga leave his sight, fearing that if the white crane were to leave, it would trigger a stress response. At this time, he was still a good master, but his temperament changed due to the large-scale assault of the time-flowing army, which destroyed most of the Hanmaru and forced the authorities to restart the world and select new Shikigami. How could a Shikigami, who could not even accept Kurama Kuninaga leaving his sight, accept the sight of Kurama Kuninaga shattering in front of him to protect himself? The spiritual core completely collapsed, but this also allowed him to channel spiritual power, albeit at an accelerated rate of depletion, hastening his life toward extinction. Afterward, he summoned many swords, mostly rare ones. But in his extreme panic about the strength of the swords, he firmly believed that only the original swords were the best. Thus, all swords that had been burned or altered were recreated after he awakened their consciousness, experiencing the torment of feeling himself melting into molten iron and undergoing thousands of hammer strikes. Kurama Kuninaga was not one of them because, for this Shikigami, Kurama Kuninaga was special. However, even in the same body, there would be inconsistencies. So when the second Kurama Kuninaga revealed his differences from the first, he was forcefully shattered, as the Shikigami believed he had damaged the impression left by the first Kurama Kuninaga. Kurama Kuninaga vividly remembered the despair of that generation when he was forced by his revered master to jump into the sword dissolution pool, as he inherited that emotion. The Shikigami was very Euro, and soon he had a third Kurama Kuninaga. But by this time, due to overexerting his spiritual power, his body had entered middle age, as if he had aged 20 years. The third Kurama, upon discovering the Shikigami's manic transformation behavior, couldn't help but rescue his colleague, and the pain unfolded as he leaped into the flames to save the first generation. While Kurama Kuninaga was suffering from burns, the Shikigami, originally feeling despair over Kurama's self-immolation, transformed into joy, because the reborn white crane resembled his Kurama Kuninaga the most. How long can a sword gentleman maintain human form burning in high temperatures? Kurama Kuninaga did not know, but at least he could burn for 24 days, largely because the Shikigami's spiritual power was sustaining him. The flames capable of recreating gods are not ordinary fire. so he had said from the beginning that this Shikigami was truly talented. The reason he mentioned 24 days was that on the 25th day, the Shikigami would take the barely alive white crane to his side for careful nurturing, and then upon discovering differences again, he would burn the sword. The 25 days marked the interval between the first Kurama Kuninaga leaving his side and him obtaining the second Kurama Kuninaga. Because he inherited memories, the current Kurama Kuninaga had many 24 days. At the 7th generation, which is now him, even when he mimicked the first Kurama Kuninaga's appearance to the utmost, the Shikigami still did not give up on dyeing the white crane red. Kurama Kuninaga persevered and was forgotten by the aging and near-death Shikigami one day. He left the Hanmaru countless times, yet no sword gentleman would be willing to bring back a peculiar Kurama Kuninaga. He was picked up and abandoned countless times, until he met the current master, a rather peculiar Shikigami. He discovered the strangeness of this Shinsher, so he created opportunities to deliberately approach him. Around him were a bunch of knives with ill intentions, and if he looked for trouble, he would definitely face retaliation. He succeeded, although he nearly got smashed by a certain irritable sword. He is not a pure white crane. He will not forgive the Shinsher who brought him pain, nor will he pour all his tenderness into his current lord. Unless, of course, the gods cannot have a smooth life forever. His only regret in this life is not being able to know Mikann's true name and not being able to hide him away. The first loops, Tsurumaru, Kuninaga. Chapter 36. The swords compete for favor and have fun. My body is almost recovered. After preparing everything, he was reassigned to the battle team. As Mikann passed the training ground, he saw the human who resembled an owl after a long time. He said he was recovering, but he could only barely act independently without relying on others. Glancing briefly at a person leaning against the wall and slowly moving their feet, constantly cheering themselves up, Kaijiro Rengoku, Mikann thought that if he were more optimistic, he might see Haim-sama faster. Because in the recovered memories, he could see this owl often dining with Haim-sama, who must really like this kind of personality. He poked his face with his fingers, revealing a gentle smile, then poked at the corners of his mouth to widen the arc, looking a bit silly but very cute. After fiddling for a bit, he suddenly noticed a blade looking at him, and Mikann froze, his eyes widening as he looked over. It was Hisamu. Remembering how this colleague cried after receiving the tsuba of his brother Hijikairi, Mikann felt guilty. Pressing on his chest, Mikann knew there was nothing there because he was not human, but since he started recovering more memories, his emotions seemed to have become richer. Hisamu smiled gently, and this smile resembled Hijikairi's. Looking at this smile made Mikann feel even more uncomfortable in his chest. Hisamu walked a few steps to Mikann's side and, like the original Hijikairi, naturally embraced Mikann. Due to his introverted side, Hijikairi at that time was very clingy to Mikann, and Mikann passively adapted to the physical contact of the sword boys, feeling the embrace with a faint, soothing fragrance. Mikann paused for a moment and took the initiative to wrap his arms around Hijikairi's waist, burying himself in the embrace of the Genji treasure. It seemed that since returning from the last expedition, everyone particularly liked hugging him. Hisamu gently patted Mikann's back, the action tender, like when Hijikairi was conscious, and also like when Mikann was comforting Hijikairi. It was a very warm embrace. Over this period, Mikann had become accustomed to these occasional hugs, not just from Hisamu, but he also really liked and adapted to the embraces of other swords. Hisamu then loosened his hold on Mikann, and Mikann felt someone approaching him from behind. But in the Hanmaru, he no longer felt the need to be on guard. At first, Mikann accidentally injured the sword boys, the most serious being when he accidentally struck little Komaru during training, but it was only a minor injury. Mikann looked up to see who was hugging her from behind, and was a bit surprised to find it was Akashi Kuniyuki. But she quickly reacted and reached out to pat the head of the sword spirit. Akashi, it's rare for you to come out. If you don't come out soon, that group of ill-intentioned blades will take you away, even though he is one of them. I came out to avoid you focusing only on Saito and the others. Leaving us behind, Akashi Kuniki said lazily. Then he reached out to adjust Mikann's head, leaning all his weight onto her. This was a perfect illustration of laziness. I won't forget. Mikann felt a bit helpless. This group of sword warriors was always so anxious. Hisamu leaned in close to Mikann, so close that she instinctively leaned back and bumped into Akashi Kuniyuki's chin. Akashi, who accidentally bit his tongue, chose to remain silent to protect his image. Hisamu felt awkward for a moment, but thinking about his brother's plan that he had pushed forward with his life. He couldn't let such a small embarrassment ruin everything. His goal was to impress the master while also giving his brother a sense of presence. Hizamoru thought to himself that he was just doing a task, getting close to the beloved master. But all his habits, and even the way he spoke unconsciously leaned towards becoming like Hijikari. On a subconscious level, Hizamoru couldn't accept his brother's broken blade. "My lord, it's time for the battle to begin, right?" Keisin Kanesada smirked, feeling that they would have some blades stationed at the training ground. "Lord Hizamoru, the bond between lord and vassal is not intimate. Are you trying to be inappropriate by getting so close?" The distance between the two was so close they could kiss. "Taking the master away, we didn't agree on that." Hizamoru instantly froze, his face turning wooden. Akashi Kuniyuki had quietly slipped away. He was now bleeding from his mouth and was a bit worried about his tongue if he didn't go find Yagen soon. Watching Hizamoru's face turn red all the way to his neck, Keisin Kanesada chuckled silently, having already arranged the future lessons for the Demon Slayer sword for at least a month. Holding Mikann's hand, ignoring the jealous white snake, Keisin Kanesada displayed his signature elegant smile and quickly exited while the owl peeked in to watch the scene. Only Hizamoru was left standing there, with the images in his mind blurred out. Was that even acceptable? Lord Keisin was too bold. Little Komuro passed by and sighed. As expected, this is the most pathetic Dark Fallen blade I've ever seen. Other Dark Fallen Hizamoris would rush in, but this one was so innocent that he couldn't possibly be infected by it. He should find a chance to ask Lord Nanes who was accompanying him. Very good. Very good. At the corner of the corridor, Mikazuki Munakika, who was wiping his main blade, smiled while looking at the fish pond, narrowing his eyes and sighing. It's time for the old man's daily physical activity again. The training ground is so lively. Aizen Kuniakai quietly sat next to the most beautiful blade, drinking tea. He watched the koi in the pond entwined with each other and silently complained about the ineffectiveness of his family head. With only one blade left of the Genji, he wondered if there would be any progress on the Akane side. "Oh, the master is here." When Ibaraki saw Mikann, his eyes lit up, bouncing around like a lively little angel. Mikann smiled in response, her radiant smile exceptionally beautiful, a stunning sight that caught the eye. She was a lively and emotionally rich lord. Even though several days had passed, the other blades couldn't help but feel delighted upon seeing such a vibrant Mikann, even experiencing a twisted kind of ecstasy. Once emotions become rich, even deities can show flaws. Their efforts were not in vain. "My lord, I've been waiting so anxiously." With her long legs and quick agility, Kajitsumaru stepped in front of Higaramuru and reached Mikann first, unlike the other tall blades who wrapped Mikann in their embrace. The larger Kajitsumaru preferred the small Shikigami to take the initiative to hug him. He firmly believed that the fur he meticulously groomed every day was favored by Mikann. Instinctively reaching out to pinch Kajitsumaru's perked-up hair, Mikann immersed herself in the soft texture, her squinted eyes resembling a cat purring. Higaramuru pouted and wrapped his arms around Mikann's waist from the side. "My lord, can we set off now? I haven't been active for a long time, and I'm really looking forward to traveling with you." Seeing the cute little Shota act spoiled, Mikann's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart filled with slowly rising love bubbles. It seemed he understood why his lady was so excited when she saw handsome boys. "Let's set off then. Wishing you great fortune in battle." Yusuji Kenshin was not in the formation, standing outside the halo, gently watching his lord. Chapter 37. Mikann depart. The truth is, I have never experienced so-called divine punishment. There's no such thing as gods or Buddhas in this world. Stepping out from the illusory golden light, Mikann observed the brief moment of silence between the two people and one demon in front of him. He didn't know why he had been randomly transported here again, or why he had inexplicably lost contact with the sword gentleman. However, the being was a demon, and the young man lying down was human. This alone was reason enough to draw his sword. Mikann Kibutsuji widened his eyes, his rose-red pupils shrinking to an extreme, making his gorgeous gaze appear particularly strange and eerie. Quietly retreating, even though he couldn't gauge Mikann's strength, Mikann did not want to engage in a fight here. He sensed a natural oppression from Mikann and the person behind him, which made him alert. Please don't let there be a second Kunikuni Yurichi. Supported by his wife, Amain Tsutsumi, to sit up, he could no longer see anything but faced Mikann based on his senses. He said nothing, but one eye exposed from the bandages, though murky, still held a gentle hue. Being watched by this person made Mikann feel a bit lightheaded. Smiling gently at Mikann, Amain Yose turned back to the inexplicably remaining Mikann Kibutsuji and said slowly, yet solemnly, "Mikann Kibutsuji, your dreams will not come true." While being cautious of any traps left by Amain Yose, Mikann Kibutsuji found himself puzzled by his inexplicable words. "So what?" Mikann frowned, still wary of Mikann. But his gaze drifted to Amain Yose's face. Do you think I care about your little actions? The person in front of him was the most bothersome leader of the Demon Slayer Corps at present, but he could not summon the accumulated hatred from thousands of years. Feeling a disgusting sense of relief, instead, Mikann Kibutsuji felt a subtle mix of emotions, his beautiful brows furrowing tighter, the flickering disgust in his eyes disappearing and reappearing. Mikann blinked her eyes and tilted her head slightly as she was gazed at by the gentle and beautiful woman. Keimori Amano furrowed her brows. Despite her unchanging expression, even in the face of Mikann Kibutsuji, her demeanor varied greatly when facing Mikann. She and Lord Yoya had prepared everything, but this swordswoman, who resembled Miss Kanroji and held a Nicaran blade, yet was not one of their Demon Slayer Corps, should not be here. This battle did not need another sacrifice. For a moment, as she looked at Mikann, Keimori Amano sensed a familiar feeling, one she was more acquainted with before her marriage. It was the feeling of being blessed, as when she offered prayers before the deities. For a brief moment, Keimori Amano was lost in thought. She nodded in respect to Mikann, and when she turned to look at her husband, her body involuntarily trembled. Keimori Yoya thought his wife was scared and feeling somewhat guilty. He grasped the sleeve of Keimori Amano. It was not that he did not want to hold his wife's hand to offer her a small comfort, but his physical condition made it impossible for him to move his body freely. The guilt in his heart reached its peak. Yet Keimori Yoya showed no sign of retreat when facing Mikann Kibutsuji. Sensing her husband's subtle movements, Keimori Amano felt a wave of sorrow rise within her. For a moment, she foolishly hoped that she could survive alongside her husband and daughters. As the daughter of a shrine priest family married into the Keimori clan, she knew better than anyone that it was impossible. If death could end with her, that would be the best outcome. Mikann stood quietly in the position he first appeared, neither actively attacking nor showcasing his presence, like a spectator silently watching the confrontation that spanned countless centuries. However, Mikann's hand had never left the hilt of his sword from the very beginning. Regardless of the initial intentions of this nobleman, he would honor the wishes of the Heim-sama and would not allow humanity to die before him. They could be taken by disease or die in an accident, but they absolutely could not be killed by a demon in front of a demon slayer. Kanu Amain sensed Mikann's protective instinct, a warm current flowing through her heart, allowing her to face the present situation more calmly. No matter the outcome, at least their current objective had been achieved. For 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps had not been extinguished. Although many had departed, it had never been annihilated. This fact proved that your assertion of the thoughts of humans being boring and extinguishable was false. The lives of important individuals were taken away without reason, and their unforgiving thoughts were eternal. And you, Mikann, have repeatedly stepped on the tail of the tiger and touched the reverse scales of the dragon, awakening those tigers and dragons that should have slumbered for a lifetime. They will always watch you and will never let you go. The voice and tone of Kaneo Yoya were slow, but his determination and was shown firmly in every word. Do you think that by killing me, the Demon Slayer Corps will perish? Upon hearing this, Mikann raised an eyebrow, narrowed his eyes while gripping the hilt of his sword, and looked at Mikann with slight displeasure. Gods naturally exert pressure on evil, and even if the rules of this world suppressed Mikann's power, he could ensure that he would take this unknown demon down with him. Rubbing the hilt of his sword with his fingers, Mikann frowned slightly. He was beginning to feel anxious due to the long separation from Enemaru. On the contrary, if you die, what will happen to your clan? Although Mikann's gaze shocked Mikann's heart, it was still the words of Kaneo Yoya that dominated his several minds with different thoughts, fueling his anger. The veins on Mikann's forehead throbbed, and a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly engulfed the courtyard. But at the same moment, the sound of swords leaving their sheaths was particularly crisp, clearing his throat twice. Kaneo Yoya continued, "You think I've been pushed into a desperate situation, but in reality, it is you who is trapped." Mikann used a to move, and as the canoe couple and their child prepared to face death, Mikann silently pushed his sword back into its sheath. The scene fell silent for a moment, and Kanu Amain paused for a few seconds, slightly stumbling as she said, "Lord Yoya, Mikann Kibutsuji is gone." Mikann stared silently at the spot where Mikann Kibutsuji had originally stood for a while. Then he remembered the pocket that Kizumaru had brought him, which was said to contain Fuku Mame, fortune beans, specially prepared for him in response to current events and supposedly able to ward off demons. He took a handful of beans from the cloth bag and earnestly, with a face full of devotion, threw a handful of Fuku Mame into the courtyard. "Die, evil demon." Amain Kanroji found it amusing, such a straightforward child, and it was indeed a very direct blessing. Was the plan failing? Chapter 38. Strings sounding anger. Is the plan about to fail? Although they were glad that no one had died so far, both Amain Kanroji and Yoya Kanroji were more concerned about whether they could keep Muzan Kibutsuji from escaping. Even though the plan seemed to be facing failure, Yoya Kanroji had no intention of blaming Mikann. He knew that this was not his child, swordsman, but he could feel Mikann's desire to protect them. It was just a pity that they hadn't managed to keep Muzan Kibutsuji. Mikann turned around and quickly pulled over the two girls standing behind the door, pushing them towards a Kanu family. Kanu Amano was momentarily stunned, but she understood that Mikann's sudden action was likely due to sensing a threat to their lives. The trap they had painstakingly created was aimed at the Demon King, so its power should not be underestimated. Before Kanu Amano could persuade Mikann to leave quickly, she was captivated by Mikann's eyes, which resembled those of Mr. He and were as gentle as her husband's, leaving her words stuck in her throat. Kanu had guessed Mikann's intentions correctly, but they had not fully understood Muzan's actions and thoughts. Muzan Kibutsuji did not leave, although he was wary of Mikann. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. He would not leave the Kanu residence until he had killed Kanu Yose, the human who had once brought him shame a century ago. However, this arrogant mindset allowed the trap prepared by the Kanu clan to take effect. Feeling Mikann protecting them, Kanu Yose's smile was as compassionate as a deity's, as if he was relieved, mixed with emotions that Mikann could not comprehend. The raging fire was burning the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, and Muzan, at the core of the explosion, was severely injured. However, what infuriated him the most was that even in this hellish scene, he could still smell the presence of those humans. They were alive. They were still alive. Muzan Kibutsuji, watching his body gradually recover, felt his anger boiling like water. He could not accept being outsmarted by mere ants, especially by a worthless being who could not even wield a sword. He could not bear the thought that the family who had plotted against him was still alive. If earlier he had merely felt a slight annoyance and killed out of rage, now Muzan Kibutsuji wanted to torment Kanu Yose bit by bit. Muzan wanted to attack Kanu Yose, but he was inexplicably ensnared by a blood demon technique that bound his limbs. Countless tumor-like seeds transformed into iron spikes that pierced through Muzan's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. It seemed to have protected them. Mikann murmured, crouching down to check Kanu Yose's condition, who appeared to have been knocked unconscious by the aftershock. Kanu Amano could hardly believe it. The scene she could hardly imagine had actually occurred. Muzan Kibutsuji was left behind, and her husband and daughter had not sacrificed themselves. Madam, I'll take you to a safe place. Is it convenient for you to lead the way? Mikann asked, observing Kanu Amano, who was dazed and held back by the two girls, but became alert when Kanu Yose was carried away by him. The tenderness between her brows solidified a bit more. Thank you. Tears fell from the corners of Kanu Amano's eyes. She quickly got up, but when she turned around, she saw the flames flicker, and her gaze dimmed for a moment. However, she was very satisfied to be alive. She would clear the way for her husband and savior. And what did it matter if she was burned? Just as Kanu Amano was about to tentatively step into the fire, Mikann called out to her, Madam. Kanu Amano turned back in confusion, instinctively catching what Mikann handed her, which was a charm. This will protect you and the two princesses from flames. Please keep it on you. Kanu Amano was so moved she could not speak, looking at Mikann with gratitude as she carefully placed the charm on each of her daughters. The charm emitted a soft glow, and Kanu Amano finally realized that this was perhaps the reason they had not felt the heat since earlier. Following Kanu Amano, who was familiar with the residents, they soon left the house engulfed in flames. Do you have any silver on you? Mikann asked. Kanu Amano did not think Mikann needed silver as a reward, but she still took out everything valuable she had on her. She and her daughters had just enough money to count. Mikann nodded. Do you and the two ladies have a place to stay? If not, I could take you to the inn in town. Kanmori Amano thought for a moment, then shook her head, choosing to return to the Demon Slayer Corps to face the final battle alongside the other swordsmen. If possible, could you take us to the butterfly mansion at the foot of the mountain? Without refusing Kanmori Amano's request, Mikann nodded and quietly said her name. My current code name is Mikann. Lady Amano. Not too surprised that Mikann knew her name, Kanmori Amano smiled, and her two daughters echoed in unison, Thank you, Lady Mikann. At this moment, Kanmori Amano felt that this deity, Mikann, must have intricate connections with their Demon Slayer Corps, and at least with Miss Kanroji, because their cheeks looked too similar. After sending the Kanmori family to the butterfly mansion, Mikann reminded them to keep their talismans close, then prepare to turn back and take on Kane Moriamano's commission. Tell the swordsmen on the battlefield that they are safe. Mikann turned back at the fastest speed, and when he reached a certain distance, he felt the power of the origin, which was his only master. His princess was there. Mikann unconsciously widened his eyes, excitement and joy overwhelming his mind. Even the withdrawal reaction brought on by the absence of his other half, which had a brutal nature, was instantly eliminated. Under the moonlight, Mikann leaped through the forest, constantly breaking through limits to speed up or using breathing techniques to cover distances. The long-awaited meeting with his princess was about to happen, and Mikann couldn't contain his excited feelings. He just wanted to see his princess as quickly as possible. Mikann's speed has increased to a new level, and the world's oppression on him has grown heavier, but he completely ignores the pain of being crushed and ground into flesh. There is only anticipation and joy at seeing the princess. The eruption of this emotion is almost intense to the point of madness. Mikann saw dozens of figures, but in an instant, he locked onto the silhouette of his lord. However, before he could get a clear look or call out, a crisp sound of a pipa echoed, and the space flipped upside down in an instant. With a sudden emptiness beneath his feet, his voice got caught in his throat, and Mikann's expression turned blank in that moment, the frenzy of joy in his eyes freezing immediately. The bulging veins on the back of Mikann's hand, his cheeks, and his forehead throbbed, showcasing the existence of his anger, which peaked at that instant. Chapter 39, Infinite City, Other Space. When gravity flipped, Mikann's brain, for the first time without the external brain, in name Maru, operated at high speed. Some knowledge inherited from his divine identity, not obtained from his current incarnation, rapidly appeared in his mind, such as the concept of this other space. Mere ghosts could actually peek into the authority of the gods. Although it was only a tiny fraction, the blood demon technique of Narumi indeed glimpsed the authority of the gods. However, in this small world solely controlled by the god, the existence of demons was itself an affront to the divine. It was just that since they didn't cause a huge uproar in the world, the god looked down upon it and had no interest in meddling. This time, it was an unexpected occurrence for a god to be present in the moment. Casting aside the knowledge forcefully shoved into his brain by the creator of this world, Mikann reacted a step ahead of everyone else. Mikann utilized the advantage of his blade's length, leaping off the sword after fixing its tip. He knew where the power of space came from, and he had to cut down that evil spirit right then and there. Looking at Mikann, who charged at him recklessly, Narim was horrified to the point that her fingers went numb, her eyes beneath her hair filled with fear as they fixed on Mikann. Ivildi. The desire to live overwhelmed her fear of Mikann, and Narim forced her body to move, ignoring the crisp sound of her bones breaking. As Mikann reached her like a ghost, she scattered all the swordsmen to various places in the infinite city, including Mikann himself. The clear sound of a pipa echoed in the space where Narim was alone, and she found herself unable to move for a long time. Feeling cold sweat soaking her clothes, her entire body wrapped in a bone-chilling cold. That person, Narim, in terror, tugged at her own hair, tears continuously dripping from her single eye, until the tears were replaced by crimson blood. Narim knew that Mikann would never let her go. But right now, she couldn't calm down to find out Mikann's location, nor could she use her blood demon art to send Mikann outside. Doing so would definitely lead to her position being locked. Why did she bring that kind of person into the infinite city? Narim, well done. Muzan Kabutsuji rarely praised a subordinate, and now there was no one but Tamayo beside him. She never expected that a mistake could earn the boss's appreciation. Narim forced herself to calm down, respectfully listening to Muzan's words that reached her mind through some connection. Narim's operational mistake inadvertently scattered everyone, with nearly everyone trapped alone in some room of the infinite city. Mikann silently stayed in the closed space he was in. The air around him seemed to have fallen silent. His golden-green heterochromatic eyes were dull and lifeless. Although his expression was clearly blank, it exuded a suffocating aura of terror. Mikann felt an unprecedented lightness. His mind relaxed, and the shackles imposed by the world that had long confined him loosened significantly. He felt capable of shattering 100 of those things from just a moment ago. With a gentle curve at the corners of his mouth, Mikann revealed a radiant smile with his beautiful face, a charming smile like the most beautiful cherry blossom fairy bathed in sunlight. He knew that his face resembled that of his master, who would never show such a terrifying expression. With a calm smile, Mikann swung the blade in his hand, which resembled a soft whip, clearing a path for himself without a glimmer of light from the blade. No matter where he went, a straight line was always the fastest. Mikann chose the direct path and violently destroyed everything in her way. The infinite city was filled with wooden walls, making it easy for Mikann to wreak havoc. The blades inscribed with the words of demon extermination seemed to be polished as a result, their edges becoming increasingly bright. "Help, help me!" She heard a voice while passing by a certain room, and Mikann paused slightly, struggling a bit as she looked into the room. It was clearly meticulously arranged, resembling a courtyard with blooming lotus flowers more than a room. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Mikann glanced around and saw countless corpses on the wooden bridge over the lotus pond, all of them female, their pure white garments stained with glaring red blood. Mikann couldn't help but be distracted by the hellish scene before him, but his attention was mostly focused on the center of the pile of corpses. There sat a man cross-legged, his face full of interest, as if he were enjoying himself. "What a nice evening for our first meeting, beautiful lady," said Doma, looking at Mikann, smiling as he took off his hat, seemingly greeting her in a friendly manner. However, blood still dripped from his mouth, remnants of his recent meal of humans, making what could have been a pleasant scene somewhat horrific and eerie. "I am Doma, the founder of the Eternal Paradise religion, and it is my duty to share happiness with my followers." Mikann narrowed her eyes, slightly raising the body knife in her hand under Tong Mao's feigned innocent expression. What followed was a swift and dazzling attack. Tong Mao was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled, but soon he couldn't smile anymore. Mikann suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the wooden bridge. By the time Doma noticed and looked over with a frozen smile, half his head nearly slipped off. Doma's retracted smile returned in the next moment. He smiled while holding his head with one hand, gently rubbing the smooth with his fingertip. Since he had directly connected it instead of reconstructing his skull, the recovery speed of the second upper moon allowed Doma to heal remarkably, leaving no trace of blood where he had touched. During the recovery, Doma did not forget to keep an eye on Mikann's figure. His other hand tightly gripped the iron fan, always on guard against Mikann's movements. Ah, what a fierce-tempered young lady, despite her beautiful face. Mikann ignored Doma's teasing remarks and swung her own blade, attacking Doma with a second round of strikes that seemed unmethodical but were extremely clever. This time, Doma was prepared. Against Mikann's attack, which didn't even use a form, he simply traced a circle with his fan, allowing the ice crystals formed along the path of the iron fan to neutralize Mikann's attack with ease. The speed of the struggle between Mitsu and Doma had reached a level that was invisible to the naked eye. It was at this moment that a petite woman rescued the girl who was calling for help. Doma noticed the third party in the room, and while taking a brief rest from Mitsu, he smiled at the small Hashira and said kindly, "Just leave the body there, okay?" Butterfly Shinobu watched helplessly as the person she had just saved succumbed to poison, her anger reaching a new peak, which was completely surpassed when she saw the look in Doma's eyes. Cautiously guarding against Mitsu, Doma exaggeratedly waved his iron fan and passionately introduced himself to Butterfly Shinobu again. "Please don't worry, that child will also be taken to paradise by me." Chapter 40. Upper Moon 2 Butterfly Shinobu never suppressed her naturally irritable temperament. She glared at Doma and said mercilessly, "Are you insane? That girl doesn't want to go to hell with garbage like you." Doma glanced at the strangely quiet Mitsu, kept a wary eye on her, and focused on addressing Butterfly Shinobu's accusations. With a friendly smile, Doma feigned sorrow and said, "I saved her. How can this lady slander me like that?" Seeing Doma's demeanor and tone that were so inconsistent, Butterfly Shinobu frowned in disgust and muttered, "Crazy." Then she corrected herself. "Kenroji no, you are Mitsu, right?" The title, sir, was difficult for her to say in the face of such a beautiful face. Looking into Mitsu's eyes, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly recalled her analysis of Mitsu during the Hashira meeting. He seemed like a good person to get along with, and although he wasn't a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, his general goals were similar to theirs. If they encountered him, he would likely be a temporary ally. However, she didn't expect that this Mitsu-san, whom she had never met before, seemed to be the child of Mr. Iguro and Miss Kanroji. Ahem, although he had a beautiful face. Upon closer inspection, she could see a hint of those too, especially the distinctive hair, color, and eyes. Doma poked his own cheek, determined to draw the attention of the two ladies who had ignored him, saying, "I'm Upper Moon too, you know? It's really sad to be overlooked like this." Mikann nodded at Shinobu without saying a word, like a heavenly tiger leaping down the mountain, roaring as it greeted Doma's neck. Dodging Mikann's attacks, Doma thought that being ignored wasn't so bad after all. This feeling of being pressured and beaten actually made his mood a bit nuanced. Right, This must be displeasure, right? It's quite a novel experience. His cautious attitude towards Mikann suddenly turned into delight as he faced her, continually dodging her attacks, while diligently promoting his teachings. Your name is Mikann, isn't it? Just like the name of fruit, such a lovely name. Do you like paradise? It could also be happiness. If Miss Mikann needs it, I would be more than happy to take you to paradise. This is an opportunity that those followers dream of day and night, queuing up for. Given how beautiful Miss Mikann is, I can let you cut in line. Mikann didn't want to deal with this neurotic ghost. He just wanted to quickly sever this guy's neck and then cut the ghost holding the peepa into pieces. Shinobu Kochu, holding her knife, found it hard to keep up with the speed of the two. At this moment, she clearly recognized the gap in strength between herself and the Upper Moon 2 demon, and she truly understood what kind of outcome it would have been if her sister hadn't been rescued by those people. It was a consequence she couldn't bear to imagine. Her strength was definitely insufficient to escape unscathed from Upper Moon 2, but fortunately, she had started preparing a countermeasure against this demon as soon as her sister was rushed back for emergency treatment. Regardless of whether Mikann could sever Doma's neck, she would feed the carefully cultivated poison into Doma's mouth. Was sickening demon, truly disgusting. But it's okay, I will cure you. Shinobu forcibly put on a smile similar to her sister's, but the killing intent she exuded caught Doma's attention in the midst of the fierce battle. Such a small one, yet with such intense killing intent. Could it be that you are Hashira? Doma pretended to be aggrieved and took advantage of the gap to use his blood demon art, creating distance between himself and Mikann. Mikann, in a moment of confusion, jumped a few times to the back of Shinobu, pondering whether there were any survivors left. It's useless, my poison. An ordinary person would have died long ago in such a long time. Doma's tone was cheerful, as if he were talking about something extremely happy, which was infuriating. Mikann ignored him and indeed found a living person beneath the corpse, practicing a breathing technique. This person was likely a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who had been hiding in the Eternal Paradise sect. Although their intake was more than their output, they were still alive. Without hesitation, Mikann took out an amulet from her sleeve. Since she had never developed any poison, and given the dire condition of this demon hunter, Mikann directly placed the amulet on this person's body. It was visibly clear that the woman's complexion and breathing became stable. From what she learned from Tanjiro Kamado about the power of the amulet, Shinobu Kocho's eyes flickered. For a moment, she couldn't help but think that if such an item could be given to every member of the Demon Slayer Corps, the casualties would not be so severe. Shaking her head, Shinobu snapped back to reality and seriously looked at Doma, who seemed stunned by Mikann's actions. Forcing herself to think about how to deal with Doma, instead of being tempted by something that wasn't hers. Breath of insects, dance of the bee's sting, true sting. Shinobu's reason broke when Doma began lamenting about not being able to devour Kane Kocho, and in an instant, she executed her breathing technique, recklessly stabbing her sword tip into Doma's eye. Although Doma was surprised by the speed of Shinobu's thrust, he did not take this seemingly weak Hashira seriously. Instead, he paid more attention to Mikann, who posed a real threat to his life. Blood Demon Art, Ice Lotus. Doma waved his fan, and the ice lotus flowers that emerged around him forced Shinobu to retreat defensively, and she had to create distance between herself and Doma. Feeling a tearing pain in her lungs, Shinobu's reason returned, and she recalled her sister's instructions with frustration. However, she was also prepared for this. Although she couldn't completely eliminate the toxins, she could suppress them. Mikann lightly supported the somewhat unsteady Shinobu, who had already brought the woman to a safe place. So there was no need to worry for the time being. This allowed him to return to beat up the team facing the Lower Moon 2. He was prepared for it. Thinking about returning to the mansion later, Mikann tirelessly made a bunch of protective charms, even carrying over 100 charms on him this time, which was also the reason Muzan Kabutsuji could sense the suppression in an instant. Shinobu did not hesitate to tuck the charm into her pocket. She would not doubt its effectiveness. Moreover, the moment she received the charm, she felt her breathing becoming smooth all of a sudden. The interaction between Mitsuri and Shinobu is particularly pleasing to the eye, although they are demons and lack emotions. Doma still has a hint of feigned appreciation for the beauty recognized by the public, a habit he has maintained for centuries. But why is it that he suddenly coughs up blood? It feels as if an endless stream of blood is pouring from his mouth, gripping his neck. Doma's face turns purple, and his previously composed demeanor is completely shattered. However, being the Upper Moon 2, after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he easily neutralizes the maximum dose of poison that Shinobu had unleashed. Chapter 41. Butterfly Bug Devours Demon. Doma appears harmless, while at this moment, Mitsuri, and Shinobu, standing amidst a sea of blood and people, take on a somewhat villainous air. With smiles on their faces, the demonic figure resembling a benevolent saint contrasts sharply with the silent expression of someone harboring hatred, visually altering their perceived identities. How cruel it is, when I've been so friendly to both ladies. Doma raises his fan to cover the lower half of his face, his pair of eyes resembling colorful glass, subtly glancing at the gasping members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He recognizes that talisman. A few years ago, some individuals who didn't seem to belong to this time used such objects to allow a dying human to cling to life. Speaking of which, Shinobu and her sister are quite similar. And this lady, the feeling you give me is remarkably akin to those swordsmen wielding Nicaran blades. Mikann thought for a moment and could roughly guess which expedition team had conflicts with Doma. He remembered that during that time, the 7-star sword had brought him a beautiful handmade hairpin, and for a while, Sumuru would cling to him every day to style his hair. Thinking of that shattered white crane sword, Mikann frowned slightly and began to scrutinize Doma carefully. It wasn't that he cared about Doma, but he felt he had wasted too much time on this demon. Being poisoned was really too interesting. Shinobu could come over a few more times. Angered by Doma's pretentious cheerfulness and incessant chatter, Shinobu took an attacking stance, her wisteria-colored eyes narrowing slightly, her expression very serious, especially with her furrowed brows making her look fierce. Mikann rolled her fingers, feeling a bit nostalgic for the texture of Inemiru's snake body. It had been too long away from her half-demon form, which easily made her uneasy. It was as if a misty, powdered gas was being beautifully breathed in by Mikann, and Shinobu felt the tremor in the air, leaping at the same moment to strike at Doma with the fastest speed. She couldn't sever the demon's neck, nor could she fully keep up with the movements of Upper Moon 2 and Mikann, but her poison was effective. She aimed to be one step ahead of Mikann, making this slow and poisonous demon taste the bitterness of defeat. Due to her petite size and limited strength, Shinobu had honed her skills and speed, allowing her to easily land a thrust that injured Doma. However, this time Doma had anticipated Mikann's attack and merely managed to scratch the back of his hand. But even a little poison was enough. Quickly leaping to another position to create space for Mikann, Shinobu's expression darkened as she tightened her grip on her Nicaran blade. Breath of Love, second form, Love's frustration. Distracted by the poison, Doma's movement slowed just enough for Mikann to slice halfway through his neck. If it weren't for his formidable strength allowing him to evade quickly, Upper Moon 2 would likely have been finished. His pupils slightly constricted. Doma felt an emotion he couldn't grasp, but that his body reacted to. Without giving Doma a chance to catch his breath, Shinobu and Mikann attacked from both sides, simultaneously using their respective breathing techniques. Third form, Blood Demon Art, Scattered Lotus. Doma couldn't afford to focus on his slowly healing neck. As Shinobu and Mikann charged at him, he swiftly waved his iron fan, creating a multitude of delicate ice petals in the path of the fan to push the two back. Shinobu furrowed her brow, contemplating a gamble, but ultimately trusted Mikann's decision to defend. Even while fighting, she found a moment to nod at Mikann as she countered the ice shards. Mikann shifted her form mid-attack, using the long blade's properties to defend while continuing to strike at Doma. Doma couldn't retract his hand in time, and Mikann cleanly severed his entire arm. When Shinobu landed unscathed and witnessed this, she felt a rush of satisfaction. But as with all things, there were surprises. Blood sprayed from the severed shoulder of Doma, splattering onto Mikann, and she noticed her wide sleeves were corroded. Mikann. Seeing Mikann's hands sizzling, Shinobu's heart sank. Just breathing would poison her. How severe would it be to get that demon's blood directly on her? Don't come over. Mikann stopped Shinobu's movement, gently wiping the blood from her hand. Fortunately, aside from some swelling, there were no other marks. Doma, who had taken the opportunity to recover, froze for a moment, attempting to contact Nakheim. He couldn't defeat the two in front of him. Staying would only lead to his demise. But before he could reach Nakheim, Doma habitually muttered, "You two ladies are truly strong. I'm a bit overwhelmed." Being pressured and attacked by two petite ladies made Doma feel deeply ashamed. He failed to notice Mikann had already reached him, her presence calm, yet oppressive, making even a demon feel suffocated. The forms of the Breath of Love were both gorgeous and heart-stirring. Demons slain by such forms wouldn't feel pain due to their uniqueness. But Mikann would never allow this guy to leave for hell satisfied. Also, he was not small. Doma swiftly evaded, sensing Mikann's strength had increased. He couldn't hold back his techniques any longer. Blood Demon Art, Withering Garden Snow. Doma chaotically waved his fan, although he barely blocked one of Mikann's attacks. using only one fan halved his defense, and Mikann easily cleaved him in half. This was something he learned from the sword warriors in his home base. Combat wasn't solely about attacking the neck. A single foot or hand, even if they could regenerate rapidly, every second on the battlefield was crucial for victory. The situation was rapidly changing. Why couldn't he contact Mikann? Blood demon art, frozen clouds. Doma's voice cracked, and the benevolent smile vanished from his face for the first time. Without waiting for Mikann to respond to the razor-sharp ice crystals, Doma quickly waved his iron fan again, this time regaining the other half of his weapon. Blood demon art, cold and fierce white princess. Two massive ice lotuses bloomed, their centers resembling the beautiful faces of young girls, vividly alive as if they truly possessed life. Mikann, initially intending to charge forward, had to choose to defend as the freezing air exhaled from the ice lotus girls had already frozen his clothing. Blood demon art, winter ice pillars. Holding on to the principle of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness, Doma unhesitatingly followed up with a combo, aiming to finish Mikann off while she was restrained. Up until now, Doma had never truly regarded the weak and small Shinobu. Insect breathing, dragonfly dance, compound, hexagon. Shinobu emerged from a tricky position for just a moment, injecting a large amount of poison into Doma's body, which took immediate effect. Doma uncontrollably coughed up blood, covering his mouth before immediately using his blood demon art. Blood demon art, crystal child cough. Shinobu was instantly frozen, followed by being impaled by sharp ice pillars, nailing her to the wooden bridge, her life hanging in the balance. Coughing blood demon art, winter ice pillars. Chapter 46, The Next Battle. Mikann broke through Doma's time-delaying blood demon art. At the moment the two ice lotus maidens shattered, he saw Shinobu Kocho pierced through in an instant. Blood demon art, crystal child. Doma once again created small ice men to assist him, trying to win by sheer numbers, but Mikann was not human either. As long as he didn't shatter his blade in one hit, as a Shinigami, he moved in the realm of origins and possessed remarkable recovery abilities. He was not constrained by the limitations of a human body. His shoulder bones were shattered, yet Mikann remained focused, the blade mere inches from Doma's neck. Doma instinctively dodged, but he was hindered by the toxins injected into him by Shinobu. He misjudged. The toxin he initially decomposed acted immediately, but he anticipated that it was mixed with some that acted more slowly, leaving him no time to decompose it. Blood demon art, ice mist, water lily bodhisattva. Doma bore Mikann's blade with his flesh, blood seeping from his eyes, and his godlike face twisted into a grotesque expression, devoid of any feigned compassion. However, forcibly using a blood demon art would inevitably have flaws, and as Doma completely decomposed the other toxin injected by Shinobu, before he could lift his small face, his head had already been severed from his body. His hat fell to the ground. Doma's expression was somewhat dazed, with no feelings or emotional fluctuations, just a slight disbelief that he would meet such an end. Doma's head landed on the wooden bridge, prevented from falling into the lotus pond by a corpse, but his body plunged straight into the pond, creating a huge splash. His body was so cold. Until it was completely obliterated, Doma's brilliantly colored eyes did not show a hint of emotion, beautiful like a piece of art, yet resembling an ordinary glass bead. He had no last words. Perhaps this was one of the rare moments in his life when he had nothing to say. The second of the 12 Kazuki was dead, and the ice pillars generated by his blood demon art quickly dissipated. Mikann hurriedly stepped forward, even discarding his main blade, just in time to catch Shinobu, who had lost her support, preventing this girl, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, from falling into the pool tainted by demons. Without the support of the ice pillars that allowed for the flow of blood, the ice frozen on Shinobu's chest melted away, and crimson blood flowed ceaselessly from her chest, her small body seemingly losing an endless amount of blood. The gushing blood stained Mikann's battle attire, and he felt anxious and distressed, despite feeling nothing earlier when facing the owl. In a panic, he fumbled in his sleeve for an amulet, his fingers slightly stiff, pressing an amulet against Shinobu's body. The bleeding stopped but did not relieve his tension. Kane Kocho appeared just as Shinobu was soaked in blood. For a moment, Kane's rationality nearly broke, but she remembered that this Hashira with that hair color was the love Hashira. In an instant, Kane assessed the scene. The signs of battle were clear, and the room was severely damaged, with only the stack of clothes indicating that a demon had been present. Trembling with anxiety, Kane Kocho forced herself to approach Mikann and Shinobu. When she saw Shinobu's chest still rising and falling, she breathed a sigh of relief, and collapsed in front of Mikann. Mikann blinked and looked at the hair accessory on Kanaho's head in silence for a few seconds, then abruptly spoke. I want your hair accessory. I can agree to all your conditions as much as possible. Kanaho did not hesitate at all. She directly took off the butterfly pattern hair accessory from her head and handed it to Mikann. Help, save my master. Looking at the yearning in the girl's eyes, Mikann silently glanced at Shinobu, nodded in agreement, thinking that saving one was the same as saving two. And it just so happened that this butterfly-like human could accompany the owl to play. The book said that humans would die of loneliness if they do not communicate with their kind for a long time. Hopefully, the butterfly and the owl could get along. After taking Kanaho's hair accessory and tucking it into her sleeve, Mikann picked up Shinobu and gestured for Kanaho to look at the demon slayer who was still breathing. Take care of her. She's just poisoned. Her condition isn't serious. The implication was that Mikann would only take Shinobu with her and would soon return the butterfly to her. Mikann and Shinobu disappeared from the spot, completely not giving Kanaho a chance to speak. The light of the time-space compass shone brightly, and Rengoku Kyujuru, who had just returned from a mission, peeked in. He didn't expect to come back so quickly this time. He hadn't even finished his tea. Upon arriving at the main hall, his memories of the previous world became fuzzy, so when he saw Shinobu covered in blood, he was only surprised and felt no other emotions, not even familiarity. He hurriedly called for Nagayoshi Tushiro, but Rengoku was harshly reprimanded by the 2-meter-8 tall short-blade Shikigami, and the owl's lively eyebrows drooped a little, looking quite aggrieved. After checking Shinobu's condition, Nagayoshi said that her state was better than the owl's. The damaged organs weren't many, and the important heart had only a major blood vessel severed. Getting familiar with each other, Nagayoshi smiled, radiating a sense of security. Leave it to me, General. I will definitely help this young lady recover to a state where she can live normally on her own. Thank you, Nagayoshi. Mikann softened her gaze, hesitated, and then raised her hand, but Nagayoshi took the opportunity to tiptoe, causing her hand, which was supposed to land on his head, to touch his cheek instead. General, next time just touch here. Nagayoshi teased with a smile, his amethyst-like eyes holding emotions that Mikann couldn't comprehend, but they were gentle. Watching the closeness between the general and his retainer, Rengoku blinked, puffed out his chest, and declared loudly, MMM. This resonant instantly ended the beautiful scene between the general and his retainer. Nagayoshi smiled, but did not reveal his true nature in front of his beloved general. Rengoku felt a chill down his back, daring only to let out a shaky and robust like a trembling little owl that wanted to test the waters with its claws. Wishing you great military success. Not long after sending Mikann away, Rengoku understood the source of his chill, because the time-space compass transported randomly. When Mikann appeared again in the Infinite City, she was a bit surprised, her mouth agape and looking somewhat dazed. However, apart from the change of location, she hadn't gone wrong. There was still a chance to turn the demon holding the Pipa into mush. Mikann's obsession was terrifyingly strong, an outsider intruding into the battle. With a slow and familiar tone, Mikann blinked her eyes and looked at the man who was quite far away from her, possessing 6 eyes. Chapter 47. The First Upper Moon. Mikann. Suddenly hearing someone call her name, Mikann's gaze darkened as she looked towards the voice, seeing a familiar figure. The boy she had a good rapport with. Taketu Michiru. Seeing Michiru's severed wrist still bleeding profusely, Mikann furrowed her brows, and a wave of anger slowly rose within her. She didn't know when it started, but her fondness for Taketu Michiru far surpassed her perceptions of a human crowd. Raising her hand to grip the hilt of her sword, Mikann quietly observed Kakushu, who was looking at her from a distance, assessing his strength in her heart. His aura was very powerful. Losing focus in battle and paying attention to others. Even if you're my descendant, I am very disappointed in you. Under the overwhelming gaze, Taketu Michiru gritted his teeth, carefully trying to stop his bleeding, his eyes fixed on Kakushibu without blinking. Aren't you the same? Choked by his descendant's sharp tongue. Kakushibu's tone turned faintly defensive. That's different. Breath of mist, oblique slice. Seizing a moment of weakness in Kakushibu, Taketu Michiru, disregarding his unbandaged wounds, tightly gripped the Nichiren blade with his other hand and slashed horizontally. The flowing and smooth horizontal strike was about to pierce Kakushibu's vital point, but suddenly a change occurred. Just by holding Michiru's sword hilt with one hand, Kakushibu effortlessly took away the mist Hashira's blade. Witnessing all this, Mikann's form experienced slight disarray, causing her attack to miss, only managing to graze Kakushibu's clothing slightly during her pause. Mikann directly knocked down Kokoshibo's hand, and before Takeda Mwichiru was pinned to the wooden pillar by his own sword, he broke Kokoshibo's stolen Nichiren blade. However, despite this, Takeda Mwichiru was still pierced through the body, suffering serious injuries. His left hand was rendered useless, and his right shoulder was pierced by the Nichiren blade, leading to Takeda Mwichiru losing his combat ability. If he were an ordinary person who couldn't use breathing techniques, he would likely have fainted long ago and lost consciousness. Mikann held Mwichiru's waist with one arm, quickly taking him out of Kokoshibo's line of sight. Mikann's speed made the centuries-old Kokoshibo feel a sense of crisis for the first time in a long while. However, rather than calling it a sense of crisis, it might be more fitting to describe it as admiration for a strong opponent. Kokoshibo's words got stuck in his throat, and in the next moment of blankness, he recaptured the figures of Mikann and Mwichiru. In front of him now stood a descendant he was prepared to confront and a strong opponent he wanted to kill. Kokoshibo's desire to fight surged. Shouldn't he stop the bleeding first? Humans are fragile. Kokoshibo had no intention of attacking. He even kindly reminded Mikann to tend to Takeda Mwichiru's injuries, seemingly suggesting that they could fight after he had helped him heal. Mikann fell silent and began to check the injuries of the boy in her arms. Unlike the butterfly that needed to consider gender, Mikann decisively tore open the shirt on Michiro's chest, allowing for a more direct observation of the edges of the penetrating wound. Pain and various discomforts tormented his body. Michiro only felt his brain becoming hazy. However, at the moment when his clothes were shredded by Mikann, he inexplicably felt a warmth on his cheeks and could not help but recall what his older brother had said to him. His brother had said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body. Although the blade was sharp, it had blocked the injury's site tightly, so there was no large amount of blood flowing out. In fact, due to Kokoshibo's exceptional technique of penetrating the world, the wound did not even reach the bones. So Michiro only suffered superficial injuries. The sound of the gunshot momentarily drew Mikann's attention, and Michiro also looked over. When he saw Kokoshibo's movements, his eyes, which had been glistening with moisture because of Mikann, suddenly narrowed. Ignoring the worsening pain, Michiro suddenly lunged forward and shouted desperately, "Get down." Mikann tightly held onto Michiro's waist, using a specially made talisman to build a safe zone just big enough for the young boy after knocking him unconscious. After hiding the child she had her eye on, Mikann drew her main blade and instantly activated the breathing technique. Breath of love, first form, the shudder of first love. Jinya collapsed to the ground. The hand that had just held the gun, the hand that reached for his sword behind him. Even one of his legs was severed by the overwhelming power of the demon before him, leaving him without support and uncontrollably falling to the ground. So you're the one who eats demons. Kokoshibo looked down from above at the helpless Jinya, who was howling in pain, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Just as Jinya was bisected by the blade light akin to a black moon, Mikann swiftly retrieved his body to spare him from an unwarranted disaster. Mikann half-embraced Jinya, standing opposite Kokoshibo, whose long hair, resembling that of his master to the point of being identical, flowed down to his waist. Kokoshibo glanced at the hair beneath his sword, sheathed his blade again, having sensed something was off with the feel when he struck down, but he didn't expect Mikann's speed to be this quick. Mikann tugged at his neatly cut hair, his mood index plummeting. Although it was still long hair, the change in length meant he couldn't style it the same way as Heimsama. He only vaguely remembered that Heimsama's hairstyle was braided. Breath of wind. Fourth form, rising dust storm. A familiar voice pierced through Jinya's ears. He struggled to lift his head and caught sight of that familiar figure wrapped in wind and waves. Brother. The strongest wind Hashira of all time, Shinazugawa Sanemi, unleashed 5 green wind blades from top to bottom, sending Muzan flying several meters away. A wind Hashira? In an instant, Muzan recognized the identity of the white-haired youth. After all, countless wind Hashira had perished at his hands over the past century. Though the wind breathing was formless and invisible, the forms they executed were largely similar. Indeed, it was the fierce wind that would snap your neck. From a distance, when Shinazugawa Sanemi saw his brother's severed limb, his anger surged violently, his white hair standing on end, and he visibly transformed into a terrifying presence. Because Mr. Sanemi has always liked Jinya the most from the very beginning. Remembering what Tanjiro had once told him, Shinazugawa Jinya's eyes brimmed with tears, silently spilling over as he gazed at his brother's back. Unable to articulate his feelings for a long time, Muzan had already stabilized himself. For him, the previous attack was merely a trivial accident. It was truly nostalgic to see the two brothers hunting demons together. Placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, Mikann felt a subtle change in his mood, even experiencing an unidentifiable and unperceptible jealousy. Chapter 48. Shinazugwa. Sanemi did not recognize Mikann at all. Although there had been multiple analyses of Mikann during the Hashira meeting, he was currently too consumed by rage to react in time. Wanting to slay the demon to vent his anger for his brother, Sanemi had lost his usual cautiousness and suspicion, quickly trusting the stranger Mikann, hoping he would take good care of his severely injured remaining family member. Jinya, I leave it to you. With a battle cry, the wind Hashira initiated the signal to start the fight, fearless of Mukann's blade draw, skillfully dodging the deadly attack in a split second. From the onset of his charge, Sanemi's target was not Mukann's head, but his feet. As long as he could restrict movement, even for a moment, it would increase his chances of victory. After all, Mikann was a demon. He could easily evade actions that were contrary to human nature, moving faster than the brain's reaction. As Sanemi's attack descended, Mikann flipped and soared into the air. But was Sanemi's goal really that simple? Of course not. A wind Hashira known for his intellect would have multiple layers of predictions and countermeasures. Taking advantage of the few seconds Mukann's movements were stiff in mid-air, Sanemi rapidly changed his form and executed a close-range attack. The ultra-high-speed breakthrough was so powerful that even the battlefield was forced to reset. Holding Jinya's leg at the clean break, Mikann looked at Jinya leaning against a wooden pillar and asked, "How long will it take to heal?" Shinazugwa Jinya's face was somewhat pale, his voice bitter. "I'm not sure. It should take a while. The injury is too severe. Don't blame yourself." Mikann wasn't one to speak delicately or gently for comfort, but based on a swordman's reaction, he thought being straightforward shouldn't be a bad approach. Jinya was taken aback. The tears he had shed earlier made his eyes slightly swollen, and while he didn't cry, the sudden emotion made his eyes less sore. Shinazugwa Jinya sniffed and responded heavily. He used the hand he had just reattached to pick up the last severed limb, seriously aligning it to begin the slow growth of his arm. He hoped to recover quickly. Even if he couldn't help on the front lines, he still wanted to contribute in logistics. Mikann responded silently, lowering his head as he supported Xuanya's leg. Long pink hair slipped from his neck, covering nearly half of his exquisite face. But the hazy and blurred beauty seemed to reach a peak of beauty. His cheeks warmed, especially when Xuanya noticed that his recovery was speeding up. The blush had already crept from his cheeks to the base of his neck. I'm fine now. Thank you. I don't need support anymore." Adrenaline hid its merits and fame. If possible, please help me take care of Michiro." Following the direction Mikann pointed, Fukushiro, Xuanya complied, feeling no resentment about seemingly being sent to logistics, because he knew that getting closer would only make his brother hesitant in battle. Ever since that night, his older brother had been focused on protecting him. Fukushiro Shimi's relentless advance forced Kokoshibo to fully reveal the blade, its surface covered with murky scarlet eyes. This strange sword was named Kuketsuki no Kami. Mikann temporarily observed, frequently glancing at the flashing swords in the battle. He felt the presence of his kind in those blades, experiencing great pain as if enduring some kind of torture. Breath of the Moon, fifth form, Moon Spirit Disaster Vortex. Kokoshibo effortlessly deflected the attacks of Nakheim, and the terrifying swords drawn by the wind pillar were merely the tip of the iceberg. Mikann wanted to intervene at that moment, but he saw that Nakheim had already taken a defensive stance, and his moving foot immediately came to a halt. Everyone has their own rhythm. If he rashly intervened now, with a gap in strength as vast as a chasm, it would only disrupt Nakheim's rhythm and bring disaster to the human side. 3 wind blades collided with a beam of moonlight and canceled each other out, but the residual force of the moonlight still injured Nakheim, leaving a deep gash on one side of his face that extended straight to his ear. Nakheim felt blood from that ear continuously flowing into the ear canal, and because of the liquid, everything he heard from that ear seemed to turn into noise. Kokoshibo stared unblinkingly at Nakheim and opened his mouth with a precise strike. "It seems you're more talented than your brother. Become a demon." Before Kokoshibo could finish his promotional slogan for achievements, the suddenly enraged Nakheim interrupted Mikann's attempt to intervene once again, this time with a swing of his blade that even tore a corner of Mikann's robe. "Mikann, didn't they say this piece of clothing has great defensive power?" What a lie. Shimi didn't notice Mikann's helplessness, as the oppressive presence from Kokoshibo forced him to focus solely on that. No one could relax under the gaze of such a terrifying existence. Breath of Wind, second form, Gale Slash. The 4 blades of wind struck by Jinya were easily shattered and neutralized by Kokoshibo, who didn't even use breathing techniques to respond this time. Yet even so, the powerful wind blades left their mark. The blade of Kokoshibo was dented by the force of the wind blades unleashed by Shimi, instantly becoming pockmarked. In just a few seconds, countless sword shadows intertwined, and Kokoshibo gradually became serious in facing Takedo Shimi. He felt that Takedo Shimi was not as weak as he had imagined and could indeed be a respectable opponent. The pace of the battlefield quickened, and Mikann gradually shifted from a relaxed spectator to a serious one. This seriousness was not directed at Kokoshibo, but out of respect for Takedo Shimi. If Takedo Shimi could maintain such attacking power indefinitely, there was a chance of victory by dragging out the battle. However, the human body has its limits. At the moment when Takedo Shimi's movements momentarily faltered, Mikann, slightly immersed in watching, hesitated for a second to draw his sword and engage. But for demons compared to humans, they could accomplish many things in that 1 second during battle. Mikann was a step behind and never expected that once Kokoshibo set his sights on an opponent, he would spare no effort in trying to kill them. For opponents he recognized, Kokoshibo would always engage in a deathmatch, as this was the greatest respect he could show to a swordsman. Nakan Shimiya stood firmly opposite Kokoshibo, but it was too quiet. The clash of swords echoed as Kokoshibo remained wary of Mikann, speaking in his tormenting tone. "Aren't you going to let those two brothers meet for the last time?" With this injury, even with the breathing techniques to prolong his life, he wouldn't last much longer. Mikann hurriedly turned to look at Fushikawa Mamiya. When her gaze met the Red Sea, she suddenly caught a whiff of the suffocatingly intense smell of blood. Chapter 49. The Unparalleled Foolish King. A gift of thanks for the extra update. Do you still have the strength? But if you move around too much, your organs might spill out. Kokoshibo's gaze swept past Mikann and landed on Fushikawa Mamiya. His concern was not fake. As a human, Fushikawa Mamiya had indeed earned his recognition. The fear on Mitsuba's face faded as he glanced out of the corner of his eye at Kokoshibo, who was resting his fingers on the hilt of his sword, and withdrew from the battlefield according to the Hashira's intentions. At that moment, Kokoshibo realized that despite his innards being partially exposed, the wind Hashira showed no signs of weakness. His pulse remained strong. Muzan smiled mockingly, even as blood spilled from his mouth, showing no signs of distress. "You should worry about yourself," he said calmly, and the feeling of being outmaneuvered caused Kokoshibo to frown. The weak blood of a demon is akin to the catnip for cats. Although severely injured, Muzan's momentum only increased. The wind Hashira's attacks became even faster and more powerful, causing Kokoshibo to stagger and barely avoid what could be considered an unorthodox strike. Muzan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and Kokoshibo stumbled several times, seemingly without a chance to counterattack. "Hey, what's wrong? You can't handle this level, can you?" Muzan laughed exaggeratedly, his eyes glaring fiercely at Kokoshibo. He was correct. This level of weak blood was something even the upper moons could not withstand. Kokoshibo was not without countermeasures, but the feeling of being suppressed was far too unfamiliar. Since that was the case, he needed to adopt a corresponding attitude. Hiding one's strength was the greatest insult to a swordsman. Kokoshibo stepped down on Muzan's blade, the immense force embedding Muzan's sword firmly into the ground. At that moment, it seemed that Muzan was forced into a corner, facing a choice between abandoning his sword to escape like a fish on a chopping board or meeting death more quickly. Just as Kokoshibo's sword was about to slash at his neck, Muzan swiftly blocked the blade with his gun, a maneuver he had always reserved. For him, defense and offense were best when they were unexpected. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at Kokoshibo's head, and Muzan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Breath of the Moon, third form, misguided moon, erosion. Easily deflecting the bullet, Kokoshibo immediately activated the form of his breathing technique. The ground was destroyed by the two crescent blades of the technique, but Muzan's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Mikann, at a critical moment, rescued Kaneo Tsuyuri, only to find that he did not defend himself because he had already lost consciousness. He was severely injured, with obvious signs of organ displacement. Leaving the site of Muzan Kabutsuji with the fainted wind Hashira, Mikann searched for the figure of Kaneo Tsuyuri and recalled Muzan's words from earlier. Perhaps this truly would be the last time. With such severe injuries having been delayed for so long, even if a talisman could temporarily stop the bleeding, there would be no way to provide treatment once he was taken back. Mikann entrusted Shinobu Kocho to Jinya, pretending to hurriedly search for an amulet in his sleeve, only to find it empty. He suddenly recalled that due to the battle with the upper moon too, the sleeve of his clothing was damaged, causing him to lose most of his amulet early on. Now, He couldn't even manage a brief delay in death. Unable to bear looking at the expression on Jinya's face, Mikann raised his sword and turned woodenly towards Kokoshibo. If he had faced Kokoshibo from the start, or intercepted after Shinobu was injured, this scene wouldn't have occurred. The emotional feedback from his spiritual power surged, causing Mikann's hair to rise as if caught in a wind. In a slow ascent of cherry blossom, pink spiritual energy began to climb the blade of his sword. The pressure from the world on Mikann grew heavier. And when he appeared before Kokoshibo, Kokoshibo could clearly see the slow cracking lines creeping across Mikann's face. Kibutsuji Musen, guided by the crow, arrived here with the hidden core. At this moment, both Mikann and Kokoshibo were already stained red with what seemed like endless blood. Wind pillar, mist pillar. The cries from the hidden core logistics team caught Kibutsuji Musen's attention. After confirming the battlefield, he focused on the person shouting, "What is wrong? Are the injuries serious?" Kibutsuji Musen couldn't see, and could only get answers through questioning, but the heavy smell of blood suggested there was something terrible. Brother Jinya knelt helplessly beside Shinobu, looking longingly at the medical team, his lips trembling and unable to form more words. The tears in his eyes made the medical team understand his meaning. However, if possible, the hidden core wished they could shake their heads. But every internal organ was severely lacerated. There was no way to save him. And even holding on until now was a miracle. The hidden core member treating Shinobu blinked hard and shouted, "Give me that medicine." Others were taken aback, and upon seeing Jinya's eyes, they chose to hand over the vial, judging that using that medicine meant there was really no hope left. After stuffing the organs back into the abdominal cavity and stitching up Jinya's wounds, the hidden core member injected the unnamed medicine into Shinobu's body. It was a last resort given to them by Miss Shinobu, allowing team members to leave their final words. Return of light. Shinobu felt no pain. He was in a daze, as if he saw his parents in a field of flowers, but without Jinya's figure. Was his mother coming to fetch him with the other siblings? But why was that guy there too? Brother. Jinya's voice cracked, filled with tears. The hidden core had already told him the medicine's purpose, but he couldn't accept such an ending. How old are you, crying like that? Shinobu wanted to raise his hand to pat his brother's head, but found he couldn't move, not even sensing his limbs. So this is how it feels to die? Looking at his brother's tear-streaked face, Shinobu felt inexplicably calm, even though it was a death he had never imagined. The hidden core surrounding the Shinobu brothers, including Kibutsuji Musen, quietly dispersed. This final moment belonged to the two brothers. After the battle ends, you are leaving the Demon Slayer Corps. Brother, what are you saying at a time like this? Jinya cried, hiccuping and losing all composure, looking at his brother in despair. I'm not joking, Shinobu chuckled softly, his half-closed eyelids making him appear much gentler. If you don't want to hear it, let me touch your head again. Jinya, sobbing, tremblingly lifted Shinobu's hand to his own head, looking helplessly as Shinobu's eyes grew darker. Don't cry. Do whatever you want, but make sure to live happily. Hearing his brother say this, Jinya felt even sadder, his heart aching as if it were being squeezed. He had misunderstood his brother for so long, and after finally clearing up the misunderstanding, it ended with the loss of his elder brother. I have a benefactor, much like Kenroji and the current love pillar. Thank him for me. Chapter 50. The pigeon today wasn't braised either. Gift for thanks added chapter. Kokoshibo looked at his severed hair, his expression darkening as he gazed at Mikann. Unlike the exposed bodily structures of others in his view, from his perspective, Mikann's body was empty, like a ghost draped in human skin. As Mitsuri cut off Kokoshibo's long hair, she also scratched his face, but the regeneration speed of the upper moon demon was terrifying. Now that there were no traces left, unlike Mitsuri Kenroji, whose half-face was painted red with flowing blood. You are not human. Kokoshibo slowly spat out this sentence, narrowing the pair of eyes in the center of his 6 eyes. Mikann tilted his head slightly, his eyes swirling with a flicker of confusion. He knew that Kokoshibo was speaking the truth, but he couldn't shake the feeling of having been scolded. Demon, Mikann murmured under his breath, drawing his sword and charging directly at Kokoshibo. Since the beginning of their clash, both had forced each other to rely solely on sword techniques, as the high frequency of their attacks would continually disrupt their breathing forms. The speed of their exchanges was such that even the afterimages were impossible to catch with the naked eye, and the residual waves of their blades in the air prompted Shinobu Kocho to decide to take Kenroji Mitsuri and Kaneo Sayuri away. Mikann, with his long blade, has a wide attack range. Coupled with the impact of his sword energy, it is easy to accidentally injure those who cannot react. Just now, If it weren't for Hibiya's timely block, that sword energy attack, whose origin was unknown, could have directly severed the head of the immortal Chuan Jinya, causing the two brothers to reunite immediately after a brief separation. Hibiya escorted the two pillars away while paying attention to the battle situation before quickly following. With the remaining concerns gone, Mikann didn't adjust his breathing at all and instantly unleashed his form. From the start, he was different from human body structure. He didn't need to simulate breathing through the lungs. For him, using forms was as simple as blinking. Caught off guard by the sudden form attack, Kokoshibo hurriedly defended, but his weapon was forcibly broken. The broken blade was surrounded by a mist of blood, causing Mikann to frown. In that brief moment, Kokoshibo used the broken blade to execute a breathing technique. Breath of Moon, second form, Pearl Flower Moonlight. The dark purple sword energy attack surged towards Mikann's eyes, but he remained completely calm. Compared to Kokoshibo's broken blade, the advantages of his weapon attack were too obvious, and being non-human, he didn't have to worry about some non-lethal attacks at all. Mikann narrowly dodged the attack that pierced his eye, causing Kokoshibo's sword energy to miss his temple. He then swung his blade, which was now covered in faint, intricate patterns, penetrating Kokoshibo's body and then forcefully flinging it away. Kokoshibo crashed into several wooden pillars before stabilizing himself, and at the same time, he realized that his body's recovery was becoming increasingly slow. He sensed that this entity, neither human nor ghost, was countering his weapon. He couldn't afford to engage in a tug-of-war. However, having received guidance from that esteemed individual, he naturally had backup measures in place. Otherwise, the wind pillar wouldn't have perished at his hands before the patterns were activated. Mikann paused for a moment, furrowing his brows, surprised at how his movements had slowed down. Being non-human, the effects took longer to manifest. Although it was quite rude, the poison that had already become a part of my vampire abilities could be considered a component of my true strength. Since it was used passively, I had no way to control it. Hidden within Kokoshibo's sword energy was a toxin from a hallucinogenic creature, which was different from the poison in Doma's blood. This toxin was chronic and typically not lethal, but once blood was shed, it would parasitize the host's brain, hypnotizing their body into a state of death. Humans are creatures controlled by their brains, so once afflicted, they would enter a state of apparent death, and with the damage inflicted by him, their demise would be inevitable. What a surprise! You are the first existence to know about this matter. Mikann pondered and wondered if he had a brain. It seemed he did not, as he was merely a shell mimicking humanity. However, the passive skill he mentioned was probably the skill of the Tsukumagami residing in the sword. Come out. Do you really want to shatter like this? Mikann looked at Kaminashi's sword with his hands hanging down, his tone laced with rising impatience. Kaminashi was puzzled. He lowered his head to look at his sword, which was now only half a blade, and was quite confused. Are you talking to the crying god? There was no response to Kaminashi's words because, under Mikann's gaze, the sword transformed. Perhaps it was the first time it had transformed, so its owner looked particularly surprised. A Tsukumagami, identical in appearance to Kaminashi or Tsudokuni Yorichi, stood bloodied at the midpoint between Mikann and Kaminashi, his long hair cascading down, with strange patterns crawling across half his face. Mikann glanced at the half-blade on the ground, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at her own sword. As a newly born Tsukumagami, is your strength a bit too overwhelming? After the crying god spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, she wiped her mouth, her posture elegant, noble, and seemingly indifferent. Mikann tilted her head and retorted with a blank expression on Kokoshibo's face. You've lived for hundreds of years, but only have this level of strength. It must be quite frustrating for you to be alive. The crying god looked at Mikann lightly, his expression seemingly indifferent to everything. As a deity being supported by humans and demons, reaching this level was already a sign that my lord treated me exceptionally well. Oh, Mikann nodded and casually waved her main body sword. Then hurry up and break your sword. Your poison makes it hard for me to kill your master properly. The crying god averted his gaze, not wanting to admit this fact. Slowly exhaling a breath of murky air, he turned to look at Kokoshibo, revealing a faint smile. This was the first time he had truly seen his lord, and he thought he must resemble his lord quite a bit. Touching his face, the crying god did not find six eyes. Kokoshibo remained silent, especially when facing the crying god. This sudden appearance of someone claiming to be a deity looked exactly like his human form, only more similar to Yorichi. The crying god sighed as he looked at Kokoshibo and softly said, "Do you really not regret becoming this way? Is this truly the ability you desired?" Without waiting for Kokoshibo's rebuttal, or perhaps afraid to hear his master's answer, The crying god emitted a faint light, disappearing like stars suddenly scattering, leaving no trace behind. Also vanishing was the remaining half of the blade held in Kokoshibo's hand. As the sensation in his body faded, Mikann narrowed her eyes and silently attacked, while Kokoshibo stood still. He was not a swordsman and did not adhere to the principles of fair play. Chapter 51. Tsujikuni Yorichi having lost his most effective weapon, Kokoshibo was temporarily on the defensive, dodging Mikann's attacks. However, as a demon of the sword, he could completely recreate a blade using blood demon art. The sword made entirely of his flesh and blood, however, lost the effectiveness of the Nichiren blade. Kokoshibo did not understand why swords could become sentient, and more importantly, that there were indeed deities in this world. Was Yorichi the deity who once saved the world? In a moment of distraction, Mikann seized the opportunity and launched a breathing technique slash towards Kokoshibo's neck. But Kokoshibo was very fast. He raised his arms and withstood Mikann's attack with his demon body. Mikann's main body sword got stuck in Kokoshibo's flesh and could not be pulled out, leaving her momentarily stunned before being kicked away. Perhaps because Kokoshibo was also a lord, Mikann felt a chilling and sticky spiritual power invading her body at that moment, which felt strange. Kokoshibo had already solidified a new sword, which looked the same as the crying goddess, but without the enhancement the crying god provided. Kokoshibo's strength would likely see a slight decline. No longer testing his strength, Kokoshibo directly evolved the newly solidified demon sword, using ranged attacks to suppress Mikann. But he was somewhat unclear on how to kill her. Was it like the crying goddess broken sword, where breaking the sword in her hand would kill her? With a significant distance opened up, even if Mikann's main body sword was long, she could not attack Kokoshibo. And Kokoshibo used this advantageous distance to execute a combination of breathing technique forms. Mikann constantly changed positions, but the blade's wind seemed to automatically navigate and closely pursued him. After a round of attacks, Mikann's clothes were already tattered, and a portion of his fair chest was exposed, faintly revealing the intricate characters of annihilation. Kokoshibo's techniques seemed endless. But Mikann was like a fish in the deep sea, his movements so agile that he could not be caught. A blade and a demon engaged in an inexplicable tug-of-war. Mikann took a gamble, betting that the hardness of his own blade was sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from Kokoshibo. Both were already battered and bruised. Kokoshibo was restrained from healing, while Mikann, lacking the sustenance from his mistress, found himself drained of strength. The power of the breathing techniques he had accumulated since arriving in this world was now nearly exhausted. A painful sound of clashing blades echoed as Mikann won the gamble, successfully closing in on Kokoshibo, only to be pierced by the blades that suddenly formed on Kokoshibo's body, penetrating various parts of his shoulder. It hurt, but the blade had to be swung down. The tip of the sword began to crumble as Mikann's rationality gradually faded. His memories felt as if they were being stripped away, one by one retreating from his world. A fleeting figure in cherry blossom pink flashed across his mind, and Mikann snapped back to reality, ignoring the hands that Kokoshibo was using to choke his neck in desperation after his sword had broken again. He swung the hilt of his blade down, striking Kokoshibo's neck. The decapitation signaled defeat in their deadly struggle, but in a moment of jealousy, Kokoshibo irrationally destroyed his own path, still gripping Mikann's neck tightly, needing only a bit more force to drag this deity down with him. Deity? Kokoshibo momentarily lost himself, suddenly hearing the last words of the god who had left him, echoing in his mind in the exact tone of his younger brother, asking if he regretted it. With a sudden release, Kokoshibo looked at his own body, his mind flooded with memories of moments shared with his brother. The reason he had come to this point was the jealousy of being weaker as an older brother compared to his younger brother, Yorichi. He could not accept such a self. Yet, Yorichi seemed to be a child sent into the world by the deity, born to end the calamity of that era. Was he truly wrong? Did he truly have the right to be his brother? Should he regret it? Was he really still the existence that Yorichi admired? In the moment Kokoshibo regained the essence of his humanity, his body, which had been slowly stopping its bleeding and fading, began to accelerate its dissolution. He collapsed heavily before him. Watching his body turn to ashes, the eyes of Tsujikuni Yorichi flowed with a gentle sorrow. He thought that he had not completely become a monster. Perhaps after a few hundred lifetimes of atonement, he would still have the chance to see Yorichi again. He was not afraid of losing, nor was he fearful of death. He did not continuously consume others to grow stronger, nor did he wish to become such a pathetic monster. He simply, I just wanted to become you, Yorichi. Mikann did not understand the dying words of the first quarter, nor did she care. After all, this final message left for the world was not directed at her. This inexplicable ghost seemed to be merely lamenting his regrets. He regretted it. Mikann watched the remnants left after Kokoshibo completely dissipated, her quietly gazing at the only intact thing from the battle. On the black and purple intertwined clothing, there lay a broken flute, split into two pieces, with a very smooth break. It felt like it was about to shatter. Mikann fell to the ground, her consciousness hazy. In a daze, she seemed to see a child running towards her, just like Michiro. Inemaru encountered Kanroji Mitsuri, quietly following the princess and eliminating the dangers around her. However, the moment he sensed his lord's presence, he chose to evade. He had a premonition of separation, but didn't want it to happen now. He still wanted to create some memories with Mikann. Like a snake, he approached silently and then left. After Inemaru departed, Kanroji Mitsuri suddenly opened the door to the room he had just occupied. Huh, why is nobody here? I clearly sensed Mr. Igiro's presence. Kanroji Mitsuri puffed her cheeks in confusion, looking around. When she turned, she unexpectedly locked eyes with the breathless Igiro Abanai. Kanroji Mitsuri was startled, her heart racing, and her cheeks flushed. Oh, you're here, Mr. Igiro? Igiro Abanai nodded, cautiously observing the surroundings. After not finding anything, he let out a reluctant sigh of relief. What's wrong, Mr. Igiro? Kanroji Mitsuri asked, confused, following Igiro Abanai's movements, looking left and right, appearing adorably dazed. Igiro Abanai's lips, hidden beneath the bandages, curved slightly as he gently shook his head. It's nothing. Shall we move together? Kanroji Mitsuri blinked her eyes and flashed a big smile at Igiro Abanai. Yes. Chapter 52. Takedo Michiro Inemaru moved quickly within the Infinity Castle, noticing that the closer he got to this direction, the clearer Mikann's presence became. However, he wondered why his half was so weak. Found it. This is it. It's Mikann. That must be Ms. Tamayo, right? Only her head is left. Is there still hope? Inemaru paused his steps, wanting to ignore the voices to search for his half. But if he didn't help, Mikann would be angry. Serpent breathing. First form. Serpent song slash. A cold voice suddenly rang out, and all the swordsmen present saw a white figure dart out. After slashing the piece of flesh that included the woman's head, it quickly wrapped it in a cloak and jumped away. Some swordsmen cautiously watched Inemaru, who stood before them holding the wrapped head of the demon. When they noticed the sword at Inemaru's waist, they couldn't help but ask, "Are you here to assist, Pillar-sama?" Inemaru looked at the swordsman who spoke, his grass-green beast-like eyes making the swordsman feel uneasy. The master is the pillar, and I am the master's weapon. Therefore I am part of the pillar. The equation holds. Inemaru responded, stuffing the wrapped head into the swordsman's arms. Take this out, or give it to any pillar other than me. Perhaps due to his lack of eloquence, Inemaru's voice sounded stiff. All swordsmen, leave this floor now. Pillar-sama, we also want to do our part. Someone protested. Inemaru frowned slightly, his serpent eyes narrowing as he looked down at them. If you stay here, you'll just be a burden. If you don't want to die uselessly, leave quickly. Yes, yes. It seemed the serpent pillar had someone mumbling. After receiving Inemaru's glare, they hurriedly grabbed their companions and fled. Quickly, let's go before Pillar-sama tests his blade on us. With one swordsman leading the way, many quickly followed. As for the remaining swordsmen, Inemaru perfectly utilized the rhetorical skills he learned from his master. Do you want to be the first delicious meal for the Demon King once he awakens? Still not leaving? If I get killed by the Demon King while protecting you, you will be the sinners of the Demon Slayer Corps. How can it be such shameless people? Indeed, living long makes one weirder than demons. Under Inemaru's verbal assault, the swordsman who could endure a few rounds of his taunts also left, cursing. He cursed too badly. He actually said my face is thicker than a demoness. Watching the empty space where no figure remained, Inemaru sheathed his sword, keeping an eye on the quietly lingering Tsujikuni Yorichi, who was still recovering in the flesh ball. Without Tamayo's restraint, this demon would likely emerge soon. Go notify the swordsmen not at the pillar level. They're not allowed to come this way. Disobeying will be considered betrayal to the Demon Slayer Corps. Inemaru gently stroked the feathers of the crow, seemingly unaware that the little creature in his palm was trembling from his commands. Go! The moment the crow was thrown up and took flight, it was teary-eyed, determined to pass on the orders of this devil-like pillar. It wouldn't allow a swordsman to perish at the Demon King's hands. The crow's tears were not from fear of Inemaru, but from worry. Facing the Demon King alone was incredibly dangerous for the pillar. Until the flesh ball was about to be broken open, Inemaru had completely confirmed that there were no humans around. Not even any remnants of flesh and blood from the wounded. After observing the platform in front of the flesh ball for a moment, Inemaru clapped his hands and turned to find Mikann. If the world did not suppress them as deities, he would still have the strength to fight against the demon king Yuzan. But being suppressed to a level lower than the strength of the split souls in the main house meant he wouldn't choose to stay and defend, even if Mikann had bitten him. Because he was too strong and was permanently banned by the world, Inemaru felt quite resentful, especially since he wasn't Mikann. His physical strength made it impossible for him to endure the world suppression rules like she could. Takedo Michiro rushed to the battlefield after confirming his brother's safety. Not even the cries of the Mugen Tsushima could stop this completely opposite character of the Mist Pillar from rushing forward. Upon entering the vast hall and seeing the pink figure, Michiro's eyes brightened. There was no mistake, this was their savior. However, the moment he saw Mikann fall, Michiro's joy instantly turned to fear. He used the breath of water, leaping forward without regard for his image to catch Mikann, effectively becoming a cushion. "Are you okay?" Seeing Mikann's pained expression, Michiro's concerned voice broke for a moment as he cautiously touched the blood on Mikann's cheek. When he didn't feel a wound, he let out a strong sigh of relief. "Please hold on. I'll take you to find the Hashira." Michiro suppressed the unease in his heart, picking up Mikann and running towards the door. "Mist Pillar, the Hashira have all gone to the back. The pillar has ordered us to evacuate the area where the Demon King is." A hurried swordsman caught sight of Michiro and shouted. Michiro paused, turning to follow the swordsman. "Lead the way." Hearing such a cold voice, the swordsman thought tearfully, this must be the older brother of the twin Mist Pillars. It said that the younger brother is very gentle. Clearly, this swordsman misunderstood the Mist Pillar, as if it were Takedo Michiro. He would also respond with such cold words. However, by coincidence, the swordsman actually recognized the right person. "Wait." Mikann weakly lifted her eyelids, pointing in the direction above. "I don't need treatment for this level of injury. My body can heal itself. Just temporarily a bit weak. Mikann, tell me where you want to go. I will take you there. Don't close your eyes. Don't sleep." Shit, why Aikir's eyes turned red with worry. 3 years ago, when he was still a child, Mikann had become his mental support. He couldn't bear to watch the most important person to him, besides his brother, get into trouble. "Go up." Mikann coughed a few times, and the blood foam was wiped away by Aikir just in time, preventing any more red stains on Mikann's blood-soaked hunting attire. "Help me find the demon of Control City," Mikann murmured, leaning against Aikir's shoulder and closing his eyes. He was only a few centimeters taller than Aikir, so this action did not seem out of place. "I'll rest for a moment." Chapter 53. The Crow Spirit was not braised today. A gift of thanks for the extra update. Lord Mist Hashira, this person seems to be seriously injured. Are you really going to take her to the front lines? Seeing the mottled blood stains on Mikann's body, the swordsman couldn't help but express his concern. Aikir glanced at him lightly and, with Mikann, disappeared from the swordsman's line of sight in the next moment. This is the fundamental difference between a Hashira-level swordsman and an ordinary swordsman. The swordsman felt disheartened for a few seconds, then continued running toward the rear line. He knew he couldn't be of any help against the Upper Moons and the Demon King, but at least he couldn't become food for the demons, allowing them to grow stronger and harm other companions. With this belief, the swordsman quickly joined up with other companions, busying himself with rescue and treatment. This was all they could do at the moment. The movement speed of the Mist Hashira was very fast, because he was like a cloud of mist. It seemed he could cover 1,000 miles. Aikir and Mucher were very similar, but as two individuals, they also had subtle differences. Mucher leaned towards aggressive attacks and consumption, while Aikir leaned towards support and bursts. They could each protect their own territory when separated, but when combined, 1 + 1 was definitely greater than 2. Due to his supportive nature, Aikir was slightly faster, compared to Mucher, who struck directly from the hidden mist. He was like tiny water droplets floating in the mist, omnipresent, and thus faster. Mikann just pointed in a direction. To prevent deviation, Taketo Michiro directly replicated Mikann's violent aesthetics, quickly taking action without obstruction. If there was an obstruction, he would destroy it and carve out a new path. Soon, as he broke through another door, Taketo Michiro held Mikann's figure in the air. He looked down and discovered a demon holding a pipa. The scent of fear was present. Before Taketo Michiro landed, Nakeim hurriedly plucked the strings of the instrument, trying to use the intricate terrain to distance herself from the deadly demon. Mikann shook off his initial weakness, and the moment he heard the sound of the pipa, he locked onto Mingnu's figure tightly. Breath of Love, first form, the tremor of first love. Mikann borrowed the power of Takatu Mwichiru, wielding a sword as he descended from the sky towards Nakheim, locked in by overwhelming killing intent, leaving Nakheim unable to move. She had never shown fear towards the upper moons who had held their positions for a century. So why would she fear a mere human? Don't kill her yet. Mikann has been resurrected. We need to use this woman's blood demon art to send the Demon King to the ground. The hurried Yashuru saw Mikann's blade about to slice through Nakheim's neck, and in that moment his mind went blank. So much so that he was even unaware of what he was saying. Mikann quickly retracted her knife, and the reaction force sent her flying out. If nothing unexpected happened, she would crash into the wooden wall behind her. Takatu Mwichiru's movements were even faster. Just like before, he caught Mikann. But this time, he didn't become a cushion for her. Mikann looked down at the child who looked exactly like Michiru and whispered, "Thank you." "It's nothing, throat lozenge. Do you want some?" The Mikann he had seen before was not like this. Back then, his voice was always hoarse, so for the past few years, he had been carrying throat-soothing herbs with him, until recently, when he made them into candy with Tamayo's help. Mikann didn't answer, but Ikaru had already brought the candy to his mouth, a light green candy that resembled Ainamaru's eye color. Blankly thinking of his own half, Mikann opened his mouth and took the sweet candy. "Thank you." Saito Ikaru's eyes were bright, like an ordinary child being praised by an adult. This expression was very similar to the one Mikann saw after praising Higuruma in the Hanmaru. Mikann glanced at Yashuru, who seemed to be controlling Nakheim, and reached out to pat Takatu Mwichiru's head as a silent compliment. The warmth in Mwichiru's ears made him feel like he was seeing his mother again. But he knew that the gratitude he received from Mikann was not something that could be equated with familial affection. As Mikann and Takatu Mwichiru approached Nakheim, their expressionless faces brought immense pressure to Yashuru. It felt as if Nakheim had lost consciousness, making it easy to control her. But being watched by these two made Yashuru wish he could fight for control over Nakheim's blood demon art instead, suppressing the inexplicable tension in his heart. Yashuru's mind began to envision Tamayo's figure, and in less than a second, he felt invigorated, as if he had found new courage. His eyes seemingly filled with nothing but Nakheim. In fact, Yashuru's eyes did not even see Nakheim. They only held Tamayo. Suddenly, the infinite castle underwent rapid changes. Mikann Kibutsuji, who had just been revived in an area devoid of even a single fly, fell into silence and shock. After searching for a long time without finding a single human hair, he irritably connected to Nakheim's perspective. In Nakheim's view, there were two dead Hashira. Mikann furrowed his brow, pondering why those he feared could so easily die at Nakheim's hands. But regardless of whether they were exhausted to death by Nakheim's manipulation of the infinite castle, or simply fell victim to their own inability to fight, the outcome was ultimately a cause for celebration. He decided to go have a meal with Nakheim to replenish his energy. Just as Mikann was about to give Nakheim an order, two small cakes presented themselves at the door. Tanjiro Kamadu choked, realizing he and his brother Ju had hit the jackpot, although Kanroji Mitsuri and Iguro Abanai were behind them, so it should be fine, right? Normally, even if two lively Hashira jumped in front of him, Mikann wouldn't even glance at them, as they were merely insignificant flies. But this time was different. These two lightly injured individuals were like delectable molten cakes that had come to him on their own. Mikann did not expect that after hundreds of years of consuming humans, he could still salivate over them, and not even over the rare blood types. Coincidentally, they teamed up and joined the team of Tanjiro, Mitsuri, and Abanai to tackle the three demon bosses, successfully facing the Demon King with minimal health depletion. Sunrise. Seeing the two small cakes brought him joy. But seeing four Hashira-level cakes was a different story. Mikann's expression changed, feeling inexplicably nauseous. For the first time in his life, he had thoughts of not wanting to eat humans. Tanjiro sensed the strange emotional shift in Mikann, leaving him momentarily stunned, covering his mouth and nose. Mikann's tone was rather helpless. "You all are so annoying, 100 times more bothersome than the mosquitoes buzzing in summer nights. I've had enough of you." From the perspective of his hatred for demons, you don't seem like you joined the Demon Slayer Corps for revenge. You seem more like fools who joined the Demon Hunters out of a ridiculous sense of pity. After all, what does the life and death of other humans have to do with you? Chapter 54. Yashuru. Tanjiro pondered for a moment, realizing Mikann had a point. Ju tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade, maintaining a serious expression as he stared at Mikann. But when he noticed that Tanjiro was genuinely contemplating the Demon King's words, he fell into silence as well. Mikann shrugged, looking as if to say, "I'm right, aren't I?" After thinking for a moment, Tanjiro with a serious expression, pointed his Nicaran blade at Mikann, which left Mikann feeling slightly confused. The Kamadu family's rule of not arguing with fools came into play as Tanjiro declared loudly, "You're right. But that doesn't stop me from wanting you to bask in the sunlight." Mukann's face darkened, his beautifully eerie eyes fixated on Tanjiro. "Huh? Didn't your family teach you to respect your elders?" Under Ju's astonished gaze, Tanjiro boldly retorted, "You're not even human." The veins on Mukann's forehead throbbed. It had been a long time since he had been this angry, and he wanted to tear this little brat to pieces. "Then let me ask you, what is your reason for hunting demons?" Tanjiro looked confused. "Huh? Are you gossiping?" Mukann's face was cold. "Less nonsense, hurry up and say it. Or else I'm going to have a feast on swordsmen." The other three. The atmosphere was too harmonious. Were they supposed to launch an attack now? It seemed like chatting was a rather harmonious way to buy time, albeit a bit too bizarre. If they had to find a reason, perhaps it was those who were not of my kind must be exterminated, right? Tanjiro looked earnest, completely oblivious to the varying expressions of the three Hashira beside him. Mukann's expression was strange. "Haven't you been to school?" Tanjiro was taken aback. "How do you know?" He only overheard it while passing by the Enlightenment School during coal selling. Mikann was speechless. "Because you just butchered those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, and those who invade my territory must be exterminated into pieces. Enough. Are we going to fight or not?" Iguro Abanai's face darkened as he stared at Mikann, not understanding what this guy was scheming. After just being revived and having not consumed even a single human since, he shouldn't be eager to eat them? Mikann scoffed, looking at Iguro Abanai with a playful expression. "Fight? Why do you think you've made it this far? If I wanted it, you would have long been my food." Seeing the disdain in Mukann's gaze, Kanroji Mitsuri pouted. "What the heck? Avolguntman." Mikann frowned, dismissively saying, "A woman dressed so frivolously." Kanroji Mitsuri's cheeks flushed instantly, and Iguro Abanai instinctively stood in front of her, glaring coldly at Mikann. Frivolous? This made Kanroji Mitsuri feel conflicted as she clutched her collar, looking at the open area with a sense of grievance. She didn't want to, but buttoning it all up would be too tight, even affecting her breathing techniques. "Your taste is poor, and you're running around naked." "Mitsuri, don't listen to his nonsense," Iguro Abanai said coldly, successfully comforting Kanroji while also provoking the Demon King. Mikann frowned, sneering, "Just a lovesick fool." Iguro Abanai's pupils slightly constricted, his gaze fixed on Mikann, his aura changing for a fleeting moment. But it was too quick, too fast for Mikann to notice this subtle shift. Mikann looked at Iguro Abanai for a moment, then asked, "Did you just activate your mark?" Seeing the surprise and confusion flash in Iguro Abanai's eyes, Mikann pointed to his arm. Just now, there was a fleeting change in aura at this spot. I've never seen a swordsman whose mark activated and deactivated in less than a second. Discovering Mikann Kabutsuji's blatant mockery, Iguro Abanai's face darkened as he suppressed the anger boiling within him. Their main objective was to buy time, as long as they could hold out until dawn. He couldn't let his emotions put those present in danger. The three Ashira couldn't completely hold back the Demon King. Suddenly, Mikann Kabutsuji noticed that the Infinity Castle was beginning to shift rapidly again. This time was too fast, fast enough for even his inhuman body to feel the pressure. "Mikann, what are you doing?" Realizing Mikann was moving, the four who had been tense suddenly launched their attacks. Even though moving in this situation was extremely dangerous, they had to bring Mikann down to the ground. Meanwhile, Jotaro suddenly stopped operating the Infinity Castle, feeling that his back was soaked with cold sweat. "What's wrong?" Mitsuri asked, but what he meant was clearly not this. "Can we kill him?" Jotaro struggled to maintain his expression. "No." Seeing this guy threatening Mitsuri, Takedo Michiro's expression darkened as he quietly unsheathed his Nicaran blade. These two might not be the brainless Demon King's undercover agents sent to the Demon Slayer Corps, right? No, that would be a bit too insulting to them. It's better to refer to them by the most impactful nodes for killing Mikann. Jotaro's internal thoughts were rich, but he showed no unusual expression on his face, remaining as usual. Aside from Istamayo, no one had the right to linger in his eyes. "You two looking at me like that makes it hard for me to concentrate on operating. Stop looking this way and mind your own business." As they quietly observed Jotaro's animated demeanor, Takedo Michiro and Jotaro faced off silently, neither yielding to the other. Mikann tilted her head, her eyes still fixed on Mingnu. "So what are we going to do?" It seemed to irritate Yushiro, who felt that such a large and precarious situation could collapse at any moment. "I've already said you can do whatever you want. You two go over there and braid each other's hair, over there." Mikann and Takedo Michiro looked at each other in sync, their expressions and gazes remarkably similar. Both focused on each other's hair. Takedo Michiro took the initiative to hold Mikann's hand and led her to a corner by the side of the room. "Let me style your hair like Miss Kanroji." Mikann couldn't help but twirl her hair that hung down in front of her chest. "Is it long enough?" Ichiro gestured and shook his head gently. "It should be about right. My skills are quite good, so you can look forward to it," said Mitsuhiro, who often practiced on his younger brother's hair with great confidence. Mikann obediently knelt in front of Takedo Michiro, handing a strand of hair she was holding to Yukiro. "Then I'll trouble you with this." Takedo looked at this long-lost smile, his eyes curving. Yushiro, what is wrong with you two? Aren't there other expressions?" Chapter 55, Translucent Cherry Blossoms. This inertia was enough to break through the ground and reach the surface. Yushiro let out a sigh of relief, subconsciously murmuring to comfort himself, "Miss Tamayo would surely praise me, right? What are you doing?" Startled by Mikann's sudden movement, Yushiro quickly dodged to the side, stopping his control over the Noom. Mikann, who had only used her main body sword to entangle Noom, felt wronged. "I'm very precise with my sword techniques." "That's enough." Yushiro wouldn't admit the shock he felt in that moment. He would only urge Mikann to hurry and do what he wanted to do. "Just do what you want quickly. If the Demon King finds out, she'll be killed first anyway, so you don't really need to be in such a rush." Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Mikann swiftly cutting through the chaos, truly turning the demon into minced meat, leaving Yushiro with considerable psychological trauma. Mikann. Inemaru appeared silently. The cold light of the Nichiren blade in his hand made Yushiro, for the first time in his life, swallow his words without Miss Tamayo prompting him. He had had enough of these demon hunters. Seeing the half-formed figure, Mikann lowered her eyes and peacefully sank into the darkness of her consciousness. "You're here." Takedo couldn't call out to Mikann a third time, frowning as he scrutinized Inemaru, his tone unfriendly. "Who are you?" Inemaru did not answer Takedo's question, only nodding slightly and saying, "Thank you for taking care of Mikann." "Who are you?" Takedo wanted to stop this person to clarify, but before his words finished, before he could make a move, the person had already disappeared with Mikann from his sight. Clenching his fist, Takedo decided to ask his younger brother who had seen Mikann earlier. Although slightly off from the expected location, all the residents in that area had evacuated. Obiyashiki Kanata was judging the position from the map, and after confirming the deviation, he exclaimed in surprise. Before he could relax, Higurama hurriedly asked his other younger sister, who was holding a pocket watch, "How long until dawn?" 1.5 hours. Obiyashiki Kanai's expression was horrified. She nervously lifted her head, cold sweat slowly sliding down her face. It was later than expected. There was a deviation in Infinity Castle. It must be that Kibutsuji Musen and the Hashira are fighting, forcing Yushiro to speed up. If only there was a more harmonious way. Kanata lowered her eyes, trying hard to hold back her sobs as she looked at the map beside her. It's still going to take so long. Higurama felt a bit dazed, but seeing his two younger sister spirits drooping, he hurriedly scolded them. "At least we mustn't lose our formation. Don't get discouraged. Recalibrate the coordinates." Kanata wiped her tears and said to her sister Kanai in a crisp voice, "Yes, my lord." At this moment, they were bearing the lives of hundreds of swordsmen. Countless crows, carrying the last reports, circled in the air, shouting about the last moments, conveying the message to all the swordsmen. Dark feathers floated down, but what they brought was the dawn of hope. The Demon Slayer Corps was buying time, waiting for dawn, and so was Musen. He was waiting patiently, hoping to annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps that had troubled him for centuries in one fell swoop. After all, he had safeguarded his last trump card from the very beginning. Mikann's injuries are more serious than expected, and her recovery is much slower than anticipated. When Inemaru brings Mikann out from the glow of the time-space compass, he himself is already battered and bruised. He used the technique to transfer injuries, but due to his physical limitations, he could only transfer a small portion of Mikann's injuries in that world to alleviate her suffering. However, after finally arriving in this world, his physical strength is depleted, preventing him from using the technique again. Although Mikann's physical resilience far exceeds that of Inemaru, Inemaru's recovery speed is much faster, more than 10 times that of Mikann. To return to the battlefield, they can only rely on Inemaru to transfer Mikann's injuries. "Commander, Lord Inemaru." Yagen Tushiru jumped down from the rooftop in a panic. He had been sunbathing with Mikazuki while discussing blade forging and had just been chatting about the future. He never expected this day to come so quickly. Mikazuki Munakika leaped down from the rooftop, landing right in front of Inemaru. And as Yearns could only hold Mikann, he reached out to support the exhausted Inemaru. The medicine is ready, Yearns Tushru whispered, and one by one, other blades began to gather at the entrance of the Akutagawa room, led by him. What is the state of our lord? Taro Tachi asked with a frown. He was the sword that found its way back to the Hanmaru by itself when Mikann went on an expedition. He was supposed to be a sword that Mikann acquired in the blade forging village, but history changed and 2 blades were shattered, interrupting his meeting with Mikann. He returned along with the swords that had been separated from Mikann. Not good, Yearns Tushru said uncertainly. As Shikigami, our physical structure shouldn't differ much from that of humans, but the structure of our lord's body is somewhat different. Since he couldn't get close to the commander before, he was completely unaware of this point. The A plan is still ongoing, while the B plan is scrapped. If the medical methods of the current regime fail, then they must rely entirely on the A plan, entrusted to Inemaru. The reason they prepared the B plan was to prevent the White Snake from doing anything against them. Everything has its destiny, Nanasikan chuckled softly. Since we have already invested so much effort into this, let's leave the future to the stars. Maru understood the meaning behind Nanasikan's words. Although Nanasikan claimed to go with the flow, he reminded them that the Big Dipper is tangible, implying that their actions would lead to a predetermined outcome. If any surprises occur, what does it matter if they take away the Lord's true feelings? They do have means to alter memories. Nanasikan's words are reasonable. Everyone, do you lack confidence in the outcomes you've simulated millions of times? Maru smiled, his gentle expression carrying a deeper meaning. Among the remaining 3 authoritative swords in the Hanmaru, 2 approved Plan C one after the other, and the other blades had no objections, fully entrusting the matter to Yearns Tushru. Plan C is a hardline approach. Imprisonment, reforging, brainwashing, or whatever it takes. They will go to any lengths to keep the Lord by their side. Far away on the mountaintop, the cherry blossoms of many sakura silently shed endless petals, with sunlight filtering through the still blooming delicate cherry blossoms onto the grass, like the light and shadow of a fairy tale being written. But in a certain moment, the Hanmaru flickered like a tape, and amidst the soft and beautiful colors of the environment, transparent cherry blossoms slowly fell from the branches, turning into pink blossoms before reaching the ground. Through the pink petals, several long-lost figures could be faintly seen in the glaring sunlight. Chapter 56. Jutomioka. The issues on Mikann's side aren't too significant, as the power of the breathing technique was exhausted. The spiritual energy within him became active again upon returning to the political world. Without the obstruction of the breathing technique's power, it was able to roam freely within Mikann's body, eliminating the phenomenon of blocked circulation leading to overflow. The rich and pure energy began to repair the cracks on Mikann's body, greedily consuming the living space of another force, trying to make itself the sole existing power system. Although it was somewhat slow, it greatly alleviated Mikann's suffering. Not all the swords that accompanied Mikann in battle returned. Some blades remained in this world to prevent the final passage from closing and to achieve their ultimate goal. If they wanted to weave a beautiful dream and keep Mikann, they could only open the passage to this world an infinite number of times, as long as they were by their lord's side. Tsujikuni Yorichi, with his keen sense of breath, found the trapped demon slayer in the ruins. After rescuing them one by one, these children, who didn't have many convoluted thoughts, quickly misunderstood his identity and gave him the most fatal trust on the battlefield. However, as the gentlest existence of the date group, Tsujikuni Yorichi would not disappoint the expectations of these children of humanity, as they aided each other to the vicinity of the buried demon king. Tsujikuni Yorichi was about to continue forward when someone grabbed his arm. The grip wasn't well controlled, and the fingers trembled slightly. The person who held him seemed quite nervous. Tomioka-ju grabbed Tsujikuni Yorichi's arm, his tone stiff. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. He didn't know what kind of attitude to take when facing the person who had saved him and his sister back then, and the complexity of his feelings made him somewhat awkward. Tsujikuni Yorichi pondered for a few seconds. He remembered this voice. At that time on Mount Spider, when he was placed in the sword box and awakened to shake off the spider webs, he had heard this voice. Kageyama seemed to have mentioned it. It seemed to belong to the water pillar among the demon slayers. I understand. Thank you. Tsujikuni Yorichi smiled at Tomioka-ju, a gentle warmth spreading across his delicate face. I won't go over there anymore. It wasn't until Tsujikuni Yorichi took a few steps back that Tomioka-ju, somewhat dazed, finally released his hand. Have you found your lord? Tomioka-ju recalled that the young man who had unexpectedly arrived at their home and coincidentally saved them claimed to be looking for his lord. My lord. Tsujikuni Yorichi paused. Although they weren't connected telepathically, it didn't hinder their cross-channel communication. We got separated for the time being, just like before. Tomioka-ju bit his lip, his expression subtly melancholic. He felt that he had reminded Tsujikuni Yorichi of sad memories. After all these years, he still hadn't found that person. That person must have encountered something unfortunate. He shouldn't have asked about it. Feeling awkward, Tomioka-ju fell silent. While Tsujikuni Yorichi thought the episode had ended and began searching for his unreliable teammates again. It was far too dangerous for a blind man with no ability to fight to stay here. He urgently needed his lord's protection. Moreover, those geysers were clearly nearby, yet their figures were nowhere to be seen. Are you okay? After digging out a swordsman from the ruins again, Tsujikuni Yorichi felt that he was almost washing away his dark fate with his growing merits, although he was just joking. Kamado Tanjiro opened one eye, slightly dizzy and still not fully responsive. It wasn't until Tsujikuni Yorichi handed him a clean piece of cloth that Tanjiro snapped back to reality, nervously taking the cloth to stop the bleeding. I'm fine, just a small cut on my forehead, so it looks worse than it is. Kamado Tanjiro's voice grew smaller as he realized this silent young man with closed eyes seemed unable to see, feeling as though he had touched someone's sore spot. Tanjiro broke out in a cold sweat and lowered his head in guilt. Tsujikuni Yorichi's thoughts were delicate, especially after losing his eyesight, making him more adept at observing hearts. However, if he had the chance, he would still like to gouge out the eyes of that scoundrel, Munezumi, allowing that hypocritical bastard to experience the joy of losing sight. After all, a guy like him who couldn't even see his lord should be shattered somehow. Losing one sense would enhance the others, right? Tsujikuni Yorichi spoke softly. For a moment, Tanjiro felt as if he saw his mother. Wait, why was it his mother? Shouldn't it be his father? Tanjiro was confused for a second before Tsujikuni Yorichi redirected his attention. Hurry and stop the bleeding. With this amount of blood, the wound on your forehead should be somewhat serious. Urging him, Tsujikuni Yorichi suddenly turned to one side, his hand resting on the hilt of his main sword. Just press the cloth against your head, Tanjiro said, looking around. After finding that everyone crawling out from the ruins was basically uninjured, he let out a sigh of relief. Wait, where's Mikann? Tanjiro twitched his nose, tried to use his superhuman sense of smell to locate the Demon King, but it didn't work. All he could smell was blood, and his sense of smell was disturbed by many chaotic scents. Plus, this person had a scent that belonged to Mr. Mikann. Tanjiro's anxiety and analysis still floated in his mind when a loud noise from not far away attracted everyone's attention. Tanjiro caught a fleeting glimpse of a silver flash in front of him and saw that the kind gentleman had already grasped his sword. That's not the Nicaran blade. Kamado Tanjiro saw Tsujikuni Yorichi about to leap away and hurriedly called out, "Wait, sir." Tsujikuni Yorichi understood the swordsman's intent, but he had more important things to do. So he brushed it off, saying, "Just call me Tsujikuni." He didn't like this name, but he hoped that the ones who called him Yorichi were specific individuals. As Tsujikuni Yorichi's figure grew farther away, Tanjiro, who had misunderstood his words, felt a bit choked. He could sense that this person was doing it on purpose. Soon, Tanjiro had no time to pay attention to Tsujikuni Yorichi anymore, because the Demon King Mikann had appeared. A blast-like impact. The remnants of walls and debris piled nearby were all blown away by this force, scattering around with a terrifying momentum. The central figure was, indeed, the Demon King Mikann they were searching for. This arrogant aura attracted everyone's attention, but no one dared to act rashly because, as the Demon King, Kibutsuji Mukann's danger was incomparable to that of the upper moons. Kibutsuji Mikann stood calmly in the cleared space he had created, his expression indifferent as if he had already anticipated the current scene, which was oddly unsettling. Chapter 57. News from the Peach Mountain. Do you really think this small number can drag me to the dawn? Kibutsuji Mikann looked disdainfully at the overconfident human swordsmen raising their swords against him, finding them foolish and even doubting that eating them would affect his IQ. Kibutsuji Mukann's contempt ignited the anger of most of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen. However, they were acutely aware of their abilities. Once they advanced, they would become food for the Demon King to regain power, adding a burden to the pillars who would truly face him. Are you okay? Zong-san Wenzi squatted down and patted the seemingly dazed Zenitsu, a bit confused as to why this child wouldn't let go of his kasaya. Yes, it's you, Zenitsu murmured, tears welling up in his beautiful eyes. Zong-san Wenzi was puzzled. He hadn't done anything. Could this child really be crying just because he patted him a couple of times? Woo, Zong-san, brother. Zenitsu clung to Zong-san Wenzi's leg and burst into tears, wanting to express all the grievances and fears he had endured during this time, longing to return to Tanegashima to seek comfort from his grandfather. Calm down, let's talk properly. Handing over a handkerchief, Zong-san's Winzi had a stiff expression, trying to pull his leg away as the child's tears were about to get on his clothes. Zenitsu took the handkerchief and cried, "Thank you, Zong-san brother. If it weren't for you packing my senior brother and sending that guy back to Tanegashima, he would have become a demon, causing Grandpa to commit seppuku." Zong-san's Winzi crossed his arms, watching Zenitsu with interest, curious about how Zenitsu could cry so fiercely yet still articulate his words clearly. "Oh, about that." Zong-san's Winzi squinted, a smile creeping up on his lips. Zenitsu's words were undoubtedly good news. He had all the memories from the first round and prided himself on having complete memories now. Since there were things he didn't know, it indicated that they had traveled back in time. Reaching out to pat Zenitsu's dusty head, Zong-san's Winzi smiled enchantingly. His beauty, once crowned with the title of the most beautiful canary, left Zenitsu momentarily stunned. "Don't cry. It's good that we've come this far. So let's make an effort now." Zong-san's Winzi spoke slowly, almost like he was preaching to Zenitsu. "After everything ends, you can go back and give your senior brother a good beating. Once there are no more demons in this world, you and your grandfather will be able to live in peace." Originally, Zenitsu's actions had nothing to do with Zong-san's Winzi, but now it was different. This child was proof of their successful plan. Before that, Zong-san's Winzi would ensure Zenitsu's safety until they truly reaped the rewards. "Let's go to the front line." Zong-san's Winzi smiled and extended his hand to Zenitsu, the moonlight spilling over his kasaya, adorned with a touch of sublime holiness. To Zenitsu, Zong-san's Winzi was a glimmer of hope before his relatively smooth life turned into chaos. It was a tangible redemption. Jujutsu Kaisen's Kiyotaka had already rushed over, but the distance between his position and the three pillars was still too far. He couldn't reach Mikann quickly. The three-pillar-level demon slayers' auras were all familiar, especially two of them so familiar that Kiyotaka almost mistook them. If he guessed correctly, these three demon slayers were the Lord's princess, the master of Inemaru, and the swordsman he had just encountered. Kiyotaka took a deep breath, exerting some effort to suppress his rising emotions. He thought perhaps he shouldn't waste too much time helping with the rescue. Mikann Kibutsuji looked at the three pillars rushing towards him as if they were ants, suddenly sprouting several bone whips from his body, his aura growing increasingly terrifying, so powerful that even some low-ranked demon slayers found it hard to move. "If you can do it, then give it a try." With a darkened expression, Mikann Kibutsuji raised his arm, now transformed into tentacles, forcing the three pillars to shift their positions at high speed. In an instant, the fast-moving whips turned into several red shadows lunging at everyone, the onslaught fierce. But there were gaps between the attacks. In this tense and urgent rhythm, it led to erroneous judgments from Tomioka, Ju, and others. They utilized the gaps between the whip shadows, each drawing upon their years of accumulated martial arts skills to navigate through the danger. Their perfected agility allowing them to successfully reach Mikann Kibutsuji's close range. Upon reaching the broadest range they could attack, the breathing techniques were instantaneously activated. The second form of love breathing, the third form of serpent breathing, and water breathing, various blades surged towards Mikann Kibutsuji's neck. However, Kanroji Mitsuri's and Tomioka Ju's attacks were blocked by Mikann Kibutsuji with his bone whips, as their blade trajectories were too clear. Only Iguro Abanai, with his unpredictable and intricate swordsmanship, slithered past Mikann Kibutsuji's defenses like a snake, his blade aiming directly at Muzan's neck. Mikann Kibutsuji seemed momentarily caught off guard, but that was it. He didn't even furrow his brow or attempt to stop it. When Abanai's blade grazed Mikann Kibutsuji's neck and easily sliced through, the sword-wielding Abanai immediately realized something was wrong. He had suspected from the beginning that Mikann Kibutsuji wouldn't die from a slash to the neck, but he didn't expect him to be so unconcerned. This indicated that being slashed in the neck would have no effect on the Demon King, putting them in a dangerous situation. Mikann Kibutsuji's flesh and blood rapidly healed over the area where the blade had cut, contrary to Abanai's judgment. Mikann Kibutsuji was not indifferent to being cut in the neck. Rather, after the death of Yorichi Tsujikoni, there had been no one capable of severing his neck in a single strike. Even if others could cut his neck without him reacting, they would have no chance of separating his head from his body. Abanai's pupils contracted. He hadn't missed, but they had clearly underestimated Mikann Kibutsuji. Now, what should they do within the range of attack with no chance of escape? Unfortunately, it was a dead end. Kanroji Mitsuri was frantically dodging Muzan Kabutsuji's whipping attacks, not realizing why his assaults had become more ferocious instead of changing. Did I miss? Accompanying Kanroji Mitsuri's cry were Abanai and Tomioka Ju's grave expressions. The two were very certain that their actions had not missed. The blade had indeed struck the Demon King's neck. It just had no effect. This time, they had acted recklessly, underestimating how the Demon King Muzan Kabutsuji could not possibly become weak just because he hadn't eaten people after reviving. Why did they think they could hit the Demon King's neck with just the three of them? They would die. Chapter 58. The goose today wasn't braised after all. Gift for thanks. Extra update. Zongsan Zhuo Wenzi stood still on a piece of ruins, seemingly changing direction. Zenitsu, following the katana's spirit, stopped beneath the ruins. Looking at Zongsan Zhuo Wenzi's figure with confusion. Zongsan, brother, is something wrong? Zongsan Zhuo Wenzi glanced sideways at Zenitsu, his eyes rolling in their sockets. Then broke into a smile. Zenitsu, prioritize protecting yourself. Under the gaze of those heterochromatic eyes, Zenitsu felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had fallen into some mesmerizing vortex. I understand I value my life. Dully responding to Zongsan Zhuo Wenzi's words, Zenitsu felt a bit dazed, and by the time he felt that moment had passed, the figure of the pink-haired youth was no longer in front of him. Zongsan, brother, did I get left behind? Looking at the surrounding buildings, which were utterly destroyed and unrecognizable, Zenitsu felt lost, tears instinctively welling up in his eyes, soon blurring his vision. But just a moment later, Zenitsu wiped away the tears that hadn't fallen yet, drew his sword at his waist, and leaped onto the rooftop with a few agile movements, clean and swift. Without any hesitation. Zongsan, brother, is not that kind of person. He just seems difficult to approach, but he is actually very gentle. Muttering to himself, my wife Zenitsu wore a slightly childish expression, quickening his pace as he rushed towards the final battlefield. He was now at the age where adults marry, and he couldn't let his grandfather worry any longer, nor could he let Souza, brother, worry. Damn it. I've already learned to comfort myself. Souza left the main house directly. As he hurried out of the soft light of the time-space compass, Souza stared silently at the quiet courtyard for a few seconds, as if remembering something, and then headed straight for the Katanagatari room. The sound of his wooden clogs colliding with the wooden floor was quite loud. But until Souza arrived at the entrance of the Katanagatari room, it seemed no blade had noticed his arrival. No, they had known for a long time, even clearly who had come. However, this group of guys didn't care about any blade other than the Lord. And even their brothers in the same room only pretended to care. With a hint of pleasure on his face, Susan knocked on the paper door. The tall and beautiful figure of the sword spirit, under the gaze of all the blades, leaned casually against the door, like a beautiful butterfly resting its wings. Enjoying the unwillingness and displeasure written on the faces of all the blades, Souza did not hesitate to deepen his smile. But there was one blade that was different. Is there any news, Lord Souza? The boy with the three-legged golden crow raised his eyes, his expression gentle and friendly, completely opposite to that of the other blades. With Mikazuki Munakika absent, other younger blades easily quarreled with this original spirit sword, and since the only one who could suppress the current situation, the seven-star sword, was unwilling to get involved, it fell to the oldest and most stable ancestor of the Japanese swords, Keimaru, to break the deadlock and take on the role of leading and soothing. There is, Souza replied lightly, appearing somewhat listless and dull. It seemed this colleague who wanted to draw their attention did not want to continue the topic. Keimaru's face remained impassive, but in his heart, he had already prepared a surprise for his colleague. Elderly blades only had this little joy of holding grudges, and he believed the younger blades wouldn't mind. Time passed second by second. If it weren't for maintaining a facade of friendliness, Keimaru felt he would be the first to draw his sword. Ignoring the increasingly unfriendly atmosphere of his colleagues, Souza lowered his gaze, quietly watching the Mikann lying on the bed. It really looks like before it shattered, he murmured, his expression resembling that of a caged bird lamenting its lost freedom. As the last note of his words faded into the air, the blades seemed to shift their demeanor. Their impatience and irritation replaced, each staring at Souza with unwavering attention, as if something irreversible would happen if he didn't provide them with an answer. Clearly, Souza's words had stirred up a storm. Just a single sentence had exposed the true nature of these blades, some of whom had existed for hundreds of years, proving that Souza's skills had not diminished over the years. The divine sword shouldn't be so irritable. Dodging the large blade's attempt to make contact with his head, Souza tucked the fallen hair behind his ear as he stood up. Lord Taro, please Please maintain your composure here. Yearns Tusharu glanced sideways at Souza, removing his glasses with one hand while the other gently pressed on the sword resting against his thigh. If he didn't first investigate what this great sword spirit was up to and stop Taro from causing destruction, their room would be ruined. If you still can't calm down, for the sake of providing the general with a peaceful resting environment, I will resort to some rather forceful measures. Mr. Taro, how about a drink to calm down? Neo, Tusharu, using his height advantage, pressed down on Taro's sword body, exchanged a glance with his brother, and then pulled the emotionally unstable Taro out of the room. The troublesome nature of the combined sword truly vexed the blades. Everyone, please go out and talk with Lord Souza. The general needs a quiet environment to recuperate. Adjusting his white coat, Yearns Tusharu tucked his glasses into his pocket, shedding the dangerous aura he had just emitted towards the great sword. And you too, Lord Negawa. What about Yearns? Isn't he coming along? Higurashi Maru asked innocently, his beautiful eyes darting towards the short sword spirit. Only Yearns Tusharu, who shared eye contact with the great sword, could sense its unfriendly and scrutinizing nature. This blade, which appeared the most normal, was not easily fooled. I need to take care of the general. But Yearns Tusharu was adept at countering moves, especially since he had the most legitimate reason. In the absence of the blades from Nankai in the main house, the medical room was his dominion. Then I'll stay to help. Looking at Higurashi Maru being carried away by Akashi Kuniyuki, Yearns Tusharu let out a soft sigh, lamenting that the head of the current generation was so kind, taking away a troublemaker. Taking his glasses from his pocket and putting them back on, Yearns Tusharu pulled up a chair beside the Mikann, his crystal-clear eyes gently watching her. Playing with the Mikann's hair, Yearns Tusharu's voice was filled with a smile. General, I'm the only one by your side. Supporting the Mikann's hand, Yearns Tusharu carefully wrote his name in her palm. Chapter 59. The pigeon spirit hasn't been braised today. Gift appreciation extra. Mikann could hear the commotion around him, but his brain was slow to process it, as if he had lost his cognitive abilities. He could understand every word spoken by the sword-wielding warriors, but he couldn't piece them together. However, Mikann still managed to remember a few words, Yearns Tusharu. Yet each time the subsequent words surfaced in his mind, they were swiftly crossed out by a jarring line. At the same time, a pleasant voice would emerge, and he could understand what it was saying, whether in the main hall or the room. The general only needed to trust and rely on Yearns. Kibutsuji Musen's neck swiftly healed right after the blade's cut. He was no fool. Since he looked down on all the Demon Slayer Corps warriors, he naturally had the capital to be disdainful. He was cut, yet healed in an instant. Kanroji Mitsuri was shocked, her face filled with disbelief. Not just her. The shock for Iguro Abanai and Tomioka Ju was even deeper. Kibutsuji Musen had no mercy. He was adept at nipping dangerous threats in the bud, having seized the opportunity to wipe out the three pillars. He would not let go of this chance that required no effort. From the beginning, Kibutsuji Musen had anticipated the movements of the three pillars, and the reason they were able to get this close was because he had intentionally allowed it, with only a single position separating them from Kibutsuji Musen. Tomioka Ju and the others had no time to dodge. Moreover, due to the inertia of their movements, they were unable to assume a defensive stance. Even at this distance, a single-angle sword defense was merely a self-deception that was barely effective. His mind was blank. Kanroji Mitsuri simply gave up struggling, tightly closing her eyes. Unable to accept this outcome, she hadn't even helped everyone yet, and, as a pillar, her impact was so minimal. At the brink of life and death, the ordinary swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps charged into Kibutsuji Musen's attack range, braving the terrifying pressure of the Demon King. At that moment, Kibutsuji Musen's focus was entirely on the three pillars, making the peripheral attacks easier to handle. Even ordinary swordsmen could manage to push through with some effort. Nonetheless, several swordsmen were pierced through by Kibutsuji Musen's fierce bone whips. But even when facing the pain that rendered their vision dark, their steps did not falter. If that's the case, I'll be ridiculed by Kasizan. Tsuchigamo Kyotada rushed into the range of the bone whips and, relying on instinct, slashed through two of Kibutsuji Musen's bone whips, immediately throwing the pierced swordsman and the severed parts out. As for those who had not yet realized the change and charged forward stubbornly, Tsuchigamo Kyotada had another way to deal with them. For those swordsmen who had never considered that they could survive from the moment they took their first step, Tsuchigamo Kyotada maintained a certain respectful attitude. As non-humans, they felt that humans who were willing to give up their lives truly embodied righteousness, regardless of whether their motivations were wise decisions. This really isn't cool at all. Tsuchigumo Kyotada couldn't help but open his hollow eyes. If given the chance, he truly wanted to see these swordsmen who feared nothing in the face of death. Indeed, he should find an opportunity to shatter Yajin's left text. The suppression of the world was proportional to the revealed strength, and coupled with the hardness of Kibutsuji Musen's bone whips, Tsuchigumo Kyotada was forced into a lightly injured state. If he were to fight with all his might in a fully darkened state, Tsuchigumo Kyotada could potentially save everyone, but doing so would make him a victim of an unwise decision. If this continues, I won't care about appearances anymore. True sword must kill activated. In a fleeting moment of thought, Tsuchigumo Kyotada decisively pulled his state to its peak, severing all the piercing whips the moment Kibutsuji Musen noticed him. When facing Tsuchigumo Kyotada's empty eye sockets, Kibutsuji Musen visibly paused, realizing that the lethal strike he was about to unleash had completely collapsed due to the crisis he had sensed, leaving not even a single ant alive. The powerful yet non-lethal sword energy blew away all the ordinary swordsmen who had rushed into the danger zone. They were injured to varying degrees from the impact, but none lost their lives. Maintaining the most dignified smile, Tsuchigumo Kyotada suppressed the surge of metallic sweetness in his throat and flung the nearest Iguro Abanai away, just as Kibutsuji Musen's bone whip emerged. Due to the overwhelming force Tsuchigumo Kyotada used, Iguro Abanai and Tsumijikage were flung to two different spots. Iguro Abanai adjusted his posture and landed safely, while Tsumijikage was dazed from the fall. The change happened too quickly. Even though Tomioka Ju reacted under Kibutsuji Musen's terrifying regenerative power, the current situation was merely a replay of the earlier tragedy, with only one of the pillars replaced by Tsuchigumo Kyotada. But the impact of dying alongside a benefactor was far greater than dying alongside a colleague, especially when in the next moment he was kicked away by his benefactor. As he adjusted his position mid-air, Tomioka Ju couldn't help but reminisce about the past. He felt that this kick was much stronger than the one from a few years ago, as he sensed at least 3 of his ribs had broken. Tsuchigumo Kyotada calculated his time, and, upon seeing the fine cracks on his main blade, decisively abandoned the attack and turned to forcibly protect Kanroji Mitsuri. It was nearly impossible to send Kanroji Mitsuri out unharmed. Tsuchigumo Kyotada inwardly lamented his rudeness as he turned his back to Kibutsuji Musen and threw Kanroji Mitsuri out. The love pillar had a certain level of strength, as long as she was not in Kibutsuji Musen's lethal range. Her highly flexible body would not allow her to be injured. In just an instant, Tsuchigumo Kyotada clearly felt his body being pierced, and the blood in his throat could no longer be suppressed. The reason it wasn't a bisected or shredded state was due to Tsuchigumo Kyotada's obsession with being cool. At the moment Kanroji Mitsuri was released, he almost perfectly defended against all the piercing whips coming from the side. Kibutsuji Musen noticed the weakness in Tsuchigumo Kyotada's frontal defense, and, knowing that thrusts were harder to defend against than horizontal strikes, he attacked Tsuchigumo Kyotada head-on with 6 bone whips. Contrary to Kibutsuji Musen's expectations for a kill, he could sense that this man's fatal injury did not come from him. Only 2 of the 6 bone whips successfully pierced non-lethal areas. With a darkened expression, Kibutsuji Musen felt he had been played, pulling Tsuchigumo Kyotada closer. Kibutsuji Musen darkly grasped Tsuchigumo Kyotada's neck, and upon seeing the cracks on his face, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. At Tsukumagami? Chapter 60. Caring for the lonely old ghost, his body had reached its limit, but the pain of falling into darkness extended Tsuchigumo Kyotada's life. As a god who had willingly fallen, they had to accept the punishment they deserved, which could not be evaded in any way. Kibutsuji Musen sneered, looking down at Tsuchigumo Kyotada with disdain, as if the alarm had not just sounded for him. If you hadn't turned into this form, I might have had to use my true strength to guard against you. But now, you are merely a waste clinging to life. The darkened sword could not inflict effective damage on Musen Kibutsuji. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi realized this when he noticed that Musen's regeneration speed had not changed. To kill Musen Kibutsuji, it truly required those human swordsmen. Closing his hollow eyes, Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi was violently thrown out by Musen, his transformed body crashing into a pile of collapsed ruins. Tsuchigumo, Tenjin-zi, and the surrounding swordsmen hurriedly searched for Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi's figure among the ruins and quickly rescued him from the rubble. Iguro Abanai and Kanroji Mitsuri remained vigilant, guarding against the temporarily motionless Musen, fearing a sudden ambush. Cold sweat trickled down Abanai's temples as he glanced briefly at the arrow that had been stealthily picked up, his eyes fixated on Musen. The arrow seemed to be fine if it was still wagging its tail at him. Muzan Kibutsuji looked at the two Hashira guarding against him and the group of insignificant human ants with disdain, snorting coldly as he continued to toy with the swords he had seized. Just thinking about the scenes that would unfold next made even a demon who had lived for thousands of years feel a surge of boiling blood. Tsuchigumo, are you alright? Tenjin Yuzi carried Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi to a safe place, unable to suppress his worry as he began to check and bandage the injured. His expression remained tense and anxious, completely devoid of the joy one would expect from having Tsuchigumo rescued. Oh, you've already been saved. Muzan Kibutsuji remarked mockingly as he watched the Demon Slayer Corps members hurriedly bandaging a sword spirit with human methods, his crimson eyes locking onto Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi's figure. Are you wasting their limited medical supplies, you worthless beings? Muzan called out, his dirty words making anyone want to slap him. Cough, cough. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi spat out several mouthfuls of blood, gently pushing away the hands that were bandaging him. I really don't need this. Tsuchigumo's eyes were filled with tears as she helplessly held the bandages, wanting to wrap Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi's arm again, but he stood firm against it. Don't resist treatment. Tenjinzi grasped Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi's hand, fear flashing his eyes for a moment. He was afraid of losing another companion. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi shook his head gently, calmly saying, I'm not human. Tenjin Yuzi was dissatisfied with this answer. At this point, few would care about Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi's identity. They only wanted to know how to treat him. My lord is not here. No one could treat me. Then hold on until your lord arrives. That should be possible, right? A young girl from medical team had reddened eyes. She didn't want the person who had just saved many swordsmen to die in vain. Sorry, Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi smiled. Please don't cry for me. After saying this, Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi stood up amidst the crowd and walked slowly towards Muzan Kibutsuji as if nothing were wrong. Iguro Abanai and Kanroji Mitsuri wanted to stop him in confusion, but Tenjin Yuzui prevented them. We wasted too much time. Muzan Kibutsuji frowned in displeasure. Although he knew he didn't have much time left, only about an hour and a half, he was genuinely afraid of the sunrise. Not even 5 minutes had passed. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi shrugged, his calm demeanor causing Muzan Kibutsuji to frown once more. Muzan detested hypocritical individuals, especially gods. Since one's life was in his hands, they should obediently grovel and plead for his mercy. Why could this guy remain so composed when he was on the verge of death? Unable to see Muzan's expression and feeling his emotions from distance, Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi could only imagine 100 ways to shatter Soma's Zamanji in his mind. Soma's presence had vanished. He must have returned to the base. He shouldn't be treating Soma, who had been his partner, like this. Thinking of the strategy they had discussed before this deployment, Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi felt he should loosen up a bit in front of Muzan, just as he imagined shattering Soma Zamanji would irritate Muzan Kibutsuji. No matter who encounters Muzan Kibutsuji, whether acting or fighting, every second counts. And we must absolutely protect Kanroji Heim. Even so, the core of this deployment was singular. Protect the Lord's Heim. You're just stalling for time. Muzan Kibutsuji tilted his head slightly, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked at Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi, his tone like a shard of ice that pierced. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi clapped in support, his tone cheerful as if genuinely cheering for Muzan. You guessed it. How about I let you bask in the sun? You haven't seen the sun in hundreds of years. You must be getting moldy. It's truly sad for a being that turned from human to demon. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi aimed to hit the mark precisely, betting that Muzan, who would take revenge on those he could defeat but drag out those he couldn't, would definitely choose the former. The veins on Muzan's forehead were very prominent, and Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi felt the force binding his original blade tighten a bit more. Oh, as a demon king, can you not handle this? You wouldn't really be the petty demon king who can't even take a few words, right? Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi provocatively said, leaving many drenched in cold sweat. Iguro Abanai found it hard to express. Do you know him? After 2 seconds of silence, Tenjin Yuzui nodded with difficulty. Yeah, your way of speaking shouldn't have been learned from him. Remembering the Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi from his memories. Gentle and refined like a noble air cultivated painstakingly. Compared to this Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi who could choke the Demon King with a single sentence while dancing on his nerves. Tenjin Yuzui doubted whether his neck was malfunctioning because nodding felt so difficult. Shouldn't it be? Iguro Abanai. Chapter 61. A game within a game, what are you waiting for? Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi suddenly shifted the topic, realizing something was off about Muzan Kibutsuji's demeanor. He was too calm. Too calm to be a demon afraid of sunlight. It feels like a trap. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi frowned, mentally pounding a paper doll inscribed with Soma Zamanji's name. Huh, do you think I would say that? Muzan Kibutsuji increased the force binding Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi's original blade, his expression a mix of disdain, contempt, and a hint of complexity. Muzan felt like he was up against a nitpicker, but he had no evidence. I don't really want to know. Muzan Kibutsuji was almost laughing in anger. The ideas instilled by that person about villains dying from talking too much were all tossed aside. It's your most familiar enemy. As he contemplated the time-traveling army, Muzan Kibutsuji thought he couldn't quite recall the name that person had left behind. It had been too long. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi kindly corrected him. It's the time-traveling army. Shut up. Tsuchigumo Mitsuyoshi flatly read. I'm so scared. The surrounding swordsmen. For a moment, they couldn't be sure if this was the final battlefield against the Demon King, but if they could drag it out until dawn without sacrificing lives. How wonderful that would be. Wait, something's wrong. When the first Demon Slayer swordsman suddenly turned into blood and died, the people guarding them nearby screamed in panic, and the attention of Kanetoshi Tsuchigumo was momentarily diverted. Although he didn't know what method they used to hold on for so long before dying. Those who could die on the spot were the lucky ones. Muzan Kibutsuji began his condescending demeanor again. His eyes that were watching the commotion became calm. I will mix my blood into the attacks. I will not turn you into demons. That large amount of blood will destroy your cells like a deadly poison until you meet your demise. Those who have turned into blood are merely those so incompetent that even their formed cells can be easily corroded. Just insignificant ants, trying to disguise themselves as divine while talking to themselves. Even in darkness, the dignity of the divine cannot be trampled upon. Especially those ugly demons who covet divine status have no qualifications to gaze upon the divine. Kanetoshi Tsuchigumo was momentarily angered, but it was just for a moment because help arrived. Everyone drink this. Michiro Takedo and Yuikaru rushed over with water bags, suggesting they had a method to deal with or suppress the poison. The water bags contained water soaked with talismans left behind by the Mikann, and Michiro Takedo and Jinya Shinazugawa had tried it. At least it could completely relieve the poison from upper rank 1. Yes. Feed this water to the poisoned people. Hurry. Jinya Shinazugawa called out to distribute the water, busy weaving through the crowd. My brother was saved this way. Although he had lost his breath and pulse and was already dead, unexpectedly the fake death poison of upper rank 1 alleviated the real death of Jinya Shinazugawa. Under Jinya Shinazugawa's persistence and the tacit approval of Himejima Jyomi, the person was truly saved. Although many talismans were wasted due to not understanding their use. It was fortunate that they saved a life, a pillar with frontline combat capability. Those talismans were not wasted. The talismans had a gentle healing effect, but it was not obvious with a single piece. After accidentally wasting many talismans, Jinya Shinazugawa went from serious injury to light injury. Otherwise, if it was just detoxification, death would have been just a matter of time. Thanks to Madame Kanamori's arrival to teach the usage of the talismans, she also brought a miraculous divine object. Michiro Takedo referred to the protective amulet brought by Kanemori Kanit, which was said to be blessed and protected by the divine. This operation was unexpected from Muzan Kibutsuji. Frowning, Muzan Kibutsuji thought about whether to convert some of the Demon Slayer members to increase his manpower. Meow. Suddenly hearing a small meow, Muzan Kibutsuji didn't hesitate to slice the cat in half. But as he suspected, this cat was a demon. Then he decided to give up on converting the Demon Slayer swordsman. Muzan Kibutsuji felt that it was very likely that turning humans into demons would mean that he had more help from demons. At that time, killing them one by one would seem superfluous. Madame Kanemori. Yuzui Tenjin looked in shock at Kanemori Kanit, who appeared here. If it weren't for Kaijiro Rengoku's quick reaction to determine that it was a human holding him back, he might have rushed out with his weapon. You're not. Kanemori Kanit, calming her breath, displayed the 3 protective amulets she held, which were worn by her and her 2 daughters when they escaped the fire. As for her husband and daughter, she had firmly requested to keep 1 protective amulet for them. Lord Yuzui, please allow me to enter the house. After finally suppressing her wildly beating heart from the intense activity, Kanemori Kanit said anxiously. Kaijiro Rengoku opened the paper door after reporting to Hikaria. Madam, please. After expressing her gratitude, Kanemori Kanit entered the house under the watchful eyes of the sound pillar and the flame pillar. Sitting in the corridor, Yuzui Tenjin and Kaijiro Rengoku saw many questions they wanted to ask in each other's eyes, but now was not the time. For the young lord who had regained his family and his sisters, they needed Madame Kanemori more than they did. After signaling to Hikaria, Mikann briefly explained her situation. I, along with the previous lord and my 2 daughters, were sent to the Butterfly Mansion by Lord Mikann. But by the time we arrived, all the swordsmen at the Butterfly Mansion had already evacuated. Lord Hikariya's physical condition does not support him traveling. So I made the decision to let my 2 daughters stay to take care of Lord Hikariya while I delivered the news to the front line. Hikariya couldn't stop wiping his tears. He sat in the main seat, holding back tears and bowing to his mother. You and father and my sisters are still alive. That is the best news for me. Lord Hikariya, you did very well. Kanata and Kanai too. They're already capable adults. Mother. The 2 young girls rushed into Mikann's arms, briefly seeking comfort. After this slight relaxation of 2 or 3 minutes, they would have to return to their tense work again. I will go check on the injured. Mikann was also a bit moved, but now was not the time for sentimentality. Every second on the battlefield could lead to sacrifices. Since they were protected in the rear, they needed to take the necessary actions. Do not worry about father. I have dispatched the crows to mobilize nearby swordsmen to go. Thank you, Hikariya. With Kanatoshi Tsuchigumo caught in the middle and pulling against Mikann, the pillars who had just been in a tense battle received ample rest. And other pillars were also arriving. Dawn was about to break. Chapter 62. Farewell Ceremony. Sorry, we are late. The figures of Himejima Jyomi and Jinya Shinazugawa appeared at this moment, like a drop of water falling into hot oil, instantly igniting the swordsmen on the battlefield, their emotions soaring. It's Lord Iwazumi and Lord Wind Pillar. Great. The words of the 5 pillars would surely drag Mikann until dawn. Everyone, give your all to do the logistical work. Chattering too much. Mikann frowned, glancing sideways at the already incapacitated Kanatoshi Tsuchigumo, not knowing if the sword spirit could become a demon. It should be possible, right? Mikann was talking to himself, his gaze falling quietly onto the body of the katana of Tsuchigumo Mitsuda, as if he was truly contemplating how to form a contract with the Tsukamagami. Tsuchigumo Mitsuda made a disgusted movement, but almost in the next second, Mikann had already pierced his body with a bone whip, firmly imprisoning the katana Tsukamagami in place. As expected, he seemed pleased to have found a way to control Tsuchigumo Mitsuda, and his face, which always seemed to express that others owed him money, finally looked somewhat pleasant, revealing a smile that could be considered beautiful objectively. Tsuchigumo Mitsuda's struggles were not, as Mikann had guessed. Tsuchigumo Mitsuda did not know whether the sword warriors would be transformed. He simply could not accept that he was about to be tainted by the blood of a demon. Feeling the foul aura around his body as katana growing stronger, Tsuchigumo Mitsuda sneered, revealing his trump card in a moment of excitement. The trump card was a pure spiritual energy that he had carefully preserved deep within his core. It was the spiritual energy that he could not bear to taint, originating from Mikann and served as a cherished memory. A pure black katana warrior forcibly manipulating pure spiritual energy would produce a very interesting reaction. For example, with a bang, Mikann alluring face would revert to its primitive state, resembling a mass of flesh. The darkened sword manipulating pure spiritual energy touched the bottom line of the divine, which was the reason for the explosion of the sword body. Because even if they were the lowest ranked gods, even if they lost their sanity completely, they would still cling to the pride of their souls, as if by instinct. That was a pure land that absolutely could not be violated. Clearly feeling his body being turned to dust, Tsuchigumo Mitsuda had no reaction whatsoever. There should have been divine punishment that cleansed the soul. But since the backlash from the darkening began, Tsuchigumo Mitsuda had long since grown accustomed to and numbed by it. He could no longer perceive whether there was pain in his body. Mikann was furious, letting out a painful, unpleasant roar, wanting to tear Tsuchigumo Mitsuda apart with his clawed whip. But Tsuchigumo Mitsuda had calculated it well. If he did not waste his trump card, he could delay the demon for up to 3 minutes. If he used the trump card, it would mean instant death. Just a mere ant. Tsuchigumo Mitsuda, using his usual gentle tone, directly rubbed Mikann pride into the ground, maintaining his pride and stance as a deity. The katana Tsukamagami vanished in a most stylish manner just before the whip attack reached him. The whip missed, and the chaotic impact lifted a large section of the ground, creating a big pit on the battlefield. It's quite common to fall in battle. That said, this won't help maintain my image. Tsuchigumo Mitsuda disliked his destructive lines, only regretting that his spirit hadn't recorded his existence at that time. He was definitely the most stylish presence on the battlefield. It was just a pity. He couldn't let his lord witness his handsomeness. The damage Tsuchigumo Mitsuda caused did not affect Muzan Kibutsuji's recovery speed, but the power of his self-detonation was too formidable, almost slamming the entire demon into the ground. Thus, it managed to buy some time. Of course, not all blades possessed the self-detonation power of Tsuchigumo Mitsuda. The reason Tsuchigumo Mitsuda had this level of power was thanks to having devoured a part of the core of the original spirit, Esma Sanzaman. The twists and turns in the middle had deeply entangled the two blades. Tsuchigumo Mitsuda sacrificed himself, leaving Tenjin Yuzui stunned. He had thought Tsuchigumo Mitsuda would die, but he did not expect his departure to be cleaner than the death of a demon. With no time to mourn Tsuchigumo Mitsuda's death, Tenjin Yuzui forcefully held back the mist welling up in his eyes and reacted faster than anyone. Don't stop attacking. We can't give Muzan Kibutsuji a chance to catch his breath. That person is strong. Inosuke Hashibara's comment lingered in the air as he quickly followed Tenjin Yuzui's pace. Although he did not want to agree with Tenjin Yuzui, he had to admit that the water pillar was very reliable as a companion. The wind pillar, Sanemi Shinazugawa, was like a tangible light, instantly surpassing the previously moving water snake and the two pillars, launching a fierce attack directly at Muzan Kibutsuji. From the top of his skull to his hips, Sanemi Shinazugawa neatly split Muzan Kibutsuji in half, then casually tossed a glass bottle filled with alcohol into the air, leaving a source of fire behind as he left the scene with style. Sanemi Shinazugawa's series of actions were so fast that Muzan Kibutsuji hadn't even reacted when the alcohol was already drenched all over him, and the flames ignited as Sanemi Shinazugawa retreated. As Muzan Kibutsuji writhed and recovered, he was instantly engulfed in flames, making him, at that moment, the most dazzling presence before dawn. Just a mere ant. Muzan Kibutsuji's twisted face paused, recalling Tsuchigumo Mitsuda, who had betrayed him before his death. Thinking of Tsuchigumo Mitsuda's cold, smiling face, Muzan's anger rose 2 levels higher. In the next second, Muzan Kibutsuji's face, which had not yet recovered and was being burned by flames, became even more grotesque. Truly ugly. Sanemi Shinazugawa clicked his tongue, feeling that Muzan Kibutsuji now looked more hideous than any demon he had hunted so far. After his attack ended, Sanemi Shinazugawa immediately retreated, making space for the water pillar who had already arrived. Watching Tenjin Yuzui's rare, blood-boiling appearance, Sanemi Shinazugawa fell into a safe place and remained silent for a second. He was wondering if Tenjin Yuzui's attack would extinguish the flames he had just ignited. After all, he was the water pillar. The reason Mitsuri Kanroji has such a relaxed attitude is that they have successfully reached the final battle, and he and his brother have resolved the misunderstandings that have lingered for many years. With the burdens in his heart cleared away, Mitsuri Kanroji feels as if his mood is as calm and pleasant as a cloudless sky. Even the sight of Ju Tomioka no longer feels unpleasant. The Hashira's attacks are like a relay race. While conserving their strength, they continue their relentless assault on Muzan Kibutsuji. Chapter 63. Turning the tide soon. The 5 Hashira present felt the pressure from the Demon King. Muzan Kibutsuji had already repaired his body. The flames that engulfed him were extinguished, and his attacks became increasingly fierce and dense due to his rising anger. Under such high difficulty and intensity of battle, some began to feel the strain. Mitsuri Kanroji had been trying very hard, but she could not see Muzan's attacks at all. The speed of his whip-like strikes far exceeded her dynamic vision. Relying on instinct and luck to dodge in battle would not last long. Due to her weaker battle awareness compared to the other Hashira and the energy-intensive nature of her attacks, Mitsuri, as the love Hashira, inevitably became the first to sustain injuries in this dangerous situation. After several narrow escapes from Muzan's attacks, a feeling of unwillingness surged within Mitsuri. She couldn't accept that she was unable to help her comrades, and she was even more unwilling to see Muzan harm them so easily. Enduring the pain in her body, Mitsuri came up with a half-hearted plan. She thought about getting up close to Muzan, just for a moment, to create an opening for the others to attack. She wanted to give it her all, having made up her mind to face death. Mitsuri looked directly at Muzan, but found that her feet felt as if they were stuck to the ground, unable to move. In the next moment, a whip made of Muzan's flesh swept past her body. Although she was not cut in half or shattered into pieces, Mitsuri was seriously injured. A large chunk of flesh was violently torn from her beautiful face. Kaneo, Sayuri was shocked and immediately rushed towards Mitsuri without a second thought. Muzan did not let this opportunity slip by and redirected his attention to prepare for a direct attack on the 2 Hashira. In the instant Muzan attacked, the stone Hashira, Jiomi I Himajima, and the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, appeared at Kaneo's previous position, buying precious time to intercept and take Mitsuri away. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, at that moment, unleashed in even greater power, compensating for the gap left by the snake Hashira and the love Hashira's attacks. However, he did not understand why Mitsuri, who had clearly dodged the whip, was still gravely injured. Carrying Mitsuri away from the battlefield, Kaneo handed her over to the support team. Please take care of Kanroji. Due to her facial injuries, speaking was difficult for Kaneo, but he clearly articulated his request. He couldn't leave the battlefield, so he could only ask others to save Mitsuri. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Find a demon slayer in uniform. His name is Yushiro. Hurry. The flesh on the side of Mitsuri's face had been sliced away, nearly threatening her life, but once she regained her composure, her first thought was to return to the battlefield. Wait, I can still fight. With vacant eyes, it was clear that Mitsuri's body had not yet recovered from the shadow of death, but her consciousness had caught up with her surroundings. Miri's pleading tone, please don't leave me here. I definitely won't hold everyone back. You've done well, even if we have to return to the battlefield. Please make sure to bandage yourself up. The clear voice of a young boy interrupted Ihei Kabin's comforting words to Kanroji Mitsuri. But the content was also meant to soothe the love Hashira, after busy helping most of the swordsmen who were nearly buried under rubble. Taketu, Muichiro, and Takedorichi finally arrived at the front lines. They should have joined the battle earlier, but the Lord anticipated the current situation. As humans, they would undoubtedly have moments of exhaustion, so maintaining full combat capability was an essential strategy. Ihei Kabin immediately recognized that the speaker was the older twin of the Mist Hashira, as the younger brother spoke much more gently. The two of us can easily replace at least 3 people. Taketu, Muichiro, said calmly, his words straightforward and arrogant, but it's the truth. Although they were only 14 years old, their strength indeed ranked among the top Hashira. These twins, descended from the first generation of breath of the Sun Swordsman, were truly geniuses. With their marks activated, they could indeed temporarily substitute for at least 3 Hashira. So adjust your condition before going into battle. Looking like this will only lead to your death. Takedorichi's words struck home, but they were never aimed at Miri. They were directed at everyone. You too. Take care of your wounds and rest a bit before coming back. Takedorichi's gaze towards Ihei Kabin grew increasingly unfriendly, making Ihei Kabin begin to doubt whether they had some unresolved conflict. Don't waste the opportunity. Everyone has fought for you. Takedorichi dropped the final words, grabbing his younger brother and running towards the center of the battlefield. Ihei Kabin retracted his gaze from the Mist Hashira twins and picked up Kanroji Mitsuri again. Please take me to find Yushiro. The strong entrance of the Taketu twins directly turned the tide of the battle. The 3 Hashira who had been fighting against Muzan Kabutsuji felt a noticeable decrease in pressure. Following that, not only the Taketu twins, but also Kamadu Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Hashibara Inasuk, all capable Demon Slayer swordsmen, joined the fight. Heavily injured, Tenjin he finally had a moment to catch his breath and to allow him to rest better. Shinazugawa Sanemi discreetly intercepted some of the attacks within his ability. Suddenly, Tenjin Yuzui's weapon slipped from his grip. Noticing the change behind him, Takedorichi hurriedly filled in for the wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi. He carried Tenjin Yuzui, who had obvious changes on his hands and forehead, to a position out of Muzan Kabutsuji's reach. When Shinazugawa Sanemi turned around, he saw his younger brother running over with several syringes in hand. Miss Tamayo told me to bring these. They seem to be able to treat the mutations. The talisman water had been completely used up, and the syringes sent by Shichemaru were crucial, life-saving medicine. Tenjin Yuzui, hoarse, spoke while still focused on the battle. I'll get your weapon back for you. Jinya, leave this guy to you. Seeing his brother suddenly appear just a few meters away, Shinazugawa Jinya's eyes lit up. Yes. The feeling of being relied upon by his brother. Without hesitation, Shinazugawa Jinya directly injected the medicine into Tenjin Yuzui's body, and the effect was immediate. Before your brother throws the weapon back, please rest for now, Mr. Tenjin. Because it was his brother's request, Shinazugawa Jinya faced the Hashira without any sign of fear. Tenjin Yuzui, so now it's time to thank you, right? Chapter 64. Prelude to the final battle. If you dare to daze around in a situation like this again, I'll personally slaughter you. The fierce scolding of the wind Hashira echoed from afar. Tenjin Yuzui muttered to himself, feeling a bit wronged. And the thank you he wanted to say quietly went back down his throat. It wasn't intentional. Clearly, it was concern. Why couldn't he be a little gentler with me? Watching Tenjin Yuzui's increasingly cold expression, Shinazugawa Jinya felt an immense pressure. He glanced at his brother, whose figure in his line of sight was becoming a blur, silently cheering himself on. Hearing the rustling sound of fabric, Yagen Tushuru stopped wiping Mikazuki's body and placed the towel back into the basin. Inemeridano, I'm glad you were able to recover so quickly. Sitting on the bed with one leg dangling, Inemeru looked a bit dazed, as if his brain hadn't caught up yet. If this blade wasn't one of Mikazuki's most important existences, Yagen Tushuru wouldn't actually mind having a quiet living art piece beside him. Inemeru's skin was porcelain white, and he seemed to be entirely white except for those green eyes. The transformation seemed a bit unsuccessful, but he was beautiful. As the evening sunlight slipped into the room from outside, Yagen Tushuru could see faintly reflective scales on Inemeru's bare body. Inemeru tugged at the blanket draped over him, stepping barefoot onto the floor, and from his still unfocused eyes, it was clear he hadn't regained consciousness. He was instinctively seeking Mikazuki, the bond that made the blade envious. Yagen Tushuru's glasses reflected the sunset's glow, but the warm light cast upon him only added a soft coldness. Extending his arm to block Inemeru's path, Yagen Tushuru coldly stared at Inemeru, his tone icy. I can't allow you to approach the general until you regain your consciousness. Upon hearing this, Inemeru's movements paused, and then he lowered his eyes, staring intently at Yagen Tushuru. His misty eyes gradually became clear. Step aside. Inemeru's tone was hard, and his gaze towards Yagen Tushuru was equally cold, making Yagen Tushuru feel like prey for the first time. A fierce beast. Amusingly, he ran his tongue over his teeth. The sharp pain from the prick brought him back to his senses, and Yagen Tushuru smiled, his eyes curving, just as they had imagined. Factors like darkening would affect non-historical swords and their spirits. Yagen Tushuru was not afraid of Inemeru, but he always kept his word. Since Inemeru had regained his senses, he no longer had a reason to obstruct him. Please step aside. Yagen Tushuru adjusted his slipping glasses, using the lens to conceal his eyes, which were overtaken by joy. Approaching Mikazuki, Inemeru returned to his gentle and calm demeanor like flowing water. His seemingly translucent white hair fell naturally, his eyes gentle and bright, gazing at Mikazuki as if he were admiring the world's treasure. Even the remaining sunlight in the mansion seemed to favor him, the light filtering out the glaring parts and casting a gentle orange-red glow on Inemeru's face. A pleasing yet blindingly striking scene. Yagen Tushuru reigned in his emotions, taking 2 steps forward to forcefully assert his presence. Thinking of the ending they all longed for was approaching, Yagen Tushuru's smile couldn't help but return, and the curve of his smile widened a bit more. Inemeridano, everyone in the mansion is ready to set out. Yagen Tushuru was subtly reminding Inemeru to hurry up and not waste time. Holding onto Mikann's hand, Inemeru did not respond to Yagen Tushuru's actions, as if only he and Mikann existed in the room. Special skill, reflective damage. This skill has significant limitations and a very narrow range of use. But precisely because of this, its effects are extremely remarkable. It can even exchange lives. As long as the other blade cooperates properly, they will absolutely not break their blades during battle. The moment the special skill was activated, Mikann's condition visibly improved. Her pale complexion instantly regained its color, and she woke up in just 3 to 5 seconds. Mikann's injuries were fully transferred to Inemar. Inemar's body is not as robust as Mikann's, and injuries that could not be observed on Mikann would clearly manifest on Inemar's body. There were visible concavities and multiple joint dislocations. Just a casual glance was enough for Yagen Tushuru to feel as if something was choking him, making it hard to breathe. If we were to describe Mikann's injuries in terms of a human body, it would be like having 1/5 of the bones shattered and 2/3 fractured or necrotic. Not to mention the internal organs. These were injuries that were impossible to survive. With lowered eyes and in silence, Yagen Tushuru pondered whether he should treat Inemar better. Inemar's recovery speed was extraordinarily impressive. By the time Mikann's gaze focused, the concavities and protrusions of bones on Inemar's body had completely returned to a flat state. Similarly, internal injuries aside, you've worked hard, Yagen Tushuru said as he assisted Mikann in sitting up, placing 2 vials of medicine in front of Mikann and Inemar respectively. What is this? Mikann asked Yagen Tushuru while holding the vial, confusion spreading in her increasingly clear and bright eyes. Inemar leaned against Mikann's hand that was caressing her cheek, quietly as if she did not exist. Yagen Tushuru was not at all annoyed that Inemar did not accept his medicine. After all, if it were him, He would also be suspicious if a blade that had been dealing with him openly and covertly suddenly showed goodwill. This is a medicine that can quickly recover physical strength. The general should be able to feel a bit fatigued right now. Mikann secretly agreed with Yearns Tusharu's statement, as he felt tired just holding the small potion. Yearns Tusharu's eyes flickered as he took back the potion he had handed to Mikann. I'll help you. Suddenly sensing Maru's gaze, Yearns Tusharu couldn't help but think of some playful ideas involving cats and snakes. He directly poured the potion intended for Mikann into his mouth, and glancing at Maru's wide-open eyes, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. After swallowing the potion in one go, Yearns Tusharu said, to prevent you from suspecting that I tampered with the potion. Mikann shook her head gently. No, I trust you. Yearns Tusharu smiled. Thank you for your trust. Mainly, there are those who don't believe, and teasing the snake seems quite interesting. Yearns Tusharu also performed the same operation with the potion for Anemaru, but when he drank the potion he prepared for Anemaru, he almost couldn't keep a straight face from the bitterness. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Anemaru and Mikann, Yearns Tusharu prepared the potion for Anemaru on the spot. Yearns Tusharu did not mention the effects of the potion for Anemaru, and after drinking it, Anemaru fell into deep thought. The potion was for pain relief. Chapter 65. Disbelief. Mikann, are you going out again? As usual, Shinobu Kocho was active in the courtyard and happened to see Mikann, who was carrying a blade box. Oh, this time the blade box seems much bigger. Mikann smiled and nodded at her. This time I brought quite a few swords. I see, Shinobu Kocho chuckled, her wisteria-colored eyes filled with a tranquil gentleness. Then I won't disturb your plans any further, Lord Mikann. I wish you good fortune in battle. Thank you for your wishes. Miss Shinobu. Weapon. Mitsuri Kanroji threw over Tomioka Ju's sword, her expression fierce. What are you spacing out for? I have my brother serving you. If you dare to go into battle without resting, you'll be doomed. Oh yes. Tomioka Ju caught his Nikarin blade, hesitatingly glancing at Muichiro Taketu. But is there really a connection between having Muichiro's brother take care of me and not resting to continue fighting? How long until sunrise? Tomioka Ju relaxed against the broken wall to rest, feeling proud to have a group of reliable companions. Hearing Tomioka Ju's question, Murata, who happened to pass by, pulled out the report that Lord Muzan had specially sent with the crow. There's still 1 hour and 4 minutes left. Mr. Tsujikuni has bought us a full 6 minutes. He's really powerful. Thinking of that young man who had left with such a bang, Murata couldn't help but get excited. Two mixed messages of gravity and sorrow pierced sharply into Tomioka Ju's heart, visibly draining the color from his face. Muichiro Taketu snapped, Shut up. Don't mention the news of Mr. Tomioka's friend's death at a time like this. Tomika Ju felt another stab at his heart. Murata, I think we both should keep quiet. He looks like he's about to shut down. After a fresh round of fighters, the Hashira gradually felt the strain, noticing that Muzan Kibutsuji had indeed shown some restraint. Muichiro Taketu's strength had diminished due to a severed hand, and after sustaining injuries in battle, he was the first Hashira to be taken out. Among the 3 younger ones, only Tanjiro was still holding on, while Zenitsu had temporarily retreated to help Inosuke, who had lost his fighting ability due to a head injury. Muzan Kibutsuji's poison was constantly invading their bodies, which was the fundamental reason everyone felt increasingly fatigued. The toxin caused localized mutations in their bodies, resulting in swollen, twisted tumors, especially for Shinobu Kocho, who had spent relatively longer on the battlefield. His entire face had visibly distorted. Just as Muichiro Taketu threw Muichiro Taketo away, Michiru suddenly spotted a cat leaping into the air, his eyes lighting up as he activated the secret technique of the breath of mist, drawing away most of Muzan Kibutsuji's attention. He was covering for Shichamaru. By the time Muzan Kibutsuji noticed the cat, Shichamaru had already completed his task, launching a blue-purple syringe that hit everyone on the battlefield, including the temporarily retired Muichiro Taketu and Inosuke. Before they could react to the attack, they immediately discovered that the damage caused by Muzan Kibutsuji's poison had been completely suppressed. Muichiro Taketu narrowed his eyes, satisfied with his judgment, as Shichamaru discreetly retreated. This unexpected turn left Muzan Kibutsuji momentarily stunned, despite having fought for nearly 20 minutes. He hadn't taken a single head, although a third of that time had been occupied by that annoying sword spirit. The sword spirit should count as a head, right? Muzan Kibutsuji's moment of disbelief and contemplation allowed Muichiro Taketu to seize the opportunity, locking onto the flaw and, risking injury, severed 2 of Muzan Kibutsuji's bone whips. With the coexistence of risk and reward, Muichiro Taketu successfully cut off the 2 bone whips but also injured his arm, nearly losing his grip on his sword. "It's you again," Mikann Kibutsuji hissed, his head lowered, calmly muttering something. But every wildly swinging bone whip was a sign that he was on the verge of losing his temper. "Yorchi, Tsujikuni, and that damned woman. It's always you two stopping me. One is dead, and the other lives only to ruin my plans. Damn, how can there be such a damnable guy?" Narrowly dodging Mikann Kibutsuji's chaotic attacks, Muichiro Taketu calmly said to him, neurotic. Mikann Kibutsuji didn't hear him. Otherwise, he would have prioritized killing Muichiro Taketu for taunting him at such a time. Muichiro Taketu said with a calm face, "It's just a fact. It shouldn't count as provocation." With a murmur, Mikann Kibutsuji, who initially wanted to play with these kids a bit longer, suddenly exploded. The bone whips that had grown back in a short time swiftly pierced through Muichiro Shinazugawa's leg, violently throwing him away. Below, the four Hashira, who had rushed over at the first sign of trouble, were a step too late. Muichiro Shinazugawa crashed through 3 to 5 walls and was buried alive under the collapsing ruins, his life and death currently unknown. "Brother!" Muichiro Jinya frantically surrounded the collapsed mound of rubble, desperately trying to clear the debris to find Muichiro Shinazugawa's figure. Quickly, Zenitsu, who had just awakened, and more swordsmen gathered around, digging with their hands, ignoring the danger behind them, resolutely searching for the wind Hashira's figure, until they saw a corpse. Any news of death was just a rumor. Tomioka Ju paused for a moment, then turned and rushed to the front line. Closely following were the obviously freshly bandaged Serpent Hashira and Love Hashira, as well as a Muichiro Taketu, whose condition had barely improved. "The yearns!" Mikann Kibutsuji roared in anger, each attack carrying a more violent force. If his previous attacks could exchange injury for injury, then now the attacks were lethal. The bone whips that could create large pits in the ground would definitely turn a human into mush. The Hashira could no longer spare a thought for anyone else, but they all shared one belief: to create a safe zone for the many swordsmen behind them. Fueled by this belief, the Hashira fought desperately to adapt to the current battlefield. Under the threat of death and the obsession to contribute, Kaneo Tsuyuri poured all his strength into his Nichiren blade. Veins bulging, the muscles in his arms strained his uniform tight. Kaneo Tsuyuri noticed his Nichiren blade had turned red, the hottest color of the sun. This was the Scarlet Blade. Chapter 66, Stepping into the Abyss. A gift of thanks for the update. Mikann Kibutsuji's attacks were fierce, and for a moment, the Hashira retreated step by step, only the Rock, Serpent, and Mist Hashira managing to respond with some rhythm. "Tanjiro, be careful." Tomioka Ju momentarily lost focus, seeing Muzan's whip only centimeters away from Kamadu Tanjiro's eyes. The Serpent Hashira, closer to Tanjiro, reacted first, but after cutting off the tentacle aimed at Tanjiro, he froze in place, his movements slowing. The battlefield changed rapidly, and Kaneo Tsuyuri's current state was no different from being a live target. His body stiffened and unable to move. Only inertia still propelled him forward, and a shock surged through Kaneo Tsuyuri, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He yearned for stronger power to contribute to his comrades, but forgot that his severely injured body had already suffered a significant drop in stamina. At this moment, his energy was depleted, and others were also preoccupied. They would die. Under extreme tension, Iguro Abanai felt the darkness creeping in before his eyes. At that moment, he realized that his breathing had seemingly stopped for a moment, but the lack of oxygen left his brain in a haze, unable to issue commands to his body. "Mr. Iguro!" Mitsuri Kenroji exclaimed, wanting to rush towards him, but more pressing dangers forced her to halt. Hearing Mitsuri's voice, Abanai's consciousness suddenly became clear at this moment. His indomitable will clashed with his exhausted body. Muzan's attack was imminent, and life and death hung by a thread. With the third form of serpent breathing, Will triumphed over body as his brain regained control. Using the remaining air in his lungs, Abanai unleashed the form of his breathing technique. The force of the third form propelled him into the air, narrowly evading a fatal blow. However, suspended in mid-air, Abanai became entirely passive, and new attacks came flooding in. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, triple strike. Zenitsu Agatsuma's figure darted like lightning, intercepting Abanai in an instant, causing Mikann Kibutsuji's attacks to miss repeatedly. The consecutive changes forced Mikann to calm down. He resumed his initially steady attacks, furrowing his brows as he searched for something. He clearly sensed the presence of others nearby, but could not see them. The pain in his arm jolted Mikann back to reality, He was shocked to see his own severed arm, his astonishment deepening. But this also made him more certain that there were invisible enemies around. The severed arm reminded Mikann of someone, the strange human wearing a boar's head. In theory, Inosuke Hashibara, who had only briefly engaged with Mikann before retreating, would not be remembered by the proud Mikann. The reason Mikann remembered Inosuke was due to his absurdly keen instincts. Despite being unable to see his attacks, Inosuke always managed to narrowly avoid the bone whips. Without that guy, the blonde kid would have long since become his first head. Inosuke's injury and retreat were due to his physical condition not keeping up with his battle instincts. In an instant of analysis, Mikann returned to his usual calm demeanor. What if they could become invisible? As long as they were still moving and attempting to attack him, it was impossible to do so silently. The dust raised and the sound of wind during their movements allowed Mikann to instantly determine their numbers and positions. Not worth worrying about. Mukann's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly leapt up, swinging his bone whips in a wide attack, sweeping through all positions before him, making it hard to defend against. As the talismans stuck to his body tore, two individuals hidden by Tamayo's technique revealed themselves. Standing before everyone were Kanoho Tsuyuri and Inosuke Hashibara. How could they be here? Shouldn't they be searching for the figure of Tamayo in the ruins? But no matter how irritated Tenjin Uzui was with their reckless actions putting themselves in danger, he had to admit that the appearance of these three was crucial. Without them, they would have at least lost to Hashira by now. Are you okay? Kanoho asked Mitsuri, who was on guard against Mikann, glancing over to find Mitsuri's bandaged wounds already soaked with blood. Quick, rebandage. As she suddenly countered Mukann's attack, Kanoho was directly blown away by the powerful impact. I will never forgive you. Mitsuri's gaze turned cold as she quickly reached out to pull Kanoho to safety. Thank you. Looking at the red Nichiren blade in Mitsuri's hand, Kanoho was taken aback, remembering what Tanjiro had explained to her. The red blade, so terrifying? A red blade is no match for life. Even Hashira should know the situation. Zenitsu was teary-eyed, both scared and scolding Abanai. You're so annoying, you blondie. Abanai retorted. Inosuke's voice suddenly echoed throughout the area. A mere octopus maggot dares to hurt me. It hurts. Feeling injured, Inosuke was still lively. And the supporting Kaneo, Tsuyuri sighed in relief. Go to the back and bandage your arm. Losing too much blood is dangerous. Oh. Inosuke's taunting skills made Mikann focus his attacks on him. If it weren't for Kaneo taking the hit, the boar-headed boy would have met his end at 15. Ugh. Inosuke yelled, running away while continuing to taunt Mikann. Your aim is worse than mine. Mikann was determined to kill this guy. These annoying ants. Mikann was about to explode with anger, but evidently, the education during his formative years left him with limited insults. His verbal attacks were nowhere near as powerful as Inosuke's taunts. Focused on pursuing Inosuke, even when intercepted by the combined efforts of the stone Hashira, Mukann's enthusiasm remained unyielding. He severed one of his bone whips, aiming to shoot through Inosuke. Just as the bone whip was about to pierce Inosuke, as Mikann intended, Ju Tomioka's intervention nearly sent Mikann into a rage. Before Mikann could shift his focus in anger, a giant python pierced through him. In an instant, all of Mukann's writhing tendrils were severed. It wasn't a python, but rather an attack from a Hashira. Abanai's attack was deceptive, feeling akin to a giant serpent revealing its fangs to strangle its prey. Because Abanai's attack belonged to the red blades category, Mukann's regeneration speed sharply declined, and the window of opportunity without bone whips was visibly tangible. Yet in just a few seconds, Mukann's flesh began to slowly regenerate. Note, the power of the red blade determines Mukann's recovery speed. Chapter 67. Stepping into a pitfall. Gift of gratitude extra update. Red blade. Tenjin Uzui's eyes lit up, clearly eager to try it out. Zenitsu, sticking talismans, cried while moving continuously, using the speed of thunder breathing to stick talismans to the Hashira who didn't have a red blade yet. I won't need it. Tenjin Uzui smiled brightly, a beautiful smile. But Zenitsu nearly turned into a meme from shock. I'm going to attract Mukann's firepower. Ugh, how can your head turn at that angle? Zenitsu's face was filled with terror, but when he noticed the red blade in Tenjin's hand, his expression changed again. Go for it. Salute to every swordsman facing Mikann. In truth, the entire upper body twisted. It was just that the wide uniform concealed the motion. Tenjin tilted his head in confusion, charging towards Mikann with the red blade. Surprise. After activating the red blade, Tenjin clearly felt the increase in attack efficiency, because Mikann could no longer execute seamless attacks. Muzan's eyes widened in terror as he felt a hint of the presence of the legendary Kagaya Ubuyashiki from a century ago on the Hashira before him. Tungin's attack was actually a feint, as his true surprise was the second time he turned the blade red through immense grip strength. In terms of talent, no one could surpass Michiro. Shit Yichir mocked with a smile, while Kabutsuji Muzan's sanity shattered at this moment. However, he was more horrified to discover that his vision had shifted. His head had been severed. The Kasumi Pillar's twin had chopped off the Demon King's neck. The crow blinked its eyes and excitedly spread its wings to fly. Although Kabutsuji Muzan was not killed, the blow from the Crimson Blade was enough to weaken him for a while. The swordsmen who were ready to fight once again had a chance to catch their breath. The crow flew invisibly over the dense forest, but a feather detached from its body, slowly drifting in midair. Mikazuki Minakika took a few steps forward, his long and powerful fingers slightly bent, just enough to pinch the drifting feather. Oh my, the battle situation is looking good. Mikazuki Minakika curled his fingers, repeatedly playing with the dark feather. Under the silver gauze of the bright moonlight, the most beautiful blade stepped into the clearing of the forest, gazing at the crescent moon with its eyes, reflecting the bright moon. The crescent moon hidden in Mikazuki Minakika's gaze gradually climbed up a blood-red hue from one end of his eyes. The scene abruptly shifted under the indigo night sky. Countless lush trees swayed their leaves in the wind. Covered by these translucent leaves, in the shadows were the remains of enemy blades, clearly damaged, yet still gasping for breath. There was no sound. Under the bright moon, the forest was tranquil and peaceful. Brother, should be ready now, right? Mikazuki Minakika asked towards the depths of the forest. After a moment of silence, a great sword dressed in a bamboo green hunting outfit, with red tassels by its ears, walked out. Sorry, Mikazuki, for keeping you waiting. The great sword smiled apologetically, the hint of crimson at the corners of its eyes becoming even more radiant. It's fine. Brother's mobility is limited by the type of sword. You don't need to apologize to me. Ishikamaru replied helplessly. Even so, as your elder brother, I feel guilty for not being able to protect you well. Mikazuki Minakika was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled again, the smile carrying a divine quality, as distant as the bright moon hanging in the night sky. As long as brother remains a divine sword, that is enough. Ishikarimaru remained silent, knowing that at this moment, he was the only historical artifact left among the Sanj sword faction. Is the plan still the same? Ishikarimaru changed the subject, slowly walking towards Mikazuki Minakika. With each step he took, the enemy blades that had collapsed on the ground instantly vanished into dust. This Ishikarimaru was also a special existence. Compared to other Ishikarimaru, his divinity was elevated beyond measure. Taking in this bizarre, yet sacred scene, Mikazuki Minakika narrowed his eyes, completely concealing the blood-red crescent moon beneath. Lowering his lower lip, the curve of his mouth lifted slightly. Mikazuki Minakika revealed a somewhat exaggerated smile, speaking softly, like an old god born from the depths of the burial blade area. As usual, the great sword and the most beautiful blade exchanged smiles, standing harmoniously together, like a beautiful oil painting. However, if one could see spiritual power, they would find the eerie spiritual energy frantically devouring the dust of the vanishing enemy blades, while the gilded spiritual energy was destroying the forms of the enemy blades. They were not shatter blades. They were simply eaten away. Carrying a heavy sword sheath, Mikann wandered aimlessly through the chaotic crowd, unable to find direction, lost. Please walk this way. Don't panic. Please do not push others. Mikann moved against the flow of people and was soon stopped by someone. Miss, please do not walk this way. We are from the government, here to assist with evacuation orders. Please follow our instructions, the person said smoothly, as if reciting a script. However, upon seeing the sword wrapped around Mikann's waist with a faint inscription of Demon Slayer on the blade, he hesitated. Excuse me, are you a Hashira? The person was a lower-ranking member and had never seen a Hashira before. He had only heard from other swordsmen that only Hashira had their swords engraved with Demon Slayer. The reason for his question was that he had heard news that most Hashira were on the front lines, with only a few guarding their lord. He couldn't gauge Mikann's identity. Remembering that the sword of Hashira was part of the Hashira themselves, Mikann nodded smoothly. Upon receiving a positive answer, the person's eyes lit up, and he bowed to Mikann, saying, going against the current will cause panic. Hashira, please follow me in this direction. Perhaps it was because it was his first time seeing the legendary Hashira, he seemed very excited. Under the misunderstanding, Mikann had a clear direction to move forward. just needing to go straight, but these were human structures, and he couldn't destroy them. Thinking this, Mikann leaped onto a rooftop as he walked. Under the fierce attack of the Hashira and the three small ones, Muzan Kibutsuji gradually twisted under the pressure, but it was not out of helpless rage. He seemed to still have strength left. Suddenly, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight, moving so fast that no one could react. Fear spread from the depths of their hearts. But contrary to their expectations, Muzan Kibutsuji did not take this opportunity to annihilate them. At this moment, there were still 57 minutes until dawn. Kanamyu Asanai's expression was not good, especially when Inusuke Hashibara returned, agitated and restless. The ominous premonition reached its peak. "We're going to die. We're going to die." Inusuke dropped his Nichiren blade and leaped behind Kanamyu Asanai and Michiro Takedo. He curled up, covering his eyes with the boar's headpiece, as if he had suffered a great mental shock. "Calm down, Inusuke. Can you tell us what happened?" Tanjiro Kamado stepped forward to comfort him, and the anxious Zenitsu Agitsuma quietly moved closer. All the Hashira and swordsmen, except for Kanamyu Asanai and Michiro Takedo, were searching for the shadow of Muzan Kibutsuji. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, but they were extremely certain that Muzan Kibutsuji had not escaped and was brewing some terrifying counterattack. Chapter 68. Transparent World. Suddenly, a scream erupted, startling everyone, and the snake Hashira, Iguro Abanai, led the water Hashira and quickly arrived at the swordsman's side. Upon getting closer, they found that the swordsman was spitting black blood, his entire face twisted in apparent agony. The sound abruptly stopped, and the swordsman who had been hissing was now silent. Jutomioka's face turned pale as he touched the swordsman's neck. Under the worried gaze of Mitsuri Kenroji, he bitterly said, "He is dead." Mitsuri gasped, her eyes gradually filling with sorrow. "His family will surely be heartbroken." Jutomioka said nothing and handed the swordsman's body to the other swordsmen as they gathered around. But the situation was not over. From time to time, piercing screams drew everyone's attention, and panic spread. "We found the wind, Hashira. He still has a pulse. Everyone from logistics, please come over here." The swordsman holding Shinazugawa, Sanemi, suddenly froze, and the next second he spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed. Losing his support, Sanemi rolled down from the ruins, and the nearby swordsman rushed to catch him, only to be horrified to find that Sanemi was also coughing up blood, the black blood soaking his collar. The wind Hashira is also vomiting blood. His breath is weakening. "Quickly take Mr. Shinazugawa to safety." Tanjiro Kamado suddenly shouted as he anxiously ran towards Sanemi, panic written all over his face. The swordsman supporting Sanemi hesitated but instinctively followed the command. As he lost balance while turning with Sanemi, Michiro Takedo happened to appear in front of them. Noticing that the wind flow was blocked by something invisible, Michiro Takedo quickly swung his sword, a flash of crimson light appearing and disappearing. "I hit something." Michiro Takedo was taken aback, then intensified his attack. In an instant, something was severed. With a snap, what appeared before Michiro's eyes was a creature that was neither human nor demon, resembling a human skeleton that had been cut in half and stuck to a giant spider's head. It was horrifying and had a certain level of strength. At least ordinary swordsmen could not handle it, from the fact that it would dissipate after death. It matched the characteristics of the new type of demon they had analyzed during the Hashira meeting. "It's a new type of demon." The information flashed through Michiro Takedo's mind, and he immediately shouted to convey the message to his comrades. "Tanjiro, you can smell where the demons are, right?" Tomioka looked at Tanjiro, who had rushed to Sanemi's side, his expression serious. Without hesitation, Tanjiro nodded, glanced in several directions, and said, "The scent outside is very strong, but there are only a few mixed in with the crowd." Listening to the positions Tanjiro pointed out, Jutomioka's face turned pale because they were too close to ordinary swordsmen, and he feared that a 1-second delay could cost a swordsman their life. Unexpectedly, the method they used to deal with Muzan was being mirrored by him. Holding his sword, Jutomioka began a blind search in the area. He swung his sword at any suspicious sound of the wind, but most of the time it was empty. Was it his misjudgment or the enemy's strength too great? Staring at the blue blade of his Nichiren sword, Jutomioka gripped the handle tightly, wishing he could also activate the HCH, red blade. But no matter how much strength he exerted, there was no sign of his Nichiren sword changing color. No longer fixating on the HCH, Jutomioka remained vigilant of his surroundings, escorting the swordsmen around him toward the center of the open area. Tanjiro said that the presence outside was very dense. So they were uncertain about the number of enemies and could only gather everyone together to ensure that no invisible enemies existed in the small area. There were still screams. But compared to before, with the Hashira's protection, the losses had at least been minimized. Soon, almost all the swordsmen were gathered together. Some had severed parts of their bodies just to preserve the last bit of talisman water to save the critically injured Sanemi. The swordsmen encircled the seriously wounded or poisoned individuals in the innermost area, attempting to create a safe zone with their flesh and blood, while the Hashira stood on the outer edges, ready to intercept any danger. The swordsmen quietly tended to each other's wounds, with only occasional murmurs of assistance and quiet exchanges. "They're coming." Tanjiro gripped the Nichiren blade tightly, staring ahead, while all the Hashira remained vigilant of their surroundings. They could sense the presence of enemies, but only when they got close. Behind them were the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and if the enemies got too close or past them, it would all be too late. Therefore, everyone had no choice but to place the pressure on Tanjiro, who could sense enemies from a distance. Kanroji Mitsuri, with a serious expression, began to calm herself and feel the surrounding space. Suddenly, at a certain moment, she saw something that resembled demons from Buddhist teachings. Holding her breath and focusing, she cleared her mind of distractions and began to concentrate on eliminating the new breed demons in front of her. Contrary to her imagination, these demons were poisonous but fragile, almost one cut per demon. However, there were too many of them, and relying solely on the ordinary state of the Nichiren blade, it was impossible to clear them all completely. "Kanroji, can you help me with this?" Sensing the advantage of Kanroji Mitsuri's area attack against the new breed demons, she quickly called out, "Huh, okay." Kanroji Mitsuri, feeling the pressure herself, told herself to hurry, to go faster. Tensing her entire arm, she crossed her arms and slammed her weapons together with tremendous force. The meteor hammer and giant axe crashed together, the sound of their contact ringing in the air, causing many swordsmen behind Kanroji to be momentarily stunned by the shockwave. Under the immense force and friction, Tanjiro's Nichiren blade turned red. But he knew that reaching the state of the red blade this way wouldn't last long. He had to act quickly. With the enhancement of the transparent world, Tanjiro's combat power rose significantly, and he swung the massive meteor hammer as if it were a toy. In an instant, most of the time-traveling demons were cleared. So impressive. Kanroji Mitsuri, who had been in standby mode since Tanjiro activated the red blade, had sparkling eyes and a blush on her cheeks. After clearing all the time-traveling demons in sight, Tanjiro looked at Kanroji Mitsuri and clasped his hands together. "Thank you for your hard work." Flustered and unable to see the enemies due to the vitality suppression, Kanroji Mitsuri blushed and waved her hands. No, I'm just glad I could help." Tanjiro nodded and then said, "It's better to re-bandage the injuries on your arms and face." Kanroji Mitsuri was taken aback and instinctively raised her hand to touch her warm neck. Looking at the glaring red in her palm, she transformed into a silent, screaming cat. "Yes, I'll go re-bandage right now. This amount of bleeding wouldn't kill her, right?" She still hadn't found a romantic partner. She didn't want to die. Watching Kanroji Mitsuri rush toward the center of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro picked up the meteor hammer and giant axe again and went to help in other areas. However, to prevent any new breed demons from slipping through and harming everyone, Tanjiro assigned 2 competent A-rank swordsmen to guard this area. Chapter 69. Ishikarimaru carrying his sword sheath through the human buildings, Mikanzuki unexpectedly stumbled into the outskirts of a forest. Sensing the presence of time-traveling demons, Mikanzuki paused, placing his hand on his main sword and warily looking around. Slowing his pace, he continued moving until he passed through the forest, yet he did not see a single enemy's sword, leaving him puzzled. Behind him were the remnants of human buildings, and in front lay an eerily quiet, dense forest. Mikanzuki furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, confirming several times before turning to leave. He not only sensed the presence of time-traveling demons, but also felt the connection to his contracted sword, although it was vague, giving him a feeling of being near yet far. If it truly was his sword warrior, it should have the ability to protect itself. Coming to this conclusion, Mikanzuki quickened his pace, retreating behind the crumbling buildings when he suddenly sensed the aura of his princess. It was the feeling of primal power, the one who gave him life in this world. Finally, he could see his princess. The white serpent coiled around Mikanzuki's neck, and Nemaru raised its head to look back. But when it caught sight of a glimpse of a tea-green figure, it shrank back. It affectionately rubbed against Mikanzuki's cheek, its beautiful eyes revealing a hint of reluctance and complex emotions. The cool touch of the small white snake brought Mikann back to reality, and he forced a smile. Somewhat dissatisfied. Inemaru, be quiet for a moment. With its head pressed against Mikann collar, the little white snake dizzily bit its own tail. Its once soft fangs now piercing into the tip of its tail. It didn't hurt. Inemaru looked at the hole it had made in its tail, tentatively biting down again. It really didn't hurt. Just how much dosage did that short blade release? Although it didn't hurt much before. Help! The sharp cry for help made Mikann stumble, his rationality telling him to go save the person, but his instincts urged him to hurry to his princess's side. Sensing Mikann inner conflict, Inemaru released its tail and gently nudged Mikann chin with its cool, slippery head. Mikann stopped in her tracks, placing her hand on her neck to let the little white snake crawl into her palm. Inemaru? Looking at Inemaru, who was using her palm as a launching pad to transform. Mikann furrowed her brows and took out a spare hunting outfit from the sheath. She still didn't understand why Inemaru had no clothes after transforming, but instead had loose, overlapping bandages. Throwing the clothes to Inemaru, Mikann turned to search for the owner of the scream. Once dressed in the hunting outfit that carried the scent of her half-body, Inemaru gazed deeply down the path they had come from, her emerald snake eyes reflecting the faint light of the buildings in the night, flickering in and out. That gaze seemed to see through everything, sending chills down one's spine. Mikann couldn't leave his feet behind. He ran in the direction he came from, carrying the injured person, reluctantly letting Inemaru go to the front line first. His speed was much faster than Inemaru's, and being the one to transport the injured increased the chances of timely medical treatment. I'm counting on you, Inemaru. The two blades exchanged a glance as they brushed past each other, and after that, the two figures had already vanished from sight. After creating a significant distance, Mikann looked back, and there was a hint of grievance on his face. Twisting his sleeve, Inemaru lightly sniffed the faint fragrance on his clothes, and after a moment, his expression became resolute. He would accompany the half-body to the end, no matter the means. Discovered. Shichikemaru sighed, holding his main sword with a troubled expression. Why was his speed so slow? Despite trying hard, even at his fastest, he couldn't match the speed of those breathing technique swordsmen. Was it due to the difference in energy systems? Shichikemaru pondered gloomily, and after another sigh, he lifted his main sword and ran forward as fast as he could. He needed to avoid the Lord. He really wanted to pray with the Lord. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, and Shichikemaru's smile froze, turning stiffly like a puppet. The Lord? Did his Lord just float past? Shichikemaru felt like shutting down. If his feelings were also at this speed, then his pursuit of the Lord would be a long journey ahead. With a sad sigh, Shichikemaru hung his head and swung his sword, directly extinguishing the few enemy swords that had gathered around. Although he swung his sword, Shichikemaru's main sword did not leave its sheath. This was the natural suppression of the divine sword against evil spirits. With a squint and a smile, after confirming that this area was under his protection, Shichikemaru turned and left. He needed to hurry and deal with the unwanted things before the Lord returned. Shichikemaru muttered, slowly pulling an acceleration talisman from his sleeve. This talisman could provide a mounted buff, at least raising the speed of the great sword Shichikemaru to a level comparable to regular sword strikes. Enjoying the wind messing up his hair, Shichikemaru let out a magical laugh. Ah ha ha ha! Inemaru concealed his main sword, his eyes wandering in search of Muzan Kibutsuji. The half-body hoped he could look after that princess. Thus, if the source of danger was eliminated, the princess's situation would be safer, right? After searching in vain, Inemaru frowned and looked at the gathered Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen for some unknown reason. That annoying smell, Inemaru murmured, turning to walk in another direction, hoping to find the hidden figure of Muzan Kibutsuji. But suddenly he widened his eyes, gripping his sword and rushing straight to the center of the gathered Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen. As he passed by Taketu Mwichiru, he nearly got decapitated, causing Inemaru to frown in dissatisfaction at the princess cut inflicted by the human child. Sporting a freshly styled princess cut, Inemaru snorted, took out a pebble, and threw it at Taketu Mwichiru. With a single blow, he shattered the unknown object that had attempted to ambush him, covering Taketu Mwichiru's face in dust. Displeased, he looked toward his younger brother, only to realize that there was another person who needed to be dealt with. Under his brother's glare, Taketu Mwichiru blinked, feeling a bit aggrieved, and silently made a note of Inemaru in his mind. Who are you? Taketu Mwichiru asked coldly, suddenly getting a hit on the head from his twin brother, who moved with a speed that seemed like teleportation. His brother, Taketu Mwichiru, looked at Taketu Mwichiru with a pitiful expression before starting to vent his frustration on a few new types of demons. What do you want? After sending Mwichiru away, Inimaru, holding his sword, looked at Inimaru with unfriendly eyes. Inimaru skillfully ignored such looks. After all, he was used to it. No matter how these people jumped around, Mikann would only like him. After thinking for 2 seconds, Inimaru shook his head. He couldn't say anything. It would alert the snake. Chapter 70. The Gugu spirit hasn't been braised today again. A gift of thanks, extra update. You complete your sentence. Mwichiru choked, not knowing why he felt a sense of facing the serpent pillar when dealing with Inimaru, even though they didn't look much alike. Inimaru glanced at Taketu Mwichiru, and in the next moment, his expression changed drastically as if he sensed something. What's wrong? Taketu Mwichiru became alert, instinctively looking toward his comrades, not far away. Everyone was helping each other. Was there a problem? No, something fell off. Breath of the snake, 5th form, serpents twisting. Inimaru suddenly charged in, moving in a serpentine trajectory like a giant python, his speed so fast that Taketu Mwichiru didn't even react for a moment. Before Taketu Mwichiru could catch up with Inimaru's pace, the suddenly shaking ground gave him an ominous premonition. Breath of the snake, 3rd form, nest strangle. Inimaru, forcefully using his fundamental power under the immense pressure of the world's rules, spat out a mouthful of blood, and cracks immediately appeared on his cheeks. This should have been an unbearable pain, but the medicine from Yagen Tushiru seemed to be effective against it. Inimaru only felt ordinary pain, which did not affect his combat. The attack, akin to a gigantic serpent pouncing down, stunned everyone, and the awakened wind pillar instinctively shouted to dodge. With a loud bang, Inimaru's blade struck precisely at Muzan Kibutsuji's arm, directly severing the ugly tentacles. However, the impact from Muzan Kibutsuji's appearance destroyed the ground, sending the pillars and top-tier swordsmen, who were at the periphery, flying with immense force. Countless heavy stones fell from the sky, crushing many people into a bloody mist. The capable swordsmen could only watch helplessly as their unable to evade comrades were claimed by this sudden disaster. The pillars could only save those closest to them, almost in the blink of an eye. Except for the wind pillar protected by the swordsmen with their flesh and blood, none of the seriously injured or immobile survived. They built a sanctuary of life with their lives. As the form of the breath of the snake appeared once again, the tremors had calmed, and the battlefield had turned into a hell on earth. The Demon Slayer Corps lost at least a quarter of its swordsmen. No one had expected that Muzan Kibutsuji was hiding right beneath them, coiling underground, and then, when he had recovered to a certain level, he would wipe out the swordsmen all at once. Throwing Inimaru away, Muzan Kibutsuji wrapped around a swordsman's severed limb and directly fed himself with the mouth on his body. Blood splattered onto the face of a swordsman pinned under a boulder not far from Muzan Kibutsuji. This swordsman's eyes widened in rage, and his overwhelming emotions of despair and hatred left him speechless. Do you have any complaints? Muzan Kibutsuji dropped the severed limb, frowning in disgust. And when he saw the swordsman glaring at him, he sneered and decapitated the swordsman. Holding the severed head of the human swordsman, Muzan Kibutsuji coldly laughed. Weaklings have no right to be angry. After that, the swordsman's head was crushed by Muzan Kibutsuji with bare hands. Sanemi Shinazugawa was not far from Muzan Kibutsuji, so even though he couldn't move at all, he clearly saw the whole process of Muzan killing his comrades. Sanemi wanted to say something to express his anger, but his physical condition made even blinking feel exhausting, and he could sense his life slipping away. Inosuke Hashibara spat out a tooth, bent down to dodge Muzan's attack, and while avoiding it, he grabbed Sanemi and another swordsman with a higher chance of survival to pull them back. Ignoring the fact that he was holding an injured patient, Inosuke ruthlessly threw Sanemi away, using one hand to block the attack with his blade. The other person Inosuke was holding was Murata, who was also in bad shape. Inosuke's grip was too strong, and he felt like he was going to vomit. Speaking of injuries, Murata had only been grazed on the forehead by a rock, and because it was on his head, he was bleeding a lot, making it look scarier. In fact, if Inosuke had arrived a moment later, his injury would have been fine. But now it wasn't good at all. Struggling against Inosuke to change his blocking action, Murata, with a pale face, realized that before he could be killed by Muzan, he might be suffocated by his savior using his own clothes. Unable to bear it any longer and worried that speaking would disturb Inosuke in battle, Murata rolled his eyes and fainted. In the last second before losing consciousness, Murata prayed that he wouldn't vomit on Inosuke. By the way, why did the snake Ashira go white-haired? continuing to block Mikan's attacks. Inosuke seized the opportunity to throw the human he was holding away, this time with a calculated height to avoid the risk of him dying from the fall. Caught by Ju Tomioka at the limit, Sanemi thought, "Don't think saving him will make him grateful. He's completely lost his face now." Ju caught him, but almost pulled down his pants. Was that revenge? It must be revenge. Wait, where's Jinya, who has been by his side all this time? You're seriously injured. If you want to waste the life that everyone fought to save, feel free. Ju handed Sanemi over to a swordsman with a face smeared with tears and blood and walked towards the battlefield with his sword. The Nicaran blade he was holding seemed to glimmer with a cold light. What do you mean? Sanemi shouted in anger, but soon his spirit waned, and he choked up while staring at Ju's back, asking for help to find his brother. He's all I have left. Sanemi didn't hear Ju's response and couldn't confirm whether Ju heard his plea. The darkness swallowed him like a nightmare. Carrying Sanemi on his back while searching for a safe place to land, the swordsman's tears mixed with blood on his face, making him look quite disheveled. He was sad, but he couldn't stop on the battlefield, so he could only walk and cry, mourning for the lover he had promised to return home and marry after everything was over. Chapter 71. The cuckoo hasn't been braised today. Thank you for the gift and extra updates. Enough. I'm already tired of playing. Mikan Kabutsuji's sinister gaze swept over everyone attacking him, his eyes turning to lock on a Tanjiro Kamadu. It's you, Mikan said lightly, a single sentence determining a person's fate. How delightful it would be for the owner of this earring to become a demon. Tanjiro was startled. He desperately dodged the piercing whip trying to impale him. He didn't want to become a demon. Absolutely did not want to become such a pathetic creature. Tanjiro! Inosuke Hashibara suddenly lunged in, crossing his sword in front of him to block Mikan's strike. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Mikan's attack seemed even more powerful. The whip with tiny barbs pressed against the piercing whip, and as the flesh was pierced, two squelching sounds rang out. Mikan's whip severed Inosuke's dual swords, and as it pierced through Inosuke's chest, it also impaled Tanjiro's shoulder. Blood was injected in an instant, and Mikan maliciously watched as the two of them crawled on the ground, struggling in a pitiful manner. Adding one more person doesn't matter. After all, you're all going to die. Unforgivable. Mitsuri Kenroji's arm bulged, her crimson blade dancing wildly. At that moment, Mitsuri was filled with a cold, killing intent, as if entering a state of self-forgetfulness. Kenroji. Kaneo Tsuyuri instinctively tried to intercept Mitsuri, but she was a step too late, and Mitsuri had already lost her sanity. Charging towards Mikan. Breath of the Serpent. First form, Serpent's Twist Slash. Inosuke was visibly stunned when he saw Mitsuri, but he quickly reacted, shaking off the blush on his face and swinging his blade, clearing the obstructing whip for the love Hashira. Mitsuri's explosive attack was powerful. Mikan, who had just restored his human form, had half of his shoulder chopped off by her. With the enhancement of the Crimson Blade, Mitsuri effectively disabled one of Mikan's arms. However, immediately after, Mitsuri's wound tore open again, and this strike consumed all her stamina. Inosuke caught Mitsuri as she fell back, brushing past Kaneo. He kept his gaze straight ahead, ignoring the shock in his master's eyes. Kaneo. Inosuke, please take a moment to rest. Inosuke smiled reassuringly at Mitsuri, his expression gentle. As Mitsuri gradually woke from her rage, she suddenly found herself face to face with Inosuke's stunning beauty, immediately turning red like a tomato, her whole body seemingly about to smoke. Kaneo was infuriated, but it was clearly not the time to be jealous, so she could only direct her resentment towards Mikan. Mikan, what are you doing here? Murata woke up when Inosuke threw him to the ground and found a place to vomit until he was dizzy. After fixing his disheveled appearance, Murata held his stomach and walked forward. Passing by a stubbornly standing wall, he saw a member of the Demon Slayer Corps dressed in stealth gear. He approached the sneaky-looking member and asked, "What are you doing here carrying a bag?" The member was startled, almost losing his soul to follow his deceased family across the Sanzu River. After realizing it was a comrade, he breathed a sigh of relief. Cradling the bag in his arms and gently patting it, "I came to deliver supplies. Inside are syringes that can suppress Mikan's blood." Murata was taken aback, mimicking the earlier actions of the stealth member to peek around the wall. The figures of the Hashira and Mikan's whipping movements were so fast that he, as a small fry, couldn't catch them at all. Wait, Tanjiro and Inosuke. Murata thought that after he got up, he turned around and seemed to see the two rushing forward, but at that moment, it seemed they were nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Seeing Murata recklessly running out, the stealth member hesitated for a moment before hastily following. Following Murata, the stealth member found the two swordsmen who had already begun to change. Quickly putting down the bag and taking out the syringe. Oh no, I don't know if it will be in time. Just inject it first. Murata's tears welled up as he patted Tanjiro's face, choking back his words. Don't die, Tanjiro. No, he shouldn't be dying yet. Inosuke said as he steadily injected Tanjiro with the serum, then took another syringe to inject Zenitsu. Is this guy even human? This is a mask. He's a very brave swordsman. Don't say that about him. If you can get so worked up, it means you still have strength, right? Help me inject the others. Inosuke said with a sigh, handing a box of syringes to Murata. I can only do this much. Lacking the talent to be a swordsman, I can only hope to help in this way. Murata wiped away his tears, weakly saying, I'm sorry. It's okay. I understand your feelings. Inosuke looked around, bowing his head in prayer for the two to be safe. Oh gods, if you can see this hell on earth, please bless these young swordsmen and do not let them fall into the demons they despise. I offer my life as a sacrifice. Carefully observe Mikann Kibutsuji's body. Is there anything different? Kaname cried out. His Nichiren blade had reached its limit, and the red blade had completely vanished. Under his transparent world observation, he discovered that Mikann had multiple brains and hearts. He speculated that only by simultaneously destroying all vital points could Mikann be killed. If everyone could enter the transparent world and coordinate an attack with me, that would be great, but he also knew that the conditions he desired were too harsh. Kaneo didn't think much. She directly concentrated her power in her eyes, trying to grasp the mysterious realm that Kaname mentioned. Just a single phrase to describe it. But Kaneo successfully found the gate to the transparent world. She pushed open the door and saw Mukann's bizarre bodily structure. However, sustaining the transparent world required considerable talent. Fall back, Inosuke shouted, but the roaring ground drowned out his voice. Everyone was paralyzed with fear at the terrifying scene. The ground suddenly split open with several chasms, and many people fell directly into them, swallowed by the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Mikann Kibutsuji returned to his calm demeanor, as if everything that had just happened was merely a boring performance for everyone to watch. It seemed that in front of him, everyone was nothing but laughable ants. And now, he was truly tired of this one-sided slaughter game. Chapter 72. Radiant grace. The ground stopped trembling, and the horrifying sounds that made heads ache abruptly ceased. The Inos arriving one after another with supplies were a bit puzzled. Why are there only so few people fighting? Where are the others? One Inos who had just arrived asked. They fell. The other replied, his gaze vacant, as if numbed by despair after losing hope. Fell. She didn't quite understand. The battlefield was so quiet that she stepped out from behind a broken wall without any wariness. Fortunately, there was no danger. She tiptoed to the edge of a cliff, leaned down to peek, and her face paled as if she had received a great shock, her whole body losing strength. The Inos who had just spoken to her cautiously walked over and pulled her back behind the broken wall. What was that? She choked, her eyes filled with terror. Countless ugly monsters, eerily similar, were crawling with strange white bones, like the kind of demons that only appeared in stories. What made her despair the most were those wearing the same uniform as her, whether Inos or swordsmen, pierced through by numerous blades, being devoured by those monsters. She even saw a swordsman she had spoken to, struggling to tell her to run. It's probably a new type of demon. Not wanting to meet the eyes of his comrade, another Inos said vaguely. He was also desperate, even harboring the thought that humans could never defeat demons. But now, with no way out, he didn't want to give up. He wanted to avenge his sister who was killed by demons. If you're scared, you can give me your supplies and change into civilian clothes. You could be escorted away by other Inos. What kind of joke is that? The girl wiped her tears, stood up with determination, saying if I do that, how can I face everyone who is desperately waiting for support? I'm going, she encouraged herself. And under the gaze of the Inos, whether relieved or despairing, she walked into the battlefield. If the girl had looked back, she would have realized that everything just now was merely an instant illusion, and no Inos had spoken to her. Go for it, sister. Everything was supported by the belief called family, encouraged by her brother who was killed by demons long ago, pulling her back from the brink of death, allowing her to continue delivering supplies. After handing the supplies to the medical team that had hurried to the battlefield in the last round of fighting, she revealed a satisfied smile before collapsing heavily. She was finally going to reunite with her family. Brother, on the other side of the blooming sea of flowers, she leaped across the river and fell heavily into her younger brother's arms. But it was still her brother who led her to the small home where their parents were. Inosuke was panting heavily. The cracks had spread to his left eye, and this already impaired eye had completely lost its function. He had underestimated Muzan Kibutsuji's strength and overestimated his own resilience under the world's suppression. Inosuke tiredly looked around. In the distance, several Hashira were drenched in blood. The one wielding a meteor hammer and a giant axe had one leg severed, half of his body trapped under bricks and tiles. His master, whom he was reluctant to acknowledge, was weakly hanging with his head down against a wall in a near-death state. There was also the blonde child, who had been crying and helping with the rescue, now crashed against a concrete wall, his life unknown. Besides him, only a girl with a butterfly hairpin was still standing somewhat intact. Gradually, more Inos arrived to reinforce, and surviving swordsmen began to rise, staggering toward the nearest Hashira, one after another, collapsing again, barely managing to stand only to be robbed of their lives by Muzan again. It was tragic, like doing futile work. What exactly happened? Kanao's eyes were hollow, her gaze completely devoid of light. Inosuke blinked, reminding himself to regain focus, not to be infected by sadness, to take action, not to let tragedy become the conclusion. Serpent breathing, fifth form, serpent's nest. Inosuke moved like a serpent, and Muzan Kibutsuji could not catch his movements. When Muzan approached Kanao, Inosuke saw the child slumped on the ground, her expression struggling, her hands still trembling with the sword. Why is the speed of a user of serpent breathing so slow? Amidst the pile of lives lost, Inosuke, who usually didn't care about others, felt a fluctuation for the first time at the death of a human. He wanted to save her. Serpent breathing, sixth form dash. Inosuke's mind went blank for a moment, unable to name the technique he had created. But the technique was indeed used. In an instant, Inosuke intercepted Kanao from Muzan's lethal strike. Dance of the Fire God, Radiant Grace. In a moment of crisis, Tanjiro stepped in to save the situation, but he didn't look well. His cheeks were flushed abnormally, and he was panting heavily, showing symptoms of high fever. Kanaho was rescued by Inemaru, while Tanjiro severed another arm of Muzan Kibutsuji, stopping the attack. One ugly sight. In that case, who is the real demon? Kamado Tanjiro? Muzan Kibutsuji continued to dance around with lightning. As he had already sensed the connection between himself and Tanjiro, Kamado Tanjiro was indeed turning towards the direction of demons. After putting down Kanaho, Inemaru immediately returned. He needed a hand over Kamado Tanjiro to the hiders. If he didn't inject the suppressive agent against Muzan Kibutsuji soon, Tanjiro would truly become a demon. Suddenly thinking of that unclear deity, whether it was a waning or new moon, Inemaru briefly pondered, feeling confused. Which is more terrifying, a demon or a god who freely wields dark powers? Kamado Tanjiro's condition was worse than expected. When Inemaru reached out to pull him away, Tanjiro uncontrollably bit his arm. Just a sword-wielding man. Should what he been in a bee, or do demons need to supplement trace elements too? Unlike Inemaru, who was puzzled but calm, Jutomioka, who witnessed Tanjiro biting someone, felt a storm raging in his heart. He pushed Kamado Tanjiro to the side of the hiders, and without waiting for them to take the risk of taking over, Inemaru landed 2 punches that sent Tanjiro into a dream of ancestors. Ah, how impressive! With a forced laugh, Murata and another hider carried Tanjiro away, and Jutomioka, who watched from a distance, let out a sigh of relief. His first thought was that Inemaru would have killed Tanjiro before he could eat someone. Was he not human? So this doesn't count as sheltering. Chapter 73. Twin butterflies TJ are climbed up from the cliff, but he was covered in injuries. The new breed of demons below was not weak. Fortunately, he had fallen with Mucher. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Hundreds of new breed demons. He reached out to pull up Taket Mucher, and TJ looked around the battlefield, which had obviously lost many people, now becoming desolate, and his anger ignited immediately. Still alive? Muzan Kibutsuji raised an eyebrow, looking down at the blood-stained Kasumi pillars with a disdainful gaze. You all look like you don't have much strength left. Muzan Kibutsuji glanced upward, appearing to contemplate. It's time for them to come up. Come up? Those things from below? TJ was horrified, unable to help but shield Mucher behind him. They had cleared so many, and yet there were still quite a few left. Mitsurugi Munakika walked over, stepping on the silver frost-covered ground, looking relaxed and smiling. Inemaru, if you look this ragged, your lord will feel sorry for you. Munakika chuckled lightly, pulling out a potion from his sleeve. Please use this. Catching the potion thrown by Munakika, Inemaru drank it without hesitation, immediately feeling refreshed, as if his fatigue had been wiped away. Another troublesome guy. Muzan Kibutsuji admitted that he was silent for 2 seconds upon seeing Munakika's face. But no matter how handsome he was, he wouldn't feel pity. Troublesome guys needed to be eradicated completely. This time he didn't go into battle personally. Mikann Kibutsuji waved his hand, and those time-traveling soldiers from below surged up like locusts. Oh dear, this number is indeed remarkable. Mikann was slightly surprised, but his slow draw of the sword didn't show any signs of shock to Mikann Kibutsuji. This isn't the effect it should have. Mikann Kibutsuji frowned, ultimately choosing not to care about it. He couldn't even fathom his own emotions, so he couldn't expect to analyze others' minds. The pillars capable of fighting were, to be precise, 3, the water pillar, the love pillar, who barely had the strength to wield a sword, and Takit Mucher from the Kasumi pillars. Takit TJR, instinctively protecting his brother, bore the brunt of the fighting and injuries below, and at this moment, neither his injuries nor stamina supported him in wielding a sword. The few of them cautiously gathered, surrounding Inemaru and Mucher, who slowly moved closer to TJR, protecting him behind them. This time, it was his turn to protect his brother. Takit Mucher encouraged himself, breathing in to activate his markings, and immediately followed with a vision akin to the crimson blade and transparency. Is this the transparent world? Takit Mucher didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked and swung his sword fiercely at the enemy. Together with Mikann, the two cleared a large area. Meanwhile, Kanroji Mitsuri and Ju Tomioka were overwhelmed, busy protecting ordinary swordsmen on the outer circle, their stamina running low. Watching the time-traveling soldiers guarding Mikann Kibutsuji layer by layer, Mikann fell into deep thought, starting to search for the cells belonging to Tamayo that remained in his body. His strength couldn't possibly be at this level. That woman must have done something. Mikann Kibutsuji had a bad premonition. Upon scavenging the cells belonging to Tamayo, Mikann Kibutsuji threatened, "What exactly did you do? Besides the potion that turns me back into a human, is there something else injected into my body?" The cells belonging to Tamayo still belonged to her operation. Far behind the Demon Slayer core, Tamayo lightly chuckled, replying to Mikann, "What was used on you, besides the medicine that turns demons into humans?" Also includes Tamayo suddenly smiled maliciously. She was no longer afraid of Mikann and aimed to make him anxious as he faced the pillars. "Why should I tell you? Even with 5 brains, they couldn't come up with an answer. Do you want to bask in the sun to supplement your calcium?" A vein popped on Muzan's forehead, and he immediately eliminated all the cells related to Tamayo from his body. He wanted to chop that woman into 500 pieces. Because of Tamayo's subjective operation, Mikann Kibutsuji couldn't even read memories and could only rage impotently after eliminating Tamayo's cells. "You look so happy. Is the potion injected into Mikann Kibutsuji working?" Yashiro asked curiously, looking at Tamayo with eyes full of suppressed affection. Tamayo smiled, her fingers flying as she concocted a new restorative potion. Not just that. After hundreds of years of hiding, she finally watched from the sidelines, enjoying the tragic end of Mikann Kibutsuji. Listening to Tamayo's explanation, Yashiro smiled in comfort. "That's wonderful, congratulations." Yashiro thought of the additional potion, shivering involuntarily, then looked at one of the butterflies that developed the second potion's effects. What does the butterfly lady think? He held a disdainful view of everyone except Tamayo, but he felt a strange sense of helplessness facing Kanaho, as if all his strength was hitting cotton. What do you mean, what do I think? Of course, I'm very happy. Butterfly Kanaho smiled, but her gaze was terrifyingly cold, looking forward to when Mikann Kibutsuji would discover the effects of the third potion. "Yashiro, are the butterfly family some kind of devil family? Letting cells age 50 years every minute is already outrageous. And there's a third effect, as well there are 43 minutes until dawn." The sudden announcement from you brought Mikann Kibutsuji back to his senses. Unknowingly, the battle had reached a fever pitch, and he had completely revealed his trump card. As Mitsuri Kanroji and Ju Tomioka found it increasingly difficult, Kaneo Tayuri entered the battlefield. In an instant, he cut down a large number of time walkers, giving the other two a moment to breathe. "Mr. Iguro, your eyes!" Mitsuri exclaimed, tears instantly pooling in her eyes. Kaneo, discerning the sound, came to Mitsuri's side. "It's okay. The toxin has just spread here, and an antidote has already been administered." "That's great," he reassured Mitsuri with a gentle smile, but he didn't mention that the damage from the toxin was irreversible. Mitsuri forced a smile, her worried gaze returning to the hellish scene before her. With so many enemies, what was she supposed to do? The battle continued, under the protection of the Time Walkers. Mikann Kibutsuji felt secure as he decomposed the toxin in his body. Suddenly, He found large numbers of aged and dying cells within himself. Even with the regeneration speed as a boost, the rate of aging was too fast. Tamayo. Chapter 74. Transforming into a demon. Yashiro, I need you to go to the front lines. Gently stroking Esia's head, Tamayo sighed, her eyes, like a light purple mist, filled with a hazy sadness. She mourned the lost lives and her own tragic past. Yashiro looked at Tamayo, whose body had only recovered halfway, with concern, his lips trembling as he wanted to say many comforting words. But by the time he was about to pack up and set off, all that came out were obedient yet insincere words. Yes, Lady Tamayo. Please rest assured, I will take good care of Miss Tamayo. Kane Kocho draped a thin blanket over Tamayo and kindly brushed her hair. Yashiro wanted to protest because his Lady Tamayo didn't need anyone else's care. However, since someone as gentle as Lady Tamayo was in front of her, he decided to let it go. There were only 35 minutes left until sunrise. The invisible Esia announced loudly. Hearing this, Muzan Kibutsuji, who was desperately decomposing the drug effects within him, furrowed his brows and looked angrily at the time walkers beside him. Ugly. The sluggish Muzan Kibutsuji waved his bone whip randomly, quickly tying several kunai together and throwing them into the air to smash them to pieces. All out! Kill those pests! Following Muzan Kibutsuji's orders, the time walkers, who had been quietly waiting and serving him, suddenly erupted, especially the high-ranking enemy swordsman. Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of Sakanji Urokadaki, as the situation seemed to be slipping out of his control. In the first loop, Muzan Kibutsuji was not this crazy, obsessively wanting to uproot the Demon Slayer Corps. Back then, Muzan prioritized his own survival, but looking at now, it seemed like survival was still a priority, just with an added directive to eliminate them completely. Sakanji anxiously turned to search for Mitsuri Kanroji, but when he caught sight of her, he became distressed. There was no reason for this princess to voluntarily leave the battlefield. Exhausted by the seemingly endless time walkers, Kaneo, Tiuri gasped, taking a brief rest supported by Mitsuri Kanroji. They couldn't handle it all, and every moment, swordsmen were falling victim to the new breed of demons. The screams were incessant. Kaneo, Sayuri, couldn't see it, but he could easily imagine the horrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The depletion of his stamina made breathing laborious. Yet despite this, Kaneo still gripped his Nikarin blade tightly, showing no intention of letting up. He's turned into a demon. Suddenly, a swordsman screamed. Inosuke Hashibara, alert, looked over and was taken aback by Inosuke's current appearance. The boy's prize boar mask was tossed aside, stained with blood and dirt, like a piece of discarded rag. Meanwhile, Inosuke himself was still struggling in pain. He shoved aside the swordsman next to him, and his sharp nails inevitably hurt the man. So delicious. The scent of food was constantly stirring his appetite, and Inosuke felt himself slipping away from who he was, becoming a beast he despised. Gritting his teeth against the hunger, Inosuke's breathing quickened, and in his chaotic consciousness, drool flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. His sharp fangs appeared intermittently between his gasps, but his resistance had some effect. The strange aura flickered, unable to fully invade his consciousness. His eyes shifted between demon eyes and human eyes. Inosuke's body underwent significant mutations to the casual observer. No one would believe he was purely human. His mouth revealed sharp canine teeth, his eyes turned cold, and peculiar patterns crawled across his breathtakingly beautiful face. His aura was powerful. To ensure that Tanjiro could transform into a demon, Muzan had injected a considerable amount of blood. Inosuke was just an unfortunate victim caught in the crossfire. The reason Inosuke was transforming into a demon faster than Tanjiro was that his obsession with hunting demons was not as deep. He had only joined the Demon Slayer Corps in pursuit of power, inadvertently becoming a demon hunter. His weak will became a fatal flaw. Sensing that he had acquired a major player, Muzan Kibutsuji leaned in closer, but when he discovered that Inosuke was still in the transformation process and could not follow orders, his expression fell, feeling inexplicably irritated. More. Inject him with the suppressants. One of the hidden warriors shouted, recklessly rushing toward Inosuke, risking his life to give Inosuke a chance. Yes, as long as we control him and prevent him from eating people, he'll be fine once Miss Tamayo's potion arrives. No companion could be abandoned. As Inosuke was tormented by the chaos in his mind, bouncing around in place and trying to headbutt the ground, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed towards him one after another. Because Inosuke did not resist and instinctively avoided hurting them, He was directly pinned to the ground by their numerical advantage and was injected with 2 doses by a particularly strong Hashira. Inosuke quieted down, not because the drug took effect, but because he was overwhelmed and fainted under the pile of bodies, directly entering a dream to meet his mother. To prevent any further issues on Tanjiro's side, after a brief consideration, a medical Hashira pulled out 3 syringes from the supply pack. After observing for a few seconds that there was not much of a problem, Inemaru continued to swing his sword at the enemies. Unaware that the blood he lost from his injuries was slowly staining his white hunting clothes red, Ishikarimu hurried over, his disheveled hair giving him a somewhat wind-blown appearance. He casually adjusted his hair that partially obstructed his view and glanced at the chaotic battlefield, immediately overturning all of Mikazuki Munakika's plans and choosing instead to play his trump card. Ishikarimu took out a Kagura bell from his bosom side and solemnly began to shake the bell to cast a spell. This was a sacrifice, the only method that Mikazuki Munakika believed could be effective in a desperate situation. This would minimize casualties, requiring the sacrifice of one of his brothers. Mikazuki Munakika, with a calm expression, looked in the direction of Muzan Kibutsuji, the crimson crescent moon suddenly reflecting into Kido Michiro's eyes. Raising his arm, the golden tassels swayed gently, and the handsome young man appeared as if a deity had descended. His movements elegant, each frame stunning. Mikazuki Munakika suddenly unleashed a sword technique reminiscent of a crescent moon, with a powerful force crashing against the face, leaving Takedo Michiro completely stunned. That sword energy, seemingly blessed by the god of night, swept through a large area of the time-walking army in an instant with its roaring blade wind. The overwhelming annihilation was a visual feast of violent aesthetics. Mikazuki Munakika truly deserved the title of the most beautiful blade, not only for the patterns on the blade and its exquisite transformation, but also for the magnificent and shocking sword energy he wielded. So strong, Takedo Michiro murmured, his expression dazed. Chapter 75. Everyone takes the field. The sudden changes on the battlefield were shocking, as all the time-walking army occupied the battlefield with overwhelming numerical superiority. The situation underwent a tremendous reversal. More and more swordsmen died, using their lives to fill the black hole of crisis to protect those who had the strength to fight against the demons. Kanroji Mitsuri's stamina was completely exhausted. She still tightly gripped her Nichiren blade, but the crimson blade had faded and the cherry blossom-colored edge had turned dull and gray. She desperately collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as the enemy's large blade was about to cleave her in two. But just as she closed her eyes, preparing for death, she was suddenly yanked away and hoisted onto someone's shoulder. The person carrying her struggled to run just a couple of steps, and Kanroji Mitsuri saw that he had lost part of his foot, the cut surface blurred with dust and dirt. How painful that must be. Thrown onto another person, Kanroji Mitsuri saw the swordsman who had just saved her fall down, never to rise again. Not like this. Please, I will work harder. Please don't let it be like this. Kanroji Mitsuri cried out in despair, desperately reaching out to everyone trying to save her, but she couldn't save anyone. As one swordsman after another protected her with their lives, standing behind her, and she once again witnessed severed limbs and blood flying before her eyes. Kanroji Mitsuri could no longer cry out. She sobbed silently, stubbornly using her fingers to wipe away her tears. She wanted to remember their faces and vowed to completely annihilate Kibutsuji Muzan. The love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, was exhausted, her emotions fluctuating greatly, and her wounds were repeatedly tearing, resulting in severe blood loss, leading to temporary fainting. One of the missed Hashira, Taketo Michiru, fought fiercely to protect more people, but was severely injured and unconscious after being surrounded by enemy gunfire, his life hanging by a thread. The water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, held off a wave of time-traveling demons by himself, managing to avoid serious injuries due to his caution, but sustained minor wounds that gradually led to symptoms of excessive blood loss. At one point, he was struck in the collarbone by a kunai, diminishing his combat power. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, was in critical condition, his breath nearly gone. The remaining Hashira still on the battlefield were Taketo Michiru, who had lost one hand, and Iguro Abanai, barely fighting with the help of his sword, Kavumru. The current situation was almost a guaranteed victory for Kibutsuji Muzan. In several encounters, Inosuke Hashibara had sustained significant injuries. This was true for both his original self and his split essence, Mikazuki Munakika and Ishikarimaru, who were also pushing their limits. Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, Mikazuki Munakika calmly wiped the blood from his lips, his hand holding the sword showing no signs of trembling. As he slashed down to reap the enemy blades, he aimed to clear most of the time-traveling demons before his lord arrived, minimizing the chance of his lord's blade shattering. They had plotted for so long, despite the personal desire to stay by their lord's side. More than that, they yearned for their lord to remain in this world and to remember them. The crescent moon-like sword shadows flew by as Mikazuki Munakika exchanged injuries, intercepting most of the large demons and enemy blades. However, against Kanai, spiders, and other time-traveling demons, Mikazuki Munakika felt powerless. In this world, having been sustained by humans for so long, the accumulated faith had been nearly exhausted. The essence had left the temple, losing human offerings, and without Mikann's spiritual energy, Ishikarimaru had already reached his limit. Yet, he had an obsession. He wanted to see his lord once more, even if just for a moment. He possessed complete memories, making it easy to return to his original form, but he needed to conserve strength for the decisive battle, so he remained in this world, allowing the faith that his body rejected to repeatedly strike at his core. It was truly painful, like nurturing the good karma for a god of death, with clashing and incompatible powers locked within his body. My lord, Ishikarimaru lowered his gaze, his complexion growing increasingly pale, but the red at the corners of his eyes became even more vibrant, the sacred sword brimming with approaching devotion, as if he were a priest offering himself to the divine. The Kagura bells rang out repeatedly, and Ishikarimaru, who risked his life to ring the bells, became increasingly transparent. Finally, under the high and sorrowful announcements of the crows, the Kagura bells slipped from his grasp, and the barrier upheld by his body and sword completely shattered. Because the essence of the sacred sword had vanished, Ishikarimaru sighed in regret, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned sharply. Before his form completely disappeared, he saw the place he was concerned about. My lord, Ishikarimaru did not yearn for Mikann's gaze upon him. He only hoped that if given the chance, he could serve his lord and lead him away from despair, from planning to sacrifice, and then to the dissolution of this world. Even to the point of being unknown to his own lord, Ishikarimaru had never regretted it. Have I lived too long as a sacred sword and forgotten my duty as a weapon? If so, then this is perhaps inevitable. Ishikarimaru declared the shattering of the sword. Brother, Mikazuki Munakika sighed. The opportunity for a true sword explosion and the trigger for his ultimate attack allowed him a brief moment of rest. But this moment only supported him to glance back at the sacred sword's figure. The splendid hunting clothes had become tattered, and the once most beautiful blade, like the moon in the sky, seemed to have fallen into a mud pit, looking utterly disheveled. But those eyes, that beautiful face, still held the pride and elegance of a deity. He had never lost his true nature. Despite being covered in blood, the golden tassels, worn by his master, flowed through his hair, still pure and golden, a divine object. Mikann's breath caught in her throat. From birth until now, this was the most horrifying scene she had ever witnessed. Severed limbs and broken arms, mixed with the earthy scent of rust and blood, made Mikann's eyes tremble as she stood frozen in place, struck by the brutality of the scene. Mikann felt that her mind was somewhat inadequate, as if it had been suddenly filled with something, making it feel swollen. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, and she could see the tragic conditions of war told by the blood-split soil. Shouts, wails, and the sounds of cold weapons clashing filled the air. Finally, at a moment when her eyes met a pair of beautiful purple ones, Mikann was jolted awake, realizing that a surge of intense anger was boiling within her. However, after reaching a certain threshold, her emotions suddenly returned to calm. It was as if she had just been born, and she felt no more connection to the scene before her. The sword box fell heavily to the ground, and Mikann placed her hand on it, instinctively channeling her spiritual energy. The rich and pure spiritual energy flowed peacefully like a gently flowing stream, gradually filling every inch of the sword box along its intricate patterns. In just an instant, the specially crafted sword box shattered into dust, and several exquisite and sharp swords hovered in midair. They buzzed, exuding a strong, killing intent. They had prepared for this battle for a long time, and at this moment, they were just waiting for the command of their master they served. Mikann raised her arms, her fingertips lightly gliding over the blades of swords and knives. Her exquisite face, now expressionless. Her pale lips moved, opening and closing as she spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any trace of joy or sorrow. All members deploy. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged explosively, enveloping these magnificent swords and sending them into the battlefield of corpses and blood. Only 30 minutes remained until dawn. Following the sorrowful cries of the crows, a chilling aura of slaughter erupted like fireworks, as countless figures filled with killing intent stepped out from the stormy sea of cherry blossoms. Beneath the rain of cherry petals, the cold light of blades flashed by. Their moment of vengeance had finally arrived. Chapter 76. Memory retrieval. The sword-wielding gentlemen entering the battlefield were like piranhas dropped into a fish pond, devouring all other life forms within it. Countless stunning and powerful sword techniques overflowed from their sight, while Mikann coldly observed the battlefield, now under control, continuously using her overflowing spiritual energy to repair the bodies of the sword-wielding gentlemen, which had been shattered by the pressure of the world. Mikann is in pain, not just physically, but also with a stabbing feeling in his core. Where's his princess? Mikann rolled his eyes, tried to disperse the fog in front of him, and see his original master clearly. Every step felt like wading through water with knives. The painful impact causing black spots to swirl before his eyes, yet he remained clear-headed and determined, walking steadily in one direction, maintaining a dignified image. Mikann couldn't suppress the excitement deep within. He was finally going to meet the princess, something he had longed for, the only meaning of his existence. It's been a long time. Tsuzumi Esmon sighed, letting his kasaya slip from his shoulders, hanging at his elbows, about to fall. He had long desired this moment. The core of their plan had always been to prevent Mikann from shattering his sword. Mikazuki Munakika saw the timing was right, and after passing on the sequence number to the blades with memories like Ichigo, Hito Fury, he released all the spiritual energy he had previously consumed. This energy, conflicting with their lord's power, could stimulate their core to some extent. Having just switched to his dominant hand to wield his sword, Akashi Kagyuki was knocked to his knees by a surge of chaotic spiritual energy that rushed into his mind. The human swordsman he had saved halted his escape, risking his life to return, anxiety and worry surrounding the sword spirit. My lord, are you all right? Are you injured? Akashi Kagyuki pressed his hand against his head, using his dominant hand to lean on his main sword for support to stand up, but he was still reeling from the impact and couldn't straighten his back. Go! To the back. Akashi Kagyuki bit his lip until it bled, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his brain. The swordsman was still worried, but the Yamato Takeru, who had come to protect them in place of Akashi Kagyuki, was completely indifferent to their feelings. Please recognize your position, and do not hinder those who are fighting, Yamato Takeru said with a kind smile. The fragments on his face that kept climbing and receding gave him a somewhat demonic appearance. The swordsman was startled by him, but they had to admit that despite the unpleasantness of the boy's words, it was indeed the truth. Grinding his teeth, the swordsman grabbed his companion beside him and ran to the back. Satisfied with the human swordsman's understanding, Yamato Takeru reached out to pat the kneeling Akashi Kagyuki, softly leaving behind a sentence. No matter what, you must accept reality. Akashi Kagyuki coughed violently, squeezing out a few syllables between his teeth, filled with unwillingness. I know. Cough. There won't be any more funerals the second time. Standing up again, Akashi Kagyuki's attitude changed from obediently following orders to one filled with intense killing intent. That time, it was these guys who disrupted history that led to his lord's sword shattering. Oh wow, it's really impressive to see you come out of that emotion so quickly. Higurashi Maru cheerfully passed by, appearing radiant as if surrounded by fireflies. This was another level of breakthrough, a manifestation of overflowing spiritual energy. Really strong, Akashi Kagyuki thought, directly taking off his glasses. It's truly troublesome to be pushed to this point. I can only crush them all. Akashi, you really changed the triggered lines. Higurashi Maru grinned, a coldness in his sparkling eyes. Not just Akashi Kagyuki, but the other sword spirits who initially had no related memories were also swayed by the intense emotions vibrating in their minds. My lord. Azome Kanitsu murmured in a daze, his lifted gaze no longer holding a trace of golden light, his eyes a deep red, resembling the eyes of a monster struggling to crawl out of the sea of the underworld. The sheath fell from his hands, and Azome Kanitsugu's speed reached its peak, while his body became heavily pressured, with each slash accompanied by a small part of his short sword turning to dust. However, Mikann's spiritual energy was even more terrifying and powerful. He single-handedly held the lives of these overburdened sword spirits in his grasp. Clang! Let us make this a beautiful battle. Watching the surging battle intent, Yamato Takeru silently shifted the battlefield, sheathing his main sword and uncovering another blade at his waist. It was Kaimitsu Kasho. Let me see how powerful the sword that Okita loves really is. The sword's spirit leaped to attack, his Haori slipping from his shoulder. His pure white yukata seeming somewhat out of place on the battlefield. Go to back. Leaving a cold remark, Yamato Takaru launched a thrust attack, restoring the sword techniques of the historical master. In his vision, only the boy's hair floated up remained, and the rescued swordsman came to his senses, hurriedly picking up the fallen cloth bag from the ground and running toward the columns. She was another wave of Demon Slayer Corps members coming to deliver supplies. Revenge Dai. Kogitsu S-Mon regained his senses and, after being pulled by his older brother Tsuzumi S-Mon, still let go of his sheath, attacking with a belief in certain death. Kogitsu S-Mon was also one of the initial sacrifices. Tsuzumi S-Mon had no reason to stop him. After all, his other brother had also recklessly abandoned his sheath to fight. Yes, this is the meaning of the existence of the S-Mon sword faction. Tsuzumi S-Mon chuckled softly, his delicate and beautiful fingers suddenly exerting force, revealing a section of taut arm muscles. Yuki S-Mon blinked, his expression serious as he continuously swung his sword, pursing his lips, trying to suppress his emotions. Compared to the pain in his heart, the pain in his body was insignificant. I hate fighting. Muzan Kibutsuji was shocked by this completely unexpected turn of events, his face changing dramatically as he momentarily froze, starting to consider escape. However, his subordinate's time-traveling army was unceasing. Should he flee and lose everything, or hold on a little longer to annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps in one fell swoop? The answer is obvious. Confident in his own strength, Muzan Kibutsuji did not choose to flee. He just had to be prepared to escape. The technique he had perfected 100 years ago when he barely escaped from Yoriichi Tsujikuni was still with him. Muzan Kibutsuji's flesh began to swell, and as the dismembered arm was completely replaced by a growing tumor, he suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on one direction. It was Inosuke's direction. As the progenitor, Muzan Kibutsuji could no longer sense his existence. It must be that damned woman, Tamayo again. Why are you opposing me? Damn it. Chapter 77. The right track of history. Inosuke rapidly transformed back from a demon to a human, not experiencing too many painful memories in the process. He vaguely remembered a woman who resembled him, who had pushed him off a cliff. Fortunately, it was only in the early stages. Otherwise, the untested drug would have been really hard to work. Yeshur sighed, wiping sweat from his brow, turning to look at Kamadu Tanger. Murata and several swordsmen surrounded Tanger, and the intensity of their cries seemed like mourning. The veins on Yeshur's forehead throbbed, and he could no longer hold back. He is not dead yet. Hold back your tears. Murata wiped his tears haphazardly, with snot bubbles on his face, looking confused. But Tanger has no breath or heartbeat. Is he still alive? Yeshur's face changed, directly pushing Murata aside to place his hand on Tanger's neck. After a thorough check, Yeshur's face turned terrifyingly dark. Damn Muzan Kibutsuji. Looking at the suddenly enraged Yeshur, Murata trembled. What happened? Tanger's okay, right? Yashiro glared at him and directly took out a white cloth from his backpack to cover Tanjiro's face, saying, "Don't let anyone touch him. Move him away." The reverse side of the white cloth was covered in intricate symbols. Is Tanjiro dead? If I say go, then go. Don't ask questions. I don't want to answer. With a serious expression, Yashiro once again checked Inosuke's condition. After confirming that Inosuke had truly turned back into a human, he let out a reluctant sigh of relief. Tanjiro had indeed lost his pulse and breath, but his body appeared more like a state of suspended animation, as if to deceive Muzan cells. After being rescued by a very tall person with long black hair, Ju was carried to the rear, just in time to see Tanjiro being taken away under the white cloth. Seeing that familiar Haori, Ju's breath caught in his throat, and he fainted from the shock. Tanjiro, I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry, Nezuko. He's just like before, useless. He was indeed powerless. The task of protecting their companions was taken over by Iguro and Takedo, who exchanged a glance and weaved through the crowd, heading straight for Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan looked at the two human swordsmen, who had a fierce expression, even more like demons than he was, and felt the urge to flee. Maybe I shouldn't fight after all. Muzan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly thought of Yoriichi when he looked at Takedo. His face darkened, and Muzan decided he had to kill this little brat who had made him see demons for the first time in a century. Muzan began to gather power, an immense force erupting from him as the center, instantly creating a vacuum zone around him for dozens of meters. The swordsmiths prioritized hunting down the seemingly endless time-traveling army, leaving the front line helplessly to the human swordsmen. Facing 100 was already their limit. They couldn't launch an attack against Mikann anymore. With only a few swordsmiths, all they could do was slay tens of thousands of time-traveling soldiers along the line they were protecting, clearing a battlefield for the humans without outside interference. Iguro was knocked back several dozen meters, while Inazumi, who was facing Mikann, instinctively changed direction, leaping high to catch his master. Inazumi glanced at the Nicaran blade in Iguro's hand, which was no different from his own, and for a moment felt the impulse to shatter that blade and replace it with his own. But he couldn't do that. It was once his own, and if he shattered it, he wouldn't be able to merge with Mikann anymore. No, Mikann. Inazumi, holding Iguro, landed and couldn't help but turn, searching for Mikann's half-figure. He could only vaguely sense Mikann's situation. Although it was blurry, he knew it was bad. Were those swordsmiths fighting with all their might, completely disregarding Mikann's feelings? Iguro pressed Inazumi's hand, realizing he couldn't break free from Inazumi's embrace. And finally, growing impatient, he subconsciously ordered, "Inazumi, let go." Inazumi was taken aback and numbly released his arms. He was a bit confused, wondering why, even though he didn't make a sound or tell anyone his name. His master still recognized his presence. Iguro was also stunned. Why did he know this person's name? And wasn't Inazumi his sword? But no matter what, Iguro's most urgent task was to get closer to Mikann Kibutsuji and buy time. Just as he let go, his master disappeared from sight, leaving Inazumi alone and silent. He felt a bit wronged, wanting to seek comfort from his half, but the instinct that transcended the soul made him choose to follow Iguro's pace. He couldn't see Mikann. This situation was something he had anticipated when they separated. Unlike Iguro, who was caught and avoided further harm, Takedo was blasted away by a force that felt like a cannonball, his body crashing through several walls just like the wind Hashira before him. After coughing up a large mouthful of blood, Takedo's body convulsed, and he lost consciousness, only to be discovered and carried to another pillar by a swordsman. Without medication at hand, they could do nothing. The only thing left was to let the dying pillar see their important person for the last time. Mikann Kibutsuji had a massive bloody mouth growing on his chest, and the jagged fangs made it look particularly horrifying. At this moment, the mist surrounding Mikann blurred the demon slayer's vision. "I can't see. Where's Mikann Kibutsuji?" Coughing, Kanata was affected by an unknown force, violently coughing up blood from her ears and nose. Kanata held the unconscious Kanai, worry etched on her face. "Lord Higurashi, are you all right?" Struggling to lift his head while leaning on the desk, Higurashi stubbornly pressed down on the talisman with his trembling fingers. "It's okay, cough." Rengoku Kanjuro supported Higurashi, feeling bitter in his heart as he looked at the young master, who seemed like a child. It was their incompetence that forced the burden of fighting Mikann Kibutsuji onto an 8-year-old child. There were still 25 minutes until dawn. Kanata struggled to look up, supported by the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, glancing at the map on the desk. The talisman on her forehead hadn't fallen off, so she could still see the battlefield situation. Peeking out from her mother's embrace, Kanai struggled to speak. Mikann Kibutsuji is rampaging again. Higurashi's face turned pale as he clutched his sleeve, praying for no more unexpected changes. The people brought by Lord Mikann had temporarily controlled the battlefield situation. Mikann Kibutsuji's outburst hadn't caused too much damage. Kanata looked at the battlefield through the talisman, her eyes heavy. However, the vast majority of the soldiers had sacrificed themselves. "Lord Rengoku, could I trouble you to take a trip?" "Understood." With the mist and thunder Hashira protecting the master, Rengoku Kanjuro bent down to accept the order after a moment of thought. Chapter 78. Oh, Princess. Mikann stopped in front of Ganlu Temple, his eyes filled with uncontainable affection. He finally saw his princess, just as he had vaguely imagined. His princess had a rare hair color and a beautiful, lovely face. How beautiful she is, his princess. But why is she so severely injured? Mikann crouched down and gently touched Kanroji's cheek under the gaze of various onlookers. Probably because the two looked too similar, everyone misinterpreted their relationship. So no one stopped Mikann's action. Mikann carefully brushed her fingertip over the gauze on Kanroji Mitsuri's cheek, her heterochromatic eyes trembling slightly as the affection in them was gradually overtaken by anger. "My lord, Mikann," she murmured. The spirit of the Nicaran blade gently closed its eyes, searching for the connection between herself and her master in a world created by stars. Soon, Mikann identified which thread belonged to her and her master. That bond, stemming from their souls, was a connection that even Maru could not touch. Sword technique, return damage. This technique could only be activated once in the short term against humans. If used multiple times, the human side would not be able to withstand the rapidly regenerating body cells, leading to a complete collapse of all cells and death. There was another limitation. Mikann and Maru's sword techniques could only temporarily be used on their own master and half-body, silently activating the twin sword technique. Mikann transferred the injuries from Kanroji Mitsuri to herself. As a spirit, such injuries were merely scrapes for her. They could be visibly seen healing. Aside from the bloodstains that remained on her clothes from the moment of injury, there was no indication on Mikann's face that she had endured Mitsuri's pain. Even if it was a pain that felt like flesh being torn from bone, as long as she could alleviate her master's worries, it was nothing. While the injuries could be transferred, Mikann was powerless against the negative states of exhaustion and excessive blood loss. At most, she could stay by Kanroji's side until she woke from her coma. After the injuries transferred to her body healed, Mikann belatedly realized that her actions had been too reckless. What would happen if her master were to step back onto the battlefield and get injured again? Mikann was tangled in her thoughts, ultimately unable to bear seeing her master hurt, naively thinking that she just needed to protect her well once she woke up. The demon hunter still had enough strength to attack, and the situation was completely under control, which led Kibutsuji Musen to lean towards the option of escape. Without hesitation, Kibutsuji Musen called upon dozens of time-traveling soldiers to intercept in front of the Hashira, then turned and ran eastward at a speed that left only an afterimage. Iguro Abanai suddenly froze, blocked by so many enemy blades, his movements hindered. By the time he dealt with these guys, Kibutsuji Musen would likely have vanished without a trace. Just when Iguro Abanai was anxiously at a loss, Inemaru stepped forward to save the situation, using the super-spec snake breathing style to intercept most of the attacks, allowing Iguro Abanai a moment of respite. "Thank you." Leaving a word of thanks, Iguro Abanai quickly pursued Kibutsuji Musen, but because he couldn't see, he failed to notice Inemaru's blood streaming from his 7 orifices after using the breathing style. "Excuse me, are you all right?" After Inemaru landed on the ground, the bold swordsman approached him, holding the most desperately needed medical supplies from the battlefield. Inemaru turned to look at him, casually wiping the blood off his face. "I'm fine." Just after exchanging a word with Inemaru, before he could even hand over the bandages, Inemaru had already disappeared from sight, leaving the swordsman holding the medical supplies feeling gloomy. Kibutsuji Musen was quite experienced in escaping and constantly created obstacles for the pursuing Iguro Abanai along the way. However, Inemaru, the Shikigami that he found bothersome, always appeared at the most critical moments, repeatedly allowing Iguro Abanai to catch up to him. Suddenly, Iguro Abanai was accidentally struck by the corpse of a swordsman thrown by Kibutsuji Musen. Because this was the remains of a comrade, Iguro Abanai couldn't bring himself to cold-bloodedly swing his sword, stepping over the bones of his companion to hunt demons. His balance was broken due to high-speed movement, and Iguro Abanai fell helplessly, his palm pressing directly into the broken blades on the battlefield. His palm was pierced by the shattered blade, and Iguro Abanai let out a muffled groan of pain, but he couldn't pay attention to that as he hurriedly got up to activate his breathing technique, determined to catch up to Kibutsuji Musen. While continuously clearing obstacles and with physical strain, Inemaru was unable to react in time to Kibutsuji Musen's treacherous strike. Feeling guilty after noticing Iguro was injured, seeing the blood of his master on the blade, Inemaru stopped his actions and picked up the broken blade in his palm. The blood disappeared the moment it touched his skin, and Inemaru immediately understood the connection between himself and Iguro Abanai. He considered using a sword technique, but his intuition told him that if he used it now, he would regret it later. Unable to grasp this vague premonition, Inemaru could only guess the worst outcome. Surely, his master wouldn't be facing a life-threatening situation. Shaking off the ominous thought, Inemaru wiped the blood off his face once more and stepped forward to catch up with Iguro. Iguro and Mikann did not confront the Demon King directly because there were special restrictions between them. As outsiders, or rather as children unwelcome in this world, they had no right to take action against the main creations of the world. Mikann had killed 2 upper moons, and her injuries were so light. It was already a sign of leniency from the world for their being born into it. But as punishment, Mikann was stripped of her native identity. She was now a complete outsider. Unlike Inemaru, who still had a chance to breathe under the world's suppression, if Mikann used her breathing technique again, she might be forcibly expelled from this world. However, This also provided Mikann with convenience, as her power system had shifted from breathing techniques to spiritual energy, allowing her to manipulate spiritual energy freely now, if she continued to use the previous healing methods. The controlled sword spirit brought by Mikann would have no chance to control the battlefield situation. The Demon Slayer Corps would face an irreversible demise. Mikann wants to guard her princess, waiting for her to wake up to truly meet her. But the battlefield is always full of unexpected changes. Stay away from him, Yashuru shouted as he and the swordsman moved in the opposite direction, holding a medical kit. The Demon Slayer Corps members who had gathered in that area instantly scattered, leaving a gap for Yashuru to pass through. Tanjiro Kamado has turned into a demon. His eyes, devoid of reason, stared at the surrounding humans, saliva soaking his clothes. TSK. This guy is really useless. A slightly weak voice came from beside him, and Mikann instinctively stood in front of Kanroji, looking up. It was the Wind Hashira. Chapter 79. You are the eldest son. My blood can intoxicate demons. Leave this little demon to me. Mitsuri Kanroji nonchalantly adjusted the bandages tied around his arm, hardly needing to move, as fresh blood seeped through the gauze. It was a sight that could make one's heart race, wondering how a person could bleed so much. TSK, what kind of look is that? Mitsuri glared at Murata, who instinctively stood in front of Tanjiro. His weak body didn't affect his fierce expression. Before this guy hurts anyone, I want to just kill him indiscriminately. If his sister can control her desire to eat people, then he must learn to hold back too. Murata, but why are you yelling at me, QAQ? You are the eldest son. The last sentence was directed at Tanjiro by Mitsuri, but due to his weakness, the intimidation factor wasn't very strong. However, being the eldest son was Tanjiro's pride. Woken by Mitsuri's words, Tanjiro Kamado felt a flicker of consciousness. He looked in disbelief at his hand, which now had sharp claws, panting heavily. Although saliva continued to flow, Tanjiro resisted the urge to eat humans. He struggled to find his Nichiren blade, wanting to end it all right there. Mikann looked at the weak and injured Shinazugawa Sanemi, enduring the intense pain as she stepped forward, her gaze inadvertently falling on the Nichiren blade he was holding. Despite being severely injured and unconscious multiple times, he still hadn't let go of that sword. Mikann, with blurry memories, remembered that even at the moment of death, his master had not let go of him. His lingering gaze stayed on Kanroji Mitsuri for a few seconds before Mikann swiftly got up and placed his hand on Shinazugawa Sanemi's shoulder. To keep an eye on the battle losses of the sword wielders, he couldn't fight for the time being, but he could still provide some assistance. Shinazugawa Sanemi instinctively turned his head, wanting to shake off the hand on his shoulder, but before he could move, he felt a warm and comfortable sensation spreading from his shoulder throughout his body. Although his injuries had not healed, the bleeding seemed to have stopped and the pain had lessened. Shinazugawa Sanemi was a bit shocked, and when he saw Mikann's appearance clearly, he was taken aback. It was you who saved Kyuka. He couldn't remember Mikann's exact features. Based on Kyuka's descriptions, he initially mistook that person for the Love Hashira. For a while, he was troubled about how to thank the Love Hashira and was subtly sabotaged by the petty Serpent Hashira. That guy thought he was hiding it well, but the way he looked at Kanroji was practically bubbling with some suspicious feelings. If you like someone, hurry up and confess, damn it. His expression changed several times as Shinazugawa Sanemi held his breath and muttered, "Thank you." Mikann silently swallowed the blood in his throat and gently nodded at Takshi Kawamiya. Then he crossed over him and stopped in front of Yashuru. Because Yashuru had a psychological shadow over Mikann after the female demon was minced into meat paste, he tactically retreated, wanting to hide behind Tanjiro. However, the sense of mission to fulfill Miss Tamayo's request prevailed, and he stubbornly stood in front of Mikann. "What do you want to do?" Under Mikann's calm gaze, Yashuru's voice trembled a bit as he forced himself to hold on, but he still maintained a tough facade, so much so that no one noticed his embarrassment. Mikann tilted his head and looked at Tanjiro Kamado, who was crying like a child and was a child himself. He raised his hand as if to push away Yashuru. However, Mikann missed because Yashuru had stepped back several paces when he raised his hand. This somewhat amusing scene momentarily dispelled everyone's tension. Suddenly, someone let out a laugh, and soon laughter echoed throughout the small circle. While Yashuru awkwardly wished to send those laughing fools to the Sanzu River, Mikann blinked and lowered his hand as he continued to walk towards Tanjiro. His original intention was to stay out of human and demon affairs. His reason for existing was simply to protect his master. However, humans were more wonderful than he had imagined. Perhaps when he had the energy, he should lend a helping hand, just like his master. gently and kindly assisting every person in need. As Mikann reached out to touch Tanjiro, the crowd fell silent again, everyone holding their breath, observing Tanjiro's every move. Yashiro muttered to himself as he glanced over, only to catch sight of several swordsmen who had come over without even bandaging their wounds. "You haven't bandaged your injuries yet. Do you want to die?" he exclaimed. "And you lot, what are you staring at? Hurry up and give him the medicine." Yashiro was so fierce. "Do you think Lady Tamayo knows how fierce you are? If you threaten me with Lady Tamayo again, I won't take care of you." Yashiro viciously bandaged the swordsman who was teasing him, applying the bandages with surprising force, causing the swordsman to grit his teeth in pain and unable to speak. Is this revenge? The wound was bandaged well, but the process was genuinely painful. The swordsman quickly darted behind others, both cowardly and tough-talking. The Mandarin orange squeezed Tanjiro's face, and the boy's somewhat chubby cheeks were squished together by the Mandarin. From the momentary look of wisdom in Tanjiro's eyes, it was clear that he was quite confused. Mikann thought that her spiritual power could purify the dark corruption and wanted to see if she could suppress the demonization. As for the reason she pinched Tanjiro's cheeks, it was because she felt that the boy's crying would disturb her princess's rest. Tanjiro blinked, and the tears in his eyes slid down his cheeks onto Mikann's hand. His red eyes filled with mist. His hazy gaze blinked, making Tanjiro look like a pitiful child who had been bullied. Mikann focused on injecting spiritual power into Tanjiro's body. Even when Tanjiro began to struggle, the hand gripping his cheek showed no signs of loosening. Tanjiro let out a whimper from between his teeth as Mikann ruthlessly stuffed something into his mouth. It had no taste, but the smell in his barely clear mind told Tanjiro it was a persimmon cake. Why was there persimmon cake? Tanjiro sniffed in confusion, obediently chewing on the tasteless persimmon cake. Seeing him so compliant, Mikann tentatively released her grip, and Tanjiro was finally able to stand up straight. Throughout this, Tanjiro had not harmed anyone at all. He would rather hurt himself with his long, sharp nails than think of using them to attack Mikann during his struggle. The spiritual power was effective, but not particularly strong. The vast spiritual power Mikann infused only maintained Tanjiro's remaining clarity without restoring his rationality. After observing for a while, Mikann instinctively wanted to pat Tanjiro's head, only to realize that he was almost as tall as she was when she raised her hand. But she couldn't just drop her raised hand, so Mikann stubbornly pressed Tanjiro's head down. Watching him obediently lower his head, Mikann felt a bit frustrated. If only she were a little bigger. Chapter 80. The Unfaithful Minister. Oh dear, are you feeling a bit overwhelmed? Ichigo hit forward to intercept an attack aimed at Mikazuki Munekika, driving back the ambushing spider, which was then crushed by Iwaizumi, who was gathering strength for a turn. Mikazuki Munekika chuckled lightly, brushing his hair back with his fingertips. Not really, it's just that those colleagues who died with me are indeed a bit troublesome. Ichigo smiled. As expected, everyone from the Estaguchi is quite reliable. He was subtly mocking Mikazuki Munekika for his incomplete memories. Ah, indeed. The 1,000-year-old blade pretended not to understand. The two leaders of the two factions spoke with barbed words. Despite their extremely gentle tone, it felt somewhat off. Iwaizumi quietly distanced himself from his brother, sensing that this Mikazuki Munekika from his faction was a bit eccentric. Kajitsunemaru squinted, freeing a hand to grab the Naginata's spirit's robe. Iwaizumi, where are you going? Iwaizumi turned back with a chuckle. This area has you all. So I'll patrol a different area. Kajitsumaru's eyes darted around, suddenly realizing, so you didn't receive your memories. Iwaizumi was a bit confused. Kajitsumaru laughed again. If you didn't get the memories, it means someone is hiding them or they were given to the wrong person. Our triad's cutest younger brother wouldn't do something like that, right? Kajitsumaru suddenly turned around, his fox-like, elongated eyes locking onto Mikazuki Munekika's. In those eyes, the crimson waning moon was replaced by a brilliant new crescent. Mikazuki Munekika chuckled silently. Who knows? Iwaizumi felt a bit bewildered, but after Kajitsumaru let go of his grip, he chose to leave the two heart-bound brothers alone. Kajitsumaru, running his fingers through his hair, clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. It's rare to have a good physique. Why is it only the body and not the brain? Mikazuki Munekika laughed a few times, teasingly. Well, whether it's a person or a sword, being bigger is a good thing. Right, brother? Kajitsumaru paused in his movement, a hint of agreement flickering in his red eyes. Suddenly, he broke into a grin, his sharp canine teeth particularly eye-catching. But if that's the case, then Mikazuki's next target will be me, right? Haha, who knows, brother? Ichigo tilted his head and silently left the corner. Unless necessary, he didn't want to get involved in the battlefield of the Triad faction. Ichigo, how is it? Narukami Toshiro stealthily paddled through the water. After the situation was brought under control, he hadn't used much of his strength because he knew that every move they made would put pressure on Mikann. Once the thrill of revenge passed, only thoughts of how to obtain their lord's name remained. Ichigo gently shook his head, smiling tenderly at the Naginata's spirit. Narukami, don't worry this time. Our lord will definitely belong to Estaguchi. That is good, that is good. Narukami Toshiro smiled innocently, holding his main blade, looking quite optimistic. Ichigo smiled knowingly. Although his brother Narukami always seemed absent-minded, he was the one with the most clever ideas in the Estaguchi faction. So the blade that played the role of brain was always Narukami Toshiro. Suddenly, something rushed past him. Inumaru focused his gaze and found it was the demon slayer wearing a wild boar mask. Inosuke Hashibra's mask was a bit dirty, but it was clear it had been carefully wiped down, perhaps due to the harsh conditions on the battlefield. It hadn't been cleaned properly. Aside from the conspicuously eye-catching boar mask, Inumaru's gaze briefly lingered on Inosuke's body. The young demon slayer was wrapped in bandages, stained with blood, which, judging by the smell, was fresh blood seeping out. Doesn't this kid feel pain? Inumaru blinked in confusion and sped up to catch up to Inosuke. Musen Kibutsuji was furious. Upon discovering that the summoned time-walking army was intercepted by those inexplicably appearing swordsmen, he decided to turn back and kill 2 people to vent his anger. Musen swung his bone whip to create a vacuum zone, suddenly tasting a sickly sweetness in his mouth and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The gift given to him by Kane Kocho had arrived. Musen clutched his chest, his eyes momentarily losing focus. Feeling as if the organs in his chest were being burned and gnawed at by something, a pain unbearable. Now is the time. Kaneo, Tsuyuri's hollow eyes suddenly contracted. Despite losing her vision, that pair of eyes still burst forth with a hopeful light. Inosuke, panting heavily, leaped to the other side of Musen Kibutsuji. His body trembled, but not from fear. Rather, it was the anger of a boy nurtured by nature that was enough to tear his heart and lungs apart. To protect us, Uncle Beads broke his leg, and twin-tail brother's hand was ruined. And those corpses lying on the ground were all friends who had shared meals with me. Inosuke's body shook as he shouted at Musen Kibutsuji with extreme anger. You still want to turn me into a demon? My nails have already scratched the person who saved me. Give the bodies back. Give their lives back, you bastard. Inosuke's tears overflowed from his boar mask, and Musen Kibutsuji instinctively turned his head to mock him, not waiting for a disdainful smile to form on his lips before the expected turn of events occurred once again. Kaneo, Tiri leaped high into the air, using all his strength combined with the power of his breathing technique and with the Nichiren blade. He precisely pierced through Musen Kibutsuji's neck. This strike drove Musen Kibutsuji forcefully into the ground. Musen Kibutsuji was momentarily stunned. Instead of quickly pulling out the Nichiren blade lodged in his neck, he took the opportunity when Kaneo was defenseless to strike directly through Kaneo's body, sending him crashing away. A large hole was carved out of Kaneo's chest and abdomen, and he fell to the ground like a broken doll. Blood flowed continuously from his body, and the sensations of blood loss and hypothermia surged into his brain all at once. Kaneo Tsuyuri knew he was beyond saving. He could only regret that his wish had not come true. Kaneo murmured, keeping his eyes wide open, seemingly able to see the murky sky. Because he had been kept in captivity during the most important period of his childhood, Kaneo Tsuyuri had always felt inferior. He liked Mitsuri, but he always felt unworthy of the dazzling girl who walked with the sun. So he worked hard to become stronger, wanting to be someone who could stand by her side. He wanted to express his love in the best possible way. Even if he was rejected, it would be fine. But now he had no chance to voice that wish. Inosuke, stunned, stepped forward, dropping his Nichiren blade to the ground. He knelt beside Kaneo, tears suddenly overflowing from his eyes. My lord, I'm sorry. Why was he so selfish? Why did he continue to linger in this world? Chapter 81. Buried feelings. Kaneo Tsuyuri was knocked off the battlefield by Musen, and the only swordsman left facing Musen Kibutsuji was Inosuke. But even in the face of the Demon King, Inosuke did not back down. No one could connect him to the trembling figure he had shown moments ago, governed by fear and instinct. Musen Kibutsuji brutally broke Kaneo Tsuyuri's Nichiren blade and used a bone whip to support himself as he stood back up. This time, his aura was so terrifying that it left even the mentally prepared Inosuke frozen. The attack came suddenly, and Inosuk hurriedly blocked it just before the bone whip struck his face, narrowly avoiding a fatal outcome. However, his backward jump took too long, and Muzan Kibutsuji's swift attack was more than enough to kill him with a second strike. Inosuk's mind raced as he saw Muzan Kibutsuji attack his landing spot in advance. Feeling a moment of despair, he was angry at his own recklessness. The moment Inosuk's toes touched the ground, a gigantic tentacle burst from the ground, ensnaring his body and rendering him immobile while inflicting excruciating pain. The pressure on his body caused Inosuk to spit out a mouthful of blood, but he did not despair. He was still searching for a chance to escape. At the critical moment of life and death, golden and fiery red sword lights shot forth. Muzan Kibutsuji never expected that a rogue demon would appear at such a crucial juncture. Having truly become a demon, Tanjiro Kamado's body had successfully returned to its optimal state, presenting Muzan with a formidable enemy. However, Muzan was mistaken. Tanjiro Kamado had not escaped his control. He simply needed to pass through the obstacles posed by Mitsuri's spiritual energy, and after a few attempts, he could command Tanjiro to turn against the Demon Slayer Corps. But he was too arrogant and had a shallow understanding in this regard. Moreover, demons like Tamayo and Nezuko, who had escaped his control, led him to a preconceived, erroneous belief. The fiery red sword light surged towards Muzan Kibutsuji, while the golden sword light severed the tentacles and rescued Inosuk. Hang in there, Inosuk! Zenitsu Agatsuma sprinted while carrying Inosuk, moving so fast that he became a fleeting golden shadow on the battlefield. Inosuk, I'm fine, just a bit scared. Inosuk's voice was weak and intermittent. You've already coughed up blood. Stop being stubborn. If you die, I won't cry. Absolutely won't cry. Zenitsu, is it your spit that got my clothes wet? So uncomfortable. Idiot. Don't talk. And that's your blood. I'm not crying because of you. Tears streamed down Zenitsu's face, but he didn't deny it. He truly wasn't crying for Inosuk, because he firmly believed Inosuk would survive. So the one he cried for was Kaneo Siri. With such big wounds, even a god wouldn't survive, woo-woo. If it weren't for the advice of Sanemi Shinazugawa, Zenitsu felt he would have chosen to fight to the death. But he had come to understand that without reaching peak power, confronting Muzan Kibutsuji would only mean death. Why not use his exceptional speed to save people on the battlefield and make a useful contribution? Every life saved mattered. No one is allowed to die. Right now, no one could intervene in the deadly battle between Muzan Kibutsuji and Tanjiro Kamado. Although Tanjiro's strength was not as formidable as the Hashira, he possessed Hashira-level strength. And combined with the remarkable recovery speed of his demonic body, it seemed he could hold on alone for the remaining 10 minutes. Inosuk held Kaneo Tsuyuri in his arms, lowering his head to press against Kaneo's cheek, earnestly tracing the outline of Kaneo's face. One of Kaneo's eyes was lifeless, and the other was blurry, so he could only see his master in this way, carrying Kaneo as he walked towards the heavily injured Demon Slayer Corps. Inosuk vaguely saw many people crying and making way for him. Why was no one blaming him for his failure? He was not a qualified retainer. He had no right to serve his lord. The voice of self-reproach echoed in his mind over and over again. Inosuk was already mentally strained to support his body, and now that his mental world was collapsing, his body began to cry out in pain. Inosuk saw Mitsuri running towards him, but something was off. Mitsuri's clothes were white. This person was Kaneo's half-demon master. Realizing that his master and the half-demon master seemed to be partners, Inosuk stiffly raised his arm, wanting to hand his master over to his wife. But as soon as he raised his arm, his legs seemed to lose all strength, and he collapsed to his knees. Inosuk gasped in pain, only then realizing how much his body had reached its limits. Mitsuri was taken aback, her lips trembling, unable to say anything. As she knelt on the ground, her gaze fixed tightly on Kaneo. Her complexion was poor, likely due to hearing the bad news right after waking. Inosuk barely opened his eyes, raising his gaze through a misty vision to see his half-demon. Mitsuri, Inosuk called out in a daze, and his eyes widened sharply upon seeing the blade following Mitsuri. Should I ask? Should I help them passively? Kono. Kanroji Mitsuri lost her voice, and her sorrow was completely wrapped in a breath that called out for Iguro. As Kanroji Mitsuri's choked cries filled the air, Iguro Abanai trembled his fingers, as if he still had a bit of strength left to respond. But his body had reached its limit. Even if he wanted to wipe away the tears of his beloved, he was powerless to do so. Tenjin Maru seemed to understand Iguro Abanai's heart. It stretched out half of its body, flicking its tongue as it rested its head on Kanroji's hand. This could be considered a silent comfort. Mikann stood silently to one side, the coldness etched on his face completely contrasting with his usual self. If it lasted a moment longer, perhaps someone would notice that as twin blades, Inemiru and Mikann shared a deep emotional connection. But in this aspect, they were in a state of ebb and flow. If one blade's emotions fluctuated violently, then the other was destined to remain unperturbed. TheAmnesiac quietly stayed beside Mikann, tightly clutching not only his sword but also a keepsake left by his brother. Kobain still felt a hint of confusion. He was puzzled by Inemiru's way of addressing him, as he still couldn't remember who Inemiru really was. Time passed slowly, and as Kobain tugged at the corners of his mouth, he realized the bandages had long disappeared. He guessed that the bandages must have fallen off when his face was scratched. He felt no pain when moving his mouth, and thought that the time left for him was truly limited. He was grateful to Inemiru for allowing him to see Mitsuri one last time in his final moments. The light in Kobain's eyes flickered until he closed them, ultimately not expressing the feelings that resided deep within him. Chapter 82. Confessions of the Heart. Kanroji Mitsuri looked in disbelief at Kobain, who had closed his eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks like beads that had broken free from a string, soaking her chest. Her eyes trembled, and for a moment, Kanroji Mitsuri forgot that she was on a battlefield. In a fleeting instant, she imagined Kobain walking towards her under a cherry blossom tree. He wore a simple yukata, his face unwrapped in bandages, looking like an ordinary boy from a normal family, reaching out to her. That feeling of longing was indeed what it meant to have a crush. Her body screamed in exhaustion, feeling as if she would lose consciousness again in the next second. But Kanroji Mitsuri stubbornly raised her hand, wanting to touch Kobain. Due to her weakened state, had it not been for nudging her hand with his head, Kanroji Mitsuri probably wouldn't have even been able to grasp the fingers of the person she cherished. Feeling the cool touch of his fingertips, Kanroji Mitsuri sobbed. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I'm so useless. If I could help, san." Every word from Kanroji Mitsuri was uttered with her utmost effort. She cried without regard for her appearance, her beautiful face marked by trails of tears. "I'm sorry." Everyone could see that Kanroji Mitsuri could no longer speak, and many others were also left speechless in tears. They wanted to comfort Mitsuri, to tell her the gratitude they had long wanted to express. But when they opened their mouths, only sobs and uncontrollable cries escaped. "You did well. You haven't wronged anyone. There's no need to apologize." Kobain earnestly responded to every word Kanroji said, even as his consciousness became muddled and he no longer felt awake. He still made an effort to discern the meaning of each word. Kobain could feel Mitsuri touching him, and at that moment his heart soared with joy. But that clear emotion lasted only a brief moment, as his awareness was suddenly pulled away by the icy sensation creeping up from his tailbone. It felt as though he had fallen into the cold depths of a lake, drifting in and out of consciousness, his body growing colder and breathing becoming increasingly difficult. This sensation was like drowning, painful yet tranquil. Gradually, could no longer perceive temperature, but he could still hear sounds. Was it true that the last sense to fade away in death was hearing? Kobain thought randomly, wanting to muster the energy to listen to Kanroji's voice a little longer, but his thoughts were chaotic and unmanageable, and he felt so tired and sleepy, wanting nothing more than to take a good rest. Kanroji Mitsuri cried, even louder. Perhaps the 2 seconds of steadying her breath had given her a bit of strength back. She held both of Kobain's hands tightly, arching her back and pressing her forehead against the back of his hand. "San, please, don't die. Don't leave me all alone. I haven't confessed yet. I haven't told you my feelings." Kanroji Mitsuri choked on her words, her voice small, until it was just a strained whisper conveying her message. Kobain's consciousness suddenly cleared for a moment. He wanted to tell Mitsuri about the affection he had hidden deep in his heart, to tell her that she was truly an amazing girl. He wanted to thank her for bursting into his life like the sun and making him a useful person. Kobain really wanted to respond to Kanroji Mitsuri, but he couldn't move, and even his final sense became blurred. Before his consciousness completely dissipated, Kobain desperately shouted in his heart, trying hard to move. Finally, as Kobain's heartbeat stopped, his fingers trembled slightly, responding to Kanroji Mitsuri. "I was already very happy, so please don't cry for me anymore." Realizing that tiny response, Kanroji Mitsuri felt a surge of joy. When she abruptly raised her head, she felt lightheaded from lack of oxygen. But when she waved away the darkness and looked at Kobain with eyes filled with joy, she only saw him with a faint smile, as if peacefully asleep. Ugh. Kanroji Mitsuri buried her head entirely in Ihei Kobane's chest, striving to embrace him, trembling as she adjusted her emotions to stop crying. She knew from the moment she saw Ihei-san that there weren't enough medical supplies on the battlefield, and even if there were, those terrible injuries couldn't be saved. She felt so sad, so heartbroken, as if her heart would shatter. In 1 minute later, she wouldn't hide in the back anymore. Wouldn't gasped for breath under everyone's protection. Ihei Kobane remembered when they first met. It was Kanroji, the successor, who said she was lost. And thanks to his help, she found her way. But at that moment, he wanted to tell Kanroji that it wasn't he who helped her. Quite the opposite. Because he had met Kanroji Mitsuri that day, his terribly flawed life was saved. You find joy in the little things, and your laughter sounds as clear and pleasant as silver bells. Even though he had suffered a lot before becoming Hashira, his smile was always sweet, radiating kindness and gentleness unconsciously, redeeming many people without even trying. Talking with you makes me so happy. I feel like an ordinary young man. And that makes me very happy. Ihei Kobane thought he already had enough. In a life that began in hell, reaching this conclusion was a happiness that many would envy. He was fortunate to be able to express his feelings to the girl he cherished at the end of his life, even if he only responded in his heart. So what? The girl he liked also liked him back. That was already the happiest thing in the world. Being liked by such a wonderful, exceptional girl made him genuinely feel happy. Your tenderness and kindness have saved many hearts and pulled me from that muddy, swamp-like life into the sunlight. You've saved many people, so be a little proud. No one has any complaints about you. You are truly remarkable. If there's a next life, if I could be born again, and if you'd still choose me, please give me the chance to protect you. It will definitely make you happy. Ihei Kobane looked at his memories like an outsider, but even in death, his attention remained on the girl who illuminated his life. Repeatedly reading the fragments of Kanroji in his life, Ihei Kobane suddenly recalled who Inemaru really was. It was during a chance encounter with Kanroji when they had tea together. The girl, like cherry blossoms, held a rice cake and smiled brightly as she told him the reason behind the naming of his sword. And Inemaru was the sword he had named by coincidence to cover the blush on his face as his heart raced. Chapter 83. Hagi and Tetsuzan. The moment the contract broke, Inemaru felt as if he had gained a human heart, but that heart was struggling violently at that moment. It felt like he was dying. It was painful and suffocating. Almost instinctively, Inemaru lowered his eyes, searching for Mikann's figure, seeking his last solace. The moment their gazes met, Inemaru suddenly felt at ease. Aji, we will always be together. Inemaru chuckled lightly, and the blood on his face did not mar his beauty. Hearing Inemaru's pronunciation clearly, Kizavu nervously tightened his grip on his brother's sword guard. Mikann gently nodded, briefly diverting his attention to Inemaru before leaving his final emotional fluctuation for his lord. They had been waiting for this moment since their birth, and he did not oppose Inemaru's decision. However, his eyes belonged to Inemaru, and this might be the last time he depicted his lord's appearance. Inemaru initially thought he would seek his half's true name from his half, thus passively assisting those sword-wielding spirits. But at the moment of realization, he recalled his half's name. Their souls intertwined. It made no sense for his half to remember his name while he did not remember his half's. It was merely the fear of losing something upon recollection. Inemaru lowered his gaze to a black cabin, and his blurred vision gradually became clear. This was the result of mobilizing his sword skills, as the power within him automatically drew the boundary between his soul and his half's. Upon seeing Black Cabin's face clearly, Inemaru let out a long sigh, looking up and past Mikann's figure, directly gazing at his Amaru. Chewing on his half's name, Inemaru briefly recalled the memory of the initial naming. That name was the sword name bestowed by his half's lord's affection, while his own name came from the grace of his half's master. But like his half, they were both deities born from their master's expectations and affection. Inemaru hazily remembered that he had actually had a memory of the current scene long ago. As for the premonition, it was merely a lingering impression after experiencing it once. But this time, he wanted Mikann to stay. Hagi and Tetsukin. Hagi and Tetsukin, named by its only user, Kanroji Mitsuri, and crowned with the name of its forger, Tetsukin. Mikann's name is Hagi and Tetsukin. Inemaru repeated this name, and his gem-like, brilliant eyes lost their former chill, now flowing with a sweetness like syrup. He disliked those sword spirits who subtly pressed him, using various excuses to possess his half, but he had to admit that they took good care of Mikann. His Amaru was astonished. especially feeling the suddenly tightened connection with his master, knowing that Inemiru was speaking the truth. Special skill, rebound, without continuing to struggle to remain in the world. Inemiru seized the time to unleash his sword skill, for if he exceeded a certain time, even with Mikann's help, it would be too late. Under the effect of the sword skill, Iblak-Cabin's body visibly grew and healed, while Inemiru, in contrast, appeared to worsen with each blink. The wounds on his arms, and the blood holes in his chest and abdomen, made everyone gasp when they noticed Inemiru's clothes soaked in blood. In a hurry, they brought Yashiro, and the swordsman who wanted to struggle to save the serpent pillar was left frozen in place. Kanroji Mitsuri stared blankly at this scene, suddenly recalling something as she looked at Mikann. She saw that Mikann's expression was calm, so calm that it seemed as if nothing had happened in his eyes. Aside from Mikann, everyone was shocked by this miraculous scene. They dared not make a sound. Even their breathing became cautious, fearing to disturb the two enveloped in soft light. As Iblak-Cabin's flesh grew back and his chest began to rise and fall, Inemiru's clothing around his chest and abdomen was completely stained red. Yashiro, before joy could arrive, the swordsman noticed something was wrong with Inemiru. They hurriedly pushed Yashiro, the only one with medical supplies, forward, hoping that rounding up would mean their savior Inemiru would not be in trouble. Kanroji Mitsuri held Iblak-Cabin, who had been forcefully placed in her arms by Inemiru, her worried gaze constantly wandering between Inemiru and Mikann. The joy of regaining what was lost was wonderful, but she did not want that kind of outcome to accompany another sacrifice. Just as Yashiro reached for Inemiru's hand, he saw this spirit, resembling a red plum in the snow, transform into light with a smile. Then, like a dandelion scattered by a fierce wind, it naturally vanished without a trace. Yashiro was taken aback, instinctively looking up at Mikann, and out of a subtle intuition, he always thought the two were a pair. But seeing the symptoms spreading to his cheeks like a curse, reminiscent of a former master of the Demon Slayer Corps, he dismissed those thoughts and hurried to check on Mikann's condition. The initial fear of Mikann had completely vanished. Someone wanted to offer comfort, but amidst the flurry of activity, some futile, soothing words were swallowed back. The original spirit's sword dissolution was actually as calm as splitting a spirit. Inemiru's departure was quiet as if he had never existed. Especially Mikann's demeanor, which was so calm that it felt cold-blooded. But everyone tacitly agreed that it was profound sorrow, so they could not react. They now had a deep filter regarding Mikann, as well as the departed Tsukikage, Mitsuhide, and Inemiru. Hizameru did not quite understand the look Inemiru had given him at the end. Being stared at by that gaze made him inexplicably uncomfortable. It felt as if obtaining the name of the master was a result of his benevolence. Feeling provoked, he was indeed a restless fellow. Hizameru suppressed the gaze and smile he had mimicked from his elder brother, expressionlessly watching the place wherein Inemiru had last disappeared, exuding a chilling aura. With Hizameru's presence, not many people surrounded Mikann. In fact, aside from Yashiro and the two pillars, other swordsmen quietly retreated to a safe distance under Hizameru's aura. It was clearly poisoning. After checking Mikann's eyes with a small flashlight, Yashiro fell silent upon taking out a syringe. He could not find Mikann's veins. Shoving the syringe back into his bag, Yashiro maintained a composed face, feeling somewhat disheartened. Your body is special. You need to come to the clinic with me later. Okay. Mikann obediently agreed without any objections. After all, if there was a chance for recovery, he still wanted to recover. After observing that Mikann had no other discomfort, Yashiro cursed internally and turned around to re-examine Iguro Abanai. The pulse was steady, and he should wake up soon. However, although the injuries had healed, the symptoms of exhaustion and hypoxia had not disappeared, so when he woke up, he should not be allowed to sit up immediately. All right, Kanroji Mitsuri replied with full energy, tightening her grip on Iguro Abanai. You also have significant symptoms of exhaustion and hypoxia, so don't move around too much, Yashiro said with a fierce expression. Yes. Wow. So scary QAQ. Stealing a glance at Mikann, Kanroji Mitsuri hesitated to say more. Chapter 84, Fire, Thunder God. Mikann rubbed his eyes and, upon sensing that comfortable and pleasant gaze, lowered his hands and smiled brightly in the direction from which the gaze came. It was a bright smile that caught people's attention, like a cherry blossom about to bloom, but only for itself. Kanroji Mitsuri was taken aback by this smile, not even noticing when Cabin in her arms stirred and woke up. It turned out that there really were deities in the world. It turned out that there were indeed divine beings born for oneself. Ihe Cabin was Kanroji Mitsuri's answer to youth and pursuit, while Hagi and Tetsuzan were witnesses and redemption on her path of growth. For Kanroji Mitsuri, witnessing and redemption were not Mikann in the past, but now they were not just Hagi and Tetsuzan. Please rest a little longer, Mikann said with concern, his demeanor very natural, showing no reaction typical of someone who had lost a beloved or a friend. It was as if the loss of Ine Maru was merely a trivial matter to him. Some wanted to question Mikann's coldness, but they couldn't help but ponder what qualifications they had or what position they stood in to question him. "Master, aren't you sad?" Hizameru asked, voicing what everyone present wanted to know, even though it felt like a low blow. Hizameru simply couldn't understand why, after they had done so much. Their lord remained so cold, why all emotions were reserved only for his princess. At this moment, even Ine Maru had lost the lord's affection, even just a little, even if it was a pretense. Why couldn't he show them a semblance of genuine emotion? Countless gazes falling upon him did not make Mikann feel any discomfort, because he had no reason to care about these things. Saving them was merely to create a good image for himself in front of the princess. Why be sad? Mikann's voice was crisp and confused, clearly devoid of any cold or negative feelings, yet it sent a chill down people's spines. In this world, such seemingly ignorant observation was the most deadly indifference. "This is my duty." Hizameru felt as if his heart had dropped into an ice cave. He thought Mikann was deceiving him. Clearly, at that time, in the same direction as now, their lord had followed without hesitation. Even when they begged humbly, their lord did not spare them a glance. Cold, like a sleeve pulled away, he left them without attachment, abandoning them. Hizameru's last hope in Mikann completely vanished. He thought perhaps Mikazuki Munakika was right. They couldn't obtain their lord's true feelings, but they could use other means to keep their lord, or make their lord remember the ones who had passed. Hizameru gathered Hijikarai's belongings, turned to Mikann for permission, and left decisively, causing a stir of shock. But in fact, it was all just a misunderstanding. The emotions between Ine Maru and Mikann rose and fell. Because of the extra step taken by Mikazuki Munakika, Ine Maru had the chance to develop feelings. So at the moment of departure, the emotional fluctuations in Ine Maru fell towards Mikann, and his lord replaced all of Mikann's attachments to the sword spirits, although he felt a bit unwilling to have his position simply replaced. Wakizashi Zenitsu turned back, hiding in a safe place to observe the battle between Kibutsuji Muzan and Kamado Tanjiro, his feelings shifting from urgent worry to shock. Because even if he couldn't defeat Kibutsuji Muzan, the demonized Kamado Tanjiro was clinging tightly to Kibutsuji Muzan, recovering from injuries faster. Kibutsuji Muzan lost control after Tanjiro was demonized and became furious at being hindered by his own actions, but he couldn't help it. Demonized Tanjiro was like an adhesive plaster. Clearly, he had calculated everything, and Tanjiro would never escape his control. Cursing Tamayo for the 10,000th and 8th time in his heart, Kibutsuji Muzan exploded with rage, slicing Tanjiro into pieces and pinning him to the ground with several bone whips for control. But he knew this was not a long-term solution. He had to escape before this guy got back up and pieced himself together. The horizon was already beginning to brighten. Dawn was approaching, and the sun was rising quickly. He had to leave before then. Controlling Kamado Tanjiro, Kibutsuji Muzan began to manipulate his body to expand, preparing to use his final trump card, a move that had allowed him to escape death at the hands of Kaneo Tsuyuri. As Kibutsuji Muzan's body visibly expanded, the hidden Zenitsu began to cry. But he also had a countermeasure. This strike would cost him everything. Thunder-breathing, 7th form, Fire, Thunder God. A golden dragon soared into the sky as Zenitsu appeared like lightning, resembling a divine punishment descending from the heavens. This was Zenitsu's original secret technique, his strongest strike that bet everything on his physical limits. Zenitsu's blade struck Kibutsuji Muzan, and in an instant, blood splattered from the upper half of Kibutsuji Muzan's body, severing all the bone whips that had grown from him. Seizing the brief moment of safety, Zenitsu forced a transformation, rapidly gathering Tanjiro's body together with 6 flashes. Tanjiro's recovery speed was fast, nearly matching Kibutsuji Muzan's, but similarly, his consumption was immense. Since becoming a demon, Tanjiro had not replenished any energy, relying solely on his remaining sanity to fight Kibutsuji Muzan. This was also why he wielded the Nichiren blade while fighting like a beast with his hands and feet. Suddenly blocking Tanjiro's mouth with the hilt of his sword, Zenitsu trembled with effort, but he had little stamina left. If Tanjiro didn't regain his sanity soon, Zenitsu would likely be the first to die at Tanjiro's hands. Idiot! Wake up quickly! Zenitsu cried, wailing, finally drawing attention. It was the fist of Kibutsuji Muzan himself. Realizing he couldn't explode his way to freedom, Kibutsuji Muzan's sanity completely shattered. He now disregarded all strategy and began to attack indiscriminately. Zenitsu, on guard against Tanjiro's bites, didn't even have time to react to Muzan's attack. Is there anyone to save him? Zenitsu stared in horror at the approaching fist, his hand, numbed by Tanjiro's impact. Weakened from the fear of death. Water breathing, first form, water surface, / Tomioka rushed to the rescue. As a senior, he had been letting Tanjiro fight and had been quite negligent. Leave it to me. Zenitsu wanted to hand it over, but he had no strength left. Inosuke, you bastard. Wake up and save me. Chapter 85. The Strongest Support. Without Inosuke, Suke's left text gripped Tanjiro's neck and lifted the demon away. Looking down at Zenitsu with a smile. Zenitsu-kun, didn't you say you value your life? Hearing Suke's light-hearted question, Zenitsu cried out, hugging his legs, Brother Suke, I thought I was going to die. Zo-san left text helplessly patted my wife Zenitsu's head, realizing that he really had no way to deal with this child who took his words literally. All right, let's take a break for a while. The Hashira who have regained their strength are here, and Muzan Kibutsuji can't escape. Zenitsu cried, Zo-san, I don't have any strength left. Zo-san left text side, suddenly feeling that Zenitsu was somewhat like Taiko left text, and he found it a bit hard to handle. With one hand gripping the struggling Tanjiro Kamado and the other holding Zenitsu, Zo-san left text strangely distanced himself from the battlefield where the Hashira were beating up Muzan. Now, Muzan Kibutsuji was at his weakest, while the Hashira were at their strongest. Zo-san left text looked down at his cracked hand, calculating the limits of Mikann in his heart. Even that pure and rich spiritual power would eventually run out with such extensive and continuous use. He glanced at Zenitsu, who was exhausted and hanging from his hand, and felt a sense of melancholy, casting a lingering gaze at Tanjiro Kamado. The starving, demonized Tanjiro wore, reaching out to continuously claw at the hand of the katana's spirit, trying to break free. He had taken a bite already, and not only was it not tasty, but also hurt his teeth. He thought even dirt was better than this person. Isn't the whetstones taste bad? Why not take a few more bites? Zo-san left text said with a hint of sarcasm, then turned to see Yagen Toshiro and felt a bit surprised. If the whetstone tasted good, the previous master of the June sword would not have gone through so much trouble to modify the sword warriors. That person concealed it well in front of Kagemitsu Kuniyuki, keeping his most beautiful side for the katana spirit. But who would have thought that it was a demon? The modification of the sword was merely to satisfy personal desires, to fulfill that craving for human flesh. Loving Kagemitsu Kuniyuki was true love, and being greedy for the bodies of sword warriors was also true greed. Literally greedy. Uninterested in listening to Yagen Toshiro's ramblings, Zo-san left text directly released his grip on Tanjiro Kamado, sending the demonized Tanjiro flying a few meters. Without restraints, within dozens of meters, Zenitsu was the only human left, and the starving Tanjiro charged headfirst at Zo-san left text again. Yagen Toshiro intercepted with his main body sword, easily restraining the starving Tanjiro who wanted to cry. Gather over by Nimaru, and, as the reverse historical spirit, you cannot be absent. He pointed in a direction for Zo-san left text, and then began to drag the Tanjiro who had bit him and looked pitiful in the opposite direction. Watching Yagen Toshiro, who was written all over with motherly traits, Zo-san left text chuckled twice, placed the exhausted Zenitsu in a corner, and stepped towards the periphery. Apart from the few frantically fighting funeral swords, the other sword warriors who had known the plan from the beginning gradually gathered together. Of course, getting those funeral swords to regain their memories was also part of Mikazuki Munakika's plan, because sacrifice was indispensable, and they needed to preserve their main combat strength. Mikann faintly sensed that he could not use the breathing technique, so he simply focused on assisting by making talismans that could help. The materials for making the talismans were brought by the current flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, and the other Hashira. For example, the acceleration talisman is not the kind sold by the political shop, such as acceleration talisman, extreme and acceleration talisman, special, which directly shorten time, but rather one that acts on the human body to increase speed. Another example is the calming talisman, which suppresses toxins. There is also a recovery talisman, which literally means recovery, but is primarily used to restore stamina. The drawing methods for the above talismans were all taught to Mikann by Tujuru Kanemitsu, who held Mikann's hand and guided him stroke by stroke. Each person has a Hekize blade, and some Hashira have mastered the ability to perceive the world, such as Iguro Abanai, Shurtu Jur, and Kanroji Mitsuri. However, Kanroji Mitsuri, having lost a leg, was now only able to assist by applying recovery talismans. The only Hashira not present in battle were the deceased flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku, insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho, and the severely injured wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa and mist Hashira Machiro Takedo, who could not recover even with talismans or injections. 15 minutes ago, stepping out from the shadows was a small white-haired child radiating a chilling aura, startling the Thunder Hashira, Rengoku, and the other two who were guarding their lord into drawing their swords. They could tell that the child in front of them was not a demon, but was definitely not human either. Those red eyes were terrifying, appearing even more eerie in the dim light before dawn. It was as if it were some kind of monster that only existed in a certain book. Amain Ubuyashiki, having the bloodline of a priest, naturally had a greater affinity for deities than ordinary people, even for fallen ones. Gohoma quietly took 2 steps back, standing silently under the eaves, allowing the light from inside to illuminate his figure. Amain Ubuyashiki opened the paper door and respectfully knelt before the childlike short-blade spirit, softly inquiring about Gohoma's intentions. "Excuse me, do you have any orders?" Ignoring the 3 Hashira still holding their cold weapons, Gohoma nodded and listed the items he needed in one breath: rice paper, brush, ink, and inkstone. After carefully noting down what Gohoma needed, Amain Ubuyashiki calculated and found that she had all those items at hand. "Please wait a moment." Due to Amain Ubuyashiki's attitude, the 3 Hashira, although still vigilant, softened their stance, maintaining a neutral position that separated Gohoma in the courtyard from Amain Ubuyashiki inside. Gohoma was indifferent to their views and attitudes, simply standing quietly in the courtyard, playing with the small bird in his hand. It was a chuduru he had picked up on the way, because it was very fast. It had not died like most of the crows in Muzin's explosive attack. Amain Ubuyashiki prepared the items quickly, and within just a couple of minutes, she had them packed and handed over to Gohoma for safety considerations, with the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, firmly passing them along. After taking the items, Gohoma nodded in acknowledgement to Amain Ubuyashiki. Before leaving, he handed the injured chuduru to Kanjuro Sakujiro. The small bird also recognized the returning Thunder Hashira and chirped as it jumped into Kanjuro Sakujiro's hand. "Thank you," Kanjuro Sakujiro said to Gohoma, not underestimating him simply because he appeared to be a child, and neither did the others. Led by Amain Ubuyashiki, the Ubuyashiki family respectfully bowed to Gohoma's departing figure until he was out of sight. However, in reality, the short-blade spirit's figure disappearing was merely a momentary blink. Chapter 86. Serpent's love mixed doubles. Mikann wielded her brush based on her instincts, and although she managed to create talismans, at least 1/3 of the spiritual energy she infused was wasted. Coupled with the need to support the spirit energy consumption of the sword-wielding boys, Mikann felt a bit strained, and the effectiveness of the talismans was diminishing in a decreasing manner. An inexplicable anxiety filled her heart, and Mikann unconsciously reached out to touch the eyeball that had lost its function. The stimulation perceived by her eyes made Mikann's eyes sting, and she couldn't help but water up. She quickly retracted her hand, feeling helpless as she held the brush, unsure if the talismans beside her had been damaged. She felt that a large blot of ink had inadvertently splashed out just a moment ago. Her fingers carefully explored, and suddenly losing the most relied upon, I made Mikann feel an indescribable discomfort. If Inamaru were here, he could solve this problem by sharing his vision. She shouldn't have thought of him. Mikann's mood returned to calm as he adjusted the talismans he deemed still effective, preparing to continue adding incantations. However, due to his inability to see, he needed some time to determine where to write. "General, please allow me to assist you in creating the talismans." Yagen Tushuru appeared in an instant, but was immediately blocked a few steps away by Maiming Yuyuki. Upon hearing Yagen Tushuru's address to Mikann, Maiming Yuyuki paused, showing no signs of relaxing his guard. He would not allow anyone to approach Mikann until Mikann admitted it himself. Having lost a leg, his injuries were merely bandaged, and the prosthetic supporting his independent movement was just a few makeshift wooden sticks. His strength had greatly diminished, yet he still possessed the most basic protective abilities. It was said that the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps could indeed be terrifying at times. Yagen Tushuru's scrutiny was fleeting. His gaze swept past, maiming Yuyuki, and landed on Mikann. "General, come here." Mikann's stiff words directly interrupted Yearns Tushuru, and at the same time, Maiming Yuki relaxed his vigilance against Yearns Tushuru. Lowering his weapon, Maiming Yuki spoke, "I apologize, it's my duty." "I understand, please don't mind." Yearns Tushuru nodded to Maiming Yuki and lightly approached Mikann's side. Observing the somewhat distorted characters, Yearns Tushuru pondered for a moment and whispered, "I apologize." Feeling Yearns Tushuru's natural proximity, Mikann stiffened for a moment but relaxed a few seconds later. He knew this was to facilitate his assistance in creating the talismans. When Yearns had taught him to draw talismans before, it had also been at this distance. Mikann has tried various talismans that can share vision. But it seems that because he has been continuously burning his spiritual power, the talismans cannot stick to him at all. Except for the talismans he made himself. Any talisman touched by Mikann would be engulfed by the ghostly blue flames. Placing his hand over Mikann's hand, Yearns Tushuru guided Mikann in drawing talismans. With Yearns Tushuru's help, Mikann's efficiency in making talismans doubled. The talismans produced, although not as shocking as the initial ones, still had considerable effectiveness. Facing the onslaught of the Hashira, Mikann Kibutsuji cursed Tsujikuni Yurichi with every vulgar term he had learned over the centuries, feeling that it was all that woman's fault for causing him to fall to this state. Once again witnessing the flame Hashira sticking several talismans onto his slowing body, Mikann was nearly furious, wanting to roar and ask this group of dishonorable fighters when they would be done. His battle against this group of Hashira was a real depletion of resources, while they were stacking buffs and occasionally had an owl drop a health-restoring talisman. Mikann Kibutsuji cursed and exited the communication channel, especially Iguro Abanai and Kanroji Mitsuri, who entered the fray in perfect health and even stacked buffs from their patterns and Hekiku. With only Mikann's recovery talisman unable to keep up with their health, although they still found it somewhat challenging to deal with Mikann. They adapted to the rhythm of the battle as Mikann was continuously weakened by the medicine. The cooperation of the snake and love Hashira caught Mikann off guard, occasionally forcing him to consume the dog food of their love. The two even created a new combination of snake breath and love breath, gradually gaining the upper hand against Mikann. However, Tomioka Ju, who had been covering from the periphery due to his injuries, was the one who could see the situation most clearly. The strength of the snake and love Hashira was impressive, but it was impossible for them to suppress Mikann as they were doing now. It felt too out of place. "Don't zone out on the battlefield." Taketu Muichiro gasped as he blocked Mikann's occasional nasty surprise attacks, brushing past the water Hashira to exit the battlefield. Due to his injuries, the accumulated toxins erupted. Even with an incredible support, they couldn't withstand a war of attrition against the Demon King. Those with thin health bars couldn't compare to those with thick health bars that had self-restoration. Rengoku Kyuduru keenly noticed the anomaly over here. Staying close to the edge of Mikann's attack range, he dashed towards Taketu Muichiro with a talisman. A striking red flame surged from behind, and because the attack range was insufficient to catch the owl, Mikann was infuriated. The support from the Hashira was several times faster than that of ordinary swordsmen. The toxins were temporarily suppressed, and Taketu Muichiro's complexion improved significantly. In a moment of respite, Taketu Muichiro couldn't help but ask, "Is Mikann doing okay?" Thinking of Mikann's face, which bore a striking resemblance to the master, Taketu Muichiro felt a wave of worry. Seeing Taketu Muichiro's wrinkled face, Rengoku Kyuduru patted his shoulder and said honestly, "His vision is affected, but there's a boy in military uniform helping, so the talisman making is not impacted." Taketu Muichiro pouted. He only wanted to hear news about Mikann. Rengoku Kyuduru stroked his chin and tentatively said, "I hope you all can be safe." Taketu Muichiro's eyes brightened, and the color of the patterns swirling on his face seemed to deepen, perhaps a trick of Rengoku Kyuduru's imagination. Feeling he had seen through something, Rengoku Kyuduru fell silent for a moment before returning, exclaiming, "You've reached this age." Taketu Muichiro. Confused, Taketu Muichiro confirmed his physical condition before picking up the Nichiren blade, excitedly dashing towards Mikann Kibutsuji. He would take care not to die on the battlefield and would seek justice from Mikann for his younger brother, Kanada. Kanada, who was already a bit slow-witted, would become even duller if he woke up after being knocked out, and then how would he find a wife? Sensing a strong killing intent from behind, Mikann Kibutsuji repelled the water Hashira that was interfering with his battle and quickly rolled away to avoid danger. This little brat had no defensive measures at all and was charging straight for his heart. Chapter 87. Living up to the name of Yashikage, Mikann Kibutsuji could no longer endure. This group of Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps was risking their lives while he was still cautious about his own life. Why were they obstructing him when they didn't want to live? Operating the bone whip to stab at Taketu Mwichuru. Mikann suddenly changed his main target just before the whip was about to pierce Taketu. Two newly formed bone whips shot straight through Kanroji Mitsuri's thigh. And the girl with the specially made Nichiren blade was sent flying due to inertia, knocking down the water Hashira, who rushed to rescue her. Tomioka Ju struggled to move his arm. Breathless from the pain both physically and mentally, he barely adjusted his state and inquired about Kanroji Mitsuri's condition. "Are you all right?" Kanroji Mitsuri's face was pale, cold sweat dripping down her forehead from the intense pain. "I'm okay. I can move again once the bleeding stops." Tomioka Ju silently released his hand that was supporting Kanroji Mitsuri, picking up the Nichiren blade that had returned to its normal state and stepping back into the battlefield. Urging her not to rush, Kanroji Mitsuri nodded, focusing on controlling her breathing to stop the bleeding. The bleeding barely ceased, and a large owl suddenly appeared. "Ah, Kyujuru-san." Kanroji Mitsuri was startled, probably due to the extreme tension during the battle with Mikann. Rengoku Kyujuru said nothing, directly placing a recovery talisman on the girl's head. "Ouch." Kanroji Mitsuri winced in pain from Rengoku Kyujuru's strength, her features scrunching together. The more effective recovery talisman turned to ashes the moment it was applied, and Kanroji Mitsuri could genuinely feel her wound healing. Although it wasn't a complete recovery, she could no longer feel the pain. "Thank you, Kyujuru-san." With renewed vitality, Kanroji Mitsuri stood up, a blush on her cheeks, exuding a strong determination to fight. Rengoku Kyujuru stopped her before she moved forward, lowering his voice. "There aren't many talismans left, so be extra careful." Kanroji Mitsuri paused, nodded seriously. "I'll use a code to inform the others." "Thank you." Watching Kanroji Mitsuri enter the battlefield with her magnificent sword skills, Rengoku Kyujuru turned and left without hesitation. He needed to rush to support the outermost rebellion. Where did these high-class spears come from? Yamato no Kami Yasunori spat out a mouthful of blood, shaking his sleeve as the shattered blade fell to the ground in several pieces. "We can't retreat. We have to hold the line." Gokotai took a hit for the blade spirit, directly dropping to an injured state. The master's spiritual power support was running low. Realizing the speed of recovery was slowing down, Yamato no Kami Yasunori looked grave. He stowed away his California Kaimitsu and switched back to his original blade for battle. The broken blade of Inemaru took away part of the master's soul. The situation of lacking spiritual power support was just a bit premature. Gokotai adjusted his grip on the blade, preparing to give up defense and gamble on a critical hit. Yamato no Kami Yasunori's expression changed slightly as he sighed. "It seems we have reached a point of no return." Wahotui did not speak, but instead rushed into the enemy's pile of knives, which exuded a heavy black aura. Like a gust of wind, he reached out to pull off the headband, and Yamato Takeru looked coldly at the headband falling to the ground, casually twirling his main sword. With a smile on his lips, Yamato Takeru charged forward with his blade, the black spiritual power spilling out like ink stains, gradually replacing the blood-stained marks on his clothes. This power, even more bizarre than the enemy's knives, began to solidify and truly materialize, dripping down. Like a contagion, the sword spirit behind Yamato Takeru, the Tachi Futsisagami, crushed the beads tangled around his radius, and the silver tips of his hair began to spread black like ink. His aura was completely in sync with Yamato Takeru's. The method of alleviating pain is faith, and the responsibility of a monk is to exorcise. Is it not included? Sugemaru Kanaji's eyelashes trembled, but he did not open his eyes to look at this tainted world. "Ha ha! Exorcism is also the duty of a little monk." Iwanos appeared in front of Sugemaru Kanaji, swinging his main sword, and the sweeping Naginata instantly knocked several blades away, but his attack was ineffective against the enemy's guns. Encountering something tough, Iwanos frowned slightly, recalling how Mikazuki Munakika taught him to control the power of darkness. Although he had long stored the power of darkness, he had suppressed it so much that he truly did not know what his dark form looked like. Seizing the moment, Iwanos released all the accumulated dark power at once. To be honest, this process was more painful than he had imagined. His rationality was momentarily consumed, and Iwanos felt his mind filled with a buzzing sound, with every inch of his body screaming for slaughter. "Hey, my lord, how do you endure this feeling?" After a brief moment of distraction, Iwanos regained his rationality and flashed an exaggerated smile, charging forward with his main sword. He felt like there were a million crows screaming in his head, and his body was itching and painful as if being eaten away, making him unable to resist the urge to kill or do something else. Sharp nails pierced through his gloves, leaving scratches on the handle of the naginata. Similarly, several deep blood streaks appeared on Iwanos' transformed body. Yet, Iwanos seemed oblivious to the pain, continuously swinging with high damage and raucous laughter. Another string of beads turned to powder. Sujimuru Kaniji, obsessively clean, dodged the dust in the air, unwilling to be outdone by the enemy's shattered blades, his entire blade carrying a calm madness. At this point, the shattered blades should appear, right? Ichigo Ichinos murmured, still maintaining the splendid image of Yashikuni Ichinos, shining like the sun among the crowd. Seeing Ichigo Ichinos heading in the opposite direction, Yashiro paused for a moment, and when the swordsman beside him called out, he struck hard. It hurts. Shut up and run. If something happens, no one will save you. At least there won't be ghosts saving me, right? Shut up. The noise behind him grew fainter, and Ichigo Ichinos pondered for a moment before loosening the hairband that held his hair. The hairband, bound with a sealing incantation, slipped from his hand, and his water-blue, long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Ichigo Ichinos caressed the scabbard inch by inch, his fingers curling tightly around the handle. The beautiful golden eyes that were half-closed lost their gentleness, replaced by a dense coldness. At this moment, facing Ichigo Ichinos, one could feel the sword deity born from blood, the most pure slaughter from its origin. Looking down at those who had lost their reason, the time-reversing army turned into true deities of darkness. Ichigo Ichinos chuckled softly, causing waves of spiritual power to ripple from him as the core. Living up to the name of Yashikuni, the world's first draw your sword. He, like S. Sukuzomoto, was a sword spirit that escaped the course of history. Chapter 86. Piecing together the shattered moon as planned by Mikazuki Munekika. The losses of the sword warriors were kept to a minimum. They were now to prevent the enemy's high flower knives from approaching the Demon King for support. Even if it meant risking their lives, even if the plan failed, it didn't matter. This time, they greedily spent enough time with their lord, long enough that those who changed the past out of greed could also choose to let go. My lord, Mikazuki Munekika murmured, spreading his hand, the palm filled with wounds and flesh exposed. He was calculating, thinking that before reaching a point of no return, he should not choose the worst outcome. His heart belonged to his lord, and he was fond of the one whose name he did not know, whose gaze had never condescended to him. He had never seriously looked at them, even though he treated them very well. Remember the name. Kokitsune lifted a strand of hair to play with. At first glance, he seemed light, but he was actually on the verge of shattering. Wait for the main spirits to take their positions. Nodding to his elder brother from the same sword faction, Mikazuki Munekika adjusted his forehead, his face still noticeably pale. Don't push yourself too hard. The plan 1T in counterchanges. Kokitsune sighed, helplessly reaching out to support Mikazuki Munekika. Their youngest brother from the Sand Sword faction always liked to bear all the hardships alone. If there had been a couple more blades to consume the chaotic spiritual power, his body wouldn't have been pushed to this extent. Glancing down at the armor of Mikazuki Munekika that had turned to powder, Kokitsune subtly withdrew his hand and walked slowly toward the chaotic arena with his main sword. Rest well, he paused, then remembered that aside from him and Mikazuki, the only one left on the sacrifice list was Brother Iwanos. I will ask the spirit of the Zawamoto faction to look after you. Then it will be hard on my brother to make a trip. Mikazuki Munekika sighed, no longer hiding his fatigue after Kokitsune left. It's finally coming to an end. Looking at the rolling white marks in the sky, Mikazuki Munekika coughed a few times, his complexion visibly worsening. The face deserving of the title of the most beautiful blade slowly spread with fissures like a shattered sword, starting from the jawbone, slowly, piece by piece, dissipating. Before dawn arrived, Mikazuki Munekika slowly closed those eyes that had once beheld beautiful scenery, content with the situation. He only wished that on some night in the future, his lord would gaze at the bright moon beneath the night and think of him once. Mikann immediately got up and rushed to the back after handing the last stack of talismans to Hell's Matsushiro. The chaos there was severe, and even the Flame Hashira, being human, faintly sensed the aura of danger. General, Yagin Tushuru stood up in astonishment. This was different from what they had anticipated. Their lord should have been safe at the front lines, unable to sense the danger. Mikann turned to face Yagin Tushuru a few meters away. Under the gaze of the short sword's Shikigami, Mikann took out the butterfly hairpin from her sleeve, which had been crafted by the Butterfly Sisters. Without hesitation, Mikann destroyed the 2 hairpins in front of the short sword's shikigami, despite its uncomfortable expression. The hairpins shattered into several pieces on the ground, resembling butterflies that had failed to emerge from their cocoons, falling to the earth unable to spread their wings. Yearns Tushru suddenly felt a phantom pain in his chest as he watched Mikann's figure recede, losing the strength to stop her. The general noticed. But when did he realize it? The curse hidden within the hairpin. Earlier, the 7-star sword had asked Butterfly Kanai to make the hairpins to leave a spell that obscured Mikann's perception, under the guise of a reasonable excuse to stay by her side. The 2 hairpins caused Yearns Tushru to fall silent for a moment. Recalling the woman who had been rescued back to the Hanmaru by his lord, the princess whose Haori seemed to resemble the patterns of the hairpins. After fiddling with the shattered pieces of the butterfly-patterned hairpin, Yearns Tushru confirmed the source of the disturbance. It was surprising that a mistake could arise from such a small matter. When Mikann returned to the Hanmaru, holding the bloody butterfly Shinobu, Yearns Tushru was indeed startled. But at that moment, he had not sensed anything amiss, his heart only aching for the general's injuries. Gripping the main body of the sword tightly in his hand, Yearns Tushru cast a deep glance at the pillars engaged in combat with Kibutsuji Musen behind him and turned to chase after the direction Mikann had left. Mikann doesn't want to know what this group of sword-wielding gods is up to. He only focuses on his own plan. Before Kibutsuji Musen dies, he has finally gathered the strength, and nothing must go wrong. Even if the swords are to be broken, they should be shattered in a place he can see. Mikann did not notice his own transformation. He stubbornly believed that the sword warriors were merely tools to rewrite the fate of his master. Mikazuki Munakika, with his quiet gaze lowered, seemed out of place in his surroundings. Leaning against the partially collapsed wall, he was silent, like a piece of moonlight that brought a sense of tranquility. Through the sudden surge in connection after losing his hairpin, even if it was not visible, Mikann instantly captured the serene beauty of this battlefield. When he could see, Mikann would not appreciate beauty. When he could not see, he had even fewer concerns. Several stones were kicked away by Mikann's feet, the faint sounds quietly slipping into Mikazuki Munakika's ears. But he was already at the end of his strength and did not have the energy to look up at the source. However, it seemed that a very familiar figure was approaching him. Mikazuki Munakika struggled to raise his gaze, but before his dim vision could capture the figure of the newcomer, a hand suddenly covered his mouth with unrestrained force. His body slammed heavily against the wall behind him, and Mikazuki felt a dull pain at the back of his head. When he realized that the person in front of him was his master, the warm, metallic taste had already filled his mouth. Coughing, Mikazuki's eyes widened in surprise as he struggled to pry Mikann's hand away, and then he saw the short sword spirit that had followed Mikann. The unease of things deviating from the plan seeped into Mikazuki's heart, but before the astonishment could fade, he watched as his slender and frail master shattered the stone wall beside his ear with a single palm, the resulting gust of wind stinging his cheek. Mikazuki fell silent. At that moment, he even wondered if he had a misguided perception of his master's strength. He opened his mouth. Mikann clenched his hand tightly, the veins compressed, blood gushing from the wound. His lord, Mikazuki Munakika, sighed, not waiting for him to smile at Mikann like before. Oblivious to the atmosphere, Mikann impatiently pressed his injured thumb against Mikazuki's lips. Mikazuki felt a slight pain in his lips from bumping against his teeth. Don't die. A sense of helplessness crept into his gaze as he grasped Mikann's wrist, gently sucking at the wound. He lightly pressed on Mikann's radius, gradually easing his strength. Yearns Tushru stood a few steps away with his arms crossed, backlit, watching the 2 blades in an intimate posture under the dim light. In the shadows, the expression of the short sword spirit was unclear. Chapitre 87, Sword de Destruction. Mikann was forcibly pulled back from the process of breaking the sword, the sense of depletion of spiritual power causing him to emit a low pressure. The recovered Mikazuki quietly followed Mikann, not daring to speak. Yearns Tushru exchanged tasks with Kaisen Kanesada, walking towards the front line with a heart full of negative emotions. His lord, Kaisen Kanesada, hesitated to speak, unsure of how to begin. After all, it was the first time he had seen an angry Mikann. Mikann stumbled slightly, and, after being supported by Mikazuki beside him, turned to Kaisen Kanesada, his voice muffled. Ahaha, it seems you're still upset. Mikazuki wore an innocent smile, quietly acting as a pillar for Mikann to lean on. Although it's better for people and swords to be larger, isn't the small master quite cute? The eye sword flipped onto Mikazuki's hand that was holding Mikann's arm, and Kaisen Kanesada adjusted his expression speaking gently. "The severely injured person has been replaced. Please allow me to take you over." Mikann was taken aback. He could sense the positions of the swordsmen, and even if it was just one person, he could find their location. Hearing what Kajusumi Kanesada said, he unconsciously nodded and agreed to Kajusumi Kanesada's proposal. If they couldn't solve the problem with the general, they would have to take the risk of directly confronting the Demon King. Yearns Tushiru looked down from a high place at the battle between Kibutsuji Musen and the Hashira, his tone melancholic. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Perhaps it was better that the general was not here. "Can I help the lord?" Kusetsu Tsurumaki rubbed the beads that Mikann had brought from the shop, calmly watching the battlefield below the high wall. That human, was he dead? There was no way to confirm. Yearns Tushiru glanced at Taketu Mwichuru, who was embedded in the wall and whose fate was unknown, his expression serious. The Demon King's condition had improved. His aura was more than doubled. At least they had to protect the Lord's princess. Kusetsu Tsurumaki murmured, his fingertips continuously rubbing the mouth of the sheath. Does killing really eliminate hatred? Koyuki Tsurumaki grasped Kusetsu Tsurumaki's robe, gently asking his question. Killing? Not necessarily a bad thing. Kusetsu Tsurumaki ruffled his younger brother's hair, reflecting on the historical experiences of the younger brother's vengeance, without using his own theory of peace through non-combat. However, upon regaining his memories and feelings of reverence for the Lord, killing had already become an unavoidable path for him. As long as I'm strong enough, I can pave a completely harmonious path, Kusetsu Tsurumaki said slowly, but the movement of drawing his sword was decisive, the blade reflecting a chilling light. Yearns Tushiru looked at the other positions where the swordsmen were set, waved his hand in the air, and drew a clear cold light. Everyone's here, charge. Following Yearns Tushiru's signal, Aizen Kuni Toshi and Akashi Kuniakai launched their attack from behind Kibutsuji Musen, giving the snake Hashira a chance to evade the attack. By the time they returned, Kibutsuji Musen had completely neutralized the drugs in his body. The hair that had previously resembled that of a 100-year-old woman no longer had a single strand of silver. Kibutsuji Musen had returned to a younger state. He swiftly grabbed the unsuspecting Ju Tomioka, and Aizen Kuni Toshi blocked the attack. But to his surprise, the main sword was broken by Kibutsuji Musen's strike. Aizen Kuni, Akashi Kuniakai reached out to retrieve the short sword's Tsukumagami, but his hand passed straight through Aizen Kuni Toshi's body. Don't get distracted on the battlefield. Kibutsuji Musen had apparently mastered the destruction of Tsukumagami. Aizen Kuni Toshi spoke rapidly, but the broken sword vanished in an instant. As soon as the temple fair ends, it will be so quiet and spacious. Aizen Kuni Toshi, destruction phrase triggered. Huh. Yearns Tushiru glanced at the seemingly on the verge of tears Ju Tomioka and shouted to his colleague at the front. Prioritize protecting Ms. Kanroji. The sun had already peaked over the mountains. It wouldn't take more than 5 minutes to fully rise. Kibutsuji Musen, who had completely regained his strength, would likely prioritize escape. That's how it should be. Mr. Iguro. Kanroji Mitsuri anxiously pushed aside Iguro Abanai, only to be slashed in the arm by Kibutsuji Musen's attack. The wound deep enough to see bone. Blocking Kibutsuji Musen's bone spikes, Yearns Tushiru pulled Kanroji Mitsuri back. Just as they retreated half a step, a tentacle with a mouth full of blood burst from the ground. Just a little more, and Kanroji Mitsuri would have lost her life. Yearns Tushiru gripped the wrist above the severed area, looking somewhat irritated at the main sword that had slipped from his hand. Kibutsuji Musen's target wasn't the human Hashira, but their Tsukumagami. However, he now realized that their core target was Miss Kanroji. As the main sword, along with his hand, was swallowed by another large mouth that emerged from the ground, Yearns Tushiru forcefully pushed Kanroji Mitsuri out. Arm secured. Everything's fine. I actually broke. Yearns Tushiru confirmed the broken sword. Kanroji Mitsuri didn't react in time, but Iguro Abanai quickly stepped in to take the attack for her, only for the Nichiren blade to break. Kibutsuji Musen was now focused on destroying their weapons, gripping the remaining half of the Nichiren blade. Iguro Abanai's expression became heavy as he recalled the Inimaru that revived him. These people should all be Tsukumagami, so their situation was far worse than his. He couldn't let them switch to Nichiren blades to fight. A momentarily feasible thought was quickly dismissed as Iguro Abanai retreated with Kanroji Mitsuri. Cough. The Koyuki Tsurumaki blocking in front of them suddenly coughed up blood, and under Kusetsu Tsurumaki's gaze, was split in two by Kibutsuji Musen's doubled attack. The main sword didn't break, but severe bodily injuries could also lead to a broken sword. Now, I won't have to resent anyone anymore. Koyuki Tsurumaki declared the broken sword. Iguro Abanai looked towards the orange eastern sky, desperately yearning for the sun to rise, knowing that with the current power gap, they really couldn't face Kibutsuji Musen head-on. When they broke, aside from the urgent desire to leave a reminder, the short sword Tsukumagami had no regrets. Especially Aizen Kunitoshi and Koyuki Tsurumaki, who had no plans or related memories. They were the first batch of swordsmen to follow Mikann into the afterlife, without any hesitation or reminiscence. When they saw their lord's sword break in the first loop, they voluntarily destroyed the core of their swords and followed Mikann. Chapter 88. Determination. Kibutsuji Musen's attacks grew increasingly frantic, but the sun was rising at a visible speed. Why then did the Demon King show no signs of escaping? Why, when it was clearly about to dawn, Mitsuri Kanroji supported himself against the wall, incredulously searching for a Nichiren blade around him, trying to make one last stand. But his body was in no condition to do so. Brother! Jinya Shinazugawa hurriedly ran to his elder brother's side and forcefully took the Nichiren blade from Mitsuri's hands. Kibutsuji Musen has clearly returned to peak condition. Your current physical state will only lead to your death. Seeing the anger on Jinya's face, Mitsuri sighed with a smile. You finally look a bit manly. Jinya, hunting demons is my duty. Jinya was taken aback and firmly pushed Mitsuri back. You can barely walk and still want to kill demons? You're being unreasonable. Before Jinya turned around, Mitsuri quickly grabbed him. His face dark. You are not allowed to go. Brother, I'm also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Jinya pushed away his brother's hand that was gripping his sleeve, his expression serious. Even if I can only hold out for one attack, I must do something for everyone. Watching Ju Tomioka resolutely step into the battlefield, Sanemi Shinazugawa froze in place. Musen Kibutsuji's attacks became erratic, no longer focusing on any specific target. After collecting the remnants left by Kanroji Mitsuri, Kaneo Tayuri maintained her original mindset while battling Musen Kibutsuji. Observing calmly, Kaneo Tayuri basically confirmed that Musen Kibutsuji had lost his rationality, now acting purely on instinct for self-preservation. Kaneo, Tayuri, and Akihiko Kunisaki were coordinating their attacks. But due to Musen Kibutsuji's increasingly fierce assaults, they struggled to gain any advantage, their conditions fluctuating between heavy injuries. At this level of combat, it was no longer something humans could intervene in. Iguro Abanai was urgently bandaging Kanroji Mitsuri's arm outside the field, realizing that her breath was growing weaker, cold sweat running down his forehead. The poison from Musen Kibutsuji was too strong. Iguro Abanai touched Kanroji Mitsuri's face, anxiously calling her name, urging her not to sleep. That the medical personnel were on the way. Kanroji Mitsuri gasped for breath, her consciousness fading as she looked at Iguro Abanai's moving lips, suddenly breaking into a silly smile. Mr. Iguro, I like you. Iguro Abanai was taken aback, shaking Kanroji Mitsuri violently, but she closed her eyes as if she had lost her voice. Mitsuri! The Serpent Pillar's heartbreaking roar made Ju Tomioka, who was treating Taketu, Michiro's wounds, pale. Had Kanroji sacrificed herself? Taketu Michiro's muffled groan snapped Ju Tomioka back to reality, reminding him that the person he was bandaging was still a conscious living being. I'm sorry. Let me do it. Taketu Michiro crawled down from the ruins, his bloodied appearance not much better than Taketu Michiro's. Ju Tomioka glanced at him, silently continuing to bandage Taketu Michiro. Take care of yourself. Taketu Michiro tilted his head and straightforwardly said, You should bandage yourself first. You look like you're about to die. Ju Tomioka stiffened, and after Michiro took over the bandaging of his brother, he shrank into a corner to stop the bleeding on his own wounds. Looking at a bloodstain on the bandage, Ju Tomioka paused in silence before continuing to wrap it around the wound to stop the bleeding. Most of these bandages were not very clean, but all the medical supplies were brought here at the cost of lives of the previously surviving Demon Slayer Corps members. Remembering the comrades who had been swallowed by the massive cracks in the ground, struggling for survival underground, Ju Tomioka's eyes turned red and silent tears fell. If only Kaneo were here, she would definitely not be as useless as he was. Michiro noticed his tears, but facing his dying older brother, he couldn't bring himself to say comforting words. If they could survive, he would care for Mr. Tomioka, who was always alone. Michiro looked at his brother, who resembled a rag doll, and felt as if he had returned to the first time they encountered demons 3 years ago. Back then, if Mikann hadn't coincidentally passed by while lost, he probably would have lost his brother long ago. Michiro thought of that figure, like a god stepping through the clouds in the night, and his heart trembled. He lost control of the pressure he was applying while bandaging, causing Michiro, who was in a coma, to gasp in pain. Let me do it, Ju Tomioka said, seeing the pained expression on Michiro's face, hesitating to speak. Takatu Michiro's face flushed, and he turned his head to avoid Ju Tomioka's gaze. No need. The two were silent, each busy with their tasks, though somewhat distracted. They wanted to quickly take care of themselves rather than rely on their pillar identities to be protected by others. The battlefield was tense. Those two unfamiliar swordsmen had bought them too much time. Thinking of the 3 children who risked their lives to save them, Ju Tomioka bowed his head, and the tears that had circled in his eyes finally dripped onto the ground. He had already bandaged his wounds. Although he lacked the strength to turn the Nichiren blade into a red blade, he still wanted to contribute. Why hasn't the sun risen yet? Ju Tomioka glanced at the east from a distance, and when he saw Ju Tomioka's figure, he was slightly taken aback. This child was still alive. He promised Ju to help find his brother, yet he had done nothing, not even this small task. Watching Ju Tomioka run towards Muzan Kibutsuji with a sword in hand, Ju Tomioka felt a surge of emotion. The younger generation was still striving. He shouldn't waste time wallowing in self-pity. A sudden ominous premonition flashed through his mind like thunder, and Ju Tomioka stumbled to his feet, desperately running forward. Run! His throat was still bleeding, and the voice he shouted was hoarse and unpleasant, as if his vocal cords were torn, but he was forcing himself to speak. Ju Tomioka didn't hear Ju Tomioka's voice, or perhaps after picking up the Nichiren blade again. He had already thought about how dangerous the next moment would be. Facing Muzan Kibutsuji's sweeping attack, Ju Tomioka felt for the first time the sensation of budding life breaking through the ground. For a moment, he felt that the attack before him was very slow, and his body felt light, allowing him to dodge with ease. But that only lasted a brief moment, as after dodging the attack, he felt his body become heavy again, and he could no longer see Muzan Kibutsuji's attacks. After dodging this strike, Ju Tomioka relied on his instincts to evade a fatal blow once more. Cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. It was only when he truly faced Muzan Kibutsuji that he dared to confirm that his earlier decision was correct. A powerless self would only drag others down. However, this time he had come with a mission that surpassed life itself. Clenching the potion in his hand, Ju Tomioka let out a low growl to encourage himself and charged towards Muzan Kibutsuji. Even if I perish, I will surely slay the evil demon. Chapter 89. Blade Pattern Contract. Tomioka Ju felt he was one step too slow again. He clearly touched the corner of the clothing. Yet why couldn't he pull the person back? He fell heavily to the ground, and despite his nose bleeding profusely from the impact, he hurriedly propped himself up to search for the figure of Shinazugawa Jinya. This boy, who fought relying on the power of demons, did not stop his steps. Even with half of his skull sliced off, Tomioka Ju saw the human brain, along with thick blood mixing with the flowing brain matter. Why was he fighting so desperately? He still had family. He shouldn't die on the battlefield. Shinazugawa Jinya's actions seemed to provoke Muzan Kibutsuji, who was terrified of the sun to the point of losing his reason. Muzan retracted his attacks, targeting Kanetsuga Nizuma and Akatsuki Kanetoshi, gathering all his tentacles to unleash a powerful strike against Shinazugawa Jinya. It had been said before that he hated fighting, being gravely injured and not recovering for so long, his body at its limit. Kanetsuga Nizuma stood in front of Shinazugawa Jinya at the brink of his life, leaving behind his final words. This was all he could do. The sword that Kanetsuga Nizuma held shattered into countless pieces. Even the hilt was in tatters, not lingering in Shinazugawa Jinya's eyes for even a second. Facing the direction of the contract, Kanetsuga Nizuma's eyes filled with relief. After he vanished, the headband belonging to Seo Nizuma fell to the ground, and he left nothing behind. Akatsuki Kanetoshi pushed Shinazugawa Jinya, and he saw the boy demon slayer tightly grasping something. What he clung to was not the Nichiren blade, but the potion hidden within the flesh and blood. Fearing that his hand might be severed and all his efforts wasted, Shinazugawa Jinya inserted the special potion into his arm, closer to his heart, increasing his margin for error. After Kanetsuga Nizuma blocked a strike with a shattered blade, and Akatsuki Kanetoshi parried 2 more attacks, Shinazugawa Jinya successfully injected the potion into Muzan Kibutsuji's body. This time, he was probably really going to die. Facing the nearby bone whip, Shinazugawa Jinya closed his eyes with little regret. So he's just a fool like Aizetsu, thinking he was some big shot. Akatsuki Kanetoshi's lazy voice echoed in his ears. Before Shinazugawa Jinya could react, he was thrown out. He was caught by Iguro Abanai, who shielded him from Muzan Kibutsuji's attack. Now, the only one facing Muzan Kibutsuji was Akatsuki Kanetoshi. No, Shinazuwa Jinya struggled to move. Only his small remaining arm trembled with his clothes. In the eyes of the young demon slayer, that energetic youth, whose slashes were like a torrent, was struck by a powerful attack. 2/3 of his torso pierced through. Akatsuki Kunitoshi blinked, feeling he had no strength left, but he certainly had no good feelings toward the one who killed Izetsu. I am Sore Figuruma. It seems I can't go back. Like Kanetsuga Nizuma, using the rules set by the political situation at the end of the last lock blood. Akatsuki Kunitoshi wielded the broken blade, forcefully stabbing the weapon along with the hilt into Muzan Kibutsuji's eye. But as the hilt was only halfway in, Akatsuki Kunitoshi turned into a firefly-like light, leaving nothing behind. The moment Akatsuki Kunitoshi disengaged from battle, Iguro Abanai took over. Their goal was simply to hold out until the sun rose, minimizing sacrifices as much as possible. Only 3 or 2 minutes passed, and in an instant, Muzan Kibutsuji, who had fully regained his strength, eliminated the 2 sword-wielding gentlemen. But before he could regain his reason and vent his anger by uprooting the Demon Slayer core, a new round of powerful drugs entered his body. This time, he had no time to decompose it. The sun had risen. The cells within Muzan Kibutsuji's body were being destroyed at a rapid, cotton-like pace. Block him, he asked, trying to hide underground. Tomioka Ju shouted, but his voice was completely ruined, and only Takedo Machiro, who was coming from behind, heard him. Breath of mist, first form, scattering mist. Takedo Machiro used the impact of his thrust to rush toward Muzan Kibutsuji at the fastest speed, having no time to consider his own safety, only hoping to land an attack on Muzan Kibutsuji, preventing him from hiding underground. The technique of serpent breath penetrated the clouds and heavily struck down on Muzan Kibutsuji's back. Don't hide underground, you bastard. Iguro Abanai's eyes were bloodshot. He had witnessed Mitsuri take her last breath, and anger and despair had completely burned his life to ashes. All he wished for was Muzan Kibutsuji's death, because he had to constantly maintain his spiritual energy and endure the pain brought by the world's oppression. Mitsuri couldn't fight with a sword. The only reason she could make it here was due to the anger from earlier, like the effect of adrenaline. Therefore, even though she was anxious about the speed at which the sword-wielding gentleman could defeat the enemy's sword, it was useless, even with Mitsuri wielding a sword. Facing a higher-grade enemy sword, they couldn't solve the immediate problem any faster. But it was still something that could be of use. My lord, the 7-star sword, supported by Keisin Kanesada, knelt before Mitsuri. If the sword account was nearby, Mitsuri would see that his health bar had dropped to 1. To avoid burdening Mitsuri, he tried hard to keep himself on the brink of shattering. Mikann swallowed the fishy sweetness in her throat, her expression serious as she touched the face of the 7-star sword. After all, he was not a conventional historical creation. Even though he could independently use spiritual power, for such delicate tasks as healing, it was still faster to rely on touch. Especially earlier, when he had depended on his spiritual power enveloping the battlefield to heal the sword-wielding gentleman. The amount of spiritual power replenishing could not keep up with the consumption. Applying his essence blood onto the blade's patterns would be quicker. The 7-star sword looked at Mikann, and as he spoke, blood flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. In his mismatched eyes, it seemed as if stars and the Big Dipper were truly contained within. Mikann instinctively turned to look at Keisin Kanesada. It wasn't that he didn't want to act on his own, but every movement he made now was the result of a struggle between his will and his body. He couldn't make any larger movements. Keisin Kanesada sensed Mikann's gaze, but he did not present the real body of the 7-star sword to Mikann. Mikann frowned, and after the transformation into a Tsukamagami, this method only applies to human bodies. Keisin Kanesada explained, loosening his grip on the 7-star sword. Mikann hummed in response and quickly asked, "Where's your blade mark?" The 7-star sword couldn't answer, as coughs and blood blocked his voice. Mikann, growing more anxious without a reply, touched him again, but feeling weak, she collapsed onto the 7-star sword. He let out a muffled groan, replying in a breathy voice. 3 inches below the navel, for fingers to the right. Hearing this, Kajisaki Kanesada supported Mikann with one hand while swiftly cutting open the 7-star sword's clothing with his own blade. As he said, there was a starburst-like pattern at that spot. The Shinigami could refresh the state of the Tsukamagami by applying their blood to the blade mark on the swordman's body. But at the same time, it would sign a more intimate contract. Chapter 90. Breakthrough with the pits left by the earlier time-traveling army's ambush. Muzan Kibutsuji quickly evaded the sunlight, bringing 2 Ashira underground within seconds, avoiding the sunlight at the cave entrance. Looking at the two Hashira and kneeling on the ground, coughing repeatedly, Mikann felt confident. Even though he had fallen victim to that damned woman's drug again, he believed that two mere Hashira couldn't defeat him in a place without sunlight. In less than a minute, Mikann's black hair returned to white, though this time, some black strands remained, resembling ink drops on a white paper. In short, while this drug acted quickly, its effects were not as explosive as the previous one. This also meant that, even weakened, Mikann had strength greater than before to restrain four Hashira. Given that it was known that Mikann only feared sunlight, the current scene had become a deadlock. They were unafraid. Even sacrifice was an outcome they had considered long ago. Iguro Abanai still held the broken Nicaran blade, tightly gripping the Inemaru. Even broken, in the hands of its sole master, it would still be the strongest weapon to slay the Demon King. A tear mixed with blood spilled from Abanai's eyes. Trembling with despair, he didn't know what was supporting him to stand again. Serpent breathing, first form, serpent's tail, slash. Abanai moved quickly, the murky tear not even lingering on his face. Takatu and Mwichuru didn't waste time. Now, only the two of them faced Mikann. Even if they couldn't slay the demon, they had to hold him off until reinforcements arrived. They believed in their leader and trusted their comrades in the Demon Slayer Corps. Mist breathing, fifth form, misty sea of clouds. He had lost his dominant hand, outputting less than the lightly injured Abanai. So his current task was to protect the true combat power that was holding back the Demon King, even at the cost of his life. The fifth form of mist breathing was beautiful. The colorful clouds acted as a visible filter for the world. The vast array of colors blurred Mikann's vision, hiding Abanai's figure completely. However, Mikann's sweeping area attacks meant that Takatu had to enhance his presence, drawing Mikann's attention to himself first. That way, he could create the safest environment for the serpent Hashira to attack. Mist breathing, third form, misty splashes. The third form of mist breathing, unlike other forms that created clouds, used high-speed slashes to disperse the mist. As the colorful mist cleared, Mikann could naturally see the figure of the mist Hashira, and his attack came down as if predetermined at the moment the mist flowed. Mwichuru's pupils constricted. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, but Mikann's speed was faster than he had imagined. There was no time left. He felt like the foolish goose his brother had described. Second form, narrow-tipped poison fang. Abanai's voice was laced with immense hatred as the broken blade struck down with incredible fighting spirit, the crimson trail disrupting the vision. Mikann felt a sharp pain explode from the cut surface, retreating in disbelief, realizing that the area severed by the serpent Hashira could no longer heal. This strike felt like the essence of Kaneo Tsuyuri preserved for 100 years. Without hesitation, Mikann turned to flee, even if he could win. He didn't want to take any risks. The obsession with life was not a shameful act. While Mikann distracted himself blocking Abanai's high-frequency attacks, he frantically destroyed the underground yellow rock. Several strikes failed to create an escape route like before, and Mikann grew increasingly agitated. Why? Why is everything against me? I just want to survive. How is it interfering with those humans? Can't I live my life with a bit of luck, as long as I'm not dead? Damn it, just a few ants. Mikann's furious roar only fueled Abanai's anger, causing his body to tremble momentarily. But anger was also a catalyst for progress. Abanai's arms tensed, becoming as hard as black iron. Centered around the serpent Hashira, a powerful force erupted. This power, seemingly observable by the naked eye, was likely a brilliance that only appeared when a deity descended. Anger had pushed him through yet another difficult barrier. Patterns, red blades, and the ever-present transparent world. He needed to become stronger, to pin Mikann Kibutsuji to the ground, drenched in blood and flesh, letting the scum, who did not value human life, be burned to ashes by the sun. The damned were never the innocent humans. Those who should exist in this world were never the heartless demons. The sea of clouds and the giant python intertwined like a forest. Mikann's wide attack range and speed could not be fully defended against. Under Mwichuru's cover, Abanai became reckless, attacking furiously as if there were no worries behind him. His organs were compressed, and the blood spilling seemed to surge into his throat. Abanai made no unnecessary movements. Even if he had to swallow blood, even if his body felt as if it would burst from immense power, it didn't matter. He wanted to keep Mikann Kibutsuji here today. The serpent and mist Hashira temporarily succeeded in delaying the Demon King's escape, but in the underground without sunlight, it all seemed futile. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, getting closer and closer. Abanai focused on forcing Mikann out of the dark. did not see the Demon Slayer Corps members falling down like dumplings at the broken edge. They brought various items, each holding familiar potions to varying degrees. Tamayo was not dead, and with the assistance of Kinao Theory, in full cooperation with the Demon Slayer Corps, the poison to turn demons back into humans had truly become inexhaustible. Charge! Someone shouted, their voice breaking. In this serious scene, it sounded a bit ridiculous. But no one laughed because this time, they were using their own way to fight for a glimmer of possibility. Unlike Inosuke Hashibara, who had certain inhuman abilities after eating a demon, their margin for error was zero. Even if nothing went wrong, their efforts might still be meaningless. But they would not regret it. Musen's expression changed drastically. Having been significantly weakened by the drug twice, he had come to fear its effects. As those people rushed toward him recklessly, Mikann desperately swung his whip. This drug could be spilled on the ground, but it absolutely could not enter his body. Mikann Kibutsuji let out a scream, constantly cursing Tamayo. Don't insult Miss Tamayo, you bastard. Yashiro charged straight at Mikann Kibutsuji, his expression fierce and menacing. In Chapter 91, Surprise, Tamayo's demon, Mikann Kibutsuji let out a low groan and swiftly cut off Yashiro's hand holding the syringe with his whip. Before anyone could react, he opened his mouth wide and directly bit down on Yashiro. Help! Help the demon! The swordsman panicked for a moment, not noticing the tentacles buried underground that had already crawled to their feet, the ground beneath them trembling slightly. Breath of wind. Ninth form, Vritra's typhoon. A blade of wind descended from the sky, and at a critical moment, the wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazuwa rushed in to save the day. Along with him came several extraordinarily handsome youths. They appeared as if they had descended from the altar of the emperor, their demeanor and smiles radiating a brilliance that made one feel awed. Ha ha! Looks like the situation is quite severe. Sanemitsu Tsukiki's laughter was infectious, but his words eased the tense atmosphere. Kaguro swung his sword to block in front of Iguro Abanai, deflecting the attack and turning back with his firefly green eyes, noting that although he had lost consciousness, there was no danger to his life. This child has already given it his all. The small crow stepped forward, skillfully lifting the snake Hashira. His appearance, reminiscent of a youthful crow, easily linked him to the legendary three-legged golden crow. Despite being protected all along, it was only at this moment that everyone clearly saw the faces of these people. With the light of the sun, they realized that these suddenly appearing individuals were truly divine beings from Takamagara. After handing the snake Hashira to the wind Hashira, who was blocking ordinary swordsmen from being sent to their deaths, the small crow smiled kindly, exuding the aura of an elder. The sword of the Big Dipper swept across, and the seven-star sword seemed oblivious to the cracks formed when it collided with the Demon King, pulling Michiro away before retreating from the scene. Closely following the attack was a katana Tsukamagami, so beautiful that even demons would covet it. The melancholic, beautiful youth with pink hair unleashed a powerful aura, continuously shattering Mikann Kibutsuji's attacks. Is that so, Brother Kanetsugu? You've already sacrificed yourself. I arrived just a step too late. Tsuzumi smirked, revealing a smile that suggested Mikann wouldn't have a good outcome. Sanemitsu Tsukikage smiled, not feeling that there was anything wrong with the swordsmen listed as having sacrificed themselves. Nor did he understand what the katana Tsukamagami was measuring. Hadn't he always known and tacitly accepted the fates of the other two Tsuzumi? The arriving figures were few, but certainly not as few as those seen at this moment. Mikann's cold, glowing eyes stared at Kibutsuji Mikann, his hands clasped together, his demeanor as indifferent as that of a deity on a shrine. With an aura as relaxed as flowing clouds, he resembled a hellish demon pronouncing judgment. Without giving anyone a chance to breathe, Mikann's movements were faster than Kibutsuji Mikann's, revealing his true intent, the true form manifested. It was a spell for summoning spirits from a distance. Referencing the incantation recited by Onbei Kayamitsu from YYS, as I don't quite understand, I've only extracted a small phrase. The momentum of the blade appeared under the protection of the wind pillar Shinazugawa Sanemi and the water pillar Taketu Mwichuru. Everyone saw the figure emerging from the thunderous cherry blossoms. A few blades, clearly moving independently from their sheaths, were suddenly grasped tightly by the elegant figure that appeared. A tall young man with a straight posture and a high bun of black hair, alongside a beautiful boy with braided hair. California Kayamitsu, joining the team. The boy's clear voice was particularly refreshing, and no one could resist being drawn to such a dazzling youth. Wow. After a while of not going into battle, I come back, and it's a big deal. My lord really likes to tease me. I just need to force this guy out, right? I'm not really good at fighting, though. Narita Tashiro grinned, seizing the moment when Suzusabatu broke the rhythm and entered the battlefield. At the moment he sent Kibutsuji Musen flying with a single strike, the excitement outside was comparable to a national celebration. Withdraw. This blow was one that harmed the enemy 1,000 while injuring himself 800. Narita Tashiro saw the Demon King desperately trying to pull himself back with his tentacles as he made contact with sunlight, and, seizing the opportunity, threw out the Higurashi. With his mind elsewhere, the main blade of Higurashi plunged straight into Kibutsuji Musen's chest. The short blade spirit with milky white soft hair immediately manifested, its black eyes with golden-red pupils locking onto Kibutsuji Musen's gaze. Pulling the main blade out in an instant, Higurashi didn't care about the leg that was bitten, using the blade to pry open a small gap and directly reaching into search. To his surprise, he actually found something. Keeping his promise to Lady Tamayo, he simply provided some assistance to Yushiro. The head was a symbol of life and the most difficult thing to resolve between demons. Before the completely unconscious head, with only the whites of its eyes remaining, touched the sunlight, Higurashi swiftly and accurately threw it into the shadows. He really didn't understand why this guy would risk being burned by the sun to jump down and insult Kibutsuji Musen. Higurashi thought for a moment that if the one being insulted was his lord, he would turn that mouthy thing into minced meat. That's it. Paying the price of losing a leg, Higurashi successfully retreated to Mikann's side. He rejected the goodwill of the other concerned humans, standing on one leg, wrapping his arms around Mikann's waist, burying himself in his lord's embrace. Mikann gently stroked the little short knife's head, her fingertip pausing as it touched the skin at the back of Wokohuki's neck. To others, it seemed like an injured child was finding solace in their older brother. But to Mikann, it was simply a matter of healing. The katana, tachi, and sword at her side rushed out with their blades drawn the moment Kibutsuji Musen broke free. They unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, risking self-damage to their blades as they forced Kibutsuji Musen onto the unshielded ground. Meanwhile, the remaining pillars, arranged by Hikaria, kept watch over the ravines where others could still hide. They couldn't stop Kibutsuji Musen from escaping, but they would definitely find a way to delay until help arrived. Kibutsuji Musen covered his face, and, as his body swelled in midair, he disregarded the consequences and the effects of Tamayo's potion, enduring excruciating pain and fear as he transformed into a grotesque mass with deformed limbs. The hidden ones had long been prepared, and even when obstructed by the pillars, they exerted their strength to prevent Kibutsuji Musen's escape. Under the leadership of Murata and the trio of Mitsuri, the others, no longer worried about the potion side effects, took aim with the slingshots made by Takedo Michiro and unleashed a hail of projectiles at Kibutsuji Musen. The potions used here were diluted and mixed with many unclear side effects, which did little to weaken Kibutsuji Musen, but had the advantage of immediate effect, contributing to the torment of Kibutsuji Musen. Chapter 92. Born towards the sun, Kibutsuji Musen controlled the grotesque, tumor-like limbs that resembled baby arms, swatting at the humans who threw potions at him as if they were garbage. The massive mass crashed down with a gust of wind. It happened so quickly that Zenitsu Agatsuma didn't even have time to grasp his Nichiren blade. He only remembered the smell of fat burning, filling his nostrils, his eyes stinging from the odor. Just as tears began to well up, Zenitsu's brain sent out a signal to flee, but Kibutsuji Musen's hand had already come crashing down. It hurt. A faint cry of pain snapped Zenitsu back to his senses. He didn't care about the snot and tears streaming down his face as he hurried to pull the injured person up. "Are you okay? I'll get you out." The swordsman he grabbed shook his head, his once bright eyes now dull and lifeless. He was dying. "Don't die," Inosuke yelled, tears overflowing from his headgear. But this time he didn't deny his tears. "I am crying. Get up and cheer me up. Didn't we say we would go eat ramen together?" Zenitsu, Agatsuma, and Inosuke each grabbed one of the dying swordsman's arms, crying without reserve. The swordsman did not respond. He had completely lost his voice, unable to even utter the last comforting words he wished to say. He wanted to tell them, "Run. Go." Kanawa tugged at the two boys' clothes, desperately pulling them back. It wasn't that she didn't want to save him, but the swordsman they were holding had already been reduced to a bloody pulp by Kibutsuji Musen's attack. He was dead. "Don't die here. Don't you want to avenge Mr. Ito?" Kanawa was already crying uncontrollably, but she couldn't let her two companions act foolishly. To avenge him, Zenitsu let go of the swordsman's arm, the one who had just been chatting with them, and pulled Inosuke, urging the stubborn boy to move. We have to live. We have to see Kibutsuji Muzan turn to ashes. It was too late. Suk Zuomono wiped the blood splattered on his cheek and gently lifted his gaze to Zenitsu's back, standing atop the severed arm of the Demon King. The beautifully adorned Shikigami casually adjusted his robe, as if in a realm of flowers and lanterns rather than a bloody battlefield. If there were no conflict between humans and demons, if there were no scenes of hell, this would be a sight worthy of reverence and celebration, to be passed down through generations. Do you think you can touch me? Regardless of serving the Demon King, Suk Zuomono's pride was undeniable. This strike, infused with countless sparkling motes of spiritual energy, surged into everyone's sight with an unstoppable force. Under the glaring blood rain, the Tachi Shikigami's blade movement resembled a butterfly folding its wings in the rain, a magnificent sight to behold. An arm was shattered, and Kibutsuji Muzan, hiding within the mass to avoid the sun's burn, let out a furious curse. He howled in rage, yet he had no intention of dealing with the Shikigami standing atop him, looking down at the writhing mass like maggots. Suk Zuomono drove his blade deep into the tumor, leaving only the hilt visible. I was supposed to keep it until the end. Suk Zuomono murmured, his brows and eyes filled with a melancholic sorrow. He cast a deep glance at Mikann, chuckled softly, and tightened his grip on his sword sheath. The duty of the main spirit sword. Zong Sanzua Wenzi watched from afar as TheAmnesiac rushed to complete the task, leaping down to stabilize himself on the unstable lump of flesh, gently shaking the empty scabbard. If it weren't for his whim, at this moment, the one in this position should be the Kaimitsu sword, restored to the identity of TheAmnesiac. The Mikann, brought down by the sword spirit, raised an eyebrow slightly and whispered towards Zong Sanzua Wenzi's position, her voice so soft that only the sword spirit beside her could hear. Her lord was asking why they had to go to such lengths. Kaisen Kanemitsu's eyes curved as he subtly tightened the hand resting on Mikann's waist. They had long had an answer to this question because their hearts belonged to their lord. As vassals, offering their lives to serve their lord was their reason for existence. Zong Sanzua Wenzi maintained his gaze as if admiring a treasure, holding the scabbard in front of him. Resembling the moment he coaxed the contract with the master in the Wanya. The beautifully patterned scabbard began to disperse from the end, and the sword spirits scattered like broken paper flowers, leaving only a residual shadow in place. The soaring pink spiritual energy shone under the sunlight, and everyone could sense the spiritual energy gifts from the spirit sword after its explosion, as the spiritual dust falling on their wounds weakened their pain, giving humans more chances of survival. Gods were born because of humans, and the death of a righteous god naturally had to give back to humanity. Mikazuki Munakika frowned slightly. He was somewhat displeased with the unforeseen changes in the plan, but ultimately, the progress of the plan had not been disrupted, and he had no reason to say anything. The flesh ball hiding Muzan Kibutsuji was shattered by Zong Sanzua Wenzi, and Muzan, concealed within, finally embraced the first ray of sunlight in 1,000 years. In such a beautiful moment, Muzan Kibutsuji would probably be moved to tears. At the moment he faced the sunlight, he thought of the human who had accompanied him 100 years ago, the only one he hadn't transformed into a demon, and whom he devoured only when they were on the verge of old age. Even after being weakened, he still had the capital to not fall behind against the Demon Slayer Corps, thanks to the effectiveness of the Time Reversal Army he contributed. Without the interference of those sword spirits, the Demon Slayer Corps would have been obliterated long ago. How resentful! Muzan Kibutsuji looked at his hand, gradually turning to ash, momentarily losing the strength to roar. At one moment, when he lifted his eyes to face the sun, tears streamed down from his scorched eyes. Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes contracted, and his vision gradually returned as his sun-blinded eyes regained sight. He had recovered. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. The Demon King, on the verge of dissipating, was actually slowly recovering. It was unimaginable that when Muzan Kibutsuji, now a complete demon, no longer feared the sun, humanity would have any place left in the world. Mikazuki Munakika drew his sword from its sheath. The depletion of his power was the reason he did not act. But the current scene showed that they had underestimated Muzan Kibutsuji's will to survive. Faster than Mikazuki was a sword shadow like a water dragon. Water-breathing, 10th form, flowing water. Climbing up from the pit, Ju Tomioka landed and immediately unleashed his breathing technique. This slash, resembling a dragon of water, surged forth heavily, aiming to decapitate the Demon King before Muzan could recover. Chapter 93. The finale following Ju Tomioka. An axe like a falling meteor split Muzan Kibutsuji's head in two as it hit the ground. Shinazugawa Sanemi gasped for breath, tears flowing from his eyes that could not bear the world's tragedies. Flame breathing, first form Hinakami, as the stone pillar attacked Muzan Kibutsuji's head. The hurried Rengoku Kyujuru slashed downwards with flames towards Muzan's body. However, this strike did not harm Muzan's body. The hard collision startled Rengoku Kyujuru. The Demon King's head slowly dissipated, but Muzan's neck seemed to writhe as if something was about to grow. You must not allow him to grow a new head. Rengoku Kyujuru shouted, quickly following up with the second form of flame breathing, but it was useless. Muzan's body seemed harder than black iron. Thunder breathing, first form thunderclap. D. Zenitsu Agatsuma surged forth like thunder, closely followed by Inosuke and Kanawo. They would not allow the Demon King to survive. Dazzling forms were unleashed on Muzan Kibutsuji, but they had no effect. Even the Hashira's attacks were as futile as clouds. Gods, why must you give the demon that harms lives a chance to survive? The able-bodied fought desperately, while those who could not exert strength prayed. Their experiences over the years made them unable to trust the gods. But at the end of the road, they had no other choice but to once again plead for divine mercy. Haha, the gods would not protect such things. Mikazuki Munakika smiled, striking out through the gaps among the crowd, his crescent-shaped slash piercing straight through Muzan Kibutsuji's body. The god's attack was effective. Mikann instinctively raised his hand, but the sleeve of Mikazuki Munakika merely brushed past his palm. His fingers had a slight curve, but in the end, he did not manage to catch the shikigami that brushed by. Kajisada Kanasada was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he really wanted to embrace his lord tightly just once. The seven-star sword, the small Quran, and the recently arrived Tenkai Ichibachi replaced the exhausted human child, blocking the Demon King's escape route together with the most beautiful blade. They all noticed Mikann's hesitation. Since their lord did not retain them in the end, it wasn't bad for the plan to stop here, as long as it was their lord's wish. They thought that those small actions could keep their lord's attention, but clearly they were overthinking it. After all, for them, no brother could compare to their lord. So what qualifications did they have to compare themselves to him? These four uniquely positioned gods, even when suppressed by the world, had ways to go down together when facing the weakened Demon King. But at first, they envisioned an outcome that everyone expected. Now, they had let go of their obsessions, only seeking to fulfill their lord's long-cherished wish. They believed that their fallen comrades would not oppose their choice, and they certainly did not want to make their lord uncomfortable. The Demon King had not made any attacking moves. Even when turning to find an escape route, he only focused on defense. This gave the Shikigami a strategy. Perhaps they could first set up a barrier, just like Ishikarimaru. Ishikarimaru himself was a divine blade, and using him as an offering was the best choice. They were not. But they were extraordinary Shikigami. The most beautiful blade, the ancestor of Japanese swords, the sword of the Big Dipper, Yashikage Ichiban. Unlike the earlier overwhelming spiritual pressure of Suza's Saburo, the spiritual energy of these few flowed gently, calm, and undisturbed like a still water mirror. The Demon King's head had already grown halfway. The exhausted crowd below was anxious yet afraid to breathe loudly, fearing that this seemingly only way might go wrong. Cracks appeared on the beautiful faces of the sword-wielding men, and although their beauty remained intact, the flaws were a regret that weighed on their hearts. Tanjiro, don't go over there. Butterfly Kane anxiously chased after the demonized Tanjiro Kamadu, fearing that this boy, who had not completely returned to his human form, would perish under the sunlight. Tanjiro. Murata was confused. He remembered that Tanjiro had been taken by Yashiro to Miss Tamayo, so why was he here? At first, Tanjiro obediently followed Yashiro, but he encountered his sister on the way. Nezuko was in a completely demonized state with only one eye left. The two little ones exchanged glances for a moment, and under Yashiro's frantic gaze, they quickly split up and fled. Yashiro had no choice but to return to the battlefield after informing Tamayo about the two who took a detour. Tanjiro happened to be caught by Butterfly Kane, who made the boy, influenced by the training under Shinobu, instinctively curl up. After being pricked with a special syringe, Tanjiro stealthily evaded Butterfly Kane's sight and, driven by his demon instincts, headed straight for the battlefield. He carefully avoided the sunlight, and upon seeing Kibutsuji Muzan, he stepped out of the shadows without hesitation. Hinakami Kagura, setting sun turn. Just as Tanjiro leaped high and fell into the barrier, a crimson flame burst into everyone's view. Blood demon art. Explosive blood. Nezuko appeared from the completely opposite direction, her fully demonized appearance shocking Butterfly Kane. How could they both be completely demonized? Tanjiro and Nezuko, really? Butterfly Kane sighed in distress. But she did nothing because she had prepared antidotes for the two children in her bag long ago. It must be said that Miss Tamayo was truly insightful. The moment Tanjiro pierced through the explosive blood and entered the barrier, the spell was triggered. It was not a self-destruct technique like Suza Saburo's. Because of the appearance of the Kamadu siblings, Mikazuki and the others changed their strategy. After all, they couldn't just take the boy who had intruded into the barrier along with them. True form revealed. The 7-star sword initiated, and in an instant, the blade of the Big Dipper became covered in cracks. He aimed to strike Tanjiro when he attacked Kibutsuji Musen, ensuring that he would not harm the boy while delivering a heavy blow to the Demon King. Whether the others would harm this child was not his concern. After all, besides himself, who had formed a deeper contract with their lord to regain power, the other blades were in a weakened state due to depleted spiritual energy. Accompanied by the blazing sun, Kibutsuji Musen, whose entire face had finally returned, faced annihilation once more. No, it shouldn't be like this. In a voice filled with unwillingness, Kibutsuji Musen was completely reduced to ashes under the wind and sunlight. Not even a trace of ash remained. Tanjiro sat dazedly within the unvanished barrier, crying like a child, his tears burning and staining the area around his eyes red. His brother Nezuko approached and patted the barrier, seemingly infecting her brother. The two siblings cried out loudly across the barrier. I feel like a villain. Mikazuki laughed heartily, despite being seriously injured, appearing as if nothing was wrong. Mikann quietly appeared, tiptoeing to slap the head of the most beautiful blade. Hiss, it hurts. Kageyama, Kanesada. Phew. Chapter 01. Continuation XX. Sunny. It felt like a dream. Apart from that adult who resembled the love Hashira immensely, everyone else seemed to be frozen in time, immersed in emotions that were neither joy nor sorrow. A surviving shadow. XX Rain. It felt like a long dream about the fallacy of the gods, perhaps blurring the lines between fantasy and reality after drifting into a daze. A surviving shadow. Ikai Kobain almost died from heart failure after walking along the Sanzu River. Opening his eyes, Ikai Kobain looked at the crowd surrounding him, hoarsely asking, has Musen Kibutsuji died? Everyone has dealt with him. You've worked hard. Tears in his eyes, the shadow supported Ikai Kobain, his movements extremely careful, afraid of causing him further harm. Miri Ikai Kobain's eyes suddenly focused, but that glimmer of dawn seen in despair extinguished in the next second as he breathed. Seeing the Serpent Pillar's unusually calm state, everyone felt a bit at a loss. Why wasn't the Serpent Pillar happy despite their victory? Miss Kanroji, your arm isn't stabilized yet. Please don't move so much. Like a distant sound, the words reached Ikai Kobain's ears, causing him to pause as he caught the key phrase. Before his chaotic mind could piece together the complete information, a flash of bright pink emerged from the dispersing crowd. The next second, he felt himself fall into a soft embrace that smelled of Sakura wine. Listening to the girl who held him sobbing uncontrollably, his stiff fingers slowly began to regain warmth. Mr. Kai, we won. Kanroji Miri exclaimed, her laughter replaced by tears. After centuries of battle, it finally reached its conclusion. Ikai Kobain gently responded, closing his eyes and relaxing against Kanroji Miri's embrace. Hesitatingly, he stroked her fingers and eventually returned the hug, feeling relieved. Lovers finally united. The Lord was shaken off by Mikann, and Kageyama Kanesada stood stunned for a moment, hesitatingly following Mikann. Kanroji Miri sniffled, just now realizing she had walked to the nearby boy Shikigami. And Mikann? Hearing Kanroji Miri call her name, Mikann fell silent for a moment, not correcting the title the princess used for her. Releasing her hold on Ikai Kobain, Kanroji Miri glanced at him, then at the blood seeping through the gauze on her arm, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato, even more so than the brightest apple. This is... so embarrassing. Kanroji Miri covered her cheeks, only to be caught by Butterfly Kane, who popped out from the crowd. Aboy ran so fast that she lost her shoes and couldn't catch up to you. Everyone is struggling too. Miss Miri, please bandage up properly. Looking at Butterfly Kane's gentle smile, Kanroji Miri obediently replied, okay, what a scary sister of Miss Shinobu. Quietly tending to Kanroji Miri's arm injury, Butterfly Kane remained remarkably silent otherwise, as if she hadn't been there at all. Observing the expression of the butterfly's sister, Kanroji Miri calmed her excited heart and gazed seriously at Mikann. This child, at least 70% like herself, was just herself, She had never resembled anyone else. Looking at Mikann's golden green eyes that lacked luster, Kanroji Miri felt a foggy sense of heartache. It was like the longing after leaving her family for the first time, a feeling of reluctance and sadness. Mikann thought he would have a lot to say to his master, to express the hardships of the past and the grievances of not being able to see his master, as well as the sadness of enduring various pains. He imagined that he would kneel before his master and have a pleasant conversation with her. However, what he thought was ultimately just a fantasy existing in a bubble. When faced with his responsibilities and truly meeting the master who sustains him, Mikann did not feel the longed-for sense of belonging, but rather a painful sense of confusion. Having never served by his master's side since his birth, did he really have the qualifications to converse with her? Mikann remained silent, and in his silence, his perception of his master grew increasingly shallow. Originally, only his master's dim world remained, as if it had lost its last glimmer of light. Mikann nodded, the curve at the corner of her mouth warm and gentle, reminiscent of the expression Kanroji Mitsuri often saw on her lord's face. Leading the way, Mikann was joined by the sword warriors, who had contributed significantly in this decisive battle, without any broken blades among them. Their attitude towards Kanroji Mitsuri was one of unmistakable respect. Kanroji Mitsuri felt a bit overwhelmed, and her feelings towards Mikann were always complicated, as if she were facing a certain existence that was both strange yet familiar, born for her sake. Hagi and Kanroji Mitsuri felt they needed to say something, because she sensed that the child smiling at her seemed about to fade away. "So beautiful," Zenitsu said, knowing his words were somewhat out of place, but he sincerely felt that these unidentified beings, at least not human, resembled the gods mentioned in stories. Gathering around Mikann, spiritual energy slowly flowed through their limbs and bodies, and the sword warriors gradually regained their state. Their soiled garments transformed back into brocade, and their dusty faces shone like diamonds wiped clean of dirt, glistening in the sunlight. It felt subtle, as if entering a certain ritual, the solemn scene rendering everyone speechless. Zenitsu covered his nose, still bleeding, with his sleeve, dizzily watching the seemingly shining sword spirits. This scene, reminiscent of the first feast after dawn, greatly impacted everyone's weary senses. One by one, people began to gather here, drawn not by mere beauty, but by the deadly allure of the divine sword spirits. Buzz! In an instant, it was as if the sound of swords ringing pierced everyone's ears. This illusion-like sound left all minds blank for a moment. Everyone seemed frozen in place. Even the light in their eyes was fixed. The air rippled, waves scattering like reflections in a mirage. The sights of the battlefield appeared like the reflections in a pool of water. Mikann stood quietly in place, feeling as if he had been standing there for a long time, long enough to have forgotten the reason he stayed. The cold air seeped into his sleeves, the icy, damp sensation made him instinctively curl his fingers, hiding his purple-tinted knuckles inside his sleeves. Chapter 2, after that, don't tell the gods her name. The Tsuchigumi twins supported each other, refusing the help of Shin, and helped each other to the snake Ashira. Everyone gathered around. What happened? Tsuchigumi Michiro glanced lightly at the snake Hashira's injuries and suddenly said in confusion, "Your injuries are so light. You must have become much stronger." Iguro Abanai chuckled softly, his gaze falling on the half-remaining Nichiren blade at his feet. "Maybe, but I probably won't need it from now on." Tsuchigumi Michiro blinked in confusion and turned to look at his brother. His voice suddenly stopped. He couldn't slack off on training just because his brother's sword was broken. Tsuchigumi Yuichiro stared blankly, tears welling up in his eyes. He frowned when he saw his younger brother's dazed expression. "Don't make such a foolish face with the same expression as mine." Faced with his brother's fierce demeanor, Michiro mumbled, "Brother, you cried." Tsuchigumi Yuichiro raised an eyebrow, casually wiping the tears from his face. "How could I? Why would I cry?" Seeing his brother's genuinely surprised expression, Tsuchigumi Michiro's eyes dimmed, as if he was carefully taking note of something. "It's raining. The injured can't get wet. Everyone hurry to the nearby sunshade to avoid the rain." Butterfly Kanai shouted loudly, calling out before helping the injured with the logistics team. "Sister, leave this to me." Butterfly Shinobu, wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform, donned with Butterfly Kanai's Haori, said, "Shinobu, your body isn't well yet. You can't get wet. Go rest. Sister Kanai is still injured." Butterfly Shinobu pointed at the distance where Kanai was, and seeing two fiery red owls pushing the girl toward the tent, she helplessly pressed her forehead and sighed. Okay, I know. Don't look at me like that, sister." Watching the busy figures of the Butterfly sisters, Michiro smiled brightly at Yuichiro. Let's go avoid the rain. It will be troublesome if we catch a cold. That's true. Tsuchigumi Yuichiro touched his forehead, instinctively reaching to pat Michiro's head. The hot sensation under his hand made his expression change, and he scolded Michiro while pulling him toward the makeshift medical tent. If we don't take medicine, won't there be a risk of burning out? Shouldn't be, right, brother? Slow down, there's mud. We can't be foolish and get wet anymore. Hey, Zenitsu, what are you looking at? Inosuke took off his mask, showing a beautiful grin while baring his teeth. Even if my mask gets dirty, it's still the coolest. Ha ha ha. Charge. Retracting his gaze that seemed to be looking at the air, Zenitsu touched his nose and glanced at the dried blood on his fingertips, his expression becoming forlorn. After witnessing Inosuke, who urged him to avoid the rain, being reprimanded by two owls, Zenitsu shrank his neck in front of Rengoku Kaijiro's brilliant smile. I finally got a name right. Touching his forehead, Zenitsu slowly walked toward the tent labeled Butterfly Mansion, feeling feverish and wanted to take a nap. Why haven't Grandpa and my senior come and pick me up yet? Kanroji Mitsuri had already called Kanroji Mitsuri's name countless times. Iguro Abanai held an umbrella and stood with Kanroji Mitsuri under the rain. To be honest, Iguro Abanai didn't know why he didn't have the thought of urging Mitsuri to avoid the rain, and it seemed he wanted to stay a little longer. Kanroji Mitsuri slowly came to her senses. The hair in front of her forehead and the braid hanging behind her back became damp due to the moisture in the air, hanging limply on her body. Iguro Abanai silently raised the umbrella higher, the wide canopy completely covering the two. It was fine to stay a little longer, because not only Kanroji Mitsuri, but even Iguro Abanai himself felt an impulse to cry. The rain gradually intensified, and the figure of the snake Hashira was close in the blurred vision of the crowd. Miss Tamayo, is it really okay to come out with just an umbrella? Butterfly Kanai asked, looking worried. Tamayo smiled and shook her head. I've already injected the serum, and with the rain pouring down, I only feel a bit of stinging. There are no other issues. I see. It really is hard for you to come all this way. Someone was supposed to take Yashiro back. Handing the box that Murata had given over to Tamayo, Butterfly Kanai patted her sister's shoulder helplessly. Shinobu's complexion is still a bit bad. Can we talk next time? Tamayo nodded. Just right. I need to take Yashiro back to rest, so I won't disturb you too. Holding an umbrella, the beautiful woman, like a fairy, held the box in one hand, with a cat swaying its tail on her shoulder, gradually disappearing into the edge of the rain curtain. She is such a beautiful person. Isn't she? Shinobu, are you okay? Should I make you a cup of tea? Butterfly Kanai touched her sister's pale face. Shocked by the coldness of her fingertips, feeling a bit flustered, Butterfly Shinobu sighed helplessly. Sister, I really am fine. After the battle with the upper moon too, I was taken to recuperate by the swordsman who saved me. My body is just weak because of the poison, but I'm still worried. Butterfly Kanai pouted and hugged her tiny sister tightly. I was so worried about you that I thought my hair would all fall out. Looking at her sister's glossy black hair, Butterfly Shinobu sighed deeply, especially when she caught sight of Kanai holding a teapot. Let us all drink some tea and take a break. Butterfly Shinobu called out to Kanai, and the three of them sat together for tea after a long time. Is this not wisteria tea? Butterfly Shinobu was taken aback while sipping tea, instinctively looking at Kanai who was brewing it, shyly covering her bandaged face with the teacup. Kanai said softly, it's the high-grade tea that Lord Higuruma distributed as a reward for everyone. That lord really is work hard. Sighing, Butterfly Kanai blushed while sipping tea, her crescent-shaped eyes bright like two crescent moons. This tea is really delicious. Butterfly Shinobu smiled, admiring the sight of a flustered Tomioka Ju under the neighboring medical tent through the misty rain. Because he was a complete demon, the antidote for the Kamadu siblings still needed to be re-researched. Until then, these two children were young demons with no appetite for humans. The two Kamadu siblings were crying loudly in the arms of their rushing senior brother and sister because Tomioka Juwun-T let them play in the water. But this time it was just pure wailing. Kaneo held the little Tanjiro and laughed. Ju is also troubled by the children, even though he looks like a mature adult in front of Sister Yoko. Zimishroom is a bit bald, and this is the first time she can't calm the children down. If it really doesn't work, it's okay to take them out to play for a while. Watching her two companions who have just been bullied and are now continuing to soothe the children, Ju Tomioka sniffed, feeling inexplicably a bit wronged. If it weren't for them having been devoured by a demon while saving someone, losing an arm and a leg, he probably wouldn't have been in the position of Water Hashira. Chapter 03 after that, Part 2. Turning to look at his brother lying on the stretcher, already covered with a white cloth, Jinya Shinazugawa burst into tears, his eyes glistening as he hung onto the invisible person nearby. "Whoa, is my brother okay? Did he die?" Seeing the boy crying, Hin felt a bit of a hallucination resembling a swordsman whose hair color and style looked like an exploded sunflower. However, after the battle, these children indeed need to properly vent their emotions. Holding back the crying Jinya Shinazugawa, Hin pulled back the white cloth covering Shinjiro Shinazugawa and showed the reverse side of the spell to Jinya, which is a kind of rune that can to some extent alleviate the state of the covered person. "Don't worry, Master Wind Hashira is okay." After wiping his tears and snot, Jinya Shinazugawa straightened his face, seemingly saying that the person who just cried his eyes out like a fried egg wasn't him. Amused by Jinya's red-rimmed eyes, Hin pulled the white cloth back over and called his companions to lift the stretcher onto the medical bed, following his every move. A little tail named Jinya Shinazugawa trailed behind him. The herbs are delicious." Kaidro Rengoku chewed on the herbs sponsored by Kane Kocho, looking bold and spirited, completely unlike someone whose body was weak and unable to fight. "Is it really that tasty?" Kaidro Rengoku, disbelieving, grabbed the bag of herbs that his younger son Shinjiro Rengoku was carrying as he walked by. "Father, you can't eat this raw." Watching his father stuff the bitterest herb root into his mouth, Shinjiro struggled to stop him but clearly failed. "Ugh, so bitter." Kaijiro Rengoku closed his eyes in despair and took a big gulp from the cup that Kaijiro was holding. Father, that is soup medicine," Kaijiro Rengoku said seriously, as if the soup medicine wasn't tea, something he had deliberately brought to his father's side. Exchanging glances with his elder brother, Shinjiro opened his hands and successfully got his older brother to snatch it away from their father before he could react. "You little brat," Kaijiro Rengoku exclaimed. In the adjacent medical tent, Higenbana Akihiko never expected that a big guy like him would also be reprimanded by a child. Wrapped in a warm and soft blanket, holding what seemed to be a pain-relieving soup, Higenbana Akihiko quietly listened to all the sound around him. The rain had stopped, and that swift rain did not obscure the brilliance of the sun. The ground was muddy and difficult to walk on, and Higenbana Akihiko had already heard many complaints. Everyone was busy. Compared to past sadness, people were more looking forward to future joy. "Teacher, did you hear me talking?" The girl put her hands on her hips, her eyes round and her eyebrows raised in a way that matched her mood, listening to Higenbana Akihiko fluffing up the small blanket around himself. He felt warm at this moment. He had many regrets in life, but fortunately, it wasn't just regrets. Years ago, he couldn't save all the children, but he didn't let that confine him for the rest of his life. The lucky child hidden away by the kids was still there by his side. "You're daydreaming again." The girl was as angry as a puffed-up pufferfish, her round cheeks very adorable. "Sure die, Mr. Higenbana is already obediently taking his medicine, so let us not scold him too much this time," Seishin Teranai said, tiptoeing to pat Shuredai's shoulder, handing 2 pieces of candy in front of him. Shuredai sighed deeply, took the candy, patted little Seishin's head, and even helped the little girl fix her crooked pink headband. "Thank you, little Seishin. But the absent-minded adult won't get any candy today?" "Okay, fine." Little Seishin looked at Higenbana Akihiko, who seemed a bit disappointed, and ran towards her calling friends with a helpless expression. Higenbana Akihiko sipped the bitter medicine, yet his mood was indescribably relaxed. Shuredai's future life would surely go smoothly. "Teacher, thank you." Shuredai placed the candy in Higenbana Akihiko's hand, his voice full of joy, but he could only eat 1 piece of candy. Due to overwhelming pressure, Higuruma Kyuji forced himself to the front line to comfort everyone despite his frail body. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, had to hold the rare, childlike boy and walk around the battlefield. Watching the remaining people still face life with strength, Higuruma Kyuji was choked up and cried until he fell into a deep sleep in Tenjin's arms. "Higuruma, sorry to trouble you," Tenjin Yuzui said. The Ubuyashiki family, led by Kaname Ubuyashiki with his 2 daughters, walked over slowly. Because their steps were small, the muddy road did not dirty their hems. "No, serving the Lord is our voluntary act." Tenjin Yuzui nodded and shook his head, looking at the sleeping child in his arms. Thinking of the former Lord who did not perish, finally smiling wistfully in the warm sunlight. Everything is over. Suddenly, the sight of children playing and frolicking flashed by, and the sound Hashira's expression stiffened, making it hard to directly lower his gaze. Looking at the 2 little ones joyfully playing with his legs, Tenjin Yuzi raised his head to look at the negligent guardians. Ju Tomioka quietly dodged behind Kanroji Mitsuri, but being not short himself. He couldn't completely hide behind his petite sister like Shinobu Kocho could. Don't hide, I see you. Don't think that just because you hide, I want to hold you accountable for your negligence. Tenjin Zui glared fiercely at the three negligent guardians. But most of his gaze passed over the awkwardly smiling seniors and landed squarely on Ju Tomioka. Ju Tomioka, who fell silent for 2 seconds, raised his hand to cover his ears, looking serious, which made the sound Hashira furious. Haha, it would disturb the Lord. Mr. Tenjin should keep his voice down a bit. Kanroji Mitsuri said with a smile, but clearly underestimated the sound Hashira's intensity. With a raised eyebrow and a frown, Tenjin Yuzui lightly said, You can't even take care of your own junior. Though it was a meaningless remark, it made people a bit irritated. Kanroji Mitsuri's smile froze for a few seconds. Then he swiftly grabbed little Tanjiro with one hand and the confused Ju Tomioka with the other, calling out to Zen Mushroom and heading toward the not-so-far Sakanoto Sakanji. Just a little brat. Shaking his legs, Tenjin Yuzui lowered his head and stared eye to eye with Nezuko, who was tugging at his calf, speechless. After a moment of silence, Tenjin Yuzui looked at Zen Mushroom, whose smile had stiffened, then gazed at the lively swordsmen who were causing a ruckus. Kaname Ubuyashiki smiled, though his brow seemed tinged with worry. Where's Lord Mikann's gone? Chapter 04, Vanishing and Vanishing. As a deity who has been in the mortal world for less than half a year, this term is unfamiliar, yet instinctively familiar to Mikann's. This is a day after Mikann's has vanished. It's early morning, and the tip of his nose is filled with the moist scent of grass, seemingly mixed with a faint fragrance of cherry blossoms. The manyo cherry seems to be about to bloom, or rather, in his memory, it appears to be in full bloom. Not knowing when he started to feel lost, Mikann's, who finds no meaning in his blade, always rests beside the manyo cherry, where he feels a sense of peace. However, whenever he wakes up, there are already sword-wielding gentlemen quietly waiting by his side. With his hazy, lifeless eyes open, Mikann's feels confused, and his fingertips unconsciously rub against the rough bark of the tree beneath him, the coarse texture stimulating his senses awake in the morning. My lord. Mikann suddenly hears a voice, startling him and almost causing him to fall from the tree. This voice seems to belong to Tsumuru, gently wrapping his arms around Mikann's waist. The fluctuating emotions of the katana spirit let out a long sigh, reminding him to be cautious, as even Tsumuru, who enjoys surprises, might not be able to handle this level of shock. The sword-wielding man, seemingly molded from the first snow, reflects white under the sunlight, and when he looks down, only the stray hair on his forehead blocks the sunlight, casting a small shadow on his cheek. Under the early sun, the cool, moist air lingers around the two blades, and the scene seems to freeze for a moment. Mikann pushed Highwoman Kuninaga away with a backhand and lightly jumped down from the branch of the many-cherry tree. Standing on the boundless grass that seemed to blend with the blue sky, Mikann crouched down, unconsciously twisting the grass stems still adorned with dew. The water droplets lost their shape upon contact, and Mikann felt a slight coolness against his fingertips, making him hesitate about whether to sit down. He was pondering if getting his clothes dirty would earn him a scolding from Kaysen. Observing his lord trampling the small grass, he looked like a carefully carved spirit, the color of moonlight, brushing aside the stray hair from his forehead and dispelling the shadows on his face. Highwoman Kuninaga leaped down from the branch, and the flowing fabric of his haori made him appear like a graceful white crane soaring in the air. With his arms encircling Mikann's shoulders, the white crane exhaled, and the temperature difference made the mist visibly clear. Why was his lord ignoring him? Leaning close to Mikann's ear, Highwoman Kuninaga acted like a playful child, peering over Mikann's shoulder. Noticing the patch of grass that Mikann was looking at, Kuninaga tilted his head in realization, wondering if his lord wanted to sit and rest here. No problem at all. Mikann's eyelid twitched. In a swift motion, Baiha pulled him down to sit on the ground. He was not used to the meticulous care from the sword boys. It felt like it wasn't always like this. He was just temporarily without visual assistance. Not a useless person who couldn't take care of himself. A little dazed, he bumped into Mikann's shoulder. Baiha blinked and in the next second, curved his eyes into crescents, smiling as he let the morning sunlight outline him, allowing the gentle mist to envelop the surroundings. How long are we going to sit here, my lord? Kuramian Kuniyuki asked, resting his head on Mikann's lap as he spotted the Tanto Shikigami approaching from a distance, claiming his territory. Today's lord belonged to him, and even the initial sword couldn't interfere and take him away. Seeing Kuramian clinging to Mikann, California Kaimitsu pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. He paused not far away, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering as if hesitating to speak up. After all, Baiha could be vengeful. Kaimitsu, is there something you need? Mikann asked proactively. As the gun who had signed a lifelong contract with the Shikigami, he could clearly sense the presence of all the sword boys. But whether he could distinguish them depended on his feelings. Kaimitsu's eyes lit up as he provocatively glanced at the dark-eyed Baiha. His voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of a guqin. There are still 2 hours until we head out. Would you like to eat something first? Mikann's appetite isn't very strong, probably because she eats very little. After thinking for a moment, Mikann nodded and said, "It seems like eating something occasionally isn't bad. How about some rice cakes?" Mikann has never eaten hagi cakes. At least in her memory, both the appearance and taste of hagi cakes are blank. For some reason, she unconsciously thought of this food. It is food, right? Kaimitsu, Minakika, did not notice anything wrong and replied, pondering whether he could help in the kitchen while his lord was making hagi cakes at the candlestick. "My lord, can we lie down together for a little while longer?" Toru Kuninaga smiled as he held Mikann's face, somewhat forcefully ensuring that only his own reflection could be seen in her eyes. Even if his lord could not see him, he still wanted to appear in his lord's gaze. From betting everything under the manyo cherry tree to the calm days now, he has waited for a long, long time, after the broken blade, when he could not reach his lord, especially when his lord was unwilling to linger under the manyo cherry tree again. He still had other broken blades. Everyone is very sad. Mikann pulled Toru Kunanaga's hand away and tentatively reached down to touch, her fingertips brushing against the tip of the white crane's nose just as the wind happened to lift a flurry of cherry blossom petals. On a beautiful mountain peak, under the ancient cherry tree, the figures of the white crane and the Shikigami were very close together. "It's been a while since we've gone in a battle." Kaimitsu Munakika adjusted the position of his prosthetic eye, smiling brightly at the Kaseki Kanesada who was tidying up the dishes. The brilliance of his smile truly deserved the title of the favorite host voted by the ants, if it weren't for the Lord's increasingly worrying attitude day by day. The sealed passage from years ago wouldn't have been opened. Kaseki Kanesada scoffed, shaking his hand and wiping the remaining water stains on it with his apron. Kaimitsu Munakika did not deny it. He seemingly unintentionally revealed his true blade to Kaseki Kanesada, feeling troubled by being so favored. Kaseki Kanesada was accustomed to it and chose not to be bothered by it without hesitation. Kaimitsu Munakika, who was similarly used to being ignored, was simply enthusiastic about teasing elegant men who were similar to him and did not need a response from Blade. But this fits, right? What? In our future battles. There won't be another chance to return to that time, will there? As long as the world is the same, it shouldn't matter, right? Kaimitsu Munakika smiled, recalling that time when it seemed there was so much to say to him from the human child. That child seems to be the water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaimitsu Munakika was not quite sure, but he could guess that he would soon meet that child again. Chapter 05. Tenjin Yuzi, clearly sensing the dark, creeping demon in front of him. Kaimitsu Munakika kept his smile as he drew his sword. He had anticipated meeting that human child, but did not expect it to happen so soon. He shouldn't have, at least not lose sight of his lord. Despairing, Kaimitsu Munakika covered his face, the sword he had just drawn returning to its sheath. After coexisting with the manyo cherry tree, he had inexplicably polarized, greatly enhancing his speed, yet he was just an ordinary demon, not even qualified to see his sword movements clearly. Just a mere evil spirit. With a silent click of his tongue, Kaimitsu Munakika wore a warm smile, using his senses to locate 2 trembling humans. A girl soaked in blood and a frightened child. The scene captured in an instant sent images to his mind, and Kaimitsu Munakika helplessly closed his eyes, feeling a bit troubled. The rune in his prosthetic eye was a congratulatory gift made especially for him by Miss Kikyo. This rune allowed him to capture a rough image, but only vaguely, and it couldn't be used continuously as the item would overload. I don't really want to see anyone other than my lord. Closing his eyes interrupted the rune's activation mechanism, and Kaimitsu Munakika quickly noted the facial features of the 2. One child and one princess. Their looks and voices were unfamiliar, but the feeling of their presence was unmistakable. This little turnip is actually the future water Hashira? Tenjin Yuzi was sweating profusely, holding her injured arm, her eyes still not fully free of fear. Originally hidden, Tenjin Yurichi, who was unwilling to see his sister fight the migrant alone, seemed shaken by the scene he had just witnessed. His eyes felt sore. Tenjin Yurichi felt a sense of relief after surviving. He looked at Kayamitsu Munakika, the light in his eyes flickering, regardless of his worldview or whether it was reshaped by the scene before him. At the moment he saw the beautiful young man appearing with golden light in the night, like a noble from across the ocean, extinguishing danger and saving his sister. Tenjin Yorichi's world had encountered divinity. He had only seen such attire on wealthy children who studied abroad in town, and in an instant, the golden eyes that shone like glass were so beautiful they made one shudder. Tenjin Yorichi had never thought his night vision could be this good, and just moments ago, he had nearly witnessed his sister being killed by a strange creature. Yorichi, without caring about her injured arm, Tenjin Yuzui suddenly hugged her brother, whose eyes had lost their sparkle, instinctively trying to comfort him. Her brother was a very gentle child who had become extremely sensitive after their parents' death. He was afraid of being a burden to her. She always knew Yorichi's anxiety and fear, so in any situation, Tenjin Yuzui would prioritize the treasure that heaven had given her, even in the face of life and death. But Tenjin Yuzui couldn't bear to think about what a dark future awaited this sensitive and self-doubting child if she truly died in front of him. Sister. Tenjin Yorichi silently shed tears, gripping Tenjin Yuzui's hand tightly, not daring to let go. I'm fine. Hearing her brother's voice, Tenjin Yuzui suddenly came to her senses, realizing that it was the swordsman in front of them who had saved them. Thank you, sir. The girl's voice trembled slightly. Tenjin Yuzui was still quite young, and what had just happened had drained all her strength. Being able to hold on until now was her pride in being Tenjin Yorichi's sister. Kayamitsu Munakika nodded, truthfully. He was anxious to find Mikann and did not really want to deal with this pair of siblings, but his lord said to follow through with good deeds. The house was in such a state of disrepair that it was certainly unlivable. It wasn't safe at night. Are there any shops in town that provide lodging? Looking at Kayamitsu Munakika's gentle and beautiful face, Tenjin Yuzui's emotions gradually calmed down. She adjusted her breathing and seriously replied to Kayamitsu Munakika's question. At this time, all the shops in town were closed. Tenjin Yuzui knew that Kayamitsu Munakika was asking to help them, so she wanted to seize this opportunity. After all, if she encountered such a monster again, she really wouldn't have the strength to protect Yorichi. Sir, could you please? Tenjin Yuzui's lips trembled. The excessive blood loss and fear had pushed her spirit to its limit. She fainted before she could finish her sentence. Little Tenjin Yorichi could not support his sister at all. Although he was just a head shorter than her, at this moment, he was just an ordinary, frightened child. Kayamitsu Munakika quickly grabbed Tenjin Yuzui's arm, gently holding the girl. Sorry. It must be due to excessive fright. The injury on her arm isn't serious. Smelling the faint scent of blood in the air, Tsuchigumo Mitsugane made a vague judgment. He picked up the fainted girl in his arms, finding it somewhat amusing how the young boy was nervously fidgeting. Was there a bandage at home? Ordinary cloth would do as well. Even small injuries could be quite troublesome if not dealt with in time. Tanjiro was taken aback and hurriedly ran into the messy room that had been destroyed by the demon, rummaging through the chaos. He found the new winter clothes his sister had made for him. This was the only clean one. Tanjiro looked at Tsuchigumo Mitsugane with anticipation, feeling anxious inside. He was so afraid his sister might die. It could be used. Tsuchigumo Mitsugane opened his eyes toward the new clothes of Tanjiro and simply treated the injuries of Tanjiro's sister. After picking up Tanjiro's sister again, Tsuchigumo Mitsugane smiled at the child who seemed ready to jump up with excitement and asked, Are there any other relatives in town? Yes, but they are very far away, Tanjiro replied, though his expression was filled with confusion, indicating that he probably wasn't very familiar with those relatives. Tsuchigumo Mitsugane pondered for a moment, noticing the anxiety and resentment burning in Tanjiro's eyes, and asked seriously, Do you want to hunt demons? Hearing the term hunt demons took Tanjiro by surprise. He didn't quite understand it, but he nodded nonetheless. After that, he and his sister followed Tsuchigumo Mitsugane, walking and stopping, and when they passed a certain mountain, they met a hunter. Along the way, he and his sister engaged Tsuchigumo Mitsugane in conversation, and it seemed that he answered every question they asked. He learned that Tsuchigumo Mitsugane was just passing by and saved them, that this gentleman, who resembled a nobleman, had a regrettable eye disease, and that he was searching for someone very important, until they parted ways. By the time they reached the nameless mountain, heavy snow had been falling for a long time, and it was very cold this winter, but since his sister had mended the winter clothes, Tanjiro didn't feel the chill. Is it Mr. Kanroji? Yes. May I ask what the matter is? Kanroji Mitsuhiro had never thought that the young man before him was there to entrust something. Tsuchigumo Mitsugane had always been purposefully seeking someone, Although it took a considerable amount of time, he was glad to have found the right person. And it must be right. Tsuchigumo Mitsugane smiled, patted Tanjiro's head, and then handed the two children, one big and one small, over to Kanroji Mitsuhiro. Kanroji Mitsuhiro. After leaving silently, Tsuchigumo Mitsugane, lacking a time-space converter and unable to perceive the contract connection with Mikann, simply stayed in this time and space. Under such an intimate contract, he could at least be sure that his lord's timeline was not too far from his own, so it was fine to wait a little longer. Chapter 06. The Tsukikage twins Mikann got lost and accidentally separated from the two sword spirits who accompanied her. She could hear the chirping of birds, the rustling of countless leaves, the sound of cicadas, and faint voices that belonged to humans. Mikann sniffed, and was suddenly hit in the face by the damp smell brought by the wind. Rubbing her cheeks, she tentatively began to feel around her, but accurately missed her footing and fell straight down the cliff. Mikann. Fortunately, this is just a small cliff, so even though I couldn't see and couldn't judge the terrain, and couldn't react in time, I didn't fall too seriously. Who are you? A youthful voice shouted loudly, the unbroken voice sounding a bit sharp. Mikann is like a frightened rabbit, covering her ears a bit overwhelmed, but unlike the big-eared rabbit that only hides away, Mikann takes the initiative to strike. The unfortunate person who accidentally fell? At the last syllable, Mikann hesitated for a moment because she didn't know if she was qualified to be called a person. Humans are the race of the princess. Mikann remembers everything that happened before the divine concealment, but he doesn't know if it's due to the passing of Ayane Maru that he no longer has the initial obsession with his master. Moreover, the master, who is now happily living with Ayane Maru, does not need him to intervene in the rest of his life. As a spirit, he should not appear before the princess. The rash decision to recognize a master back then was already the biggest overstep. There's also something Mikann is not quite sure about. It seems that the consciousness of this world is no longer as hostile towards him as it used to be in the past and the future. Taketo Yichiru is watching Mikann warily. He makes no moves and says nothing. The two face off in silence, with only the sound of cicadas and birds chirping in the background. It's so noisy. Mikann tilts his head, feeling as if the cicadas in that tree are mocking him, and he wants to hit them. Mikann squatted down and asked before reaching out to touch the ground, "Are there any stones on the ground?" Taketo Michiru, in confusion, instinctively replied, "Yes, about 2 fingers width from your right foot." He realized that the elegantly dressed girl in front of him had disappeared, but he still did not let his guard down. Ever since that white-haired woman had started visiting frequently, he had been even more vigilant against all strangers. Even if they looked as beautiful as a goddess, it wouldn't matter. There was no way anyone could take Michiru away from him. The more Taketo Michiru thought about it, the angrier he became, but before he could channel his irritation, which was heightened by the summer heat, he was shocked by Mikann's actions. He knew that a blind person could learn to determine direction through sound after training, but how could a single stone pierce through a tree as thick as his embrace? The strong wind made his cheeks sting a bit, and Mikann, a little astonished, touched her hand, suspecting that the world had stacked a buff on her. In reality, she had simply unleashed her unrestrained strength, but Mikann had never had a clear understanding of her own abilities. In Mikann's eyes, the world could be divided into 3 types of people: those stronger than her, those weaker than her, and the best princess in the world. Seeing Mikann groping for stones on the ground again, Michiru nervously said, "Don't move." The mandarin orange obediently stopped moving, its round eyes showing that it was very confused. "What are you doing?" Mikann didn't understand, but still obediently replied, "The cicadas are really annoying." Ikaru, thinking about the cicadas in the forest, changed his expression repeatedly, not knowing what to say. "Forget it. Silence is the comfort of tonight's Cambridge. Can you take me home?" Mikann stood up, blinking those decorative eyes of hers. Her misty eyes shimmered under the light, very beautiful. Relying on the natural attraction that deities have towards humans, Ikaru inexplicably agreed to Mikann's request. On the way, he was still trying to convince himself that helping her was merely a way to find her family in exchange for money to improve his own life. Mikann stepped in the footprints of Michiru, and several times, due to their different shoe sizes, she accidentally stepped on the edge of a stone or in a muddy place. Taketo Michiru. He was a bit suspicious that this girl was putting on an act. Taketo Michiru stared at his palm for quite a while, but he couldn't figure out how to help the blind girl who was coming before the rain. After Mikann slid to the edge for the nth time and danced, he silently exhaled and quickly took 2 steps forward to grab Taketo Michiru's hand. Suddenly being held by such a beautiful girl, the small boy didn't know whether to freeze or blush. This wasn't something his life experience had prepared him for. squeezing the child's hand. Mikann leaned closer to Mwichiru and asked blankly, "Why aren't you leaving?" Faced with such a stunning beauty, even Taketo Mwichiru, who prided himself on being a mature adult, couldn't help but blush. "I'm trying to figure out the direction." Holding his breath, Mwichiru returned home just before the heavy rain hit. But even so, both he and Mikann were already drenched. He was dressed lightly, but Mikann, wrapped in layers of clothing, looked cute with her wilted hair and wet clothes, exuding a sense of inexplicable grievance. Mwichiru didn't even know how he recognized that grievance on Mikann's expressionless face. After a moment of silence, Mwichiru gestured to indicate their heights and gave up the idea of lending his clothes to Mikann. On the way, he had already learned, based on Mikann's self-identification and with a little guidance, that the girl who almost made his heart flutter was actually a genuine boy. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, just like the 2 stone tablets left behind when his father stubbornly went to gather herbs for his mother. Why wasn't Mwichiru back yet? Watching the rain outside grow heavier, Mwichiru paced nervously in place. If it weren't for Mikann's presence, he would have rushed into the rain long ago to look for his foolish younger brother. Mikann tugged at Mwichiru's clothes and pulled the young boy into his embrace. Suddenly crashing into Mikann's arms, Mwichiru couldn't care less about the burning sensation on his cheeks. It felt like touching hot coals, and he jumped up, but Mikann held on too tightly. "What are you doing?" Mwichiru frowned, unable to break free from Mikann's embrace, and could only gaze longingly at the door, hoping to see his younger brother's figure appear in the next moment. "You'll catch a cold." Mikann wrapped the already dried outer coat around Mwichiru's shoulders and, under the boy's confused gaze, dashed into the rain. Wait. Mwichiru was a beat slow, only brushing against the wet ends of Mikann's hair. He could bet that this seemingly weak guy would definitely catch a fever after getting soaked in the rain. Before Mwichiru could throw the removed outer coat onto the bed, Mikann, holding the wet Mwichiru, had already appeared at the door. "I fell while it was raining and got hurt, so I couldn't go home," Mwichiru's younger brother said. "Brother, what a coincidence." Mwichiru paused, amused by his younger brother's comment. "Yes, it's quite a coincidence to run into him at home. And you, take off your clothes and go warm up." His younger brother, unaware that Mikann was a boy, exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 07. Kaguya, oh wow. This should be the point where Zenitsu meets. Casually lifting the curtain of the tea room, the pink-haired demon, resembling a cherry blossom fairy, stepped over the threshold, comfortably basking in the moonlit night. It seemed that the gratitude shown by that child meant he had to intervene. Suzaburo S.G. looked up at the empty street, silently confronting the demons and humans, his mismatched eyes carrying a heart-wrenching mockery. Staying up all night drinking tea, he didn't expect to encounter an upper moon demon striving for performance. What a fateful encounter. Casually hooking the hilt of his sword, Suzaburo S.G. said languidly, "You are the child of a heavily sinful person." Although not a divine sword, it unexpectedly completely eliminated the evil sin after the broken sword, restoring Suzaburo S.G.'s perception of evil to at least that of an ordinary deity. Consider it an unexpected joy. "What are you talking about?" Kaguya shouted, feeling provoked. His face appeared pale and lifeless under the moonlight, as if under immense pressure and fear. Even his hand gripping the Nichiren blade trembled. "Hey, you're a swordsman, right?" "Come here," Kaguya said, cold sweat running down his face as he looked at a certain spot on the ground, the fear preventing him from directly facing the six-eyed upper moon demon. He sensed the threat of death. Yet Kaguya was still envious, wondering why it was he who encountered an upper moon demon. If it weren't for this suddenly appearing man, he would have already knelt down to beg for mercy, his fragile and pitiful pride barely holding up Kaguya's collapsing knees. Suzaburo S.G.'s expression remained unchanged. The words of an inconsequential person would not affect him at all, nor did he see the need to listen. Raising his sword sheath, the unrestrained deity approached with an air of superiority. "It seems I need to properly educate you before returning you." Suzaburo S.G.'s steps were slow and measured, yet he arrived before Kaguya in just a few breaths. The elegant form of the sword spirit separated the upper moon demon and the lonely swordsman into two worlds. Kokushibo's eyes narrowed. He stepped back a distance, somewhat incredulous that there was actually someone in this world fast enough that he couldn't detect. Ignoring the upper moon demon behind him, Suzaburo S.G. scoffed, the sword sheath slightly turning, and with just a light touch, Kaguya's grip on the Nichiren blade slipped away, losing the only source of security in his hands. Kaguya collapsed directly onto the ground. The air of thunder breathing, "You don't seem worthy of that title." Suzaburo S.G. leaned in to stare into Kaguya's eyes, seeing only cowardice and despair over not being able to outsmart a stronger opponent. He had no interest in a swordsman who couldn't even hold his sword, and he figured he saved this little demon purely because of Zenitsu. After all, it wasn't worth it to escort this little demon to accompany the child's most beloved grandfather. Coldly regarding Kaguya, who was only dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, Suzaburo, S.G., suddenly recalled Zenitsu's murmurs in his ear. For instance, that bright yellow Haori. It seemed that the master of thunder breathing had also given this child one. Why aren't you wearing it? Isn't that the symbol of your self-proclaimed status as the heir of thunder breathing? Kaguya's eyes trembled, his lips pressed tightly together, unable to utter a word due to his pride. Self-righteous. Suzubo, S.G. sneered, sure that Kaguya still had the strength to escape, so as he turned, he destroyed the young swordsman's hope of taking the chance to flee. If his limbs couldn't obey his commands, he would have to stay put obediently. Kaguya couldn't accept his current self. He was furious, the veins on his forehead bulging, twisted and terrifying like a demon's face, but he still endured, not giving up the chance to live due to a moment of anger. In this pitiful world, this child seemed to have reached an unparalleled level of survival. Humans truly are complex and contradictory beings. They can abandon the harshest standards to survive, yet crawl in the most embarrassing mud for dignity. Suzaburo S.G. glanced at him from the corner of his eye, temporarily dismissing the thought of silencing him. Kaguya was a smart child, just twisted in his worldview during the crucial childhood period due to harsh survival experiences. But he wasn't too old. Such views could still be quickly crushed and reassembled. It wasn't too late. Suzaburo S.G. murmured casually, facing Kokushibo as he drew his sword. Upper Moon 1. Is this demon the one who will injure the Lord to the point of being unable to wield his sword in the future? Kokushibo, inexplicably impacted by Suzaburo S.G.'s killing intent, responded with a confused, huh? Muzan Kabutsuji was ready to draw his sword and fight, but he suddenly saw the pink-haired Tsuguko, almost sending the disabled human swordsman away with a single strike. Koyuki looked pale as he stared at the katana, emitting a cold, sharp light just inches away, not daring to blink for a moment. Just now, he even had the illusion that his head had already been severed. Muzan felt perplexed, but he really had no reason to fight at the moment, and it was hard to determine the outcome against this man. The way of a samurai also involved strategy. He couldn't let a momentary desire for battle cost him his life. After coming to this conclusion, Muzan took a deep look at S.Suk, flicked his sleeve, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He left. S.Suk furrowed his brows, pulled the sword he had planted in the ground back into its sheath. He stared at Koyuki, who seemed to have let out a sigh of relief, and a malicious thought surged in his mind. Finding that demon would surely take some time, but reshaping his worldview shouldn't take too long. Grabbing Koyuki by the collar, S.Suk vaguely touched him, retracting his spiritual power. The moment Koyuki regained sensation in his limbs and body, he nearly cried out. He was more afraid of becoming a motionless person waiting in despair for death than being killed by a demon. He knew how poor his social connections were. If he really became immobile, he would definitely be the first to be abandoned. Squatting down to meet the tearful Koyuki at eye level, S.Suk revealed a smile that he usually only showed in front of Mitsuri and Shinobu, saying, I'll take you back to Tama Mountain. Koyuki was taken aback, awkwardly lifting his head, his eyes sparkling with hope. TSK. What a person who is terrifyingly persistent about living. S.Suk sighed inwardly, standing up with his hands in his pockets, thinking he should do 100 good deeds before that. Koyuki nodded without hesitation. He wanted to live, so he understood even more that he could not escape from this man's hands. S.Suk smiled, his voice as pleasant as the sound of jewels colliding. The first thing we should do is properly repair this village. Koyuki froze for a moment, looking incredulously at the endless streets, stammering, All of it? Yes, of course. What else? S.Suk tilted his head, looking quite confused, as if Koyuki had really asked a foolish question. By the way, I'll give you at most a month to do that. During this time, I will supervise you well. S.Suk casually revealed the sword at his waist. Got it. A person who knows the times is Koyuki. In the dead of night, watching the busy figure of the young swordsman, S.Suk stroked the hilt of his sword, his smile meaningful. This was just the first step, reshaping his worldview, at the very least, to give Zenitsu a friendly senior brother. Premise, of course, was to let Koyuki know how beautiful life in Tama Mountain was, and how the days with Zenitsu and without Zenitsu were worlds apart. Chapter 08. Twin Haze. The stars are so beautiful. Children naturally have a pursuit of beauty, and Michiro was no exception. Mitsuri responded, lying side by side with Michiro on a straw mat laid out in front of their house, waiting for him to finish preparing dinner for the night. The aroma had already penetrated their nostrils, but it was still a little early for dinner. Is there still a chance for my eyes to recover? Michiro turned over, cautiously extending his finger as if wanting to touch Mitsuri. But just before touching her, he withdrew his hand. I just can't see for now. Mitsuri also didn't know if she would regain her sight, but there was always hope. After all, Mitsu can see. Mikann's response cleared the heavy atmosphere, and the two, one big and one small, began to whisper to each other again. From the window, watching the two rolling on the grass mat, Yuikaru couldn't help but smile. And even the dinner he prepared today became more careful. Over the past few days, Mikann's relationship with Nairo was visibly closer than her relationship with Yuikaru, to the point where Yuikaru felt a twinge of jealousy. However, it wasn't that he envied his younger brother or was jealous of the bond between Mikann and Nairo. Yuikaru was just blaming himself for holding back and not revealing his true feelings to his brother. He hadn't seen Nairo so joyful since their parents passed away. Nairo's presence had never been meaningless. Are you leaving today? Yuikaru asked, holding Mikann's hand, his entire being, even his hair, revealing his reluctance. A child's affection is pure, so the plea was straightforward. Can't you stay? Or maybe just a little longer? Unlike Nairo, who looked at Mikann with pleading eyes, Yuikaru said nothing. But the noise of him cooking and chopping vegetables throughout the day was much louder, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Mikann left, sensing a familiar presence. A contract. Under the worried and reluctant farewell of the Tsutomu twins, Mikann resolutely embarked on his joyful journey, tripping every 3 steps. Finally, after hanging on the cliff until midnight, Mikann realized he should go back. It was safer to stay at the Tsutomu house and wait for the sword boys to come looking for him. After all, there were cliffs everywhere here, and falling and getting lightly injured was something he had never considered, not to mention it would be a bit embarrassing. With tears silently streaming down, Mikann struggled to climb back up the mountain, a journey only he, or perhaps just the recently blinded Tsurugi Kyotada, understood. In the middle of the night, when he got up to drink water, Michiro was drinking from the mountain's spring heated by the scorching weather, his eyes slightly dim. He still missed Mikann. When Mikann left, it felt as if he took away many of his emotions, leaving a hollow feeling deep in his heart, unsure of when they would meet again. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his elder brother, who was lying comfortably on the bed. Michiro placed the ladle back into the water tank and hesitated as he walked toward his own bed. He knew that, like himself, his brother was probably not asleep either. What's going on? Are there only 2 little brats? The sudden appearance of a man with a strange, unsettling aura froze Michiro's movements. He stared in disbelief at the man who had quietly entered their home, his eyes trembling. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The sound abruptly came to a halt. Mikann swiftly dealt with the demon queen, feeling a bit wronged as she lunged forward and knocked the retreating Michiro down to the ground. At the same time, Yuikaru, who had jumped up from the bed to shield Michiro, also fell onto Mikann with a thud, and the 3 seemed to be playing a game of stacking. It wasn't until they clearly saw the man's corpse turn to ashes that the Tsujikuni twins snapped back to reality. Their first instinct was to check on Mikann's condition and to ask about the reason for her sudden return. Lighting a torch, the sight of Mikann in such a disheveled state made their earlier fear dissipate, and they began to worry about her. Yuikaru, acting like an adult, fussed over her with endless chatter. With her head buried in Michiro's embrace and her arms tightly wrapped around the slender waist of the boy, Mikann silently lay on top of Michiro, only letting out a few sounds when Yuikaru applied medicine to her back and asked questions. Since they weren't leaving for the time being, they could stay as long as they wanted. Michiro's eyes sparkled as he held Mikann's face and gently caressed the handsome features of the boy's Tsukumagami form. Mikann shook her head, trying to break free from the boy's calloused hand. I will hunt and take care of you all. Ikaru carefully applied the herbs to Mikann, his voice cheerful. Before you recover, just leave the food to us. Ikaru was happy that Mikann had returned, but even more worried about the existence of the monster. Perhaps he should agree to Lady Amano's invitation. With this thought in mind, Ikaru reached for the pillow and lay down beside Mikann and Michiru, softly requesting, Mikann, can you teach us a bit of self-defense swordsmanship? Mikann comfortably leaned on Michiro's lap and replied without hesitation, sure, but practicing swordsmanship will be tiring. We have no problem with that. Michiro said seriously, looking into Mikann's eyes, which seemed to hold a shining gem formed by determination. Mikann made a few random sounds and, exhausted, fell asleep in Michiro's arms. The 2 11-year-old human children took care of Mikann while chatting idly, watching the moonlight flow outside the door. Did Michiro still want to become a swordsman? Not anymore. Yuakaru was taken aback by this answer, unable to determine if it was his younger brother's true feelings. But that didn't matter anymore. I think accepting Lady Cannon's invitation might be our way out. Yuakaru felt a bit nervous. He didn't know if Michiro would harbor resentment due to his change in attitude. He was prepared for it, so being reprimanded wouldn't be a problem. Really, brother? Then I will practice swordsmanship even harder. I will never die at the hands of a demon. Hearing his younger brother's small, excited words, a heavy stone in Yuakaru's heart fell to the ground. He was so afraid that Michiro would completely distance himself due to his dictatorship. Michiro, what's wrong, brother? The no in Michiro is an infinite no. That night, the misunderstandings and barriers between the twins disappeared without a trace, like the wind blowing outside the house. Under Mikann's guidance, they trained the basics, and in less than 2 weeks, they were able to use impressive sword techniques with just wooden sticks, as if the fundamentals were etched in their genes, solidly entrenched. After Mikann was taken away by an elegant man, when they encountered Lady Cannon the next day, they agreed to the invitation from the Demon Slayer Corps. In just 2 months, the Demon Slayer Corps welcomed the first twin Hashira in history. The end. Chapter 1 First Round. Prologue. After separating from Michiro, Mikann did not wait for his Tsukumagami to come looking for him. He lingered in this world like a ghost for nearly 100 years, due to being masterless and the depletion of spiritual power during the Taisho era. Mikann was always in a state of consumption exceeding supply. Therefore, before his spiritual power ran out and he was about to become an ordinary Nichiren blade, Mikann followed the guidance of the Corps and arrived at a village. The people here were very kind, and Mikann could feel the warmth of humanity. Unconsciously, he stopped in front of a separate courtyard, blinking his blurred eyes in confusion, trying to distinguish the colors before him. Where's he? Grandma Mitsuri. Their essay sister who looks like you at the door. The child's crisp voice brought Mikann back to his senses, his unfocused eyes following the moving splash of color until it extended into the open courtyard. How could I, at such an old age, resemble a little girl? The elderly Mitsuri Kanroji sat in a wicker chair and did not stand up due to her age. When she finally saw Mikann clearly, she fell silent. Mikann and Kanroji Mitsuri looked very similar when they were young, and those eyes exchanged for Ayane Maru resembled those of Kanroji Mitsuri's husband, who passed away years earlier. Good child, come in and have a cup of tea. After a long while, the little child beside her left early, and Kanroji Mitsuri cheerfully broke the silence, inviting this child she had never seen before but felt so familiar with into the courtyard. No matter what, being able to meet this child before her passing was a wonderful fate. Hearing Kanroji Mitsuri's call, Mikann stepped into the courtyard without hesitation. The gaze of the elderly Himegami was now so close. Mikann has long forgotten his master, but the bond formed since his birth cannot be easily erased by time. His soul still cares for his princess. Kanroji Mitsuri meets Mikann's unfocused eyes, her smile gentle and loving, as if treating her own child. Can I get a little closer? Grandma's eyesight isn't very good. Mikann almost instinctively pressed his cheek against Kanroji Mitsuri's palm. At the same moment, she raised her hand. This was an instinctive action. The main Mikann murmured unconsciously, perhaps not even aware if it was a form of delirium. Carefully feeling the warmth on his cheek, Mikann lowered his gaze, unable to control his longing for this tenderness. Kanroji Mitsuri had always had good eyesight, but it had been so long since she had seen those eyes. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with this child, as if she had seen him before, or perhaps he was a companion from the past. But how could that be? A child in his early teens couldn't possibly be a colleague from back then. Yet, there was an undeniable voice in Kanroji Mitsuri's heart urging her to embrace the child in front of her, to gently caress his cheek. The wind lifted Mikann's strands of hair, and in that moment, Kanroji Mitsuri suddenly understood. Regardless of all her thoughts, why couldn't she give this child a hug first? This child's frame was thin, and he must have suffered a lot, feeling lost about the future. Kanroji Mitsuri gently stroked Mikann's hair, slowly standing up from the wicker chair, and embraced this child who was as still as a wooden figure. This was her child. In a fleeting moment, Kanroji Mitsuri had such a thought. Looking at Mikann's eyes that were remarkably similar to Iguro Aben eyes, Kanroji Mitsuri smiled affectionately and joked, "How long will you stay in the village? If you don't have a place to stay, you can stay at your grandmother's house for now. My husband has passed away, and the children have already settled in other places. Usually, it's just my grandmother living here, so it can be a bit lonely." Kanroji Mitsuri smiled gently, concealing her loneliness. "Okay," Mikann murmured, squeezing out a single word from his throat. Mikann couldn't see the face of the princess clearly, but he could sense her surprise, followed by joy. In the last days, Mikann stayed by Kanroji Mitsuri's side, having tea and chatting with her, to the greatest extent allowed by her physical condition. They climbed a low hill not far from the village, enjoying the beautiful scenery and feeling the mountain breeze. Mikann, the sky is a light color today. Without a single cloud, it's very beautiful. Ever since she learned about Mikann's poor eyesight, Kanroji Mitsuri had been describing every scene, wanting to leave some traces of those beautiful and rare sights in the child's heart. It's very beautiful. In Mikann's view, the sky is a clear blue, pristine without a trace of impurity, making it truly beautiful. Kanroji Mitsuri's body has long begun to decline, and many in the village have tacitly accepted that her ability to walk alongside Mikann these days is merely a fleeting moment of vitality. So they have not stopped this elderly grandmother from moving about, hoping she can enjoy her final days. On the bed, even her cough is weak. But Kanroji Mitsuri smiles at Mikann, her gaze gentle, yet not the usual way she looks at her juniors. She hasn't fully understood Mikann's identity, but has formed some guesses. However, that no longer matters. She just wants to spend a little more time with this child in her last moments. Can you accompany me to the cemetery? If I pass away, I will be buried with my husband, the owner of the grave. If you have time then, you can come there and talk to your grandmother. Kanroji Mitsuri said with a smile, devoid of the gloom that often accompanies the thought of impending death, and her eyes held no trace of shadow. Mikann clenched her fists anxiously, but in the end, she could only helplessly release her grip to help her princess get out of bed. I'll carry you. Kanroji Mitsuri wanted to refuse, but her physical condition no longer allowed her to move around. So she had no choice but to cough a few times while covering her lips with a handkerchief, smiling to express her gratitude. Then I'll leave it to you. Kanroji Mitsuri walked happily, leaning against the monument of Iguro Abanai, a smile lingering on her lips. The wind that day was gentle, not disturbing any of Kanroji Mitsuri's finely combed silver hair. Mikann knelt in front of her, quietly accompanying the princess who had simply fallen asleep. Just asleep. After attending Kanroji Mitsuri's funeral, Mikann decided to leave, but before she departed, the princess's descendant approached him with her last wishes. Then, the renowned Nichiren blade, named Ayanimaru, was entrusted to him, a foreigner. Mikann, after a long time, walked the world with a Nemaru, before their spiritual power dissipated. Mikann returned to that village, which had now become prosperous, resembling a town more than a village. Climbing up that low hill, Mikann saw the clear blue sky again. Beautiful, and just as it was when He was still around. Familiar with the path, he walked to the ancient monument and sat cross-legged in front of it, leaning against the stone, closing his eyes in exhaustion and relief. In the end, he still couldn't find a way to another world. Nor could he apologize or express his gratitude to them. If given the chance, he would definitely treat them well, so they wouldn't have to suffer the pain of broken blades again. Father, there are 2 swords in front of my great-grandmother's monument. It seems like the swords drawn in the scrolls. Who put them here? I'll take them back to the shrine. Can you and my sister go play with Mother first? All right. Then next time, if I get grandfather's permission, can I touch them? If you behave, grandfather might agree. Yay. Historical records state that the couple's swords, Hagain and Tetsujin, which had been missing for many years, along with a Nemaru, ultimately returned to their master's side, serving as burial items for their master, left beneath the tomb. Chapter 2 First Loop. Mikann, however, as Tsukumogami, they were destined to never gaze upon their master's likeness. Mikann has always understood this principle. Therefore, in the official history, there are many swords that were forced to kill their masters, as they had no power to make a choice. Mikann still remembers being by Heimkuin's side, serving as a burial companion for future generations. But now something seems off. He has regained his memories, his consciousness, and his body. So even though his vision is blurry and he can only hear his master's blood-curdling cries, there is a light in his eyes. Because this is a chance to start over, an opportunity to make amends for everything. This time, he will not be a moment too late. Heimkuin, and also Inemaru. Mikann's consciousness did not exist for long. Just like back then, under the predation of countless time-traveling armies, he was rejected by the world he had reshaped through self-rescue, falling into an unstable passage. The feeling of the time-space turbulence scraping his skin and gnawing at his bones was very painful. All Mikann could do was instinctively protect the slightly rugged Nichiren knife in his arms. Inemaru. This time, Mikann remembered everything. He did not lose his memory, only lacking a more complete and powerful body. However, as a Tsukumogami, it didn't matter even if he shattered. He could be reforged. He was a Tsukumagami born for the princess, and he would not truly shatter until his mission was completed. He would always exist in different yet similar sword forms. Lying helplessly on the muddy ground, where blood mixed with sand, Mikann opened his eyes and stared at the indistinct sun for a long time. The aftereffects from that time made it hard for him to see clearly. Fortunately, he could still see a bit of color. Mikann gazed at the Maru curled up beside her, probably still retaining the habit of sleeping with its tail in its mouth, and her expression softened. Although it was hard to see clearly, this time her Maru was clean and tidy. The silver scales must look beautiful in the sunlight, just like the Damaru. Mikann held an Maru, slightly awkwardly tugging at the nearly tattered demon slayer uniform. Under the guidance of the Tsukumagami, Mikann understood many emotions, so a faint blush appeared on his face, feeling ashamed of his disheveled appearance. However, the flush on Mikann's face was quickly replaced by pallor. Once a person relaxes, they begin to feel the accumulated fatigue, and it seemed that Tsukumagami felt the same. Waves of pain surged through his body, and Mikann nearly dropped the silver snake he was carefully holding. He was seriously injured this time, but because a part of his soul resided within Inemaru, Inemaru slept deeply and was not awakened. Mikann felt like a broken faucet. The blood in her throat had blocked her breathing, spitting out all the blood from her mouth. Mikann supported her broken body with sheer will and hung the scattered Inemaru, now formed into a circle, around her neck. Like a necklace, Mikann, in a good mood, began to explore the essence of their dual blades, seemingly forgetting the pain in her body. Carrying two swords, Mikann staggered towards the direction of her memories. She hadn't walked this path many times, but she wouldn't forget. After all, it was the only way to save her lord. Stepping over the threshold that was decayed to the point of crumbling at a touch, Mikann headed straight to the forge. California Kaimitsu coexisted with the main hall. He had always been there, so he easily found that beautiful sword. Mikann gently touched the blade of the sword, being very careful not to smear his blood on it. This is not his California Kaimitsu. Mikann is well aware that his California Clear Light truly shattered for him in the previous timeline. Even if California Clear Light coexists with Hanmaru, the reshaped timeline no longer has that California Clear Light who willingly shattered his sword for him. Mikann can no longer see this beautiful colleague who craves his affection, so after a solemn farewell and gratitude, Mikann permanently abandoned the forge. This Hanmaru does not need a forge. He can no longer disturb the other Kashu Kaimitsu. He cannot let down his Kashu Kaimitsu. Mikann went to find Wanya Sakura, just like before, and smeared the blood flowing from her wound onto the withered trunk of Wanya Sakura. Then, she witnessed a miracle. Mikann can't see clearly, but she can sense the vitality surging in her palm. Many Sakura stored all the consciousness of the Tsukumagami, except for the outsiders in the end. Let's collaborate once more. Mikann's voice trembles, accompanied by waves of sweet blood. This time, there won't be a dazzling blade like a ruby to take care of her. So Mikann cannot allow herself to relax and fall. She must endure this period and then seek out her scattered companions. Out of selfishness, Mikann wants to see them again. But this time, there won't be any broken blades. There won't be. Synopsis. Mikann is a sword Tsukumagami born to change the fate of the princess. With her dilapidated body, she searches for partners in the cracks of political affairs. She doesn't need pure swords. What she seeks are comrades with fighting power who can mutually benefit her.